Lin Feng had transmigrated. He had been in this new world for some time, now still processing the flood of information he had received. He had been transported to a peculiar and entirely foreign world. Strictly speaking, the situation in this world was dire. The myriad races were locked in a war against the demon race, and they were losing ground. How dire? The world consisted of 5 continents and 4 of them had already fallen to the demons. This was a lost battle. Why even bother fighting? But the myriad races did not give in to despair. Surrendering in a game meant losing one round, but surrendering here meant losing everything. Under the leadership of the gods, a grand retreat strategy named Ragnarok was launched. All the myriad races across the 5 continents under the protection of god-organized armies boarded the cross-continental teleportation arrays converging on a single continent. When the evacuation was nearly complete, the gods descended their divine power, erected a barrier, and sealed the cross-continental teleportation arrays, completely cutting off any possibility of the demons pursuing. The myriad races paid the price of 4 continents to gain absolute dominance over the last one. Subsequently, the myriad races planned to eradicate all demons on this remaining continent, using it as their home base. They sacrificed greatly to buy precious time for recovery, reorganize their forces, and prepare for a counteroffensive. Completely cleansing the demons took approximately 300 years. Another 100 years were spent on recovery. During those 400 years, the myriad races lived in constant fear, dreading the demons breaking the barrier and reigniting the war. Or they feared the demons might find another way to cross the continents and resume their slaughter. Yet as time passed, the demons never came. The demon race was not a single species, but a collective term for beings with a certain characteristic. Gods existed in this world, born from the thoughts and beliefs of mortals. Believers worshipped the gods, and the gods drew divine power from that faith, granting blessings in return. Blessings came in many forms, much like Lin Feng's own blessing, named Champion of Resistance. It granted him eternal youth. As long as the goddess endured, he would never die. However, his situation was rather special. He was not summoned in the traditional sense, but rather created. Strictly speaking, he was not Lin Feng. He was a creation of the goddess of resistance Rosalind, who had spent a great amount of divine power to create him, using the memories of the original Lin Feng. Because he was a pure creation of divine power, his very existence was an act of faith in the goddess of resistance. As long as he lived, he provided her with divine power. And this divine power, though not much, was enough for the goddess of resistance to maintain his blessing and keep him eternally young. He didn't know how she managed to pull his memories from Earth in another world, but since it had happened, Lin Feng could only accept it. On the bright side, at least his parents and his memories would still have the original body to take care of them. And as a copy, he didn't have to worry about marriage, cars, houses, or retirement, all those headache-inducing problems. He also got a blessing that granted him a lifespan as long as a god's. Thinking about it that way, he felt he had gotten a pretty good deal. Well, he was getting off track. Where was he in his thoughts? Right, divine blessings. The ability to sense the gods and receive their blessings was the key criterion distinguishing the myriad races from the demon race in this world. Those who could not sense the gods were demons regardless of their species. Clearly, when the myriad races with divine aid fought against the demons, without it the myriad races should have won. And indeed, at first that was exactly what happened. The myriad races dominated the demons. So why had the tables turned now? This was because the demons had spawned a supreme demon king, Thanatos. This demon king must have consumed some miraculous elixir, for he devised a means to sever the connection between gods and their believers, and also created a group of demonic awakeners comparable to the chosen ones and champions. After losing the 2 great advantages of champions and gods, the myriad races were soundly beaten by the demons. After 100 years of consecutive defeats, their advantage turned to parity, then to disadvantage, and finally to a complete collapse. They were forced to adopt the desperate strategy of Ragnarok to save themselves. By the way, the ability Lin Feng had awakened as the champion of resistance was the power to see the tags of others. Those weaker than him could be examined unconditionally. Those stronger than him would only reveal partial information, but those who trusted him completely would show everything. Using this ability, Lin Feng had opened the box on his own goddess, discovering that she was a cat lover. More importantly, her mental state had completely collapsed. Why did the goddess of resistance Rosalind lose her composure? You get upset after losing one night of games. She had been losing for a full 100 years. Honestly, the fact that she had only broken down emotionally and hadn't developed full-blown PTSD like the other gods was already surprising to Lin Feng. And this wasn't even the main reason for her breakdown. The primary cause was that the myriad races no longer had any desire to counterattack. The demons had indeed surrounded the myriad races and occupied 4 continents. But that was 1,000 years ago, after the Ragnarok campaign. That is to say, excluding the first 300 years when they were exterminating demons on this continent, and people could still see them. For the last 600 years, the myriad races had lived in a utopian world free of any demonic threat. 1,000 years without the demons attacking was an utterly baffling situation. The teleportation arrays between continents were ancient, advanced mega-magic circles created by sages of the distant past. Their secrets were now lost. In this world's history, these arrays had handled all cross-continental activities. With such convenient tools, people naturally never considered developing alternative routes. Or perhaps they tried, but failed. In short, once the gods sealed the teleportation arrays, the demons could not cross over for 1,000 years. Even the gods who sealed the arrays had not anticipated this outcome. A full 1,000 years. For most of the myriad races who were short-lived, the demons had faded into a distant legend, something only seen in history books. Counterattack. What nonsense are you talking about? With the times as they were, Rosalind's philosophy of counterattack had gradually become seen as heresy. Subsequently, the gods who, like Rosalind, had participated in the Ragnarok campaign either lost their believers due to advocating counterattack and eventually faded from divine power depletion, or changed their positions and gradually transformed into unfamiliar gods under the shifting tide of believers' thoughts. The spirit of resistance gradually withered away until only the goddess of resistance remained. But she too had fallen into despair. As one who had witnessed it all, she knew perfectly well that the barrier was not permanent. One day the demons would break through, and when that day came, the myriad races would surely perish. Perhaps to the short-lived races this was just the gods crying wolf. They would never see the demons in their lifetime. But to the gods it was a future that was certain to come. To prevent the extinction of the myriad races, she had done everything she could over the past 1,000 years, but all efforts ended in failure. All that remained for Rosalind now was the champion she had created and a small amount of divine power. The people walked the path of slow extinction, and Rosalind could only watch helplessly. Finally, Rosalind's mental state collapsed. She withdrew her gaze from the mortal world, stopped recruiting believers, and simply waited for her divine power to run out, letting herself fade away to end the suffering. Later she decided that this way of suicide was too slow, so she decided to burn through her divine power, using most of what remained to summon a champion. Originally, this summoning should have been a simple waste of power, for no one would respond to her call. But when the divine power dispersed, the one who appeared was a bewildered Lin Feng. Rosalind hadn't expected this, and Lin Feng was even more stunned. "Wait, buddy, I was just climbing a mountain using a telescope to look at a comet. How did I end up in another world?" And so through a period of sorting things out, he gradually came to understand the information above. "This is the whole story as I know it. Your arrival was a complete accident, and I do not wish to put you through the same pain I have endured." Rosalind spoke from her throne with a hint of sincerity. "So I will give you a physical body, and I will set no goals for you. Simply live your life as you wish. But I can't just take your blessing for nothing, right? It is what you deserve. To be pulled from your familiar world to this place of despair. I would be satisfied if you did not hate me. But if my lifespan matches yours, then I will definitely live to see the day the demons break the seal." Rosalind let out a long sigh at those words. "I'm sorry for making you face that day. How about this? I'll go on a leisurely adventure in this world. This is the kind of life I've always wanted. While adventuring, I'll also try to change this world. Maybe with my efforts this world can be different." "You mean, you're still willing to try to save this world?" "Since things have already come to this, let me give it a try." Lin Feng looked at Rosalind, a confident smile spreading across his face. "If we win, I can brag about it for the rest of my life." Rosalind gazed at Lin Feng for a moment, then spoke. "I will accompany you." The seal of the teleportation array had held firm for a millennium. He wondered how far the demon race had progressed in their attempts to break it. He could only hope the seal would endure a little longer, granting him more time to grow. Lin Feng had been in this world for 2 months without realizing it, yet he had remained within Rosalind's divine realm, never stepping outside. He was practicing swordsmanship. In his previous life, he had a decent physique and a fitness foundation, but now that he had crossed over to another world, he figured he should train his skills before venturing out. In his soul state within the divine realm, Lin Feng's stamina and energy could be replenished by divine power. That meant he could maintain peak condition 24 hours a day without eating or drinking like a game character. As long as his health bar didn't hit 0, he could hop around as if uninjured. Lin Feng would not let such a golden opportunity slip by, especially since he had an excellent teacher by his side. He gripped his wooden sword tightly and gazed at Rosalind across from him. She stood still, sword in hand, her amber gold eyes fixed on Lin Feng. She was not wearing the white battle armor from their first meeting. Instead, she wore a short skirt. This goddess actually wore a skirt to spar with him. Lin Feng's 2 months of non-stop 247 effort had only managed to get Rosalind to switch from a long dress to a short skirt. Well, at least he could enjoy a little sight. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gently placed his left hand on the ground, and held the short blade behind his back with his right hand, lowering his center of gravity. Like a ninja, his eyes locked on Rosalind. A blazing red light gradually emerged on the short blade like flames, fierce battle, chi burning on the blade. Rosalind yielded the first move to him. She would only strike after being attacked. This was a chance no matter how you looked at it. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, and he shot forward like a cheetah, his form blurring into an afterimage, reaching Rosalind in an instant. The short blade originally behind his back swung forward with momentum, and the flame-like battle chi traced a clear arc in the air. A crimson slash like a storm cut upward from below toward Rosalind. It was a standard clean rising dragon slash. Facing Lin Feng's swift assault, Rosalind remained unhurried, shifting her feet slightly, and casually twisted her longsword, yet precisely blocked the slash. The gust from Lin Feng's slash blew her golden hair, but that was all. It could not advance an inch further. But Lin Feng's attack was far from over. With the rising dragon slash hiding his left hand, he had already condensed a magic rune. A cyan wind gathered in his palm, constantly compressing, flowing rapidly within a confined space, turning into a meat grinder. Lin Feng pushed the mass of wind blade straight toward Rosalind's abdomen. Rosalind's amber eyes briefly glanced at Lin Feng's left-hand attack. Then she twisted her wrist, sliding the long sword that had been blocking Lin Feng's blade along the short blade, severing its hilt and thrusting straight toward Lin Feng's neck. Same old Rosalind, always aiming for vital spots. Lin Feng hastily redirected his attack, pushing the wind blades toward the incoming longsword. The wind blade ball collided with the longsword. The compressed wind exploded, deflecting Rosalind's sword and tilting Lin Feng's entire body to the left due to the recoil. Lin Feng did not lose his balance under the force. Instead, he lightly tapped his toes following the momentum and swung the short blade in his right hand in a cutting strike toward Rosalind. Rosalind watched the incoming short blade. Her long sword had been knocked away, though not out of her hand, but it was difficult to bring back for defense. But she was not flustered at all. She simply took 2 steps back, the edge of the short blade brushing past her fair neck, while her amber gold eyes still stared intently at her enemy. Lin Feng, failing to land a hit, quickly returned the short blade behind his back, flashed a smile at Rosalind, and then vanished. Stealth. Rosalind closed her eyes. The enemy was invisible. Eyes were merely a distraction. Suddenly her eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing, and without warning, she thrust her sword in that direction. In stealth, Lin Feng glanced at the sword tip that was only a hair's breadth from his throat, smiled helplessly, and canceled his stealth. I lost, I'm dead again. Rosalind withdrew her longsword and said, You improve very fast, the fastest I have ever seen. Haha, I don't believe that. Lin Feng tossed the short blade aside and sat on the ground. Numb. Truly numb. Sparring with Rosalind felt like leaving the newbie village only to encounter a stat monster. Rosalind was the goddess of resistance, having lived for a very long time. Her occupation was warrior, but over the long years she had also mastered the basic skills of other professions. The world's professions were varied, but the basics could be divided into 5 primary classes: warrior, assassin, priest, mage, and tank. After that, each person would develop their own unique path based on their characteristics. In these 2 months, Lin Feng had mastered almost all of Rosalind's skills that he could learn, and based on them, he had created over a dozen combos. Still, he couldn't win no matter what. Even using tactics or psychological warfare failed. He judged her to be a pure stat monster, utterly unbeatable. After a brief complaint about Rosalind's stats, Lin Feng stood up and said, I think it's time, Rosalind. I've been here for 2 months, but it's time to set out. Indeed. With your current strength, you can protect yourself. Rosalind walked over to Lin Feng and looked at him. Originally, gods should have their own temples, but I haven't shown myself in the world for a long time. My temples have been occupied by other gods, so I can only teleport you randomly. You're not going to teleport me right in front of some monster and trigger a fight, are you? Rosalind scratched her cheek and looked at Lin Feng without answering. From your expression, that's a possibility. Rosalind nodded. Then I'm really in for it. I'm sorry. Forget it. Lin Feng waved his hand casually and said, Nothing I can't handle. Rosalind looked at him with a smile, raised her hand, and golden light gradually gathered in her palm, beginning to send Lin Feng to the real world. May all go well, my champion. Just watch me. A flash of white light, and the vast divine realm was left with only Rosalind. She had really summoned a very strong champion. In 2 months, Lin Feng had raised all 5 basic classes to level 3. And Lin Feng's thinking was very. Rosalind couldn't find the words. Take the mage class, for example. On the first day, he studied magic circles. On the second day, he studied the runes that composed them. On the third day, he was already modifying the circles to alter spells. And on the 4th day, he was summarizing the patterns of rune arrangement to optimize existing spells. Rosalind's domain was resistance, so she wasn't very familiar with magic, but she understood that if the arcane goddess whom mages worshipped saw this, she would emit a shrieking scream. No one had ever learned magic like this. She had been about to give up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used all her divine power, enough to sustain her for 100 years without believers, to summon a champion. That time Rosalind had truly wanted to die. If not for the creator's restriction preventing gods from using all their divine power to commit suicide, she would have done so long ago. She had no believers left, and her heroic spirits no longer answered her call. She had thought that this summoning would receive no response, and she would simply wait for her remaining divine power to run out and die naturally. But she never expected this outcome. When people are in despair, they pray to the gods. When things turn around, they thank the gods. When a god is in despair, to whom should they pray? And whom should they thank? Rosalind stood in her divine realm, pondering seriously. Is this the present world? When Lin Feng regained his senses, the heavens and earth around him had transformed entirely. At the very least, Rosalind had not teleported him directly before a monstrous beast, sparking a battle mere seconds after their first meeting. How fortunate. The transmission went smoothly. Of course. I possess luck, which is precisely why you plucked me from Blue Planet to serve as your hero. Among billions on Blue Planet, you drew me alone. I sincerely apologize for dragging you here to bear this burden. No need to apologize. I find it rather intriguing. You now stand upon the continent of Yasha. You should be able to summon your personal interface, the one visible only to you. A personal interface. What is that? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. It is a divine blessing bestowed by the creator god upon every believer. As Lin Feng pondered how to summon it, a translucent interface shimmered into existence before him. The interface was elegantly minimal. Name: Lin Feng Divine Creation. LV1. Blessing points 0. Skills: Flame / Healing, Purification, Swift Movement, Wind Blade, Fireball, Rising Dragon / Overhead, Cleave, Stealth, Berserk, Danger Sense. Lin Feng's skill list sprawled densely, a testament to versatility over specialization. Beneath the textual entries floated a radial chart representing 5 core attributes: strength, wisdom, agility, growth, and endurance. What is this interface? A divine evaluation of one's innate capacities, crafted by the creator god. Most choose their path, guided by these ratings ranked from a supreme to a modest. Yours is? Lin Feng glanced at the 5A rankings and remarked, I've maxed them all. A pentagonal warrior then, truly balanced. Yet Lin Feng quickly shifted his focus elsewhere. Why is there no experience bar accompanying the LV level? And why is the level so low? After 2 months of rigorous training, am I still this weak? What exactly are blessing points? And who, or what, is the creator god? Facing Lin Feng's questions, Rosalind replied, with patient clarity. I know not what an experience bar signifies. LV rank does not reflect raw strength. It carries meaning known only to the creator god. Blessing points are divine rewards granted upon LV advancement. Spend them in prayer to the creator god, and he shall answer. As for the creator god, Rosalind paused, then continued solemnly. Deities are tiered. The weakest govern a single race. Higher ones embody abstract concepts. Like myself, and at the apex stands the creator god, origin of all existence. Ah, so you're quite powerful then. Then how did you end up with not a single follower? It was my failing. I drove them away. I see. Sensing Rosalind's quiet sorrow, Lin Feng gently redirected the conversation. I don't worship the creator god. Why do I bear his blessing? Because anyone who enters this world is deemed his believer, yet he speaks never. Thus he is called the silent creator. Oh, I understand. He's mute. Speak such words only before me, not elsewhere. Hey, we're family. Family. I'd never utter this outside our circle. Lin Feng casually dismissed the interface. Its design bore striking resemblance to a game system, intuitive enough for a modern man from Blue Planet to grasp instantly. Truly the creator god possessed discerning vision. Granting him 5A rank attributes alone attested to his unparalleled divinity. Yet, where exactly was he? An exquisitely carved fountain, meticulously tended greenery, aesthetically pleasing yet slightly uneven cobblestone paths, and a white-haired maiden with heterochromatic eyes. This bore the refined elegance of a nobleman's private garden. Had something odd just slipped in unnoticed? A maiden. Lin Feng whirled around, and found without warning a figure standing silently beside him. Damn. Back off, ignore. Lin Feng leapt backward in a single fluid motion, putting distance between them. To approach so silently. This person was certainly no ordinary soul. The white-haired maiden waved amiably and smiled. Good morning. I refrained from interrupting. You seem deeply absorbed in self-dialogue. Seeing her friendly demeanor, Lin Feng activated his ability to read her status tags. Name and Brister. Yearns for pure love, androgynous appearance, cursed, cuckold archetype, dual soul unity, immense, strength, silent, thorn aberrant mage. Lin Feng stared incredulously at the dense array of tags, then studied her closely draped in a white hooded robe adorned with gold hair, slightly long slender frame, left eye golden, right eye sapphire blue, wearing a white half mask that concealed part of her face, yet revealed her luminous eyes. She held a watering can in one hand. Her boots were dusted with soil. Evidently she'd just tended the vegetable patch. Aside from the armored breastplate and faint Adam's apple, where precisely was the masculinity? Wait, bro, aren't you male? And froze mid-motion. Then inexplicably her eyes glistened, and her nose twitched. Her trembling shoulders betrayed her desperate effort to hold back tears, yet ultimately composure shattered. After all these years, someone has finally seen me correctly. I'm just so happy. I need to cry. Just let me sob for a moment, okay? QEQ. Watching and dissolve into joyful tears, Lin Feng's lips twitched. Yes, undoubtedly tragic. Yet in this particular matter, no one else was to blame. Truly. Soon, and composed herself. Hello, I am in Brister. I'm Lin Feng. How did you enter here? This place. Even animals rarely trespass. I was sent here from the divine realm by my deity. The divine realm? You're a hero summoned by a god. Wow. And studied Lin Feng with open curiosity, circling him several times. I've never met a living hero before. Tell me, are you a divine chosen or an ephemeral spirit? Is there a difference? Yes, divine chosen are blessed while still alive. Ephemeral spirits are summoned posthumously. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. Surely he qualified as an ephemeral spirit. I am an ephemeral spirit. Then your LV must be exceptionally high. I've read that those summoned as ephemeral spirits invariably possess formidable LV rankings. More or less, yes. Lin Feng deflected the question with practiced vagueness, brushing past it lightly. His circumstances were singular across all parallel worlds. Explanation would prove impossibly cumbersome. Though he could summarize it as divine gotcha, single pull legendary rarity, even that metaphor would elude its comprehension. Then allow me to introduce you to my mother. Otherwise you risk being mistaken for an intruder and dealt with accordingly. Why, that ties to my uniqueness. To shield me from harm, my parents sealed me away, separating me from the world itself. Lin Feng recalled the earlier tag list. This elegant youth before him was indeed extraordinarily complex. When I was a child, fragments of other people's memories would suddenly surge into my mind, unbidden, uncontrollable. To outsiders, my reactions to those memories must have seemed like fits of madness. A person who talks to themselves shrieks aloud, weeps uncontrollably, and trembles in fear. Naturally, others would label him a freak. And walked beside Lin Feng, guiding him while recounting her own past. Moreover, my strength was extraordinary, not merely above average. As early as age 3, I could crush boulders, barehanded, utterly unable to restrain it. If even stone crumbled beneath my touch, how could my fragile childhood companions possibly endure it? And recalled the memory, she had merely brushed her playmate's arm, and the child's bone snapped. The friend's agonized wails, her own helplessness, the parents' furious accusations, the sting of unjust blame. Though the memory was harrowing, and recounted it with a gentle smile. Add to that my physique and appearance, so incongruent with conventional gender expectations, and I became inevitably the monster whispered about in hushed tones. Perhaps even now mothers still frighten disobedient children with tales of me. You're remarkably resilient. Ha ha. Am I impressive? It was arduous, yes, but I endured. Today, I am nearly indistinguishable from anyone else. My parents, too, are gradually loosening their restraints upon me. Recently, they even permitted me to sit for the adventurer certification exam. Perhaps one day I'll venture beyond our borders, just as they once did, and find companions worthy of true trust. As and spoke, her gaze drifted toward an imagined future, her smile unwavering since the very first word. I'm preparing to embark on my own journey. Would you care to travel together? Lin Feng extended the invitation. After all, according to her profile, and possessed exceptional aptitude, prodigious strength befitting a warrior's silent precision suggestive of an assassin, and innate magical affinity, marking her as a mage. Such a rare polymath was precisely the kind of talent one desperately sought to recruit. No secure, into an organization brimming with promise and limitless upward potential. Of course, it's settled, provided you can persuade my parents. Agreed, immediately, irrevocably. Had he held parchment in hand, Lin Feng would have sealed the pact then and there. Though your faith in me warms my heart. And began ticking off conditions on her fingers. First, you must convince my parents. Then earn certification from the Adventurers Guild, followed by professional licensure from the Guild of Vocations. Only after registering a formal adventuring party may you set forth. She spread her palms wide. In short, it is no simple matter. No matter. Any obstacle, I shall seize it whole and dissolve it instantly. And tilted her head, puzzled. Dissolve it instantly. It means to resolve effortlessly, like a blade parting silk. Odd. So this phrase exists beyond our borders. I've never heard it before. Their conversation carried them smoothly along the path. Aside from a few passing servants, no one else appeared. Piecing together Anne's profile and her own account, Lin Feng reconstructed her past, afflicted by a curse at a tender age. Episodes of instability followed. Then escalating incidents of uncontrolled strength led to her ostracism. Her parents, seeking to shield their child, forged for her a secluded utopia, removed from the world. And judging by Anne's gentle, open-hearted nature, their upbringing had been profoundly wise. Even when their child bore the outward guise of a monster, they refused to abandon her. To educate, to stabilize her condition, to embrace her wholly with love, thus nurturing not a soul twisted by hatred of the world, but one radiant with compassion. The neighbors who survived Anne's uncorrupted youth ought to bow deeply to her parents. We're here. With cheerful ease, and pushed open the door. Mother, I'm home. A warm voice replied from within. Did you finish watering the plants? Yes, mother. This is Lin Feng. He's a hero summoned here by divine will. He is no invader. In that brief pause, as Anne introduced him, Lin Feng took in Anne's mother-long silvery hair, features soft, yet striking an immediate aura of scholarly grace, rational, composed, serene. Her elegantly understated gown flowed gracefully, and her heterochromatic eyes mirrored Anne's exactly, like an refined and magnified. From this resemblance, Lin Feng could vividly imagine the face hidden behind Anne's mask. After a thoughtful glance, the mother smiled gently at Anne. A guest has arrived. We must welcome them properly. Right away, I'll brew tea and prepare sweets. And the berries I cultivated recently have ripened abundantly, full of vitality and delight, and hurried off to prepare refreshments. She was genuinely joyful. Having gone so long without peer-to-peer connection, this conversation with Lin Feng brought her profound happiness. Once and departed, the mother turned her gaze fully upon Lin Feng. Silence settled between them in the quiet room. Lin Feng broke it first. Greetings. I beg your pardon. How shall I address you? Heloise Clarebruster. Heloise will suffice. Heloise offered her name, then studied Lin Feng carefully. Unlike, and I am not easily persuaded. Though I know not how you entered this sanctuary, you harmed no one, and you conversed within an evident harmony. For that I shall overlook the intrusion. I meant no offense, Lady Heloise. My deity's sanctums have all been seized by rival gods. My arrival here was born of desperation, not design. A god reduced to such extremity should long since have faded from existence. Who is the deity you serve? Lin Feng hesitated. His goddess Rosalind had always championed the war against the demon folk, yet current sentiment likely ran cold. Yet Rosalind herself had confided she hadn't manifested in the mortal realm for centuries. Perhaps the world had already forgotten her. Heloise's perception of Rosalind would determine, with stark clarity, how difficult recruitment would prove. Let this woman serve as his first litmus test. The deity I serve is named Rosalind. Lin Feng deliberately named only her, watching closely for Heloise's reaction. The goddess of resistance. She endures, even after withdrawing from the world for so long. Yet if she has lain dormant for centuries, how do you know her name? An elder in my family was once her devoted follower, thus I know more of her than most. To others, Rosalind may ring unfamiliar, but Goddess of Resistance remains widely known. She alone persists in advocating for the counteroffensive, the last divine voice unyielding in defiance. Through Heloise, Lin Feng gleaned Rosalind's standing in the present world. This was troubling. Knowing full well the goddess's militant stance recruiting and now seemed improbable, Lin Feng paused, then swiftly formulated a new approach. Lady Heloise, I acknowledge your erudition. Yet your knowledge lags behind recent revelation. The Goddess of Resistance no longer calls for war against the demon folk. Her doctrine has evolved to empower mortals in resisting unjust fate, and falls squarely within that sacred mandate. Heloise regarded Lin Feng with keen interest and smiled. Then do tell me, how exactly do you intend to help? And to be frank, I wish to recruit and into my party. If I answer your question, will you consent to this? Heloise's smile faded. Truth be told, I have no desire to entrust my child to the ranks of the Goddess of Struggle. Even now that you claim to have changed, I have witnessed no such change with my own eyes. I am living proof. I am now Rosalind's sole devotee and her only hero. Does that not speak clearly enough of my allegiance? Heloise fell silent for a moment, her gaze softening with quiet sorrow. You have fallen so far, haven't you? Precisely because of this decline, change is imperative. Tell me how you plan to aid my child, and only then shall I deliver my verdict. Was this perhaps a test of her own resolve? From his own words, I've gleaned much of his past. I do not know the boy he once was. I know only the one before me, now kind, optimistic, radiant. Such a soul bears no reason to remain shackled by his former self. He must seize an opportunity to let the present and supplant the past. I heard you plan to have him sit for the Adventurers Guild certification exam. Heloise gave a slight nod. Lin Feng smiled gently. After all, children grow ever more eager for freedom. And you, building this sanctuary solely for his well-being, have done so with profound devotion. You've succeeded admirably. His condition has improved here. His character has blossomed, balanced, warm whole. It's evident how deeply you've poured yourselves into this. How unfathomably difficult it must have been. Heloise was visibly moved, but still withheld her assent. By permitting him to sit for the guild certification, haven't you already acknowledged that you cannot shield him forever? Now an opportunity stands before you. Why not guide your child out of the shadows of his past? Do you truly doubt that the son you raised with such care lacks the strength to step forward? Heloise drew a slow, steadying breath before replying, voice composed, yet edged with restraint. Even if I accept that my child must eventually step beyond our shelter, why should that compel me to choose you? What makes you worthy of that trust? Because I am both formidable and perceptive. I see clearly your child suffers no illness. He bears a curse. You, how could you possibly? Lin Feng spread his palms wide and grinned. A hero's unique ability. That merely confirms your aptitude. It proves nothing else. Anne's condition has improved, but what you call his illness is in truth a curse, and its nature is another soul. When layered upon Anne's own account of his symptoms, this affliction resembles less a disease than the turbulent fusion of two distinct souls, resulting in fractured memory and destabilized self-perception. Given this improvement, neither full healing nor remission, the only plausible explanations are either complete soul integration or peaceful coexistence. Since you describe it as improvement, not cure, the latter must hold true. As Lin Feng spoke, Heloise's eyes widened, astonishment deepening with each word. He noted it all, inwardly satisfied. Exactly the effect I intended. For two souls to dwell in harmony is no trivial feat. Yet during Anne's episodes of memory fragmentation, the other soul never seized control. Not to harm, not to lash out, not even to act rashly. Thus I venture a bold conjecture that second soul is benevolent. And you have already met it. You've confirmed this yourselves. The evidence lies in your recent decision to allow and to pursue the Adventurers Guild certification. Had you not verified this piece, you would never risk exposing him. Especially not while the curse's recurrence remains unpredictable. Because you love your child more fiercely than any being in this world ever could. Heloise raised a hand sharply. Enough. Say no more. How could he know all this? He'd walked beside and for mere moments, exchanged but a few words, yet nearly unraveled their most guarded truths. Such a man, such brilliance is unsettling, almost frightening. Who are you truly? The hero of the Goddess of Struggle. Didn't I declare that from the outset? Though I'd be honored to serve as Anne's companion, truly honored. You are brilliant, but I do not trust you. The Goddess of Struggle erred gravely once. Who can guarantee history won't repeat itself? What did Rosalind do? I'll demand answers from her later. It is precisely because we erred that we grasp the depth of that pain, and why we tread with doubled caution. As for your mistrust, I understand it fully. Lin Feng stood tall, solemn, and unwavering. By the name of Rosalind, Goddess of Struggle, I swear before the Creator, so long as I draw breath, I shall never repeat the sins of her past. Nor shall I betray or harm and breast her. Should I break this vow, let the Creator claim my life. Heloise watched Lin Feng seal his oath. To swear by divine authority before the Creator, such a vow carried absolute weight. Violation would invite true divine retribution. He had staked his very existence on this promise. Regardless, Heloise saw in him unshakable conviction. If you guide him safely through the Adventurers Guild examination, and help him overcome the deep-seated shame within him, I will consent. Shame, Lin Feng stroked his chin, then snapped his fingers in sudden realization. Ah, that's why he wears the mask. Heloise sighed a faint wry smile, touching her lips. Truly extraordinary. Grant him the slenderest thread of insight, and he wove it seamlessly into undeniable truth. Such a mind made an unparalleled ally, and a terrifying adversary. Where pray tell did the goddess of struggle unearth a treasure like you? From a distant realm, dragged here bodily. My goddess is rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? I've never seen devotion like yours. Other faithful approach divinity with reverence and awe, never with such familiarity. Perhaps because my goddess seeks not obedient worshippers, but steadfast companions who stand shoulder to shoulder. To treat a deity as a peer. Lin Feng, you truly dare greatly. At that moment the wooden door burst open, and cheerful voice ringing out, I brought tea and treats. With a swift, powerful shoulder charge, and flung the door wide. In one hand he balanced a steaming teapot, in the other a tray of delicate pastries, while an woven basket hung neatly from his elbow. Every vessel brimmed full, yet his movements remained fluid and precise. Even the violent entry caused only a gentle sway in the teacups, corrected instantly by his uncanny dexterity, steadying the tray with flawless control. Like a master attendant he glided forward, setting down the fragrant tea and confections with practiced grace, and exhaled softly, then lifted the basket, peeled back its white cloth, and revealed plump ruby-red berries glistening like captured dawn light. He even added flourish to the unveiling tata, exquisitely sweet berries, and tossed a generous handful straight into Lin Feng's waiting palm. Try them, they're deliciously sweet. Lin Feng selected one taut-skinned, luminous, gleaming with dewy allure. He bit down, and warmth bloomed across his tongue. Truly sweet, truly exquisite. Haha, and struck a proud pose, hands on hips. I grew them myself. Edge. Really? Yes. At first it was terribly difficult. My strength ran wild. I'd crush stems, uproot seedlings with a careless swipe, snap branches beneath my feet. In truth, they became my teachers. Though silent, they taught me how to cradle life with gentleness. No one could measure the quiet sacrifice behind transforming from a boy who shattered bonds with uncontrolled force into one who nurtures fragile life with tender precision. But Lin Feng knew such devotion deserved honor. So he met An's bright gaze and declared, voice resonant with sincerity, remarkable. Faced with Lin Feng's straightforward compliment, and felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his cheek and said, it's not that impressive, ahem, let's not talk about that for now, and hurriedly ran toward his mother. After composing himself he looked at her and said, Mother, I mentioned before that I wanted to obtain certificates from the Adventurers Guild and the Assassin Guild, and felt nervous and tense, but he took a deep breath, suppressing these emotions, and continued, my illness has improved, and through tending the vegetable garden I've learned to control my strength. None of this was easy, but I've accomplished it all. Now someone has invited me to go on an adventure together. I believe this is an opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. So Mother, please don't stop me, alright? Heloise looked at her child's earnest expression, her heart filled with both pride and a touch of tenderness. As his mother, how could she not know how much effort her child had put in for this day? People always say that children go through a rebellious phase. My child never did. He simply grew up and needed to explore a bigger world. So, how could I possibly say no? Heloise smiled with gentle affection, reaching out to pat An's head. Go ahead, and just like you, I believe you can do it. Mother, thank you. Alright, my child, I don't recall you being so teary-eyed. Heloise removed An's mask and gently wiped away his tears. I'm just too happy. Suddenly An realized that besides his mother someone else was present. That meant Lin Feng had seen his face. Realizing this, An immediately hid behind Heloise, peeking out with only a tiny bit of his face to assess the situation. Heloise looked at An hiding behind her and chuckled. What's the matter? You're willing to team up with him for an adventure, yet you're afraid of him seeing your face. Lin Feng picked up a berry and took a bite. In fact, Lin Feng had already seen An's face when Heloise removed the mask earlier. Suffice it to say, Heloise and An truly looked remarkably alike. After hesitating for a moment, An slowly stepped out from behind Heloise. He lowered his head anxiously and asked, so, what about my face? Does it still look so much like a girl's? Lin Feng put down the berry he was about to eat, observed An for a moment, and then said in a definitive tone, yes, very much so. And looked up with a hint of complaint in his voice. I thought after all this time my face would have become at least a bit more masculine. It seems it's exactly the same as when I was a child. Lin Feng watched An's complaint and let out a soft chuckle. But that's not a bad thing, is it? You look quite handsome. At least to me, beauty is justice. This was the first time An had ever received a compliment about his face from anyone other than his parents. Perhaps it was because he had simply met too few people, and teased himself internally. He smiled awkwardly and said maybe. Under this smile, the initial unease of having exposed his face to a stranger also faded considerably. Heloise watched the two getting along so well, and a faint smile curled on her lips. Perhaps choosing Lin Feng had truly been a good decision. I'll discuss this with his father later. After having a little something to eat, Heloise arranged for An and Lin Feng to study in the family's library, preparing them for the Adventurers Guild examination. The preparation for the Adventurers Guild exam is divided into two parts. One part is the theoretical section, which only requires memorization. The other part is the practical test, where an examiner will be selected from several instructors to engage you in a practical combat assessment. Surrounded by shelves of books, An and Lin Feng sat at the same wooden table. and explained earnestly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened attentively, while mentally cross-referencing the information with what Rosalind had told him. After all, Rosalind had been secluded in her divine realm for centuries. Surely many things must have changed over those hundreds of years. After all, on Blue Star, a few hundred years was enough time for dynasties to rise and fall. Sure enough, upon comparison, many pieces of information that Rosalind didn't know came to light. Since personal panels were invisible to others, there had to be some way to prove one's strength. In Rosalind's era, people relied on certificates from professional guilds. Any region under the rule of the royal family would invariably have an adventurers' guild. Although it managed adventurers, it carried a certain official character. Besides the adventurers' guild, there were also professional guilds. There were 5 types of professional guilds in total, corresponding to the 5 basic professions. The certificates they issued followed the same level divisions that Rosalind had told Lin Feng about, ranging from apprentice all the way to legend. The maximum level of certificate one could obtain at a regional professional guild also varied. Generally, a region needed to have multiple individuals at a certain realm to be qualified to host examinations for that corresponding realm. For example, if a region had 2 Grandmaster Magi, then under their supervision, examinations for the Grandmaster level could be conducted in that location. However, typically professional guilds could only issue certificates up to the Grandmaster level, as there were very few individuals who achieved legendary combat power. This information was what Rosalind had told him. What Rosalind didn't know, however, was that decades ago, due to the inconvenience of carrying certificates, the royal capital had issued a completely new type of strength-proving credential. It was a token with patterns on it. The color of the patterns indicated the bearer's strength. From the lowest to the highest level, they were iron pattern, bronze pattern, silver pattern. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, but then realized that his own level 3 strength corresponded to this color, and his smile faded. Gold pattern, white pattern, purple pattern, and red pattern. However, it was said that the circulation of this new system was not going smoothly, and currently people were using a mix of both old and new terms. Another important point was that depending on regional development, the types and numbers of professional guilds varied. A region usually had only one professional guild. If this guild discovered a talented individual in another profession or in its own field within its jurisdiction, it could write a letter of recommendation to send them to a place better suited for their development. But the place where Lin Feng currently was not ordinary. This place was relatively remote, yet its development level was not too low, and its scale was much larger than the surrounding towns. Even the professional guilds numbered 2, the Magus Guild and the Assassin Guild. The main reason for this situation was its parents. One was the head of the Assassin Guild, and the other was the head of the Magus Guild. Their publicly known strength was level 1. Come to think of it, the best place to prepare for the exam in this whole town is right here, isn't it? Realizing this, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, growing brighter and brighter. As the saying goes, it's all secured. Everything is completely secured. Though true in principle, such a minor examination hardly warrants cheating or advanced knowledge. Even granting the most generous assumption that the examiner newly assigned to this remote region possesses exceptional strength, how formidable could he possibly be? Could his combat prowess truly surpass even Rosalind's? What Lin Feng now needed to focus on was the theoretical foundation of adventuring, a task he willingly embraced. After all, most of his understanding of this world came from Rosalind, and much of her knowledge had long since grown outdated. She did not even know who currently sat upon the imperial throne. Now, with a golden opportunity laid bare before him, Lin Feng lunged forward like a ravenous tiger, seizing this world's knowledge with fervent intensity, as if drawing it directly into his very soul. He inhaled deeply, feeling wisdom flood his mind, an exhilarating, almost intoxicating rush. But stripping away Lin Feng's dramatic embellishments, the study itself remained profoundly tedious. Still, and was undeniably pleasing to behold, and much of the material proved genuinely useful. The adventurer theory examination centered largely on survival techniques and organizational frameworks for handling commissions. The prevailing ethos of this world was deeply conservative. Its de facto rulers were the gods themselves. Yet for centuries they had suffered relentless defeat at the hands of the demon race led by the Demon King, leaving them psychologically scarred and wary. This timidity manifested clearly in the capital's location, deliberately established farthest from the 4 intercontinental teleportation arrays. Moreover, an unbroken world wall encircled the entire capital, sealing it within an impenetrable ring. Though the text omitted precise measurements, neither height nor circumference, Lin Feng, reading its evocative prose, imagined the world wall as nothing short of an otherworldly great wall magnified manifold. Rosalind had mentioned a historical surge of exploration, ultimately ending in failure. Yet, theoretically, the demon race could still reach this continent without relying on teleportation arrays. That mere theoretical possibility alone sufficed to terrify the Pantheon into meticulous site selection and fortress-like construction. If the divine leaders themselves trembled, so how much more so their mortal subjects? Thus, rebuilding a counteroffensive force against the demon race would best begin with adventurers, for amidst such conservatism only those who retained the spirit of exploration would readily embrace such a bold objective. Yet one must never declare that objective outright. Instead, it must unfold gradually, like water warming a frog, woven carefully into their worldview. Crucially, the rallying point must anchor itself to adventurers' tangible self-interest, not abstract ideals of justice nor ancient grudges faded beyond memory after 1,000 years. Generations of heroes before Lin Feng had already proven such appeals futile. As his mental map of this world grew richer and more current, Lin Feng's strategy for confronting the demon race began taking shape, deliberate, layered, and resolute. He must assemble a capable cohort before the demon race breached the teleportation seals, or found another means to invade the Yasha continent. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. It would indeed be no small challenge. For now, however, the first imperative remained clear: become a legendary adventurer. Noticing the gesture, and snapped the book shut with a soft clap and smiled. It grows late. We shall conclude here for today. I agree. Lin Feng closed his own volume and stretched languidly. As for tonight's lodging, would you care to share my room? My home is quite spacious, one chamber easily accommodates two. Lin Feng gazed at and sorely tempted to add, Brother Jia, please don't. Yet he knew, even if he uttered it, and would neither recognize nor respond with, let me have a look, she would only stare bewildered and quietly wounded. No one in this world understood such references. A fleeting pang of solitude crossed Lin Feng's eyes, swiftly vanishing. When he remained silent and gently added, if you'd rather not, it's perfectly all right. Okay, Lin Feng replied, raising a hand in the universal gesture. That means no problem. This sign conveys precisely that meaning, and mimicked the gesture, then held it up for Lin Feng's approval. Okay. He nodded affirmatively. Okay. Is this how people express yes outside your circle? Not universally. It's our school's distinctive mode of communication. So revealing it outright poses no issue. I consulted her. Rosalind voiced no objection. You never asked me at all. Lin Feng smiled, both at in and inwardly toward Rosalind. I knew she wouldn't object. Rosalind gave a light, knowing laugh. Oh, you do as you will. Later, Lin Feng shared dinner at Anne's home. Only in Heiloosi and Lin Feng sat at the table, their patriarch absent, occupied with pressing duties. How to describe that meal? Though the cook had clearly labored earnestly, something vital was missing: flavor. Salt appeared to be the sole seasoning available. For Lin Feng, accustomed to Earth's endless takeout menus and occasional home cooking laced with layers of modern food additives, this stark simplicity felt oddly hollow. Yet this deficiency stemmed from technological backwardness, not culinary negligence or household neglect. His own fastidiousness suddenly seemed ungracious. Still, Lin Feng noted this gap not out of pettiness, but because he recognized the vast commercial potential of seasonings here, a promising avenue for wealth generation. Another contingency plan added. Soon after dinner, following a brief wash, and guided Lin Feng to her chamber, where a freshly placed bed stood opposite her own. This is the first time I've invited a friend into my room. I feel slightly embarrassed having someone see it. And brushed her cheek with her fingers. At least I cleaned it recently. Few people maintain their rooms with such meticulous care. Anne's chamber was immaculate, every object precisely arranged. A set of assassin's attire caught Lin Feng's eye. Black dominant cloaked hanging neatly in the wardrobe. Sharp and austere, the ensemble relied on black as its foundation, accented subtly with gray, evoking the glint of cold steel glimpsed within shadow. Its cowl, designed to conceal the wearer's face entirely. 2 daggers hung at the waist, and the cloak, billowing in wind during covert movement, would lend an undeniable air of elegance to any strike. Following Lin Feng's gaze and explained, that's my father's gift, my official adventuring attire. I'll likely wear it on future expeditions. Truly striking, though why does it include a black eye patch covering one eye? My father speaks little, but he is undeniably handsome. That's how he won Mother's heart. Though truth be told, she pursued him first. By the way, would you like to hear their love story? They told it to me often when I was young. My father's name is Lindeberg Bruster. And before Anne had even finished uttering the name, Lin Feng blurted out, and your father also bears the surname Bruster. Could your parents possibly be? And no, not at all. Mother adopted the surname Bruster later. Her maiden name was Claire. She added it upon discovering that many generations back her lineage also carried the Bruster name. Lin Feng murmured softly, and no wonder she knew about that ancestor of the family who once worshipped Rosalind. It must have been through meticulous research into the clan's history. And what did you say? I didn't catch that. Nothing much. Just joking that your family names are unusually long. And indeed. And smiled and said, in. That's precisely why my name is so short. Mother said it would save time signing documents. And more importantly, she wished for me to live safely and peacefully. I see. In. Well then, let's set aside my story for now. I meant to speak of my parents, yet somehow drifted back to myself. And cleared his throat, twice regaining the rhythm of storytelling. In. My mother Haylorth suffered from the same affliction in childhood, though her symptoms were far milder than mine. At those words, Lin Feng sank once more into quiet contemplation. Nan remained unaware that Lin Feng already knew the so-called illness was in truth a curse. Was this curse inherited by every member of the Bruster family, or was it confined to a single bloodline? And unaware of Lin Feng's pensive expression, and continued recounting his parents' courtship. All of Mother's siblings possessed varying degrees of magical aptitude, yet she herself displayed none, possessing only exceptional physical strength, which brought her countless hardships. Yet Mother never surrendered. Instead, she immersed herself in scholarly texts and became a certified appraiser, earning her livelihood by evaluating treasures recovered by adventuring parties. With that statement, Lin Feng's earlier hypothesis, that every Bruster bore the curse, was decisively refuted. Yet a contradiction lingered. The Haylorth of this tale lacked magical talent, while the Haylorth of reality stood as High Archmage of the realm's mage association. Lin Feng suppressed his rising doubts and listened on in after joining and parting from countless parties. Mother finally met father. My father Lindeberg appears aloof and taciturn, but in truth he simply struggles with speech, deeply anxious around others. Mother always said his soul was profoundly gentle. So Lindeberg is essentially socially anxious. Whenever mother faced peril, father would burst forth to rescue her, then vanish silently after resolving the crisis, refusing both conversation and gratitude. So, when did they finally speak to each other? It happened once when mother seized father's cloak just before he slipped away into stealth. A vivid image flashed across Lin Feng's mind. Lindeberg, mid-pirouette into elegant disappearance, suddenly yanked backward by immense force. His cool pose shattered, stumbling ungracefully into visibility. He turned, and there she was, Haylorth, sprinting toward him, breath ragged cheeks, flushed crimson, sweat glistening on her brow as she lifted her face to meet his gaze. This time, I finally caught you. And the gears of fate began to turn. Thus commenced the tale of maiden and youth. Damn it. Why does my imagination run this vividly? Lin Feng shook his head sharply, banishing the imagined opening sequence of some otherworldly romance anime. And he did not know his fantasy mirrored reality with uncanny precision. Mother told me she found father's flustered expression utterly endearing, and that day she held him in conversation for hours, gradually discerning his profound social reticence. A talkative girl and a stiff, stammering boy seated upright. Am I right? Nin nodded knowingly, wearing an expression that said, I understand exactly. Exactly. That's precisely how I felt when I first heard it. Ha, guessed it right. Truly worthy of me. Mother found his stark contrast irresistibly charming, and began seeking him out deliberately. At first he evaded her, until eventually he ceased resisting altogether. Because he realized, if he kept hiding he wouldn't reach her in time when danger struck. And if Lindeberg suffers from social anxiety, why did he help Haylorth in the first place? And didn't answer Lin Feng's question immediately, instead tilting his head curiously. Social anxiety, short for social anxiety disorder. Hence social anxiety for short. You've coined a term both concise and piercing, capturing father's nature perfectly. Lin Feng waved a hand modestly. Just average brilliance, really. Mother said it plainly, father's heart is deeply tender. So quietly he protected every single member of their party. Recalling something amusing and cupped a hand beside his mouth, leaning in conspiratorially, voice hushed with playful secrecy. Actually, father once confided in me that mother's extraordinary beauty drew his attention more intensely than anyone else's. Lin Feng recalled Haylorth's striking visage and nodded. Only natural. Once mother searched high and low for father, then on impulse called his name into empty air. And there he stood, right beside her. The moment her voice reached him, he materialized instantly. Mother scolded him for not revealing himself sooner, making her search so long. Father unusually countered. I didn't realize you were looking for me. And chuckled softly before continuing. But I only know how to search for you like this, mother replied. Haylorth had landed a direct emotional blow, and it struck with critical impact. Time flowed onward. The party assembled only briefly for commissions prepared to disband and scatter across the land. Mother had yet to recognize her own feelings, so on the eve before dissolution, she bade farewell to each member with solemn care. Only at last did she approach father. As always she spoke, while he listened, deep into the night, concluding, as ever, with a quiet goodbye. By this point Lin Feng leaned in, fully absorbed. And who doesn't cherish a pure, tender love story? The next morning mother felt strangely hollow, a deep, aching void within. She couldn't fathom why she'd endured countless farewells before, yet none had pierced her heart like this one. She longed to confide in someone, and according to her own account, the first face that rose in her mind was father's. In that instant she understood she loved him. She rushed to his room, only to find it utterly empty. Mother confessed she felt utterly shattered, convinced in that vast world they'd never meet again. And though the tale plunged into despair, Lin Feng remained unruffled, even faintly amused. For if this story ended tragically, how then did it exist? Just as mother, crestfallen, stepped out of the inn, she looked up, and there stood father before her. The usually silent man spoke, rarely and with quiet resolve. Were you searching for me? You said, you only know how to search for me this way. Mother said nothing, only threw her arms around him, holding him tight. Lin Feng clapped, genuinely moved. And no wonder, and yearned for such purity in love. And if this was how they confirmed their bond, what could their courtship possibly have been like? To witness this couple daily, to breathe in their unadulterated affection, was to be steeped in its essence. And even he, Lin Feng, found himself longing for such love. Later, after becoming pregnant with me, my mother decided to settle here. After giving birth to me, her long-dormant magical talent began to emerge. Because she had extensively read many books on magic and the Brewster family possessed numerous records on the subject, my mother progressed rapidly. Within a few short years, she became the president of the Mage Association. Thus, she was also known as a late-blooming mage. After finishing this sentence and yawned, the story was drawing to a close, and the hour was late. So Lin Feng said, let's call it a day. Good night. Indeed, I've never stayed up this late before. Tonight, I'm just a bit too excited. Good night, may you have sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Lin Feng and An each lay down on their beds. As a night owl, Lin Feng felt no immediate drowsiness. He lay there organizing the information he had gathered today. In truth, one point had been bothering Lin Feng. It was Anne's mention that after giving birth to him Haluos' talent as a mage began to manifest. This reminded Lin Feng of one of Anne's tags, Mage Abnormal. Could it be related to that curse? Could it be that the curse transfers to the offspring? After the transfer, would the previous host return to normal? What did the tag Naturin mean? And showed no bovine characteristics whatsoever, nor did her personality resemble that of a cow-headed person. Could it be that Naturin referred to the curse within her? But according to my earlier speculation, and should now be able to coexist peacefully with the curse. A curse that loves Naturin and a person who yearns for pure love forced into one body. Wouldn't they be fighting from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn? Thinking this, Lin Feng fell asleep in bed. Then he appeared in Rosalind's divine realm. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Rosalind was equally bewildered. She looked at Lin Feng, who had appeared in the divine realm, and asked, "How did you get to the divine realm?" Lin Feng planted his hands on his hips and retorted without hesitation, "You're asking me. I truly cannot understand why you are so full of exceptions. Doesn't that show your divine power was well spent?" The deity and the mortal exchanged glances, then both laughed at the same time. After the brief moment of joy, Lin Feng asked, "Isn't it something everyone can do to come here after falling asleep?" "Of course not. Only spirits and chosen ones can come to the divine realm in soul form when I expend divine power to summon them. But you just by falling asleep and without my summoning came directly here." Rosalind thought for a moment and offered an explanation. "Perhaps it's because your soul was created by my divine power, so traveling between the realms is convenient for you. However, unlike the previous soul state where I was fully energized, I now feel a sense of fatigue. This fatigue should come from my physical body. Then you should go and rest." "What should I do? Do I have to sleep again?" Rosalind was silent for a moment, then said, "Want to try? Yeah. No way who would come to the divine realm just to sleep." Lin Feng refused to do something that sounded utterly foolish, sleeping within a dream. "Speaking of which, I have something to ask you. What wrong did you do in the past that caused you to lose all your followers?" When Lin Feng asked this, Rosalind flashed a look of fear and unease, afraid that her past mistakes would be exposed. But soon she suppressed that anxiety. Those who dare not face their past failures have no future. Deities are beings born from a sufficient number of followers sharing the same collective thought. And I was originally born from the collective thought of those who had been treated unjustly by fate. Some were born with disabilities, some suffered injustice, some endured endless hardships, yet none of them ever gave up their struggle. This path was too difficult, so they imagined a deity who would accompany them along this arduous journey of resistance. And so, I was born. Although Lin Feng didn't understand why Rosalind felt the need to explain how she was born, he chose to listen attentively. Having been born in this way, I was destined to be closer to my followers than other deities. When my campaigns of resistance suffered repeated setbacks and the loss of followers grew severe, I attributed it all to my not behaving like a proper deity. So I began to imitate how other deities treated their followers, thinking that this would increase my numbers. But the truth is, your sudden coldness only made your remaining followers feel betrayed, and they abandoned you one after another. Yes, that was the mistake I once made. In hindsight, my actions were indeed a betrayal to them. They had already persisted in my cause against the world's understanding, and then I became aloof and distant. Under such double pressure, how could they not leave? By the time I noticed the massive exodus of followers, I had already wanted to give up. Rosalind looked into Lin Feng's amber gold eyes, her gaze filled with complex emotions. "Can you understand? When I saw the followers who had left me living happily in this world, at least much happier than under my guidance. For a long time I thought letting go would be better. At least my followers after leaving me lived better lives than before. So I withdrew my gaze from the mortal world." Hearing this, Lin Feng was puzzled and asked, "From what you're saying, you should have been utterly disheartened and completely given up. But why are you now choosing to fight alongside me?" "That's because long after I had withdrawn my attention, I looked upon the world again and found that there were still a group of followers who persisted. They made me realize that my followers were far stronger than I had imagined and far more steadfast than I. Even though I had given up, they still held on. The followers I once led had, without my knowing, walked ahead of me." But then Rosalind let out a deep sigh. "Unfortunately, I woke up too late. The demise of my followers was already inevitable. Comrades fell one after another, all followers departed, and the entire world sank into a temporary peace. These successive blows drove me to hide in the divine realm, unwilling to cast another glance upon the world. After spending centuries alone in the divine realm, I finally gave up on myself and used all my divine power for summoning. I thought no one would respond and that I would die as my divine power was exhausted. But when you answered the call, a flicker of hope rose in my heart. But after the divine revelation, you said your only ability was to see others' tags. So you fell into despair. Because you had said from the start that you didn't want to accompany me to fight the Demon King, I intended to set you free. But who could have imagined that after hearing all this you would still be willing to be this hero? Maybe I share the same thought as those followers who stayed until the very end." Upon hearing this, Rosalind revealed a faint smile. "I truly see their shadows in you. So, as long as you walk the path of resistance, I will walk with you until I fade from this world and can no longer aid you. I have already failed once, so this time I will die before you, but I will never give up before you do. It seems you still lack full confidence in me, so readily resorting to examples of crisis and self-sacrifice to secure survival." Rosalind blinked in surprise, then began retracing every word she had spoken, murmuring as she did I? You did. Rosalind sighed helplessly and spread her hands. Very well. I confess I am somewhat pessimistic. Yet your words truly moved me. You have not disappointed the faithful who stood by you until the very end. Let us strive together to make their unwavering devotion meaningful. A flicker of genuine emotion shimmered in Rosalind's eyes. Those words had struck deep into her heart. Her gaze softened as she looked upon her hero, and she gave a gentle, solemn nod. By the way, does this state mean I can adventure by day and secretly grind here in the divine realm by night? Grind? Lin Feng glanced at Rosalind's puzzled expression and explained, it means redoubling one's efforts beyond measure. I advise you to sleep properly instead. As one possessing a physical body in the mortal world, you do feel fatigue, and pushing yourself as before over time may exact an unforeseen toll on your spirit. That is a concern, but not an insurmountable one. Above all, I hope my hero remains unharmed. Ah, what a coincidence. Your hero thinks the same. In my world, however, we rarely retire so early. Coming here is rather pleasant. It's companionship for you, the solitary old deity. Does solitude never weigh upon you? Is it not you who is here with me, eh? Haha. Now that you say it, I do feel rather accomplished. As Lin Feng spoke, his form suddenly grew translucent. My physical body appears to be waking. I think someone is calling me. Before Lin Feng's soul departed the divine realm, Rosalind's voice whispered softly into his ear. You haven't rested at all. Perhaps you arrived here because just before falling asleep you longed to see me. Next time try focusing solely on slumber. Understood, Lin Feng replied, but whether Rosalind heard him remained uncertain. Moments later he opened his eyes upon his bed. Waking abruptly mid-sleep brought a wave of discomfort. He rubbed his eyes and turned toward the one who had roused him, and, for reasons unknown, and wore a single eye patch, concealing his azure eye, leaving only the golden one visible, while holding aloft a flickering oil lamp. Why wake me so suddenly? Lin Feng broke off mid-sentence, the drowsiness vanishing from his eyes like mist before dawn, replaced by razor-sharp clarity. He studied in, the face unchanged yet the aura utterly transformed. You are not in. You are the other soul dwelling within his body. Brat, you are perceptive and clever. Oh, modesty forbids. I merely possess a touch more sensitivity to resonance than most. Lin Feng rose from the bed and glanced out the window. Night reigned thick and deep. What could possibly warrant summoning me at this hour? Certain matters cannot be broached before the child. Now that he sleeps we may speak freely. Follow me. The child was he referring to in? So his intuition had been correct. The curse appeared benign, no malevolent spirit at all. Lin Feng followed silently behind him. Tell me, why the eye patch? Whether you're worthy of knowing remains unproven. Pass the trial first, and then I'll tell you. A trial? Whose trial? The trial of the child's father, Lindbergh. He has returned. Indeed, his longing to meet you was so fierce he couldn't even wait until morning. A sudden absurd sensation washed over him, as if he'd eloped with someone's daughter and the furious father had stormed in. Damn it, don't mistake your son for a daughter. I didn't abduct your daughter. You don't have a daughter. Amid this furious inner tirade, Lin Feng was led to a space resembling a training ground. Truly, An's family possessed staggering wealth. Within their own home, they had assembled every conceivable facet of life. With such a training ground at hand, An's personal strength must be formidable. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He noticed a lone figure standing at the center of the training ground. Moonlight, faint and diffuse, obscured details, only a vague silhouette emerged from the gloom. Tall yet powerfully built, not slender but statuesque. Clad entirely in black, had drawn low over his face. A soft breeze stirred his cloak, lending him an ethereal drifting grace. The figure stood with his back turned. The moment Lin Feng and entered, luminous magical runes bloomed across the floor. Then threads of light wove between them, coalescing into a radiant sigil. The once murky training ground, bathed only in pale moonlight, now blazed with brilliance. As light flooded the space, the shadow turned. Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, the instant illumination flared. Beneath the hood lay only impenetrable mist, no feature discernible. Yet Lin Feng felt unmistakably the weight of a piercing, appraising gaze fixed upon him. If one sentence could capture the man before him, it would be this. His mere posture radiated terrifying power. Is some enchantment concealing his face? As Lin Feng pondered, Heloise's voice chimed beside him. Isn't my beloved handsome? Lin Feng whirled, only to find Heloise already standing at his side, as if she'd materialized from thin air. Did you rouse me at midnight just to ask that? Heloise sighed faintly. Though disturbing a guest's rest violates etiquette, I simply couldn't refuse him. Lindbergh approached slowly. As distance narrowed, the hood remained a void. No contour, no hint of facial structure revealed. So, magic indeed. Heloise stepped beside Lindbergh and joined them. At last the three stood united, a family whole. Lin Feng surveyed the trio and quipped. So, will you three gang up on me? Heloise hadn't expected that. She burst into laughter, caught utterly off guard. Of course not. My husband merely feels uneasy about his child's future companion, and wishes to assess you himself. Suddenly Lindbergh tugged gently at Heloise's sleeve and bent slightly. She leaned in instinctively, ear poised. After whispering something inaudible, Lindbergh straightened. Heloise's expression softened into resigned amusement. He says he's not particularly impressed by you. Just as Lin Feng contemplated countering with, but chose to follow me, Heloise added. He requests you undergo his trial. What trial? He wishes to see how long you endure beneath his assault. Lin Feng eyed Lindbergh, whose true strength remained utterly inscrutable. Are you certain he isn't simply seeking pretext to thrash me? Never. That would be beneath him. He possesses too much restraint to bully one so much younger. Yet, Heloise's lips curved into a mischievous smile. As a father he might indulge in a minor mischief or two. Then I have no weapon. Lindbergh said nothing, merely raised a hand and tossed Lin Feng 2 daggers. Lin Feng caught them effortlessly. He examined the blades, cold, gleaming, edged with lethal precision. Clearly this had been prepared in advance. He swung them lightly, testing balance and weight, acclimating himself to their heft and rhythm. They were exceptional, finely forged, perfectly balanced. One dagger spun once in his palm before settling point, aimed steadily at Lindbergh. Begin. 2 months sparring with Rosalind, and this daunted him. Level 1. Legendary Lin Feng fears no legend. Heloise's eyes widened slightly. Then she laughed again, murmuring with quiet reverence. Truly, youth is magnificent. Hiya Lucy, and retreated to a safe position, watching the 2 figures facing off in the training ground. Get ready, 3, 2, 1. Begin. As Hiya Lucy's voice fell, the 2 on the training ground vanished from their spots, almost simultaneously. Senior, how long do you think Lin Feng can hold out? That brat is arrogant beyond measure, so he must have some real skill. However, since Lindbergh is a grandmaster, even if he holds back, I doubt he'll last long. I'm quite optimistic about him. Oh, why? Because he is very clever. The crisp clang of metal colliding suddenly rang out on the empty field. Sparks flew from the clash of 2 daggers, illuminating both faces. Their figures briefly materialized before vanishing once more. This brief collision was like the first shot of a war. After that, the sound of weapons clashing on the field was unceasing. The sparks from countless weapon clashes resembled a fireworks show unfolding in the training ground. Oh, Lin Feng can actually detect his father's stealth. Could he be a prodigy assassin too? No, that brat didn't detect Lindbergh's stealth. En's golden eyes locked onto the training ground, watching the 2 figures rapidly flickering across the field. In his eyes their speed slowed down countless times, allowing him to see every detail of their exchange. Instead he swiftly defended during the brief moment Lindbergh materialized to attack. Such fast reaction speed. Lindbergh too found during the repeated clashes that Lin Feng was no simple opponent. He could even keep up with his speed, and seemed to have some room to spare. Good. Let me see how strong you truly are. Lindbergh suddenly accelerated his attacks, falling like a storm of wind and rain. Lin Feng quickly adapted, shrinking his range of movement and focusing all his attention on defense. The sparks that had once scattered across the entire field gradually began to converge under Lindbergh's pressure. Although Lin Feng was falling into a disadvantage, En's assessment of him only rose. Assassin strike with a single lethal blow. This kid has been defending for so long. He looks so young, how can his combat experience be so rich? Hiya Lucy shrugged and said, I don't know much about assassins, but does that mean Lin Feng performed well? Indeed, not bad. But he also... Wait. And squinted his eyes as he watched Lin Feng, without any pause after blocking the last strike, move his dagger to another position. The next second Lindbergh's dagger stabbed exactly there. Blades met, scraping sparks from the 2 daggers. In the firelight, Lin Feng's expression was fully visible. He was smiling. Lindbergh, having his attack predicted, was momentarily stunned after being blocked. He has figured out Lindbergh's attack style. In such a short time. Seizing the moment of Lindbergh's hesitation, Lin Feng's dagger coiled toward him like a venomous snake. Facing the incoming dagger, Lindbergh stepped back, dodging the strike. His offensive was interrupted. Hey, can I use other means to assist in battle? After all, my forte isn't being an assassin. The corner of Lindbergh's mouth, hidden beneath the shadow, curled upward slightly. This was far more interesting than teaching those apprentices in the Assassin Guild. Lindbergh spun his dagger, pointing the blade at Lin Feng, mimicking Lin Feng's earlier motion exactly. Then he tilted the blade upward slightly, conveying a message through action. Lin Feng laughed. As you wish. With permission granted, Lin Feng launched an attack swiftly. Lindbergh defended easily, and was about to counterattack when a sudden sense of danger made him turn his head instinctively. A green wind blade grazed his hood. Hiya Lucy, who had been watching, exclaimed, Chantless magic. And such fast casting speed. Does he also have talent as a mage? Several green magic circles opened around Lin Feng, coordinating with his attacks, and striking at Lindbergh from various tricky angles. True to his reputation as a grandmaster assassin, Lindbergh snapped out of his brief stupor, and reacted instantly, parrying Lin Feng's dagger while dodging the magical attacks. Numerous tricky wind blades, and the dagger, came simultaneously. Though Lin Feng's movements were fast, to Lindbergh they seemed like slow motion. Lin Feng had successfully cornered him into a position where no matter which way he dodged he would be hit. Of course, this was under the assumption that Lindbergh was still holding back. Seeing Lin Feng unleash his full power, Lindbergh no longer regarded him as a mere examinee, but considered him an opponent capable of posing a threat. Lindbergh stopped holding back. The full speed of a grandmaster assassin was unleashed, and in an instant he escaped from the intricate net Lin Feng had woven, appearing behind Lin Feng, who was completely defenseless. You've truly surprised me. No wonder you could convince Hiya Lucy. Lindbergh raised his dagger and aimed it at Lin Feng's neck. Of course he used the blunt side, but at that moment veins suddenly bulged on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's speed, which had been in slow motion, surged again, matching Lindbergh's pace as he twisted to avoid the dagger strike. Lindbergh was momentarily startled. Seeing the bulging veins and the bloodshot eyes, he understood immediately. Frenzy. Using this technique meant Lin Feng had reached his limit, for once the frenzy ended, he would fall into a weakened state. Lin Feng was well aware of this, and he knew that this frenzy was merely a last-ditch effort. But so what? Just because he couldn't win, should he stop fighting? That wasn't like him. Lindbergh looked at the smile on Lin Feng's lips and the overflowing battle intent in his eyes. At that moment, Lindbergh's emotions were stirred by Lin Feng's. He only wanted to fight with all his might against this person before him. Both reached their peak speed. The blades of their daggers turned into countless white flashes, colliding in mid-air with a ceaseless clatter. Soon Lin Feng's blade light was suppressed. He leaped back to create distance and threw both daggers like throwing knives. Lindbergh swayed left, then right, easily dodging the flying daggers. The next moment, his two daggers were pressed against both sides of Lin Feng's neck. Lindbergh looked at Lin Feng, who was crouching and gasping due to the frenzy side effects, and said, "It's over. At least, I landed 2 hits on you at the end." Lindbergh was taken aback, then turned his head. 2 green magic circles were aimed at him, wind blades ready to shoot, but not yet fired. A trade-off. I'm fine with it. Lindbergh chuckled and sheathed his daggers. Lin Feng was indeed formidable, undeniable so. Looking at Lindbergh still standing before him, Lin Feng sighed. Burned out, leaving only a Sarairo wrapped in pale ash. This was a sparring match. No lethal moves, no dirty tricks, yet he had to stand out. Too troublesome. If he could have fought to kill from the start, exploiting information disparity and the opponent's carelessness. Not killing the enemy, but escaping would have been no problem. At that moment, a hand entered Lin Feng's sight. It was Lindbergh's hand. Good fight. Lin Feng smiled, grabbed Lindbergh's hand, and stood up. You know what's good? How Lucy ran over. Chantless magic. Instant magic circles. Multicasting. Without a wand. How did you do that? Lin Feng frowned slightly, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, isn't that basic? That one sentence left Lucy speechless. As a Grandmaster mage, she felt for the first time a strong urge to punch someone. As a mage, hearing you say that truly vexes me. Lin Feng watched Heluo's, whose composure seemed to waver ever so slightly, and felt a flicker of bewilderment. At its core, magic is nothing more than an intricate assembly of arcane runes. Precisely. That is why incantations are required, to aid the mage in mentally constructing the spell array. Yet each spell array contains far too many runes. Relying solely on rote memorization places extraordinary demands upon one's memory. Heluo sighed. This remains one of the profession's most persistent challenges. Mages are inherently rare in talent, and their craft demands such formidable intellectual rigor that mastery eludes all but the most gifted. To become a formidable mage, one must overcome this barrier, forcing oneself to engrave every intricate configuration of the spell arrays into memory. In truth, transforming this reality is not beyond possibility. Lin Feng casually conjured a spell array before him. Through extensive experimentation and rigorous study, I uncovered a fascinating principle. Within any spell array, only a select few runes hold essential significance. The rest serve merely as connective pathways linking those core runes. Oh, Heluo's interest quickened. Contemporary mages rely almost entirely on memorization. The greater one's capacity to retain complex configurations, the greater one's potential to ascend. Failure to do so renders advancement impossible. The path is ruthlessly talent-dependent. Hence, most mages stall at a single tier, their growth arrested for life. This arduous learning paradigm stems from the spell array's exquisite precision. Even the slightest deviation guarantees catastrophic casting failure. And failure is the mildest consequence. If an inadvertent alteration distorts the array into something aberrant, unpredictable phenomena may erupt from within it. Countless spells now wielded by mages were painstakingly forged through generations of perilous trial, each born from courage, sacrifice, and near-fatal error. Thus, mages dare not arbitrarily alter runes. Yet should one master the art of rune modification, legendary status becomes inevitable, merely a matter of time. I designate those indispensable runes as core runes, while the connective ones I term arcane traceries. So when I cast, the spell array dissolved before Lin Feng's eyes, then reformed deliberately slower this time, so O's could observe each phase clearly. First I shape the core runes with mana, then I weave the arcane traceries to bind them together. Thus the spell array coalesces. Heluo stared utterly stunned as Lin Feng summoned the array with such nonchalance, akin to explaining lunar travel in 3 simple steps: donning a spacesuit, boarding a rocket, landing on the moon. The sheer absurdity lay in the fact that he had, against all odds, actually reached the moon using that rudimentary blueprint. After a brief, breathless pause, Heluo asked, How did you discern which runes were core? I dismantled each rune one by one, observing whether the array retained function, and thus verified which were indispensable. How have you survived this long? Yes, this research carries inherent peril, but perhaps fortune favors me. I, Lin Feng, am blessed with a luck. Of course, that was mere bravado. The truth was years of relentless, sleepless study within the divine realm. Their explosions, blinding flashes, conflagrations, and surging currents erupted without warning. Every conceivable anomaly occurred repeatedly. Yet this was Rosalind's divine realm. Each calamity found her shielding him without fail. Shall I call you a genius, or simply mad? Are geniuses ever anything but? Moreover, I've made another discovery. Another? You hesitate. Is it because you've yet to grasp what your revelations mean for mages? No, not at all. It's simply overwhelming. It merely upends the entire mage tradition, hardly worth such astonishment. Astonishment. A faint wry smile curved Haluo's lips. In that moment she truly felt ancient, outpaced by time. Were today's youth truly this audacious? After comparing numerous spell arrays, I observed that certain arcane traceries recur across multiple configurations. Through exhaustive analysis, cross-referencing, and systematic arrangement, I distilled a universally applicable sequence of arcane traceries. I call it the universal arcane tracery. Wait, does this mean that memorizing just this one pattern, then using it to interlink core runes, suffices to complete any spell array? As Lin Feng spoke these words with unruffled calm, 9 spell arrays bloomed simultaneously behind him. Well, isn't this a rather intriguing breakthrough? Halos gazed at the 9 shimmering arrays, fell silent for a long moment, then fixed Lin Feng with a searching look. Are you by chance the illegitimate son of the arcane goddess? That reaction caught me entirely off guard. No, it's perfectly rational. What's irrational is you, father. Father, come lend me a hand. I'm about to collapse. Lindbergh stepped forward and steadied Haluo's with outstretched hands. Lindbergh and an understood little of arcane theory. Throughout the exchange they listened in baffled awe, impressed yet utterly mystified. Finally Lin Feng turned to Wen. If I'm not mistaken, you two face some form of trial or assessment. If it involves combat, however, I decline to participate. My mana is nearly depleted, my stamina exhausted, and the berserker's backlash still lingers. Rest assured, today's battles have been ample enough. I neither seek advantage in weakness, nor wish to overpower the young. Lin Feng narrowed his gaze at him. Now that you say that, I find myself eager to test you. Oh, let me clarify, I surpass even Lindbergh in strength. Yet you remain but a soul confined within N's body. No matter your prowess, how much can his vessel truly endure? And gave a light dismissive laugh and shrugged. Speed alone ensures your swift defeat. Lin Feng glanced at Lindbergh. He voiced no objection to Anne's claim. So it was true. What are you exactly? That, dear friend, is precisely what we shall discuss next. Just then Hoos interjected. Let us dispense with verbal exposition here. Shall we continue indoors? All readily agreed. Lin Feng hurried to retrieve the 2 daggers he'd earlier flung aside. His throw had been effortless, his retrieval undignified. He handed both daggers to Lindbergh. Lindbergh glanced at them. Keep them. Consider them a gift for your companion and generous. Lin Feng smiled and accepted the offering. Earned fair and square. Halos watched Lin Feng accept the blades. It seems I too must prepare a gift, perhaps a wand. Do you have any preferences? Lin Feng paused thoughtfully. A beginner's short wand will suffice. Surely something more advanced would suit you better? Even a plain wooden rod would serve me well. I need only what feels right in hand. Halos tilted her head, a subtle smirk forming. Geniuses, after all, are often eccentric, and if this was his wish, so be it. So what exactly are you? A curse? A soul? A minotaur? And raised an eyebrow looking at Lin Feng. You guessed that I'm a curse, a soul trapped inside the kid's body, but how did you even figure out that I'm a minotaur? Could it be that when I control the body, my behavior resembles that of a bovine subhuman? What if I said I guessed it? Would you believe me? Do you think I would believe that? And crossed his arms looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. I had to try. And didn't reply, merely staring at Lin Feng. Truly one could tell at a glance that the person had changed, and would never make such an expression. It's just a special ability granted by a deity. So, you're a hero. That's right, a hero of the goddess named Rosalind. That explains quite a lot. At that moment Lucy arrived carrying several cups of freshly brewed steaming hot tea. She handed a cup to Lin Feng. Careful, it's hot. Thank you. Then she handed a cup to Wen. Senior, this one is for you. Thank you. Lucy then took the remaining 2 cups and sat down beside Lin D. Burge. This time without a word, she simply handed the cup to Lin D. Burge, who took it casually. Their movements of holding, drinking, and savoring the tea were surprisingly identical. By the way, Lin D. Burge's face was shrouded in a mist, yet he could still drink tea. Magic truly is marvelous. Lin Feng also took a sip of the warm tea, feeling the warmth gradually spread through his body, and even his weakened body suffering from the berserk side effects felt much relieved at this moment. Bliss. Lucy calls you senior, yet you call me kid left and right. From this it seems you must be quite old, right? Quite old, I suppose. Roughly speaking, I should be about 700 or 800 years old. Oh, so you're an old geezer. Old geezer. Lin Feng revealed a smile and said, it's just a respectful term for the elderly. I find that highly suspicious. Relax, it's not some strange insulting word. The offensive one would be old bastard. Isn't that quite close? With all due respect, many swear words differ from normal words by just a single character. So please, old geezer, don't be too sensitive. Having lived so long, you should be very good at accepting new things. Lin Feng said with a straight face. Your mom and your mother differ by only one character, yet the meanings are completely different. A perfect example to support my argument. Thus Lin Feng wasn't just talking nonsense. At least he convinced himself of that. So what exactly are you? Kid, since you're so smart, why don't you ask the questions you want to know? That'll save a lot of time. Good idea. I want to go back to sleep soon. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, what kind of curse are you? How does it work? Do you transfer among people with Belisite bloodline? I don't know what kind of curse I am, but I was forced into the body of a Bulicite family member not voluntarily. According to my speculation, I was likely designed as a weapon with the purpose of interfering with and contaminating the host's soul. As for the last question, yes, I do transfer among those with Bulicite bloodline. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent, gradually digesting the information. Why are you so sure you were used as a weapon? Though somewhat vague, my earliest memories are from 1,000 years ago, and at that time. It was the Ragnarok. A strange weapon used by the demon race. Since you say you're a weapon, how do you attack the host to achieve the weapon's effect? Remember the strange illness the kid mentioned? That is the effect I have on the host. I see. And experiencing that condition as a child. Normally, it would be difficult to survive truly achieving the goal of eliminating the enemy, and could be used as a weapon by the demon race. Moreover, it can lock onto bloodline inheritance to transfer hosts. It's quite uncanny. Both like genetic contamination and a magical curse. Earlier and indeed said that Isekai also had the same illness, but milder than his. Why do symptoms vary in severity among different hosts? What are the conditions for the curse to transfer to a new host? Will the curse be annihilated along with the host's death? 3 questions surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Everything that had happened since meeting and all the information gathered flashed through his thoughts. Finally, Lin Feng recalled 2 key pieces of information, and had said that his mother was a late-blooming mage whose talent was unleashed after giving birth to him, and it also had a mage tag, but it was in an abnormal state. Does this mean that the level of one's mage talent affects the severity of the illness? Can talent suppress the curse? Following this line of thought, it would also explain why Isekai, despite having Bulicite bloodline, bears the surname Kalair. Because talent can suppress the curse. Even if one originally had talent, it would be lost due to the curse becoming ordinary. Such a person would definitely lose ground in family power struggles, gradually being marginalized until even their surname changed. As more information supports the inference, the credibility of this hypothesis grows. Let's hypothesize further. The condition for the curse to transfer might be the birth of an offspring. As for the last question, Lin Feng was more inclined to believe that the curse does not disappear when the host dies. Otherwise, the probability of someone born with a negative buff surviving all the way to now without incident would be far too low. Lin Feng looked at him and poured out all his conjectures. You are truly clever, much more so than most people I have met. So I guessed right. Almost entirely. Now I have one more question. Ask away. Why do you as a curse appear so normal? Right now you seem more like a guardian spirit to me than a curse. As you guessed, the talent of mages suppresses me. The Bulicite family is a renowned mage family, and almost every generation manages to suppress me. Those with strong talent suppress me into deep slumber. Those with weak talent allow me to awaken and view the world from the host's perspective. This is also why my earliest memories are from 1,000 years ago, but I count only 700 or 800 years of life, because for several hundred years I was in a state of coma. Do you mean that these 700 or 800 years have gradually turned you from a curse into something more like a person? Yes, several hundred years were enough for me to go from understanding nothing at the beginning to gradually comprehending human emotions, and then to developing my own consciousness. Just as Rome conquered the world twice, civilization eventually tamed the wild. Then why did you with your consciousness cause him to suffer so much? The curse fell silent for a while, then said in a heavy tone, "That is all my fault. After acquiring self-awareness, I came to understand human emotions, and quite naturally began to feel them myself. Yet I was trapped within the body of a member of the Brewster family, utterly isolated with no one to speak to. When my host slept, I endured an indescribable solitude. For over 2 decades I accompanied him. When he fathered a child, I knew him more intimately than anyone else in the world. Even in those earliest moments of consciousness, I often mistook myself for the host himself, and sighed deeply and said, reality taught me that I am nothing more than a curse imprisoned within a human vessel. I never wished to harm anyone, yet my very existence inflicts suffering upon them. Indeed, it is profoundly tragic. But how precisely does this relate to your harming an eye?" Lin Feng regarded the man seated across from him. Did you deliberately intensify the curse's destructive effect? Or did you attempt to seize control of his body? You've guessed half correctly. The boy's affliction stems from my soul breaching the barrier of magical aptitude and making contact with his soul. A soul that has existed for 7 or 8 centuries confronting one that has barely existed for a few years. The outcome was inevitable. Yet at that moment, I truly had no idea what would unfold. And set down his teacup and gazed into its surface where the reflection of red tea mirrored his own face. The face of Brewster, the child he had watched grow from infancy. Every mage's innate magical aptitude differs. The stronger it is, the greater its suppression upon me, the weaker, the less it constrains me. Before this boy, the weakest suppression I'd ever encountered merely allowed my emotions to subtly influence my host. Judging by your words, and is exceptional. Precisely, he is exceptional. He nodded, affirming Lin Feng's observation. And's magical aptitude is not weak, yet it is just barely sufficient. His suppression of me resembles nothing more than a fragile sheet of paper, one gentle touch, and it tears apart. Which meant that after centuries of solitude, I finally stood on the threshold of genuine conversation. He closed his eyes. He first realized this truth the moment the infant was born, when Anne's soul was still but a faint trembling spark. Ecstatic, he yearned daily for the child to grow, eager to test whether speech might become possible. and grew day by day, soon beginning to form memories. I ought to have waited until his soul matured fully, before attempting dialogue. But I could not wait. I longed, desperately, to speak with another human. I was nearly driven mad by the craving. Over these centuries I inhabited countless bodies, witnessing their adventures, loves, and growth, only to watch them die, then observe their passing again through the eyes of their own descendants. I wept and rejoiced alongside them, yet they remained utterly unaware. Oh, how I yearned to speak with them. He remembered their lives likely forgotten even by every branch of the present-day Brewster family, yet preserved vividly in his memory. Yet no one knew he remembered. I longed, truly longed, to tell someone, to share that once such a person existed in this world, that this world also harbors a curse, one that remembers them all. So the moment the boy began speaking fluently, I pierced that fragile seal and reached out to speak with him. Judging by your expression, the result was less than favorable, wasn't it? The instant my soul made contact with the boy's, it began devouring his, uncontrollably. Though I severed that connection instantly and resealed the barrier, the damage inflicted upon the boy's soul was devastating. Guilt flickered across N's face. The boy was the only being, after centuries, who offered the possibility of true communion, a hope I had cherished for hundreds of years, yet nearly destroyed with my own hands. Recalling those moments filled him with dread. Watching the boy's soul tormented by fragments of his own, he could only stand helplessly at the edge of the seal, praying fervently that the boy would endure. Fortunately, the boy endured. Through sheer resilience, he assimilated the fragments of my soul. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice pulled him back from the abyss of recollection. I have a question. What is it? How did you resist the overwhelming temptation to fully consume and soul and live in this world as him? And froze. Only then did he realize such a choice had existed. Yet, since the very beginning, not even a single thought of seizing his identity had crossed his mind. Why? After contemplation, he found his answer, and a gentle smile softened his features as he spoke slowly. Having witnessed generation after generation bearing the name Brewster, perhaps I long ago ceased to see them as strangers. To me they are no different from my own children, and who truly would ever raise a hand against their own child? Time is wondrous indeed. It can transform even a weapon into a person. I too find it astonishing. We share a long, intricate bond with the Brewster family. Lin Feng sipped his tea and asked, you still haven't explained how N recovered. That was due entirely to the boy himself. After enduring immense suffering, he assimilated my soul fragments, and upon doing so he became aware of my presence. Recalling the day the boy approached him voluntarily, he couldn't suppress a tender smile. It had been utterly breathtaking. That day the boy walked up to me and greeted me. I was overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Feng watched him with quiet amusement and asked, how overwhelming? Awe, astonishment, and profound remorse flooded me. I fell to my knees before him then, and there confessing my transgression, revealing that every hardship he had endured stemmed solely from me. I proposed atonement, tearing my soul into fragments for him to gradually absorb. This would serve both as penance, and I hoped grant me final release from eternal existence. But the boy refused. A rare, radiant smile, reserved only for cherished memories, lit Anne's face. He said, you didn't harm me intentionally. You only sought friendship. What pain you caused was never your will. I understand loneliness too. Mother taught me only through measured forgiveness can friendship endure. So I forgive you, and in return be my friend. What I need most right now is a friend. Lin Feng fell silent for a long moment. Then he glanced toward Heluos. She responded with a smug, triumphant smile, the kind reserved for a mother radiating quiet pride. Look, my son is extraordinary. Indeed, the Brewster upbringing is unparalleled. Lin Feng turned his gaze back to Anne and asked, so, was Anne's recovery rooted in that moment? In truth, his improvement began the instant he assimilated my soul fragments. What followed wasn't merely his healing, it was mine. The boy and I gradually discovered a way to coexist, even allowing me in this state brief moments of presence in the mortal realm. How was this achieved? Initially, we anchored soul switching to specific physical actions. Performing that action triggered the transition. For instance, shifting a blindfold would toggle between us. But after centuries of practice, we long ago abandoned external triggers, relying instead on pure volition. Still, I retain the habit of wearing the blindfold. This venerable entity, once branded a curse, is in truth far more akin to a guardian spirit. A guardian cloaked in the guise of a curse. Truly, through sheer determination, they carved a perfect ending from among countless paths leading to ruin. What remarkable individuals, destined to meet each flawlessly complementing the other. A single misstep at any stage would have shattered this harmony. Lin Feng looked at him and asked, Elder, what do you intend to do in the future? What do you intend to do? He fell into silence. It seemed he had never seriously contemplated such a question. After all, in his eyes, his present life was already enough to be called happiness. Yet after Lin Feng's reminder, he began to realize this was no longer a matter he could avoid confronting. And was extraordinary, but extraordinary as he might be, he remained mortal. He would age and inevitably pass away. And when that time came, what then? Would he simply revert to his former state after and bore offspring? Having tasted this life, could he truly bear returning to the one before? No clear plan yet. Lin Feng's voice snapped him back from his reverie. Faced with the question, he remained silent. That silence itself was an answer. Then let me offer you a direction. I believe your most urgent task right now is to choose a proper name for yourself. Calling you in feels strangely unnatural. Old Master suits only as a teasing nickname. You deserve a true, dignified name. With a wry self-mocking smile he replied, what use does a curse have for a name? Aren't you still trapped in the past? You ceased being a curse long ago. What curse could possibly fail to act upon its target? You've changed. Perhaps centuries ago you already did. He sighed faintly, a resigned, almost defeated smile playing on his lips, as if to say, I cannot argue with you. You're right, but a name isn't conjured in an instant. On that point I have a suggestion. Let's hear it. I think you should be called Broster. Are you joking with me? His brow furrowed as he turned sharply toward Lin Feng. You know full well the magnitude of suffering I inflicted upon it, and that was merely a fraction of the devastation I wrought. You asked me, the curse who brought endless turmoil upon the Broster family, to adopt Broster as my own name. What absurd jest is this? As his voice grew stern and tension thickened the air, Hayelosi spoke up. Elder, may I interject? Hayelosi, what would you say? Holding Lindbergh's hand, Hayelosi rose to her feet. Indeed, I endured great hardship because of you. But without those trials I would never have met Lindbergh nor given birth to him. I cannot fathom what kind of life I'd have led without you. But rather than dwell on such hollow hypothetical alternatives, I hold in my hands a tangible, undeniable happiness. So, Hayelosi gazed steadily at him and said earnestly, I only wish you to understand, though you brought suffering, you brought more than suffering alone. I cannot speak for every host you ever possessed, but as Hayelosi Claire Broster, I forgive you the anguish you caused me. Hayelosi, your words move me deeply. Yet even if you grant me absolution, I cannot accept this name. Your happiness was not born of my suffering, but forged by you, Hayelosi, through sheer will and perseverance amidst that very suffering. Nor can I cleanse my sins with the flimsy justification that the outcome turned out well. At that moment Lin Feng spoke calmly, Old Master, I dislike beating around the bush, so I'll speak plainly. After uttering those words, Lin Feng drew a deep breath and roared, You fool. You've pondered this for centuries, and still haven't grasped the truth. You are not the true perpetrator. He froze stunned, murmuring softly, the true perpetrator. Yes, the one who cursed you and bound you to the Broster line. He is the true murderer. He alone bears responsibility for all this. How foolish of you to shoulder every sin yourself. Was it your choice? Did you choose to inflict suffering? Did you volunteer to become a curse? Was any of this within your control? Lin Feng's words struck him like hammer blows to the chest, leaving him motionless, breathless, utterly stunned. We ask you to take the name Broster, because those Brosters who suffered under the curse are gone, and you alone remain the sole witness to their torment. If their original names were the first part of their identity, then you are the final syllable, the Broster that follows them. You are the avenger they never had. Only you can redress their injustice. The one who cursed you, the architect of ruin across generation after generation of Brosters, still walks free. And yet you, the avenger, stand here believing you are the criminal. Lin Feng found the irony unbearable, and couldn't help mocking the ancient fool twice sharp and dry. Don't you see how utterly ridiculous you are? Wake up. Then turn your wrath toward the true enemy. Revenge. For every Broster whose name you carry in memory. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the chamber, and stood frozen, unblinking, unable to stir from his shock. For a long while no one spoke. The room sank into an uncanny heavy silence. Hayelosi marveled at Lin Feng's bluntness. Lindbergh, ever taciturn, offered no comment. Lin Feng himself gave the old master space to reflect, to comprehend. After an indeterminate span of time, a derisive snort escaped his lips. Like a switch flipped, he burst into unrestrained laughter. That laughter brimmed with self-mockery and absurdity. Centuries of repression, centuries of guilt, centuries of bewilderment, all seemed to erupt, released at last in wave after wave of wild, cathartic mirth. He laughed until his breath gave out, then wiped away tears streaming from his eyes, drawn forth by sheer uncontainable mirth. At that moment his heart felt lighter than it had in ages, pure, unburdened, radiant. I failed to grasp this for so long. Truly the most foolish being beneath heaven. You're right, boy, you're absolutely right. No need to thank me, old master. And yes, I already know you're a fool, no need to reiterate it. At least preserve a shred of dignity before your juniors. Honestly, I'm beginning to feel embarrassed for you. How much face must an elder lose? Don't you feel you're pushing your luck just a bit? Am I? I don't think so. Enough of this banter. Lin Feng dropped his playful tone, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon him, and asked earnestly, Now tell me, what is your name? No, Broster, met his gaze with unwavering resolve, and declared, My name is Broster. And now what will you do? I will seek a way to sever my bond with the child, and then pursue the true culprit, the originator of all this suffering, revenge. For Hayelosi, for myself, the one cursed, and above all for every Broster who endured agony because of this fate. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. So you're not quite beyond redemption after all. When did I ever notice your tongue was so sharp? Lies wound gently, but truth cuts like a blade. When truth stings, look inward, not outward, for the flaw. You boys speak in polished aphorisms. I'll spare us both the debate. Hayelosi watched Broster quietly from the side. After that outburst of laughter, Broster was like a sky suddenly cleared of fog, radiant, unobstructed, vast. Lin Feng possessed a rare gift. He saw solutions where none seemed possible, guiding those around him forward with uncanny insight. Surely with Lin Feng as his companion, En's journey would unfold into something extraordinary. And with that thought, Hayalosi allowed herself a quiet, heartfelt sigh of relief. The days that followed were devoted entirely to exam preparation. Meanwhile, Lin Deboji and Hayalosi had all but accepted the fact that En would form a party with Lin Feng for their upcoming adventures. Thus, while Lin Feng and En studied diligently, the two adults meticulously charted potential expedition routes. In this world, the Typhon Royal House, sanctioned by the gods, is recognized as the legitimate sovereign authority, yet it is not the sole ruling power. Beyond the imperial capital lie several independent nations composed of non-human races scattered along the frontier regions, nominally loyal to the Typhon Royal House, yet effectively self-governing. Rumors abound of frequent skirmishes among these races, tribal wars marked by primitive tactics and brutal customs. Many have fled their homelands as refugees seeking sanctuary within the Typhon realm. Yet not all such nations conform to this pattern. The most distinguished exception is the Elven Kingdom. Elves possess a singular distinction. They alone have delved deeply into the metaphysics of the soul. Only within the Elven Kingdom might one uncover a method to sever Brunt's presence from within En's body, and thus planning the journey itself became an urgent necessity. After all, the Elven lands lie at the farthest reaches of known cartography, and in this insular world, reliable intelligence about those distant territories remains scarce. Even route planning could extend no further than between two towns. Beyond that, every step would be taken blindly, guided only by circumstance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. After all, improvisation has always been my greatest strength. Hayalosi watched Lin Feng, unwaveringly confident as ever, and smiled gently. I do not doubt your capability, she said, but parents by nature yearn to do more for their children. Still, achieving even this much leaves me with a quiet sense of regret. Are you truly dissatisfied with what you've done? Shall I impose further demands? Hayalosi let out a soft laugh and folded her arms. Speak. You're actually offering. If I give it to you, is it not ultimately for my child? Surely you don't think me so petty. No, it isn't that. Seeing she was sincere, Lin Feng set aside levity and turned thoughtful. Lin Deboji excels at designing attire. Could he craft me a set? And I'd like a short blade. Certainly. But bear in mind, as a former assassin, his designs inevitably carry subtle traces of that vocation. Will you accept them? What rests in my hands becomes my tool. I'll adapt it accordingly. Leave it to me. Hayalosi fell silent, her gaze fixed steadily upon Lin Feng. Unsettled by her unwavering stare, he asked, why are you looking at me like that? I'm simply struck by how youthful you appear, yet from head to toe you exude unshakable reliability. Lin Feng tilted his head, puzzled, then replied almost reflexively, isn't that precisely what defines a hero? Hayalosi sighed, a faint wry smile touching her lips as she spread her palms upward. It seems my experience falls short. I've never encountered a hero quite like you. By the way, you've likely prepared enough. Perhaps today you might take an outside for a walk. Of course. He had spent nearly all his time here within En's chamber or the library. His focus so intense it evoked memories of the Blue Planet's National College entrance examination. The chance to step outdoors now felt genuinely welcome, and hasn't left this place in an immeasurable span of time. I hope this time you'll lead him beyond its bounds. As she spoke, Hayalosi moved to the window and gazed outward at the utopia she herself had built for him. In that instant, memories flooded Hayalosi's mind. The patch of grass where En first tumbled, the spot beneath the sky where he loved to lie and gaze upward, the garden bed where he planted flowers. How swiftly time flows. In the blink of an eye, her child had grown. This sanctuary was built to protect him, but I know too that one day he must leave it. He must leave it if he is ever to claim the life he truly desires. I have not forgotten the trial you first set before me. Good. I trust you will honor your word. Indeed, I'll go find it now. Lin Feng raised a hand in farewell, only to be called back by Hayalosi. A stroll abroad won't do without this. She laughed lightly as she tossed him a shadowy pouch. Lin Feng caught it, revealing a leather coin purse. Inside lay copper coins, each bearing two distinct faces. The obverse depicted Justinian I, the founding emperor of the Typhon Royal House, a stern, bearded man of mature years. The reverse bore the Typhon family crest. Lin Feng weighed the purse thoughtfully, then returned the single coin he'd drawn out. Thank you. Go on. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure fade into the distance, Hayalosi whispered inwardly, entrusted to you, hero. Having grown accustomed to one another over these past days, Lin Feng found En without difficulty at that moment and stood holding the same watering can they'd first met with, humming a light, cheerful tune as he tended his cherished plants. The moment Lin Feng approached and sensed his presence. You're here, Captain. We haven't officially formed a party yet. You're already calling me Captain. Better to begin practicing early, don't you think? Besides, surely you wouldn't want me to lead. That would make me utterly nervous. Lin Feng nodded, then stepped beside and to watch him water the garden. Sunlight refracted through the arc of water, casting a delicate rainbow across the air. Without preamble, Lin Feng cut straight to the heart of the matter. Would you like to go out for a walk? En's grip faltered. The rainbow trembled, wavering like a fragile dream. Yet in an instant his fingers steadied the kin once more. Let me be honest with you, Captain. Don't laugh at me, please. I feel both eager and afraid. Though I appear perfectly ordinary now, I fear stepping outside will mean facing others who still see me through the lens of the past. Captain, what should I do if that truly happens? Lin Feng reached out gently, cradling the spout of the watering can to steady it. Had he not intervened, the water would have overspilled. Even if they look upon you with yesterday's eyes, that does not mean you remain who you once were. Should they persist in viewing you as before, stand tall, unflinching, and declare openly, "Behold, this is who I am now." Let their own gaze convict them of error. The person you were no longer exists. The one standing before them is infinitely more complete. And drew the watering can close to his chest and murmured, "Will it truly be so?" A tremor of uncertainty echoed in his voice. Yet finally he lifted his head and met Lin Feng's eyes. "Captain, I wish to try." Together they walked toward the exit of the secure residence custom-built by Hai Yalusi and Lin Deboji. Gazing at the threshold just steps away and heard echoes of the past rise unbidden. "What gibberish are you babbling now?" "Freak, neither man nor woman." He broke his friend's arm. "I refuse to stay near him. Keep me far away. Keep me far away." What a fine couple Hai Yalusi and Lin Deboji are. How did they produce such a child? A torrent of old whispers surged forth like black mist from the doorway, pressing inward, threatening to drive him backward. Yet at that very moment a gentle warm pressure rose from his waist, guiding him forward, carrying him resolutely into the mist. Snap! The suffocating darkness shattered upon contact, dissolving instantly, for it had never truly existed, and stared dumbfounded at his own feet, now firmly planted beyond the threshold, while Lin Feng's voice reached him softly. "It's not quite as terrifying as you imagined, is it?" And lifted his gaze, and saw Lin Feng smiling. Tears shimmered in his eyes, then slowly a smile bloomed across his face, and he nodded. "Yes." Lin Feng clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Let's go. Let's learn what the Adventurers Guild examination truly entails." With that he strode ahead, and glanced back. Once, at the entrance he had just crossed, his former self stood there silent. "Goodbye." Then he turned, and followed Lin Feng step by step out of his past. After stepping outside and instinctively dodged the flowing crowd, but otherwise appeared perfectly composed, he gazed around the small town with quiet curiosity. Though born here he knew little of it. His last visit had been as a mere child only a few years old. And this was no different from Lin Feng's true first arrival. The town bustled with life. Merchants called out their wares, passers-by exchanged lively banter, children laughed and tumbled through the streets, and watched the vibrant thoroughfare. Struck by how utterly unlike his own home it felt, he sighed deeply, murmuring, "How lively. How does it feel, after so many years, to step beyond your threshold once more, eh? Not half bad. Good. Yet we face a problem." "What problem?" "We both have no idea how to reach the Adventurers Guild." One had emerged directly from the divine realm and remained sequestered within Anne's home. The other had just crossed his own threshold for the first time. One was in temperament a quintessential homebody, aloof, reserved, unworldly. The other a novice hero newly arrived. Neither knew the way. So what now? Shall we return home, to ask mother? To muster courage, step outside, and immediately turn back? That would feel rather awkward. Lin Feng glanced at and fully understanding that hesitation. Before departure his mother's reminders echoed endlessly. Don't forget this. Don't forget that. And yet moments after stepping out he patted his pockets and realized he'd forgotten everything. Dejected he trudged home, bracing for scolding, only to open the door and find his mother standing there holding precisely what he'd forgotten, phone in hand, ready to call him back. Her eyes flickered with gentle reproach, as if to say how careless you always are, but softened instantly as she extended the item toward him. "Mind yourself out there." A tender memory flashed across Lin Feng's mind, and a faint warm smile lifted his lips. Mother truly was the best. But here returning was unnecessary. "Don't panic. I have a solution. Watch closely, and this is your first lesson from the captain." And turned to Lin Feng, puzzled, just as Lin Feng reached into his pouch and withdrew a small purse. "How to gather intelligence. 4-5 copper coins." Lin Feng secured precise directions. Wait, couldn't they simply ask a passerby? Why pay at all? Lin Feng hadn't paid for directions per se. He'd bought a snack from a street vendor and casually gleaned the route during the transaction. "I thought the captain meant to buy intel outright. If I paid solely for information I'd gain knowledge, but missed the snack." Naturally one chooses the most value-rich option. Yet after purchasing it Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. To one accustomed to Blue Star's cuisine, this delicacy fell far short of delicious. Even Anne's household fare left Lin Feng wanting. How much more so this roadside stall? Next time he'd choose a drink instead. With quiet resolve he finished every bite. This was thus far the greatest challenge Lin Feng had faced since arriving in this world. Upon finishing he and entered the Adventurers Guild, where the crowd dwarfed even the bustling street outside, and those moving within were markedly younger. Few adventurers aged beyond their 30s or early 40s. Most retired, then laying down their arms to return home. Adventuring was a youth-driven vocation, less from physical limitation than cultural inertia. In a world grown cautious and conservative, only the spirited young dared cast their gaze upon such an uncertain path. Guided by the current of people, Lin Feng led him into the Adventurers Guild, a structure whose grandeur was evident even from afar, its sprawling footprint announcing its significance. Inside, the impression deepened. Every architectural detail, every ornamental flourish belonged to the realm of noble estates. And studied the guild's interior and offered his unvarnished verdict. "It feels like coming home." In a certain sense that was high praise indeed. The guild spanned 2 levels. The ground floor housed receptionists seated behind broad counters. The upper floor likely served as the inner sanctum for senior members. Flanking either side stood towering bulletin boards plastered with commissions, each one ringed by clusters of eager adventurers. Lin Feng surveyed the long queues snaking before each receptionist, and felt no desire to wait. Just as he pondered alternatives, an adventurer approached and addressed him directly. "You're here about the Adventurers Guild entrance examination, aren't you?" He bore fiery red hair and matching eyes, youthful and bearing with a balanced athletic frame, neither frail nor overly muscular. A white smiling mask concealed his entire face, and returned the gesture with a warm, open smile, and replied, "Yes, we are. Are you too?" "Alas, no, but I know much about it. Ask away." After all, he glanced pointedly at the interminable lines before the reception desks. Waiting there would take ages. "So, what's the price?" "The price?" The youth blinked, then quickly recovered. 10 copper coins. 10 coins saved immeasurable time, a bargain beyond measure. Yet his reaction was odd. When Lin Feng mentioned payment, he visibly hesitated, as if reminded only then that compensation was expected. Was this young man genuinely absent-minded? Wary Lin Feng quietly activated his ability to observe the youth before him. Name Lloyd Gamindu. Traits: kind, disabled, helpful, diligent, yearns for adventure, sunlit, and cheerful young man. Well, I'll be a green ninja. Still judging by the tags, he posed no threat. Deal. I'm Lin Feng, this is an. And you are? I'm Victor. Yes, Victor. Call me Victor. A false name. Yet this was the Adventurers Guild. Freedom of dress and eccentricity were expected. Lin Feng chose not to probe further. People lie, but his ability never did. Whether one was good or ill was revealed at a glance. Lin Feng handed over 10 copper coins. Lloyd accepted them, then began. "First you must register, at that counter where the lines stretch longest. But I recommend returning later when crowds thin." He detailed the entire process with remarkable clarity. 10 coins bought far more than worth. Thanks to Lloyd, Lin Feng gathered invaluable intelligence. Registration and written examinations occurred here within the guild. Exam rooms occupied the second floor. Practical assessments, however, took place elsewhere, in a dedicated arena-style venue shared by multiple professional guilds for their certification trials. The 3 guilds rotated examinations in strict sequence: adventurers, mages, then assassins. Lloyd even named the locations of the mage and assassin guilds, and analyzed each examiner's distinctive temperament. His knowledge justified every coin. The one to watch most carefully is a bald examiner, strict beyond measure, nicknamed Dead Baldy. Drawing him is sheer misfortune. And another, Palmer Gamindu. His methods are subtler, less overt than others. Exercise extra caution. As Lloyd spoke these words, his gaze drifted subtly toward him, at the mention of Palmer, and fell silent. Lin Feng noted the shared surname. Having delivered his final remark, Lloyd planted his hands on his hips, then paused mid-gesture, left hand hovering near his brow, as if recalling his mask. To mask the awkwardness, he hurriedly declared, "That concludes service. Thank you for your patronage." He waved once, and vanished down the corridor in a flash. Lin Feng called after his retreating figure, "Thank you, and may fortune favor your ventures." Lloyd disappeared without trace. Whether he heard remained unknown. Lin Feng murmured to himself, "Lloyd Gamindu. Such a coincidence exists in this world." "Captain." Lin Feng turned, and stood beside him, brows furrowed in quiet bewilderment. "How did you know the name of my childhood friend?" "A childhood playmate." "I'm not even sure we still qualify as playmates. After all, back when I couldn't yet control my strength, I broke his arm." En's voice softened with sorrow. He had carried guilt over this childhood friend for years. One of the few who had ever willingly befriended him, only to have his arm shattered by his own hands. Medical knowledge in this world remained rudimentary. Though priests existed, their healing arts struggled profoundly with fractures and internal injuries. It was easy to imagine how that fracture had irrevocably altered Lloyd's life. Yet Lloyd bore no visible resentment toward it. He approached and first offered vital intelligence, and even warned him to beware his own father during the trials. Perhaps after all these years he had finally found peace. Who could say? For now they would verify whether the intelligence held true. To test Lloyd's words, Lin Feng escorted him along the path he'd indicated, straight to the Assassin Guild and the Mage Guild. Their investigation confirmed that Lloyd had spoken truthfully. They located both guilds and successfully registered for their respective trials. Then they returned to the Adventurer Guild, arriving precisely when Lloyd said it would be least crowded. When Lin Feng stepped into the Adventurer Guild once more, the crowd visibly thinned. So most of the intelligence proved accurate. Though Lloyd's true motives remained obscure, his information was undeniably genuine. 10 copper coins were far too little. He deserves a far higher price. Lin Feng and then parted ways briefly to complete their individual trial applications. As Lin Feng filled in his own details, he pondered whether to reveal Lloyd's true identity to En. Lloyd had clearly aided En, but he'd done so under a false name, never revealing his face. His stance remained deliberately ambiguous. Would disclosing this truth benefit En, or harm him? After careful deliberation, Lin Feng chose honesty. First, it served as a test for En's character and resolve. Second, Lin Feng himself stood watch. No serious misstep could occur under his supervision. Third, and most intriguing, Lloyd, stripped of his disguise, yet utterly unaware, now nervously performed before and while still cloaked in pretense. A triple win. Why hesitate? Having settled his decision, Lin Feng's next steps became clear. He completed his application faster than an hour by the time Lin Feng finished and still waited in line. Lin Feng would need to wait for him, briefly, in the guild hall. His gaze drifted toward the commission boards flanking either side of the entrance. Commissions? He walked over and studied the densely packed wall, each parchment a distinct request ranging from daily errands to perilous expeditions. Here one might find petitions to locate lost cats or exterminate vermin, their calls for laborers, elsewhere urgent pleas to slay monstrous beasts. Most commissions posed modest challenges, and thus offered meager rewards. No wonder the Adventurer Guild functioned almost as a semi-official organ of the Typhon royal house, enduring even within this conservative world. Was it not simply an external labor pool? Such an institution sustained population flow, breathing life back into towns starved of inhabitants. Suddenly one commission seized Lin Feng's attention. Courier mission: deliver Green Merchant Guild correspondence to Kalin. Reward 10 silver coins. Such a high reward. Those 10 silvers won't come easily. Lin Feng murmured to himself, when a grizzled man's voice cut in beside him. His beard was unkempt, his bearing weathered. Clearly a veteran nearing the twilight of his adventuring years. Kalin lies close, but it borders the frontier itself, and the region teems with beasts. Rumor claims a formidable alpha-level monster has risen there within the past few decades. Only the newly ascendant Green Merchant Guild possesses such audacity to open a branch in such a place. I'll never fathom the logic of the wealthy. With that much silver, they do better gifting it to me. I'd at least thank them sincerely. With that sharp critique of both the guild and the commission, the man peeled off a lost cat notice from the board. Clutching the slip, he glanced back at Lin Feng and said, I'd advise you to steer clear of that commission. Trading your life for 10 silvers is hardly worth it. Lin Feng offered no reply, only a quiet smile. The man turned and walked away. Lin Feng lifted his eyes toward the highest, oldest commission pinned to the wall. Slay the dragon. Description: pure white scales, azure dragon eyes. Beyond that, nothing known. Lin Feng nearly laughed aloud. A boss hunt with zero intel. The issuer was nothing short of a fool. Out of curiosity, he scanned the requester's name. Requester: Typhon Empire. Indeed, the Typhon Empire was a fool. Confirmed. Just as Lin Feng delivered this verdict, En's voice sounded behind him. Captain, I've finished. Shall we go? Lin Feng nodded and replied, Let's go. They had barely crossed the Adventurer Guild threshold when Lin Feng spoke without pause. And the youth who called himself Victor is your childhood friend Lloyd Garmandu. Lin Feng dropped the revelation with serene composure, leaving En momentarily stunned, blinking in bewildered silence. Then comprehension struck. En's voice leapt in pitch. Ah, I said Victor is Lloyd. En's exclamation drew glances from passers-by. Lin Feng responded with an apologetic smile and a small, graceful bow of contrition. Seeing Lin Feng's courteous gesture and recognized his own outburst, and took a slow, deep breath to steady himself. Moments later, calm restored, he offered a wry, rueful smile and met Lin Feng's gaze. Captain, you truly do speak earth-shattering truths the moment your lips part. So what will you do now? And paused, then answered. He wears a mask, so he must wish to remain unrecognized for now, likely tied to what I did as a child. I don't yet know how he sees me now, but since he aided me through the trials, he clearly wishes me to succeed. Whatever the case, I must give my absolute all to pass the Adventurer Guild's trials, and earn my official certification. And after you pass, what then? And fell silent, head bowed, thoughts churning inward, until lifting his gaze his voice resonated with unwavering resolve. I want to confront the past. Once I've earned my adventurer's license, I will seek him out, to apologize. And then, whether he answers with curses or compassion, scorn or forgiveness, I will accept it all. I accept every wrong I committed. Only then can I step forward into the future. A fine, fierce spirit. Lin Feng nodded approvingly and offered a suggestion. Then let me advise you. Remove your mask when you offer that apology. And touched the mask covering his face and murmured, if only we could both unmask and speak honestly face to face. Then keep a close eye on Brister. Why, oi? Lin Feng fixed him with a grave, earnest stare and declared, because a bull warrior never removes his mask. And looked at Lin Feng, wide-eyed, brimming with pure, unfiltered confusion. After an arduous period of preparation, the day of the examination had finally arrived. The written portion required only rote memorization, and thus proved remarkably straightforward to pass. Next, under the guidance of staff from the Adventurers Guild, candidates were led to the designated examination venue. Each candidate then drew a lot, dividing them into 4 groups. Due to the instructor's limited stamina, group sizes remained deliberately small, only 4 or 5 participants per group. Lin Feng stared blankly at the bald instructor he had drawn. It seemed flags held weight even in this world. Just 2 days prior, Lloyd had warned them to beware this very monk, and now here he stood. So much for claiming luck rank A. Wait, wasn't this in fact another kind of fortune? Never mind, I am luck rank A. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward En and asked, how did you fare? And managed a faint smile and handed Lin Feng the lot she had drawn. It bore the name Palmer. Looks like we're both rather fortunate. I'm assigned to group 1, you're in group 2, so I'll be up first. Captain, give it your all. Relax, I have no intention of losing. But you'll need to be far more cautious than I. Lin Feng studied Palmer. The examiner was a knight wielding a one-handed sword, and shield a classic and time-honored combination. Broad-shouldered and powerfully built with sharp chiseled features, he exuded unyielding masculinity. He appeared impeccably upright. His fiery red hair and matching eyes coupled with his stern expression radiated an almost scorching intensity. Palmer bore a striking resemblance to Lloyd. Undeniably so. And Lloyd's personal warning to him about Palmer strongly suggested the knight would not hesitate to trip her up. Objectively speaking, if the man who broke your son's arm stood before you as his examiner, could you truly resist undermining him? Lin Feng doubted he could. After all, when a former teacher's own son entered his classroom, wouldn't he naturally extend extra attention? Of course, he'd merely ensure the boy experienced what true discipline meant. Strict teachers forge exceptional disciples. In any case, N's upcoming trial would likely prove anything but smooth. Still, should Palmer overstep the entity within N, Broust would undoubtedly intervene. And if his interference became too conspicuous, Hale-Rose and Lindbergh would step in as well. Suddenly Palmer seemed less like an examiner, and more like the one being tested. Regardless, under the old master's protection, and was unquestionably safe. As for himself, Lin Feng's gaze settled upon the arena. His bald examiner wielded a weapon both obscure and ubiquitous. Obscure, because few used it as arms; ubiquitous, because every person possessed one. Indeed, he fought barefisted. What did that make him? A boxing champion. Precisely, a boxing champion. A veteran martial artist with 25 years of disciplined training, his fists carried immense force. Leveraging his weaponless agility, he effortlessly outmaneuvered several candidates. The mages suffered most grievously. Barely beginning their incantations, they were instantly silenced by a straight punch, then overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of combinations. When the mage was dragged from the arena, he wailed uncontrollably. From his sobs it emerged he had drawn this bald examiner 6 times. 6 times. 6 times. Ancient lore tells of Zhuge Liang capturing Meng was 7 times. But today the bald instructor has bested the mage 6 times over. 3 punches shattered dreams of adventure. Sir, I am a boxer. Wah. I'll never study magic again. Lin Feng curled his lip, unconvinced. Next. Lin Feng. Hearing his name, he rose and strode directly toward the arena. On the platform lay wooden weapons. Each examinee was permitted to select one before stepping onto the stage. Though not boasting all 18 classical arms, the weapon rack offered standard options. Lin Feng glanced at his opponent, the seasoned bare-knuckle master, whose advancing years had only deepened his martial virtue and honor. He would never resort to ambush. He stood motionless, watching Lin Feng intently, patiently awaiting his weapon choice. His gleaming bald head caught the sunlight, blazing conspicuously. Gazing upon his opponent's commanding presence, Lin Feng recalled a phrase. In 1974, he won his first Southeast Asian freestyle boxing championship. Truly iconic. Facing such mastery, Lin Feng refused to yield ground. He selected nothing, hands tucked casually into his pockets, and declared, "I am ready." The master blinked in surprise, then frowned sharply. "You're not joking? I am a mage. My weapon is already sufficient. Brat, you dare underestimate me." Instantly veins bulged across the bald master's forehead as he roared, "A mage without a staff? Do you wish to be beaten to deaths? Trust me, I'm sparing you by leaving it aside. You little..." The bald instructor fell silent, settling instead into a poised combat stance. He had already devised a swift, precise sequence, designed to humble this arrogant youth. Ding clang. The bell signaling the start of the trial rang, and the bald master blurred forward like a phantom. Can mages truly not prevail against close combat specialists? Only if they lack finesse. Lin Feng remained rooted, yet behind him bloomed multiple shimmering arcane circles, each radiant with a distinct hue, as he completed every necessary spell array in an instant. What the yay? Every mage in the spectator gallery leapt to their feet, collectively locking eyes on Lin Feng in stunned reverence. As fellow mages, they understood the sheer magnitude of what they witnessed, and their expressions betrayed profound shock. The visual spectacle was so overwhelming that even the charging master halted mid-launch. "I speak truth. You wouldn't believe me. Had I taken a staff, you'd already be obliterated." At Lin Feng's words, the arcane arrays ignited. Fireballs, lightning strikes, wind blades, earth spikes, ice spears, mana blasts, vine entanglements, water cannons, flame lances, arrow storms. A dazzling torrent of multicolored spells erupted toward the master. Though individually low tier, their sheer volume and velocity rendered them unstoppable. Lin Feng didn't aim, merely unleashed them in broad directions. He embodied an immutable principle etched into his bones: precision when resources are scarce, overwhelming firepower when abundant. Yet while Lin Feng dared neglect aim, could the master dare not evade? The passing criterion demanded enduring 3 minutes beneath the examiner's assault. For precisely those 3 minutes, Lin Feng bombarded the master with non-repeating spells. When the bell tolled, signifying success, Lin Feng ceased his barrage. From start to finish, he hadn't shifted an inch. The master alone sprinted frantically across the arena, dodging spell after spell. By the end, Lin Feng's hem remained spotless, while the master stood drenched in sweat near collapse. "Master, your fists still aren't fast enough." That single gentle remark shattered the master's composure, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Who dares claim mages are weak now? The mage profession is flawless. Look inward for your own shortcomings. It seemed his evaluation had concluded. Now he only needed to await the delivery of his certification. Clearly the elderly martial arts master fainted from sheer indignation, could no longer continue the assessment, thus the examiners immediately rotated to the next group. The remaining candidates from the first group were promptly redistributed among other examination teams. Relieved to escape the grueling ordeal under the bald demon, they beamed with gratitude toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile in response. Just as he returned to his observation post and met N's gaze, a voice echoed across the arena, "Next candidate, Unbruster." Their exchange was cut short. Lin Feng raised a hand and gave a casual thumbs up. "Okay," and smiled faintly and mirrored the gesture, nodding firmly, and then stepped onto the platform and fixed his eyes upon Palmer standing at a distance. First he closed them, drew a slow, deep breath, and when he opened them again, he walked straight toward the past he had long avoided. From the weapon rack and selected 2 wooden daggers, then faced Palmer and declared, "I am ready." Palmer did not attack immediately. Instead he cast a cold, appraising glance and asked, "Your name is that correct? Do you recall Lloyd?" And stiffened visibly. "Yes, I remember. He is my son." That fracture left his left hand permanently weakened. Every exertion brings pain. His lifelong dream was to become an adventurer, then a knight. Because of you that dream shattered, even though I know it was never your intent. I'm sorry. An apology cannot mend what is broken. As a father I hate you, and Bruster. You destroyed my son's dream and cast a shadow over a future once so brilliantly clear. Yet moments later Palmer sighed deeply and said, "But as Palmer Gamildor, I have no right to hate you. Whether the cost of Lloyd's treatment or my current position, it was all provided by your parents. Your transgression has been painstakingly compensated, not by force, but by wealth and sincerity. They kept this from me too. You truly didn't know? It appears they've shielded you remarkably well." Palmer murmured, then lifted his sword and shield. "As I said, you and I both benefit from the very mistake you committed. Thus I forfeit the moral ground to hate you. Yet now, whether as a father or as your instructor, I find no justification for holding back. For the next 3 minutes, brace yourself. Mr. Palmer, you're absolutely right. The past cannot be erased. And yes, I have been protected exceptionally well. Precisely because of that protection my path has been anything but easy. For every hardship I endured, for everyone harmed by my actions, for my parents, I will move forward into the future. So you are prepared." With a resonant clang, 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 the heavy gong signaled the start of the trial. Palmer raised his shield and charged. Even as Palmer surged forward and dissolved into stealth, vanishing without a trace. The instant he disappeared, Palmer dropped his shield and lunged inward, closing the distance with startling speed. Then in one fluid motion he unleashed a whirling crescent slash, his blade tracing a perfect luminous arc. Still barely settled into stealth and was caught mid-step by the sweeping strike and forced to raise both daggers to block. Thwack! A dull, muffled impact reverberated, the sound of wood striking wood. "There you are." Palmer instantly triangulated Anne's position from the noise. He wrenched his blade back, pivoted, and drove forward. 1 step, his wooden shield cleaving the air as it slammed toward Anne's face. Thud! The shield struck something solid. A wooden dagger spun away, knocked loose by the blow. Had he landed the hit? No, something was wrong. The resistance felt off. Then with shocking suddenness immense force erupted upward, jolting his arms, wrenching the shield skyward, nearly tearing it from his grip. He deliberately discarded 1 dagger, then used his bare hand to stop the shield. Preposterous. I'm a second-rank warrior. Granted I held back slightly for the assessment, but even so no youth his age should withstand such power head-on. This strength rivals my own son's. A surge of raw force upended Palmer's balance, leaving his chest wide open. Before he could recover and lunged forward, his wooden dagger now radiating lethal intent. The dagger spun once in Anne's hand, shifting from standard to reverse grip, its edge now aimed squarely at Palmer's heart. His free hand braced behind the hilt, ready to drive deeper at the slightest resistance. If I fall here, to a novice who hasn't even earned his adventurer's license, I'll become nothing but a laughingstock. Palmer staggered backward, swinging his one-handed sword downward in a fierce overhead strike, and glanced briefly at the descending blade, then altered his course, parrying the blow with his dagger before vanishing once more into stealth. Palmer seized the pause to reset his stance, shield raised high, sword arm poised and watchful. But it had vanished utterly. No trace remained. Logically, an aspiring adventurer specializing in assassination shouldn't possess such flawless stealth. No telltale flicker, no slip in form. And reappeared on the platform, crouched low to retrieve the dagger he'd discarded earlier. Then gripping both blades firmly, he locked eyes with Palmer from afar and disappeared again. TCH. Tension. Palpable tension. Was he truly nervous facing a raw beginner who hadn't even secured his adventurer's license? How humiliating. In the spectator stands, Lin Feng stifled a yawn, and could probably evade him for 3 full minutes while cloaked in stealth. Truly expecting dramatic duels in an adventurer certification exam is wishful thinking, and possesses exceptional aptitude for assassination. Few assassins at his age command such foundational mastery. Lindbergh himself trained him. Mediocrity simply wasn't an option. On the platform and materialized abruptly, abandoning his greatest tactical advantage. Choosing open, honorable combat. That decision couldn't be less assassin-like, yet it's unmistakably isn't it? Lin Feng nodded approvingly, sat up straighter, and refocused his gaze on the arena. Palmer watched and approached step by deliberate step. Are you mocking me? Whatever you believe, I face my past openly and unflinchingly. Come, this is your sole chance for retribution. Staring at him, Palmer glimpsed Lindbergh's quiet intensity reflected in his bearing. They bore an uncanny resemblance, not just in strength, but in their rare profound empathy for those deemed insignificant. If only this dignity had been earned, not granted. Burdened by shame, Palmer swung his sword, but his heart was fractured, his strikes hollow and ineffective. When the final bell rang, Palmer's descending blade trembled violently, then slowly lowered. He exhaled deeply, dropping both sword and shield to the ground. It's over, all over, and approached, bowed deeply, and said regarding Lloyd, I offer my sincere apologies, and afterward I will seek him out to apologize personally. At this point, does my forgiveness even matter? Mr. Palmer, apology is my duty. Wrong remains wrong. No amount of strength can transmute error into righteousness. Please do not feel ashamed accepting what we offered. It is yours by right. Palmer lifted his head, staring wordlessly at him. Such unwavering integrity. Perhaps from the beginning his hatred wasn't truly directed at the Brewsters, but at his own helplessness in the face of his son's suffering. And Brewster, you have passed. Congratulations. You are now an adventurer. A warm, genuine smile spread across N's face. Thank you, Instructor Palmer, and strode cheerfully toward the spectator stands. Watching his retreating figure, Palmer released a long, quiet sigh, finally unburdened. It's done. All of it. Hating someone is exhausting. Whether that hatred is turned inward or outward, the toll is identical. Palmer, you've done all you possibly could. Even with perfect justification, vengeance would never hold him back. How could one anchored in the past ever obstruct one striding resolutely into the future? Palmer gazed at the wooden shield and sword lying abandoned at his feet. But there remains something I can do. He knelt and gathered them up. I can still provide more for my child. This I can do well. While waiting for their Adventurers Guild certificate to come through, Lin Feng and An each passed the Mage Association and Assassin Association examinations. Frankly, the difficulty of the Level 3 Mage test was not even as challenging as the Adventurers Guild exam. The requirement was merely to successfully cast multiple spells in succession. The bar was laughably low. Yet despite how pitifully low this standard seemed to Lin Feng, the actual pass rate was not high. Lin Feng still remembered the look of utter shock on his examiner's face when he performed all the spells without incantation. It was as if the examiner had seen his own deceased great-grandmother suddenly resurrect and perform a cheerful dance in front of him. The reason for this situation was simple, not because the mages were incompetent, but because of what Haloos had mentioned, the flaw in magical learning, the high entry barrier demanding exceptional memory. Although these mages were not particularly successful in casting spells, every one of them could recite the incantations for each magic circle and the corresponding magical runes for each line. If these mages followed Lin Feng's method to become mages, their strength would likely improve by leaps and bounds. But as it stood, they were the lowest tier mages who could barely pass the level 3 mage exam. Even if Lin Feng went to teach them now, they wouldn't believe him. If a stranger on the street stopped you and said, I have a surefire way to make a fortune, you'd only think he was a con artist. Moreover, his own theory was not yet fully developed. It would be inappropriate to teach others an incomplete product. An's Assassin Association exam was even simpler. He could not only evade the examiners, but even Lindbergh himself would have to exert some effort to catch him now. And today the clothes Lindbergh had designed for Lin Feng were finally finished. They remained true to Lindbergh's style, with an overall muted cool-toned palette, including a hood to conceal identity. Leather armor, a hooded cloak, boots, leg straps, arm guards, wrist guards. In short, everything was very thoroughly prepared. Haloos also added a little surprise to the outfit, a spell that would conceal the face when the hood was pulled up. It was Lindbergh's special touch, extremely useful for covert operations. Of course, Lin Feng might not necessarily use it that way. With this, weapon placement was also more convenient. A short blade was placed horizontally at the small of the back, 2 daggers, one at the waist, the other hidden inconspicuously on the leg, and a short wand on the other side of the waist. All set. Each position had a weapon, allowing him to grab one at a moment's notice. After the outfit was done, the adventure route was also planned. Broadly speaking, it was divided into major objectives and waypoints. The waypoints were scattered small villages which were not elaborated upon. Then there were the locations along the route, first the relatively close Karen town, and then the recently emerging border city of Novigrad. Finally, they would go to the cliffside town on the edge of the Typhon Empire's frontier. After reaching the cliffside, though they had not yet reached their destination, the Elf Kingdom, the map's guidance ended there. For the rest, they would have to make inquiries upon arrival. Honestly, being able to plan as far as Cliffside Town was already a pleasant surprise. The map's markers clearly became sparser the farther from the center. After all, no one wanted to be the first to encounter the demons when they attacked. But since the seal had held for 1,000 years without any demon incursion, coupled with population growth and other factors, people had gradually ventured outward like squeezing toothpaste. In the last few decades, many new settlements had emerged. As for Karen, Lin Feng remembered it as the town suffering from a wolf plague mentioned in the Adventurers Guild. He had wondered why it was chosen as a destination given its danger. This is partly personal. There's an old friend of ours there named Gus Cook. He is a very powerful and unique knight. We used to adventure as a trio. But later, when I became pregnant with Lindbergh and I withdrew from the team. After that, Gus continued adventuring alone for a long time until about a decade ago when he returned to his hometown. We tried writing to him, but all our letters went unanswered. So we hope you can go and see our old friend for us. Aren't you afraid we'll die in the jaws of the dire wolves? Haluos chuckled softly and said, we know Brewis' combat strength well. Lindbergh and I together couldn't beat him. A single alpha dire wolf is nothing to him. What worries me more than whether you'll be devoured is that my old friend hasn't dealt with that dire wolf after all this time. You mean there might be more to this than meets the eye? Haluos nodded. When we were adventurers, we dealt with monsters of that level before. Even without Lindbergh and me by his side, Gus should have taken down that dire wolf with his skills. The letters we sent never got a reply, so. A serious expression crossed Haluos' face as she revealed her speculation. This prolonged wolf plague might not be a beastly disaster, but a man-made calamity. And is still too young. We can only entrust this to you. Please investigate the truth and resolve the wolf plague there. It seems this matter is indeed not as simple as it appears. Lin Feng stroked his chin and thought. This was indeed worth a visit. Resolving such an old-standing commission would help boost his reputation among adventurers. It would also be a good test for him. Moreover, there were far too many safety nets this time: himself, Rosalind, Brewis, and Gus. For layers of insurance. Even if something utterly unexpected happened, it would be hard to fail. I have no objections. Let's finalize the route. Haluos breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She had been really afraid Lin Feng would be unwilling. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Regardless, we owe you a favor for this. Between companions, there's no need to talk about favors. By the way, where is he? I haven't seen him much today. Oh, he went to find his friends on his own. Haluos was taken aback. You mean you let him go out alone? What are you afraid of? He has to have his day eventually. Besides, I let him go alone, but that doesn't mean I'm not watching him. Our family's goddess is watching over him. Nothing will go wrong. A long time ago, Lin Feng had made him a follower of Rosalind. From the moment and stepped out of the house, Rosalind had been watching him. She could notify Lin Feng the instant anything happened. That one small sentence shocked Haluos deeply. You mean and is currently being watched by a goddess? Yes, but not the kind of blessing gaze. Just literally the goddess is watching him. That's still amazing. The gods rarely pay attention to places like this. I've never seen anyone dare to ask a god to do something. I'm sorry, Lin Feng shrugged, spreading his hands slightly. My goddess is just that easygoing. So what is he doing now, Rosalind's voice. He has been looking for Lloyd all day and still hasn't found him. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It seems he has run into a little trouble. Where on earth is Lao Ai? Amid the bustling streets and felt despair. Too afraid to ask for directions, he searched desperately for Lao Ai. When someone took the initiative to speak to him and was never timid. But when it came to initiating a conversation, he was a bit. It wasn't that no one approached him, but most mistook him for a girl and flirted with him like lecherous men. Relying on childhood memories, he found Lao Ai's former home only to discover that the person living there was no longer Lao Ai. He then rushed back to the Adventurers Guild and waited for a long while, but Lao Ai never came to talk to him as he had that day. After wandering aimlessly on the streets for a long time, he found nothing. If only I had asked Uncle Pa Rmo where they lived during the last assessment. You will find him. If not, let Lin Feng bring you next time. Thank you, Divine One. And looked up at the sky. It was about to grow dark. This meant that he had spent the whole day searching here and still hadn't found Lao Ai. The frustration this brought in was beyond words. He decided to force himself fiercely and ask around. If I can't even do this small thing, how can I go out on adventures in the future? And watch the moving crowd, constantly encouraging himself in his heart. I'll go now. This time I really will. Not this one, wait for the next. This one looks scary, won't he be fierce to me? Wait for the next one. Wallen was making all sorts of excuses to delay in his heart. Lao Ai, who had just finished his part-time job and was off work, saw him from a distance. What is he doing? His expression keeps changing, looking extremely conflicted. Has he run into some trouble? I'll go help him. Lao Ai took out the mask from that day, put it on, and walked over to him. What are you doing? What and trembled in fright, turned around, and found it was Lao Ai. He suddenly couldn't hold back his emotions. I've been looking for you for so long. Where did you go? Why is there no trace of you anywhere? Looking for me. For what? I work at a shop nearby. If you don't come in, how could you find me? No wonder I couldn't find you. But then and let out a long sigh of relief. However, I finally found you, Lao Ai. Lao Ai didn't expect and to see through his disguise in an instant. What Lao Ai? I'm Wei Katua, I don't know any Lao Ai. Seeing Lao Ai trying to play dumb and smiled, and said, alright Lao Ai, you can keep pretending to be Wei Katua, I don't mind. The corner of Lao Ai's mouth twitched under the mask, and he said helplessly, since you've seen through me, what's the point of pretending? How did you find out? My captain told me. My captain is amazing. He looks about my age, but he knows everything. He's really impressive. Oh, a captain. It seems you've joined a team and are ready to start your adventurer's journey. Congratulations. Saying this and glanced at Lao Ai's arm, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Lao Ai, I'm really sorry about what happened to you. When we were kids, everyone thought I was a monster, but you were willing to treat me as a friend, and then I even hurt your hand. It's in the past. My hand is fine now. See, it's quite nimble. Lao Ai waved his arm up and down to prove he wasn't lying. And about your night dream, I also. Seeing N's clearly remorseful and concerned expression, Lao Ai sighed. It's precisely because I knew you would be like this that I wore a mask to meet you. It seems you won't understand unless I make it clear. Lao Ai looked at a snack stall by the roadside, ran over, and bought 2 portions. Let's talk while we eat. and watched this scene and directly had a flashback to their first meeting. Although the food in their hands was different, their postures were exactly the same. And took the food Lao Ai to hand it to him. Lao Ai to push the mask up onto his hair, revealing his face. And looked at that face, different from his memory, but still recognizable. Why are you staring at me? I can't eat with the mask on. Your mask is convenient. You can eat without taking it off. But honestly, your mask doesn't hide your face well. Ooh, I recognized you at a glance. And touched his mask upon hearing this and murmured, this mask isn't meant to hide my face. It's just that he still couldn't face the world without any barrier. After all, his face had been used as a weapon to attack him. Actually, right after that incident happened, I did hate you. After all, I'm not a saint. Losing your dream in an instant and having your arm become useless. No one could accept that all at once. Then how did you? At first I hated you so much that I wished I could kill you. But one day I dreamed that I actually killed you. Lao Ai recalled that dream. Everything was so bloody with blood everywhere. And covered in knife wounds lay in a pool of blood while he himself held a blood-stained dagger. There was no pleasure of revenge, only endless fear and sorrow. Yes, an unshakable grief of losing a friend. After waking up I understood. Setting aside the harm you caused me in that accident, you are my friend. Although your reputation isn't good, I knew you long before the rumors. I know better than most what kind of person you are. Lao Ai turned to look at him. Killing you like that wouldn't bring me joy. You didn't deliberately harm me, and that revenge in the dream wasn't something to celebrate. To become a knight, one must uphold justice and principles. If one can't even do that, they don't deserve to be a knight. Physically I can no longer be a knight, but at least in character, I must be worthy of the title. Even now you haven't given up your dream of becoming a knight. Of course, although others think I've given up being a knight. Lao Ai smiled. Those who are knights by profession may not truly be knights, and those who are not knights by profession may still be knights. Being a knight in others' eyes means nothing to me. Being a knight in my own eyes is what matters. So, please don't give up either. Don't become the person in the rumors. Be the Brewster I know. And listened quietly to Lao Ai's words, then repeated, don't become the person in the rumors. Then a smile gradually appeared on An's face. He touched his mask. I am not the me from the rumors. This face is not proof that I'm a monster as the rumors say. This is how I look. I and Brewster look like this. Well, you have a problem. I won't wear a mask because of your opinions anymore. And so An took off his mask. Lao Ai glanced at An's face. You really are just like when you were a child. You look like a girl. You haven't changed at all. Yeah, that caused me a lot of trouble. I heard from Uncle Pa Mo that your hand has after effects. It just hurts a bit when I use too much force. I've learned to control my strength now. That must be from your persistent attempts to use the sword right. You really understand me. Huh, and chuckled lightly. You and I, we haven't changed. After patiently waiting for some time, the Adventurers Guild certificate arrived. The Adventurers Guild certificate and the corresponding token. Lin Feng picked up the token and examined it. The silver cast pattern was indeed quite beautiful, though the name left something to be desired. Pulling out the token and calling himself a silver pattern warrior hardly felt impressive. He then turned his gaze to the certificate, which resembled a scroll. Unrolling it, he found his personal information along with a paragraph that essentially stated the adventurer status was recognized by the Typhon Empire. The seal at the bottom bore the Typhon Empire's emblem. From certificate to token, it was indeed a significant improvement. The token was far more convenient than the scroll. However, since the Typhon Empire's rule was only nominal with varying degrees of control over different regions, the token's acceptance varied from place to place. In the end, carrying both the certificate and the token was the safer bet. Convenient. Sort of. At least it was better than nothing. Lin Feng tucked away his token beside him and was still grinning foolishly while clutching his brand new token and certificate. Seeing and so happy, Lin Feng decided not to disturb him for now. Instead, he quietly went to the front desk to register an adventurer party, creating a team named the Star Crusaders, and then pulled it into the party. There you go. Now you can accept quests under the name of the Star Crusaders. Can you wait for me? I'll go pick a quest. No problem, since it's just the two of you here for now. Lin Feng nodded, then walked to the quest board, approached, tore off a quest sheet, turned, and walked back. The four movements were fluid and seamless without a single pause. It seems you already had a quest in mind. Let me register it for you right away. The receptionist picked up the quest sheet, scanned its contents, and froze. Her gaze darted between the quest and Lin Feng, her expression troubled. The Green Chamber of Commerce's courier quest. Because the destination was still plagued by a wolf infestation, it had been languishing here for a long time. If it stayed any longer, it would be forcibly assigned to the strongest local adventurer party. Having someone willing to take it was good, but this party had just been formed. Out of conscience, she felt she should advise them against it. Yet she also knew that young calves fear no tigers. Youths were hard to dissuade. How should she even begin? If she failed to turn them back, they might very well lose their lives on this quest. This was where her eloquence would be tested. How to avoid hurting the young man's pride while gently guiding him to give up this quest and pick another. The receptionist pondered for a long time, then spoke. This quest. I'll take this one. But if I die, it's on me. The receptionist's two attempts to speak were both cut off by Lin Feng's lightning-fast replies. Lin Feng hadn't picked the quest blindly. He came prepared. The moment the receptionist opened her mouth, he knew what she was going to say, so he preemptively answered. Well, the receptionist's smile was starting to falter. How had she ended up with someone who was dead to all sense? If I die, it's on me. Treating his own life like a game. Did young people nowadays really play fast and loose with their lives? Lin Feng's words only strengthened the receptionist's determination to talk him out of it. But knowing it was useless to persuade Lin Feng, she shifted her strategy and looked at him. Miss, I assume you wouldn't want your very first quest to be such a high-risk one, would you? I have no problem with it. And replied with an air of obviousness, then added seriously, and you should call me sir. What? At these words the receptionist's eyes widened in shock as she stared at him in disbelief. To be honest, and was even more delicate than her own daughter. Could he really be a man? What kind of extraordinary people had she encountered today? Was this the price of an easy night shift? Fine, since neither of you objects, I'll register it for you. Everything was settled, and then Lin Feng walked out of the Adventurers Guild. I get the feeling the receptionist was looking at us with a very worried expression. In the eyes of ordinary people, what we're doing does seem suicidal. Looks like we've been taken for a couple of brats who just got their certificates and are already getting too big for their britches. In a sense, Lin Feng glanced at the token hanging conspicuously on his chest, and had indeed started showing off. And he was wearing it right over his chest, and was well aware of the kind of looks his face would attract once he took off his mask. At least on the too big for their britches part, she wasn't wrong. And caught Lin Feng's gaze, and knew his little secret was discovered. He gave an embarrassed chuckle, but didn't take off the token out of shame, saying, after all, I'm still just a kid. Let me be happy today. True, today is a day worth celebrating. Lin Feng took out his own token and hung it in a conspicuous spot as well. A flicker of surprise and delight crossed An's face. Surprise that his usually mature leader would do something so out of character, and delight that the leader would join him in his foolishness. A wave of emotion welled up in An's heart. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Feng waved his hand. Just fooling around together. No need for words. He couldn't stand that mushy stuff. And froze for a moment, then all his feelings turned into a joyful laugh. Ha ha. Today he had finally become the adventurer he had always dreamed of, taking a step closer to his dream. At the Bresters' dinner table, the family was reunited after a long time. Lindbergh, as the president of the Assassins Guild, worked hard to support his family, often so busy he might as well have been invisible. Maintaining such a large estate for An's utopia was no easy feat. But at this moment, no matter how urgent the business, nothing could compare to having dinner with his child. And had gotten his adventurer token. This was worth celebrating. To hell with work. Even if someone blew up the Assassins Guild today, Lindbergh was going to finish his meal first. Mom, look. I got my token. A level 3 silver pattern token. Silver pattern. I have a silver pattern. At the table of 4, everyone was smiling. And was happy. Lindbergh and Heloise were proud, and Lin Feng was barely holding back his laughter. Seriously, how could anyone keep a straight face? A touching family moment, repeatedly saying, silver pattern, and everyone thought it was perfectly normal. The absurdity was too much. Who could hold it in? But seeing the Bresters so harmonious, Lin Feng began to wonder if maybe he was the one who was wrong for finding it funny. Once he started thinking that way, a sense of guilt for losing karma crept in. But that guilt didn't last long. An's voice came as he curiously asked his parents, when did you two get your silver patterns? Lin Feng's expression twisted as he struggled to hold back. It wasn't his fault, nor the Bresters. The fault was with this world. How could this world have produced the genius who came up with the name Silver Pattern? What a travesty. The pleasant meal time quickly passed. All right, Mom, Dad, I'll head to my room. And wait, stay a little longer. Sure, no problem. And who had just stood up sat back down and looked at his parents curiously. Is there something you want to talk about? Nothing much. Heloise sat beside Lindbergh, one hand propping up her chin and the other holding Lindbergh's hand. Her eyes were serene and content as she gazed at her son. I just want to spend a little more time with my child who is about to journey far away. Let me look at you a while longer, okay? Mom. Lin Feng, feeling a bit overwhelmed, quietly slipped away. His own mother wasn't here. The next day, carrying all their prepared luggage, Lin Feng and set off. Lindbergh and Heloise accompanied them all the way to the edge of the town. It was time to let go. Heloise stopped at the town's boundary, reached out, and gently stroked her child's head. When you get to a place where you can send letters, be sure to write to Mom. I know, Mom. And then Lin Feng walked far until the town was just a silhouette. But when he looked back, 2 small black dots were still standing there watching him. A flicker of hesitation crossed An's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Children must eventually journey far. Heloise, holding Lindbergh's hand, watched until her child had completely disappeared into the distance. Soar freely in this world, my child. A month had passed since leaving An's hometown. The journey of a month was neither short nor long. Along the way, they encountered many fellow travelers and adventurers. Sometimes they would interact, exchanging supplies and information, and occasionally they would travel together for a short time only to part ways at a fork in the road. In this world where transportation was not well developed, although they bid farewell with promises of meeting again, as they watched their departing backs, they clearly realized that this might be the only bond they would ever share in this lifetime. And went from initially finding it hard to accept to finally becoming accustomed to it. This was his growth as an adventurer over the past month. What had Lin Feng gained in this month? His barbecue skills had advanced rapidly over the past month. The game in this world seemed endless. He could never run out of prey. They even came to him on their own. At first, however, only salt was available for seasoning, and the meat of the magical beasts in this world was not particularly good. So eating barbecue wasn't that enjoyable at the beginning. Only Lin Feng felt this way, and who had never experienced the delicacies of modern life ate happily. But soon a turning point came. Because of Luo Shalinda's presence, Lin Feng could enter the divine realm at will, giving him ample room to experiment with eating plants and testing their properties. Over the past month, Lin Feng was like the legendary Shinnong, collecting any novel plant he saw, replicating it in the divine realm and eating it directly. If poisoned, he used divine power to save himself. In this way, he discovered many plants that could be used for seasoning or as food. After Lin Feng had gathered sweet, spicy, and salty seasonings, the subsequent daily barbecue became much more fragrant. He also marinated meat in the divine realm, testing which plants could remove the gamey smell. With the divine realm eliminating the risk of experiments, Lin Feng gathered a wealth of botanical knowledge about this world, all recorded in his notebook. In short, his gains were abundant. Now Lin Feng knew which plants were edible, which could be used for seasoning, and which had healing properties. Before Lin Feng discovered their wonderful uses, these plants were no different from roadside weeds. It was only in Lin Feng's notebook that they acquired names of their own. Of course, Lin Feng directly used the names of ingredients from his past life. Even though this plant looked nothing like a chili pepper and had a completely different texture, it was spicy, so Lin Feng called it chili pepper. Lin Feng had no time to think up a completely new name that matched its appearance, nor did he have the leisure to let that name replace the concept of chili in his mind. Apart from this gain, Lin Feng's research on magic had advanced further during this period. The theory he had developed was gradually being refined, but he needed more magical constructs to help him summarize more basic magic runes. Lin Feng had basically gone through all the magic of the Bulicite family. Although their library seemed large, not all of it was magical texts. Moreover, among the magical books, many spells were mediocre. After removing the mediocre ones, and those he already knew, the spells he could learn were very few. It seemed he would need to go to a city dominated by the Mage Association to conduct research freely. What a pity! Kalen was a town led by the Knight Association. For now, he had to rely on working behind closed doors with the magic he already knew, continuing his research. Captain, it seems we've arrived at Kalen. An's excited voice came. Lin Feng followed the direction and was pointing and saw the corner of the town's wall, which was far more developed than an ordinary village. In other words, after a month of long journey and sleeping in the open, they had finally reached their destination. Really? An's somewhat disappointed voice came. I guess we can't build a fire freely in town. It's a pity. I won't get to eat barbecue today. Well, it didn't seem that regrettable after all. Let's go. Let's enter the town first. Maybe there's some good food inside. If not, at worst, we still have the dried meat snacks we made. That's true. An and Lin Feng quickened their pace and arrived at the town entrance. The standing wall was made of solid wood equipped with watchtowers, and directly above the entrance hung a large bell. Lin Feng glanced at the chaotic claw marks on the solid wood of the wall. It seemed the rumors were not false. There really was a wolf plague here. Look at how the wall had been scratched, pitted and rough, not smooth at all. That large bell should be the alarm system for the whole town. Probably there were others elsewhere. And then there were the crowds entering the city. Lin Feng had thought that under the negative influence of the wolf plague, few people would come here. But contrary to his expectation, the number of people arriving was still considerable. The two guards were knights, one male and one female. The female knight was tall and slender, while the male knight was burly. Both were fully armored, wearing white knight armor covering every part except their heads, which were bare. Despite being fully armored, they moved not clumsily, but with great agility, as if the armor were weightless. This illogical phenomenon piqued Lin Feng's interest. Magic. He had just been grumbling that coming to a knight-dominated town would put his magic research on hold, but now it seemed he had been too narrow in his experience. Now he had to think about how to approach these knights to study their armor. If this technique were applied to tanks, wouldn't it create vehicles with maximum mobility? If the hardness remained unchanged while only the weight was reduced, then by engraving this magic onto shells, it wouldn't be impossible for tank crew members to load shells with one hand, would it? If such a tank were built, wouldn't it turn the demons into fools? Just as Lin Feng was planning the future in his mind, soon it was their turn to be inspected and enter the town, and was naturally pulled aside by the female knight. Lin Feng saw his expression, both numb and resigned. The one examining him was the burly man with strong muscles, a resolute face, and several scars of various sizes that testified to his long experience on the battlefield. He felt this guy could be thrown straight into Warhammer. He seemed to have just uttered a very remarkable curse. Lin Feng handed the token to the burly man. While the man was examining it, Lin Feng used his ability to look at his tags. Fury-eyed Jieka. Beyond that, he could see nothing else. It seemed this was a knight of rank 3 or above. Besides, the guy's appearance didn't look like an ordinary knight. At the very least, he was at the captain level. After a brief inspection, Fury-eyed returned the token. Wolf packs are frequent at night. Please observe our town's curfew. You should return home by dusk. After sunset, please do not go out. This is the rule here. Fury-eyed looked at Lin Feng and said with a kind smile, "It's been a long time since I've seen a young adventurer like you. Welcome to Kalen." "Thanks, uncle. Go ahead, next one." Lin Feng passed the security check smoothly. Sunan also passed, but with a strange look on his face. "Captain, I explained to the female knight that I wanted to switch to your side, but after I said it, she seemed even more willing. It's really strange." "What's so strange about that?" Lin Feng said seriously. "It's only human nature." "Is that so?" And felt something was off, but ultimately chose not to delve deeper. The two entered the town, and buildings appeared that were both different from and reminiscent of their hometown. "It feels both novel and familiar. Captain, let's find an inn to settle." And was about to pull Lin Feng to look for an inn when he noticed Lin Feng staring intently in one direction. driven by curiosity, and followed Lin Feng's gaze. Inside the wall, a huge claw mark was carved into the inner side. Compared to the outer wall, which looked like it had been gnawed by dogs, the inner wall surface was much smoother, making that enormous scratch stand out prominently. What kind of monster could leave such a huge claw mark? A trace of fear rose in Anne's heart. Lin Feng's voice came from beside an inferior giant wolf. Things are starting to get interesting. Captain, aren't you afraid at all? Based on my judgment, this claw mark could only be made by a creature at least 3 or 4 meters tall. And this damage was done to solid wood. If it were a person who got caught, I'd say they'd be crushed into pieces by such immense force. But no matter how powerful the attack, as long as it doesn't hit you, it's fine. Can you really say that? And looked at Lin Feng's casual demeanor and retorted, that's how it is for mages, which is why I chose to be one. Doesn't that mean miserable assassins like me have to go head-to-head with such monsters? Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder with a smile. The monster you run into is the one to pity. Your strength will definitely give it a run for its money. But what are you afraid of? It's not here now, and even if it were, those knights will protect us. Your parents' old friend is the strongest knight here. Captain, I feel like you're completely here for finial, aren't you? Lin Feng smiled without answering directly, instead changing the subject. Let's first find a place to stay tonight. Later we'll visit your parents' old friend. He thought for a moment. Going one by one is too slow. We have Rosalind to keep in touch, so let's split up. I'll go to the Adventurers Guild to hand in the commission, and also inquire about where your parents' old friend is now. After all, there's no better place than the Adventurers Guild to gather information. Then I'll find an inn for tonight, and also figure out what to eat for dinner. Lin Feng nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't be too frugal. We still have plenty of starting funds. Find a decent inn and restaurant. Got it, Captain? Honestly, my palate has been spoiled this past month. I wonder if I'll still be able to enjoy the food here. Relax, if I can't find anything suitable, I'll come back and find a small stall, borrow their kitchen utensils, and cook something. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? For the sake of good food, it's worth it. Then, Captain, give me all the luggage. Lin Feng swiftly took off his backpack. He pulled out an envelope stamped with the Green Merchant Guild's wax seal, then handed the backpack to him, and took it, and slung the backpack over his shoulder. To others it might have looked like Lin Feng was bullying his teammate, but in truth the weight was nothing to him. Lin Feng waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd, leaving behind a word. If anything comes up, let Rosalind know, and I'll be there soon. Understood. Lin Feng looked at the envelope in his hand. Green Merchant Guild. It seemed to be some newly rising guild. At the Adventurers Guild, Lin Feng handed the envelope to the receptionist. I'm here to deliver the commission. The receptionist took the commission token, glanced at it, and said with a hint of surprise, a messenger commission from the Green Merchant Guild. I thought it would have to wait until the mandatory deadline expired before anyone would take it. She then looked at Lin Feng with some indignation. They let a rookie take this commission. Don't they value the lives of new adventurers at all? Don't misunderstand. I insisted on taking this commission. The receptionist there also tried to talk me out of it. Is that so? Then you're really impressive. You must have encountered many monster attacks along the way. It's amazing you made it here. The receptionist's gaze now held a mix of surprise and admiration. Well, quite a few wild beasts had walked right into his hands, and he had roasted and eaten them. Thanks to them, the journey had been quite flavorful. Though for any other rookie adventurer, the roles of eater and eaten would have been reversed. I have a question, Lin Feng said with a hint of curiosity. How did you know I was a rookie adventurer? After working as an adventurer receptionist for so long, I've picked up some experience in reading people. But I didn't figure out you were a rookie by experience because... The receptionist glanced Lin Feng up and down. From the outside you look young, but you don't act like a novice adventurer. If it weren't for the lack of pointed elf ears, I'd think you were an elf. Then how did you know? The receptionist smiled, took out the envelope and the commission token, and waved them. By these. The letter isn't delivered here. You're quick. No, it's not. The letter is usually delivered directly to the recipient. And the Adventurers Guild's commission token must be returned with the recipient present to complete the task. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then took the commission token from the receptionist. But I don't know the recipient's address. You didn't look closely at the envelope, did you? The receptionist took the envelope back and began to show him. She turned it over and pointed to the edge. Usually the address is written on the back of the envelope, though the position varies. Lin Feng retrieved the envelope and saw that just as the receptionist had said, there was a line of small script. It's really there. This time I was careless. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my job. It's hard for those who aren't adventurers to notice such small details. Lin Feng put away the envelope and looked at the receptionist. Do you have any information about that finial? It's huge, has strong regenerative abilities, moves extremely fast, and is accustomed to appearing with wolf packs at night. It's very cunning. Our nightly order has organized several sweeps trying to find its lair, but all ended in failure. It has caused us great losses. Speaking of finial, the receptionist's expression darkened and a trace of fear lurked in her eyes. When she mentioned the losses, she looked toward a commission wall. On that commission wall are all the missing person search commissions caused by the attacks. Many of them have been there for years. People actually know, even the ones who posted the commissions know that the person they're looking for might already be gone. But in the end, no body was found. Lin Feng looked at the commission wall and murmured to himself, a self-deceiving hope. Lin Feng turned back, thanked the receptionist, and then walked toward the commission wall. The wall was plastered with commissions, all bearing portraits of men, women, old and young, some new and some old. Lin Feng's gaze moved across the wall, then suddenly stopped. More precisely, it stopped on one commission portrait. The portrait showed a little girl with a bright smile looking only a few years old. A poor child. Feniel was terrifying. Humans feared terrifying creatures. The reason some still face such creatures was because they kept creating walls like this. So as a brave one, I can't let this monster live. Lin Feng glanced once more at the wall full of commissions, then turned and left. After walking out of the Adventurers Guild, he followed the address on the envelope. Soon he found an old shabby general store. A worn-out sign hung above the shop, bearing a few large characters, Gaffiel's shop. The name was quite straightforward. It seemed the Green Merchant Guild wasn't doing well judging by the shop's appearance. A red-haired woman in plain clothes was sweeping the floor in front of the shop with a broom very seriously. Her race was not human, but wolfkin, as evidenced by the two upright wolf ears on her head and the wolf tail behind her. The girl swept with great concentration. Even a few fallen leaves had to be swept into a pile. Soon she gathered the leaves, twitched her wolf ears, and looked around, as if searching for a dustpan matching the broom. In doing so, she spotted Lin Feng approaching. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up with a sparkle. Then she tossed aside her broom, her tail wagging happily, and looked at Lin Feng with a full smile. "Customer, are you here to buy something?" Looking at the delighted girl before him, Lin Feng felt for the first time that the word no was not so hard to say. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was led into the shop by the young girl. "My name is Tao Lisi. Our shop has everything. Maps, weapons, armor, you name it." Lin Feng glanced around. The variety of goods was indeed dazzling, but they were arranged without any order. Weapons placed next to ingredients looking chaotic at first glance. No matter where one goes, the first impression of a shop almost determines whether a customer will stay. And this place in such a mess resembles more a junk shop than a general store. The owner of this shop is truly a talent. Seeing how poorly managed the shop is, even if the staff is extremely enthusiastic, it's not hard to politely decline. Lin Feng took out the envelope in his hand and said, "I'm not here to buy anything, I'm just here to deliver a letter." "A letter?" Tao Lisi was startled. The joy that had burst forth gradually faded, and her wagging tail drooped. She sighed, looked at Lin Feng, and forced an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I've wasted your time." "It's nothing. By the way, is Mr. Jia Fei at home?" Tao Lisi glanced upstairs. "He is at home, isn't he? If possible, could I meet him? After all, to complete the commission, I need him to accompany me to the Adventurers Guild. He's not usually like this." Tao Lisi looked at Lin Feng with an apologetic glance, then walked toward the stairs leading to the second floor. "I'll go call him. Please wait a moment." Lin Feng nodded at her. Tao Lisi stepped onto the wooden stairs, making soft creaking sounds, and walked upstairs. As she faded away, the sounds gradually diminished. Could it be that this Jia Fei is still sleeping upstairs? The shop is in such a miserable state, and he's still sleeping. How can he sleep? While waiting, Lin Feng, feeling quite bored, casually picked up a map and looked at it. The maps here were not like the printed ones produced on assembly lines in his past life. They were hand-drawn. So when he picked up 2 copies, he could see subtle differences. From the map, Lin Feng also understood why so many people came here despite the wolf plague. First, this place is a watershed. Crossing it truly begins the journey to the borderlands, akin to leaving one's province. Although from a modern perspective, leaving a province is nothing, this is an era with underdeveloped transportation and a prevailing atmosphere of isolation. The distance of leaving a province is practically the same as leaving the country. Second, there are many monster lairs here, with the Wolf Den being the largest. The Adventurers Guild often issues subjugation quests to clear the monsters in the nearby area. With so many monsters here, there are naturally many subjugation quests, and many adventurers come here to make a living. Being a necessary passage and offering the chance to earn money by taking quests, these two factors combined eventually formed the town named Kalan. Monsters are also a resource. "Sir, if you've looked at the map, you need to buy it." A voice came from beside him, pulling Lin Feng's attention back. He turned his head and saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old walking step by step toward him, and Tao Lisi was following behind him. It seems he is Jia Fei. At this moment, he was holding his temple with one hand, his face slightly contorted as if enduring some pain. His eyes were bloodshot and his gait was unsteady. After saying this to Lin Feng, Jia Fei's gaze swept across the entire shop, finally stopping on a kettle. He stepped over the clutter and Lin Feng heading straight for the kettle. As he passed Lin Feng caught a whiff of alcohol. "So it's a hangover. Sir, we are not forcing you to buy, but it's our rule that once you look at a map, you must purchase it. After all, a map is essentially buying information. A single glance consumes most of its value." Lin Feng glanced at the price, 1 silver coin, which was not too expensive. However, Lin Feng had no money on him. All his money was within. This was all because in his past life he used mobile payments too much and lost the habit of carrying cash. What a hassle. Lin Feng rolled up the map he had spread out, holding it in his hand, and said, "I don't have money on me right now, but I won't default on the payment." Hearing this, Tao Lisi's wolf ears immediately perked up, and the atmosphere visibly grew tense. But Lin Feng's next words eased the tension. He looked at Jia Fei, who had just finished 1 cup of water and was now drinking a second, and said, "If Mr. Jia Fei is willing to accompany me to the Adventurers Guild so I can deliver the quest, I'll have money then." Jia Fei finished the kettle of water, first shook his head to try to sober up, then rubbed his temples. Drinking really causes trouble. Then he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Sorry, what did you just say?" "This guy's hangover isn't fully gone, is it?" "I said I hope you can come with me, help me deliver the quest so I can collect the reward and pay for this map." After hearing this, Jia Fei seemed to misunderstand something, and a trace of sympathy inexplicably appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. Are you in the same situation? Does he mistakenly think I'm in the same dire straits as him? Well, after all, he can't even produce a single silver coin right now, so from Jia Fei's perspective, he does look shabby. Let him think whatever he wants as long as he's willing to help him deliver the quest. Mr. Jia Fei, your letter. Lin Feng took out the letter and handed it to Jia Fei. Jia Fei looked at the letter Lin Feng was handing him, his expression complex. Then he sighed, as if resigned to fate, took it, and opened it on the spot to read. Only 1 month left. What is he mumbling about? Completely incomprehensible. Jia Fei casually tossed the letter and envelope aside, looked at Lin Feng, and said, let's go. How should I address you? Lin Feng. Let's go, Mr. Lin. I happen to need to go to the Adventurers Guild as well. Then Jia Fei looked at Tao Lisi. Sorry I went drinking. To be honest, it wasn't as good as I imagined. This will probably be my last time. Take care of the shop. I'll be back soon. Jia Fei, I know we're about to close down, but don't put so much pressure on yourself. There will always be a way. Tao Lisi's comfort seemed utterly pale in Jia Fei's eyes, especially after he had just read the letter of reproach from the Guilin Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The letter gave him a final 6 months to turn the revenue of this Guilin Chamber of Commerce branch from loss to profit, but the letter had been delayed elsewhere for a full 5 months. There was only 1 month left before his position as shop manager was revoked. Looking back to a few years ago when he had eagerly come here to open the shop, how spirited he had been. In just a few years, he had become like this. In just a few years. I'm fine, Tao Lisi. After saying these words that even he didn't believe, Jia Fei looked at Lin Feng and said, let's go. Jia Fei took the lead and left the shop. Although he didn't know what situation the shop was facing, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. But this is none of my business. Lin Feng walked out of the shop. Are you a new adventurer here? Yes. You sure have guts to come here. Didn't you come here to open a shop as well? Jia Fei looked at Lin Feng as if seeing a younger version of himself from years ago. With a hint of self-mockery and a bitter smile, he said, don't let yourself become like me here. Friend, must you curse me so? Jia Fei's expression instantly fell upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He had just been immersed in profound introspection. Lin Feng's remark shattered the mood entirely. Well, perhaps it hadn't been a particularly pleasant atmosphere to begin with. After briefly unleashing a wave of negative energy, and having already discharged it once following a recent bout of drinking, his spirits had noticeably lifted. Most importantly, deep within his heart, Jia Fei had already accepted the bitter truth of his entrepreneurial failure and was now preoccupied solely with salvaging the wreckage, not clinging stubbornly to futile hope. And with that surrender came an unfamiliar lightness rising gently into his chest, though it had cost him his dream. What else could he do? Sometimes humanity has no choice but to bow before reality. How piercing those words are, yet undeniably true. You still possess infinite possibilities, whereas I am merely a failed merchant. Watching Jia Fei's mood shift from gloom to brightness had his melancholy phase truly passed. Perhaps it was time to glean some intelligence from him. What did the letter I sent you contain? That was the Guild Council's official reprimand. They're deliberating my expulsion as my shop has persistently operated at a loss. Having weathered that emotional abyss, Jia Fei now exuded an air of quiet resignation, though no one could fathom the despair he drowned in at the tavern last night. At this point, Jia Fei's enthusiasm flared, much like Kong E.G. proudly reciting the myriad ways to write the character Hui. Now knowledge of the Green Commerce Guild was the sole domain where he could assert professional authority. The Green Commerce Guild operates thus: they grant you startup capital and assign you a region to establish a branch. Capital tiers vary, each demanding distinct returns. You repay them using your shop's revenue. Should you default, they demand immediate repayment of principal. Was the guild's grandmaster also a transmigrator? How else could he have devised such a hybrid model? Franchise branding coupled with angel investment. So, you've reached the end of your venture? Yes. I intend to close shop, liquidate inventory, and depart with Talos. His gaze dimmed mid-sentence. His mother had long since succumbed to illness. His father, too, had passed recently, worn down by age. Now he and Talos had no home left to return to. There is truly nowhere left to go. Lin Feng watched Jia Fei sink back into sorrow, sighing inwardly. How volatile his emotions were. How many more hidden sorrows remained buried beneath the surface. Look on the brighter side, Mr. Jia Fei. Perhaps you do have a home, not bound to land or walls, but embodied in a single person. That sounds suspiciously like marriage. We've simply grown up together, nothing more yet. Lin Feng shrugged, unflinching, and pierced straight through his embarrassment. I haven't even named her, and yet you've already claimed the role, still denying it. But we truly aren't lovers. Lin Feng glanced at Jia Fei, then activated his tag ability. Jia Fei Anderson, an unrefined merchant, a thwarted idealist, skilled with his hands, a relentless dreamer. His mercantile obsession inherited from deceased parents, deeply fond of Talos, stubbornly defensive. The evidence was irrefutable, yet he still denied it. Placing stubbornly defensive directly after deeply fond of Talos was almost comical. Proof, in fact, that the former confirmed the latter. So his ambition was inherited from his departed parents. No wonder he held on until the very brink of collapse. To fight until the final breath was itself a testament to his resolve. Regardless, you've given it your all. However this journey concludes, thank you for enduring every step. Jia Fei froze. Then his eyes glistened, tears threatening to spill. How did you? Nothing shatters the weary heart more profoundly than unexpected kindness from a stranger, far more than any worsening circumstance. Jiafei turned away, jaw clenched tight against tears. He refused to cry, not after vowing at his mother's sickbed to protect his family. Seeing him thus, Lin Feng fell silent. Clearly this road had been unbearably arduous. Otherwise a single word of comfort would not have undone him so completely. After a pause, Jiafei steadied himself and asked Lin Feng, "How did you know? Is my affection for Talos really that obvious? I simply read people well. You may consider me an exception." "That's reassuring. Truth be told, I've long yearned to confess, but I dare not guess her feelings. Perhaps she sees me only as an elder brother. If she rejects me, how could I ever face her again? What exactly is your relationship with her? As siblings? No, your family ties seem rather tangled. No, surely you're misunderstanding in the worst possible way. It's nothing like that. Talos is a displaced non-human. She and her mother wandered near our home years ago. We took them in. With time they became family. So you've developed improper feelings for family." Lin Feng's blunt remark left Jiafei flustered beyond measure. "I'd have confessed long ago, if anyone else were involved. But it's her. That's what makes it impossible. Indeed, if confession fails, daily encounters would be unbearable. Death would be preferable. Has no one ever told you you speak far too plainly?" "Can't help it. I'm simply honest by nature." A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Yes, of course it felt familiar. Not long ago he himself had used that very excuse to deflect Lin Feng's questions. "Enough, let's drop this topic. I won't charge you for the map. Just promise me you'll keep this between us." "Absolutely, I'm tight-lipped. Even if they subjected me to lightning magic, not a whisper would escape my lips." "That's hardly necessary. Surely no one would go to such lengths over something so trivial." "Not necessarily." Lin Feng met Jiafei's gaze with solemn sincerity. "What if the one interrogating me were Talos herself?" "Huh, you're quite the joker." Jiafei burst into laughter. The atmosphere brightened once more. Unnoticed, they had already arrived at the Adventurers Guild. After receiving the coin pouch from the receptionist, Lin Feng withdrew the map's fee and handed it to Jiafei. "Didn't I say it was a gift? Without returning funds, how would you explain the transaction?" "Thank you." Jiafei accepted the coins with mild embarrassment, offering a sheepish smile. Lin Feng stepped aside, yielding space. Jiafei stepped forward and declared, "I wish to post a commission, announce the sale of Jiafei's house, for 10 gold pieces." 10 gold. A fair price indeed. Lin Feng waited briefly nearby. Soon Jiafei emerged, having completed all formalities. Lin Feng approached and greeted him. "Mr. Jiafei, you're still here. Do you need something?" "Indeed. Do you know Gus Cook? The heroic knight who perished while pursuing Fenrir the Wolf." Gus Cook dead? That was unequivocally unwelcome news. It meant Fenrir the Wolf possessed the lethal prowess to slay a master-level knight, and one of the 4 contingency plans they'd envisioned had already crumbled. "Tell me in detail." "No problem, friend. Just call me Jiafei Air. Then you can call me Lin Feng." On the way to Jiafei Air's home, the story of Gu Si gradually unfolded. When Gu Si appeared in the small town of Kalen, he was no longer young, and the peak of his knightly career had long passed. However, after his return, he quickly became the strongest knight here. Then even more shocking news came. This knight was actually a local, and his father was the old instructor GSC, who had taught many students at the Kalen Knight Association and had now retired to become a blacksmith. Only then did the people of Kalen realize what the unfilial son that GSC often muttered about actually looked like. After returning to his hometown and learning that it had been plagued by demon wolves, Gu Si immediately went to the town mayor of Kalen, Li Fei Si, to discuss countermeasures. The two hit it off and together raised a team to hunt down the magical beasts sweeping through the surrounding area and clearing out most of them. Even when encountering interference from Fun and Air during the sweep, the knight showed no fear and easily repelled Fun and Air. For a time, Gu Si's reputation soared. In the eyes of the people of Kalen, he was the hope to eliminate the wolf disaster, and Gu Si himself was dedicated to eradicating Fun and Air. He selected the best from the original team, forming an elite knight order specifically to hunt down Fun and Air. However, Fun and Air was very cunning, always evading the searches and even launching sneak attacks when the knight order returned. The struggle between Gu Si and Fun and Air lasted a long time, and the people of Kalen enjoyed a relatively peaceful period under Gu Si's protection. But the good times did not last. As time passed, Fun and Air grew stronger, while Gu Si had long passed his prime, and age was gradually weakening the knight. Determined to kill Fun and Air before he was completely outmatched, Gu Si sharply increased the frequency of his hunts. It was at this moment that an accident occurred. After Gu Si led the knight order out on one hunt, shortly after he left, Fun and Air launched a surprise attack on Kalen, dealing a near-destroying blow to the town. Fortunately, Li Fei Si had not joined the expedition. Under his leadership, the defenders held out until Gu Si returned to reinforce. After this incident, dissenting voices arose within the once united hunting team, leading to conflicts that eventually split the group, rendering them unable to carry out hunts of the previous scale. From then on, Gu Si's struggle with Fun and Air shifted from offense to defense, and from an advantage to a disadvantage. Gu Si was trapped in Kalen, exhausted from protecting the immobile town, and no longer had the strength to go on the offensive. Finally, one late night, Fun and Air once again led the wolf pack to attack Kalen. At the cost of his own injury, Gu Si severely wounded Fun and Air, and then pursued him into the night. Upon learning this, Li Fei Si organized a team and led them to support Gu Si. When the sun rose, a battered Gu Fei walked back to Kalin carrying Gu Si's severed arm and a piece of bad news. Gu Si had fallen. The entire squad was wiped out with only Gu Fei surviving. As for Fun Ni Air, his fate remained unknown. In the following period, Fun Ni Air did not attack Kalin again. Just as everyone thought Fun Ni Air had died in that pursuit and let their guard down, Fun Ni Air led the wolf pack to strike Kalin once more. With Gu Si gone, Kalin had no hope of resisting Fun Ni Air. From then on, Kalin fell into an endless wolf disaster with no way out. To reduce casualties from Fun Ni Air's attacks, a curfew policy was implemented, and the people have lived under the threat of Fun Ni Air ever since. At this point, Jia Fei Air let out a deep sigh. If only Gu Si were still here. When I first opened my shop here, he was still alive. Now my little shop is about to close, and he has stepped into the pages called the past. After hearing this story, Lin Feng fell into silence. This was a tragedy, but now a doubt lingered in Lin Feng's mind. What about the letter that Hai Luo Ec wrote to Gu Si? Fun Ni Air was growing stronger slowly, and during their first encounter, Gu Si had an absolute advantage. If he had received Hai Luo Ec's letter asking for help, Hai Luo Ec might not have been able to act because he needed care at that time, but Lin Bo Gu could have taken a short trip without issue. With old friends joining forces, they could definitely have killed Fun Ni Air. But why? Where's the letter? The letter that should have been delivered directly to Gu Si. Why didn't it reach him? Which link went wrong? Was the letter not delivered to Gu Si, or were Gu Si's replies intercepted by someone? Someone is playing tricks. Hai Luo Ec guessed correctly. This might not be a beast disaster, but a man-made calamity. Who is behind it, and why are they doing this? All kinds of thoughts spread in Lin Feng's mind, making his expression involuntarily turn serious. Jia Fei Air saw the change in Lin Feng's expression and thought he was worried about Kalin's current situation, so he said, "As long as we strictly follow the curfew, we are still quite safe. At least I have been here for many years and have experienced several wolf attacks without any trouble." "Of course you haven't had any trouble. If you had, you wouldn't be standing here telling me this." Lin Feng says he has found a place to stay and dinner is taken care of. "Tell him I'll be right there." Lin Feng replied to Luo Shaolinda in his heart, then looked at Jia Fei Air and said, "It's nothing. I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about what to eat for dinner today." "You really are hard to read. Anyway, thank you for telling me all this. I need to go find my companions. Goodbye." Goodbye. I've arrived too." Jia Fei Air waved at Lin Feng and walked toward his shop. Then he stood in front of his shop watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Tao Lucy pushed open the door, came out, and stood beside Jia Fei Air. Following Jia Fei Air's gaze, she spotted Lin Feng's back. "Did he walk you back?" "Yes, a very interesting person." "Come on, Tao Lucy, let's go inside. I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Under Luo Shaolinda's divine guidance, Lin Feng quickly found it. Seeing and waving at him from not far away, Lin Feng began to think about how to tell him that Gu Si was no longer alive. It was really hard to bring up. With his mind preoccupied, the meal tasted like chewing wax. "Captain, do you have something to tell me?" Lin Feng was startled, looked at him, and asked, "How did you know?" "Because usually when you eat, you always make a small comment or two, but today you didn't. You can even notice that." Lin Feng gave a helpless smile. I just thought the dinner I found was so bad that it made you look like that. Phew, at least it's not a total failure. And since you've noticed, I'll tell you." Lin Feng put down his food, looked at him, and said solemnly, "The Gu Si we are looking for is no longer here," and he didn't finish the sentence. Instead, Luo Shaolinda's voice took over. "His death is suspicious." As Lin Feng relayed the message to and through Rosalind, a chilling dread crept over him, so profound that even amid the crowd and shuddered involuntarily. And set aside his meal, appetite utterly vanished. What on earth is going on? Lin Feng offered no answer there. Instead, he packed up the food and led him back to the inn he had secured. Only after casting a soundproofing enchantment within the inn did he speak, laying bare every scrap of intelligence he had gathered along with all the unsettling inconsistencies. Something is indeed amiss, but who could be behind it? Could anyone truly profit from sustaining the wolf plague? I don't know. We've been here far too briefly to grasp the full picture. It will take considerable time and investigation. Tomorrow let's pay our respects to Jess's family. Oh, I never imagined such a thing would happen. How on earth do I write to Mother about this? Even putting pen to paper had become an unbearable task. In any case, today held no more reserves. Every matter would wait until after a proper rest. And Lin Feng each retired to their rooms and slept through the night. The next morning, Lin Feng knocked on N's door and opened it, dark circles shadowing his eyes. "You clearly didn't sleep well." I managed only a faint smile and replied, "After hearing what we did, sleep eluded me. Let's visit Jess's father first. Perhaps he holds a vital clue." Lin Feng first took him to buy flowers, then guided him to Jess's home. Jess had once served as an instructor at the Knights Guild. Many of Carlin's knights bore his imprint as their mentor. Later, having grown older, he retired. But in truth, his body remained robust. His chosen vocation after retirement revealed as much blacksmithing. Who in their twilight years chooses blacksmithing? Few elders can still swing a hammer with force. Jess's home lay deep in seclusion. Only when they'd walked far beyond the city's bustle, nearing its outermost fringes, did they spot his forge. From afar they saw an elderly man, hair silvered, torso bare, hammering red-hot iron. Though his hair had turned white, his frame betrayed no frailty. His upper body was corded with dense, sculpted muscle. Each strike of his hammer upon the glowing metal echoed with resonant weight, sending sparks flying in all directions. A remarkably powerful elder. Lin Feng activated his ability to scrutinize Jess. Only the name, Jess, appeared followed by a cascade of question marks. This result had long been anticipated by Lin Feng. When Lin Feng stepped into the forge, Jess had just finished shaping a weapon and plunged it into a nearby water trough. The searing metal met the surface with a fierce hiss, billowing thick clouds of steam. Without lifting his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the weapon he was forging, Jess spoke. Who are you? Here for armor, a blade, or perhaps some farming tool? Actually, we're. Before he could introduce himself, Lin Feng raised a hand, gently silencing him. Based on the intelligence he'd gathered, Jess, though critical of his son's chosen path of knighthood, had reconciled with Jess after his return. From this, Lin Feng deduced Jess could not possibly be complicit. He was rather one deceived. To reveal N's identity now would cast him in Jess's eyes as the offspring of his son's cherished comrade, close kin in spirit, yet never once visiting, never even sending a single letter. Such a misunderstanding was unnecessary. So, N glanced at Lin Feng puzzled, but ultimately chose to trust his captain, yielding the floor to him. Master Jess, may I ask, over these many years have you received any correspondence from the Bruster family? They've sent letters to Jess consistently, yet never received reply. Letters? A flicker of confusion crossed Jess's face, followed by quiet reflection. Bruster? Yes, that was the surname of the young man his son so often praised as his dearest friend. May I see your commission credentials? Too numerous to carry. I brought instead the Bruster heir. Lin Feng stepped aside, naturally shifting focus onto it. Grandfather Jess, greetings. I am an Bruster. My lineage is now known, no further explanation is needed. And rummaged through his belongings and withdrew a sealed letter, holding the bouquet in one arm while extending the envelope with the other. This letter was entrusted to me by my parents, for Uncle Jess. But, Uncle Jess. Jess did not take the letter. Instead, his gaze swept slowly over Lin Feng, and silent, solemn, like an aging lion appraising his descendants. Tension thickened the air. No one knew whether Jess believed them, or how he truly felt toward them. Though pressure weighed upon him and did not retreat, his outstretched hand remained steady, his heterochromatic eyes meeting Jess's unwavering gaze. Jess looked upon N's youthful face, and sighed deeply. Why resort to interrogation upon a girl barely out of childhood? He was after all still just a boy. Jess finally accepted the envelope from N's hand, and broke the seal on the spot, unfolding the letter to read. The letter ran long, containing everything two old friends wished to say to Jess across the years. Memories of their shared adventuring days, inquiries into Jess's present life, updates on their own circumstances, news of it. And above all, their quiet, persistent question, why no reply? So much compressed into parchment lengthened the letter considerably. Jess read it slowly, attentively, initially skeptical. Yet as he read, each detail resonated with recollections Jess himself had often voiced while alive, confirming beyond doubt the letter's authenticity. Gradually he lowered his hammer, abandoning his work entirely. He was eager, more than willing, to read this letter, for in its words his departed son seemed if only for a moment alive again. But even the longest letter must end. When Jess finished reading, he returned, abruptly, to reality, to the stark, irrevocable truth that his son was gone. That chasm between memory and loss left him hollow. He sighed once more, and turned his gaze to N. So that's how it is. His voice carried the weight of decades. You came to visit, and Jess is no longer here. I'm sorry, Grandfather Jess. It isn't your fault. I may blame Jess, or myself, but never a child. Jess looked at N. This time his eyes softened with tenderness, his face breaking into a gentle smile. He reached out, ruffling N's hair, and said warmly, You traveled far to reach us. Welcome, child. Then Jess turned to Lin Feng beside him and smiled. Thank you. No thanks are necessary. I merely did what I wished. Master Jess, have you truly received not a single letter from them all these years? Jess shook his head. Let's set that aside for now. Children, it's far too hot here. Don't let the heat wilt your flowers. Come, I'll show you Jess. Jess knew something was wrong, but for now he refused to dwell on it. All he wished was to be an ordinary grandfather, guiding the children of his son's closest friends to where his son rested. Jess led the way in, and Lin Feng followed. Lin Feng watched Jess ahead, yet in that instant he seemed to age before their eyes. Soon Jess guided them to a garden-like clearing ringed with blossoms. Petals formed a perfect circle, and at its center stood a solitary gravestone. They were not the first to come. Before the stone stood a knight clad entirely in gleaming white armor. Spotting the figure, Jess introduced quietly. That is Galahad, Jess's disciple. If my foolish son left behind anything of true worth, it is Galahad. At the sound the knight turned, revealing his full armor, near total coverage, pristine, white accented with gold. His visor bore vertical grooves resembling claw marks, concealing his features completely. Master, you've come too. And they are the children of Jess's friends, here to pay their respects to him. Galahad nodded and stepped aside. Jess led N and Lin Feng to the gravestone, carefully refolded the letter, and slid it back into its envelope. You're a mage. Lend me your aid. Lin Feng understood instantly. He conjured a small arcane array, releasing a spark that ignited the envelope. Jess watched the envelope burn in his hands. As if in its flames he glimpsed fragments of his son's life. Gently, he placed the burning letter upon the ground, watching it consume itself before his son's grave, and stepped forward and laid the purchased flowers reverently before the tombstone. Jess's expression grew complex, layered, unreadable. He had once scoffed at his son's adventures, envisioning for him a life mirroring his own journey to the capital, serve the royal house as a temple knight. So when Jess, sent away for formal training, returned a letter declaring he'd become an adventurer, instead Jess nearly exploded with fury. Yet now, that very adventure, once dismissed as trivial, had etched his son's name into countless hearts, a feat no temple knight's oath could ever achieve. His son had chosen a path divergent from his own, yet equally radiant, equally meaningful. You reckless boy, you lived well. Jessi did not leave a complete corpse, so what is buried here should be only one of Jessi's arms. The death of this knight was fraught with anomalies, implying that the so-called truth accepted by the public is likely nothing more than a perfect tale woven by the mastermind behind the scenes. What I need to do now is tear apart this fabricated story and find the true culprit. Also, I have to deal with that Finn who is growing at an alarming rate. It seems I'll be busy for a while. However, among that story of truth and falsehood, interwoven reality and illusion, only one thing is certain. That is, Jessi indeed guarded this town for a long time until the years forced him to bow his head. My respects to you, Sir Knight. A man like him should not die with doubts. Everything must be investigated to the bottom. To investigate this matter, I must start with the key figures in the story. However, the team that Jessi had built up single-handedly was nearly wiped out during the campaign against Finn, leaving only a few survivors. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Jia Lahada, Jessi's apprentice. Perhaps he knows something. The moment of remembrance soon ended. Just as Lin Feng found Jia and was about to ask, Jia shook his head and said, I'm not too clear about what happened back then. It's only today that I learned you've been trying to contact us all along. Then Jia turned to Jia Lahada and said, I am already very old, and there is a slight lag between me and the fresh news here. Rather than asking an old man like me, you should ask Jia Lahada, who is as young as you. He must know more than I do. Jia was indeed quite old, and Jessi's matter had happened many years ago. Even young people couldn't fully remember every detail, let alone an old man. Moreover, Jia was truly unfit to be involved in such matters. He had already lost his most precious son in this incident. Could we now demand that he risk his old life as well? Old man, leave Jessi's matter to me. The letter said you're a clever child, so I'll entrust it to you. Jia grabbed Lin Feng's hand, leaned closer, and whispered, be careful. Lin Feng understood and nodded to Jia. Then I'll go back to blacksmithing. I still have orders from several old customers to finish. Jia Lahada, they have questions for you. Answer them seriously, they are trustworthy people. Since the old man says so, then it's fine. Then Jia left. The scene now left the three who were not familiar with each other. Lin Feng didn't mind, but it felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, Jia Lahada spoke first, extending his hand to Lin Feng, and a gentle voice came from within the armor. Hello, I am Jia Lahada, Gerald Knight. Lin Feng shook his hand and gave a brief introduction. Lin Feng, a mage. Then Lin Feng used his ability to glance at Jia Lahada. He could only see his name and a series of question marks. Although he appeared to be about the same age, his strength was already above Lin Feng's. Indeed, he was Jessi's apprentice. Not simple after all. Jia Lahada nodded, then turned his gaze to Lin. And this beautiful lady is A. As soon as he finished speaking, a light chuckle came from behind him. Lin Feng's. Did I say something wrong? Nothing, let me introduce you. This is an an assassin. As you can see, he is a very handsome male. Jia Lahada froze in place upon hearing this. After a long while, a voice filled with shock and bewilderment came from within the armor. Seeing Jia Lahada's reaction, Lin Feng laughed even more joyfully. Is he telling the truth? You really are. And nodded sheepishly. I'm so sorry I said something very rude. It's fine, everyone easily mistakes me. Though saying easily mistaken among strangers who got it right at first sight, since birth only the captain. As he said the latter part, the light seemed to fade from Anne's eyes. Despair at a world that all think I'm a girl. Lin Feng watched the two of them amused for a while, then reached out to stop Jia Lahada, who was bowing repeatedly in apology, and said, All right, that's enough. I still have something to ask you. Jia Lahada was taken aback. Ask me. He couldn't imagine what a stranger he just met would ask him. It's like this and I are so and so. Lin Feng roughly summarized their situation and raised the doubts about Jessi's death. I understand what you want to ask. Regarding the story everyone tells now, I do know more. After all, I am my master's apprentice. Tell me about it. Jia Lahada nodded and said, I do not believe that my master's pursuit of Finn was a reckless act. But from the results it does seem reckless. He saw a chance to kill, chased after it on a night favorable to the beast, and in the end he and the reinforcement troops that went to support him were reduced to only one survivor returning. No, you don't understand what the situation was like then. I was there at the scene. Hearing this, Lin Feng stopped speaking. The information from someone present at the scene was not something an outsider like him could question. That night my master used a forbidden art that drained his life force, severely wounding Finn. I saw with my own eyes that Finn condition was dire, nearly on the brink of death. Its abdomen was torn open with a huge gash, its internal organs almost entirely pulled out by my master, and its body was covered in sword wounds. I thought such injuries would kill it even if left alone, but my master was worried and went after it. In the end my master was right. Finn vitality was beyond my imagination. With wounds like that it could still. At this, Jia Lahada sighed. Therefore I absolutely disagree with the claim that the pursuit was reckless. My master instantly realized that even with such injuries Finn could survive, and he couldn't let go of that chance to kill it. Yet he was called reckless. If even a Fun Nir in that state couldn't be killed, what about a Fun Nir at full strength? Moreover, after using such a forbidden art, my master didn't have much time left. No one could have expected a Fun Nir wounded like that to still counterattack. That the pursuit failed to kill Fun Nir completely only proves one thing. Zhao Lahada's voice was extremely firm. At that time, Kalin had absolutely no chance of killing Fun Nir. My master proved that with his death. My master wasn't reckless. He simply gave his all, seizing every opportunity he could, trying to eliminate Fun Nir for us before he died. After listening to Zhao Lahada's retelling of the events from his perspective, Lin Feng gained much information. Lin Feng thought Zhao Lahada was right. There was only one doubt in this matter: why didn't Fun Nir die? This is too unreasonable. What kind of creature could withstand such injuries and counterattack its pursuers? It doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. Lin Feng even began to suspect that Fun Nir might have been bound by some system. Or perhaps the problem wasn't with Fun Nir, but with the reinforcement team that went to support. Galahad, of course, could not perceive the audacious thoughts racing through the silent Lin Feng's mind. Such were the limitations of a native. They would never suspect that one of their own could be the source of the problem. As for the letters never arriving, I suspect the problem lies with the Adventurers Guild. My master once mentioned that it's not uncommon for adventurers who accept commissions to vanish without a trace. Sometimes they meet with accidents on the road, encountering powerful magical beasts. Other times they simply lose the letters and, fearing the consequences, flee. Lin Feng shook his head unconvinced. While Galahad's explanation was plausible, it was improbable that every single adventurer commissioned had met with misfortune on the road. Even though Kalin had been plagued by wolf disasters for years, these calamities ebbed and flowed. It was simply unreasonable that not a single letter had gotten through even during the less severe periods. I still find it hard to believe that every adventurer who took the commission encountered a problem. Adventurers may be a mixed bag, but the odds of that happening are just too low. I can see that your point is also valid. Galahad, unruffled by the rebuttal, acknowledged Lin Feng's speculation. He then offered a suggestion. I can take you to see Lord Griffith. He can investigate for you. He is my master's old comrade in arms, and would not stand idly by if he knew. Griffith. Lin Feng recalled that this was the name of the Kalin lord. This lord had reportedly provided significant assistance during Gus's campaign against Fenrir. He had even stood up to protect this land during its time of peril. He should be trustworthy. Nodding, Lin Feng said, then I'll trouble you to take me to see Lord Griffith. It's a small matter, no need for thanks. With that, Galahad began to lead the way towards Griffith's location. Along the way, Galahad regaled Lin Feng with tales of the old lord. Lord Griffith may look young, but he is actually quite old, practically of grandfather age. You'll see when you meet him, you'd never guess he's in his late 50s. He has been the lord here for a long time, appointed by the royal family. If he was already in office before the wolf disasters began, that would make him less suspect. Although Kalin's location isn't ideal, and it constantly suffers hardships, Lord Griffith never complains. He works diligently to build up Kalin and constantly contends with all sorts of magical beasts. I truly admire him. Galahad continued to extol Griffith's virtues, his eyes shining with reverence. It was only natural given that Griffith was his master's longtime battle partner. Such feelings were to be expected. The admiration he held for his master was likely transferred to Griffith to some extent. If this lord was truly as good as Galahad claimed, then he was indeed worthy of respect, at least on par with Gus. Lin Feng's curiosity about this seemingly perfect lord reached its peak through Galahad's descriptions. Soon, under Galahad's guidance, the trio arrived at the lord's residence. Lin Feng had expected a castle-like manor, but was surprised to find an ordinary building. Had it not been for Lord Griffith's crest hung outside, he would have mistaken it for a commoner's home. For a lord, isn't this residence a bit too ordinary? This is just the office. We used to have a grand manor, but it collapsed after repeated wolf attacks. This place was chosen as a temporary replacement back then. Galahad greeted the guards at the entrance of the lord's residence and led Lin Feng and an inside. Although it was chosen temporarily, we've used this place for several years now. Some have proposed rebuilding the manor, but Lord Griffith refused, saying that given Kalin's current situation, it wasn't worth the time and effort. What an uncorrupted official. Galahad knocked on the door. Lord Griffith. A response came quickly from within. Galahad, your guard duty shift hasn't started yet. I've told you before, there's no need to arrive so early. Lord Griffith, I've come to see you about something. Oh, then come in. The door opened, and Lin Feng finally saw the lord. True to Galahad's word, the lord did not look nearly 60 at all. A quick glance would suggest he was only in his early 30s. His features were refined and scholarly, exuding a gentle and mature temperament. He wore formal noble attire, a monocle over his left eye, and kept his beard and hair well-groomed, far from unkempt. For unknown reasons, he wore several pendants around his neck. A stack of documents sat on his desk, and he held a quill in his hand, reviewing one of them even as they entered. The dark circles under his eyes betrayed the intensity of his workload. Although the dark circles were a slight detraction, his overall presence left a positive first impression. And who might these two be? Master was an adventurer for a time, right? Back then he made two good companions. This isn't the child of one of those companions and his friend Lin Feng. I see. Griffith nodded as if he had grasped the whole situation and turned his gaze to Lin Feng and on. Welcome to Kalin. I'd love to show you around. Griffith gave a self-deprecating smile, a hint of helplessness in his tone. But Kalin isn't exactly suitable for sightseeing right now, and I'm unable to leave my duties. After saying this, his gaze shifted to An. Time flies. The child of Gus's companion is already this grown. If Gus had a son, he would probably be about your age. Lord Griffith, it's remarkable that you could immediately identify Anne's gender. Griffith looked at Galahad and laughed. Of course. You forget how much older I am than you. Judging by your reaction, did you mistake her? I have nothing to say on that matter. Seeing Galahad's flustered expression, Griffith let out a hearty laugh. Ha! His expression quickly turned serious. Enough jesting. You came here for a reason, didn't you? Lin Feng stepped forward and began explaining the discrepancies he had discovered. Griffith's expression grew grave upon hearing that the matter involved his old comrade. Sent letters multiple times, yet none were ever delivered. Griffith pondered, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk in a rhythmic sequence of soft sounds. It is indeed suspicious. I suspect the problem lies with the Adventurers Guild. How about this? I will investigate this matter. When I have results, I will inform you. Is that acceptable? That would be perfect, Lord Griffith. Lin Feng looked at Griffith, instinctively activating his ability. He expected to find nothing again, yet the reality was far from his expectations. He successfully saw Griffith's tags. And what's more, the majority of this man's tags were blood red. Countless blood red tags spread out before him, surging toward Lin Feng like a sea of blood. Griffith Scott. Sadist, imprisoner, butcher, pursuer of immortality, power-hungry, hypocrite, master of deception, bone, carver, wolf, master, alchemist. For a moment, Lin Feng was stunned. Are you alright? Lin Feng reacted, swiftly deactivating his ability. The tags that had filled his vision vanished instantly. He had found the anomaly. Maintaining his composure, he met Griffith's gaze, staring at the man who had vowed to uncover the truth for the very person he had orchestrated the death of. Why had none of the letters been delivered? Why had Gus's hunting parties been dodged by Fenrir every single time? Why had Fenrir chosen to ambush Kalen at the most critical moment? Why had a severely wounded Fenrir managed to kill Gus? All the doubts now had an explanation. Griffith, it was you who stabbed Gus in the back. A genial smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he spoke to Griffith. Nothing, I was just thinking that with Lord Griffith handling this, the truth is sure to surface soon. I feel quite at ease. Griffith, just how am I going to kill you? After brief pleasantries, he departed the Lord's manor and bid farewell to Galahad. It was not until they returned to the inn that Lin Feng revealed his discovery to An. Captain, do you mean to say Griffith is the mastermind? He intercepted the letter, and he is the one who bred Fenrir the demon wolf. Think carefully, every major incident in Carlin lately appears superficially unconnected to Griffith. The orchestrator is never visibly him, yet each time he reaps the greatest benefit. If we link Griffith as a variable with Fenrir, many inconsistencies fall into place. Fenrir's breeding, the disappearances, without corpses, the pursuit of immortality, and the alchemical expertise. These elements cohere perfectly to explain Griffith's motives and methods. Fenrir likely uses human subjects as raw material for elixirs designed to achieve eternal life. His youthful appearance, despite nearing 60 years old, is almost certainly due to those very elixirs. More horrifying still is that this man not only transmutes humans into alchemical ingredients, but also indulges in sadism and imprisonment. What torments the victims endured before death is all too imaginable. In this light, Gas's death was almost certainly engineered by Griffith himself. Gas's return, his leadership of the knightly order against the beast, and his wounding of Fenrir elevated his renown. Yet this very rise threatened Griffith's authority. Driven by lust for power, Griffith outwardly played the benevolent ally, helping Gas assemble the expedition against Fenrir. In truth, he infiltrated the force to glean intelligence on every raid, ensuring his own instrument Fenrir could evade confrontation entirely. The timing of Fenrir's massacre upon Carlin was likely chosen deliberately by Griffith, and the families of knights who followed Gas into battle were surely singled out for Fenrir's attention under Griffith's covert command. And all this unfolded beneath the veil of Fenrir's sudden brutal assault, while Griffith remained behind, ostensibly safeguarding Carlin. This maneuver simultaneously undermined Gas's prestige and quietly elevated Griffith's own. Gas's final demise bristles with suspicion. How could Fenrir, grievously wounded, turn the tide to slay Gas and his reinforcements? The answer lies in Griffith's hidden blade, struck from the shadows. Even Griffith's immediate recognition of Anne's true gender likely stems from his long-standing clandestine interception of letters sent by Broster. It all clicks. The scattered fragments gathered over these days, the pivotal intelligence unearthed through his unique ability, now interlock seamlessly. Carlin's present plight may well be an elaborate lie meticulously woven by Griffith to feed his depraved desires. Captain, and gazed at Lin Feng with quiet melancholy, and voiced the unspoken question, what do we do now? And naturally believed Lin Feng's words. He had traveled alongside him long enough to know the extraordinary power granted to Lin Feng upon becoming a hero. Yet the crux of the matter lay in this chilling truth: the enemy it unveiled was staggeringly formidable. Griffith surpassed them both, newcomer adventurers. By every measure, his intimate knowledge of Carlin, the years he had spent laying his schemes, and the sheer magnitude of his authority. Meeting Anne's anxious gaze, Lin Feng paused in thought before speaking calmly. I intend to assassinate him. Assassinate? Can two of us accomplish that? Not two. I'll go alone. Alone? No, absolutely not. You can't undertake such perilous work solo. I know my combat experience is insufficient. I'd only hinder you, but at least let Master Broster accompany you. At that moment, Anne's eyes shifted, youthful innocence giving way to an ancient weathered weariness. The boy speaks truly. Seeing N's urgency draw Broster into the fray, Lin Feng spread his hands in resigned amusement. Do I strike you both as someone who rushes headlong into folly? You have a plan. Broster squinted skeptically. The core of the plan, Lin Feng replied succinctly, is my assassination of Griffith. That's still reckless impulse. Broster scoffed, openly curling his lip. Meeting Broster's condescending, childish fool expression, Lin Feng folded his arms and countered, and what wisdom do you offer, elder? Broster faltered, truly unable to conjure any alternative. That's precisely why this is the most viable and swiftest course. Other options exist, yes, but they demand too much time. Lin Feng's tone brooked no dissent. The longer we delay, the more lives are lost. Each second wasted costs a life. Even if this is our sole recourse, Broster retorted stubbornly, surely my mastery of stealth and assassination makes me the far superior choice. Oh, Lin Feng raised a brow. If you fail, can you guarantee your identity remains concealed and your escape assured? Brat. Broster glared. Who survives an assassination gone awry without exposure? Escaping alive would already be miraculous, precisely why I am better suited to carry it out. Broster blinked in surprise, frowning deeply at Lin Feng. So, you do possess some method. Of course. Though my stealth talent falls short of N's, I possess one advantage neither of you holds. As he spoke, a shimmer of golden light flared around Lin Feng, then vanished. Where Lin Feng had stood now stood a stranger. Disguise. Augmented by divine power, the illusion was flawless, not only visually, but vocally indistinguishable. The sole concern was divine energy consumption. After a brief demonstration, Lin Feng reverted to his true form. Even if the assassination fails, my identity remains shielded, and should I choose to flee, none can apprehend me. Indeed, the only being in all the realms who wields divine energy so freely is you. That very fact ensures surprise. Thus this plan reflects not rashness, but optimal strategy. Speak so boldly, and jinx yourself. Old man, must you speak ill omens all day long? Broster fell silent, stepping back and yielding his presence once more to N. Having heard Lin Feng's explanation, N's earlier panic subsided, replaced by quiet resignation. It seems there's nothing I can contribute to this mission. I remain too weak. Don't speak so soon. The plan may yet falter, and your aid might become indispensable. Then I hope it never comes to that. And extended his fist toward Lin Feng. Regardless, I trust you, Captain. May fortune walk beside you. Lin Feng met N's fist with a confident smile, lightly tapping it with his own. Naturally, daylight assassination offered easier escape amid crowds, but also increased patrols by nights. Weighing both factors, striking during curfew, when the streets lay deserted, promised greater success. Time slipped away and dusk settled swiftly. Lin Feng waited deliberately, until the thoroughfares emptied and most citizens retreated indoors, before setting out. He activated stealth, reshaped his form with divine energy, and made for the Lord's Manor. The approach went flawlessly. Just as he arrived, Griffith emerged from the manor gates. Lin Feng, closed and unseen, drew his dagger and struck, aiming straight for Griffith's skull. The keen blade hovered mere instants from impact, when suddenly immense resistance surged forth. A magical barrier erupted, impenetrable as the wall of size. At the moment of contact, a colossal counterforce rebounded violently, shattering the dagger's momentum. Crack! A pendant at Griffith's throat shattered. Someone means to kill me. His shriek tore through the night's stillness. TCH. Lin Feng's first strike missed. His form flickered briefly into visibility, then blurred again as he sought refuge in shadow. As he weighed whether to attempt another strike, a knight sprinted toward the scene. His arrival unsurprising given Griffith's status. But the anomaly lay here. The knight did not race toward Griffith. Instead, he charged straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng swiftly sheathed his dagger and unsheathed his short blade. In the blink of an eye, the knight reached him, sword arcing downward in a lethal cleave. Clang! Steel clashed midair, unleashing a deafening metallic shriek. Sparks exploded. A crushing weight surged down the blade, forcing Lin Feng back half a step. Their proximity now razor-thin. By the flash of colliding steel, Lin Feng recognized his opponent. To pierce my stealth so effortlessly. You are no ordinary foe. Galahad. Lord Griffith, flee at once. The knight's voice boomed like distant thunder. This assassin, I shall deal with him. Such immense strength. Direct confrontation would place him at a disadvantage. Escape was imperative. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Divine power surged through his veins as he braced both hands against the short blade and thrust forward. The sudden surge of force sent Galahad staggering backward, unbalancing him momentarily. Seizing that fleeting opening, Lin Feng instantly slipped into stealth, vanishing from sight to break free. Yet Galahad swiftly regained his footing and lunged after Lin Feng once more. His greatsword whirled in chaotic arcs, weaving a lethal net of steel before him. As Lin Feng dodged each sweeping strike, his mind raced. Galahad's pursuit was broad and unrestrained. Less precision, more probing slashes aimed blindly in his direction. Several strikes landed true in trajectory, yet missed him entirely. They resembled clumsy swings at a shadow glimpsed through mist, like wielding a wooden staff, haphazardly desperate to overwhelm a master with sheer chaos. It appeared Galahad lacked precise awareness of his exact location, only a vague sense of where he stood. Perhaps then escape lay within the narrow gaps between those reckless attacks. Just as Lin Feng entertained this thought, Galahad's assault abruptly shifted. tightening, compressing every inch of space Lin Feng had left to evade. Could it be? He's using these wild slashes to triangulate my position. Lin Feng sidestepped one blade, only to find the next descending upon him with no room to retreat, blocked by nearby buildings. TCH, what a nuisance. With no alternative, Lin Feng drew his short blade and met the blow head-on. Sparks erupted as steel clashed, his form flickered into visibility for an instant, then dissolved again as he deflected the impact's momentum and vanished. I've found you. That single parry revealed Galahad's method to force Lin Feng into the open. Thereafter his attacks wove like a tightening web, hurting Lin Feng relentlessly toward dead ends, compelling him to raise his weapon again and again to block. With each deflection, Lin Feng's stamina waned, and Galahad's unrelenting barrage pinned him tighter still. He needed a plan. Then from the corner of his eye, Lin Feng caught sight of Griffith nearby. Time to make use of you, for now. Lin Feng evaded a strike, materialized mid-motion, reversed defense into offense, and drove a golden fist blazing with divine power deep into Galahad's abdomen. Crunch. A single devastating blow launched Galahad airborne. He flew across the air before crashing violently through the wooden wall of a nearby dwelling, vanishing into the dust-choked breach. Lin Feng winced, shaking his hand in sharp pain. That hurt badly. Several bones must have fractured. Then several arcane sigils bloomed midair, not aimed at Galahad, but squarely at Griffith. He chanted unnecessary incantations, his voice altered by divine energy, to deceive his opponent. Griffith recognized the ruse at once and began his own spellcasting, but his archaic, sluggish casting speed stood no chance against Lin Feng's mastery. The moment the sigils solidified, Lin Feng turned and fled. Simultaneously, razor-sharp wind blades shot toward Griffith. The wind blades streaked toward Griffith, while his own incantation remained barely half-spoken. Griffith had not anticipated such a deception, feigning slow chant-dependent magic while wielding true silent casting, lulling him into fatal complacency. One after another, the wind blades struck, each impact shattering a protective amulet around Griffith's neck until only one remained, and then the barrier collapsed. Still more wind blades hurtled toward him, unstoppable. Griffith's face drained of color, stark white with terror. For years, fortune had smiled upon him, every plan unfolding flawlessly. Why was he being assassinated? Had he been discovered? He'd concealed himself impeccably for decades. Not even suspicion had ever brushed his name. Now, after so long, the primal dread of death descended upon him once more. At that very moment, a figure surged between Griffith and certain doom, Galahad. To reach him in time, Galahad had abandoned his own weapon. Now, clenching his fists like shields, Galahad met the wind blades barehanded, striking with blinding speed, dispersing the remaining blades into harmless gusts within seconds. Having done so, Galahad turned to check on Griffith, only to hear his master call out from behind. I'm unharmed. Capture him alive. Griffith's voice trembled with relief and with seething, uncontainable fury. He already envisioned the tortures awaiting the assassin, first extracting the secret of silent casting by any means necessary, then subjecting him to every torment imaginable, flaying his flesh for alchemical refinement, carving his bones into macabre art. For a moment, Griffith's features twisted grotesquely. Yes, Lord Griffith. But Galahad's firm voice snapped Griffith back from the precipice of lost reason. I must remember, I am still the Lord. Griffith regained composure. Scanning the area, he exhaled in quiet relief. No witnesses had seen his unguarded expression. Be cautious, the assassin is no ordinary foe. Understood, Lord Griffith. Without retrieving his weapon, Galahad sprinted after Lin Feng. His innate sense had only ever approximated Lin Feng's location, and now with distance widening, that perception faded almost entirely. If he delayed any longer, the assailant would vanish forever. Though clad in full-plate armor, his speed was astonishing. Lin Feng, fleeing ahead, felt a suffocating pressure closing in from behind. Even while cloaked in stealth, he sensed an unnerving, unrelenting gaze upon him. Lin Feng felt both strained and strangely grateful. Had this mission fallen to Brewster instead, escape would likely have been impossible. His only viable advantages were his divine illusioned human guise, and Galahad's unwavering honor, which compelled him to protect others. I know how to break free. Lin Feng bolted toward his inn and kicked the door wide open. Due to curfew, the inn teemed with guests. Lin Feng charged inside, hurling tables, chairs, benches, any object within reach, wildly in all directions. Shattering crockery, toppling furniture, panic screams, all erupted at once. The entire hall descended into utter pandemonium, a scene of pure devastation. The chaos impeded Galahad's pursuit. Lin Feng seized the moment, racing upstairs to the guest quarters, kicking open the door of the room adjacent to his own. The traveler inside jolted upright from bed, too startled to recognize the intruder, before the black-clad figure dashed past without pause, vaulted to the window, and shattered the glass with a crash before leaping out. After fabricating the illusion of an escape through the window, Lin Feng re-entered stealth midair, then hooked both hands over the sill with lightning speed. Powerful core muscles coiled and released, propelling him upward like a nimble ape, flipping backward in silence, landing softly back inside his own room through the window. He closed the window, dispelled the illusion, then dropped stealth, all in one fluid motion. Almost instantly, Galahad burst into the ransacked room. His sharp gaze swept the chamber and locked onto the broken window without hesitation. He lunged forward, gripping the frame with one hand, half his body leaning outward, his hawk-like eyes scanning rooftops and shadowed streets below with frantic intensity. Gone. Frowning Galahad searched in vain. By then the room's occupant had finally recovered, clutching a pillow as makeshift shield, glaring warily at Galahad. What do you think you're doing? Lost. Galahad sighed deeply, then bowed low to the traveler. My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I was pursuing an assassin. What in the world is happening? After painstakingly calming and explaining, Galahad opened the door and stepped out. No sooner had he entered the corridor than he saw Lin Feng, and then standing there, calm, composed, gazing down at the chaos below. What's going on downstairs? Why all the commotion, Captain? What do you suppose happened? How should I know? I only hope it doesn't spoil our dinner. At that moment Lin Feng turned and spotted Galahad. He deliberately waved his hand, the one injured earlier now fully healed by divine power, and offered a casual greeting. Galahad, what brings you here? Galahad scratched his head, replying. It's rather complicated, but in short, I'm carrying out official duty. Crisis averted. Escape secured. Suspicion erased. Watching Galahad struggle for words, Lin Feng felt a quiet, mischievous delight, like teasing an earnest, trusting soul. The assassination had failed, though he had managed to escape unscathed. The alarm had been raised. After this, attempting to assassinate Griffith in such a manner would no longer be feasible. For the next several months, Galahad would be constantly by Griffith's side. Failure was to be expected given how little intelligence he had on Griffith. It seemed this matter would require careful long-term planning. His thoughts were interrupted by the commotion downstairs. A squad of armored knights surged into the inn, their footsteps heavy and carrying an air of unquestionable authority. They began searching room by room, interrogating and questioning every suspicious individual based on the assassin's description Galahad had provided, build weapon style. But when divine power was used for disguise, even the appearance of the weapon would change. Thus the knights conducting their search according to Galahad's description could never trace it back to Lin Feng. Except for Yin, who knew the truth, no one could have identified Lin Feng as the assassin. After a chaotic uproar that lasted until late into the night, things gradually calmed down. The knights finally withdrew. Lin Feng lay on his bed pondering how to deal with Griffith. One mind alone was not as good as two. So Lin Feng closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the divine realm. When he opened them again, he found himself within the eternally radiant temple. This assassination was a bit reckless. Indeed, but we also gained quite a bit of intelligence. Lin Feng looked at Rosalind and asked, "Do you think Galahad is being kept in the dark, or is he complicit in the evil? I believe he is likely unaware. Why? Knights all follow Osiris, the god of justice, and the knight's code established by Osiris would never allow a knight to aid evil deeds. He is very strict with his followers, one of the few deities who demands singular devotion." Lin Feng was not convinced. There are plenty who have betrayed their faith. Knights are different from other professions. It is not merely a vocation, but the blade of the royal family, the military. The knight's code is like military discipline to them. Even here, far from the capital, and rarely watched by the divine knights, still abide by the code voluntarily. Rosalind's words forced Lin Feng to consider this seriously. The royal family used knights as the foundation of their rule, inevitably engraving loyalty and order into their very bones. After all, a weapon could be without a mind, but it must obey. Knights have changed considerably over the years. Compared to those 1,000 years ago, they are almost two different professions. This transformation has also affected Osiris significantly. He used to be merely rigid and stubborn, but the last time I saw him. A trace of reminiscence flickered across Rosalind's face as she recalled the last time she saw Osiris. By then he no longer resembled a normal deity. He was more like a rigidly operating set of rules. From my perspective, that kind of god is closer to what I would consider a deity. In any case, I would not want to become like that, judging right and wrong by a rigid standard, punishing anyone who breaks the rules without asking why. More like a tool than a god. So the gods of this world, after all, possessed more humanity than divinity. This might be because the gods here were born from the currents of human thought. After filling in the intelligence on Osiris, through Rosalind, Lin Feng's view of Galahad became more inclined toward his ignorance. Above all, Galahad had little motive to help Griffith. On the contrary, he had plenty of motives to kill Griffith. Just the crime of killing his master alone would be enough for Galahad to take up his blade against Griffith. And he would chase him down relentlessly. Thinking this way, Galahad seemed like a potential ally. He needed to figure out how to turn him. How could he sow suspicion toward Griffith in Galahad's heart? Lin Feng, now that the assassination has failed, what do you plan to do? Rosalind's voice pulled Lin Feng back to the present. I intend to stay here for a while, gather evidence of Griffith's crimes, and find a way to expose his true nature. And have you thought of a reason to stay? Become a merchant. Lin Feng began to explain to Rosalind. To oppose Griffith, I need corresponding status. Entering politics would take too long, and Griffith's shadow is everywhere. It's no longer feasible. Becoming a merchant is the quickest way to gain status in a short time. If everything is as you say, that's fine. But how skilled are you at commerce? I know a thing or two. The experience of being repeatedly harvested by various capital sites in his past life had now become a valuable asset. Moreover, he held a trump card capable of shaking the market, a recipe for seasonings from another world far superior to anything native. The peddlers of this world were not just facing Lin Feng, but a whole era of cunning. Merchants. Perhaps through this, he could also help Rosalind gain more followers. Recently, the consumption of divine power had been rather heavy. Since you are confident in your abilities, I will not ask further. I imagine you know more about this than I do. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, a wave of intense fatigue surged over him like a tide, and he couldn't help but let out a long yawn. You are very tired. Go rest. No matter how good the plan, you cannot execute it when fatigued. That's true. Lin Feng's figure gradually faded away in the holy temple. Good night, Rosalind. But this night was destined not to be peaceful. Wake up, Lin Feng. Something is wrong. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, the drowsiness quickly vanishing from his gaze. Then he rolled out of bed. What's wrong? The bell here just rang. Before Rosalind could finish, a loud crash came from the adjacent room. The entire building seemed to shudder. Lin Feng grabbed his weapon amid the shaking, quickly dressed, and looked toward the source of the vibrations. Through the window, he caught a glimpse of a massive, ferocious body covered in dark fur. Could it be Fenrir? Fenrir's enormous wolf body clung to the second floor of the inn. Even just by rearing up on its forelegs, it could reach the second story. It was now repeatedly tearing at the rooms on the second floor with its claws, trying to pull the people inside out. Captain, and burst through the door saying, "It seems we are surrounded by wolves. We need to find a way." Before he could finish, another violent tremor shook the place. The sound of shattering glass with splintering and the screams of guests mixed together. The adjacent room was instantly ripped open by Fenrir, leaving a huge hole. Let's go first. Although Fenrir's main target was not his room, it was far too close. Lin Feng and then rushed out of the room and arrived at the lobby, which was already packed with people. The entire inn was trembling under Fenrir's assault, and everyone was crowded in the lobby, utterly at a loss. Terrified guests huddled together like a frightened flock of sheep, their cries, curses, and prayers interweaving into a thick, oppressive atmosphere of despair. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling with every tear of Fenrir's claws, the whole building groaning in a teeth-grinding creak as if it would collapse at any moment. Captain, I saw from the second floor. The entire inn is surrounded by wolves. We have to break out. Fenrir was leading the wolves outside, watching menacingly, and was dismantling the entire building. Judging by the shaking, it wouldn't hold much longer. Griffith would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one escape, it seemed. He was planning to have Fenrir and the wolf pack devour everyone in the inn. Just because the assassin might be hiding in this, and he would condemn everyone in it to death. Griffith, you are truly ruthless. From now on, between us, there will be no grievances left to settle. Only one of us will kill the other. Staying here is just waiting to die. This house won't hold much longer. Lin Feng shouted amidst the crowd. Don't block the hall anymore. Soon a retort came from the crowd. Are you out of your damn mind? There are so many magic wolves outside, let alone Fenrir. If I go out, it'll target me. Exactly. The bell has rung. The knights will come to save us soon. Lin Feng said no more. If only things could be as they said. He had witnessed how fast Fenrir demolished the house. One claw swipe could tear a huge opening. Though the inn was large and sturdy, under Fenrir's destruction, it wouldn't last long. Griffith didn't let Fenrir breach the first floor precisely to exploit this mentality, making the prey abandon hope of escape and obediently stay inside to die. Once the holes on the second floor were large enough, wouldn't the magic wolves simply enter through those gaps? The urgent task was to crush the crowd's false hope and force them to break out. True, some would die in the breakout, and a few unlucky ones would be targeted by Fenrir, but that was still better than everyone perishing in the inn. The house. They were still hiding because it offered shelter. So I'll just burn it down. And I'm going to set this place on fire. Join the crowd when they break out. If anything urgent happens, have old Deng help you. Wait. Captain, what are you going to do? Before he could finish, Lin Feng's figure vanished, and helplessly withdrew his outstretched hand and muttered, Captain is always so resolute. Lin Feng activated stealth and went to the second floor, arriving at the room Fenrir was dismantling. Nearly one wall had been torn away, revealing the full view of the Fenrir magic wolf. A massive pitch-black magic wolf almost the size of a bus. Such a creature right before him, destroying everything, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Feng raised his wand and fired a fireball at each of Fenrir's eyes. Two blazing orbs struck the wolf's face, igniting its fur and spreading rapidly. Wow! Fenrir let out a deafening howl of agony. Its huge front paws clawed frantically at its own face, trying to extinguish the clinging flames. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng launched several more fireballs, this time not at Fenrir, but at the inn. Each fireball flew like a deadly seed, precisely aimed at the flammable spots in every second-floor room. Bed curtains, wooden cabinets piled clutter. Having done all this, he slipped down the stairs as silently as a fish diving into water, merging back into the terrified crowd. Soon flames spread and thick smoke filled the hall. Lin Feng seized the moment and shouted, Run! The house is on fire! He mixed in with the crowd, screaming with all his might, his voice filled with terror. His shout caused an uproar. Fire! Smoke! So much smoke! Cough! It's really on fire! I see flames! Get out now! But there are wolves outside. Better to be eaten by wolves than burned alive. Do you want to die here in the flames? As the fire drew closer, those near the source were driven mad by the heat and suffocation, pushing forward desperately. The people in front were swept along by this force, involuntarily surging toward the tightly shut door that led to an unknown hell. Several mages chanted spells trying to douse the fire with water magic, but the flames had already taken hold. A few streams were just a drop in the bucket. Just then a figure rushed straight to the door, cursing, Rather than wait here to die, I'll fight those beasts. Even if I die, I want to choose how. Then the figure kicked open the door, brandishing a short blade, and charging at the magic wolves outside. After the first, a second soon followed. After all, the fire was spreading, and it wouldn't be long before the entire inn became a sea of flames. Lin Feng cut down a magic wolf in front of him, watching the crowd pour out of the burning inn like a flood bursting through a dam, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At least this way, not everyone will be wiped out. How's he? One punch per magic wolf. Seems I don't need to worry about him for now. The crowd scattered. Most of the inn's occupants were adventurers. Soon ad hoc teams formed, each breaking out in a different direction. The magic wolves surrounding the inn were intimidated by the blazing fire, while also facing the adventurers' counterattack. With no retreat left, the adventurers fought desperately, charging forward. After all, no one wanted to die, but just then a wolf howl came from the burning inn behind them. Lin Feng turned to see Fenrir somehow, already atop the roof. The massive wolf stood proudly on the roof, gazing down at the crowd. The inn burned and collapsed beneath its feet, like a flaming altar offered to it. It made Fenrir look like a hellhound. Fenrir leaned down toward the crowd, then gathered strength in its limbs and leaped from the roof. A huge black shadow flew over the crowd and landed ahead, blocking their escape. Burnt marks remained on Fenrir's eyes, along with claw scratches and clumps of dirt from trying to extinguish the flames. Parts of its fur were singed off, and the burnt skin oozed blood. With its blood-red eyes, it looked nauseatingly and horrifyingly like a zombie wolf. Fenrir stared at the crowd, opened its massive maw, and roared. A terrifying sonic boom carrying a thick, bloody wind slammed into everyone's heart like an invisible hammer. The inn behind them, unable to withstand Fenrir's force, completely collapsed into a burning ruin. It's Fenrir. It's over. Fall back. Fall back. The advancing crowd halted in terror at the sight of Fenrir. But Lin Feng, unlike the frightened crowd, focused elsewhere. He noticed that the wounds on Fenrir were healing rapidly. The most troublesome self-healing ability. This is going to be difficult. These people must survive. If only he and Inn are left, they'll easily become Griffith's target. Being crushed by Fenrir's aura and then surrounded by the pack would be a terrible end. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The foul air, mixed with smoke, blood wolf stench, and the crowd's panic, flooded his lungs, but strangely it cooled his mind instantly. Amid the panicked crowd, Lin Feng's calm stillness stood out, yet the chaos made him unnoticed. What a hassle. Rosalind changed me back to my previous appearance. Be careful. In an instant, Lin Feng's appearance shifted. He slowly drew the short blade from his back and pulled the short wand from his waist. Wand in one hand, short blade in the other, he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, like quenched stars, pierced through the chaotic crowd and fixed on Fenrir, standing on the roof like a demon god descending. Griffith must be hiding somewhere watching. You're looking for me, aren't you? Fine. Frenzy. Blood vessels instantly filled Lin Feng's eyes, and in that moment a speed rivaling Lindbergh's burst forth. Lin Feng's figure flashed out from the crowd, appearing behind Fenrir in an instant. After his figure passed, several snowy blade gleams traced the path of his slashes. Blood splattered from Fenrir. Deep wounds appeared, accompanied by agonized howls. Lin Feng landed lightly. He turned slowly, the bloodstained short blade pointed diagonally at the ground, wand hanging low. He faced the equally turning Fenrir without a trace of fear, staring into those enormous eyes now crimson with agony and rage. One man, one wolf. A disparity in size like a mountain and a speck of dust. Lin Feng raised his short blade, the cold edge pointing directly at Fenrir's ferocious head. Griffith, see clearly, I am right here. Fenrir let out a thunderous roar and charged at Lin Feng. Its colossal frame barreled forward like a fully loaded cargo truck. The berserk state would leave him severely weakened once it ended. He had to lure Fenrir somewhere far away before that happened. Rosalind, I'll draw Fenrir away. While I have its attention, make sure and leads the group out of here. I've already told him. Then it's up to you. And Lin Feng ceased worrying about and then focused entirely on the beast before him. Facing the demon wolf's pounce, Lin Feng remained calm. Timing his move perfectly, he tapped his toes lightly and leaped into the air to evade the attack. While suspended momentarily in midair, Fenrir swiftly adjusted its posture and swiped a claw toward him. Lin Feng aimed his wand behind himself. A magic circle materialized in an instant, unleashing a powerful gust of air that propelled him hurtling into the distance. Fenrir chased after Lin Feng like a dog after a frisbee, and mingled within the crowd, watched the beast disappear into the distance. He had just heard Rosalind's message, learning of Lin Feng's plan for him. Watching Lin Feng draw Fenrir away single-handedly, a surge of intense unwillingness welled up within him. He was still too weak, too immature. He could only stand here, watching his captain go off alone to face danger, and drew out his single-eyed eye patch and silently put it on, covering his blue eye. Then he drew the twin daggers from his waist. His gaze turned exceptionally cold as he looked toward the wolf pack. Only through the crucible of real combat could he grow at lightning speed. Mr. Brewster, I hope you won't hold back. Let's go together. With that, and vanished into stealth. The next time his form reappeared, his dagger had already sliced open a demon wolf's throat. Using the recoil from his wand's wind magic, Lin Feng weaved through the air with incredible agility, deftly dodging Fenrir's relentless attacks. Each perilous change of direction narrowly escaped Fenrir's claws and fangs. I've lured it far enough. Now I need to figure out how to get away. Fenrir's claws came swiping in, and Lin Feng twisted his body slightly to evade the strike. For some reason, Fenrir's attacks didn't seem lethal. Trying to capture me alive. Lin Feng landed on the ground. He really is underestimating me. The best revenge against an enemy who underestimates you is to shatter their spirit. Alright then, I'll find a way to send you off like this, Griffith. Just then a silver-white figure like a comet tearing through the night slammed violently into Fenrir's massive flank from the side. Seizing the moment before Fenrir could react. Thunk! A hair-raising muffled sound of a sharp weapon piercing through thick fur and tough muscle. The entire blade sank in without obstruction, embedded to the hilt in Fenrir's side. Eek! The sight made Lin Feng's face contort slightly. Ugh! That looks painful. The figure stopped, and Lin Feng finally got a clear look at who this ferocious warrior was. Galahad. Having landed his strike, Galahad didn't pause for a moment. His feet planted firmly on the ground like roots, he strained his arms, and with sheer brute force wrenched the greatsword upward through Fenrir's body. The upward slash sent chunks of flesh and gore flying, creating a grisly rain of blood and meat. The damage to Fenrir was severe. Its spine severed, its lower body completely paralyzed. It now lay on the ground wailing in agony. Blood and shredded flesh rained down upon Galahad's pristine silver-white armor, making a viscous splat sound. Despite being struck, Fenrir didn't retreat. It raised its still functional front claws, and with frantic maniacal desperation, swiped viciously at the nearby Galahad. Galahad reacted swiftly, pushing off his toes and landing beside Lin Feng. Did you lure it here? Truly brave. Galahad's voice carried a hint of breathlessness, but more so a note of admiration. His gaze swept across Lin Feng's face, and his praise froze mid-sentence, as if struck by ice. He immediately pressed his greatsword against Lin Feng's neck. It's you. Lin Feng lowered his gaze, glancing at the blade stained with the demon wolf's blood, and let out a soft chuckle. Is this really the time to be questioning me? His gaze then moved past Galahad, fixing on the massive wolf form in the distance that was convulsing, healing, and struggling to rise again. Isn't there a bigger problem over there than me? Lin Feng's voice held a strange calm. Capture the assassin, or deal with this city-destroying beast that could recover at any moment. After a moment of deliberation, Galahad lowered his blade. I ask you, why did you attempt to assassinate Lord Griffith? Silence would be the safest choice. But at this moment, an even bolder plan was forming in his mind. Have you ever heard of heroic spirits? Lin Feng's voice had a strange, ethereal quality. Heroic spirits. Galahad's brows furrowed. Souls chosen by the gods after death, granted a mission to return. Exactly. I wonder, in your eyes, is Gus Cook worthy of being a heroic spirit? You mean Master is? Lin Feng watched Galahad's dramatic reaction, and a smile crept across his face. Yes, I once met your master's heroic spirit, and he told me. Griffith was the one who killed him. He was never a comrade, and that giant wolf is the pet he raised. The sheer volume of information slammed into Galahad's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Absurd. After a moment of dead silence, Galahad looked up sharply, his voice from beneath the helmet laced with the fury of being duped and a barely perceptible tremor. You think I'd believe the words of a lying assassin if you truly saw Master? Lin Feng coughed lightly, cutting Galahad off. Cough, cough. Of course he had never seen Gus's heroic spirit, but he had long learned from Heloise what kind of man he was. So now it all depended on whether he could use the information he had to put on a convincing performance. So, Galahad, you'd rather believe I was killed by a demon wolf I had gravely wounded than believe I was murdered? Hey, don't say I taught you that when you get out. After saying this, Lin Feng looked at Galahad. This is what your master said to tell you in case you didn't believe me. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Those few seconds felt like centuries. Lin Feng had even prepared for the worst. If this failed, he would immediately claim it was a joke and play it off as a prank. Then he would approach Galahad again as Lin Feng and try to turn him. Finally, Galahad spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation. Master. He really became a heroic spirit. Lin Feng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Perfect. Now he could use the your master once said trick to fool him. Believe it or not, that's what he told me. Then, can I see Master again? I can tell you clearly no. Your master refused the appointment as a heroic spirit. If he hadn't refused, I wouldn't exist. Your master declined, so the gods chose me. Why did Master refuse? Lin Feng knew all too well that loose lips sink ships. He immediately used a tone of how should I know, mixed with slight impatience to block the question. He's your master, not mine. How should I know? Go figure it out yourself. Galahad fell silent. At this moment his mind must be racing to find the reason his master gave up the appointment. Let him figure it out himself. An answer one weaves for oneself is often more deeply believed than one forced upon them. Just then the fallen Fenrir struggled to its feet. Lin Feng's pace quickened, words firing at Galahad like rapid fire. As for Griffith, think about the details yourself. Go check the original death lists and cross-reference them with the names of the families of the knights who supported Gus. You're bound to find something significant. Also check whether the men Griffith led to reinforce your master's unit were all staunch resistance fighters. Your master told me he died because of Griffith's sneak attack, and Griffith arrived at the scene alone. Lin Feng fired off a string of statements, and this time Galahad didn't argue, just listened in silence. Even now Griffith is watching from a distance. If you don't believe me, just see if he asks you about the content of our conversation here after all this is over. Galahad remained silent. Even without seeing his face, Lin Feng knew he was deeply conflicted. I'm not asking you to believe me right now, nor am I asking you to draw your sword and strike him down. I'm telling you all this just so you keep your eyes open when dealing with Griffith. Seeing Finra approaching, Lin Feng shouted, "Now let's focus on Finra first." Finra staggered to its feet. Though not fully healed, it lunged towards them. Galahad snapped his head up. He took a deep breath, long and heavy as if trying to forcibly suppress all the churning doubts, pain, and fury within his chest. He raised his sword facing Finra. Would fighting make it easier? Beneath the cold steel mask, a low growl of release seemed to escape. At this moment, fighting had become the simplest thing of all. Seeing Galahad return to normal, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with such a torrent of information, it was natural for the mind to overload, but overload was one thing. Now was not the time for it. The berserk time was almost up. In the distance, a contingent of knights was approaching. Galahad was already locked in combat with Finra. It was time to make an exit. But before leaving, one more favor for you, Galahad. With a wave of his wand, Lin Feng instantly summoned several crimson magic circles around Finra. Generally, when an ally is entangled with a monster, a mage finds it hard to act, as friendly fire is a real risk. But Finra was huge, so that was not a concern. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the magic circles all fired at once. A barrage of fireballs, carefully avoiding Galahad, slammed into Finra from every angle. Finra's fur caught fire instantly, and within moments the beast was fully engulfed in flames. With Finra in that state, Galahad found it hard to press the attack. He looked at Lin Feng. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful mage. Ghana. Lin Feng bowed gracefully toward Galahad like a noble taking his leave. As the bow ended, his figure vanished like ink dissolving into the night. Still in stealth, Lin Feng fled, without looking back, leaving the mess for the knights to handle. After running a distance, the divine power disguise faded. Hausen, he's already broken out. Show me the way. As he walked, the berserk effect began to wear off and waves of weakness swept over him. Lin Feng started panting. He pulled the short blade from his waist and used it as a walking stick, supporting himself step by step. His current appearance truly resembled that of an adventurer who had survived a deadly battle, exhausted in both body and mind. He walked for what felt like ages before finally nearing its location. And now, covered in bloodstains, spotted Lin Feng and drew a short dagger, pointing it at him warily. "Who's there?" "It's me." Lin Feng dropped stealth, a look of near collapse on his face. "Captain." The wariness in Anne's eyes turned instantly to joy and concern. He sheathed his dagger and hurried over, catching Lin Feng's swaying body and supporting most of his weight with his own shoulder. "Thank goodness. You're safe. What's the situation now?" "The dire wolves have retreated, but the nearby inns are either destroyed or overcrowded. So we're sleeping on the street." "Yes, but it's fine. We're used to it." "Not exactly used to it. Before, we always had tents when sleeping outside, and we didn't have wolf blood all over us." "Tents." Supporting Lin Feng and pointed to a familiar pile of luggage in the distance. "Our gear is over there." "Huh, I thought it all burned." And grinned, leaning close to Lin Feng's ear and whispering proudly, "Captain, didn't you say you set the fire?" "I went upstairs and tossed the luggage out first. Wolves don't eat luggage." "Well done. This team truly can't do without you." I'm not that great." And helped Lin Feng walk step by step toward the luggage. Lin Feng nearly collapsed onto the thickest bundle, letting out a long, relieved exhale. Finally, a moment of rest, and searched the area and gathered some pieces of the inn that Finra had scattered around. There was already a pile of debris, meaning and had been collecting for a while before Lin Feng arrived. Once he had enough and began to prepare a fire. It was past midnight and the wind outside was still cold. A fire would provide warmth and comfort. The biggest victim here was probably the innkeeper. His livelihood was gone. Hopefully his savings would see him through this crisis. And hopefully those savings weren't all lost in this calamity. And skillfully started the fire, and its glow stood out vividly in the darkness. The two sat by the campfire, surrounded by luggage. Lin Feng, paralyzed by the berserk side effects, didn't move a muscle. He propped his elbow on his knee, chin resting on his palm, staring with unfocused eyes at the crackling, dancing flames. Another day. Survive. His voice was soft, laden with exhaustion, yet tinged with a barely perceptible relief. Yeah, and also gazed into the flames, murmuring, "Being alive is good." Just then, growling. An unnaturally loud, thunderous rumble erupted from Anne's stomach. "Ha. Captain, stop laughing at me." And quickly clamped a hand over his traitorous stomach, cheeks flushing. "How embarrassing. What's wrong with it?" After a big battle, feasting and drinking to celebrate. Nothing beats that. Lin Feng stood up, rummaged through the luggage for jerky, tossed a few pieces to in, and began to chew. As he ate, Lin Feng smacked his lips, feeling something was missing. The flavor sacrificed for long-term preservation was now unbearable in the exhaustion of survival. His gaze unconsciously fell upon the dancing campfire before him. The orange-red flames, warm and inviting. A bold, even absurd idea sparked in his mind like an ember. "Let's make kebabs." "Captain, what are you saying? We were just attacked by wolves." Lin Feng's tone was light and lazy, as if the battle had never happened, radiating a thick sense of ease. "What's the harm? The wolves have retreated and Finra isn't here now. Finra is so big, there's no way we'd miss it approaching." He pointed to the crackling fire ready-made. Then he tilted his chin toward the scattered wolf carcasses, meat everywhere. "We have the right time, the right place, and the right people. If not now, when?" And sat still, wrestling with his thoughts. His reason said they should stay alert. But kebabs smelled so good and tasted delicious. Stay alert. But kebabs were delicious. Stay. But kebabs. Eat the kebabs. Soon, and surrendered to the temptation of delicious kebabs. It has been a long time since I had kebabs. I'll go drag one of those dire wolves over. Great. Then I'll prepare the skewers. They both stood up and busied themselves, and deliberately chose the heavy task of dragging the wolf carcass, clearly mindful of Lin Feng's weakened state. Soon Lin Feng found wooden skewers and homemade seasonings in the luggage. Since the luggage had been thrown from a height, even the bottles buried at the bottom had taken a hit. Cracks appeared on the glass bottles, but luckily they didn't shatter. As for the skewers, Lin Feng had made a large batch during their travels, so they were always on hand. A good habit it turned out. Meanwhile, Lin skillfully processed the dire wolf, cutting it open, removing the thigh, skinning, bleeding, and then chopping it into small pieces. Lin Feng took the pieces and quickly marinated them with his ingredients. Neither of them minded the smell of blood. The area was already thick with it, so a little more made no difference. If anything came, they'd kill it. Anything that tried to block their meal should be killed. Then they'd eat what was edible and spit out what wasn't, tossing it away with disgust. Finally, the time-consuming prep was done. They sat back down around the dancing flames, placing the skewered meat over the fire. Whenever the flames weren't strong enough, Lin Feng used magic to stoke them. Soon the aroma of roasting meat spread. Even if wolf meat wasn't the best quality with this seasoning, it would taste amazing even on a shoe sole. And it wasn't a shoe sole. One bite and juice burst in the mouth, so fragrant. Just as Lin Feng and Lin were enjoying the feast, footsteps approached. They both stopped, hands moving to their weapons in unison, eyes fixed on the approaching figure. The figure stepped closer into the firelight. It was another adventurer who had suffered the same fate, but compared to Lin and Lin Feng, he was in far worse shape. His leather armor was tattered with blood-soaked bandages wrapped around several places. His sword was chipped, and some wounds were still exposed, clearly neglected. The man came over and stared at the kebab's, lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't, and looked at Lin Feng, silently asking what to do. Sir, kebabs cost money. Lin Feng's mention of money. Money. The ragged young man seemed struck right in his most painful spot. His body gave a violent jolt, then he squatted down with a plop, covering his face with both hands, and a stifled, heartbroken cry burst out. Gone. All gone. Burned to ashes. Woo-woo. His miserable sobs filled the air. Lin Feng looked at those trembling shoulders and let out a silent sigh. After all, I started the fire. He picked up a kebab and walked over, patting the man gently on the back. What's there to cry about without money? Lin Feng's voice carried a strange, soothing power. Just write an IOU. You're still alive, so you can earn it back. Survive tonight, and you'll pay it off eventually. The young man, tears streaming down his face, looked at the kebab. Overwhelmed by misery, hunger, and this sudden kindness, he reached out with trembling hands and carefully took the skewer. With one bite, tears flowed again. So damn delicious. Woo-woo. So damn delicious. The young man wolfed down the meat, while wailing, tears and grease smeared across his face, looking both comical and pitiful. The despair of surviving, the pain of losing everything, seemed to find an outlet in that mouthful of scalding deliciousness. Life is like that. After a blow, you break down, despair, and feel helpless, yet you always manage to taste a little sweetness that keeps you going, continuing to fight this damn life. Lin Feng looked at his comical appearance and couldn't help but laugh. This absurd yet real scene carried a strange vitality. Soon the young man finished the kebab, but one was clearly not enough. He cautiously shuffled closer and asked, how much for one kebab? As he spoke, he had already braced himself. Something so delicious must be expensive, right? How much? Lin Feng poked the fire with a stick, sending sparks flying, illuminating his calm profile. He pondered for a moment, as if seriously considering a fair price. 15 copper for one. How much? 15 copper, not expensive. Eat in peace. Lin Feng handed him another skewer and added an extra one on the spot. You are a truly great benefactor. The young man looked at the kebab in his hand and shed tears again. In his eyes, this delicious kebab was worth far more than 15 copper coins. Lin Feng was considering his pride. This was obviously an excuse to let him eat without guilt. The young man felt a respect he had never known before. Don't throw away the skewer in your hand, Lin Feng said, pointing to the empty stick he clutched. I needed to keep your debt record. I won't throw it. I'd rather die than throw it. The young man nodded vigorously, clutching the bare wooden skewer like a holy relic, and swore to the heavens. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely pay you back. If I try to welch on the debt, may the creator god strike me down with lightning. Lin Feng shot him a slightly surprised look. It might actually happen. Look what a pitiful culinary desert this world is. Foodies would go this far for a bite to eat. I'm planning to open a shop here. When I do, come to my shop to pay the debt. After that, you're welcome to eat anytime, and I promise the price stays the same. Huh, you're opening a shop. The young man's eyes lit up. Then you must tell me the location. I'll eat there until you go bankrupt. Hey, why are you cursing me? Oh, sorry, my bad. So where is it? I really want to know. I haven't decided yet. What? Relax. Lin Feng poked the fire and turned the skewers. When I start grilling, you'll smell it and come. That's true. Just then, another weary, wounded figure drawn by the campfire and the strange aroma approached hesitantly. His expression mirrored that of the first young man, and looked up, flashing a friendly yet shrewd smile, and announced, Dire Wolf skewers, 15 copper, each, no cheating, credit available for taste testing. Lin Feng gave it a thumbs up. My partner truly adapts fast. It was as if an invisible switch had been flipped. One after another, the survivors, hungry, cold, and desperate, hesitantly emerged from the shadows, drawn toward this small campfire that radiated the scent of food and human warmth. What had been a quiet corner of weary rest now against the deep night and the blood-stained ruins miraculously came alive. The fire crackled, skewers sizzled, low voices murmured, and even a few relieved laughs surfaced after survival. This absurd yet heartwarming scene was the most resilient sign of life on this land ravaged by dire wolves. Dawn was drawing near, the night's veil gradually lifting. When the nightly order arrived upon this group of stranded travelers, the site had already transformed into an open-air barbecue stall. At first Lin Feng and managed, barely, to keep up with demand. Soon, however, that proved impossible. Lin Feng then selected several among the stranded to assist him. Grateful for the kindness they'd received, each volunteer threw themselves into the task with fervent zeal. Under Lin Feng's guidance, a seamless production line emerged, preparing ingredients, skewering meat, roasting over flames, and seasoning each batch. Yet seasonings were finite. By the end, the flavor had dulled from its initial brilliance. Though for these weary souls it remained more than enough. As numbers swelled, new challenges arose, not least of which was dwindling firewood. Several mages stepped forward. I command fire magic. More survivors arrived, but no skewers remained. A few pulled forth their meager rations. I've got some food. Let's tide everyone over for now. Thus arose an improbable patchwork barbecue establishment. Each person assuming a role, strangers united by shared purpose, sustaining this makeshift haven of rest and warmth. Even when the knights arrived to offer rescue and relief, many refused to depart. The atmosphere here was simply too rare, too precious. It had been ages, longer than memory dared recall, since any of them had known such unity, such collective resolve in facing adversity. The knights pleaded for hours, yet persuasion failed. Exhausted from prolonged combat against Fenrir, they stood at the edge of collapse. At last Lin Feng stepped forward. With a slow, deliberate round of applause, he drew every gaze toward himself. Lin Feng, and it had become the group's unwavering center. So revered that the moment Lin Feng spoke, silence fell like a shroud, even among the knights who instinctively stilled their movements. Even the knights, swept up in the unspoken gravity of the leader has spoken, softened their gestures, and held their breath. Friends, all feasts must conclude. We have weathered the storm together, a chapter etched deeply in memory. But time does not pause. It is time to move on. His words carried no sharpness, yet resonated with quiet, unassailable authority. A hush descended, heavy and leaden, as if sorrow itself had seeped into the air, settling upon every heart. Oh, and I've decided on a location for my shop. I'll acquire Garfield House for the venture. As for where exactly, you'll have to find out for yourselves. With that, Lin Feng planted his hands on his hips, spun once slowly, ensuring each person met his steady gaze, then declared, one by one. You've devoured every last grain of my secret spice blend, and you will repay me every silver coin. The crowd froze, petrified as though struck by a spell of stone. Then in the next heartbeat, thunderous laughter erupted, wild, unrestrained, sweeping away all traces of parting melancholy. After all, how much could one possibly consume of skewers priced so modestly, even at mortal peril? Had Lin Feng heard their thoughts, he might well have retorted, do you truly have no idea how prodigiously you eat? Proof lay scattered nearby, the bleached bones of numerous dire wolves piled high beneath the starlight. It wasn't hunger's limit they faced, it was abundance beyond measure. And this joy, infectious and radiant, warmed even Lin Feng himself, lifting the corners of his lips into a rare, genuine smile. Wooden skewers, once used for tallying debts, soon ran out entirely. Everyone began keeping their own accounts, scribbled hastily on scraps or memorized by heart. By then, repayment mattered less than reputation. The goodwill earned tonight was worth more than gold, priceless, irreplaceable. This tale would ripple across Karlin, told and retold, drawing pilgrims not to hear legend, but to taste the food served by the man who forged kinship from chaos. Even if not a single coin were recovered, the venture had already yielded incalculable returns. Amid the fading echoes of laughter, a voice rang out, Master, I swear upon the Creator, I will repay you. If I fail, let me dash my skull against brick. I swear upon the Creator, if I default, may I drown in the river. Let lightning scorch me black if I renege. And if I ever cheat you, I'll spend eternity fleeing the wrath of old cripples, goose pecking relentlessly at my backside. Oaths multiplied, each stranger invoking the Creator, each vow growing more inventive, more absurd, until the very air hummed with solemn absurdity. After the clamor subsided, silence returned. Then all eyes turned again to Lin Feng, the enigmatic force who for a fleeting span had woven strangers into kinship. Lin Feng raised a hand, flicking it casually aside, as if brushing dust from his shoulder. Onward. Dreams diverge, brilliance blooms in different skies. His voice carried clear into the vast, quiet night. Mountains rise, rivers flow. We shall meet again in the world beyond. At his signal, the assembly dispersed, slowly, tenderly, like mist dissolving at first light. Once the last figure vanished, Galahad approached Lin Feng. I've never witnessed anything like this in my life. You've utterly reshaped my understanding. He searched for a word precise enough to capture that surreal, tender carnival, only to find language itself faltering, impoverished before such paradox. Lin Feng shrugged. It wasn't me alone. I learned what happened. You extended the first gesture of goodwill, and others answered in kind. Fine. I admit it. I'm a paragon of virtue. That sudden self-deprecating declaration left Galahad momentarily speechless. Watching Galahad's stunned expression, Lin Feng chuckled and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Enough. Let's go. His tone was light, buoyant, so much to do. Find a place to sleep, bathe, catch up on rest, and plot the grand opening of my shop. With a final effortless wave, he strode past Galahad, toward and waiting quietly in the distance. Soon Lin Feng and then quickly found a new inn and took a quick shower. Then, mustering their spirits, they dashed to the Adventurers Guild, used the seed money given by Heloise to purchase the Gaffer house, returned to the inn with the contract, and immediately collapsed into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon. Good morning. Or should I say good afternoon? That doesn't matter, I'm long used to my messed up biological clock. Lin Feng scratched his messy hair, his gaze falling on the contract placed on the bedside table. With this, the Gaffer house was now his property. Before that, he had to meet with Gaffer first. Lin Feng grabbed the contract, left the room, and arrived at Anne's door. He was about to knock, but his finger halted just before touching the door. Is he awake? Still asleep. Lin Feng withdrew his hand. Then forget it. After leaving the inn, Lin Feng looked down at the contract in his hand and found the description extremely simple. If scrutinized, there were many loopholes to exploit. Griffith's signature was also on the contract. If he had time, he would improve the contract template in this world. Lin Feng looked up and found himself already near the Gaffer house. Dorothy was still sweeping the floor in front of the door. Her usually alert and twitching wolf ears now drooped listlessly, and she herself was shrouded in a palpable low pressure. The sunlight fell on her, but could not dispel the heavy gloom. Lin Feng looked up, scanning the shop's sign and facade. Well, it seemed the ferocious werewolf tide that had swept through Karen last night had mercifully bypassed this corner. Indeed, it was an attack with ulterior motives. Dorothy's wolf ears twitched, and she looked at Lin Feng. You again? She forced a faint smile onto her face. Our little shop is closing. Everything inside is very cheap now. Come in and pick a few items. Her voice drifted to tail and trembling almost imperceptibly like a string about to snap. Lin Feng waved the parchment contract in his hand. I'm not here to buy anything. Dorothy's gaze fell on the paper, her pupils contracting slightly. Did you buy the shop? Yes. I didn't expect it would end like this. A myriad of complex emotions flickered through Dorothy's eyes. Realization, regret, and finally a sorrow so thick it could not be dissolved. She exuded an aura of forced composure, on the verge of shattering, a far cry from the vibrant girl he had met the first time. It seemed Gaffer had decided to sell the shop without discussing it with Dorothy first. She must not want to sell this place at all. I'll help you open the door. Dorothy's hand grasped the doorknob, but she hesitated to turn it. Push open the door. Push open this door. Would this be the end of years of persistence? Along with Gaffer's dream. Seeing Dorothy frozen, Lin Feng was puzzled. He stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? These words, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, shattered Dorothy's composure. She could no longer hold it together, tears streaming from her eyes. She sobbed as if all strength had been drained from her, sliding slowly down the cold door until she crouched helplessly on the ground, burying her face deep in her arms. Her mind was flooded with memories of the past few years. Dorothy, look, I finally got the business license. We have our own place. Gaffer held up the paper, his smile radiant, eyes shining like stars. Here, this is our new home, and the shop will run together. He pointed at the small storefront, his voice brimming with boundless hope for the future. Not many customers. It's okay. I'll learn from other shops. Gaffer rubbed his tired eyes, looked up from the towering pile of account books, and forced a smile. Dorothy, I get it. It's the merchandise that's not appealing enough. Once I get some hot-selling items, things will definitely get better. He returned from a dusty trip, dark circles under his eyes, but his voice remained spirited. The goods piled up, the shop grew cluttered, but the customers didn't increase. Still, hardly anyone. I must not have learned enough yet. Don't be afraid, Dorothy. The wolves can't get in. We're safe inside the house. The knights will protect us. The howls of dire wolves outside tore through the night. He held her tightly as she trembled, his voice firm, but his arms shook slightly. Some customers came today. Great. Let's keep improving slowly. There's still plenty of time. He looked at the meager earnings, yet maintained an optimistic front, as if trying to convince her, and more so himself. Revenue. Not good. Something will work out. His voice grew quieter as he stared at the glaring red deficit in the ledger. I'll think of something. He locked himself in his room and didn't come out all day. It'll be fine. This phrase seemed more like a helpless prayer, whether for her or for himself. Dorothy, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. We're running out of time. He returned, reeking of cheap ale, his eyes unfocused, his voice filled with defeat and despair, like a lost child who couldn't find his way home. Dorothy. He came home with a few silver coins, looked at the money in his hand, his tone flat and numb, the words he uttered cold and frightening. Let's sell the shop. The two of them had supported each other, giving their all to protect the little shop, and now it was about to be taken away by someone else. Taken away with the shop were not just their years of happy memories, but also Gaffer's dream, and the clumsy yet desperate attempt by both of them to grasp a sliver of possibility called happiness. Helplessness. For the first time, Dorothy tasted the bitterness of this word so clearly. It was like a rusty, blunt knife, slowly cutting through her heart. She knew this was the right choice. They had long been unable to support the perpetually loss-making shop. Persisting until now was just stubbornness. Resentment, grievance, helplessness. All these negative emotions peaked when she saw Lin Feng approaching with the contract in hand, causing her breakdown. She crouched down, wailing for Gaffer's shattered dream. I don't want to see Gaffer sell his dream just to make a living. She was so reluctant. The home that held their memories was being taken away again by someone else for the sake of survival. Why did she have to experience this twice? Was it really so difficult for two people to stay together and live happily? Alright, get up. I didn't mean to kick you two out. Dorothy's sobbing abruptly stopped. She turned to look at Lin Feng in disbelief, tears still streaming down her face. I bought this shop, but I never said I was firing you two. If you both want to stay, I can hire you. Stand up, open the door for me, and let's talk about how much I should pay you too. Dorothy sniffled and asked, really? Really? But why, eh? Go ask around. Who around here doesn't know that I, Lin Feng, am a good person? Wah. Dorothy burst into tears again, but this time it was tears of joy. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. He knew that telling the crying girl she was blocking the door was tactless, but he couldn't just wait for her to finish crying before getting things done, could he? What was he supposed to do while waiting? Pick his nails, look at the sky. You can chat with me. 6. Just causing trouble, don't undermine me. Fortunately, things took a turn. The door opened from inside. Hearing the crying Gaffer opened the door. Dorothy, what happened? Who bullied you? Gaffer first crouched down to check on Dorothy, then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Lin Feng. Is it you? Did you? Obviously Gaffer had misunderstood something. But Dorothy, her face stained with tears, looked at Gaffer beside her through blurred vision and instinctively hugged him tightly. Gaffer, we don't have to leave. We don't have to leave. Gaffer was caught off guard by the hug, and his eyes cleared up. Not knowing what had happened, Gaffer had to look at Lin Feng for answers. Lin Feng didn't explain, he just watched Gaffer's awkwardness as Dorothy held him, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his mouth. That smile was a mix of teasing schadenfreude and a subtle vengeful satisfaction. I didn't make Dorothy cry, that's all you're doing. And you're blaming me. If a passerby saw this, it would be Gaffer who'd be embarrassed, not him. Gaffer was at a loss, sending a pleading look to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes immediately showed a hint of disdain, as if guiding a clueless friend. Just comfort her, won't you? How do I comfort her? Lin Feng widened his eyes, exasperated. Are you stupid? Then his gaze softened with a hint of resignation and guidance as he nodded toward Dorothy, who was crying in Gaffer's arms. Just hug her. She's a girl crying over the collapse of your dream. Don't let her down. Gaffer hesitated, but in the end he stiffly opened his arms and embraced Dorothy. It's okay. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. The afternoon sunlight bathed them, casting the silhouette of the embracing, awkward, yet warm pair long onto the quiet street. Lin Feng meanwhile stood to the side, transformed into a glaringly bright light bulb. Lin Feng swept his gaze over Dorothy with his ability, and among her many labels the one that said, likes Garfield, stood out prominently. Childhood sweethearts, such good chemistry. When the time comes, just go and get married. You mean? You bought my shop. Yes. And now you're hiring me as the manager of this shop. Yes. And you also agree to claim to the Green Chamber that this shop still belongs to me. Exactly. Garfield and Dorothy exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Had he encountered a saint? Mr. Lin Feng, could you tell me what you want? Don't misunderstand. I did buy this shop and plan to open it, but I'm an adventurer. I'll eventually leave this place, so I need to find someone to look after it in advance. You chose me. Why? I don't know if there are any other shops for sale around here. Garfield's mouth twitched, feeling speechless at Lin Feng's casual attitude. You're really too casual. Don't you me? I'm your boss, not your ancestor. Your salaries. 1 gold coin per month. That's too much. Lin Feng waved the contract in his hand and said, you don't get a say anymore. The boss around here has changed. Yes, you're still the manager. As for me, I'll just hang the title of consultant here. As you wish. Lin Feng scanned the shop. The piles of clutter had diminished considerably, suggesting a clearance sale had been going on for some time. That step was not wrong. To transform this place into a barbecue stall, he first needed to sell off all these odds and ends. Old Man Jess could help forge a grill rack. Meat was plentiful here, so meat skewers were no problem. For vegetable skewers, he needed to find a reliable supplier. The shop's facade also needed a complete overhaul. A store that looked like a residence with such a small door. No wide entrance, no glass doors for customers to see the goods at a glance. Passers-by might mistake it for someone's home. Moreover, the interior was a mess, leaving no room for customers to step in, and it felt cramped. Who would want to buy anything here? Garfield's home. What a name. Change it to Phil's home. The seasonings had been used up, so he needed to make a new batch. He still had plenty of raw materials on hand, so no worries for now. But in the long run, it would be wise to go out into the wild and gather more. He had collected seeds, but they grew too slowly. Just as Lin Feng was overhauling the shop in his mind, Garfield's voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Lin Feng, I need to tell you that running a shop is really not easy. One wrong step and you'll go astray. Outsiders are not treated well here. Almost no one is willing to teach you. You have to learn on your own. But the result of self-study, as you can see, is ending up like me. I was just about to talk to you about that. Want to ask about my experience? Keep your experience for yourself. I don't need it. Lin Feng declined Garfield's offer and said, now listen up. So-called business. Lin Feng began to narrate some business management methods, marketing tactics, and commercial models from his past life. Garfield thought Lin Feng was a complete novice and was considering how to persuade him to give up on the pitfall of opening a shop. So at first he listened half-heartedly, but after a while he suddenly sensed something was off. He realized that what Lin Feng was saying was damn right. He instantly developed a newfound respect for Lin Feng, became much more serious, and cast aside the idea of persuading him to quit. Then, Brand effect, emotional value, VIP points, price, labeling, product placement strategies, shop renovation, shopping streets. One concept after another crashed like meteorites into Garfield's barren desert of business knowledge. Lin Feng explained in great detail. For every idea he proposed, he explained its concept, how it was derived, and why it should be done that way. Starting from customer psychology, considering what kind of shop customers would want to see from their perspective. By the end, Garfield had Dorothy fetch paper and pen and began taking notes. All meat, no fluff. If he didn't write it down, Garfield couldn't keep up. Noticing Garfield taking notes, Lin Feng slowed down a bit to give him time to write. It was good that the kid was eager to learn. Lin Feng talked for a long time, starting from running a good shop to building a brand and finally, to opening a whole commercial street. He didn't like making empty promises, so he stopped there. Let's stop here for now. Lin Feng picked up the tea Dorothy had brought. Though he didn't drink while talking, the tea was still warm because Dorothy replaced it when it cooled. Great attitude. Dorothy didn't fully understand what Lin Feng said, but it sounded impressive. As for Garfield, after listening, he had only one feeling: his mind was now filled with knowledge, and he felt like he was growing a brain. Lin Feng saw too far and thought too far ahead. Every idea he proposed seemed like a stroke of genius, but in Lin Feng's mouth, they came as easily as the wind. Any single one of them would have been enough for Garfield to chew on for a long time, yet Lin Feng casually tossed a whole bunch at him. Garfield felt as if he had been elevated. Now looking back at his former self, he felt pitifully stupid. How could he have missed something so obvious back then? The notebook, now filled with notes, was hugged by Garfield, as if it were a treasure. This was a real treasure. This book was far more valuable than a shop. Seeing Garfield look like he was about to ascend, Lin Feng shrugged. It seemed that the capitalists from his own era had given the innocent merchants of this age a little 20th century shock. Anyway, those are just plans not yet realized. Now we need to start executing. The first step is to clear out all the clutter in the shop and renovate the facade. Lin Feng's words pulled Garfield back from the ocean of knowledge. Understood, master. Lin Feng naturally noticed the change in address. He glanced at Garfield, but in the end he said nothing, treating it as tacit approval. I'll leave the clutter to you. I hope it's done as soon as possible. Understood, master. By the way, master, about those things called shelves. I know there aren't any ready-made ones. We'll need to find a carpenter. No, master, I think I can make them. And the wooden skewers, I can knock those out too. As for the other barbecue tools, I can try. Then leave it to you. We can save some money. Leave it to me, master. Then Lin Feng turned to Dorothy and said, Dorothy, are you familiar with Karen? Very familiar. Then I'll leave the ingredient procurement to you. Try to negotiate a long-term partnership and secure as many discounts as possible. Leave it to me. After saying this, Dorothy smiled. She felt like she was back to the beginning when she first arrived in Karen, full of hope for the future. Just then a knock on the wooden door sounded. Dorothy got up curiously and opened it. Hello. Hello, I'm looking for the captain. Anne's head popped nimbly through the crack in the door like a curious ferret. Her gaze swept quickly across the room and locked precisely onto Lin Feng. I'm awake. I heard from Lady Rosalind that you were here, so I rushed over and squeezed through the door, her steps light. You're just in time. We have a ton of things to do. What kind of work? Lin Feng pointed at the shop wall and said, demolish the house. Captain, what are you saying? Captain, this cost money. In the following days, Lin Feng was busy renovating the storefront. He tore down walls, custom-made large glass panels, and transported them for installation. Jia Feier, on the other hand, displayed astonishing hands-on skills during these days, deftly turning a pile of wood into chairs, tables, and round tables. The store's miscellaneous items were sold at a loss during the clearance sale over these days, and the money recovered was reinvested by Jia Feier into the renovation of Feier's home. To ensure the freshness of ingredients, Lin Feng used ice magic to create a refrigerator that could store food. In fact, it was quite simple, a large box with ice magic arrays carved around its sides and grooves on the outside for placing magic stones. After installing 4 magic stones, it could be used as a refrigerator. Jia Feier was amazed by this invention, declaring that it would be an absolute bestseller as a product. Magic stones were cheap, and people would definitely be willing to pay for it. This inspired Lin Feng, so he began to replicate some creations from his past life using magic such as flashlights and street lamps, lighting items. In Kalen, the street lights at night were oil lamps with limited illumination. The knights must have suffered greatly during their nightly patrols and battles with the demon wolves due to this. The previous encounter with Fen Ayer was only possible because he had set the inn on fire, creating a huge light source that prevented his vision from being too limited by the darkness. Later, after luring Fen Ayer away, he clearly felt this drawback. Such products would likely be considered military-grade goods in Kalen, and there would certainly be no shortage of buyers. As for street lamps, they were a matter of infrastructure. Having them was certainly better than not. However, Kalen had a curfew, so this might challenge their habits. To make street lamps appealing enough to overcome their curfew habits, they needed a strong selling point. The reason for the curfew was that Fen Ayer always liked to attack Kalen with his wolf pack at night. Well, what if I add a function to the street lamps that can strike Fen Ayer? That would definitely sell like hotcakes, wouldn't it? But having said that, how should I go about it? In the end, Lin Feng recalled a defense tower from a popular game in his past life and decided to build the street lamps as defense towers. Currently, these 2 products are under development, and he believed it wouldn't be long before they were finished. After all, these 2 items were not overly high-tech products. In this world, they could be easily realized with magic. The only issue was that carving magic arrays was time-consuming, and finding suitable materials was also a challenge. There was a compatibility between magic arrays and materials. A good match facilitated magic conduction, while a poor match hindered it. Choosing the right material required careful consideration. During these days, although the new Feyer's home had not yet opened, people kept coming. They were adventurers who had been helped by Lin Feng before coming to repay money. Sometimes it was copper coins, sometimes silver coins, and occasionally even gold coins. Clearly, eating just skewers wouldn't amount to a gold coin's worth. That gold coin must have been a token of gratitude. Lin Feng accepted the money they returned and noted their names and appearances. These were honest and trustworthy people. When Feyer's home grew bigger and stronger in the future, he would give them some lifelong discounts. Of course, the discounts wouldn't be too outrageous. At the same time, these people who came to repay the money all shared a common trait. They were eagerly hoping that Lin Feng would open the store soon. Their overall behavior could be summed up in one sentence: please. Please hurry up and open the store. If I can't eat those skewers again, I'll die. Without skewers for even a day, I feel like ants are crawling all over my body. Please, please. Faced with these adventurers who seemed addicted, Lin Feng always smiled politely and told them, soon it will open in a few days. At first they agreed, but then they came to check in every day for several days only to find the store still closed. Unable to bear it any longer, they couldn't wait for Lin Feng's wait a little longer, and came directly to work as free laborers helping with the tasks. Thus the renovation progress was pushed forward rapidly, and within just a few days it was completely finished. This behavior of customers helping the store owner work so that the owner could earn their money faster truly opened Lin Feng's eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, the power of foodies is truly amazing. Today, right today, Lin Feng was no longer just making empty promises. Today they could finally open for business. Lin Feng took a deep breath then shouted, how are the ingredients? Tao Lucy swished open the refrigerator door, and a chill mixed with the fresh scent of ingredients rushed out. On the plates, skewers of fresh meat looked tempting, and vegetable skewers were verdant and dripping with freshness. These were all carefully selected from the butcher and vegetable vendor, guaranteed to be fine. Ingredients are okay. How about the charcoal for grilling? Jia Feier picked up a piece of charcoal in each hand with a neat pile beside her. Charcoal is okay. How about the tables and chairs? And put down the tables and chairs she was holding, looked at the neatly arranged set, and nodded in satisfaction. Tables and chairs are okay. Finally, Lin Feng looked at the barbecue stall in front of him. The grill, meticulously crafted by Master Jesse, was exactly the same as the one from his past life, truly worthy of a master. There were also tools placed beside the grill, a brush for oiling, jars for seasonings. All these tools had been replicated by Jia Feier through some means. With the tools set up, the charcoal lit, placed into the grill, and the wind magic activated to blow away the smoke, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The taste of home. Grill is okay. Lin Feng looked up at the customers not far away who were already restless and eager like track athletes waiting for the starting signal to rush over and place massive orders. We're open. Hooray. Immediately the crowd across the way rushed over, placing orders frantically, often dozens of skewers at a time. They had been holding back for days. Today they would eat to their heart's content. Orders came one after another and delivered the food. Jia Feier and Tao Lucy took orders and calculated the bill while Lin Feng grilled the skewers. All four were so busy their feet barely touched the ground. Soon the bustling business attracted the attention of passers-by. As soon as they approached, they were captivated by the aroma of spices. A glance at the diners showed them eating skewers heartily with grease smeared all over their mouths and expressions of pure bliss. Then they looked at the prices, surprisingly cheap. Soon the passers-by joined the queue, ordering a few skewers to try. But they quickly regretted it. They had ordered too few. To order again meant having to queue up in such a long line. With a hint of regret, the passerby slunk back to the line, silently determined to buy more this time. This intense work continued for a long time, almost from opening until just before curfew. The last customer, timing it perfectly, took a large bunch of skewers and left happily. Before nightfall, the group, despite their exhaustion, forced themselves to tidy up the store, collecting used skewers and cleaning the tables. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time left for Lin Feng and then to return to the inn, so they decided to spend the night at Feier's home. And Jia Feier and Tao Lucy collapsed on chairs, too exhausted to care about anything. Lin Feng, however, sat on a chair, took the ledger from Jia Feier, and began calculating the profit. The price of each skewer ranged from 15 to 50 copper coins. Around Kalen, there were many monster layers, so meat was very cheap, while vegetable skewers were slightly more expensive due to cost. The cost of each skewer was only a few copper coins, and the most expensive seasoning in the customer's eyes was made from plants gathered in the wild, with virtually zero cost. Therefore, the profit per skewer was about a dozen copper coins. So the net profit for this afternoon alone was 1 gold and 45 silver. Hearing this, Jia Feier shot up from her seat in disbelief. How much? 1 gold coin in a single day? She had sold this store for only 10 gold coins. That meant in 10 days of operation, she could buy another Jia Feier's home. There's hope. There's hope. I won't be fired by the Green Chamber of Commerce. Finally, there's hope. Jia Feier could no longer suppress her joy, leaping up despite her body aches. But then the pain became unbearable, and she stopped. Lin Feng looked at the wailing Jia Feier. This cheap apprentice of mine still needs more tempering. File's house was thriving. Its popularity fueled in part by word-of-mouth praise passed from satisfied patrons who had personally experienced Lin Feng's extraordinary deeds. Equally vital was the world's scarcity of seasonings. Its people had never tasted skewers so richly flavored. and at such remarkably low prices. These two forces converged to ignite Files House's meteoric rise, and capitalizing on that momentum, Lin Feng launched a lottery. Numbers were issued daily with winners announced the following day for immediate redemption. Each ticket cost only 10 copper coins, yet a winning draw yielded 1 silver coin. The lottery was not merely novel. It tapped into the leisurely psychology of well-fed patrons. After savoring skewers, they'd casually purchase a ticket, then return the next day eagerly awaiting the draw and wondering who among them would strike fortune. Draws were conducted publicly, prizes redeemed on the spot. A small, vibrant event. Every outcome was genuinely random. Lin Feng himself learned of a winner only moments before the announcement. Anticipating fraud and other risks, Lin Feng embedded subtle enchantments into every ticket. A concealed magical array activated solely by his unique inscriptions, rendering counterfeiting impossible. Each ticket bore the insignia of the Green Trading Consortium, an early deliberate act of branding. Even the most unassuming corners of Files House quietly displayed that emblem. For instance, the paper bags used for takeout carried the logo prominently printed upon them. Such subtle repetition gradually reshaped customer perception. Sustained excellence in service would indelibly link that emblem in their minds with uncompromising quality. When customers next saw goods, that emblem would instinctively guide their choice, prompting Lin Feng to formally integrate Jaffiel and Doris into Rosalind's circle for seamless coordination. He then declared that Rosalind's devotees would receive special discounts on all purchases, backed by a wry slogan: "It costs nothing, so why not believe just a little?" What truly draws followers to a deity? Is it the sublimity of their ideals, the magnitude of their past deeds for the world, or perhaps the resonance between their doctrine and the believer's own aspirations? No, none of these constitute the most effective allure. The most potent enticement is tangible, immediate benefit. After all, people must eat, and ideals cannot fill an empty stomach. Faith in other gods yields only spiritual solace. Faith in Rosalind yields real silver in your palm. True, such believers are shallow, mere adherents, not zealots. Yet numbers matter. In sheer volume, even shallow devotion accumulates into substantial divine energy, and if even a fraction deepen their faith, the gain is immense. Is tying coin to creed too vulgar? Frankly, yes. But remember, the vast majority of humanity is vulgar. Don't pretend to lofty disdain. This, unadorned, pragmatic, utterly grounded, is Lin Feng's method for gathering disciples for his god. Moreover, he deliberately used the name Rosalind, not her former title, goddess of resistance, thus sidestepping her tarnished reputation. Thus Files House remained perpetually ablaze with excitement. Just as one novelty's fervor began to fade, another arrived, seizing attention anew, holding it fast. Revenue soared relentlessly, shattering records repeatedly. Coins piled so high they could figuratively crush a man. Yet Lin Feng swiftly reinvested those riches, offering generous terms to vegetable and meat vendors to secure lasting partnerships, hiring farmers to cultivate herbs, including those essential for his seasonings. Simultaneously, he renovated the establishment without ever closing, elevating Files House into an increasingly refined space, while allocating funds to bribe Griffiths, signaling goodwill and preempting sabotage. Local street vendors, accustomed only to humble stalls, stood utterly overwhelmed. Watching Files House flourish, they seethed with envy. Soon some resorted to scheming, others rushed to Griffith with complaints, but Griffith had already accepted Lin Feng's bribe. Some gathered a mob to cause trouble inside the shop, only to be seized and beaten by loyal customers, then tossed outside, where Sir Galahad and his knights promptly arrested them. Others adopted a subtler approach, not seeking destruction, but imitation. Yet none mastered Lin Feng's model as deftly as he did. Their lottery initially prospered, until counterfeiters emerged claiming prizes meant for rightful winners, eroding trust and causing sales to plummet. Their grilled skewer stalls faltered, doubly, flavor fell short, and lacking refrigeration, they couldn't preserve ingredients safely, leaving them stranded. Desperate, they purchased expensive salt, yet costs remained stubbornly high. Imitators sprouted like bamboo shoots, then withered just as rapidly. Their predictable struggle was not only anticipated by Lin Feng, it was integral to his design. At their weakest moment, Lin Feng dispatched Jaffiel to deliver the final blow, acquiring their failing shops at rock-bottom prices, dramatically expanding Files House's footprint. The acquired premises remained temporarily idle, undergoing renovation and upgrades, marking the true beginning of Files House's operational expansion. Lin Feng forged alliances with master artisans, acquired neighboring shops, and integrated diverse businesses into cohesive clusters. Thus, under his guidance, a vast commercial empire rose with astonishing speed. If conventional enterprises advanced step by step, like cautious adventurers, Files House surged forward like a speedrunner, armed with every known strategy, intimately familiar with every trap, racing unimpeded toward victory. Lin Feng sat in Files House's office, idly turning a gold coin between his fingers. The establishment had long since expanded its staff. Lin Feng no longer grilled skewers himself. Still, on occasion, he'd don an apron and cook, just for the joy of it. He knew, of course, that building this empire in barely over a month seemed improbable. Yet his past life had not been lived in vain. In these few weeks, Lin Feng's name had become synonymous with brilliance across the land. His commercial district was now fully taking shape, granting him firm control over a significant portion of Kalen's economy. With time, that influence would only deepen. Now even Griffith could no longer ignore him, but Lin Feng understood this was no cause for celebration. The last person who rose so swiftly before Griffith was Gus, and though Lin Feng had paid Griffith handsomely, he knew full well he was merely a useful instrument in Griffith's eyes, a tool to accelerate Kalen's prosperity. Now that File's house had stabilized, it was time to discard the tool. After all, unchecked growth would soon threaten Griffith's very authority. Lin Feng could already foresee how Griffith would move against him. He would dispatch Veneer to engineer Lin Feng's death as an accident, and turn Lin Feng's closest allies against him. And the most likely traitor, the one best positioned to strike, was none other than Jaffiel. Pushed open the door and met Lin Feng's gaze. "Master, you summoned me." "Yes." Lin Feng ceased toying with the coin, gripped it firmly, and gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit." Jaffiel strode forward and settled into the seat across from Lin Feng, smoothly producing a notebook and pen, his eyes fixed expectantly on his master. His posture echoed that of a diligent class representative in a high school lecture hall. These past weeks had transformed him utterly. He had already acquired foundational skills and cultivated unwavering self-assurance. His bearing, his decisions, even his cadence now bore unmistakable traces of Lin Feng's influence. "How have you managed since I stepped back?" "Don't even mention it, master. You suddenly declared you'd test me, then, snap, dumped every responsibility onto my shoulders." Watching Jaffiel's aggrieved expression, Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Exhausting." "Yes, I'm only just beginning to cope." "Master, what are you?" "Even if exhausting, you must adapt, because soon I'll cease being your advisor." Jaffiel's brow furrowed, sensing something deeply amiss. "What is it, master?" "Soon Griffith will seek you out. He'll offer terms you cannot refuse, or hold leverage you cannot break, to compel you, to betray me." "Master, do you think I'd betray you? You're the one who taught me everything." "I know you won't." Lin Feng silently activated his ability, observing Jaffiel's aura, where among countless labels one golden loyalty sigil blazed with steady radiance. Among the swirling labels, a single golden loyalty sigil pulsed with unwavering brilliance. "But someone seeks to harm my master, and a master must eliminate threats. I tolerate no danger near me. So," Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, steepling his hands upon the polished rosewood desk like a predator poised to strike, and extended a dangerous, exhilarating invitation. "Will you join me in killing Griffith?" This, a flicker of conflict crossed Jaffiel's face. Griffith enjoyed sterling reputation across Kalen. He couldn't imagine such treachery. Yet Jaffiel knew Lin Feng never joked about matters of life and death. Weighing all he knew, his resolve hardened. Griffith's reputation was impeccable, but it was Lin Feng who pulled him from despair. "Master, what must I do?" At Jaffiel's expression, resolute, ready to die, Lin Feng erupted into unrestrained, jubilant laughter. Jaffiel blinked, bewildered by the mirth, then flushed with indignation. "Master, was that seriously a joke?" No, it's all real." Lin Feng wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. "Then why laugh so hard?" "Because I'm overjoyed to have taken on such an exceptional disciple." "Congratulations, Jaffiel, you've passed my trial. Now comes your final test." The trial Lin Feng had set for Jaffiel was to see whether the entire House of Phil could continue to operate without him. If Jaffiel couldn't even manage that, then despite his label of loyalty, he wasn't qualified to be part of Lin Feng's plan to trap Griffith. Now that Jaffiel had proven his capability and was willing to accept his demands, the final trial was naturally unlocked. "Pass this final trial, Jaffiel, and you shall be ready to graduate." "So what exactly is the final trial?" "Simply put," Lin Feng said in a casual tone, "you must pretend to betray me right under Griffith's nose without a single flaw, while finding a way to work with me from within. If an opportunity arises, strike and kill Griffith. If not, stay hidden, protect the House of Phil, yourself, and Dorothy. During this trial, I won't be by your side. Sometimes I may even stand against you." Upon hearing this, Jaffiel fell into deep thought. It meant that apart from Lin Feng, everyone would believe he had truly betrayed. In the eyes of others, he would be nothing but an ungrateful scoundrel. In such a position, he would be making a deal with a tiger like Griffith. In the end, no one even knew who would emerge victorious from this confrontation. "Master, you are certainly audacious. Aren't you afraid I might see the tide turning and genuinely defect?" After a long silence, a wry smile spread across his face. "Master, you really know how to set a difficult task. Otherwise, how could I be your master?" Lin Feng chuckled teasingly. Jaffiel's mouth twitched, overwhelmed by a strong feeling of having been lured aboard a pirate ship. But now there was no getting off that ship. "Master, why does Griffith want to move against you?" "Because I discovered his true nature. Finial might be something he's been raising." Lin Feng told Jaffiel everything he knew. After listening, Jaffiel's image of Kalong over all these years crumbled. This isn't just a pirate ship, it's a massive pirate flagship. Having second thoughts, Jaffiel shook his head and said, "To be beside such a man without realizing it, to be killed by him one day, without ever knowing to live a life in a daze and die that way. That would be truly pathetic, wouldn't it? It would be as if our lives were worth nothing. As long as you have no regrets. From the moment I told you this, the trial has already begun. From now until the day either Griffith or I die. During this process, any situation that arises, what to do in it, and what goal you aim to achieve, all of it is for you to decide on your own." "I understand, Master. I hope we can achieve victory. Oh, by the way, there are others besides me. One is Galahad, though he's not fully committed yet, and the other is Anne." "What do you mean, not fully committed?" "It means through my guidance he's noticed something off about Griffith, but he's still wavering." "Impressive, Master. You've managed to make Kalong's strongest knight suspect Griffith. It's hardly a remarkable feat. Compared to that, I'm more curious. Have you never doubted that everything I said was false? If this were a month ago upon hearing such ravings, I would have reported you to Griffith immediately. With that, Gaffiel let out a helpless bitter laugh and spread his hands. But it's been over a month now. During this time, I've watched with my own eyes as every one of your predictions came true before me. Gaffiel recalled everything that had happened over the past month. The false accusations, the organized protests, the theft of their business model. Every single one of these events was recorded in Gaffiel's notebook under the development plan for the House of Phil. And the recording date was before the shop even opened. This meant Lin Feng had foreseen all these events before the opening and had already prepared countermeasures. It was almost like predicting the future. It was utterly terrifying. Having witnessed Lin Feng's divine power, Gaffiel would sooner die than oppose him. A single coincidence might be chance, but over a month of accuracy. That can't be luck. Even if you told me Griffith was Finial himself, I'd probably believe it now. It sounds like in your eyes I'm about to transcend the bounds of humanity. Well, that would explain why you're so freakishly capable. Enough. At this rate, you'll have me sounding inhuman. Go on, get to work. Enjoy the peace while you can before the trial begins. A flicker of melancholy passed through Gaffiel's eyes. What would the future hold? How would this all end? No one knew what was coming. All one could do now was live in the present. Gaffiel nodded to Lin Feng and left. Watching Gaffiel's departing figure, Lin Feng sank into his own thoughts. His plans were still not perfect. Several key pieces of the puzzle were still missing. With a bit more time to fill those gaps, he could formally declare war on Griffith. The most crucial piece of this puzzle was a defensive tower disguised as a street lamp. One that could both emit light and unleash arcane blasts. The design of this defensive tower was quite simple. In essence, it involved embedding a massive magic stone into the ground for power and erecting a huge magical staff above it. Atop the staff, he would place a painstakingly carved magic core with 3 magic circles intricately interwoven. The 3 circles were for arcane blast, mana gathering, and luminescence. Since Griffith was also a spellcaster, he placed a special cover atop the lamp to prevent him from noticing anything suspicious. To conceal the tower's true nature as a weapon, he modified its appearance to resemble a monument. And just like that, a seemingly harmless memorial was transformed into a devastating weapon. Lin Feng had already simulated its power in the divine realm. Its destructive capability was roughly comparable to a rocket launcher from his past life. If given enough time to plant these lampposts all across Kalong, then the next time Finial attacked, it would be riddled with holes. Now, to turn this street lamp from a concept in his mind into reality, he needed to find the right materials. The materials needed to construct this defensive tower were not available in the local area. To procure them, he would have to venture into the Noble District. There was much to be done. First, he would go to the Noble District to buy materials. Then, in the guise of the mysterious assassin, he would meet with Galahad to see if he had investigated Griffith. Over the past month, Brewster had been diligent as well. Once and fell asleep, he would take over her body. Fully utilizing his stealth abilities, he shadowed Griffith like a spy searching for evidence that could directly implicate Griffith as the true culprit. But after a month of surveillance, he had found nothing. This only proved that the previous assassination attempt had truly frightened Griffith, making him cautious for this long. Griffith must have a secret base where he stored his evidence. To make Galahad fully believe Griffith was the true mastermind, they would likely need to find that secret base. How could he force Griffith to go to his secret base? Right now, Griffith was acting like a turtle hiding in its shell, primarily because he had been attacked by the mysterious assassin. He wasn't going out or visiting his secret base, probably out of fear of another assassination attempt. Perhaps he could have Galahad cooperate with him in a little performance, making it seem as if the mysterious assassin had retired. Then, in his guise as Lin Feng, he could boast about the illumination capability of his street lamps, claiming he would plant them all over Kalong to make future attacks by Finial extremely inconvenient. Having not visited his secret base for over a month, Griffith's twisted desires were probably reaching a breaking point. Finial's inactivity for this long was likely due to the enormous energy cost of its exaggerated regenerative abilities. This energy expenditure was previously replenished quickly through potions. The last attack probably drained Finial's energy reserve completely. But due to the threat of the mysterious assassin, Griffith was afraid to visit his secret base to use potions and refill Finial's energy reserve. Finial had probably spent the past month recuperating, hunting other magical beasts to replenish its energy bar. Now that the assassin was dead, he could use his identity as Lin Feng to bait the hook. This combination of tactics should make Griffith restless. Perhaps this could even lead them to Griffith's secret base. No matter how impeccable the plan, it meant nothing without execution. Lin Feng rose from his seat. Time to set out. He walked out of the room and descended the stairs from the second floor, where Phil's house was still bustling with its usual fervent business. In his past life, skewers were typically savored late into the night, but here patrons flocked to enjoy them at any hour. A few young girls dressed in maid outfits stood at the counter, deftly handling the cash register with practiced ease. Since he was running a shop in another world, it was only natural to introduce maid outfits. Phil's house currently had 2 uniform designs, one for the male waiters and the maid outfit for the female staff. These 2 outfits were worn according to one's mood. This was just one of the many brilliant ideas Lin Feng had unveiled over the past month. He had essentially transplanted his entire past life breakfast repertoire, bringing in soup, dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, jianbing spicy soup, soy milk, and chai boxes. With his own efforts, he had enriched the entire culinary landscape of Karen. Speaking of which, his connection to the noble district was also established thanks to the appearance of the maid outfits. This novel style of clothing quickly caught the attention of the noble ladies who came to observe it. They then approached Lin Feng, paying him to design garments for them. Lin Feng was more than happy to oblige. All he had to do was provide the design sketches. The real challenge fell on the tailors tasked with turning those designs into tangible garments. After several successful collaborations, both parties were thoroughly satisfied. Lin Feng earned both money and connections while the nobles received gorgeous attire. The only ones who weren't too pleased were the tailors, who had to work their sewing machines at a frantic pace to keep up with the ever-growing demand. The fashion in this world had been rather monotonous, but after Lin Feng introduced those two outfits, the local tailors were greatly inspired and began to innovate and create their own designs. Occasionally Lin Feng would also pull a little stunt. For instance, he cast his gaze into the distance where a maid was serving a customer his bowl of spicy soup. Then she began the special service the customer had paid extra for. With a radiant, cheerful smile and a series of adorable girlish poses, she recited a spell to make food delicious, in a dialect from his past life. Deliciousness, magic, smells heavenly, even gods would praise it. Warm and steaming, spicy and fragrant, obedient spicy soup, become even tastier, isn't that right? It's absolutely indescribably delicious. When the customers witnessed this magic for the first time, they were utterly stunned before their faces flushed, and they accepted it with sheepish delight. Of course, other dishes also had their own special magic incantations, but unfortunately no one else was currently requesting this service. Lin Feng walked out of Phil's house amid a chorus of greetings calling him Consultant Lin. His destination this time was the noble district, where he intended to purchase a large batch of magic wand shafts, which he would later combine to serve as the base for a defensive tower. As for a merchant in Karen capable of supplying such a demand, Lin Feng had managed to track one down after extensive inquiries. That shop owner was sure to be delighted, as Lin Feng was about to hit him with a substantial order. On his way to the noble district, Lin Feng spotted and handing out flyers alongside a group of interns. Delicious and affordable, cheap and tasty. Trust Rosalind, get a discount, it's free, so why not believe a little? There were 4 interns in total, 2 young girls, a teenage girl, and a teenage boy. Lin Feng briefly recalled the names of these 4 individuals. Each of the 4 interns had a distinctly different style. The pair of young girls with fluffy mouse ears, tails that curled slightly in nervousness, and timid eyes like fawns in the forest were the sisters Lina and Anna. Beside them, the boy with dazzling blonde hair and a smile as radiant as a little sun was Lina. The last one, a girl with a face as cool as fresh snow and long black hair cascading down to her waist, was Daphne. These 4 had rather unique origins. They had all been introduced by Galahad. Using the identity of a mysterious assassin to win Galahad over wasn't guaranteed to succeed, so it was necessary to befriend him using his true identity. From Galahad, Lin Feng learned that the knights had gathered the children who had lost their families to Fenrir and established an orphanage for them. Upon learning of this, Lin Feng immediately realized it was the most effective way to gain goodwill with the Knight Order. So he poured money into the orphanage without hesitation. After fulfilling their material needs, he wrote a fairy tale book to enrich their spiritual lives. But Lin Feng hadn't expected that the most devoted reader of those fairy tales would be Galahad. Because of all this, Lin Feng now appeared through a rose-tinted lens in Galahad's eyes. In Galahad's view, Lin Feng now seemed to radiate a faint golden glow like a saint. These 4 children had grown up in the orphanage cared for by the Knight Association. Yes, not only did Lin Feng provide financial support, but he also offered employment opportunities. Lin Feng waved his hand towards and greeted him. Moi. Oh, it's Captain. How are they performing? They're all still figuring things out. An's gaze swept over the 4. Lina and Anna are too shy around strangers. Their voices are as soft as a mosquito's hum. As for Lina, once he starts talking, he just can't stop. He's a real chatterbox. Daphne is the most efficient, as she finished handing out her flyers in no time, but he glanced at the cool black-haired girl. She seems to like casually staying close to Lina. Lin Feng silently noted all the characteristics of these 4 in his mind, planning to study later what positions would suit them best once they became full-time employees. After a brief chat with them, Lin Feng waved goodbye and set off towards the noble district. The noble district was the safest part of Karen, boasting walls that were more solid and more pristine than elsewhere in the city. Of course, the most attractive feature for the nobles was that this area had rarely, if ever, been attacked by Fenrir. Promising the nobles a property in the noble district was likely one of Griffith's strategies to win their allegiance. Entering the noble district required a second full-body inspection, and weapons were strictly prohibited. After passing the entrance check, Lin Feng stepped into the noble district. He had no interest in admiring the more lavish residences compared to the commoner area, and walked straight towards the shop he had heard about. Pushing open the door, a voice greeted him. Welcome to our shop, esteemed guest. The interior resembled a small-scale magical exposition. On shelves and in glass display cases, a dazzling array of magical artifacts shimmered with various glows. Wands of all kinds hung or lay flat, crafted from different materials, their gem-set tips refracting dreamy halos of light. The shopkeeper was a portly middle-aged man currently sunk deep into a spacious armchair. In his arms he cradled an equally plump and languid cat, his fingers lazily stroking its glossy fur. What would you like to buy in my shop? Magic wand shafts. Then you've come to the right place. No other shop in Karen is better than mine. The shopkeeper lifted the cat from his arms and gently placed it on the counter. The The cat gracefully leaped onto the counter and began to stretch its body. The shopkeeper also stood up and came out from behind the counter ready to introduce and recommend the wand shafts in his store to Lin Feng. But before he could speak, Lin Feng interrupted. I need a large quantity. Huh. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment. He had seen people buy other things in bulk, but he had never heard of anyone buying magic wands in bulk. How many do you need? 1,000 to start with. What? 1,000? Are you here to pick a fight? Get out. The shopkeeper's attitude visibly soured, clearly having misunderstood the situation. It was a natural reaction, really. Anyone would think he was crazy. It was like walking into an optical store and asking to buy 1,000 eyeglass frames. I'm not joking. Huh. I don't believe you. Get out. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Even if you were Osiris, you'd still have to get out. Wait, what did you say your name was? Lin Feng. The one who runs Phil's house. Lin Feng nodded. Huh. I don't believe you. Get out. If you don't believe me, why the hell did you ask? Seeing this, Lin Feng stopped wasting his breath and simply pulled a heavy coin purse from his chest. Then he opened it and poured the gold coins onto the counter. The clinking sound of gold coins was incessant as they piled up into a small mountain on the counter. Seeing the pile of money, the shopkeeper beamed like a blooming flower. Whether you're Lin Feng or not, to me you are Lin Feng. How can I be of assistance? As everyone knows, changing faces doesn't deduct dough. This is the version T0 magic, the coin magic, more direct and effective than any spell. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to the merchant's worldly demeanor. Everyone was like that. Besides the staff body, I also need. He listed the materials for constructing the street lamp, as if pouring beans from a bag. The shopkeeper nodded, committing all the materials to memory with his extraordinary recall. I will deliver them to Fair home as soon as possible. The shrewd shopkeeper did not pry into what these materials would be used for. He understood his role clearly, a greedy merchant. As a greedy merchant, he did not need to know too much, only that he would profit from this deal. The shopkeeper quickly calculated the total price of the materials in his mind, added a discount, and quoted it to Lin Feng. Haggling. That was for small transactions. For a deal of this magnitude, one only needed to please the wealthy boss and demonstrate professionalism. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. No wonder this old fox had made it this far. Doing business with him was easy. Since you have no objections, I will prepare the contract. Go ahead. All right. The shopkeeper walked briskly into the back of the store with a hint of delight and urgency. Sign the contract. Quickly secure this bird that had flown into his mouth before it could escape. While the shopkeeper prepared the contract, Lin Feng's gaze wandered aimlessly across the entire store, finally settling on a peculiar ornament. An ornate tray held 6 oddly shaped white crystals. Unlike the other exquisite goods in the store, these crystals were too primitive, utterly devoid of any trace of human craftsmanship, entirely shaped by nature's own wonder. Why are these 6 crystals here? Oh, it's a Qianfei crystal. Haven't seen one in a long time. What did you call this? A Qianfei crystal. What? That's its real name. You don't know? Oh, I forgot you really don't know. What kind of insane name is that? It seems the mental state of the native inhabitants of this other world isn't much better. You can call it a memory crystal. It can be found anywhere, and legends say it is the solidified memories of the creators scattered across the world. That name is more acceptable. Memory crystal. What's it used for? The remarkable thing about this crystal is that when you smash it, it replays a phantom of the past. You mean if I break it, I can see the past? Exactly. The contents recorded in these crystals vary widely. Anything and everything. Some have extracted treasure maps, others high-level magic, but most are just a bunch of meaningless illusions. So this is a blind box from another world. Lin Feng looked at those crystals with a hint of curiosity. It can record images, and it seems to be purely natural. How? I advise you not to touch these things. The way to use a memory crystal is to smash it, and it's a one-time use item. In all my years, I've never seen it yield anything useful, only adding to the poverty of my already meager followers. Even more like a blind box. Is there something similar to memory crystals in your world? You put a bunch of junk in a box, fool fools into thinking they might find treasure, and sell the junk at a price lower than treasure, but higher than junk. Would anyone actually buy that? Yes, my friend, yes. Just then the shopkeeper's voice interrupted the exchange between Lin Feng and Rosalind. Are you interested in memory crystals, sir? A bit. To be honest, it's better not to touch them. I spent a lot of money buying a bunch. The shopkeeper walked over and picked out one of the 6 crystals. I bought them just for fun, but I never expected these crystals to only make a sound when broken. With that, the shopkeeper smashed the crystal in his hand onto the ground. The fragments shattered into mist, and images emerged within the mist. Pitch black, nothing at all. The image lingered for a while before fading completely. See nothing. If you're interested, sir, I'll give them all to you for free. Free stuff, why not take it? Lin Feng nodded and accepted. Then he signed a contract with the shop. All right, I'll deliver the crystals to Fair home later. The shopkeeper rolled up the contract and put it away. Pleasure doing business. The deposit is on the counter. After the goods are delivered, ask Jia Feier for the rest. No problem. Lin Feng walked out of the store. That settled the material issue for the street lamp. He still needed to visit Galahad. Lin Feng found a secluded corner and used his divine power to transform back into the mysterious assassin. Fortunately, due to the suddenness of the incident, Griffith hadn't gotten a clear look at that face, and Galahad hadn't publicly revealed Lin Feng's face after their last meeting. Thus, the assassin who had attempted to kill Griffith could walk the streets boldly without anyone arresting him. Soon Lin Feng arrived at the Qishir Association. At the entrance stood a massive statue of a handsome middle-aged man in full armor leaning on a sword with a wild smile. This was Jesai. Beside the statue a stone tablet inscribed his motto, "Honor is life, courage faces the abyss, loyalty never decays, sacrifice ignites eternity." Lin Feng paid a slight bow of respect before entering the Qishir Association. Inside, many knight apprentices were training, sweating profusely. Compared to other professional associations, the training for knight apprentices here was much more rigorous. But Galahad was not in the Qishir Association at the moment. Lin Feng was just passing through. Passing through the Qishir Association, a small courtyard surrounded by low stone walls came into view, filled with the laughter of children. This was the orphanage founded by the Qishir Association, Lin Feng's true destination. A rotating shift system was in place, with every knight strictly following the schedule to care for the children. It was probably this little courtyard that made those knights, even when gripped by fear, choose to charge forward. Entering the orphanage was like stepping into a children's paradise. The knights shed their hard armor, once again becoming ordinary people tending to the children. The knights transformed into gentle babysitters and patient playmates, their faces bearing tired but genuine smiles. Older children in the orphanage also helped take care of the younger, more mischievous ones. Those slightly older children like Lena and Daifuni would leave to find work, using their earnings to give back to the home that had once given them warmth. Dodging a few children running wild, Lin Feng found Galahad surrounded by a group of kids serving as a storybook reader. Galahad was very conspicuous because he still wore his knight helmet here. Lin Feng did not interrupt, silently finding a spot where Galahad could see him sitting down and listening to the story. Galahad naturally noticed Lin Feng glanced at him and continued reading the story without changing his expression. When he reached the end of a tale amidst the children's unsatisfied pleas, Galahad gently but firmly closed the book. He stood up, said a few words to soothe the children, then walked with steady steps toward Lin Feng. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." Lin Feng extended his hand to Galahad. After a moment of hesitation, Galahad reached out and pulled Lin Feng to his feet. "This place isn't suitable for our meeting. Let's go somewhere else." "I don't mind, as you wish." The two walked one after the other in silence through the noisy courtyard to a secluded corner at the back. Tall tree canopies cast dense shadows, isolating the children's laughter. "What do you want from me?" "Just asking if you found anything." Galahad fell silent. He had indeed searched for the list and made comparisons, and he could indeed find a large number of knights who had once supported his master along with their relatives on the death lists. But such a result could also be explained by coincidence. These days Galahad had also been observing Griffith and found no incriminating evidence. Thus he still lacked conclusive proof of whether what Lin Feng said was true or not. "See, I knew it from your expression. You still can't make a judgment. How about you cooperate with me in a play, Galahad? If it works well, it should help you make up your mind." "What do you want me to do?" Galahad's tone was cautious. "I want you, in full view of everyone, to kill me." "Kill you?" Galahad's tone was filled with deep confusion. "Of course a fake death, but I have a way to make it look real. As for how, don't ask. Why, if I don't die, Griffith won't be at ease to carry out his schemes. After all these days of observation without any results, you should also know that he is a cunning and meticulous person, right? You want me to use this to catch Griffith's weak point?" "Something like that." Lin Feng was evasive, not choosing to reveal his full plan. Galahad was a part of the plan, he didn't need to know Lin Feng's entire scheme. "I understand." Galahad's voice dropped low, carrying a heavy promise. "I hope you can keep your word." "Of course. What do you plan to do?" "Simple, assassinate Griffith again, but this time I won't escape from your hands." "That's it." "When? Not sure yet. I'll go when you're on duty." "Don't worry, just cooperate with me then." Lin Feng briefly explained what Galahad needed to do. After finishing, a silence fell between them. At this moment Lin Feng spoke. "That fairy tale book, is it good?" Galahad was slightly startled, not expecting Lin Feng to bring that up. "It's wonderful. I never thought you would like such things." "I just like beautiful things." "Beautiful things, eh?" Lin Feng's gaze passed over Galahad's broad shoulders to the noisy orphanage in the distance. It was filled with the innocent laughter of children and the rare gentleness of knights letting down their guard. Indeed, it could be called a beautiful thing. But this beauty grew from roots named tragedy. "Then find a way." Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet carried a strange weight. "Turn this place from an orphanage into an ordinary kindergarten. If only it could be done. I came from this place. Long ago, I vowed to one day cut off Fenrir's head. But now Fenrir still lives, and the next generation like me has already appeared. I ultimately failed to fulfill my oath." "Umph." A light laugh escaped Lin Feng's throat, carrying a trace of indescribable complex emotion. His figure began to blur like ink dropped into water, slowly dissipating in the air. In the end, only a whisper-like phrase lingered and echoed in the silent corner. "Perhaps. This time it will work." Galahad stood still, his heavy helmet concealing all his expressions. He stared at the spot where Lin Feng had vanished for a long time. Finally, a barely audible whisper seeped slowly from under the cold metal mask. "If that were the case, it would be for the best." After returning from the Knight Association, Lin Feng went straight into the Phil's home. Lin Feng held a carving knife as thin as a hair tip in his hand. The blade traced an imperceptible trajectory in the air, landing precisely on a square magical stone that shimmered with a deep blue luster. The magical runes of a single magic circle were already numerous, let alone 3. To carve 3 magic circles within a limited area, some clever tricks had to be used. That was to switch from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. treating the 6 faces of the core as independent canvases, yet letting the rune lines on each face cleverly connect and extend at the edges like vines climbing a stone pillar. The edges of the planar magic circles were given height, interweaving and layering, ultimately constructing a new, more complex and subtle magical circuit in 3-dimensional space. This is dimensional magic. When the final rune stroke was perfectly completed under the knife tip, the entire magic core suddenly lit up for an instant. The deep blue light inside pulsed like a breath, then stabilized, emitting a restrained, yet powerful energy field. Lin Feng's tense lips finally relaxed, revealing a tired but immensely triumphant smile. It's done. The finished magic core, compared to the ordinary crystal used as a staff core, looked more like a master carver, showing off his skills on this gem. The massive amount of magical runes on it had nearly elevated this magic crystal to the level of art. Of course, this applied only to those who were not mages. When a mage saw such a magic core, the first thing they felt was not art, but a headache. Take Lin Feng, for example. Although completing this magic core gave him an indescribable sense of accomplishment, now he really didn't want to look at it any longer. Next, as long as the other materials arrive in sequence, he could start assembling the street lamps. After the first one, replicating them would be much simpler. Lin Feng found a map of Kellen Town and began to draw on it, arranging firepower points based on the range of the street lamps. With Phil's home as the core, building a fire net will require at least 13. Lin Feng glanced at the lamp core in his hand, then at the unprocessed raw magic stones beside him and sighed. It seemed he would need to work hard for a while. Before making these dozen street lamps, he would temporarily not proceed to the next step. For ease of assembly, the street lamps were modularly designed so assembly would be quick. At the same time, to prevent Griffith from getting suspicious, he needed to find a reason to build a warehouse nearby before transporting the modules. This task could be left to Jiafei. With so many threads of work weighing on him, even a god couldn't handle it. He had to find a way to simplify the structure of the magic core and delegate it to other mages. Further decompose this magic core from a square into a Rubik's cube, then carve a portion of the magical runes on each small piece. Then he could publish a commission at the Adventurers Guild to recruit mages for carving. This would effectively prevent Griffith from obtaining a complete magic core and devising a countermeasure. Even if Griffith happened to get 1 or 2 unit fragments without the concept of dimensional magic, it would be difficult for him to see through the hidden third killing array, the deadly arcane blast. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, feeling a mountain of tasks piled before him that needed his attention. Come to think of it, ever since the expansion of Phil's home and his move-in with him, he had been working at such high intensity. It was really exhausting. But the fruits of his hard work were obvious. Besides the street lamp, he had also replicated products like flashlights and pressure cookers. Now flashlights had become standard equipment for the knights, basically 1 per person. In another world, they should be called magical energy lamps. The rest would have to wait until the street lamp materials arrived. Lin Feng put down the magic core and stretched. That's all for today. My bones are almost falling apart. Lin Feng picked up the memory crystal in his hand and examined the milky white stone with careful scrutiny. Ever since the merchant delivered these 5 crystals to Phil's house, they had languished in neglect. Today Lin Feng recalled them only because he had granted himself a day off, and while idling his gaze fell upon the crystals carelessly scattered about his room. He was deeply curious about how this crystal functioned. Rather than attributing its output to mere chance, Lin Feng suspected that humanity had yet to grasp its true operational principle. Time to investigate thoroughly. First, the prescribed method of activation is shattering. Does that imply even cutting is impossible? Lin Feng drew his dagger and pressed its edge against the crystal's rim, slicing once. A sliver chipped away, but no phantasm emerged. Lin Feng lifted the fragment. Evidently, the crystal must sustain damage beyond a certain threshold before releasing its illusory projection. Determining that precise threshold held little practical value, so Lin Feng abandoned further testing. Yet he wondered, could such a minuscule shard, when broken, still generate a phantom? Lin Feng snapped the sliver in 2. It fractured entirely, and just as the shopkeeper had done when shattering a full crystal, it dissolved into mist, dispersing like vapor. Soon the phantasm materialized. Another Lin Feng appeared, drawing his dagger, slicing the crystal, then snapping the fragment apart. As soon as the phantom reenacted Lin Feng's act of breaking the shard, it vanished. Real-time recording. Intriguing. Clearly this memory crystal obeyed discernible laws. Mastering its mechanics might allow him to capture Griffith's crimes as irrefutable evidence. Lin Feng sliced off another fragment and broke it, only for the same self-replay phantasm to appear once more. Strange. When the shopkeeper shattered an entire crystal, however, the phantasm did not replay recent events, but instead showed something meaningless. Its duration and scope were far greater than those of the tiny fragment, a logical consequence of mass disparity. But why did the content differ? Lin Feng ceased cutting the crystal and instead recalled the shopkeeper's actions in detail. Approach, seize, smash, then phantasm. Only 4 steps, no more. Comparing them with his own, the sole distinction lay in position. The shopkeeper had hurled the crystal horizontally onto the floor, cleaving it cleanly across its center. Could fracture location determine which temporal segment the crystal projected? To test this hypothesis, Lin Feng cut 2 fragments of nearly identical size and placed them side by side. After a pause, he snapped both simultaneously, but at clearly distinct points. The resulting phantasms ended at different moments, one fading earlier than the other. His conjecture proved correct. This memory crystal functioned like a scroll of recorded time, chronologically inscribing events from beginning to end. Where it fractured dictated which memory played back. It felt uncannily akin to a progress bar. Yet if so, how could one discern its start from its end? His theory accounted for part, but not all, of the phenomenon. Other variables remained unexplained. Beyond position, there was also quantity. Lin Feng's gaze returned to the crystal he had sliced repeatedly, and guided by his earlier insight reimagined it as a storage medium. Quantity, storage capacity. If data capacity scaled with crystal size, then smaller fragments held proportionally less information. When storage overflowed, would later moments overwrite earlier ones? To verify, Lin Feng cut two identical fragments, marked their surfaces identically, and snapped one first. He noted the phantasm's opening and closing frames. Then after a delay broke the second fragment. Its playback began at a different temporal point. Its closing frame differed too. The storage strip model held firm. With precisely calibrated size, real-time recording became feasible, truly viable for documenting Griffith's transgressions. Yet two constraints: severely limited utility activation required destruction, and playback duration remained inherently finite. Is there then a non-destructive method to access its contents? Such a method must exist. Only the path to discovering it remained elusive. He needed to pivot from the necessity of shattering, expanding outward, conceptually fracture, rupture, fissure, crack, gap. Then it struck him. The phonograph of his past life, reading sound from grooves etched into vinyl. Could a similar principle apply here? He couldn't fabricate a phonograph on the spot, but he could certainly attempt the idea. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he stood within Rosalind's divine realm. Lin Feng. Is it already night? No. I've come to conduct an experiment. Please lend me some divine energy. Very well. Golden light shimmered in his palm, then flared once, coalescing into a device resembling a phonograph. This was Lin Feng's mental construct, a reading apparatus modeled on phonograph mechanics. Next, the memory crystal. Golden light converged in his hand, and a milky white crystal materialized within his grasp. HM. Rosalind beside him uttered a soft, puzzled murmur, her gaze fixed curiously on the crystal in Lin Feng's hand. He turned to her and asked, "What is it?" "This crystal requires an extraordinary amount of divine energy." "Did it consume much?" "A considerable amount." Lin Feng glanced at the crystal. Its secrets ran deeper than he'd imagined. Yet understanding it now was futile. Lin Feng set aside speculation, placed the crystal into the device, lowered the stylus tip onto its surface, and activated the mechanism. The crystal rotated under the device's motion, the stylus tracing faint, delicate grooves across its surface. These subtle incisions triggered the release of mist, swiftly drawn into a suction port resembling a vacuum cleaner's nozzle, and expelled toward the device's front. A phantasm gradually coalesced, two figures emerging from haze into clarity. Rosalind and Lin Feng reenacting their prior conversation, though silent. Truly astonishing. I never imagined memory crystals could be read this way. If only it carried sound as well. To replicate both image and voice. Would that not resurrect the past in full fidelity? Could such perfection truly exist? Of course it can. You simply haven't encountered it yet. I never thought after living so long that I'd find myself ignorant of something so fundamental. Even eternity holds undiscovered wonders. That is life's enduring fascination. You're always brimming with wisdom. Lin Feng shrugged noncommittally and departed the divine realm. Back in the mortal world, Lin Feng opened his eyes and gazed upon the memory crystal. This artifact would become indispensable in recording Griffith's crimes. Still, one final experiment remained: infusing it with magical energy. Introducing a force native to this world into an artifact born of it often awakened extraordinary latent abilities. So Lin Feng channeled magic into the crystal, and then it trembled in his palm. Vibrated. Damn it. What earthly use is this frivolous vibration? Wait, vibration. Isn't sound itself born of vocal cord oscillation? Could it be? Could it truly be? Lin Feng shut his eyes once more, and re-entered the divine realm. Why have you returned? He answered not, but swiftly reconstructed the device, adding a large speaker horn to its assembly. He powered it on, this time channeling magical energy alongside divine energy. Instantly the phantasm reappeared, Rosalind and Lin Feng once more. What is it? This crystal requires such immense divine energy. Did it consume much? A considerable amount. Watching the scene replay flawlessly before him, Lin Feng blurted out an expletive. Holy hell, it recorded the voices too. So such a thing truly exists, and you spoke no falsehood. I am humbled beyond measure. Time swiftly passed. Another month. Now the preliminary conditions for Lin Feng's plan had been fulfilled, and he could proceed to the next step. From early morning, every employee and store of Fiel's home unceasingly leaked a single message: there would be a surprise tonight. The anticipation of the residents of Karen was at its peak. The street lamps had already been built, publicly promoted as a landmark of Fiel's home. Now the 13 gun emplacements were all set up at their designated firing points. Now, all that remained was for the mysterious assassin to die before Griffith's eyes. Lin Feng had staked out early, making sure Galahad was nearby. After subtly signaling that he was in position, he toyed with his dagger while waiting for Griffith to appear. Dusk fell, at roughly the same time as before Griffith stepped out of the house. Thinking about staging another assassination, and the expression Griffith would soon wear, a playful smirk curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Hey, Griffith, Your daddy is here again. Lin Feng hurled the two daggers in his hands, then drew the short blade at his waist and gathered power for a single slash. The slash arrived before the daggers. As the white blade light flashed, Lin Feng had already leisurely sheathed his blade behind Griffith. As expected, a magic barrier appeared beside Griffith, once more blocking the strike. The sharp blade light effortlessly shattered that magic barrier, and then a pendant on Griffith's body burst into pieces. Then the two previously thrown daggers flew and aimed at Griffith's vital points, only to be deflected by a magic barrier. Lin Feng's figure vanished again, reappearing in the next instant beside the rebounding daggers, catching them in one smooth motion. A cold gleam erupted. In the blink of an eye, several shorter, more lethal slashes poured out like a storm of blades. But this time the magic barriers on Griffith seemed endless. Shatter one, and another instantly took its place. Heaven knows how many defensive magic trinkets that bastard was carrying now. Even if he were hosed down with a Gatling gun, he could probably survive for a while. While Lin Feng was mentally cursing Griffith's turtle shell, Galahad thrust his sword forward, forcing Lin Feng to retreat. Then Lin Feng vanished into stealth, almost exactly the same as last time. After driving Lin Feng back, Galahad glanced back at Griffith. Don't worry about me. Go after him. Griffith was about to explode with rage, but not because he was attacked again. Rather because Lin Feng had taken so long to come a second time. So long. You made me, Griffith Scott, live in fear for nearly 2 months. Yes. Galahad acknowledged and chased forward. In truth, there was no need to chase. After entering stealth, Lin Feng hadn't moved at all, but stood there enjoying Griffith's red-faced fury. Only when Galahad's figure charged past did he leisurely begin his escape. Then Lin Feng and Galahad put on a splendid act together. The knight in white armor chased Lin Feng across almost the entire cairn. To make the act convincing enough, Lin Feng would occasionally burst out of the shadows, his dagger clashing violently against Galahad's long sword, sending sparks and a harsh clang of metal ringing through the air. Each brief clash drew gasps from the watching residents. Soon the Cairn knights appeared, encircling Lin Feng. He then led the entire knightly order on a merry chase for half an hour, making fools of them all. Finally, feigning exhaustion, he appeared before the assembled knights and made a last stand against Galahad. Galahad had been run ragged by Lin Feng for half an hour. When Lin Feng finally showed himself, Galahad instinctively thrust his sword forward. But this time the resistance of a parry never came. Lin Feng's dagger was a beat too slow to block Galahad's blade. Then Galahad's sword pierced straight through Lin Feng's chest. Galahad hadn't expected the strike to land. The sensation of the blade cutting through flesh and bone was utterly real. Warm iron-tinged fluid instantly soaked the blade, as if he had truly killed Lin Feng. It left Galahad frozen in place for a moment. Blood continuously seeped from the wound, and the dagger slipped from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, then reached up to touch the wound on his chest, looked at the blood on his palm. Got taken down, huh? Heh, outmatched. Then Lin Feng's body began to topple toward Galahad. In the moment he fell, his blood-soaked hand slapped heavily against Galahad's cold breastplate, leaving a glaring crimson handprint and 5 long, downward-dragging scarlet streaks. Lin Feng collapsed onto Galahad. What are you standing there for? Can't you act? Lin Feng's words snapped Galahad out of his daze. Hidden behind his knight's helmet, Galahad shot Lin Feng an incredulous glance. How did he do that? Even I, an eyewitness, would be fooled. Well, it's not this humble knight's place to ponder. Galahad braced a hand against Lin Feng's chest, then pushed, withdrawing the blade from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's corpse fell supine onto the ground, blood seeping from the chest wound, pooling and spreading. Galahad raised the bloodstained sword high and shouted, "The villain has been slain by my hand." The surrounding knights erupted into cheers. Finally over. Before long, Griffith arrived at the news and looked at Lin Feng's corpse. Though Griffith dearly wanted to hack Lin Feng's corpse to pieces, countless knights' eyes were on him, so he couldn't act. Griffith stared at the body, silent. Bringing down this assassin hadn't been easy. The entire knightly order had besieged him for so long before finally subduing him. But was he truly dead? Griffith took the sword from a nearby knight and walked toward Lin Feng's body. He intended to stab twice, once through the heart, once through the head. But then Galahad stepped forward, blocking the body, and looked at Griffith in confusion. "Lord Griffith." "Stand aside, Galahad. I need to make sure he's dead." "Lord Griffith, he has already died from that sword thrust. Please, do not desecrate the dead, all right?" At the mention of desecration, Griffith narrowed his eyes, looking at Galahad. "What did you just say?" "Desecrating the dead, Lord Griffith. No matter what crimes he committed in life, death is the harshest judgment. Venting your anger on the deceased will only tarnish your noble character. It's not worth it." "That's true." Griffith finally tossed the sword aside. He turned and left, his tone cold, leaving behind an order: burn the body, Galahad. "Yes." Galahad dragged Lin Feng's corpse, a long trail of blood stretching far into the distance. Only when they reached a remote wilderness with no one else around did Lin Feng come back to life. He lifted his head and looked at the silent Galahad, who had been dragging him for a long way. "Hey, stop dragging." Galahad let go of Lin Feng's leg. "How did you do it?" The chest had truly been pierced, and the blood at first was real. But from the moment Galahad pulled out the sword and Lin Feng fell, the wound had already healed rapidly with the help of divine power. The blood that flowed afterward was all created by divine power. "Don't worry about that. It's my secret." "Then I won't ask. But will this really let me understand the truth?" Lin Feng reached out his hand to Galahad nonchalantly saying, "If it doesn't work you can just kill me." Galahad silently pulled him to his feet. "By the way, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Lin Feng's disguise rippled away like water, revealing the face Galahad knew so well, the face of Consultant Lin. A faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "I am Lin Feng." Galahad stood there frozen for a good while, so long that Lin Feng had to reach out and tap on his helmet. "Night. Anyone home? You?" "I. How?" Seeing Galahad unable to form a coherent sentence, Lin Feng waved his hand. "Alright, you can't sort out whether I'm good or bad all at once anyway. Why not go back to Karen first? The gift I prepared for Karen should be arriving about now. Want to go back and take a look?" Galahad looked at Lin Feng and let out a long sigh. He had hoped someone as good as Lin Feng wouldn't be dragged into this matter. But now, there was no way. "Let's go." Just in case Lin Feng actually used magic to set a fire before leaving. The two slowly walked back to Karen. But when they reached the edge of Karen, Galahad froze. The sight before him made even this battle-hardened knight lose his composure and hold his breath. Light. Bright light that dispelled all darkness. The monument of Feel's home was glowing, illuminating Karen. He instinctively looked up at the sky. The deep night dotted with stars told him without a doubt that it was still night. This is a miracle. This is a gift for Karen, light. With these street lamps, Fenrir's surprise attacks won't be as easy as before. Whether a person is good or not isn't something you say about yourself. It's judged by others based on what you do. So you decide for yourself whether I'm a good person or not. Galahad. And has found something. Griffith went out abnormally after the lights came on, and is tailing him now. Griffith used a mysterious magic to summon Fenrir from the wild. He mounted Fenrir and is heading somewhere unknown. Lin Feng looked at the residents of Karen, who under the light of the street lamps defied the curfew and stepped out of their homes cheering in the illuminated brightness. A smile spread across his face. "Have him follow him." "Got it." And still in stealth watched Griffith sitting atop Fenrir's head and flexed his legs a few times. "Although my divine power can help you catch up to a sprinting Fenrir, the fatigue of the chase cannot be eliminated. Do you believe I can catch up, goddess?" "I believe in you." "Then I'll definitely catch up." Seated on Fenrir, Griffith, his face dark with anger, ordered the beast to gallop at full speed. And behind Fenrir and followed closely. The man and the wolf raced toward Griffith's secret base at breakneck speed. This was a relentless half-hour pursuit. Only Anne's divine strength and his iron-willed determination, suppressing all physical distress to sprint at full capacity, enabled him to run at peak velocity for 30 minutes like an unyielding machine. Even so, a considerable distance had opened between Anne and Fenrir the giant wolf, and could barely make out the wolf's receding silhouette. This was the absolute limit of what he could achieve. Fenrir's top speed was already extraordinary, and with unrestrained sprinting he had fled far beyond the town's vicinity. An ordinary person would require several days to traverse such a distance. No wonder Gus had been unable to locate Fenrir. Wolves are territorial creatures, rarely straying far from their domain. Yet with Griffith, a traitor within their ranks, issuing deliberate commands each time the hunting party assembled, Fenrir could be directed here at will. Gus and the expedition team would never conceive that Fenrir might act against its primal instincts, because such behavior defied all natural logic. After 30 minutes of furious running, Fenrir finally halted before a small hill. Suppressing his desperate urge to stop and locked his gaze upon Fenrir, the colossal wolf now motionless in the distance, and refused to break stride, hurling himself forward to close the gap. Griffith sat astride Fenrir, raised his wand, and a glowing magical array shimmered into being upon its tip. Upon sensing the array, concentric magical runes flared sequentially across the hillside, interlocking, expanding until a complete sigil unfurled before them. The sigil on the mountainside twisted like a turning key, slowly unlocking as though releasing an ancient seal. The twisting ceased, stone slabs shifted and parted, revealing a concealed passageway. Fenrir bore Griffith forward into the passage. As Griffith crossed the threshold, the fissure sealed itself with startling speed. "Damn!" Clamping his jaw shut and held his breath and surged ahead, his pace surging once more in a final desperate lunge to breach the narrowing rift. Yet despite his utmost effort, the fissure sealed shut just before he reached it. With the cliff face rushing toward him, and leapt, kicked off the wall, and executed a clean backward somersault onto solid ground. A suffocating wave crashed over him. His body collapsed, limbs trembling uncontrollably as he gasped and coughed violently, like a university freshman collapsing after his first 100-meter physical fitness test. Rosalind's voice carried a gentle ache as she said he pushed himself too hard, nearly twisted his ankles several times. He performed admirably. It matters little that he didn't enter. The location of their hidden lair is now known. Victory draws near. Lin Feng praised and then sighed. Without shared vision or efficient communication, this is truly cumbersome. "Rosalind, what is the situation on site?" His field of view is utterly black, likely overwhelmed by converging waves of pain. Even with divine power aiding recovery, he instinctively closed his eyes to endure the agony. Let him rest a while. Let him catch his breath. I recall my own divine power dispelling fatigue almost instantly. Faith energy transforms into divine power with inherent loss, and its efficacy varies depending on the recipient's devotion. So divine power operates far more effectively upon me than others. No wonder. A sharp intake of breath. So then have I unwittingly placed him at a disadvantage. Suppressing the impulse to remain prone and slowly rose to his feet. I am well, Divine Lord. He stepped forward and rapped his knuckles against the seamless mountain face. The closure is thick, no sign of a passage. I cannot discern the magic employed. Then he stepped back several paces to take in the entire mountainside. Magical runes were inscribed upon the rock, but they are already fading. I cannot identify the school or origin of this art. The sigil that manifested moments ago was profoundly intricate, most of it woven from raw mana, only fragments physically etched into the stone. Each engraved rune was carefully concealed beneath vegetation. Without the luminous activation flare, they would have remained nearly invisible. Encircled the area once more. This place is exceedingly remote, and yet a creature of Fenrir's immense size left no trace upon the earth after its sprint. My own footprints are scarcely visible, most peculiar. Truly it was hidden with masterful precision. Lin Feng felt no surprise at the absence of tracks. If Fenrir had left a trail, then Gus's elite knightly force would have been grievously incompetent to miss Griffith's secret stronghold. What mattered was unraveling how it was done. One possibility, the physical augmentation of Fenrir's body. But such modification would inevitably alter the structure of its feet and induce conspicuous artificial changes to its appearance. That would easily lead observers to conclude Fenrir was an artificial construct, posing grave danger to Griffith himself. Moreover, and had made no mention of anything unusual about Fenrir's feet. This theory therefore could be discarded. Then, external intervention. Griffith's doing. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng asked, "And how did the ground feel beneath your feet while chasing Fenrir?" And paused, recalling. I was wholly focused on pursuit, paid little attention then. Now thinking back, the path felt unnaturally rigid. Even minor soil mounds nearly tripped me. So it was a ground-hardening enchantment. Griffith was not merely a passive rider upon Fenrir's back. Through Rosalind as intermediary, Lin Feng instructed him to rest briefly, then meticulously erase every trace he had left, leaving no evidence behind. Lin Feng slumped over his desk and slipped into slumber, his soul ascending to the divine realm where Rosalind awaited. Can you reconstruct that sigil here? Only partially. I'll render the fragments I remember. With a gesture, Rosalind summoned streams of divine energy into the air, coalescing into an incomplete fragmented sigil. Lin Feng studied the sigil for a long moment. No wonder he wields influence despite modest personal strength. He possesses genuine arcane talent. This sigil was likely his own invention. Is reconstruction difficult? Not inherently, but it demands time. By reverse engineering from core runes, he could reconstruct the full sigil, and from there deduce the mechanism of the entrance opening spell. Both reconstruction and deduction required time. Lin Feng's mind raced, weaving intricate strategies. Finally, he stretched languidly and yawned. Call him back. Today's gains have been substantial. Ensure the site is immaculately cleansed. Better still, ask old Deng to inspect it. If even that sly old fox detects nothing, we may consider it flawless. Once cleaned, return immediately and rest well tonight. We shall face a fierce battle tomorrow night. Rosalind nodded to Lin Feng, then relayed the message to Wen. Lin Feng watched the exchange and mused. Divine beings are remarkably convenient. Essentially sentient telephones. All clear, Bruster. Yes, everything is spotless. And glanced once more at the unremarkable little hill. Uncle Gus, we have never met. The flower I wish to offer you cannot reach your hands. Yet a gift must be delivered. So I shall instead deliver the true culprit, straight into your presence. Please strike his head down, shatter it, wherever you stand. The next day, Lin Feng opened his eyes in bed. To outsiders it seemed he had slept through the night, but in reality he had spent the night in the divine realm completing Griffith's magic array. A hero, after all, is always busy. With a sigh, Lin Feng stepped out of his room. In the morning, breakfast had already begun at Feyer's house. The maids, dressed in their uniforms, bustled about the shop, each tending to their own tasks. Some served dishes, some prepared ingredients for the grill, and others made breakfast for the guests. Good morning, Advisor Lin. Every busy employee would smile and greet Lin Feng, and he would smile back in return. Then he walked past the staff and stepped out of Feyer's house. The area had changed a lot because of Lin Feng. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of shops, food stalls, and inns. It was bustling and full of life. Adventurers from all over wove through the various stores. Compared to the days when no one came, the foot traffic had increased dramatically. It was even comparable to the busiest central district. Thanks to these changes, his reputation had grown considerably here, making him a notable figure. Lin Feng first took a stroll around, appearing aimless, but in truth he was checking on the street lamps he had installed earlier to see how they were doing. Humanity's longing for light is almost innate. So having such a street lamp near one's home was a welcome thing, and people were even willing to pay for installation. Thus all he needed to do was maximize production and quickly fill the entire town with these lamps. The 13 previously installed were barely sufficient. Just then Fenrir was so large that it would serve as a perfect live target. However, the method of locking the turret onto Fenrir was somewhat tricky. A magic stone core engraved with a locating spell had to be shot into Fenrir's body. But that was not a difficult task, especially since Griffith's actions last night had practically written on his face that he wanted Fenrir to attack Feyer's house. Suddenly Lin Feng spotted Griffith standing in front of a street lamp being installed. Having stayed up all night and still able to rise so early, what energy! Lin Feng approached. Yo, Lord Griffith, are you interested in the street lamp? Griffith looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, I am after all a mage. Of course I'm interested. I'll give you one, just install it at your door, guaranteed to shine. No, Why refuse? Lord Griffith wouldn't suspect me of extorting installation fees, would you? Haha, you're still so fond of jokes. But you're truly impressive managing to build so many. You flatter me. I just prepared in advance betting they would sell well. I've never lacked courage. How indeed, you are very bold. Then Griffith looked at Lin Feng and asked casually, but I don't understand, why do you need a cover over the core? Well, to make the light more even, and of course for another reason. Oh, Griffith raised an eyebrow and asked why. Just to hide that ugly core. People always go to great lengths to conceal unsightly things, don't they? Griffith stared at Lin Feng for a moment. Lin Feng knew that this reaction meant Griffith's wariness had been triggered by his words. Now Griffith was probably suspecting that Lin Feng knew something, but he couldn't be sure. Lin Feng deliberately pretended to be puzzled, looking at Griffith with a bewildered expression, and said, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, it's nothing. I have matters to attend to later, so I'll take my leave. Take care." Lin Feng watched Griffith's retreating figure and decided to annoy him a little more, so he called out after him, "Are you sure you don't want me to give you a street lamp?" Griffith's figure paused. "I already said." He turned back with a forced smile and said, "I don't want one, okay?" He's angry because he can't be sure. Hee. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Lin Feng put on his acting persona. He feigned the look of a sycophant who had overstepped, displaying through subtle micro-expressions the panic of a petty man who had angered a great figure by saying the wrong thing and the regret of why he had opened his mouth. Then he said, "I'm terribly sorry. I spoke out of turn." Griffith looked at Lin Feng. How could this guy seem to know something? But those words could also be explained away as flattery. Forget it, I'll just kill him. Although he was talented, anyone who couldn't be fully controlled was better off eliminated. Lin Feng watched Griffith's departing back and couldn't help but smile. Playing with others is indeed the best way to relieve stress. It felt like the fatigue of the night had eased. Well, enough leisure. Time to get down to business. Lin Feng found Galahad and extended an invitation. "Would you like to spend the night at Feyer's house tonight?" "Why, I invite you, and your first reaction is like that? You're so cold, you'll break a friend's heart." "I believe it's a good habit to ask when I don't understand. As for breaking your heart, I apologize." Lin Feng looked at Galahad with slight exasperation. He really was as serious as ever. "So do you think I'm a good person or a bad person?" Let me think carefully. Just say it directly, won't you?" "How could I also consider you a friend." "Ooh, I shouldn't be so casual." After pondering seriously, Galahad said, "You conduct business at very fair prices. You hire those poor orphans, give them tasks within their ability, and pay them appropriately. You invent many useful things. You also built that precious structure for Kalen for free, bringing them light. Although your methods toward rival merchants are somewhat harsh, I believe that's just how business works. So I think you are a good person worthy of respect." That's a decent evaluation. Lin Feng smiled, looking at Galahad's pure white visor, and asked, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would speak without evidence?" "No." Lin Feng stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and whispered, "Fenrir will come out tonight, and it will appear at Feyer's house." Galahad tilted his head slightly and asked, "What is your evidence?" "I heard a wolf's howl. That's all. There are howls every night here. This is not something to joke about casually. I know you don't believe me, so why not spend the night at Feyer's house? Come verify whether I'm telling the truth. You can also use your influence in the night order to subtly hint at them to stay vigilant. There's an old saying, better to believe it exists than to risk it not." Galahad fell into thought. "All right, I will do as you say, but if it's false, you must sincerely apologize to me." "I must say you're too kind. Don't you want to impose a harsher punishment? I believe you are a good person. If a good person makes a mistake, as long as it's not a matter of principle, I will forgive him. And if it proves that I was telling the truth, then I hope you will tell me everything you know. I wish to be a knight you can trust in your heart. A trustworthy knight. To become that in my heart is easy as long as you do this." Lin Feng reached out, placed his hands on Galahad's shoulder armor, stared into his visor, as if he could see through the helmet into his eyes, and said earnestly, "If you want to protect everyone you care about here, then before you verify whether my words are true, tell no one about this. Swear by your god." "Must it go this far?" Lin Feng said nothing, only nodded heavily. "I swear by the name of Osiris, the god of justice, that I will utter not a word about this. If I break this oath, may black flames scorch my soul, and may my armor of honor be stained with pitch black." "Excellent." Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile as he withdrew his hand from Galahad's shoulder. "Then after you have fulfilled your duties, come to the fair home. I will prepare a room for you. Remember, speak of this to no one." "Understood. Then let it be so. We both have much to attend to." It seems something momentous is about to happen all of a sudden. Hearing Galahad's words, Lin Feng could not help but sigh suddenly. From his own perspective, this was not sudden at all. It was the inevitable outcome of every step he had taken since arriving here. But this could not yet be shared with Galahad, at least not now. The truth was too overwhelming. An ordinary person could not accept such a reversal so quickly. Only by proving his view with facts could he gradually guide Galahad to change. Galahad looked at Lin Feng. Clearly his friend knew something, but for some reason could not tell him directly. Galahad did not intend to press further. After all this time together, he had long understood Lin Feng's nature. If he deemed it not the right time to speak, he would never say a word. Besides, this was not the moment to dwell on it. As Lin Feng said, better to believe it than to risk ignoring it. Whenever Fenrir attacked, it brought its pack of wolves. Without proper precautions, there would be heavy casualties. The night patrols had to be reassigned, the rookies pulled back, and the orphanage's defenses strengthened. And a plausible reason had to be found. Such a hassle. Galahad sighed, bid Lin Feng farewell, and went to attend to his duties. Lin Feng watched his retreating figure and smiled. Keep going, knight. There are many people who still need your protection. Time flew by swiftly, and soon night descended, shrouding Kalen in darkness. But before long, the monuments Lin Feng had erected began to glow, illuminating the streets. It looks just like daylight. Galahad, peering through the window of the fair home at the scene outside, could not help but remark. Though the curfew remains, of course. I believe this is already a great improvement. With these luminous monuments, we patrolling knights can spot anomalies quickly, and it greatly reduces the chance of being ambushed by beasts. If we could install these monuments in the fields outside. Lin Feng interrupted him. Enough. Why are you always thinking of everyone else? Leave the future for now. Let's talk about the present. Fenrir could strike at any moment. Oh, let's think of a way to pass the time. Shouldn't we be on alert, ready for Fenrir? You've seen Fenrir, haven't you? Of course I have. Lin Feng pointed out the window and looked at Galahad. Do you think something that big in such a brightly lit environment could escape our notice? Besides, I'm just chatting with you. It won't drain your energy. Standing around doing nothing will only make you drowsy. My apologies. I failed to consider you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The magnanimous Lord Lin forgives you. How much obliged. Lin Feng walked over to stand beside Galahad. Against Fenrir, what are your chances? To be honest, I am no match for Fenrir, but I can hold it off until reinforcements arrive. Seeing Galahad's confident demeanor, Lin Feng could not resist teasing him. Truly reliable. No wonder you're the strongest knight here. That's just a title they playfully bestowed upon me. With Grandpa Jess around, I could never be the strongest. But Jess is old, isn't he? You can't expect him to don his armor and fight Fenrir, can you? Lin Feng patted Galahad on the shoulder. The people call you the strongest. It's not just an honor, but a responsibility. Shoulder it well, O strongest one. Aye. At that moment, a piercing howl rang out, and seconds later the warning bells clamored into life. Galahad and Lin Feng turned simultaneously toward the source of the howl. It was far too close. In the darkness beyond the lamplight, a multitude of cold, predatory eyes suddenly emerged. It's really here. Galahad shot a startled glance at Lin Feng, then immediately drew his sword. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Stay here and don't move. I'll hold Fenrir off. Don't underestimate me. I'm a capable fighter too. Don't take risks. Right now you are far more important than I am. When this is over, I hope you will regard me as a comrade. Of course. I'll tell you when the time is right. Galahad nodded. A heavy footstep echoed and Fenrir's figure burst from the darkness into the light, charging straight for the monument. You beast, you will not. Realizing Fenrir's intent to destroy the light source, Galahad kicked through the window pane, leaping from the second floor and landing on the ground amidst a shower of glass shards. Upon landing, he planted his foot and shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, his form blurring as he dashed straight at Fenrir. In his charge, a golden sword aura enveloped the great sword in his hands. Galahad dragged the massive blade with both hands, charging straight at Fenrir, then delivered a fierce upward slash from right to left, aiming to cleave the beast in two at the waist. Fenrir sensed the hostility, dug its front claws into the ground, swung its hindquarters in a half circle to evade the upward slash, and pivoted to face Galahad. Fenrir's hackles rose, its wolfish snout curled back to reveal gleaming white fangs, its blood-red eyes fixed on Galahad as it emitted a series of threatening growls. Galahad's sword cleaved empty air, but his assault did not relent. He instantly adjusted the blade, took a light step, and swung from left to right at the massive growling wolf head. Fenrir opened its maw wide, clamping down on Galahad's greatsword, then whipped its head to the side, attempting to fling Galahad into the air. At the same time, its forelimb muscles tensed, ready to impale Galahad's chest with its claws. Galahad instantly divined Fenrir's intent. He released his grip on the greatsword, and before Fenrir could toss its head, he turned his palm into a blade, coated it with golden light, and stabbed straight at Fenrir's eye. At such close range, Fenrir could not evade. Galahad gouged an eyeball clean from its socket. Fenrir let out a howl of agony. Its jaws opened in pain, releasing the greatsword. Seizing the moment, Galahad caught the falling sword with his other hand, pressed the blade against Fenrir's flesh, and spun around, carving a long gash from the beast's mouth down its body, while simultaneously creating a sword's length of distance between them. Galahad swiftly adjusted his stance, stepping lightly to create more space. You're ruthless. Lin Feng stood by the shattered window, watching Galahad lock gazes with Fenrir, and smiled. This Galahad is a true comrade. When trouble comes, he steps up. Fenrir roared in fury, glaring at Galahad. Its wounds rapidly healed, and even the gouged eye quickly regenerated. Galahad coldly regarded Fenrir, casually crushed the eyeball in his hand, flicked the pulp aside, and gripped his sword with both hands, continuing the standoff. Fenrir first bellowed angrily at Galahad, then paced left and right, seeking the optimal angle for a sudden assault. Galahad defended against Fenrir vigilantly, leaving not a single opening. But Fenrir suddenly turned and charged once more at the monument. Galahad moved to intercept it, only to discover that the wolf pack that had accompanied Fenrir had encircled him without his notice. Though each wolf could be dispatched with a single stroke, they slowed Galahad's advance. So this was a delaying tactic. That cunning beast. Galahad watched Fenrir's retreating figure, growing increasingly anxious. Good, a little closer. Lin Feng opened his left hand behind his back, and magical runes appeared, arranging themselves in a specific sequence to form magic rings, ring upon ring, 3 in total. Lin Feng watched Fenrir, his fingers twitching slightly. The 3 magic rings rotated swiftly like gears. The magical core within the street lamp began to glow and a 3-dimensional magic array started to take shape. Finner, you have entered my firing range. Lin Feng clenched his open hand. The magic array contracted and the command to attack was sent to the street lamp. The energy core rapidly condensed power and then discharged. A deep blue concentrated energy beam shot out of the street lamp, without warning piercing through Finner's body and shattering both of its hind legs. Finner lost its balance instantly and crashed to the ground. At that moment, and who had been hiding in the shadows appeared, raising a long spear high and thrusting it fiercely into Finner's body. Half of the spear sank into Finner's flesh, and then swiftly kicked the spear's shaft, snapping. It leaped away from Finner, leaving the spearhead embedded in the beast's body. The magic array on Lin Feng's hand dissipated, and a smile spread across his face. Manual aiming was no longer needed. The magical core in the street lamp was nearly finished charging for a second shot, while Finner had only just struggled to its feet. Once reinforcements arrived, Finner would be surrounded and slaughtered to death. Galahad stared at the fallen Finner, momentarily stunned. Even as he casually punched the head of a wolf beast that lunged at him, he still couldn't figure it out. What exactly was that street lamp? How could it launch attacks? And with such power? Galahad don't space out, and stabbed the skull of a wolf beast that had been sneaking up behind Galahad, then stood back to back with him, facing the pack. Don't forget we're still surrounded. My apologies. So much happened so quickly that I couldn't react in time. And nodded sympathetically and said with a smile, I can understand. No one would expect a lamp to fight monsters. How long has he been planning this? Well, I'm not sure either. I only found out recently that the captain has been working on it alone for a long time. Lin Feng. He really is something. Of course. And said matter-of-factly. Of course he's the captain. Lin Feng nodded after seeing and Galahad regroup, then turned to head down the stairs. Who would jump from the second floor? After only a few steps, he encountered Gaffer and Dorothy. Dorothy was trembling with fear, clinging tightly to Gaffer's arm and shrinking beside him. Seeing Lin Feng, she asked with a quivering voice, Consultant Lin. Is it? Finner. What's the situation now? Her fear made her stammer. Everything is under control. Stay inside, you're safe. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Dorothy breathed a sigh of relief. Gaffer, who knew more than Dorothy, didn't relax much. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, will it end like this? Lin Feng smiled and said, nothing is certain yet. It's hard to tell. He approached Gaffer and patted him on the shoulder. Judge for yourself. This is my final test for you. Lin Feng passed Gaffer and walked downstairs. Gaffer, what were you and Consultant Lin talking about? My master's final assessment. This is really tough. Gaffer scratched his head in frustration. I don't even know the specifics. Dorothy reached out to smooth his messy hair and laughed. I don't understand these things, and even if you told me I probably wouldn't get it. All I know is that I can trust you. Gaffer looked at Dorothy, whose face was still pale, and his gaze grew resolute. Lin Feng walked out of the firehouse and had barely closed the door when several wolf beasts surrounded him. It seemed some animal friends wanted to block his way. The street lamp kept charging and blasting Finner, the giant wolf. Even with its incredible regenerative ability, it struggled to stand. Barring any surprises, Finner wouldn't escape. Lin Feng glanced at the positions of Un and Galahad, then quickly scanned the formation of the surrounding wolf pack, planning an optimal route. First, regroup with them. Lin Feng drew the dagger from his waist with his right hand and swiftly threw it. The dagger spun with a cold gleam, driving straight into the head of the wolf, blocking his path. The wolf beast's body slowly slumped, and Lin Feng dashed forward. The surrounding pack surged at him in unison. Unhurried, Lin Feng moved with the wolf's momentum, his feet tapping lightly. With agile and graceful turns, he dodged their bites like a dancer gliding through a ballroom crowd, evading attacks with ease. In one turn, he reached the wolf, whose head had been pierced by the dagger. He pulled out the blade and slashed forward, precisely cutting the throat of the wolf lunging at him, while crouching slightly to avoid the spraying blood. But a wolf lunged from behind. Just as it was about to reach Lin Feng, a wind blade struck from below, slicing into the wolf's soft belly and opening a large gash, spilling its entrails. Lin Feng stood up. In his hand, hidden from view, was the small wand given to him by Sabrina. An American-style quick draw didn't have to be from a gun. Thus, Lin Feng, with a wand in one hand and a dagger in the other, efficiently dispatched the wolves blocking his path and swiftly moved toward Galahad and In. Soon he met up with them. Unlike Lin Feng, Galahad and In didn't care about their appearance. Their clothes were already drenched in wolf blood. Captain, you're here. Galahad kicked a wolf's body aside and excitedly ran to Lin Feng. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay somewhere safe? What if something happened to you? Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he used the small wand to fire a fireball past Galahad's shoulder, torching a wolf that had been sneaking up behind him. After that, he smiled and tapped Galahad's helmet. Just a few stray dogs on the road. They can't threaten me. I value my life more than you think. Galahad wanted to say more, but Lin Feng interrupted. Finner is moving again. Galahad immediately turned to look at Finner. The giant wolf was covered in wounds, drenched in blood, but it struggled to stand and limped toward the street lamp. Even as the street lamp's magical attacks struck it, making it howl in pain, it didn't stop. At the same time, the wolf pack rushed at the street lamp, gnawing at its base. Why is Finner so fixated on that magical turret? Galahad, it's not trying to destroy the turret. It's heading for its blind spot. And couldn't help but say, this giant wolf is quite clever. How long until reinforcements arrive, Galahad? It may take a while. These wolves are nothing to us, but they're troublesome for the others. I see. Although the base had been reinforced as much as possible, the raw material was a wand of mediocre quality. The wolves' gnawing was not slow. We need to get Galahad over there to sever Finrar's limbs. But the wolves kept attacking without any sign of their numbers decreasing. Fighting through to Finrar would take too long. Lin Feng put away his dagger and attached a magical rune to Lin and Galahad. I'm going to use a spell to immobilize the nearby wolves. Use that chance to break through to Finrar and cripple its limbs. Us. Galahad sensed something wrong. What about you? As the caster, I'm the center of the spell and can't move. You'll have to go. You want me to leave you alone in this wolf pack? I refuse. I have a way to get out. Don't worry about me. But, no buts. You know we don't have many chances to kill Finrar. Galahad looked into Lin Feng's unwavering eyes, hesitated, then finally nodded. I understand. Lin Feng turned to Lin. Help Galahad. Seeing N's worried expression, he smiled and briefly revealed a golden divine light. The moment he saw that golden light and felt much more reassured and nodded. I feel like you're both cold toward me. Just your imagination. Lin Feng patted Galahad's shoulder. Then he had Galahad and prepared to sprint. He drove the small wand into the ground and silently called Rosalind's name. I shall aid you. A golden divine power emanated from Lin Feng, then flowed into the wand. The golden power spread as ripples, and whenever they touched a wolf, a circle of magical runes quickly formed into a magic array from which golden threads extended to bind the wolf. In an instant, all the wolves surrounding the three were tightly bound. When the golden ripples reached Galahad, and in the runes Lin Feng had attached to them glowed faintly, preventing them from being marked. Galahad and wasted no time. The moment the wolves were bound, they dashed forward. This time I will kill you. Finrar. Limited by his own mana reserves, Lin Feng's magic circle could only extend to the vicinity of the Finrar demon wolf, yet it was already a tremendous aid to Galahad and Anne. All the demon wolves ensnared within the magic circle were frozen in place, reduced to watching helplessly as Galahad and Anne streaked past them toward Finrar, their frustrated howls the only sound they could muster, their struggles utterly futile. Mid-charge, and activated her stealth, her form dissolving into nothingness. Finrar sensed the approaching presence of Galahad, and turning its head beheld only Galahad. Finrar was not one to await its doom. It immediately raised its massive wolf claw, swiping it toward the charging Galahad. Galahad faced the incoming claw without flinching, without an ounce of fear, his pace unwavering as he continued his relentless charge forward. Just as the claw was about to make contact with Galahad, the next shot from the streetlight turret arrived, striking Finrar's body with unerring precision and punching a bloody hole through it. A pained howl escaped Finrar as its attack was thrown off balance. The claw aimed for Galahad's head, now merely grazing past his shoulder. The razor-sharp claws collided with his pauldron, sending sparks flying and leaving a trail of deep gouges in the metal. Galahad paid it no mind, using his shoulder guard to bear the claw as he pressed onward. Galahad reached Finrar's joint and with a swift and precise upward slash cleanly severed the beast's foreleg. Finrar let out a sharp cry of agony, scrambling to steady itself on its remaining 3 legs. In that very moment, Anne's body materialized right beside its hind leg. Brewster, coming right up, little one. Anne's eyes gleamed, the faint phantom of bull horns appearing on her forehead, her muscles visibly swelling with newfound power. A powerful sweeping kick slammed into the joint of Finrar's hind leg, a dull heavy thud accompanied by the sickening crack of shattering bone. Finrar could bear it no longer. It slowly collapsed to the ground, letting out a series of mournful whines, its 2 remaining good legs still kicking feebly. Galahad stepped aside from the collapsing beast, and seeing Finrar's fallen form, his resolve remained unwavering. He strode purposefully toward it, greatsword in hand. Even if he were to cleave Finrar's head from its body, its powerful and bizarre vitality would simply regenerate the wound. His master had once made this mistake, and Finrar had escaped because of it. So now the head was not the target. The priority was to sever its limbs to keep it thoroughly pinned down. Only then would there be ample time to research how to truly kill such a monster. Finally, this was going to end. Galahad raised his greatsword, ready to sever Finrar's remaining 2 limbs. But at that moment a shout rang out from behind him. Get back! Galahad, and you, adventurer! Lin Feng turned his head at the sound of the shout and saw Griffith along with a group of mages having pooled their mana to conjure a colossal sphere of magical energy. Without giving Galahad any time to react, Griffith hurled the massive magical missile toward Finrar. Galahad had no choice but to abandon his strike. He grabbed Anne's hand and rushed with her to safety at breakneck speed. Lin Feng wrenched his staff from the ground, and several magic runes materialized around him, forming a magic circle that conjured a protective magical barrier. The colossal magical missile, after its brief flight, crashed down near Finrar, triggering a violent explosion. A blinding white light instantly flooded everyone's vision. Lin Feng saw it with absolute clarity. The missile hadn't struck Finrar directly, but had landed right beside it. The mages Griffith had brought were wholly focused on channeling their mana, oblivious to this fine detail. Galahad and Anne were fleeing swiftly and had not seen it either. Nicely concealed, Griffith. The mana shockwave expanded with the explosion. The wolf pack and Galahad's group were sent flying by the blast. Finrar was hurled a distance away, and the shockwave reached the turret. A few seconds later the missile's influence faded. Lin Feng lowered his defensive magic circle, glaring at the turret with an annoyed click of his tongue. The turret's core had been temporarily disrupted by the missile. Its light was still glowing, but it could no longer fire. In other words, the suppressive fire that could pin Fenrir down was gone for the foreseeable future. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He swiftly applied Swiftfoot magic runes to his legs, and with a flicker vanished, reappearing beside the throne Galahad and Anne. He grabbed one with each hand and bolted. As expected, without the turret's suppression, Fenrir's body began to regenerate rapidly. New bone grew from the severed limbs, quickly covered in fresh flesh and blood. Fenrir stood on its not yet fully formed limbs, the wounds inflicted by the magical missile closing at a visible rate. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the group of mages. Such rapid regeneration naturally consumed an immense amount of energy. It was hungry. Fenrir let out a thunderous roar and charged. The knights around Griffith immediately rallied, forming a defensive line in front of the mages. Protect the mages? Yes, sir. Several shield bearers took the front, their thick, pristine white iron shields glowing with a golden light. Griffith watched the approaching Fenrir and shouted, "Everyone fall back to a safe distance. Wait for the knights to engage Fenrir before we attack. Fenrir is too fast. We don't have time to gather another missile. Move. Keep the formation." The mages immediately followed Griffith's orders. Griffith himself didn't retreat at once, but cast a glance at the knight captain. "I'm leaving this to you, Sir Fred." The knight captain immediately snapped to attention and gave Griffith a salute. "Upon my honor, I swear." "I will." His words were cut short by a blood-curdling scream. Fenrir had swatted a shield bearer, pulverizing the upper half of his body into a fine mist of blood. It rampaged through the encirclement of shield bearers, no knight able to withstand even a single blow from its claws. "You damned beast. Lord Griffith, run." Fred drew his sword and charged at Fenrir, leading the vanguard. Relying on his years of combat experience, he managed to dodge several of Fenrir's swipes and left a long, shallow gash on its foreleg. But that was all he could do. Fenrir opened its maw and clamped down on the brave knight captain, its dagger-like fangs piercing through his armor, the immense crushing force shattering his internal organs. The searing pain made Fred's grip on his sword loosen, causing it to fall from his hand. Fred coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and staring at Fenrir's face, so close, an intense hatred blazed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to raise the arm still free from Fenrir's jaws and slammed his fist into the beast's snout again and again with all the strength he had left. Fenrir narrowed its eyes and with a toss flung Fred into the air. It then opened its jaws wide right beneath his falling arc, waiting for him to drop in. During that brief, suspended moment of descent, Fred's life flashed before his eyes. He remembered his family devoured by the wolves. Father, mother, elder brother. They died fighting against Fenrir. Is this my vengeance for you? After I die, will I see you again? I miss you all so much. Truly. So much. Ever since I saw your mangled bodies, the longing hasn't ceased. A few tears escaped from beneath Fred's helmet, falling with him into Fenrir's mouth. Fenrir swallowed the knight captain, then turned its gaze upon the remaining knights, its colossal maw opening once more. A knight who had never faced Fenrir before stood frozen in terror, his weapon clattering to the ground. So this is the Fenrir demon wolf. Lin Feng attempted to reboot the street lamp artillery turret, but received no response. The violent magical shockwave had evidently disrupted the flow of mana within the array. Restoration would be impossible for the time being. A brutally effective countermeasure. Clever indeed, Lord Griffith. Screams pierced the air incessantly. Lin Feng looked up at Fenrir. Though the knights now surrounded him, only Sir Galahad possessed the strength to hold him at bay. The others were utterly outmatched. Lin Feng reluctantly abandoned his plan to restore the turret and turned his mind toward alternative solutions. At that moment, Galahad shook his head, snapping out of his brief daze, rose from the ground, and caught sight of the fading magical array in Lin Feng's hands. The turret has failed. He glanced sideways, spotting Fenrir carving through the ranks with savage abandon, and instantly surged forward, weapon drawn, intent on intercepting him. "Wait, don't rush." Lin Feng raised a hand to halt Galahad, his mind racing at lightning speed. Lord Griffith had arrived here with knights and mages under the guise of reinforcement. To assemble such a force without raising suspicion, he could only have encountered them en route, after Fenrir's assault, and then rallied them together. He then cleared the path with those colossal mana-guided projectiles, cutting down wolf packs as he advanced. It followed, therefore, that the turrets along Griffith's route had likely been sabotaged by Griffith himself. Yet this also meant Griffith had not been present at the outset. He'd instead played the hero, rescuing survivors, organizing troops, all while secretly disabling turrets. That sabotage was likely intended to secure Fenrir an escape route, should circumstances turn dire. Such contingency planning betrayed uncertainty. Uncertainty about how swiftly and how powerfully the turrets might recover. He feared it. Feared the turrets restoring too quickly, feared Fenrir already slain before his arrival. That fear drove his frantic deployment of the mana projectiles. That very fear could be turned against him. "What do we do, oi? Lin Feng?" Galahad's voice rang out, strained, tightly controlled, yet trembling with urgency and agitation. "You must deliver a message. Shout it aloud, loud enough for every soul to hear. The turret will be fully operational again in 30 seconds. All others will follow within 15 minutes. Hold the line. Ensure everyone hears it clearly. This treachery stems from within our own ranks." A sharp, grating metallic screech erupted. The sound of Galahad clenching his gauntlet fists until the plates ground against one another. Yet Galahad knew full well this was no time for reflection. "Understood." With that he whirled and charged headlong toward Fenrir, and then approached Lin Feng and asked, "What now?" "Let Galahad handle Fenrir. We must see this charade through to its end." Having spoken, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the turret. A knight's shield shattered under Fenrir's claw and flew aside. His arm dislocated, his body left utterly exposed before the beast. As Fenrir's razor-sharp talons descended without pause, the knight closed his eyes in despair. A heavy, resonant clash echoed. Before the knight could even open his eyes to see what had transpired, a comrade seized him by the arm and yanked him to safety. Only then did he open his eyes, to behold the figure wielding a great sword locked in fierce struggle with Fenrir. "I owe you my life, Galahad." Relief flooded his senses, and with it unconsciousness claimed him. Shield bearers surged forward as one, slamming into Fenrir's flank, toppling his balance, staggering his frame. Galahad seized that fleeting opening to wrench free from the wolf's lethal grasp. The instant he broke clear, Galahad drew a deep breath and bellowed, "Hold fast, everyone. Lin Feng is repairing the turret. It'll suppress Fenrir again in 30 seconds. Griffith, having retreated to the rear, froze mid-step. Then his expression darkened, his gaze fixed upon Lin Feng, and in sprinting toward the turret, weighing the truth of the proclamation. Is it false? Dare I gamble on those 30 seconds? Nearly 15 minutes had passed since he sabotaged the first turret. If Lin Feng spoke truth, then the turret's self-repair mechanisms must be swift indeed. If they fully restored, Fenrir would be encircled and trapped here forever. And if the message were a lie, Lin Feng might yet conceal other stratagems. Better to withdraw. Opportunities will arise again. There is no need to press this moment. A faint emerald glow flickered unseen in Griffith's palm. Fenrir's blood-red eyes flashed with the same eerie green, and his assault abruptly shifted. Knights were hurled backward, forced into retreat. Then, with terrifying momentum, he burst through the encirclement, vanishing into shadow, swallowed by darkness within moments. The surrounding wolf pack likewise melted away, receding silently into the night. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. Knights raised their weapons in triumph. The first time in decades they had repelled Fenrir outright rather than enduring his rampage until exhaustion forced his departure. Galahad did not join the celebration. Instead, he stared after Fenrir's retreating silhouette, his grip tightening on his sword, fingers trembling with suppressed fury. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, catastrophically wrong. Fenrir fled the moment the words were shouted. Even the most cunning, most intelligent beast remains just that, a beast. How could it possibly parse human speech with such precision, and make a tactical withdrawal based on mere words? No wild creature, however wily, possesses such capacity. Someone must be controlling it, training it, commanding it. Was Fenrir's decades-long evasion of the knights truly explicable by bestial cunning alone? Fenrir's very existence defied explanation. How had such a monster come to be? Galahad had never questioned these things before, only sought Fenrir's destruction. But now, confronted with so many contradictions, he sensed the contours of an answer emerging. An answer that ignited white-hot rage within him. Fenrir was no natural abomination. He was artificial. Galahad had pondered countless theories for Fenrir's longevity in Carlin, yet never considered the simplest truth: Fenrir was merely a puppet pulled by invisible strings. He had never imagined anyone could descend to such depravity, to wield a monstrous wolf as a weapon against their own kin. Amidst the jubilant cries ringing around him, Galahad felt a profound sorrow settle over his heart. For years they had been manipulated like marionettes, blissfully unaware. Had it not been for Lin Feng, an outsider who saw what they could not, he too might have remained among the blind, blindly hating Fenrir, blindly chasing his shadow, blindly dying. Galahad exhaled sharply, mastering his fury, and stepped into the circle of celebrating knights. Until Lin Feng revealed more, he dared not betray his suspicion, not even as the hero's closest ally. A knight must never become the hero's weakness. Although the assault by Fenrir ended in victory, it was won at the cost of considerable sacrifice. Despite Fenrir's escape, the knights dared not relax their guard. After hastily gathering the fallen comrades' bodies and setting them aside, they resumed their patrols. In the face of Fenrir, only Galahad could momentarily hold his ground through sheer battle experience. The rest of the knights could only rely on coordinated teamwork, paying a devastating price in blood to barely withstand Fenrir's onslaught. After Fenrir fled, the scattered remains left behind, indistinguishable from one another, stood as the most brutal testament to the carnage. Lin Feng gazed at the bodies torn apart by Fenrir's massive claws. He raised his hand, and icy magic runes coalesced in his palm, applying a basic preservation spell to the fallen knights who gave their lives to protect others. May you rest in peace. Just as Lin Feng finished preserving the knights' remains, Griffith approached with a group of mages. That monument, what exactly is it? Oh, that thing. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, speaking in a tone of obvious certainty. Didn't I mention it? It's a street lamp. It was clearly designed as a weapon. That's merely a secondary function. Its primary purpose is illumination. Griffith took a few deep breaths, then spoke with a smile. This is a good thing. Why did you keep it a secret? Had I known the monument had such a miraculous effect on Fenrir, I would have taken the lead in helping you install these monuments long ago. The mages behind Griffith immediately nodded and began discussing excitedly. Indeed, why hide such a powerful function? If I had invented something like this, I'd want everyone to know it was my creation. Can these monuments be custom-made for my doorstep? I'd pay any price. You're incredible shopkeeper. I never imagined you had such profound knowledge of magic. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling for silence. Once the crowd quieted down, he said, Lord Griffith and the mages behind you. The reason I concealed this cannon's function is that before this attack I was uncertain of its effectiveness. I am a merchant with a conscience. This cannon is intended for sale as a product. I couldn't possibly claim it as sufficient defense against the Fenrir wolf and sell it to you without any testing, could I? Lin Feng smiled, looking at them, and asked, and besides, back then if I had told you, would you have believed me? A mage scratched his head and said, that's true. I wouldn't have believed it could even emit light, let alone repel Fenrir. We always speak with results. That's why we're worthy of your trust, isn't that right? With a few words, Lin Feng endeared himself to the group. Then glancing at the bodies on the ground, he addressed them. Although I am a merchant, and know this is the perfect moment to promote my wares in the presence of these heroes who have fallen into eternal slumber, let us set aside matters of profit for now. Please return to your posts and honor their sacrifice. Protect Karen well. I will repair the cannon as quickly as possible. With that, Lin Feng bowed to them, and without another word walked toward the cannon. In that moment, the mage's estimation of Lin Feng soared, and words of praise flowed endlessly. Griffith watched Lin Feng's retreating figure in silence, his hand clenched tightly beneath his sleeve. He had to eliminate this problem before the situation spiraled completely out of control. Steady, steady. Haste breeds chaos. Everything he had painstakingly built could not be destroyed by a mere outsider. Having calmed himself, Griffith turned to the mages and said, You heard what Lin Feng said. We can't fall behind an outsider, can we? Griffith methodically issued orders to the mages before him. Some were to pair up with knights to search for stray wolves still lurking in the town, others were to go to the Adventurers Guild to post various commissions and recruit adventurers as reinforcements, still others were tasked with helping tend to the wounded. Once all the teams had departed to carry out his commands, Griffith went to find Galahad. Galahad was arranging the knights' upcoming patrol routes and coordinating information with the knights to determine the full extent of the disaster area. Griffith did not rush to interrupt. He waited until Galahad had finished handling all his affairs before stepping forward to speak with him. Galahad, Lord Griffith. Galahad bowed to Griffith, then said with a hint of apology, Forgive me for overlooking you. There are matters that require immediate attention. Griffith waved his hand dismissively, saying, No matter. You're simply fulfilling your duties. Griffith stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Galahad, gazing at the bustling activity around them. Although we paid a heavy price again this time, at least we won. Yes, we won. Griffith reached out and patted Galahad on the shoulder. Forgive me, Galahad. My earlier attack didn't give you much time to retreat. I was too hasty and caught you in the blast. I was too desperate to kill Fenrir. Galahad turned his head to look at Griffith. The visor of his knight's helm concealed his face, making it impossible for Griffith to read his expression. It's fine. I understand your sentiment. Griffith breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue speaking when Galahad interrupted. However, Lord Griffith, your attack didn't just catch me in its radius. It also caught Lin Feng's companions. Oh. Griffith half closed his eyes, struggling to recall the names of Lin Feng's companions. As long as they weren't important figures, did it really matter what happened to the rest? Probably not. But since Galahad had brought it up, he had to at least make a show of it. Griffith lowered his hand from Galahad's shoulder and said, Then I'll leave it to you to convey my apologies to them. Understood, Lord Griffith. Then without further delay, I shall take my leave. Galahad stepped forward, no longer standing shoulder to shoulder with Griffith, and walked toward Lin Feng, who was repairing the cannon, toward the brightest spot in this town. All immediate matters had been handled. It was time to contemplate the next steps. It was obvious that the claim of the cannon being quickly reparable was a false message to deceive him. The trick of disabling the cannon with magic missiles wouldn't work a second time. Lin Feng would certainly upgrade the cannon after being fooled by the same tactic once. Having Fenrir eliminate Lin Feng was no longer a viable path. He needed a different approach. Griffith walked while calculating when he suddenly felt something foreign beneath his foot. Glancing down, he saw it was a severed hand of a knight lying in a dark corner, yet undiscovered. The owner of that severed hand had surely met a grim fate. With no one paying any attention, Griffith, expressionless, stepped directly over the hand that had once guarded Karen. The severed hand was trampled, smeared with specks of mud. Later someone picked it up, cleaned it, and placed it beside the fallen knight. When the dawn of the second day arrived, people emerged from their homes to claim the bodies of the fallen knights. Fenrir had relied on sheer brute force. Few of the knights' bodies remained intact. Some were reduced to mere fragments, making identification impossible. Scenes like this were always accompanied by the wailing of grieving families. Tears of joy from a mother whose knight's son had survived unscathed, the heart-wrenching grief of seeing a once perfectly whole daughter now crippled, the utter despair of a middle-aged parent who had lost their child and could find neither body nor remains. A cacophony of cries blended together. Those who couldn't find their loved ones began searching through the scattered remains. But how could they possibly find them? Just then, two small heads suddenly popped out from the crowd. It was Lina and Anna. These two young girls, shedding their usual timidity, walked straight toward the remains and began identifying them using their keen sense of smell. Brother Tafus, Uncle Fred, Sister Gwen. Unbeknownst to themselves, tears had already welled up in the eyes of the two girls. Lina gently picked up the severed hand, the one ruthlessly stepped upon by Griffith. This is Uncle Jason's hand. Lin Feng watched Lina and Anna identifying the remains. After all, even the most timid person would not fear those who protected them. Colin was no stranger to such incidents. His experience with mourning the dead was peculiarly detached, and grief faded swiftly. The knights Galahad had deployed were largely elite. Areas outside the primary assault zone suffered comparatively minor damage. The Knight Association's orphanage was also attacked by the wolf pack. Under the watchful glow of the street lamps, only a few children sustained injuries. During this defense, Laner achieved his first kill, a monstrous wolf. Before news of the wolf attack had spread, Daphne, haunted by dreams of her deceased family, lay sleepless and slipped away unnoticed for a quiet walk. She assumed her absence went undetected, yet upon returning, she found Laner waiting at the orphanage gate. Before he could reprimand her, yet again, for her reckless habit, his gaze locked onto the glowing eyes of a monstrous wolf behind her. In desperate haste, he seized a wooden training sword and charged forward, engaging the beast while shouting for help. His cries alerted Gwen, who was leading a patrol. She intervened, instantly rescuing both Laner and Daphne. Then, with unwavering resolve, led her comrades straight into the heart of the siege, storming the bell tower, surrounded by wolves. With every ounce of strength, they broke through the encircling pack and struck the alarm bell, only to fall lifeless beneath it, mortally wounded. Elsewhere, unseen by Lin Feng, knights fought their own brutal battles against the wolves. As soon as the street lamps revealed their lethal potential, many citizens clamored to purchase them. Lin Feng seized the moment, launching the Lumina Investment Initiative. Anyone could invest, and the Phil House would use those funds to install street lamps, though Lin Feng alone retained final authority over placement. On this point, Lin Feng held firm, determined to prevent Griffith from sabotaging installation plans. He further persuaded the public, using the commercial district as evidence. Though Fennel had targeted it heavily, the street lamp's protection minimized structural damage. Regarding the street lamp's core mechanism, Lin Feng issued a commission, tasking magical artisans among adventurers to mass-produce prefabricated modular components. Lin Feng played a subtle game. He released only fragments of the core modules, citing proprietary secrecy to withhold full specifications, forcing Griffith to collect them piecemeal, only to discover they refused to assemble. Let him stew in frustration for a while. Lin Feng's immediate priority now was cracking Griffith's arcane seals, then infiltrating his hidden stronghold, recording irrefutable evidence, with memory crystals, rescuing all hostages, and coordinating a final encirclement with the knights. What followed Griffith's capture, roasting him alive or subjecting him to 1,000 cuts, was entirely up to fate. Over the next several days, Lin Feng repaired the magic core crippled by arcane missiles, restored the lamp's stone base gnawed by monstrous wolves, and reinforced it with an iron-plated armor layer. During these repairs, Lin Feng supervised a large contingent of magical artisans, including Griffith himself. Lin Feng gave a concise technical overview of the artillery tower's operation, and sternly warned them never again to discharge arcane missiles so perilously close to its structure. As he spoke, Lin Feng's gaze lingered pointedly on Griffith, compelling him to publicly vow he would never repeat the error. Thus, Griffith's sole method of disabling the artillery tower was permanently dismantled. And amid this flurry of activity, Lin Feng successfully unraveled Griffith's arcane array. It was intricate, but not profoundly so. Its complexity paled beside even a single filament of Lin Feng's own magic core design. With the array neutralized, there was no delay. Preparations for infiltrating Griffith's hidden lair began immediately. Jaffe broadcast a simple notice. I'm stepping out for a time. Just say I've left. Understood, master. Shall I specify a reason? No. They'll invent their own explanations. I see. After instructing Jaffe, Lin Feng gathered on and sought out Galahad. Upon meeting him, Lin Feng offered no preamble, only a quiet declaration: the hour has come. Galahad understood instantly. He delegated his current duty to another knight and departed at once alongside Lin Feng. Beyond Colin's gates, the moment they vanished from the guard site, Lin Feng activated a concealment spell, rendering all three invisible as they sped toward Griffith's secret stronghold. Lin Feng, may I now know the identity of our foe? Lin Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled faintly and countered, you already suspect, don't you? Whoever flickers in your mind. You'd rather not name them aloud. I understand that hesitation, yet it cannot stand. To evade truth is to abandon duty, and a knight must never flee reality. I will grant you no such refuge. I shall guide you to my discoveries, then let you name the enemy yourself. Let you uncover the truth, face it unflinchingly, and bear witness with your own eyes. Your words echo those of my former master, who scolded me long ago. How did I never notice your severity before? Severity, perhaps, but I hesitate only where hesitation serves purpose. Galahad fell silent, merely nodding. After hours of relentless high-speed travel, they finally arrived before the small mountain concealing the secret lair. This is the enemy's hidden stronghold. Nothing is ever so simple, else you'd have found it long ago. Prepare for combat. Fennel is almost certainly imprisoned here, but whether he remains caged we cannot yet discern. Lin Feng raised his slender wand, conjuring several luminous arcane glyphs. With swift, precise gestures he positioned them, then wove threads of mana between them, completing the activation sequence. The instant the array stabilized, glyphs concealed among the mountain's foliage glowed faintly, and the mountainside split cleanly down the center, revealing a yawning entrance. No wonder. We searched in vain. We didn't even grasp who our true enemy was, how far we stood from the truth. and placed a reassuring hand on Galahad's shoulder. Our foe is cunning, beyond ordinary perception. Yet here you stand gazing upon truth itself, in that you have already surpassed your master. Master. Galahad drew several slow breaths until his composure returned. Then he unsheathed his blade and stepped resolutely to the vanguard. Once all three entered the lair, Lin Feng sealed the entrance behind them. Darkness swallowed them, briefly, until eerie green flames ignited along the corridor's sconces, casting spectral light upon the path ahead. They advanced steadily down the passageway, until emerging into a vast cavernous chamber. Caution! Galahad lunged forward, shielding Lin Feng, and in his weapon leveled squarely at Fennel. Fennel's closed eyes snapped open, crimson wolferises locking onto Galahad, low growls rumbling deep within his throat. Amid this taut standoff, Lin Feng gently tapped Galahad's shoulder. Ease your tension. Then lifting his hand, he summoned a palm-sized orb of light, before snapping his fingers. The sphere detonated with a soft pop, releasing a ripple of raw magical resonance. The resonance washed over Fennel, illuminating the invisible strands of binding magic coiled around him, now shimmering like spectral filaments in the air. If he were free, he'd have lunged long ago. Maintain vigilance, but do not tremble. Having calmed Galahad, Lin Feng produced memory crystals, one for each of them. We'll split up and explore separately. Record everything you see, touch nothing yet. We must avoid triggering alarm wards and alerting our foe. Galahad nodded. The chamber holding Fennel was the largest, and radiated corridors leading to other rooms. Rosalind, if it shows any sign of distress, inform me immediately. As for Galahad, Osiris truly is stingy, demanding purity of faith. I'll remain vigilant, it's unavoidable. Still, given Galahad's prowess, your oversight may prove unnecessary. Indeed. Deeper into the passage they entered another chamber, dominated by a cabinet filled with grotesque carvings, their hair unnaturally hued. Lin Feng paused, tracing the line of sculptures, then halted. He knew precisely why they unsettled him. At the very end of the series stood a tiny fragile object. A human skull. Child, may you rest in peace. Lin Feng stared at the miniature cranium. The missing children had been found. I will avenge you. Lin Feng pressed onward, into the chamber's innermost recesses, where figures floated eerily suspended against the wall, men and women contorted in varied postures, bound by unseen forces. Those invisible magical threads again. Lin Feng approached, confirming identities. Several appeared emaciated, but still recognizable as the subjects of the missing persons commissions. One man, thick-bearded and hollow-eyed, had been imprisoned so long that even his family had abandoned hope, his case erased from official records. Their bodies bore countless wounds, not fresh but layered with thick knotted scars. Tattered rags barely covered them. They breathed, but their eyes were vacant, unblinking, unresponsive, even as Lin Feng stood inches away. Their minds had long since unraveled under relentless torment. Lin Feng attempted to communicate with the imprisoned person before him, but all efforts ended in failure. No matter what Lin Feng said, the only response he received was a faint, barely audible whimper. Prolonged imprisonment and abuse. Even if they are rescued, they are likely unable to return to normal, he thought. Jalafizi. If he simply dies, that would be too merciful for him. Lin Feng saw many bloodstained tools here, and could roughly guess what they were used for. After recording everything with a memory crystal, Lin Feng began attempting to rescue them. To save them, he had to break the magic array that imprisoned them. Lin Feng looked around, but could not find the magic array. After confirming that his search had missed nothing, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the imprisoned people, more precisely to their bodies. Lin Feng had some guesses about the location of the magic array. He reached out, gently moved their bodies, and looked at their backs. Unsurprisingly, they were covered in scars. But under Lin Feng's deliberate search, he indeed found several magic arrays among the chaotic and intertwined wounds and scars. The magic array was found. They had actually carved the magic array directly onto people's bodies, and even used other wounds to conceal it. Lin Feng sighed. He could not take these imprisoned people away. To destroy this magic array carved on flesh, one could only use carving techniques to break it, but these weak people could not withstand such torment. Moreover, there were several magic arrays. One was a prison magic, and the uses of the others were unclear. Was it an alarm that triggered weapons? Or a button to release the magic threads controlling Fenrir? What if it was a human bomb? Regardless of which possibility it was, none were what Lin Feng wanted to see now. This was not the time to be overwhelmed by misplaced compassion. Realizing this, Lin Feng firmly etched the appearance of those magic arrays into his mind, then stood up without hesitation. These people could no longer be saved. Rather than trying to save them, it was better to find ways to rescue those who had not yet suffered this fate. Lin Feng silently looked at these people. Here there were only victims whose spirits had already died, leaving empty shells of flesh, and a wall full of human bone carvings that reflected Jalafizi's morbid taste. Lin Feng turned and left. There was nothing left worth exploring here. What about it? Any situation there? Nothing serious, but what he saw was too shocking. His spirit is not good. What did he see? Many imprisoned young magic wolves, potions emitting strange light, and many dismembered body parts. Seems like a modification table. That must have been hard on him. Bulicite seems to have taken over his body. Lin Feng said nothing, only quickened his pace toward it. His location should be a laboratory-like place where more useful information could be found. Soon Lin Feng reunited with it. Well, now it should be called Bulicite. Here were many scattered small black iron cages, each containing a young magic wolf. The cubs were generally in poor condition, listless, and showed no reaction even when Lin Feng stood before them. Surrounded by the cub cages, there was a workbench. On the workbench were many tools and glass instruments filled with eerie green liquid, soaking pieces of flesh. Some were from magic wolves, some from humans. Around the workbench, there was also a strange apparatus. That strange apparatus emitted a strong smell of blood. Soft rubber channels made of unknown material carried an eerie green, unknown liquid. It looked like a combination of chemical instruments and an alchemy table. Lin Feng saw Bulicite's pale face and asked, "Old man, how is it?" "I'm fine, but the little one needs to recover, so I'm temporarily taking over for him." Bulicite looked at the caged magic wolves with a hint of pity in his eyes. "For some reason, I feel sympathy for these magic wolves, and I have a strange sense of familiarity with this place." "Oh, have you been here before?" Lin Feng began searching the laboratory, and had been disgusted by the scene and surely hadn't searched properly. "I've searched through all my memories, absolutely impossible," Lin Feng replied while rummaging through the workbench for something like manuscripts. "Is that so? Perhaps it's related to your past. You mean I was also modified in such an environment? Then the soul was extracted and used as a weapon implanted into an enemy's body. That way it does make sense." Bulicite looked at the magic wolves and suddenly felt a sense of pity. "I was once like them too." At the same time, Lin Feng sighed. He didn't find anything useful. It seemed that reality wouldn't be like playing a game where you get a manuscript in a major enemy stronghold explaining the villain's background. Instead, he found the spearhead that had previously stabbed into Finnear's body for positioning the cannon. So this was the so-called who would write their true thoughts in a notebook. Now he could only place his hopes on Galahad, hoping he would make some useful discoveries. Just as he thought this, the sound of armor stepping on the ground came from behind. It seemed Galahad had arrived. Lin Feng turned around, and indeed saw Galahad walking slowly, holding an old notched longsword in his hand. Galahad's state was somewhat off. His steps were no longer as firm as before, and the clanking of his knight armor sounded like a death knell. Lin Feng looked at the longsword in Galahad's hand and asked, "What did you find?" "This is my master's sword." "Then, speak the truth you found." Galahad looked at the old sword and recalled everything he saw in that room. A room like a prison cell, various rusted torture tools, dried bloodstains, and his master's armor and sword discarded like trash. Connecting all these, one could get a clear answer. "Master, he didn't die at Finnear's hands. He died. Died at..." Galahad's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, but he still forced out the rest at Jellifizi's hands. After saying this, Galahad could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. I thought Master might have died at Jellifizi's hands, but I never imagined Master would be brought here tortured to death. What have I been doing all these years? I once had a chance to save him. Everything I knew was just what Jellifizi wanted me to know. I walked on the life path Jellifizi arranged for me like a puppet on strings. Facing such truth was not easy. Even Galahad probably needed some time to recover. But now there was no time for him to be lost. Lin Feng slowly crouched down and looked at Galahad. "Then your admiration for Jesai and your desire to become a knight, was that also arranged by Jellifizi?" Lin Feng's golden eyes stared at Galahad, and he spoke with a tone of reproach. "Do you really think your whole life was a meaningless script written by Jellifizi? Think carefully who set you on the path of a knight, Jesai or Jellifizi?" Galahad met Lin Feng's gaze, remained silent for a long time, and fell into contemplation. "Being deceived is not your fault. The enemy is too cunning. You have worked hard for so many years toward a wrong target without slackening. Now that the true enemy has surfaced, will you be dejected and lost here?" Lin Feng stood up, extended his hand to Galahad, and said with a hint of command, "Stand up, Galahad. You have trained diligently until now precisely for the moment of discovering the truth and defeating Jellifizi. If you are lost here, your master will not rest in peace. And you know you cannot let down those who swore to protect Kalen right." With Lin Feng's words, many figures flashed through Galahad's mind. Comrades who died under Finnear's claws, Philid Goen, Master Jesai. Galahad recalled the last look his master gave him when he went after Finnear. That was a look of entrusting everything to him. Yes, now is not the time to be lost. Galahad grasped Lin Feng's outstretched hand and was pulled up from the ground. "You are truly strict. I will not hesitate when I shoot, and neither will my companions." "Companions, huh?" Galahad laughed a few times, then looked at his master's sword in his hand. "I shall point this blade at the true enemy." Galahad was inherently a man of unyielding will. With only the slightest guidance, he could rally himself. At this moment, he was truly drawn into Lin Feng's resistance against Griffith. "Galahad, though it may seem cruel to you, you must not take Guts' personal effects. We lack sufficient evidence to directly overthrow Griffith. Removing these relics would merely alert him and spoil our plans." "I understand. Trust me, once Griffith is dealt with, Guts' belongings will be honored and preserved with due reverence. Then I have no choice but to accept it." Galahad sighed deeply, turned on his heel, and returned Guts' relics to their original place. Lin Feng searched the chamber thoroughly, yet found no conclusive proof linking its owner to Griffith. It seemed they would have to wait longer. Lin Feng retrieved his fourth memory crystal and placed it at a classic surveillance position, concealing it with subtle enchantments. Once Griffith returned here, the crystal would capture irrefutable evidence, exposing his true nature. How much simpler it would be if fingerprints or forensic traces could settle such matters. This roundabout method felt unnecessarily cumbersome. Having completed the surveillance setup, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Fenrir, bound motionless by enchanted silk threads. The tracking spearhead previously implanted in him had been removed by Griffith, who another would need to be reinserted. Lin Feng drew a dagger identical in function to the original spearhead and advanced steadily toward Fenrir. Fenrir thrashed violently, but the magical restraints held him fast, leaving him no recourse but to glare at Lin Feng with venomous defiance. He genuinely believes his glare can intimidate me. Lin Feng approached Fenrir carefully, selecting a spot, one Fenrir could never reach or extract the blade from. Without hesitation, Lin Feng drove the dagger deep into Fenrir's abdomen, then delivered a sharp kick to ensure the blade vanished entirely beneath his flesh. A guttural wail tore from Fenrir's throat, furious, desperate, yet utterly powerless against Lin Feng. Brewster watched Lin Feng's actions and instinctively turned away. It was simply too brutal. Lin Feng observed as Fenrir's wound sealed itself, the flesh knitting tightly around the dagger until it disappeared completely, leaving no trace of injury. Spreading his arms wide, Lin Feng wove luminous runes to cleanse all bloodstains and erase every vestige of their presence. This at least counts among our few tangible gains. Lin Feng then joined Un and Galahad to meticulously erase all traces of their intrusion, ensuring absolute discretion. Finally, the three gathered as Lin Feng outlined his strategy. I've left behind a recording crystal capable of capturing Griffith's crimes. When combined with the evidence we already hold, its footage will irrevocably confirm his guilt. That demands patience. At minimum, we must await Griffith's next return to this place. Griffith has already realized brute force won't succeed. For now, he'll likely refrain from deploying Fenrir again, especially before deciphering my artillery defenses. Until he cracks that puzzle, he'll remain quiet. Is there anything I should do? Help me accelerate the deployment of artillery emplacements. Once cannons blanket Karen, Griffith's defeat becomes inevitable. That's easily arranged. The artillery system inherently favors knights. Boy, Griffith is no ordinary foe. I advise you not to presume he'll sit idly awaiting doom. I'm well aware, and I've planned accordingly. Enlisting Galahad to oversee artillery deployment serves precisely that purpose, provoking Griffith into action. I'll handle whatever follows, as long as you've considered it thoroughly. Lin Feng cast one last glance over the secret hideout. We've done all we can for now. Let's return, each to our duties, and remain undetected. The advantage has shifted to us. We need only bide our time until the moment is ripe. The three exchanged silent, knowing glances, then nodded in unison. Suddenly Galahad glanced at Brewster and asked, ever since earlier and has seemed transformed. What accounts for this change? Could Griffith's strange instruments have altered him? Oh, that's in protective mode, a state he activates when confronted with overwhelming challenges. Since his mannerisms become so archaic and solemn, I call him Old Master whenever he shifts into it. It's something of his signature technique. Impressive, isn't it? As though he's become an entirely different person. It appears my experience falls short. Brewster watched Lin Feng mislead the earnest Galahad without comment, only observing silently, his gaze heavy with quiet reproach for exploiting such innocence. After this brief interlude, the trio swiftly departed Griffith's hidden stronghold. Galahad stepped out of the tunnel and glanced back as the mountain face slowly sealed behind them. Perhaps their next visit would mark the final reckoning. Following another swift, arduous journey, they returned to Karen and resumed their respective roles. Lin Feng went straight to Jaffiel House to refine the modular design of the magical core, while Brewster remained at his side, offering occasional insights. Having lived nearly a millennium, Brewster possessed a singular mastery of arcane principles. His counsel spared Lin Feng considerable trial and error. After some time passed and finally emerged from the profound shock of witnessing Griffith's grotesque, visually harrowing laboratory, and reclaimed control of his body. That place was utterly revolting, terrifying beyond words. Captain, weren't you even the slightest bit afraid? Not at all. I've nerves of steel. I suspect it's less about courage and more about perspective. And lightly slapped his own cheeks. Clearly I still have much growing to do. Well then, Captain, I'll return to my duties. Lin Feng slipped back into solitary focus, until a knock sounded at the door. Enter. He didn't lift his eyes from the magical core module before him. Jaffiel entered, closing the door softly behind him. Master. He opened his mouth, then paused, hesitant to proceed. Lin Feng already knew why Jaffiel had come. Griffith had visited during his absence, attempting to sway Jaffiel to betray him. I'm already aware of what transpired. No need to hesitate over whether to tell me. Jaffiel blinked, then smiled faintly. Seems I worried over nothing. Jaffiel, what lies ahead is your final trial. Every step you take must be your own decision. Misstep just once, and you may plunge irretrievably into darkness. Lin Feng set aside the magical core module and met Jaffiel's gaze. You understand, don't you? I do. Go forth, my disciple. Do not constrain yourself with thoughts like, is this what Master wants? Simply fulfill the tasks I assign you by any means necessary. Understood, Master. Jaffiel looked at Lin Feng with profound intensity. Hold on, Master. You must endure. Then turned and walked away. Lin Feng watched Jaffiel's retreating figure. Griffith's counteroffensive would arrive soon. Not another violent assault like Fenrir's, but a subtler, more insidious form of attack. Come then, Griffith. Let me see what underhanded stratagem you devise. I am ready to meet it head on. Inviting me to attend a meeting, Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing the news brought by Jaffier. A trap disguised as a banquet. Yet on the surface he truly had no grounds to refuse. After all, this meeting was convened under the pretext of discussing the future of Kalen. To be able to participate in such a gathering in the eyes of outsiders was a recognition of one's status and position. When Oi, Master, right now, it seems only you are left. They were trying to compress the time, he had to devise a countermeasure. How impatient this person is. Lin Feng smiled and stood up. Then let's go. We wouldn't want to keep Lord Jellyfeezy waiting. Lin Feng pushed open the door and saw a massive round table. Every seat at the table was occupied, all the influential figures of this small town. My apologies, everyone. I learned of the news rather late. Without wasting words, Lin Feng offered a brief introduction and took the seat reserved for him. Jia Feier stood respectfully beside Lin Feng. After Lin Feng was seated, Jellyfeezy spoke. What we are to discuss this time is the placement of the magical energy cannons invented by Lin Feng. Jellyfeezy turned to Lin Feng and said in a cordial tone, Lin Feng is a mage. I truly admire your creativity. You have managed to create such a marvel. Not at all, Lord Jellyfeezy. Compared to your own craftsmanship, I am still somewhat inferior. Jellyfeezy's eye twitched slightly, but he quickly regained composure and said with a grave expression, the reason I summoned you is not for anything else but to discuss a bad omen I have observed. During the last attack, I noticed that the light source of the cannons seemed to attract the dire wolves. The moment Jellyfeezy uttered this, a murmur of discussion arose. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Then placing the cannons would make them primary targets. What's there to fear? The firepower of the cannons is evident. With them, why worry about mere dire wolves? How can you guarantee that what they attract next time will still be dire wolves? There are other monsters. Besides, the cannon's sustainability remains questionable. During the last attack, some cannons malfunctioned. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Jellyfeezy. Playing the mudslinging game, are you? It was you who ordered the wolf pack to prioritize destroying the cannons. Everyone, there is no need to panic. As long as we have enough cannons to form a mutually supporting fire net, even if they attract dire wolves, the damage will be minimal. A smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he said, moreover, Lord Jellyfeezy, I believe we can turn this to our advantage. Oh, how so? Since the cannons are attractive to the wolf pack, we could set up a large cannon far from Kalen Town as bait, hollow out the area around it to create a trap, and turn it into an automated mechanism for exterminating dire wolves. What do you think of my proposal, Lord Jellyfeezy? Jellyfeezy fell silent, then smiled, and said, truly the younger generation is full of clever ideas. I will give it serious consideration. This proposal would likely never be implemented, because it was actually effective. At least it would be effective if the premise Jellyfeezy had raised, that the cannons attract dire wolves, were true. Lin Feng looked at Jellyfeezy. You brought this up yourself. Either you admit you were wrong, or you follow my proposal. Just then a man dressed like a noble raised his hand and addressed Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, while you are the inventor of the cannons, isn't it somewhat overbearing to monopolize the decision-making power over their placement? Everyone, I am not monopolizing this decision to flaunt my status, but to achieve full coverage quickly and form a fire net. Is there anyone present who understands the cannons I have set up better than I do? Lin Feng swept his gaze across everyone in the room. Who among you knows more than I do about the cannon's operating mechanism, range, and recharge speed? A mage then spoke up. Mr. Lin, forgive my impertinence, but if you do not teach us, how can we possibly know? I would be happy to teach. Lin Feng stood up, extended both hands, and allowed his magical energy to surge, outlining the magical core model. He then pushed it to the center of the round table. When the magical core model reached the center of the table, it rapidly expanded to a size suitable for viewing, displaying itself openly. Is there any mage here who can replicate the core in my hand? Several mages with a spirit of defiance looked at the magical model, but within seconds the intricate patterns on its surface left them dizzy and disoriented. The magical model made their scalps tingle. It was far too complex. It was like showing an elementary school student the solution to a calculus problem. But do not worry, everyone. I am not so arrogant as to think I alone can bear the production capacity of all the magical cores needed for Kalen. I have already begun simplifying the magical cores, designing them as modules to make it easier for everyone to understand and produce. Those who have been following Jia Feier's home should have noticed that not long ago Jia Feier's home released some commissions for magical core modules. At this moment, Galahad, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. I can vouch for that. Lin Feng is not lying. A fresh wave of discussion erupted in the room, and this time the evaluation of Lin Feng improved significantly. Both challenges had been effortlessly defused by Lin Feng. Jellyfeezy then abruptly interjected. Let us end the discussion on the cannons here. Now let us talk about matters concerning Jia Feier's home. Lin Feng frowned slightly, turning to Jellyfeezy. Does a matter concerning our little shop need to be discussed here? It would not normally be brought up, but the number of people who have come to me with complaints is too many. Oh, Lin Feng's sharp eyes swept over every partner who had joined Jia Feier's home. They all lowered their heads, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. They complained to me that since they have formed an alliance, it is unreasonable that they still do not know the seasoning recipe. I see. The seasoning recipe was indeed one of the lifelines of Jia Feier's home, as the most profitable business for the establishment was still food and drink. If it were made public, Jia Feier's home would lose its most competitive edge. At that moment, Jia Feier, standing beside Lin Feng, cast a cold gaze at the lowered heads, committing every face to memory. Lin Feng was not surprised by this turn of events. After all, this was a partnership bound by shared interests, and it was only natural for them to pull at each other over those interests. However, given the formidable pressure he had demonstrated earlier, even if these rabble had 100 times the courage, they would never dare to apply pressure on him. The wind had shifted. Lin Feng looked at Jellyfizi. Without him leading the charge, these people would never have dared to do this in 1,000 years. Since my esteemed partners have spoken so. Lin Feng casually took out a piece of paper and a quill, wrote down the recipe on the spot, and handed it to Jafar beside him. Jafar took the recipe, and instantly many burning gazes focused on his hand. From now on, Jafar Home will openly sell seasoning recipes and finished seasoning products. The price will be announced shortly. I believe you are all familiar with Jafar Home's business style. The prices will certainly be affordable. This statement immediately ignited the room. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the seasoning recipe. The faces of those who had hoped Lin Feng would hand over the recipe turned sour. They had not expected Lin Feng to go all out like this. Now that everyone knew the significance of the recipe was lost. Damn it, aren't you afraid that Jafar Home's customer traffic will plummet? Was Lin Feng afraid? Not at all. Jafar Home's reputation had long been established. A mere seasoning recipe was not something to be hoarded like a treasure. In the short term, no merchant could surpass Jafar Home in service and quality. So what if I give it to you? Can you really rebel? Do you have the courage to walk away from the benefits Jafar Home brings? Lin Feng smiled at Jellyfizi. I've blocked all your moves. Is this all you've got? Jellyfizi's expression remained unchanged, as if he paid no heed to everything that had transpired in the meeting. It seems he still has a card up his sleeve. It appears that this game of countering each other's moves will continue for a while longer. The meeting that day concluded with Lin Feng resolving the crisis. In the following days, Griffith did not make another move, but instead came to him repeatedly urging Lin Feng to quickly produce the schematic of the cannon emplacements, citing the gravity of the matter. This was something Lin Feng was already occupied with. Although Griffith's request was likely ill-intentioned, the document could indeed accelerate the construction of the cannons, and its drawbacks for Griffith were also evident. This risk was worth taking. Lin Feng quickly designed the complete breakdown of the magic core modules and planned all the cannon emplacement locations. However, Lin Feng did not hand these directly to Griffith. Instead, he publicly announced the information, denying Griffith any opportunity to interfere. After finishing the design of the magic core modules, Lin Feng did not inform Griffith, but quietly sent them to the mages who had accepted the commission to begin production. When Griffith came to inquire, Lin Feng only said that the work was completed and already handed over. This was a necessary sacrifice to boost the production of cannon magic cores. Griffith would eventually learn all the modules. But by using this information asymmetry to outmaneuver Griffith, Lin Feng could significantly slow down Griffith's collection of the modules. In short, it was meant to spite Griffith. With the increased production capacity of magic cores, the construction of the cannons advanced rapidly. Lin Feng also specially crafted a batch of arrows made from the same material as the spearhead that had pierced Fenrir's body, ensuring that Fenrir would be locked onto by the cannons. If Griffith did nothing further, he would have no choice but to watch helplessly as everything was exposed. Griffith must be anxious, but Lin Feng was not the least bit worried. Now the advantage was on his side. Griffith's identity became his greatest obstacle. Lin Feng could freely lay his plans, while Griffith had to consider many factors before making any move. After finishing the main tasks at hand, Lin Feng turned his attention to studying the magic arrays obtained from Griffith's secret outpost. He had already determined that one of them was a confinement magic, while the functions of the others remained unknown. Lin Feng did not intend to experiment recklessly in Kaelin, as these magics might include an alarm spell. If the signal were detected by Griffith, it would be disastrous. In Rosalind's sanctuary, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The most perfect experimental site was indeed here. After a brief greeting to Rosalind, Lin Feng began his experiments. He replicated all the magic arrays and tested them. Although there were many magic arrays, only 3 distinct types existed. The rest were mere variations with slight differences, but fundamentally identical functions. One of them was a thread magic discovered on the imprisoned hostages. The magic array was inscribed on their bodies, and magical threads would grow from their flesh hanging onto the walls. These magical threads were entirely composed of mana and were unique. They would not become visible unless mana was agitated. If forcibly pulled, they would tear the hostage's flesh along with them. Another type enhanced the senses. When inscribed on a hostage. No wonder the hostages appeared so dazed. Prolonged torment was already a mental ordeal, and with such a magic array added, it was a method of torture beyond human imagination. The last magic array showed no reaction. Lin Feng speculated it was an alarm array, but since he lacked the corresponding receiving magic, it appeared inert. Griffith's secret outpost was so far from Kaelin that this alarm magic must have the ability to notify Griffith over such a vast distance. How could this be achieved? Lin Feng began to ponder. A magic array hidden in a wound. Magical threads growing from flesh. A warning magic. Was the intention to conceal the array in the wound, exploit the rescuer's eagerness to save the hostage, cause them to accidentally tear the flesh, leading to rapid blood loss and agonizing death, using the screams as an alarm? If the alarm relied on screams, what was the purpose of the magic array? Lin Feng could not believe Griffith would inscribe it on the hostage merely for amusement. If he was going to inscribe something, why not something useful? Griffith must have thought that way. Then how could this warning magic notify Griffith? Lin Feng frowned, staring at the magic array whose effect remained unknown. What kind of effect could connect all the arrays and achieve an alarm function? Lin Feng began searching his memory for everything about Griffith and soon found a clue. It was the numerous pendants on Griffith. Those pendants were magical artifacts, and it was not unusual for one of them to serve as an alarm receiver. The moment this thought arose, Lin Feng acted swiftly. He inscribed the magic array on 2 magic stones, then smashed one of them violently. The other magic stone shattered simultaneously with the one that was thrown. So this was how the array worked. Symbiotic magic. At least there was no human bomb. Among these 3 magics, the most useful was the thread magic with its remarkable extensibility. Most importantly, this magic could confine Fenrir. Taking advantage of Griffith's information gap, Lin Feng could catch him off guard. Reversing the magic array should also be put on the agenda. Sleeping during the day was too strange, so Lin Feng did not linger in Rosalind's sanctuary, planning to stay up late studying instead. With divine power backing him, he wouldn't die from exhaustion. Walking out of Jia Feier's home, Lin Feng felt a gust of wind. Looking up, dark clouds were slowly gathering. It was about to rain. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had encountered such heavy rain since arriving here. Jia Feier, what is it, master? Jia Feier's voice came from behind. Lin Feng did not turn around, but continued gazing at the dark clouds. What are your plans for the seasoning? Master, you essentially built a production chain before. I intend to put it into official use now. Over the next few days, I plan to use the dishes made with your seasoning formula as a promotion. As for the other seasonings, I will temporarily keep them off the shelves, citing the lack of mass production. We'll release them when new flavors are developed. Always ensure that the food at Jia Feier's home has a taste nowhere else to be found. You've improved a lot. This isn't my improvement. As the dark clouds drew closer, the wind grew stronger. People around began rushing into their homes, while those not near home anxiously sought shelter from the rain. From your voice, it seems you're unhappy. Master, I'm sorry. Lin Feng turned to glance at Jia Feier. Among the tags on him, the loyal tag remained, but guilt, anxiety, and remorse had appeared. So that's how it is. It seems that among Griffith's cards against me, you are one of them. At that moment, raindrops began to fall, one landing on Lin Feng. The cool sensation made him turn back to continue watching the rainy sky. The dark clouds had already covered the sky. This rain was abnormal. Griffith must have done something. Was he planning to use the rain as cover to act covertly? It doesn't matter. Jia Feier, you must believe that your master can see through everything. If you believe in me, I will believe in you. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Even if someone forces you to pull the trigger on me, you won't be able to hurt me. The rain began to pour heavily, but Lin Feng did not avoid it. He stepped forward into the curtain of rain. When you don't care about getting your clothes wet, the heavy rain can only bring you a refreshing coolness. Whoa, this feels great. Lin Feng happily strolled in the rain. He had been tense for too long. It was time to relax a little. Change your clothes promptly so you don't get sick. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Watching Lin Feng frolicking in the rain, Jia Feier smiled with a mix of relief and helplessness. He could never fully understand Lin Feng struggling to grasp what his master was thinking. But perhaps this was precisely what made his master unique. Late at night, amidst the torrential rain, Griffith, clad in a black raincoat and holding several magic cores, walked slowly toward an unfinished cannon emplacement. After several days of rain, it finally ceased completely. The puddles left by the rainfall had not yet evaporated, but people began to resume work, for they had been cooped up at home for days due to the rain. Jelefizi, as usual, came to supervise the site, his eyes casually scanning the nearly completed cannon. The core had been installed, leaving only the shield to be mounted. Jelefizi stood nearby, seemingly at ease, but deliberately keeping his distance. Lord Jelefizi, the burly man in charge of installing the shield, greeted Jelefizi warmly. Jelefizi smiled back. Good morning. It's a fine day. Yes, today is a good day to start work. The burly man, seemingly eager to show off before Jelefizi strode forward carrying the shield, and shouted to his companions. Guys, I'm going up first. You all hurry up. You're only this enthusiastic at times like this. Haha, I can't hear you. Jelefizi watched with a smile as the workers bantered and labored. Jelefizi quietly maintained his smile as he watched the workers step into the range of the malfunctioning cannon. The shield just blocked the man's view, and where he could not see, the cannon began to charge. 1, 2. After waiting a few seconds for the cannon to accumulate energy, Jelefizi finally pretended to notice something amiss and shouted, "No. Run." The burly man looked back at Jelefizi with confusion. What? Before he could finish, the charged energy blast from the cannon roared forth, blasting the upper half of his body into a mist of blood. The workmate walking a little behind him was splattered with blood, staring blankly as the remaining half of his comrade's body slowly collapsed. Warm blood, the smell of rust, the nauseating sensation. When his brain comprehended what had just happened, the worker let out a terrified scream, trying to flee the cannon, but his legs had already gone weak. The worker gazed in despair at the cannon, recharging, tears streaming from his eyes as he cried out for help, clawing at the ground with his hands, crawling forward desperately. I don't want to die yet. Another energy blast shot from the cannon, accompanying the worker's scream. Jelefizi, gripping his staff, rushed to the worker's side. Magic runes rapidly appeared on the staff, interlocking to form a magic array, and 7 magical barriers quickly unfolded. The energy blast collided with the magic barriers, causing a violent explosion. 4 of the 7 barriers Jelefizi had erected shattered in succession. Jelefizi silently noted the cannon's range, frequency, and power. Everyone, get away from this cannon immediately. Jelefizi glanced at the corpse lying in the distance and said in a grave tone, We cannot allow any more casualties. As expected, Lin Feng was immediately arrested by Jellyfizi and the knights. Lin Feng, we need an explanation. Arresting me won't get you any explanation. I only just learned of this myself. To find the source of the problem, we must go to the scene. The mage standing behind Jellyfizi said, after something like this, how can you expect us to trust you? Jellyfizi raised a hand to interrupt. I trust you, Lin Feng. How disgusting this man is. Lin Feng gave Jellyfizi a meaningful look. Thank you for your trust, Lord Jellyfizi. Don't thank me. Proving your innocence is the best repayment you can give me. Lin Feng approached the malfunctioning cannon and stepped directly into its range. Hey, are you crazy? You were told that cannon is faulty. Lin Feng ignored the shouts behind him. Magic runes appeared on his left hand, forming a magic array. He aimed his left hand at the cannon, and the array twisted slightly, instantly disabling the cannon. He took a few steps, leaped onto the cannon, removed the core, and after a brief inspection, extracted several core modules from it. Carrying those modules, he strode back to Jellyfizi. These magic cores are defective. Jellyfizi glanced at them. How did you discover that? I invented this. I can see at a glance where something is wrong. Some petty person tampered with my energy core using shoddy methods. If you don't believe me, take these magic cores and compare them with the ones I originally distributed. They are definitely different. Lin Feng's words immediately sparked a buzz of discussion. Impossible. Who would do that? Why? Lin Feng cleared his throat, cutting off their debate. Now there are two things you must do. First, inspect the remaining cannons. Second, find out who did this. A sharp voice of doubt rang out. How can you prove you aren't the one? Lin Feng found the speaker among the crowd and walked up to him. He reached out and grabbed the man who tried to avoid him, fixing him with his golden eyes and speaking in a commanding tone. You prove that I am the one who tampered with the core. I. The man was overwhelmed by Lin Feng's pressure, struggling to breathe. Jellyfizi extended a hand and grasped Lin Feng's wrist. Let's not hurt our harmony, shall we? Lin Feng smiled. I only meant that one should not speak without evidence. Though his tone softened, his sharp eyes remained fixed on Jellyfizi. All right, knights, let's begin the investigation. Lin Feng, I assure you we will not let any wrongdoer go, nor will we wrong any innocent person. Of course, I fully trust Lord Jellyfizi, just as you trust me. Lin Feng returned to the Jaffair house. He began to calmly analyze the situation. Jellyfizi willing to expose the existence of an enemy within the team to halt the cannon installation. Was he preparing for another attack? With a life lost, the cannon installation would be delayed, and he himself had been tainted, shaking everyone's trust in him. A clever move indeed. But that also means, Jellyfizi, you bastard, have already visited the secret base and given orders to Fenrir, haven't you? Now if I just retrieve the memory crystal, I can. Lin Feng, something's wrong. The food at Jaffair house is causing problems. Oh, many people feel weak after eating. Jaffair said she followed the seasoning recipe you wrote exactly. The knights have come to arrest you. TCH, this is troublesome. I handed that recipe to Jaffair in full view of everyone. Truly a relentless assault, Jellyfizi. When he opened the door, Jaffair stood there with a cold face. Mr. Lin, please come out and cooperate with the knights' investigation. Also, my advisory contract with you is terminated as of today. You are no longer the advisor of Jaffair house. Lin Feng glanced at the knights behind Jaffair and at her hand, which trembled slightly on the door handle. The mark of a loyal follower was still there. Jaffair, I believe you can play this role with me. Now everything depends on the tacit understanding between us. It's only been this short a time, and you've already cut ties with me. Merchants are truly heartless. Lin Feng reached out and patted Jaffair's shoulder, eyes blazing with anger, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Fine. You've done well. Then Lin Feng shoved Jaffair against the door. The knights immediately shouted, no harming anyone. Oomph. Lin Feng snorted coldly and was taken away by the knights. One knight stayed behind, reaching out to help Jaffair up. But Jaffair shook her head. Let me be alone for a while. The knight sighed and left. Jaffair touched the spot where Lin Feng had patted her. Master. Only when comforting me would he pat my shoulder. Master. Did he even foresee this step? Lin Feng, I wish I could trust you. But once may be coincidence, can twice still be called coincidence? Lord Griffith, I swear I was framed. Do you believe me? Why would anyone frame you? Lin Feng smiled faintly at Griffith. Perhaps my brilliance simply terrified some wretched creature lurking in the shadows. Save such words for the knights, Lin Feng. I once believed in you. Yet now I find myself increasingly convinced you are entangled with Fenrir. Human beings are creatures easily swayed in thought. The moment Griffith uttered those words, the gazes of everyone around Lin Feng shifted perceptibly. Those who had never met him before now regarded him with fear. Those who knew him well watched him with doubt. And those who despised him had already begun spreading rumors to appear wise and prescient. Yes, such is humanity. Lin Feng had known this long ago. Yet he never felt disillusioned by people, for where evil resides, its counterpart, good, must also endure. Lin Feng raised his gaze toward the children who stood before the knights, arms outstretched to block their path. Consultant Lin could never be a villain. How could a villain write such stories? Everything Consultant Lin has done has been noble. That incident must have nothing to do with him. It's surely a terrible misunderstanding. Most of these children had been raised under the watchful eyes of the very knights now facing them. The knights found themselves trapped, unable to advance without hurting the young ones. Lena, Vina, go home immediately. Lanar, how dare you join this reckless folly too? This is no trivial matter. Many others have fallen ill from the poisoning. weak, feverish, barely clinging to life. Lanar stepped forward, still bearing fresh wounds from Fanir's last assault. Yet his voice rang with unwavering conviction. I trust Consultant Lin. He would never commit such an act. It brings him no gain whatsoever. Just as tension froze the scene, Lin Feng stepped forward, calmly approaching Lanar. Lead them home. I'll be fine. But Lin Feng reached out, gently ruffling Lanar's hair with a quiet smile. Because I am good. And you believe I am good, don't you? Yes. Lanar nodded, choosing faith over doubt. You must return. We've seen everything you've done. We know you're not a villain. Of course. Reassured, Lanar dashed back to the group and parted the ranks, clearing a path for the knights escorting Lin Feng. Afterward, the knights' demeanor softened markedly, yet their comrades lay bedridden, weakened by poison, and forgiveness remained beyond reach. Ultimately, Lin Feng was confined to a solitary cell. In that instant, the world seemed to fall utterly silent. So that was the design, to brand him as the traitor within their own ranks. Griffith must have begun laying his scheme the moment Lin Feng left Jaffair House. First he coerced or enticed Jaffair, half threat, half promise. Then convened the council to set traps, and now at this precise moment reaped the harvest of his meticulous plotting. By now Griffith was likely en route to tend the poisoned victims, further cementing his image as savior and leader. Does it feel familiar? All too familiar. This was precisely how Griffith had dismantled Gus. If this accusation took root, every deed Lin Feng had accomplished thus far would dissolve into oblivion. A formidable adversary. I truly underestimated you before. What should I do? Lin Feng paused in quiet contemplation. He still had several days. Griffith needed time to steer public opinion outward, subtly weaving suspicion between Lin Feng and Fanir. He needed even Lanar and others like him to accept, however reluctantly, that he was guilty. Time to turn his enemy's strategy against him. Tell the knights I possess a remedy for the poisoned. Let me step outside briefly. Then we shall stage a fierce, convincing quarrel. He agreed. Moments later the cell door creaked open. It was Galahad. I am here to release you. Thank you. Galahad inserted the key and unlocked the iron gate. Do you consider me your enemy? I wavered, but my doubts about Griffith were forged through careful observation. Therefore, you are not my enemy. How does clarity feel? It feels suffocating, painful, sorrowful, far more agonizing than before. This is the weight of truth. Best grow accustomed to it soon. Lin Feng stepped out of the cell and proceeded directly to the afflicted, diagnosing symptoms and prescribing remedies. A brief reprieve, delaying judgment while buying precious time. Lin Feng, and then returned to Jaffair House to gather their belongings. Dorothy watched them pack, mouth opening and closing repeatedly, unable to speak. Once glanced up, meeting her gaze, and offered a gentle, tender smile. That single smile shattered Dorothy's final resolve. Tears spilled as she fled the room. Why had things unraveled so completely? Hadn't their lives just been radiant with warmth and joy? Jaffair said nothing, only silently pressed upon Lin Feng a heavy purse brimming with gold coins. Lin Feng studied the pouch for a long moment, then accepted it. Deliberately he left behind 1 or 2 small items, knowing Jaffair would later discover and carefully preserve them. Lin Feng, and then returned to the inn where they'd first lodged upon arriving in Carlin, and gazed around the room and sighed. It feels strangely uncanny. What troubles you? When we first arrived, everything felt light and joyful, but now standing in this very same place, the air itself feels utterly transformed. Ah, that's nostalgia, isn't it? Lin Feng murmured softly. And yet, this too is part of the journey. Then side by side they began planning the next phase of their counter-strategy. Griffith sought to isolate Lin Feng, turning friend against friend. Thus and would inevitably become his next target. Better to let events unfold exactly as Griffith expected. Using Jaffair's gold purse as the catalyst, they would stage a bitter public rupture, allowing him to vanish into the shadows. Communication would remain secure through Rosalind. To ensure authenticity, Lin Feng instructed him to strike hard, without restraint. Should hesitation arise, Brutus would step in to deliver the blows. Brutus perked up instantly at the prospect of beating Lin Feng senseless. On the third noon, beneath countless watching eyes, they wrestled over the purse, until it burst open, scattering golden coins across the cobblestones. At that instant, fury erupted, raw, unrestrained, and utterly convincing. Lin Feng accused him of attempting to flee with the gold, and retorted with blistering scorn, denouncing Lin Feng's secrecy, his recklessness, and how his latest blunder had shattered everything and had built with painstaking effort. They clashed violently, as Lin Feng's public identity was that of a mage, not a warrior. He fell easily before An's assassin's precision. His body bore dozens of shallow cuts from An's dagger, especially his left arm, a deep bone-exposing gash. Yet An had held back. The wound was self-inflicted. Lin Feng deliberately impaled himself upon the blade to heighten realism, and nearly broke character. But at the critical moment, Brutus stepped in, taking over the role, seizing a large portion of the scattered gold as he departed. The spectacle screamed finality, friendship severed beyond repair. Lin Feng slumped onto the ground, using his right hand and teeth to tear strips from his tunic and bind his left arm. Amid whispers and pointing fingers, he gathered the fallen coins with his right hand, tears streaming down his face, jaw clenched in stubborn pride. The scene was heart-wrenching, so raw, so devastating. To all of Carlin, Lin Feng and An were irrevocably estranged from this day forward. And yet, no one could fairly assign blame. Precisely because the truth remained ambiguous, the performance deceived everyone. Each observer interpreted it through their own lens. To adventurers, it was a petty squabble over spoils. To Griffith, it signaled the triumphant culmination of his grand design. To Lin Feng, it was a necessary sacrifice, casting a long line to reel in a greater prize. Griffith no doubt watched from some hidden vantage, smirking at Lin Feng's humiliation. Go ahead, laugh. For this is the last time you'll ever be allowed to do so. Galahad was escorting Lin Feng forward. Today was the day of Lin Feng's trial. And has he really left? Sometimes such a farewell is necessary. It truly is painful. Yes. Lin Feng extended his hand to gently stroke his bandaged left arm, wearing an expression of bitter memory, even fooling Galahad. Since Lin Feng's left hand was moderately injured and still tightly wrapped in bandages, he was not made to wear handcuffs. Although most of the patients had stabilized, their bodies still hadn't shaken off the feeling of weakness. This was a public trial. Lin Feng had to defend himself under the gaze of everyone. If Lin Feng failed to exonerate himself, imprisonment awaited him. Or even worse, being taken away directly by Griffith was not impossible. Though on the surface the two were coexisting peacefully, in reality they had already begun a life-and-death struggle. Whoever was more skilled would survive. Lin Feng glanced at Griffith. Hey brother, one of us has to die? I don't think it'll be me. What do you think? Griffith naturally couldn't discern the teasing in Lin Feng's eyes, taking it only as Lin Feng's final struggle. Lin Feng, give us an explanation. Why did the cannon attack ordinary citizens? Why did you give a flawed formula to Gaffer? You seem to be trying to weaken our combat strength. Wise? As Griffith's accusations rang out, the crowd's thoughts were led by him, beginning to follow his reasoning. What if all cannons attacked people? What if everyone suffered food poisoning? And if under both circumstances Fenrir struck? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on the residents. It was truly terrifying. People are easily led in their thinking. When a highly respected figure speaks, they tend to believe he is right. In such a situation, few pause to consider the fatal flaw in Griffith's seemingly logical reasoning. If Lin Feng wanted to kill everyone here, why would he choose two things so easily exposed? So the next step was to wrest control of the crowd's thoughts from Griffith and make them realize they were being foolish. Sir Griffith. Lin Feng started to speak, but was interrupted by the alarm bell. Fenrir, in broad daylight. Attacking now. The surrounding crowd instantly fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. The knights tried to maintain order, but the panic of Fenrir's attack was overwhelming, and they nearly were knocked down by the running crowd. Lin Feng frowned, glanced at Griffith, and saw him sporting a knowing smirk. What was the purpose of bringing Fenrir here at this moment? Lin Feng's mind raced, forcing the chaotic world before his eyes into silence. The panicked crowd, the bewildered screams, the knights' roars to maintain order, all vanished from Lin Feng's perception, leaving only Griffith himself and Fenrir. He was already under suspicion of aiding Fenrir, and before he could even defend himself, Fenrir arrived. Griffith never intended to give him a chance to explain. Fenrir wasn't here to kill him this time. It was here to rescue him. If he were taken away by Fenrir now, he would never be able to clear his name. No matter how flawed the logic, facts speak louder than words. He couldn't let Fenrir take him away in front of everyone. Fenrir still had the tracking dagger Lin Feng had stabbed into its abdomen. He could use that. The nearest cannon was. Lin Feng thought through the map in his mind. He realized his current location had been carefully chosen. The nearby cannons were all under inspection. Moreover, because of the previous cannon incident, many cannons had been disassembled for inspection, a decision made by Griffith. Now Fenrir surely had a clear path to reach him. Fenrir would be here soon. Time. He needed time to restart the cannon. But it seemed there was no time. Just then the distinctive metallic clatter of heavy armor reached his ears, and another figure entered Lin Feng's silent world. Galahad. Galahad had somehow already walked to Lin Feng's side, and was now looking at him. Lin Feng whispered to him, Fenrir wants to take me away. Help me hold it off for a while, I'll go restart the cannon. Galahad said nothing, only nodded silently. Their exchange was brief and subtle, completed in a few seconds, but it was still noticed by Griffith, who had been watching Lin Feng intently. Under Griffith's gaze, Galahad charged toward Fenrir, and Lin Feng wasted no time sprinting toward the nearest cannon. Before leaving, he shouted loudly, Sir Griffith, quickly organize the knights to save us. The loud cry was exceptionally clear amidst the crowd, and the panicked people suddenly seemed to find a pillar of support gathering around Griffith. Sir Griffith, save us. TCH. Griffith watched Lin Feng's retreating figure with considerable displeasure, swept his gaze across the crowd, and a flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. But soon he called out, Don't panic. Don't panic. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Deploy personnel, some to escort civilians, others to assist Galahad, who has already engaged Fenrir. Lin Feng rushed to the cannon, looking at its partially disassembled state. Rosalind. Understood. Golden divine power swiftly enveloped Lin Feng, his form turning into a blur, as he quickly reassembled the scattered parts, placing them back one by one. As Lin Feng worked on the cannon, the sounds of Galahad and Fenrir's battle grew closer and closer, like a death knell ringing in his ears. Finally, the magical core was nearly complete, but a module was missing. Griffith's underhanded tricks left no room for escape. Lin Feng didn't panic. He immediately began constructing the missing core module using mana. Since he was very familiar with these modules, he quickly built it and installed the mana-constructed core. But at that moment, a shadow loomed over Lin Feng, a tug at his back and a sense of imbalance. Fenrir had come behind him and picked him up with its mouth. Who wants to be stained with filth that can never be washed clean? Lin Feng raised the magical core with both hands, channeling his mana and divine power into it. Lin Feng had never said the magical core had to be used inside the cannon. As long as it was charged, it could fire from anywhere. I'm blowing this up with you. The magical runes on the core in Lin Feng's hands began to light up one by one, several magical inscriptions appearing on its surface, forming a complex and interwoven magic circle. Finally, mana and divine power intertwined, forming a powerful magical sphere within the circle launched almost point-blank at Fenrir. In the instant before the explosion, Lin Feng hastily erected several magical barriers to shield himself from the blast. The barriers cracked and shattered under the impact, and all the flesh of Fenrir that touched the magical sphere was blasted apart, blood and golden divine power splattering together. Lin Feng and Fenrir were thrown apart by the force of the magical sphere. Lin Feng flew directly into the cannon, crashing against it. Lin Feng coughed heavily, spitting out fragments of internal organs. Even with the barriers as cushioning, his body had been torn open in many places by the blast, now slowly healing under the nourishment of divine power. Fenrir was not much better. Its entire lower jaw and part of both forelimbs had been blown off, its chest a bloody mess. Galahad did not attack Fenrir, knowing that under Griffith's watch he could not kill it now. He came to Lin Feng's side, crouching down to check on him. I'm fine. Load this into the cannon base. Lin Feng shoved the magical core into Galahad's hands. Galahad nodded, climbed up a few times, and installed the core into the cannon. With a more stable mana supply, the magical core began to operate properly. But in that brief moment, Fenrir's forelimbs had grown back. It fled rapidly, leaving a trail of blood with its skinless forelimbs. Galahad descended from the cannon and stood beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched Fenrir's retreating figure. Griffith, have you considered the possibility of your plan failing? Lin Feng glanced at Griffith and couldn't help but laugh. What a sour face. Laughing? Why aren't you laughing now? This is going to be quite a show. Jellifizi strode toward Lin Feng. At this moment, Jellifizi had to admit that Lin Feng was the most formidable enemy he had ever encountered in his life. Oh Lord Jellifizi, the sudden assault by Fenrir caught everyone off guard, didn't it? Jellifizi walked up to Lin Feng, looking down at the weakened man. At that instant, he seriously considered killing Lin Feng amidst the chaos. But Jellifizi glanced at Gialahade beside Lin Feng and fell silent. Guards, arrest Lin Feng. Gialahade extended his arm to block Jellifizi. Lord Jellifizi, are you going to stop me, Gialahade? That was clearly his trick. If Lin Feng were an enemy, why would he fight against Fenrir like that? That was just him covering his tracks. A well-played act with Fenrir. Don't forget the turrets were under repair because of him. Gialahade was about to argue further, but Lin Feng grabbed his arm and pulled himself up from the ground. Even if you have something to say to Lord Jellifizi, this is not the place. Find a time for the two of you to talk alone. Everything will be resolved smoothly, right? Gialahade turned back to look at Lin Feng, battered and standing. The white knight helm concealed his face, but surely the expression beneath it was grave. He finally nodded in silence. Lin Feng said nothing more, merely patted Gialahade's shoulder lightly, then walked with weak, yet fearless steps to stand before Jellifizi. So what do you plan to do with me? Jellifizi was clearly agitated. His plans had been disrupted one after another, leaving him flustered. Insisting that Lin Feng was not innocent could sway some minds with his long-standing authority in Kalen, but not everyone was a fool. After all, he had used the magic core to clash with Fenrir. No matter how elaborate the act, no one would go so far as to rescue someone from Fenrir and then wound it with the same magic core. Lin Feng was pleased to see Jellifizi in this state. The more flustered and anxious, the better. Thus the cracks in Jellifizi's facade would grow wider. Jellifizi, you must have begun to realize it too, haven't you? The scales of victory are already tipping in my favor. How much longer can you hold on like this? Jellifizi ordered the knights to take Lin Feng away and lock him in the same cell. Thus Lin Feng gained some time to use his divine power to heal his body. Though divine power could restore him quickly, the pain of his injuries would not vanish, nor would the fatigue. Lin Feng leaned against the corner of the cell, resting quietly. He had to recover his strength quickly, so that when Gialahade came to rescue him, he would not be a burden. Gialahade should understand the hint in his words. He was waiting for Gialahade to come and free him. It would all be over soon. Judging by Jellifizi's demeanor, his trump cards were nearly exhausted, but Lin Feng still had a few left. Lin Feng no longer had the patience to play this back-and-forth game with Jellifizi. He planned to exploit Jellifizi's panic, apply more pressure, and feign a weakness to make him believe he could win. Now all he had to do was retrieve the memory crystal. Time trickled by, and Lin Feng's strength and wounds gradually healed. Finally, in the dead of night, Lin Feng heard a strange noise. Turning his head, he saw Gialahade holding the cell key and opening the door. You're finally here. Any longer, and I would have thought you didn't understand my hint. It took some time on the way. This time it wasn't as easy as last time to let you out. Tisk tisk, Jellifizi really went all out with the guards. The cell door swung open, and Lin Feng stepped out, stretching his limbs. Freedom feels wonderful. Gialahade thrust Lin Feng's dagger, short blade, and magic wand into his arms. You even retrieved my equipment. Now I understand why it took you so long. Let's go. We'll expose Jellifizi's true face. Lin Feng smiled with profound meaning, donned his gear, and nodded to Gialahade. Gialahade had understood his hint, and so would Jellifizi. No doubt as they made their way to the secret stronghold, Jellifizi would follow with a squad of knights. Then when Jialahade and Lin Feng opened the stronghold, Jellifizi would catch them red-handed, pinning the blame on Lin Feng once more. But if they retrieved the memory crystal left in Jellifizi's secret stronghold, it would reveal footage of Jellifizi's activities there. That was irrefutable proof. Then all excuses would be rendered futile. The journey to Jellifizi's secret stronghold went smoothly, exactly as Lin Feng had anticipated. So smooth that it felt eerie. Lin Feng used a magic array to open the stronghold. Fenrir was not there as expected. He went to the corner where he had hidden the memory crystal and dispelled the concealment magic. Gone. How is that possible? Jialahade exclaimed, staring at the empty spot. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The memory crystal had been discovered and taken. Given Jellifizi's intelligence, he should have roughly guessed the crystal's purpose. Then why had he let Fenrir stage a fake rescue, putting Lin Feng in a precarious position? Could it all have been an act for Lin Feng's benefit? The exposure of the memory crystal meant Jellifizi knew Lin Feng had been here. And having come here, Lin Feng must have left a mark on Fenrir. Jellifizi had guessed the course of events. So that grim face and relentless panic were all feigned. The purpose was to make Lin Feng overconfident and bring Jialahade to retrieve the crystal. It seemed Lin Feng was not the only one turning the tables. Jellifizi was also playing the same game. Lin Feng had intended to use the memory crystal to expose Jellifizi's crimes in front of everyone with the Knights following. Jellifizi had anticipated that. By simply removing the crystal, he had trapped Lin Feng in a dire predicament. Interesting. In that case, he had to gamble. After all, he still had trump cards left. As Lin Feng made up his mind, Jellifizi burst into the secret stronghold with a squad of knights. They surrounded Jialahade and Lin Feng. Jellifizi walked at the front, a faint hint of smugness radiating from him, though he tried hard to suppress it. This time I finally caught you. Watch him closely and don't give him any chance to command Fenrir. Then Jellifizi turned to Jialahade. I never expected, Jialahade, that out of all people you would be the one helping him. Jialahade said nothing, only gripping his sword tightly. But the enemies were all his comrades. He could strike down Fenrir without hesitation, but these comrades he had trained with day and night. Lord Jellifizi. There must be some misunderstanding. Jialahade must have been bewitched by some evil magic of Lin Feng's. That's the only explanation. Yes, Jialahade would never betray us. It must be Lin Feng's doing. Jellifizi raised a hand to silence the knights. Take them back first. We don't know where Fenrir is hiding. Return to Kalen first, then we'll decide how to deal with them. Hearing this, the knights reluctantly closed in on Jialahade and Lin Feng. Jialahade, don't resist. We'll bring you back to your senses. We know you're not a bad person. Jialahade turned to look at Lin Feng and saw an expression of utter despair on his face. Was it over? Even you with all your wits could do nothing. Forgive me, master. In the end, I failed to bring the true villain to justice and avenge you. Jialahade released his weapon and fell to his knees in despair. Despite the bitter and hopeless look on his face, Lin Feng remained calm inside. Yes, this was exactly the effect he wanted. He watched Jellifizi's smugness grow harder and harder to conceal. He had indeed been careless. But you make mistakes too, Jellifizi. I'm not the only one with trump cards left. Let's see who laughs last between us. It was the same familiar cell, but this time there were two of them. No one would ever come to save them again. Galahad was utterly despondent and Lin Feng's face was full of despair. They could only wait helplessly in the cramped cell for their fate. During this time many people came. Old Master Jess, Gaffer, Dorothy, Lena, Daphne, Lena, and Vina. Each of them brought a different emotion. Disappointment, anxiety, disbelief, anger, sorrow. Each emotion cut into Galahad's heart like a knife. He had not wrongly accused anyone, he had never betrayed the vows he had sworn, and he had never once failed his own conscience. But now he was being treated as a traitor, disappointing the very people he least wanted to disappoint. So this was what it felt like to be utterly heartbroken. What a wonderful expression, Galahad. When your master was imprisoned by me and I tortured those I had captured in front of him, he wore the same look. Galahad's head shot up, glaring fiercely at Griffith, who approached with a smile on his face. That guts was such a pain back then. Do you know how much trouble he caused me? He nearly killed Fennel. If I hadn't stepped in when I did, my precious Fennel would have died. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into creating Fennel? My creations are not for the likes of you incompetents to lay your hands on. To get my revenge on him, I cut off his arm and locked him away, lying that if he could endure just one more day, I would stop capturing others. Griffith tore off his mask of hypocrisy, completely revealing a maniacal grin. He could endure so much. No matter how many times I amplified his senses, no matter how I tormented him, he never made a sound. Ha. People like him are tough as nails. No wonder he became a knight. Griffith stepped closer, looking at Galahad in the cage. So when I threw those people I had tortured into insanity in front of him and told him I had been lying, that no one had been spared because of his suffering, the expression combining anger and despair on his face. A sickly flush crept over Griffith's face as he savored the memory. It was absolutely delicious, even more exhilarating than the moment I completed my sculpture carved from a child's leg bone. By the way, I didn't waste your master's body either. Haven't you noticed that Fennel's healing ability has grown stronger over the years? That's all thanks to the potions made from your master's flesh and blood. A grandmaster's corpse isn't something you can just come by. My youthful appearance is also thanks to him. Griffith, you bastard. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Galahad trembled with rage, desperately reaching out towards Griffith, wishing he could rush out and tear the scum to pieces. This is the roar of the powerless Galahad. Savor this feeling. This is the fate of those who dare challenge me. Having said that, Griffith turned his attention to Lin Feng. And as for you, I must admit you do possess talent not among the ranks of the incompetent, but you are nothing more than this. How does it feel to be betrayed by your comrades? How does it feel to have master and disciple turn against each other? Not good, is it? Huh? Do you think I would spare Gaffer? Before long, I will slowly turn him back into that lost and dejected shopkeeper. I'll make him taste the consequences of following the wrong person. And those children I happen to feel my collection of artworks is lacking. One by one I will turn them into my collectibles. With you gone, who else do I see protecting them? He then took out the memory crystal. Do you know what I find most amusing? It's this crystal. You pinned all your hopes on this crystal. How utterly ridiculous. It can record the surrounding images, but the fragments that play are completely random. Did you think you were some chosen one? Did you really believe miracles would happen on your side? You thought because everything went smoothly you were destined for greatness. Ridiculous. The plans I have carefully laid for so many years, do you think a mere brat like you could unravel them? Griffith hurled the memory crystal to the ground, shattering it to pieces. A meaningless image immediately flickered into view. This only widened Griffith's mocking smile. Soon you will be taken to the execution platform and beheaded in public. The victor will be just as years ago me, Griffith Scott. Take the truth with you and die quietly. Having vented the emotions he had suppressed these past days, and savoring the look of despair on their faces for a while, Griffith left fully satisfied. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why? Why did someone like him have to win? Is he going to continue harming more people? Is this how the story is supposed to end? What meaning does being a knight hold for me then? Galahad slammed his fist hard against the iron bars, the heavy thud echoing, before he collapsed weakly onto the floor. He was a prisoner. Now he could do nothing. Finally took the bait. I'm exhausted from all that acting. Lin Feng patted his face with his right hand, replacing the bitter, despairing expression. Galahad was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Galahad, a knight cannot rely solely on strength, otherwise anger will cloud your judgment. Beyond anger, you must be strong within, so strong that you never give up, no matter what. Lin Feng tore open the bandages on his left arm, revealing the wound and had left behind. Then with his bare hands he ripped open the scar and dug out from his own flesh the last memory crystal. This is... Galahad shot to his feet. Yes, it's a memory crystal. A crystal that recorded the entire process of Griffith confessing his own crimes. Thanks to your performance, Griffith became that arrogant. After being pressured by me for so many days, he must have been holding back quite a bit. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. You didn't tell me anything. Sorry, this way works best. But first we need to find a way out. Lin Feng looked at Galahad, his smile tinged with apology. I'm sorry, Galahad. There's something else I've been hiding from you. What? Well, and is actually here. As he spoke, N's figure materialized. Strictly speaking, I'm Brewster. The kid almost couldn't stop himself from punching that bastard earlier. Galahad looked from N to Lin Feng. May I curse at you? Galahad's blunt question amused Lin Feng, who let out a hearty laugh. Of course, but save it until all this is over. Brewster stepped forward, reached out, and with sheer brute force pried the iron cage apart. Then he tossed a dagger to Lin Feng as a weapon. Brewster glanced at Galahad and said, sorry, I don't have a suitable weapon for you at the moment. No matter, I'll find a way myself. Galahad looked at Lin Feng and asked, so what do we do now? And switched back to Brewster, who looked at Lin Feng and said, well, let's first go to Gaffer's home to get the device needed to read the crystal. Then we'll cause a huge scene with Griffith attracting everyone's attention. When everyone is watching, we'll publicly play that recording. Likes to put on airs. Likes to torture and humiliate enemies. Likes to declare victory early. Lin Feng raised the memory crystal, still stained with blood, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Savor the taste of despair yourself. Without delay, Lin Feng activated his stealth magic and slipped silently into Jaffiel's house. The moment he stepped across the threshold, he dispelled the spell and strode in with unshaken confidence, as if returning home. Galahad stood nearby, puzzled. Aren't we here to steal weapons? Before he could finish, Jaffiel entered from the side and spotted Lin Feng and his companions. Instantly, Galahad assumed a combat stance. Shall we knock them out? Lin Feng raised a hand to stop him. No need. We're among allies. Master. Jaffiel's face lit with delight as he rushed forward. You've escaped from prison. How did you manage it? Do you need me to devise a way for you to flee this place? Exploit Griffith's trust, swiftly before they realize you've broken free. Lin Feng waved a hand, cutting Jaffiel off. Enough. I didn't come here to escape. Huh. Jaffiel blinked in confusion, then stilled his gaze, falling upon it. Ah, I see. This was all part of your plan, Master. Calculated down to the finest detail. Seeing that Jaffiel had already grasped the truth, Lin Feng nodded in quiet satisfaction. Truly a disciple worthy of my teaching. Then tell me, did you deduce why I sought you out? It must be the weapons, correct? Right away. I'll prepare them instantly. Jaffiel vanished like a gust of wind. Galahad watched in silence for a moment, then turned to Lin Feng. Does following you inevitably sharpen one's wits? Who can say? Lin Feng shrugged lightly. Galahad shifted his gaze toward N silently, inviting her testimony, and paused thoughtfully before replying. Whether one grows wiser I cannot say, but one certainly becomes stronger than the self one once was. I see. Lin Feng paid no mind to the exchange. Instead, he ascended the stairs of Jaffiel's house, heading for the enchanted artifact he had deliberately left behind upstairs. A device capable of simultaneously recording both audio and visual footage, equipped with a large horn-like speaker reminiscent of an old phonograph and a specialized magnifying screen. Though crudely assembled and unwieldy to carry, it served its purpose, for now. Lin Feng descended with the apparatus just in time to find Jaffiel already waiting below, armed with the requested weapons. Master, these are forged to match your preferences. A short blade, 2 daggers, and a compact arcane staff. Lin Feng first handed the enchanted device to and then fastened the weapons upon himself with practiced ease. Jaffiel then produced a memory crystal. Master, within this crystal lies every moment Griffith's coercive manipulation, half threat, half inducement, to compel my obedience and my subsequent tampering with the formula to falsely implicate you. Here, it is yours now. You've borne this burden long enough. Jaffiel exhaled deeply as though shedding immense weight, then offered a wry, weary smile. Master, I must say, even as a final trial, this was excruciating. For a time I feared I might truly doom you. Yet everything unfolded precisely as you foretold. You are indeed formidable. At last I am free to live without betraying my conscience or doing what my heart abhors. And if in truth I had failed utterly, what then would you have done? Jaffiel fell silent, then met Lin Feng's gaze steady and solemn. I would shoulder your mantle and confront Griffith, until only one of us remained standing. You've matured greatly. Lin Feng regarded him with quiet pride, before gently tempering the moment. Save such sentiment for when all is settled. Let us go now, and bring this chapter to its close. Colin's future rests in your hands. Jaffiel watched as Lin Feng dissolved into invisibility with stealth magic, his own role fulfilled. All that remained was to wait. The door creaked open. Dorothy entered and approached Jaffiel. Why keep it from me? Didn't you suspect something even faintly? That's not the same as hearing it from you. And even if I sensed fragments, I couldn't discern the full truth. So, that's why the three of you deliberately avoided me. Yes. Dorothy lifted her eyes to the ceiling of Jaffiel's house. For days she had gazed at that ceiling countless times, pondering how to face Jaffiel again. All this time I've asked myself, if you truly were a traitor who betrayed your benefactor, could I still love you with the same unwavering certainty? Jaffiel's eyes widened in surprise, then softened into a gentle smile. So, have you found your answer these past days? In the end, I could not convince myself to believe you a betrayer of your master. Yet your actions contradicted that belief so starkly. Which reality is true? I simply cannot tell. Dorothy turned to him, smiling tenderly. But now, at last I may speak honestly to myself, I loved the right person. Faced with such fervent, unguarded devotion, Jaffiel flushed, scratched his cheek shyly, and looked away, flustered beyond words. In that instant he found Dorothy breathtakingly beautiful, yet his thoughts swiftly returned to Griffith. He still lives. Nothing is resolved. Jaffiel sighed. Because it weighed too heavily upon me. I dared not tell you. I feared that Griffith would sense it. He would use you against me. You are my single, most vulnerable weakness. Dorothy listened in serene silence. Then upon hearing that she was his sole vulnerability, her tail swayed softly, betraying her quiet joy. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she gazed out the window toward the distant horizon. It seems I too must strive harder. Jaffiel glanced at her in mild bewilderment, just as she turned to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked. I must grow strong enough to bear this weight beside you. In that instant Jaffiel knew he must marry Dorothy soon, very soon. After Griffith's death would be the perfect day, a fitting beginning. Master, my happiness rests entirely in your hands. Lin Feng instructed, and to remain cloaked in stealth magic throughout, safeguarding the enchanted device from Griffith's interference. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Gerahad prepared for their assault. At that very moment, Griffith stood atop the execution platform, addressing the gathered citizens of Colin, pronouncing the death sentence upon Lin Feng and Gerahad. They would hang, strangled by rope, here as penance for their alleged crimes. Griffith spoke with theatrical righteousness, voice ringing with false conviction. Lin Feng muttered a scathing curse under his breath. What shameless arrogance. He exchanged a glance with Gerahad, a single nod, and they surged forward from the crowd, leaping onto the platform. Gerahad swung the broadside of his greatsword, sending the knights stationed on the platform crashing to the ground. Lin Feng moved with ruthless efficiency, kicking one knight backward, then shoving 2 others off the edge. In moments, all 6 knights were dislodged from the scaffold. Without hesitation, Gerahad drove a brutal kick into Griffith's leg from behind, slamming him to his knees. Then with surgical precision, he thrust the greatsword downward through the narrow gap between Griffith's right shoulder and collarbone, the blade's edge grazing his throat before biting deep into the platform's floorboards. Gerahad's left hand pressed hard upon Griffith's shoulder, pinning his neck flush against the razor-sharp blade, like a vertical guillotine poised to sever his head with the slightest nudge. In a voice colder than frozen steel, Gerahad whispered into Griffith's ear, "Pray, my patience holds long enough to let you draw one more breath." Gerahad stared at that detestable face, recalling Griffith's earlier taunts, and longed fiercely to end him then and there. But a knight's strength lies not in rage alone. It resides in mastery over it. Suppressing his fury, Gerahad turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a firm nod, then produced the memory crystal. At that precise moment, and appeared cradling the enchanted device. Now, let us unveil the true visage of your beloved Lord Griffith. No? How? Wait. At the sight of the crystal, Griffith recoiled in panic, ignoring the blade lunging forward. His body barely twitched before Galahad slammed him back with crushing force. Griffith stared up in utter despair, only to hear from behind the cold white visor of Galahad's helm a voice equally glacial, "Remain still, and await your end." Silence. Absolute silence. The entire Kalen seemed to have fallen still in that moment. All the crowd watched in silence as Griffith's projection on the execution platform uttered its nearly deranged words. In just a few minutes, the wholesome image Griffith had painstakingly cultivated for years collapsed entirely. After playing Griffith's victory speech in full, Lin Feng replaced it with Gaffer's memory crystal. While Lin Feng and Galahad were at the secret hideout, Griffith visited the Phil's house, coercing and bribing Gaffer into submission and instructing Gaffer to falsely accuse and frame Lin Feng according to his plan. Everything shown in the footage matched Lin Feng's experiences, which meant it was all true. You can't be fooled by them. This is an illusionary magic they conjured to slander me. Griffith's defense at this moment was utterly pale and feeble, yet the crowd remained silent as if still reeling from the shocking truth. Lin Feng was in no hurry. He waited quietly for the people to digest the truth. After all this time, the situation was truly sealed. Unless Griffith could brainwash everyone who had witnessed the truth. Could he do that? Even nonsense has its limits, right? Kill him. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake rippling outward. Kill him. Torture him. Tear him limb from limb. I'll kill him. Give me back my son. You beast. My daughter. Only 4 years old. 4 years old. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos. Curses, demands for execution, and accusations surged forth, merging into a deafening wave that assaulted everyone's eardrums. The sound also battered Griffith's heart. Imagining his impending fate, he couldn't stop trembling. Griffith didn't even dare to look at those people. He could only stare at the ground beneath the execution platform. Until an irrational person rushed to the base of the execution platform, raised his head, and glared at Griffith with a look that could devour him alive, his eyes nearly splitting as he began to climb the platform. Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. You don't come near me. Griffith tried to retreat, but Galahad held him firmly in place, unable to move. He could only watch as that person slowly approached. With the first a second, a third followed. Eventually, the crowd surrounded the execution platform, climbing up like zombies. You can't judge me like this. I am an official appointed by the Typhoon royal family. You should send me to the royal court for trial. Aren't you afraid of invoking divine punishment? Griffith's words were utterly insignificant before the crowd, blinded by rage. Finner. Yes, Finner. There was still a chance to survive. Fear ignited Griffith's will to survive. A plan quickly formed in his mind, and he cried out in a near-screaming voice. There are survivors. I can take you to them. His voice was drowned in the crowd's outcry, but Lin Feng and Galahad heard it. Galahad turned to look at Lin Feng, who nodded, then turned and removed the large megaphone from the magical device, connecting it with magic. Everyone stop. 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 Lin Feng's authoritative voice echoed through the entire town of Kalen, momentarily stunning everyone. Knights of Kalen, what are you doing? When you arrested me, your efficiency was so high. Stand up. Maintain order. Lin Feng's words jolted the knights out of their shock, and they began to fulfill their duty, restoring order. It took a long time to fully stabilize the order and the crowd, but the people still glared at Griffith with eyes that wanted to devour him alive. Even Lin Feng felt a chill. Your captured family members might still be alive. Really? Several excited voices came from the crowd. That depends on what Griffith says. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Griffith. Before you went to that place for certain purposes, I moved some things, including some people I had captured earlier. Are Guts' belongings among those things? Griffith nodded. After receiving the reply, Lin Feng crouched down, looked at the area below the execution platform, and casually pointed at a knight. Hey, you. Were you there when you surrounded me? Yes, I was. When you confiscated that place, did you find a set of old knight armor? That knight thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Lin Feng stood up and looked at Griffith. It seems you do have another hideout. I can take you there as long as you promise me a quick death. Don't. Griffith glanced at the furious crowd and pleaded. Don't hand me over to them. After Griffith said this, a woman in the crowd immediately knelt down. Her temples were gray, her face weathered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. I beg you all. I know it's selfish. But, I still want to see my son one more time. He might still be alive. Please save him. After saying this, she pressed her forehead heavily to the ground, weeping silently, pleading with everyone around. Me too. Immediately, a group of people whose children were still missing knelt down. Their relationships with the missing varied, but at this moment, they were all pitiful souls grasping at a faint glimmer of hope, abandoning their dignity. Lin Feng fell silent as he looked at those kneeling. Griffith, 100 deaths would not be enough for you. At that moment, someone in the crowd helped the kneeling woman to her feet. He was a middle-aged man, his eyes reddened. Let's save the people first. My daughter is already dead. His voice trembled uncontrollably, tears falling incessantly, but he quickly wiped them away. But your son can still be saved. Lin Feng stood on the execution platform, watching scene after scene unfold. What a pitiful yet resilient people. Rosalind couldn't help but sigh. Life demands they be strong, so they have no choice but to be strong. Lin Feng walked over to Griffith, crouched down, and looked at him with his golden eyes, as if he were trash. I can agree to your terms. Take us to those hostages. I know what you're thinking. I can find a way to kill Finra. So if you're lying, You have no idea how I'll send you to hell. Understand? Griffith swallowed hard and nodded. Lin Feng straightened up. Of course, even if Griffith was telling the truth, Lin Feng would never let him die easily. Why would I keep my word to a beast like you? Lin Feng picked up the megaphone again. Knights, I won't hold your past actions against you, but you will follow me to rescue the hostages. Then you will follow me to utterly kill Fenrir. You may die under Fenrir's claws, but in doing so you will wash away the shame of being deceived. Come knights, tell me your choice. The knights did not reply with shouts. They simply faced Lin Feng and performed a standard knight salute. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, bound Griffith's hands with magical threads, and Galahad lifted him up with one hand. Let you linger on for a little longer. Thus a team was quickly assembled. Wait, take me with you. A fully armed knight in white armor walked over. The knight's armor bore clear signs of age, but it had been polished anew. Golden patterns adorned the armor, something no other knight possessed. Without a second thought, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. But Galahad stepped forward to stop him. Grandpa Jace, you're no longer fit for such a dangerous place. Lin Feng was taken aback. He's Grandpa Jace. The old man is still so vigorous. Galahad, forgive me for being willful this time. Gut's death has been a lifelong regret for me. I'm certain that if I'm not there when Fenrir and this bastard die, I'll regret it forever. Jace stood straight. Apart from his somewhat aged voice, he looked no different from the other knights, and the aura he exuded surpassed them all. I won't hold you young people back. Galahad let Grandpa Jace go. Lin Feng then spoke up. I won't let anything happen to him. I promise. Galahad glanced at Lin Feng and finally nodded. I warn you, don't waste time circling around. It's fine, Galahad. I remember the way. The moment he veered off course I would detect it instantly, but I'd say nothing. I'd simply note it in silence. Each detour would cost him a finger. Lin Feng gazed at Griffiths with a benign smile and said, cut them one by one. And your 20 fingers, 10 on each hand, will last for dozens of cuts. TSK. Griffiths abandoned his subtle schemes. He led the way forward while Galahad followed closely behind, his murderous intent laid bare, like a razor-sharp dagger pressed unflinchingly against Griffith's spine. The remaining knights formed tight, vigilant squads flanking the group with disciplined caution, ever watchful for Fenrir's sudden assault. Griffiths walked in silence, guiding them onward. He truly had relocated his artifacts, but the claim that hostages still lived was a lie. This was an open, calculated ploy to buy time, one the knights could hardly resist. Yet failure would exact a terrible price, his own brutal death. Even without this ruse, matters were already dire. I, Griffiths, reduced to such desperation. I must seize Fenrir as my only path to survival. The new hideout employed a slightly altered entrance enchantment. Using that as pretext, I'd ask Lin Feng to loosen the magical threads. Then while opening the gate, secretly lift Fenrir's restraints and deliberately narrow the aperture to control how many entered. At worst, I'd drag several knights down with me into oblivion. The true obstacle was Lin Feng. He was too sharp. The entrance had to shrink just enough to barely admit Fenrir. Any miscalculation would alert Lin Feng immediately. At long last, after this interminable ordeal, Griffiths reached his hastily prepared secret stronghold. Lin Feng stood before a small mountain. Another trick of the same old kind. You must release these bindings first. I need full access to cast the opening spell. Lin Feng regarded Griffiths with a faint smile and said, no rush. Let me try picking your lock first. As he spoke, he stepped forward and unleashed a surge of arcane energy, activating every hidden runic inscription embedded within the mountainside. Lin Feng scanned the glyphs, swiftly cross-referencing them with the array he'd previously deciphered, and moments later deduced the correct configuration. He raised his hand palm open and began weaving the spell. Several luminous runes coalesced in midair, their intricate sigils interlocking like living circuitry. At the instant the array completed, the dormant inscriptions across the mountain blazed anew, and a vast glowing spell circle materialized upon its face. The spell circle in Lin Feng's hand began to rotate, and mirroring its motion, the colossal array on the mountainside spun in synchrony, until both halted abruptly at a precise convergence point. The mountain parted silently along its flanks, revealing a yawning entrance. Griffiths stared dumbfounded. Lin Feng flicked his wrist, dissipating the spell circle in his palm. Then, catching Griffith's stunned gaze, offered a wry, mocking remark. Did someone truly believe rearranging a few glyphs constituted masterful security? Griffith's face flushed with suppressed fury, but he dared utter nothing. Silently, he resumed, leading the way forward. So much for freeing himself from those bindings. Griffiths could have unraveled the restraints himself, if only Lin Feng hadn't been watching his every twitch. Thus, he needed but a fleeting gap, a single suspended heartbeat, to break free, and then seize every weapon, every advantage to slaughter every soul who had come here. His sole remaining chance at survival hinged on that sliver of opportunity. Dim emerald flames flickered to life in the gloom, casting feeble light down the tunnel. Yet after only a few paces, several flames sputtered and died. Lin Feng turned a questioning glance toward Griffiths. This was one of my earlier strongholds, long abandoned. Lin Feng accepted the explanation, albeit grudgingly. After all, carving out a new lair in mere days was implausible. Mage, illumination spell. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than the mages trailing the party raised their staves, and radiant light bloomed, supplanting the dying green flames to bathe the tunnel in steady brilliance. Deeper still, they entered a vast cavern, cluttered with scattered objects. Griffith's so-called artworks, that eerie device, Gress's relics, the iron cage imprisoning the werewolf, and its caged young offspring. These items lay strewn haphazardly, no doubt due to lack of time to arrange them. At the sight of Fenrir, the entire company tensed, just as Galahad had done upon first encountering it. Lin Feng said nothing further, only released another pulse of arcane energy, rendering the invisible magical threads visible. It's restrained, for now no threat. Hearing this, the knights exhaled in collective relief. Then, chaos erupted. Griffith's magical threads snapped violently, and he lunged toward Fenrir in a desperate sprint. Galahad reacted with lightning speed, raising his greatsword and severing Griffith's left arm cleanly at the shoulder. Ah! Griffith staggered, his shriek of agony echoing through the cavern. Yet even as pain contorted his features, he gritted his teeth, steadied his trembling frame, and charged onward. Fenrir, slay them all. Griffiths raised his right arm, the air shimmering with sickly green light, as Fenrir's blood-red eyes flooded with feral madness and unbridled rage. Fenrir bared its maw and roared directly at Lin Feng, a thunderous ear-splitting blast that sent everyone instinctively clapping hands over their ears. Then, heedless of the threads still laced through its flesh, Fenrir surged forward, muscles straining, tendons screaming, as the magical restraints pulled taut, tearing at its raw living tissue. Yet Fenrir seemed impervious to agony, driving ever onward, determined to shatter its bonds by sheer brute force, until finally its flesh gave way, stripped away in ragged bloody strips, exposing bone beneath. Seizing the brief window before Fenrir fully broke free, Lin Feng acted without hesitation, conjuring a spell circle in his palm, weaving the threads into a crackling whip-like lash. He swung at once, a sonic boom splitting the air, as the whip struck Griffiths across the back, hurling him sprawling onto the stone floor. Lin Feng darted forward and dragged him backward. Galahad, sever his limbs. Wait. Aya. Galahad hesitated not even for Griffith's frantic pleas. His greatsword flashed downward, and 4 clean strokes severed Griffith's arms and legs. Snap, snap, snap. Fenrir's torn flesh, still dangling from the severed threads, slammed wetly against the cavern walls. Fenrir had broken free. Now drenched in crimson, its body a grotesque tapestry of gaping wounds, some deep enough to reveal gleaming white bone. Fenrir stood as if clawed from hell itself, a monstrous blood-soaked wolf radiating pure, unhinged savagery. Galahad met its gaze unflinching, shaking the blood of Griffiths from his greatsword. He raised the blade high, pointing it straight at Fenrir. Let us end this, once and for all. In Fenrir's blood-red pupils, Galahad's reflection trembled. Perhaps the searing agony stirred something deeper, or perhaps fragments of Gress's soul still lingered, because for a fleeting moment tears welled in those feral eyes. But then, more madness flooded in. Fenrir roared again, shattering those tears, and charged, not just at Galahad, but at all the knights who had defied it since its emergence. The decades-long war between Fenrir and the knights would conclude today, here in this cavern beneath the weight of fate. Fenrir, having lost all reason, lunged straight at Galahad, no longer engaging in calculated combat, as before, but mindlessly snapping and biting. To draw Fenrir's attention, Galahad charged forward deliberately. As expected, the frenzied Fenrir locked onto Galahad as its sole target. Leaping, missing, then leaping again, pursuing him relentlessly, tearing and gnawing until its prey lay in shreds. Galahad, a knight who had faced Fenrir many times before, narrowly evaded each lunge, dodging with razor-thin margins, even striking back with precise sword thrusts in the fleeting gaps between attacks. The other knights watched from the periphery, momentarily paralyzed, uncertain how to intervene. Even Galahad would suffer grievous wounds if struck directly by Fenrir. For them the risk was unthinkable. What role can we possibly play in this battle? Have you forgotten your daily training? Is it truly so difficult just because the battlefield has changed? Jace's sharp rebuke cut through the air as he stepped forward, drawing his blade. Shield bearers, prepare to disrupt Fenrir's assault rhythm. Frontliners, stand ready to relieve Galahad. Mages, tend the wounded and provide range cover. Encircle Fenrir completely, let it not escape. Even ordinary folk can offer their strength to Colin. Do this, and you shall earn the title of Hero Knight. Yes, sir. With Jace as their anchor, the knights swiftly organized, becoming Galahad's vital support. Every advance was a gamble with life itself. If even one claw grazed them or one bite seized them, death would follow instantly. Though our strength falls short of Galahad's, we refuse to yield in courage. Lin Feng observed the unfolding battle. Outwardly their position seemed advantageous, but Fenrir's terrifying regenerative ability rendered prolonged engagement futile. Their objective here was not to stall Fenrir as before, but to slay it outright. The knight's stamina was finite. Prolonging the fight would only erode their advantage. They needed something capable of overwhelming Fenrir, something decisive. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Griffith, his limbs severed, and an extraordinary idea ignited in his mind. Now time to test whether that idea held merit. Lin Feng hoisted the limbless Griffith and strode boldly into the heart of Galahad and Fenrir's duel. Lin Feng extended his hand, and a luminous magical sigil coalesced above his palm. He commanded, "Close your eyes, everyone." The moment the words left his lips, the sigil erupted in blinding radiance, searing Fenrir's vision, eliciting a pained howl, and plunging it into temporary blindness. Galahad shut his eyes in time, unharmed by the glare. "You may open them now." He opened his eyes to find Lin Feng standing beside him. "Why have you brought Griffith here? When Fenrir attacks you next, hold Griffith before you. Observe its reaction. No, you cannot do this to me. Lin Feng cast a cold, unblinking glance at Griffith, then wove arcane threads that pierced his upper and lower lips, silencing both his cries and his protests. If this fails, hurl Griffith straight into Fenrir's maw as bait. The hostages are likely held somewhere within this stronghold anyway. Lin Feng knew this was cruel. Asking a knight to perform such an act bordered on inhumanity. He met Galahad's gaze and asked quietly, "Can you do it?" "Lin Feng, I understand your concern. But chivalry is meant for people, not beasts." With those words, Galahad lifted Griffith aloft. By then Fenrir's sight had begun to return. Galahad advanced, holding the whimpering Griffith before him. This time, meeting Fenrir's clawed strike, without flinching, driving Griffith's face squarely into the descending paw. Meanwhile, Lin Feng instructed Rosalind to alert and to stand ready for Galahad's rescue, and began weaving a new spell array in his hands. MMPH. Griffith's terrified whimpers intensified as Fenrir's claw drew nearer. Then a faint emerald glow shimmered across his body. Instantly Fenrir's paw froze mid-strike. It works. A flash of sharp insight lit Galahad's eyes. Seizing the split-second pause, he swung his greatsword upward in a single-handed arc, severing the claw clean off. "Galahad, hold it down for now. Leave it to me." Exploiting Fenrir's vulnerability, Galahad launched a fierce counteroffensive. Without a word, Jace instantly perceived the shift in Galahad's strategy, and adjusted his commands accordingly from mere disruption to coordinated assault. And appeared nearby, voice edged with urgency, "What can I do?" The sight of others fighting fiercely while she stood idle filled her with restless anxiety. "Don't rush, it will be your turn soon. But first, I must forge you a weapon worthy of your strength." Lin Feng turned toward the ancient spell array that had once restrained Fenrir, rushed forward, knelt, identified key sigils, and using earth magic erased them before carving fresh runes with his dagger. After repeating this process several times, Lin Feng channeled mana into the array, testing whether he could seize control. Magical filaments dangling from the walls trembled, then shifted in brief, controlled motions. Lin Feng rapidly inscribed supplementary sigils to complete the array's command structure. Mana surged from his fingertips like golden thread, linking seamlessly to the array below, activating it fully. Instantly, the wall-mounted filaments responded to Lin Feng's while stirring fluidly. After a few practiced manipulations, Lin Feng wove the filaments together. Within moments, a colossal axe forged entirely of luminous arcane strands materialized. Taller than in herself, the axe was nonetheless wieldable by her prodigious strength. Finally, Rosalind infused it with a divine spark, gilding its edge with radiant gold. The makeshift weapon was now complete. "Now, we possess a true chance to slay Fenrir." Lin Feng glanced at it. She understood immediately, sheathed her dagger, and gripped the massive axe with both hands. Though it resembled a scene from legend, Lin Dayu uprooting a willow, the axe rose effortlessly in Anne's grasp. Time to deliver Fenrir a humbling lesson in raw power. Mid-battle, Galahad suddenly noticed arcane filaments surging up from the ground, instinctively dodging, assuming they were linked to Griffith and thus hostile. But moments later, he realized the filaments bore no aggression toward him. They instead coiled tightly around Fenrir. What was this? Confused, Galahad turned and saw Lin Feng commanding the spell array while sprinted forward, dragging the colossal axe behind her, sparks flying across the floor. Even Galahad stood awestruck and soared into the air, hefting the axe high above her head with both arms. "Pay your debt to Uncle Gress and all those you've slain." Fenrir sensed impending doom and tried to flee, but remained rooted, bound tight by the glowing filaments. It could only endure the descending blow. The axe descended with crushing force, slamming Fenrir flat against the earth, cracking the ground outward in jagged fissures. Fenrir, vast as a city bus, was cleaved cleanly in two. Blood gushed from its maw, its final breath hung thin and fading. After bisecting Fenrir at the waist, and showed no hesitation, swiftly and brutally severing the wolf's head and heart, reducing the entire beast into 3 lifeless segments. This should be sufficient. Only now did it finally exhale in quiet relief. Heart, head, and waist, each a mortal point. Such grievous wounds would overwhelm even the most extraordinary regenerative power. Though the severed limbs still convulsed feebly, those were merely the final neural spasms of a dying creature. A collective breath escaped every onlooker, as if they had just crossed the finish line of an arduous, interminable marathon. Lin Feng remained wary. With a single cry of ice magic, he encased Fenrir's remains in glacial frost before deeming it safe. Attention then shifted, inevitably, to Griffith. Stepping out of the arcane array, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Griffith, who hung limp in Galahad's grip like a human shield. Repeated near misses with Fenrir's razor claws had left Griffith trembling on the edge of nervous collapse. Fenrir was dead, but the thought of what came next tightened Griffith's temples into throbbing knots. "Lead the way, Griffith." Griffith stared at Lin Feng, and for the first time he sincerely wished his mouth had been stitched shut. "Oh, my mistake. I'd forgotten to seal your lips after all." With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng dispelled the enchanted sutures, leaving behind only ragged, bleeding punctures. Griffith gasped raw and ragged through his ruined mouth. But Galahad granted no respite. His voice cut sharp and urgent. "Where are the hostages?" "The hostages are..." Griffith's mind raced, a frantic calculus of delayed deception survival. He refused to die, not now, not ever. Even in this abyss of despair, he clung fiercely to every fleeting second of life. Even so, just a few seconds would suffice. Then, without warning, the frozen block shattered. Emerald green flames erupted, coiling around Fenrir's sundered flesh as severed limbs fused back together. Fenrir rose once more, but his eyes no longer burned crimson. Instead, they glowed with a chilling, unnatural viridian light. His entire body blazed with that same eerie green fire. "You wretch! You concealed a trump card until the very end." Galahad's fury exploded. He struck Griffith across the face with a thunderous slap. Stunned, Griffith gaped at Fenrir and whispered, "What is that thing?" Galahad studied his expression, uncertain whether it was feigned terror or genuine shock. "It has awakened. Yet, as a monster, how could it possibly awaken?" "You mean, it awakened just as I did?" "Indeed it has, but such an occurrence defies all precedent. Spontaneous awakening without divine guidance is exceedingly rare, even among mortals. Among beasts, unheard of. I have lived eons, witnessed but a handful of human self-awakenings. This is my first encounter with a beast achieving it." Rosalind's voice trembled with disbelief, as though she had just watched the sun rise westward. "I have only observed such rampant awakenings among the demon race. Could this dire wolf be one of them?" A bold hypothesis escaped Rosalind's lips, only to be swiftly retracted. "No, impossible. Fenrir was forged by Griffith himself. He cannot be native-born, nor does any known demon lineage resemble him." Lin Feng's mind word cross-referencing Rosalind's words, discarding contradictions, narrowing possibilities. Fenrir's awakening was unnatural, for direwolves possessed no such capacity. Yet he was no ordinary direwolf. He was Griffith's twisted creation, remade, reforged. Even Rosalind, who had witnessed millennia, had never beheld such a phenomenon. Clearly this awakening was no act of nature. Such aberrant awakenings belonged solely to the demon race. Odd. I feel as though I've stood here before. Brewster's earlier words echoed suddenly in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng reached his conclusion and voiced it aloud. The flaw lies in the craft itself. The grotesque artistry behind Fenrir's creation must originate from the demon race. This cascade of insight unfolded in less than a heartbeat. Before Lin Feng could voice his theory to the others, Galahad seized Griffith once more, lifting him high, ready to use him as a living shield just as before. "Wait, Galahad. No, don't. Fenrir's state is wrong. Don't use me against that abomination." Griffith's shriek was cut short as Fenrir, cloaked in viridian flame, swiped both Griffith and Galahad aside like broken dolls. Fenrir lifted his snout and unleashed a roar that split the heavens. "Never again. No hand shall command me." The battle had just grown infinitely more perilous. "We'll hold the line." At the instant Galahad flew backward, Jace roared, unhesitating, and charged Fenrir a lone spear first. One courage ignited another. Soon every knight, trembling yet resolute, followed their aging instructor into the fray, and frowned watching Fenrir's defiant bellow and murmured, "It seems I must intervene after all." Unbeknownst to all, Brewster had already taken full command of Ant's body. "You certainly know how to stir up chaos. Whether this boy's fate is blessing or burden beside you, well, that remains to be seen, brat." As Brewster spoke, he stretched his limbs with a deep resonant crack. Ant's body shuddered, restraints dissolving like mist, as two spectral curling horns began to manifest above his brow. "I can channel my full strength through this boy's vessel for only minutes. Prolong it further, and his body will suffer irreversible strain. Use whatever means necessary. End this beast within those minutes, or we truly face annihilation." Lin Feng met Fenrir's emerald glare and nodded, solemn and unwavering. "I trust you'll find a way, brat. You always do." Brewster hefted the colossal axe and added, grinning, "This weapon, now that's exhilarating." In an instant, he became a blur, surging past the knights to meet Fenrir head-on. In Brewster's grip, the massive axe danced like a nimble dagger, carving arcs of lethal speed. Fenrir did not flinch. Awakened, his speed matched Brewster's stride for stride. Their clash blurred beyond mortal perception. All that remained visible were sparks erupting from claw and steel collisions and deafening booms where titanic force met titanic force. Jace ordered the knights to fall back. This battle lay far beyond their reach. This was no longer a contest for mortals. Lin Feng glanced toward Galahad, where attending mages had already begun weaving healing incantations. After swift appraisal, Lin Feng turned toward the arcane array. Far away, Galahad's eyelids fluttered open. Agony seared through his arm and abdomen. He turned his head, just in time to see Griffith lying nearby, barely breathing. Though Griffith had shielded him, Fenrir's strike had deviated, its true force striking Galahad directly. And thus Griffith survived, by sheer cruel chance. Amid the thunderous combat echoing around him, Galahad wondered who fought Fenrir now. "I must aid him." He strained to rise, again and again, only to collapse each time. So much pain, so utterly exhausted. "I cannot rise again to fight. Let others bear this burden. Surely I've done enough, haven't I?" With that thought, Galahad's eyelids grew leaden. Yet, just then, he glimpsed a shattered greatsword lying near Griffith's shoulder. A trick of perspective made it appear impaled through Griffith's throat. That is Master's sword. Even in death, its final testament seeks vengeance upon Griffith. Galahad's fading consciousness snapped back into razor-sharp focus. Master was a peerless knight, and I am his disciple. Even broken and bleeding, I must rise, once more, to protect others. If I fail, I will never become the knight I long to be. At that moment, Osiris, the god of justice, the knight's sacred patron, opened his eyes within his temple and gazed upon the mortal world. Galahad felt a surge of divine strength flood his veins, dulling agony, lending grace to motion. Rising was no longer impossible. Lin Feng, channeling mana into the arcane array, heard Rosalind's whisper echo softly in his mind. Osiris has turned his gaze upon that child. Though Galahad remained uncertain of the changes unfolding within him, he knew his capacity to fight had returned. That knowledge alone sufficed. Unraveling the mystery of his transformation could wait, for now eliminating Fenrir was paramount. His own sword had been knocked from his grasp and flung far away, its whereabouts unknown. He could not face battle unarmed. Then Galahad turned his gaze toward Gauss's sword, embedded obliquely in the earth at a distance. Though dulled by dust and scarred with nicks, its blade still gleamed with latent sharpness beneath the grime. Galahad sprinted toward the sword. Brewster frowned, faintly locked in relentless combat with Fenrir. Fenrir's regenerative ability had grown markedly stronger since unleashing that eerie emerald flame. Now even severed limbs reassembled themselves through its searing, unnatural heat. Exasperating, beyond exasperating. Under such conditions, landing precise strikes upon its vital points proved nearly impossible. Time was slipping away. If the beast remained unvanquished before then, the boy and the youth would be doomed. The thought kindled urgency within Brewster. His heavy blow missed entirely, as Fenrir twisted aside with uncanny agility. No, this stance left him utterly defenseless. Instantly, Brewster released his grip on the great axe, evaded, and slipped into stealth, seeking refuge in invisibility. Yet Fenrir moved with equal swiftness, its wolf claw wreathed in ghostly green flame lanced straight toward Brewster's throat. Could he evade it? In that razor-thin instant, Brewster clenched his teeth, when suddenly a weathered longsword surged into his field of vision. Golden sword energy coiled around the blade, as it pierced Fenrir's flaming claw, deflecting the strike. Then without pause it reversed momentum, slicing horizontally across the limb and severing it cleanly. Having cleaved the claw, the sword pressed forward unrelentingly, aiming directly for Fenrir's throat. The great wolf halted mid-lunge, forced backward by the sheer force of the slash, then leapt away to regroup and reassess. Brewster glanced at Galahad, who had just arrived, and their eyes met. Neither spoke, a single solemn nod sufficed, before they stood shoulder to shoulder facing Fenrir anew. Having discarded his great axe moments earlier, Brewster drew forth two daggers, each gripped firmly in hand, as both warriors braced themselves against the beast. Fenrir's severed claw regenerated instantly. It fixed its glare upon the two adversaries and unleashed a thunderous, wrathful howl. Then its chest swelled violently before erupting outward in a sudden explosive breath. The demonic flame breath struck without warning. Neither Galahad nor Brewster reacted swiftly enough, only beginning to dodge as the infernal fire neared their bodies. At the final moment, Galahad threw himself before Brewster, becoming an unyielding shield. Just before the flames reached him, countless strands of arcane energy surged from the surroundings, woven instantly into a radiant shield that intercepted the blast. Rather close, oh wasn't it? Arcane energy flowed from Lin Feng's fingertips, reconnecting with the groundbound magic array. Reactivating it had taken precious time. The peril had passed. Now came their counteroffensive. The breath subsided swiftly. Fenrir closed its maw and watched them warily. As the acrid smoke dissipated, a lone shield materialized where none had been, eliciting confusion in Fenrir's emerald gaze. In that fleeting lapse of attention, the shield shattered, and a dagger shot forth like lightning, burying itself deep within Fenrir's left eye socket. Amid Fenrir's agonized roar, Galahad burst from the shield's left flank, exploiting the beast's temporary blindness on that side, and delivered a decisive downward slash. The golden blade descended with unstoppable force, severing Fenrir's lower leg at the joint and toppling its massive frame off balance. As Galahad prepared to press his advantage, Fenrir bellowed, a surge of emerald flame erupting from its body, forcing Galahad back with blistering intensity. The expanding fire melted the dagger embedded in its eye socket, transforming it into molten iron that dripped down Fenrir's lupin visage, hissing violently as it struck the earth. Its left eye regrew instantly. Fenrir whirled its body, now squarely facing Galahad, those twin emerald pupils locking onto him with predatory fixation. Galahad let out a quiet, knowing laugh. He had never intended to strike the killing blow. His sole purpose was diversion. Fenrir, how dare you expose your back to your enemy? Behind Fenrir, a serpentine construct, woven from shimmering threads, coiled silently toward its most vulnerable underbelly. Its head transformed into a spearhead, and plunged inward, piercing abdomen to spine in one fluid thrust. Not yet finished, explode. Lin Feng's voice rang out as the threads inside Fenrir detonated like volatile runes, bursting forth like a tree erupting violently from within its flesh. Countless crystalline branches erupted through Fenrir's body, pinning it immobile. A chorus of tormented howls filled the air as its limbs thrashed helplessly in midair. Galahad stepped forward, ready to decapitate Fenrir, when the beast roared again. Emerald fire blazed anew, incinerating every strand of arcane binding within its body. Have you forgotten me? Brewster's roar echoed from above. He soared high into the air, gripping his great axe aloft. While Galahad drew Fenrir's focus, Brewster had slipped away unseen to retrieve his axe from the right flank. You brat. Before the blow lands, swap it for something with crushing dominance. You old bastard, always making things harder. Lin Feng's hands blurred, manipulating the magical filaments composing Brewster's axe midair. It disassembled, then reformed instantly into a colossal warhammer. The hammerhead descended with cataclysmic force, crushing bone-shattering sinew, and sending shockwaves rippling across Fenrir's very flesh. Fenrir was driven deep into the earth, its body slamming down with such violence that the ground fractured and collapsed beneath it. From Fenrir's maw gushed a torrent of blood, laced with fragments of internal organs. Galahad seized the opening, leaping forward across the splattered gore, closing the distance to Fenrir's snarling head. He leaned back, raised judgment sword high overhead with both hands, and aimed true at the beast's skull. "I will pierce your skull." Fenrir gathered breath once more, its emerald gaze locked fiercely on Galahad. Yet in that final instant its eyes fell upon the longsword in Galahad's grip. Within Fenrir's core, one fragment among countless soul shards, imbued by the elixir of countless souls, flared violently. That shard bore the name, Gauss Cook. Gauss's will surged forth, overpowering Fenrir's own consciousness, suppressing the imminent breath and compelling the beast's body to yield. Ga Lahad. From Fenrir's lupin jaws those four syllables emerged slowly, halting Galahad's downward thrust mid-motion. He stared, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be? Could it truly be? "Master, my disciple strike." Galahad paused, silent, for a heartbeat. Before him Fenrir's head flickered with memory, the steadfast figure he'd always revered, the resolute gaze chasing Fenrir to the end, the missing arm, the battered armor, and sword carelessly piled in the hidden lair. The steadfast figure he'd always revered, the resolute gaze chasing Fenrir to the end, the missing arm, the battered armor, and sword carelessly piled in the hidden lair. "Forgive me, I found you only now. You wouldn't wish to see Fenrir wreak further ruin, would you?" Galahad clenched his jaw, tears spilling over, then drove Gauss's sword down, his judgment sword piercing all resistance, with a cry torn raw from his soul. "Ag." Fenrir watched the descending blade draw near, then gently closed its eyes. A faint serene smile touched its lupin lips. The blade meant to fall years ago, now finally descended, guided by his disciple's hand. Gauss had one final word unsaid, but Galahad, even without hearing it, understood perfectly. "You've done well, Galahad." As the sword pierced Fenrir's brow, the emerald flames engulfing its form guttered, and died extinguished forever. Galahad released the hilt and collapsed to his knees. Gazing upon Fenrir's still closed eyes, tears streaming silently down his cheeks, he whispered, "Farewell, master." Fenrir had begun his assaults on Kalin over a decade ago. How many lives had perished because of him? How many tragedies had he sown? How many destinies had he shattered? To the people of Kalin, Fenrir's name first summoned terror, then in its wake surged fury and hatred. And now Fenrir's corpse lay motionless before them. Jace stared at it, gripped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. Did we truly accomplish this? Only when his comrades collapsed to their knees, weeping uncontrollably, their vengeance finally realized, did reality begin to settle upon Jace. Knights were meant to be unyielding, yet today would be an exception. Jace drove his great sword into the earth, removed his knight's helm, and bowed solemnly toward Fenrir's lifeless form, a gesture of chivalric reverence. "Gus, it is over." Galahad wiped away a tear, rose slowly, and withdrew his master's blade from Fenrir's skull, then walked step by deliberate step toward Griffith. Hostages remained unrescued, mourning could wait until all was settled. Lin Feng emerged from the arcane array, massaging his temples to ease the searing headache brought on by magical exhaustion. His own reserves of mana were nearly depleted. Lin Feng glanced at Fenrir's corpse. Yes, this time he was unquestionably dead. At that moment Bruster approached Lin Feng's side. "Truly invigorating. What a splendid workout. In a moment I'll switch back. You'll need to support the younger one. He'll likely feel utterly drained after such prolonged exertion." "Leave it to me." Bruster nodded, then relinquished control. Just as the transfer completed, his body went limp and swayed precariously. Lin Feng caught him gently. "Captain." A faint, breathless voice drifted up. Lin Feng tilted his ears slightly and replied softly, "Speak. I am listening." "We won. How wonderful. Uncle Gus must be so pleased." Lin Feng glanced once more at Fenrir's corpse, then steadied and with quiet resolve, and smiled. "Yes, I believe he may now rest in peace." Supporting, and Lin Feng walked steadily toward Griffith. Galahad had already reached Griffith first, whose life, though gravely wounded, had been stabilized through preliminary healing. Galahad lifted his foot, poised to kick Griffith awake, only to be halted by an invisible divine force. Osiris's emotionless voice resonated directly within Galahad's mind. "A knight shall never raise hand against his sworn liege." Galahad froze, then challenged the god himself. "Even if he is a monster." Osiris offered no reply, only silence. And sometimes silence speaks louder than words. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng approached, puzzled, having just heard Galahad shout accusations into empty air. Galahad sighed and recounted what had transpired. "Ah, I see. Congratulations, you are now under divine scrutiny. Though I wielded this power to slay Fenrir, if it demands I turn a blind eye to evil, even to such a beast, then I'd rather remain unseen." I hadn't imagined Osiris had grown so rigid over the centuries. The last time I beheld him he was far less inflexible. This decay runs deeper than before. Rosalind's wistful voice echoed in Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng felt no surprise. After all, the knights had long been forged by the Typhon royal house. Not as men, but as blades, sharp, obedient, and utterly devoid of independent will. "Don't fret. Though you're forbidden to strike him, I am not." Lin Feng conjured threads of raw magic, their tips sharpened into needle-fine projectiles, and shot straight toward the unconscious Griffith. The instant the needle pierced his flesh, Griffith shrieked, jolting violently awake. Lin Feng watched Griffith writhe, sweat glistening on his pallid brow, then withdrew the needle with a faint smile. "Ah, you slept soundly, didn't you? My apologies for disturbing your slumber. But fear not, death grants eternal rest. You'll soon have all the sleep you'll ever need." Griffith blinked through the agony, dazed and disoriented, until his gaze fell upon Fenrir's corpse lying nearby, and memory flooded back. In that instant, Griffith's face drained of color, ashen and bloodless. "One final time. I ask you, where are the hostages?" "How tiresome, repeating yourself like a fool. What did you say?" Galahad's voice cracked with fury. Had Osiris's divine barrier not held him back, he would have cleaved Griffith in two. "There were no hostages." "Satisfied? You won, congratulations. But what does it matter? Those I killed are gone forever. That truth cannot be undone. No amount of effort can reverse it." Ha ha ha. Griffith, broken by unbearable psychological torment, descended into manic hysterical raving. A classic case of defeat-induced delusion. Lin Feng knew precisely how to treat such madness. He raised his left hand, preparing to weave a lash of binding magic, to administer some much-needed discipline. But Galahad moved faster, defying divine restraint entirely, and delivered a thunderous punch straight to Griffith's jaw, sending him flying backward. Instantly, black divine flame erupted across Galahad's striking hand. Excruciating pain forced him to one knee, his master's sword driven deep into the ground to keep him upright. Soon the black flames receded. Osiris's cold, unfeeling voice echoed again. "First offense, minor penance. Repeat, and mercy ends." What kind of god is this? Honestly, Lin Feng cursed the deity without reverence, and summoned Rosalind's divine energy to weave a healing incantation tending to Galahad's wound. Galahad waved him off, voice strained. "It's futile. The black flame strikes the spirit, not the flesh. Healing my body brings no relief. I never imagined this punishment wasn't meant for Griffith, but for me." Galahad rose slowly, his faith in Osiris crumbling to dust. "Black flame. Galahad, what did you do?" Jace's voice cut through the distance, his brow furrowed as he watched the dark fire fade. Among knights, being branded by black flame was a profound disgrace. It signified betrayal of chivalric virtue. Yet it made no sense. Galahad embodied excellence, so rare he had drawn divine attention. Could it be? Jace's gaze shifted to Griffith, lying broken and distant. Though Griffith was in essence a captive, his hollow legitimacy had nonetheless been sanctioned by the Typhon royal house. Could even this act of righteous rebellion be deemed treason against knighthood itself? Ha ha ha, I never expected this. A sliver of hope remains. Fate favors me. Lin Feng regarded Griffith's manic laughter and said calmly, "Even if Galahad cannot touch you, remember, you stand among others, myself, and many knights besides. Only Galahad bears the god's gaze, not all of us." How naive. Do you think divine sight fixes upon only one soul? The moment Osiris turned his gaze upon Galahad, all of Kalin fell beneath his watchful eye. "Every knight here is forbidden from striking you, for they are mere weapons sworn to serve you. Does a sword ever pierce its own master? They are tools, nothing more. Then what of me? Who dare stop me from ending you?" Lin Feng entrusted into another's care, and strode forward toward Griffith. You're no different. Whom does Osiris serve? The Typhon royal line. Do you truly believe he'll ignore your slaying of a ruler legitimized by that very house? He cares not for cause or consequence. If you kill me, he'll report it instantly. Then you'll spend the rest of your life fleeing Typhon's nightly legions across every realm. Would you sacrifice your entire future for a town you've called home for only a few months? Lin Feng's stride faltered. Ha ha ha, you're afraid now. You dare not act. Come on, kill me. Remember, you must deliver me to Typhon's judgment. And I'll survive, limbs severed. No matter, I know how to restore them. You frighten me, yes, but I'll simply vanish, rebuild elsewhere. Soon enough I'll be Griffith Scott once more, noble, untouchable. Griffith's smirk returned, arrogant, assured, mocking them all. Then a voice cut through the mockery, freezing Griffith's grin mid-sneer. "You, I will kill." Jace drew his blade and advanced toward Griffith. No, you madman. Do you think your body can endure the black flame twice? You'll die too." Griffith scrabbled backward on stumps, desperate to flee Jace's approach. After Gus died, I often asked myself why I still lived. I sought countless answers, but none satisfied me. Now, the perfect answer stands before me, to send you scum straight to hell. Jace stepped forward, then felt his shoulder sharply pulled back. A figure darted past him. "Wait, Galahad, you. Griffith, you will never take another life before my eyes." Galahad lunged, slicing upward, lifting Griffith into the air, then unleashed a blinding flurry of white steel. He began carving Griffith apart midair, while black flame consumed Galahad's body from within. Yet even amid unbearable agony, his strikes never ceased. Griffith's lower half dissolved into crimson mist, then after unimaginable torment, his consciousness extinguished forever. When it ended, Galahad collapsed to his knees, driving his master's sword deep into the earth to hold himself upright. Honor is life. Courage faces the abyss. Loyalty never rots. Sacrifice ignites eternity. A noble knight recited his sacred vow, yet with each word his gleaming white armor darkened, stained by creeping black flame. This was the mark of a fallen knight, the object of universal scorn. Have I erred? Have I erred? Have I erred? Amid searing torment, Galahad's voice tore from his throat, raw and ragged. Osiris, I, Galahad, reject your pity. Withdraw your gaze. I scorn your chosen mantle. Osiris, I spit upon you. I hate you, false god of hollow justice. Sanctimonious enabler of tyranny. When Galahad awoke, once more he found himself lying in bed. Well, look who's awake. Lin Feng's voice drifted over. Galahad turned his head and gazed at Lin Feng. How do you feel? After the black flame consumed you, you collapsed. Jace carried you back himself. The old man still has fire in his veins. I couldn't wrestle you from him. Galahad did not answer immediately. Instead, he first glanced toward his pitch-black armor resting nearby, then lifted his eyes to the ceiling and murmured, "Thank the heavens. It was all real. It is truly over. Indeed, even your brief era of divine favor under the gaze of a god has ended. It matters not. Without him, I remain a knight. I am a knight, not by grace of any deity, but by oath and soul. Yes, you are a true knight, needing no crown nor ceremony to affirm your worth." Lin Feng clapped Galahad gently on the shoulder. "Rest well. When you're ready, step out. We're all waiting for you." "Thank you. I shall lie here a while longer." Lin Feng nodded, then walked toward the wooden door and grasped its handle. "Though many may weigh your gains and losses, I never shall. What others think pales beside what you believe. And if you chose without regret, that alone is enough." Lin Feng opened the door, and before stepping through, paused to look back at Galahad. "You bear the name of knight without shame. You are the disciple who would make Gress cook proud." With that, Lin Feng offered Galahad a warm smile and departed. Galahad blinked, then slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. Worthy of the name knight, such a noble phrase. He then turned his gaze toward his armor, now stained irrevocably black by the black flame, and fell into silence. The black flame was divine punishment. Even were he to don new armor, it would swiftly darken, as if cursed by fate. He had been marked by Osiris. Unless he renounced knighthood entirely, this obsidian armor would cling to him until his final breath. Galahad began to contemplate his path ahead. No one knew what thoughts stirred within the knight during that quiet solitude. All anyone knew was that after resting longer in his room, Galahad emerged clad once more in that familiar, yet alien black armor. As Galahad stepped outside, his first destination was the garden where Gress lay buried. Jace stood before the grave. Hearing footsteps, he turned, and Galahad approached quietly, standing beside him. "I was saved by you. I have already lost my master. I could not lose you too. You truly resemble that reckless boy. Just as stubborn, just as impulsive, just as..." Jace turned fully to face Galahad. A source of pride. Galahad faltered, speechless. Jace chuckled softly, folded his hands behind his back, and became in that moment nothing but a kind, gentle elder. "My duty as a knight is fulfilled. Now I am merely an old man. Living suits me well. I can tend my flowers anew. What would they do without me? Indeed, they cannot thrive without you. Enough now." Jace waved dismissively. "Go on. You belong among the young, not with this old man." Galahad nodded and stepped out the door, then made his way to the Knights Guild. He halted before its entrance, uncertain whether to cross the threshold. "Galahad, you're awake. Why stand there? Come inside." Galahad raised his hand, gazing at his blackened armor, then met the knight's eyes. No words were needed. "Do you think we care about that?" Without hesitation, the knight ushered Galahad inside, then stood firm and rendered a flawless knight's salute. "Hail, Galahad." "Yes." Galahad returned the salute with solemn grace, then entered without pause. Along the way, every knight he passed paused and saluted him in turn. Galahad returned each salute in turn. Then came the orphans from the shelter. "Brother Galahad, you're awake. Wow, the black armor is so cool. We heard you defeated the villain and slew Fenrir. So amazing." With cries of delight, they swarmed around him as before, clinging to him without a trace of fear toward his dark armor. A soft smile touched Galahad's lips as he stood rooted, letting the children surround him. Now, don't trouble Brother Galahad." Lena's voice rang out, and the children obediently stepped back. Galahad turned to her, noticing she now wore the attire of a knight apprentice with a dawnlight medallion gleaming upon her chest. "You've become a knight." "Yes, I've succeeded after all this time." Then Lena straightened, offering Galahad a slightly awkward but earnest knight's salute. "I learned it today, though I'm not sure if it's quite proper." Galahad returned the gesture with quiet, sincere reverence. Lena scratched her head sheepishly, then declared, "I will become a knight just like Brother Galahad." Galahad smiled warmly, half joking, half wry. "Better avoid becoming a fallen knight if you can. I dare not claim I'd choose as you did were I in your place, but I hope I would." Galahad paused, suddenly seeing himself reflected in her resolve. "Yes, keep striving." At that, the children erupted in protest. "Lena's cheating. She's talking to Brother Galahad alone. Unfair, unfair." Lena sighed with a faint smile. "Then let it be so. Brother Galahad, you still have many others to greet." Galahad nodded and moved on. This time he stood before Gress's statue, bowing deeply in formal knight's reverence. It had long been his habit. Yet soon he noticed something new before the statue. Why was there now a kneeling statue of Griffith? Galahad stopped a passing knight and asked, "Oh, that's Lord Lin Feng's doing." He gathered Griffith's remains and encased them in special alloy to forge this likeness. He decreed it must kneel eternally before Master Gress, and even dubbed it a landmark attraction. Everyone thought it fitting, so they agreed. Oh, and by the way, the knight strode forward and slapped Griffith's stone face with a sharp crack. Lord Lin Feng also declared that visitors may strike him freely. Personally, I think it's brilliant. Haha indeed. Galahad broke into laughter, then stepped forward, raised his hand, and struck Griffith's face with equal force. Farewell, monster. Galahad continued onward, leaving the Knights Guild behind. Fenrir was history. After long struggle, the people had reclaimed their knight from Fenrir and Griffith. Though the fallen could not return, and the scars left by Fenrir and Griffith would take generations to heal, people would at last learn to dwell in darkness without dread or ignorance. The entire town shimmered with fresh adornments, crimson banners vivid and elegant bearing the insignia of the Jaffer house. At the sight of that emblem, Galahad laughed aloud. Lin Feng, you never miss an opening. He decided to visit Jaffer house. It had always been bustling with life. Soon passers-by spotted Galahad and froze staring at him in silent awe. Hello. Galahad, puzzled, offered a tentative greeting. Oh, Galahad's emerged. The pedestrian visibly brightened, like a herald bearing glad tidings, spreading joy wherever he went. In moments a crowd gathered, surrounding Galahad, showering him with heartfelt concern. No one cared about the color of his armor. To the citizens of Karen, Galahad was the true knight. Osiris's disapproval was his failing, not Galahad's. Galahad responded as best he could, awkward yet sincere, until the throng guided him all the way to Jaffer house. Only then did he exhale, finally at ease. Lin Feng watched him enter, and smiled. Well, recalling the journey, Galahad replied. Everything I did was worth it. Of course, they'd nearly bow to you. Yesterday I stood right where you did, surrounded just the same. And how did you respond? At that, Lin Feng's grin sharpened, crafty fox-like, unmistakably mercantile. Naturally, I seized the moment to promote Jaffer house relentlessly. Those festive decorations lining the streets, all are doing. Just like you. Jaffer burst in bewildered. Master, why have so many customers suddenly arrived? Did you pull another stunt? Then he saw Galahad standing beside Lin Feng. Sir Galahad, thank you for all you've done for Karen. Yes, only what was due. Galahad, weary from hours of greetings, and recognizing Jaffer as Lin Feng's apprentice, replied with polite brevity. Jaffer drew a wedding invitation from his robes and handed it to Galahad. Please honor us with your presence at my wedding to Dorothy. We'll hold it just days from now. Oh, Galahad accepted the invitation with a genuine smile. My congratulations to you both. After a day of celebration, the people began to hold funerals for those who had fallen at Griffith's hands. Though unable to save them, it at least provided closure for those who had been waiting in anguish. No longer would they be tormented by elusive hope. From this day forward, they could finally leave the past behind and move on. At Lin Feng's initiative, it was decided that this day would be established as a festival in Kalen named Wolf Chasing Day. Every year on this day, people would recount the stories of the struggle against Fenrir and Griffith, honoring the heroes and condemning the villains. Even centuries later, Griffith would surely still be cursed. Next came the wedding of Gaffer and Dorothy. At Dorothy's request, Lin Feng designed a white wedding gown, keeping it a secret from Gaffer. In Dorothy's words, it was a small revenge for his past concealments. A request brimming with youthful girlishness. Lin Feng naturally agreed, and with his own involvement, Gaffer remained completely in the dark. To capture Gaffer's reaction, Lin Feng fashioned a device resembling a camera using memory crystals. The principle was not difficult. Carefully slice a piece of memory crystal and mount it in a frame. This frame could serve both as a picture frame and a temporary camera. The frame bore magic inscriptions that blocked mana, meaning once activated, the memory crystal's content would no longer update. One slice could capture a single image. At the wedding, when Dorothy appeared in that white gown, Gaffer was left stunned. Lin Feng smiled and preserved the moment, planning to give it as a gift to Dorothy, so that when they had children they could show them. After confirming the image was saved, Lin Feng stepped forward with a smile, tapped the dazed Gaffer, and pushed him. Still staring, you fool. It's time to put the ring on her. Snapping back to reality, Gaffer blushed slightly, then produced the wedding ring and gently slipped it onto Dorothy's finger. Lin Feng watched with satisfaction. This couple was finally settled. He then returned to his own table. Time to feast. Though didn't understand why he shouted, since the captain did, she followed suit. Hooray! Galahad looked at them with some confusion, pondering what they were doing. All around were familiar faces. And Daphne, Lena, Jace, Ina, Lena, and Galahad. Today Gaffer's home offered a 30% discount all day, and even as night fell they remained open. At least for these few days. Enjoy the night you've reclaimed from Fenrir and Griffith. The process of Kalen freeing itself from the fear of Fenrir begins with the birth of a married couple. After a night of revelry, everyone was content and fell into slumber, including Lin Feng. As Lin Feng slept in his bed, he did not directly enter dreams, but instead arrived at Rosalind's divine realm. Upon entering, he found a visitor in the divine realm. It was a deity clad in white sacred armor adorned with splendid golden trims, yet there was something discordant about the armor. The armor on the fingers, eyes, and feet inexplicably bore blood-red highlights resembling stains of blood. It looked like a knight who had just slain someone. Osiris. Rosalind wore an expression that said, I knew you'd guess right. Seeing his goddess's reaction, Lin Feng knew he was correct. He continued looking at the deity. You're not here because of my earlier remarks about you, are you? Even if you stand before me, my judgment of what you did to Galahad will not change. You are unworthy of the name of justice. Rosalind stepped closer to Lin Feng, lowering her voice. Aren't you being too harsh? Just speaking the truth. I treat everyone the same. Just then Osiris spoke, that matter. I was indeed wrong. But now what I do is no longer entirely my own choice. Oh, how so? Hero, the world requires order, and maintaining order requires sacrifice. Lin Feng met Osiris's gaze and said bluntly, are you saying that Kalen's situation was a necessary sacrifice? No more than that. The price I paid to maintain order includes not only them, but also myself. A god can also become a sacrifice to something. Osiris said with a self-mocking tone, sacrifice. That description is not far off. Then he began to recount his story. After eradicating the remaining demons on this continent, the gods deliberated on establishing a unified nation here to avoid civil war. To build this nation, tools were necessary. So you willingly became a tool to consolidate the royal family's rule. Yes. As the god of justice, I could not shirk this duty. Thus I became the blade of the Typhon royal family. A blade that grew sharper day by day, wielded by the monarchy, but gradually lost the ability to think. Lin Feng glanced at Osiris and said, aren't you thinking right now? Most of the time I am not like this. The one speaking with you now is one of my few remaining rational moments. Before long, even this last thread of reason will likely fade away. Lin Feng did not want to hear the night god's past, so he folded his arms and asked, so, what are you here for? I only wanted to tell you that although under this order there are exceptions like Kalen, most people find peace within it. No matter how eloquently you speak, I will never accept your philosophy. I know. I just wanted to let you know that. This caught Lin Feng off guard. Just for that. One more thing. If possible, let Galahad join your party. Lin Feng looked at Osiris with some suspicion. You, the perpetrator, have the nerve to come here under the banner of for his good and make demands of me. I know, but I still had to come. I truly haven't seen a knight like Galahad in a long time. If I hadn't chosen to become the price, Galahad would probably have been chosen as my champion. You and I both know there are no ifs in this world. Indeed. So I can only try to entrust Galahad to you. Bearing that mark, if he travels alone, it will surely be burdensome. Then why not simply not do it in the first place? Osiris looked at Lin Feng and said, many things are beyond one's control. Too many people rest their weight upon me. If I were to move for Galahad, a great many would fall for me. When I lost the ability to think, between the majority and Galahad, I chose the majority. Lin Feng faced the deity radiating sacred aura, fell silent for a moment, then finally said, I already intended to have Galahad join the party, but not because of you. I know, and that is enough for me. Having achieved all his purposes, Osiris's body began to fade, becoming more ethereal in the divine realm. In the final moment before leaving, Osiris looked at Lin Feng and said, Hero, if you are dissatisfied with this world, try to change it. Show me. I actually hate this world and what I have become. Lin Feng watched Osiris's figure slowly vanish, then sighed. Once you get involved with gods, it only turns into a heap of troublesome affairs. Just then Rosalind's voice came, tinged with a hint of grievance. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You are different from that one. You are a companion who will change the world with me, my goddess. Griffith was an extremely cunning and cautious man. Even Lin Feng had spent several months just to force Griffith into revealing himself. Thus, when inventorying his belongings, it was difficult to find anything useful. At most, there were some personal savings. Lin Feng, accompanied by the knights, meticulously searched Griffith's home and secret hideouts, but most items were of little value. After a thorough search, they discovered a large pile of gold coins. However, to be honest, Lin Feng did not care about such things. First, they were too inconvenient to carry. Second, accumulating such wealth was merely a matter of time for him. Frowning, Lin Feng gazed at the only item left by Griffith that he deemed useful, the strange apparatus. Judging from Griffith's earlier outburst before his self-destruction, this device seemed capable of using various living organisms as raw materials, compressing them into a potion, which when injected into a demonic beast would enhance its physical form. Fenrir must have received such an injection, granting him a powerful regenerative ability. However, Fenrir's awakening was beyond Griffith's expectations. This meant that Griffith's understanding of this technology was incomplete. He likely did not fully comprehend what kind of creature he had created. This technique of transforming demonic beasts into demons through physical modification was not something Griffith had deduced on his own. Therefore, the object that had provided Griffith with this knowledge must be hidden somewhere. But the searches over the past few days had yielded only insignificant items. It seemed this was the final puzzle Griffith had left for him. How to find that deeply concealed object. After pondering, Lin Feng suddenly recalled two petite girls. Lina and Aina. They have very keen noses. With this thought, Lin Feng immediately acted. He found the two girls and used their sense of smell to search for the scent of Fenrir or the strange apparatus in Griffith's room. Watching the two little girls sniffing left and right with earnest, hard-working expressions, Lin Feng inexplicably thought of treasure-hunting mice. Sister, come over here. Lina suddenly called out, and Vina quickly ran over. Lina looked at Vina seriously and said, Sister, you sniff too. I think there's a very faint smell here. Vina's little nose twitched, then she nodded. Very faint, but it's definitely there. Hearing the voices, Lin Feng approached and found Lina and Vina pointing at an ordinary-looking floorboard. Mister, Lin Feng, it's right beneath here. Something is hidden there. Lin Feng smiled and patted their heads. Good, you've been a great help. Go to Jaffir and get some of your favorite sweets. Yay! The two girls' eyes instantly lit up and they dashed out in a flash. Lin Feng watched their retreating figures, shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze to the floorboard. Should he use brute force? Lin Feng summoned Un and Galahad. The latter, with his great strength, was ideal for the task. and looked at the axe in his hand. This is my first time voluntarily wrecking a house. It seems that stepping out of the home brings all sorts of strange experiences. Lin Feng directly swung the axe, cleaving down to create a gap in the floor. Opportunities to freely smash things and still be praised don't come often. With that perspective, even manual labor becomes more interesting. And swung the axe down onto the floor, burying the entire blade into the wood. Lin Feng watched the embedded axe and couldn't help but remark, kids sure have a lot of strength. Did I mess up? No, keep going, you're doing great. Oh, it's been a while since I've worked without holding back. And seemed excited. Smashing things without restraint was a rare opportunity for him to relieve stress. Galahad watched Lin Feng, and in demolishing the place he had been guarding not long ago, and now he had to join in. A strange feeling arose within him. I find this sensation quite peculiar. Congratulations, you've just experienced what it feels like to be an adventurer. Although I passed the exam, my certificate hasn't come through yet. Strictly speaking. Lin Feng interrupted. None of that matters. Get to work. The three of them dug downward until they had excavated a pit large enough for Lin Feng to stand in, and there, they found an object. A box made of iron. Lin Feng tossed the iron box out of the pit, then climbed out himself. Hidden deep indeed. The pile of gold coins wasn't buried this deep. Now Griffith's home had a large hole in it with debris scattered all around, with chips, dirt clods, and stones littering the floor. Phew. Finally dug it out, and wiped the sweat from his face, his small cheeks, smudged with dirt. Galahad meanwhile stared at the iron box that had been brought up. Lin Feng, what do you think is inside? Lin Feng, while brushing the dust off his clothes, said casually, probably something like an experiment log. After saying this, Lin Feng stepped forward to find a way to open the iron box. When he discovered the anti-magic lock on it, even he felt a wave of impatience. Go. Show it what innate strength means. That said, to avoid damaging the contents, and his method of dismantling was relatively gentle. And first used the axe to cut a slit, then inserted his hand into the gap, and forcibly tore the iron box apart. A black-covered book fell out from within. This scene gave Galahad quite a shock. Lin Feng could feel his astonishment, even through the armor. Just basic stuff? You'll get used to it. Lin Feng patted Galahad on the shoulder, then picked up the book. Just as he was about to open it, Galahad shouted, wait. Lin Feng looked at Galahad in confusion. What's wrong? Doesn't this book have any mind-corrupting magic? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Don't worry. Technology itself is neither good nor bad. Griffith read this book and became what he was because he was evil. Rather than causing havoc in the world, I have more important things to do. Although Galahad didn't know what those more important things were, Lin Feng's words reassured him. After calming Galahad down, Lin Feng began reading the book with great concentration, unaffected by those around him. Galahad and Lin started chatting, exchanging stories about their pasts. Galahad told him that Gus was actually a very interesting person, carefree, humorous, and fond of showing off with a straight face under the guise of a knight. And explained to Galahad about the existence of Bruster, recounting his past, how he met Bruster, learned to control his immense strength, and left his hometown. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Lin Feng closed the book. Both of them turned their gaze toward him. Galahad spoke first. Well, this book appears to be a fragmentary demonic experiment log. The original demon records were mostly incomplete, and Griffith spent many years partially reconstructing them, barely forming a technique. But it's crude and evil. Demons. Galahad was puzzled by the unexpected term. Lin Feng looked at him and said, old man, you might have become what you are because of this demonic technique. Mr. Bruster said, oh, I see. I was expecting a more interesting reaction. Captain, Mr. Bruster didn't respond to you. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, as if I care about his response. At that moment, Galahad suddenly asked, what does the book say about Griffith? I don't know. It's not written in the book. Since it's not written, there's no need to care. Lin Feng waved the book casually. Who cares about his past? Bad guys just need to die. Galahad was taken aback. Then he realized that being forgotten, having his past erased, and being reduced to a mere symbol of evil, that was the most fitting end for Griffith. Galahad let out a relieved laugh, and said in an approving tone, a good death. Lin Feng dismantled Griffith's apparatus and meticulously examined its internal structure. After thoroughly deconstructing and comprehending its mechanisms, Lin Feng offered a terse yet incisive appraisal of the device Griffith had cobbled together, patching gaps in the demon clan's experimental logs with his own talent, a mountain of spaghetti code. Yet it runs. The instrument's inner workings were riddled with flaws so numerous they made one's scalp crawl, yet somehow they coalesced into a bizarre, precarious equilibrium. Now that Lin Feng had taken it apart, even Griffith himself would likely be unable to reassemble it. Having completed his analysis, Lin Feng had fully mastered this craft, though he had no intention of becoming another Griffith. Griffith was quite simply a fool. This discipline clearly held vast, untapped potential, yet the moment he achieved functionality, even at great moral cost, he abandoned further inquiry. Fearing discovery, he had hidden the book away. Its final experimental entry dated back several years. In other words, once Griffith realized that transgressing celestial law saved him mental exertion, he chose transgression, truly a fitting end. With all matters in Carlin resolved, Lin Feng bid farewell to Japhel. He had never intended to stay long. The sole reason he lingered so long was to dismantle Griffith, utterly in every sense, thus demanding considerable time. Now that all affairs had settled, the rebel hero and his retinue prepared to resume their journey forward. When Lin Feng announced his departure to Japel, the young man's face visibly crumpled, as if the sky itself were collapsing, until Lin Feng named their destination, whereupon Japel immediately dashed off to write a letter. It seemed the destination was the headquarters of the Green Guild. Lin Feng's next stop was Novigrad, a burgeoning metropolis rising on the frontier of innovation. Japel solemnly handed Lin Feng the letter he had just penned, then gazed at him, and asked, "Truly, you won't stay a while longer? Those who once persecuted you, Master has yet to exact retribution. We have not yet expanded Japel House into the noble district, nor fully emplaced artillery across Carlin." Lin Feng listened quietly to Japel's plea, then smiled, and gently clapped his shoulder. "That is your charge now. You are the self I leave behind, the final gift I bestow upon Carlin. Master, will we meet again? Of course. If you trust Rosalind, speak your troubles to her. She will carry your words to me." A wry, sardonic voice echoed within Lin Feng's mind. "So my primary function is now a messenger. Very well, Master. May your journey be safe and swift. Not today. I fear rain approaches, the sky grows heavy and gray. Isn't it because Captain chose such an ill-timed day to depart? There are many reasons, and as you know, I cherish the rain." They exchanged a glance, and both broke into quiet laughter. "By the way, Master, if you must go, take this with you." Japel presented Lin Feng with a small device of his own invention. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "I designed it myself." Do you have more?" "Two may not suffice. I'll fetch another at once." "Ah, by the way, entrusting farewell messages is now your duty." "Won't you deliver them yourself, Master?" "How best to put it?" Lin Feng paused, then said softly, "I've always disliked farewells, so whenever possible I delegate them." Hearing his reasoning, Japel burst into laughter. Indeed, Master remained unchanged. "Thank you for everything you've done. When you arrived, this land lay shrouded in darkness. When you depart, it blazes with light." Lin Feng faltered, speechless for a moment, then gently patted Japel's shoulder once more, accepted the gift, and walked away. Japel turned, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, and bowed deeply. "Farewell, my master." Rising, he watched as Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out. Though he knew not the purpose of his master's journey, if it was Lin Feng who undertook it, there could be no doubt of its success. After all, he was Lin Feng, having gathered in, who had likewise prepared all essentials. Lin Feng set forth toward the horizon. They still had someone to pursue. Galahad had intended to slip away quietly, leaving only a farewell note. But the moment he placed it upon Jess's desk and stepped outside, he encountered Jess himself. Galahad flushed with embarrassment. Jess studied him and chuckled. "Just like that, Breath disciple. Even your farewells mirror his exactly." Jess tossed Galahad an object. Galahad caught it instinctively, and recognized with astonishment his master's sword. "I missed once. I will not miss again." Meticulously reforged, the blade now gleamed with lethal icy brilliance, stripped of its former wear and tarnish. "Master Jess, this is—" Galahad frowned in confusion. He had assumed this sword had been laid to rest beside Gress in burial rites. "I know what you're thinking, but this is the finest arrangement, for both of us and even for that insufferable brat. And this blade, it likely wishes to walk beside you far more than it ever wished to lie in stone." "Thank you, child. You have your own adventure ahead. But remember, you also have a home. Write to me, and mind your health. Don't catch cold." "Yes, I will write." "Go on, child. Go." Galahad nodded, and halfway down the path he turned back. Jess stood motionless, watching him recede into distance. For one suspended heartbeat, Galahad longed to stay. Yet, his current status would bring peril to those he loved, and besides, he yearned to witness firsthand the very journey that had captivated his master so profoundly, even after his return. Thus, though sorrow tightened his chest, he did not pause, walking onward beyond Jess's home, beyond the streets, beyond the city walls, beyond Carlin itself. The brooding sky finally broke open. Rain fell in steady sheets. Droplets struck Galahad's armor with crisp, resonant chimes. One by one they traced slow paths down his visor. "I ought to find shelter soon, or shall I simply walk on? One mustn't abuse robust health with reckless folly." A familiar voice sounded from behind, and the rain above him ceased, blocked by a stretch of taut, supple hide. Galahad turned, and there stood Lin Feng, holding aloft a novel contraption he'd never seen before, shielding him from the downpour. Behind Lin Feng, and smiled warmly and waved. Lin Feng handed Galahad the final umbrella, and patiently demonstrated how to open it. Remarkably convenient. Japel's invention. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Feng's grin radiated unapologetic pride. Even without him, Japel House would thrive, because Japel had grown. What splendid rain! Unlike Griffith's magically conjured tempests. Under such genuine nourishment, crops will flourish beyond measure. Indeed. "Galahad, join my company as a knight." Galahad listened to the rain's hush, and replied slowly, "I am no longer worthy of that title. Choosing me would be unwise." And interjected cheerfully, "Oh, just keep saying yes." Lin Feng merely smiled, and said, "Let me rephrase that." Lin Feng paused, thoughtful. "Join my company, not as a knight, but as a Don Quixote." "Don Quixote? What is that?" Lin Feng regarded Galahad with a glint of playful cunning, and smiled, curious. "Accept, and you'll find out." Some time had passed since the three of them left Carlin. Now they were chatting idly around a campfire which crackled and popped as Galahad and occasionally picked up a piece of wood and tossed it into the flames. Lin Feng appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but in truth, he was tinkering with the demonic potion apparatus in his divine realm. The atmosphere was quiet yet harmonious, and stirred the campfire with a stick and said, by the way, there's a question I've wanted to ask for a long time. Ask me. Yes, I'm curious. Why do you wear this armor almost all day long? Because I think it looks cool. Huh, and was somewhat surprised. Galahad looked at the astonished and asked in confusion, did I say something strange? No, I just thought there would be a deeper reason, like some kind of experience. No, there really isn't. I've always worn armor simply because I think it looks cool. My master used to tease me for being a childish kid. It's hard to imagine that someone who constantly thinks about striking cool poses would use that to scold me. Galahad gently stroked the sword at his side, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Then he turned to Lin and asked, what about you? As far as I know, assassins usually wear tight-fitting clothes and don't pair them with conspicuous accessories like capes. And what about the eye patch? Doesn't it obstruct your vision? As for my reason, it's actually similar to yours. I thought my father looked really cool in a cape, so I imitated him and started wearing one. As for the eye patch, it's like a switch for swapping with Brewster. It's a bit old-fashioned, but blue eyes usually mean it's me while golden eyes mean it's Brewster. That sounds really cool, said Galahad. Wow, really? And wriggled with delight, a look of pure joy on her face. Look, for example, when you're completely exhausted and fighting to the limit, you say, from now on it's up to you, partner, and then push the eye patch to the other side. And Mr. Brewster replies, rest well, partner. Then he draws his weapon and points it at the enemy. That sounds super cool. Should I try it with Mr. Brewster next time? He rejected it. Galahad scratched his armored helmet in embarrassment and said, well, it seems I was somewhat led astray by my master. Having a cool master isn't so bad. Whenever I want to show off a bit, my mother goes, oh my precious baby is so cute. Then she holds me and rubs her face against mine. Sounds like a very happy family. My mother is the best in the world. Then Galahad turned his gaze to Lin Feng. And what about Lin Feng's current outfit? Oh, you mean the captain? The captain's current clothes were chosen by my father. According to my mother, it would be a waste not to dress up such a handsome face. Now that you mention it, it seems we know nothing about Lin Feng's past. That's true, but I don't really mind. After all, the captain isn't a bad person. He's incredibly reliable. Knowing that is enough. That's true. Just then Lin Feng, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, so the topic has turned to me, and pointed at Lin Feng, and said, that's right, we're talking about your past. My past. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering how to fabricate a past for himself. Too much trouble. I'll just brush it off. It's simple. I was summoned by a god, and started an adventure in this world. Galahad looked at Lin Feng and asked, and before that? Lin Feng chuckled softly, looked up at the hazy moonlight, and said, that's all a very long time ago. Let's not talk about it for now. Sorry I spoke out of turn. It's okay, it's not your fault. After all, you were the one kept in the dark the most before. Galahad gave a bitter smile, and said that was truly a terrible experience. Being falsely accused and surrounded, and when I looked back at you, you had an expression that seemed to say we were doomed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, laughed quite smugly, like a master prankster admiring his own work. The captain actually made an expression like that. I really can't imagine it. How should I put it? I kinda like to see it. That's a very rare expression. I don't show it easily. Mr. Brewster asks if you can perform it. He really wants to see it, and says, and couldn't help but laugh a few times before suppressing her laughter, and continuing, seeing that would be worth dying for. Galahad couldn't help but laugh at that. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Damn, old man. You just want to see me flustered every day. That's the only ambition you have in this life. Mr. Brewster says he's fine with it, and you can't do anything about it. This old codger was really mischievous. Lin Feng didn't continue the topic and instead asked, has your level in the Creator Gods panel changed? It seems I've gone from LV1 to LV3. Because the creator god of this world was mute and didn't give any voice prompts, he had only happened to notice his level had increased when he opened his personal panel just now. He didn't even know when he had leveled up. As a reward, he was given 2 blessing points. The captain is LV3. I'm still LV1. I'm LV2, but it hasn't changed for a long time. Lin Feng looked at Galahad with interest and asked, how did you use your blessing points? It seems I used them unintentionally a long time ago while fighting Fenrir. Unintentionally? Lin Feng looked at Galahad with a puzzled expression. It's like when your consciousness needs something to reach its peak, the blessing points will transform into whatever you need most at that moment to help you, whether you intend to use them or not. Is that so? However, this is all just my speculation based on my own experience. After all, no one can fathom the creator god's thoughts. In short, blessing points are very useful. The more the merrier. Galahad nodded at that and said, that's what I think. We don't know why levels rise nor why rewards are given. Everything is left for us to guess. Having a mute creator god is truly a blessing. Although I don't understand the blessing points, well, based on my experience, they can be simply understood as an opportunity to call upon the creator god. Oh, if you're going to say that, then I might. Stop, I haven't finished yet. Put away your clever ideas first. Lin Feng nodded and gestured with his hand for Rosalind to continue. In my eyes, levels are more like the strength of faith. The higher the level, the more the creator god cares about your thoughts, and the more willing he is to use the blessing points for you. After all, 1 or 2 points seem like a very vague concept to me. As a god, one should be very precise in measuring faith. I think that when your will to obtain something reaches the requirement and the blessing points aren't consumed, it might be because Lin Feng followed Rosalind's lead because he doesn't want to bother with you. Gods really do have their own personalities. Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. But blessing points are indeed a good thing. If necessary, I'll make good use of them. Lin Feng looked into the distance. The next destination wasn't far away. Would there be an opportunity to use the blessing points there? Zooming out to the distance about a day's journey ahead through the towering city walls into Novigrad inside the headquarters of the Green Chamber of Commerce in the president's office. The president of the Green Chamber of Commerce, Lady Letitia Green, frowned. She had beautiful white hair and sharp crimson eyes. At that moment she was glaring at the report in her hand, frowning more and more deeply, until finally she reached her breaking point and threw it away. Tell that useless fool to pack his bags and leave. He can't even handle such a trivial matter as communicating with nobles. What good is he? When Letitia spoke, her shark-like teeth were revealed, making her presence extremely imposing. The black-haired, straight-haired maid beside her remained expressionless, seemingly accustomed to her president's temper. Her black cat ears twitched as she said, "President, he was the last candidate. If we replace him, we won't have any suitable candidates. He's a talented person. He just needs some guidance. Do I have to teach him how to breastfeed? Business is such a simple thing, yet all I have around me are idiots who can't even handle these small matters." Letitia pouted in irritation, leaned back in her chair, and looked at her magic wand. It looked more like a spear than a wand. The tip of the magic crystal at the end of the wand had been honed to an incredible sharpness by the engraver's exquisite skill. Letitia stood up, grabbed her wand, spun it in a beautiful flourish, and headed toward the door. "This is annoying. I'm going to practice martial arts." And lifted his gaze toward the majestic city wall and burst into joyful exclamations. "Is this truly a great metropolis? You've already said that exact phrase moments ago." Lin Feng sighed faintly beside him, and had uttered those very words the instant Novigrad's walls first appeared on the horizon. And now standing before the gate itself, he repeated them verbatim, and broke into a bright smile. Because seeing it up close is utterly different from glimpsing it from afar. Galahad too stood deeply awestruck. Nothing like Carlin. Emotionlessly speaking, Carlin's so-called wall was not even worthy of the name. It was little more than a palisade compared to Novigrad's. And Lin Feng's eyes traced the colossal ballistae mounted atop the ramparts. Defensive fortifications operating on an entirely different tier. Were Finir to launch an assault here, whether before or after awakening, he would meet certain death. The only difference lay in the scale of devastation inflicted. "Captain, I heard this city hosts no fewer than 5 professional guilds. Truly remarkable. It's my first time encountering a city that unites all 5. And they even conduct Grandmaster-level certifications." And eagerly shared the intelligence he'd gathered. "Is that really so astonishing? After all, your parents are Grandmasters themselves." "Well, you're not wrong. But the fact that Grandmaster-tier combatants are certified here implies there's more than one among them. Isn't that extraordinary? It's passable." Galahad smiled faintly as he turned to Lin Feng. "You remain far calmer than I, a knight by training." Lin Feng shrugged. "Long life brings broad experience." Lin Feng then led the way toward Novigrad's grand gate. At the entrance stood a contingent of knights on watch. Upon spotting Galahad's obsidian black armor, their brows furrowed in immediate suspicion. "To enter, present your credentials." Lin Feng produced his adventurer's license and his shimming medal. Tier 3, Tier 3, Tier 1. A knight clad in captain's insignia scrutinized each of the 3 travelers in turn, then asked, "Who leads this party?" "I do." Lin Feng stepped forward. "Your guild name?" "Stardust." "Names of your members?" "I am Lin Feng, these are In and Galahad." The knight captain nodded, jotted down Lin Feng's details in his ledger, then snapped the book shut. "As one who's walked this path before, allow me a word of counsel. Dismiss that fallen knight from your ranks, sooner rather than later. He betrayed his own faith. What loyalty could possibly remain for friendship with you? Only novices like yourselves would dare accept such a man as comrade. That needn't concern you. I'd like to offer you some advice instead." "Oh." A soft, mirthless chuckle escaped the captain's helm. "First, medals do not equate to true strength. Second, never presume you understand your team's dynamics better than its leader." The knight captain exhaled sharply, growing visibly impatient. "I've met countless adventurers like you, convinced you're exceptional, unique, destined to redeem him. But reality proves otherwise. You're the most stubborn when warned, and the most shattered when fate strikes. Since you refuse counsel, be on your way." "Humph." Unmoved by the captain's unmistakable disdain, Lin Feng merely smiled and posed a quiet question. "What to you is a god?" "The object of our faith, an exalted being guiding us along our path." "Why do you ask?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's smile deepened. "I see them differently. To me, gods are companions." Having spoken, he turned away and added softly over his shoulder, "Companions, and nothing more." The knight captain's eyes narrowed behind his visor, watching their retreating figures. "What is it, Captain Caesar? Is something amiss with that group?" "Nothing of consequence, merely an arrogant adventurer. Stay vigilant. Maintain your post." Caesar swiftly redirected his gaze, resuming his solemn duty. "Captain, what did that man say to you?" Lin Feng replied casually. "A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." Then Galahad suddenly spoke. "Was it about my identity?" "Yes. He advised me not to retain you as our knight." Galahad fell silent, until Lin Feng's voice cut through the stillness. "But in my company you serve as Don Quixote, so no issue arises. Do you truly believe such a claim will convince them?" "Not at all." Lin Feng halted, turned to Galahad, and smiled. "That excuse was meant solely to reassure you." Galahad froze mid-step. "Raise your head, Galahad Gerard. You are the pride of Gus and Elder Jess. If mere whispers could shatter your confidence, does that not reflect poorly on their judgment? I fear no slander, but I fear. Galahad glanced at Lin Feng and then trailed off, and offered gentle reassurance. Don't worry, everyone goes through this. Standing beside Captain makes me feel safe and grounded. Overthinking only burdens him. Behold, the poise and maturity of a seasoned veteran, Lin Feng praised him with a warm grin, and scratched his head bashful. Heh. Lin Feng turned again to Galahad. Even if Osiris himself declared you wrong, I would step forward before all and declare. Osiris, god of justice, is mistaken. I understand. Galahad strode forward, matching Lin Feng's pace. That's the spirit. And nodded approvingly, then turned to Lin Feng. Captain, what's next? Lin Feng first unloaded his pack and handed it to him. I must deliver a letter first. He withdrew the recommendation letter Jaffiel had entrusted him with, waved it lightly, and chuckled. Come to think of it, every time I arrive in a new city my first task is delivering letters, all tied to the Green Commerce Guild. Let's set that aside for now. You two find us lodging, scout for suitable commissions, and prepare tonight's meal. Got it, Captain. If anything comes up, let Rosalind know. Lin Feng waved farewell, then vanished into the bustling crowd, and hoisted the heavy pack, glancing at Galahad. Shall I carry it for you? No need at all, it's feather light. And slung the large backpack effortlessly onto his shoulders and grinned. Let's secure lodging first, then visit the Adventurers Guild for commissions, and finally seek out a highly recommended tavern. For Lady Letizia Green, head of the Green Commerce Guild. Lin Feng studied the inscription on the envelope, then lifted his eyes toward the guild's headquarters. Visibly grander than surrounding structures, ornamented with towering plane trees whose autumn foliage blazed crimson, shedding leaves with every breeze. How imposing! Writing directly to the guild head suggests Jaffiel's standing has risen considerably. Lin Feng held the envelope aloft and strode confidently into the Green Commerce Guild's headquarters to meet its enigmatic leader at last. The headquarters of the Green Trading Company was grand from its very entrance, with a 12-meter-high moon-white archway carved with the toil of sculptors. Above the archway, deep crimson silk draped over the white walls adorned with intricate golden patterns that hung prominently embroidered with the emblem of the Red Maple Trading Company. Coupled with the red maple leaves drifting in the wind, the atmosphere was uniquely captivating. Lin Feng presented the letter to the guard, asked briefly for directions, and then successfully entered the imposing edifice. It turned out that the Green Trading Company's organizational structure was well maintained. They hadn't recruited fools as guards, so no one jumped out to mock Lin Feng. How dare you think you're worthy of meeting the president? Regrettably, such a cliché plot was not triggered. Lin Feng admired the beautiful architecture of the Green Trading Company while observing the demeanor of its passing members. How should one put it? In a word, they reeked of corporate fatigue. Faces that screamed, I'm busy, I'm tired, I don't want to work, but the pay is too good to quit. Combined with the earlier mention of Gaffer being pressured by the company's intention to strip her position to the point of drowning her sorrows in alcohol, it was clear the company's benefits were in trouble. And judging by the decorative style seen along the way, the Green family's ethos seemed pragmatic, streamlined, and even somewhat aggressive. These traits bore a striking resemblance to military discipline. Was it the Green family's tradition or the president's personal style? Filled with curiosity, Lin Feng followed the guard's directions and arrived at the president's office. As he walked from the corridor toward the office, the door swung open and a young man stepped out. He walked straight into Lin Feng, who got a clear look at his face. He looked upset, with faint tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of crying. Seemingly having been scolded severely, the words despondent and despairing were practically written on his face. It seemed this wasn't a good time to visit. Should I come back another day? Why should I accommodate her bad mood? Lin Feng knocked on the door before him. Then the wooden door opened, revealing an elegantly poised cat-eared maid. A kitty. The cat-obsessed goddess's delighted voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng ignored Rosalind, instead politely thanking the maid and briefly stating the purpose of his visit. The president is right over there. The maid stepped aside, revealing Letitia seated on a wooden chair. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Letitia shifted her eyes from the pile of reports before her to look at him. Lin Feng's ability activated, revealing Letitia's various tags. Letitia Green. Chosen of the Harvest Goddess, business prodigy, blood red pupils, chosen priest, despiser of her own talent, warriors, heart lover of martial arts, heretical follower of the god of war. A troubled child, it seems. And who are you? Her tone was sharp. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. My apologies, the president is in a sour mood. Please forgive her. At that moment, the maid beside her spoke. Lin Feng turned to look at her and casually scanned her tags as well. May Griffin. Combat attendant, graceful cat, subhuman, composed, loves wine as life, dual blade dancer, collector of beautiful clothes, weak to fluffy balls. Considering our goddess favors you, I'll refrain from using this tag information to break your president's composure. May tilted her head in confusion. President, I'm here to deliver a letter. Hand it over. Lin Feng produced the envelope and flicked it like a dart toward Letitia. She caught it between two fingers with a composed expression, then frowned slightly, looking at Lin Feng. Don't move just yet, May. Understood. May twirled the twin blades she had drawn from beneath her skirt, then rested them behind her back, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng with caution. So are you a fool seeking death, or do you have some valuable insight? I merely heard that you are not only a priest, but also an outstanding warrior. I wish to put that to the test. Upon hearing this, Letitia smiled, revealing her sharp teeth. Interesting. As for my background, perhaps you should read the letter. Letitia opened the envelope and began to read. Seizing the moment while she was occupied, Lin Feng struck up a conversation with the cat. Your name is Mei, eh? What of it? Where did you get that outfit? I bought it. Because it looks good, eh? Lin Feng asked with a hint of a smile. He knew that maid outfit all too well. It was the uniform he had designed for Fairholme himself. This cat-eared girl wasn't wearing it because she was a maid, she simply found it attractive and wore it as casual attire. What's it to you? Due to his earlier near-assassin-like maneuver, Mei's attitude had cooled considerably. Well, it's somewhat related to me. Mei didn't reply, just flashed a contemptuous smile. The bad cat who snapped at my champion. Rosalind's displeased voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, making him chuckle. Thinking about what was to come, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. At that moment, Letitia finished reading Gaffer's letter. So you're Lin Feng, the master Gaffer often speaks of it. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, that's me. Mei's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Feng. He's the designer of this outfit. Suddenly, Mei recalled Lin Feng's words about it being somewhat related to him. Oh no, how could I have offended my favorite designer? Realizing what she had done, Mei sank into regret, her cat ears drooping. I'm glad a smart person has finally walked through these doors. You flatter me, President. To have taught someone as mediocre as Gaffer to such a degree, you clearly deserve the title of smart. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, my disciple is no mediocre person. What came naturally to me, he had to spend a considerable amount of time to understand. If that's not mediocrity, then what is? Letitia sat in her presidential chair staring straight into Lin Feng's eyes, as if to judge him. Lin Feng, undaunted, met her gaze and said, now can you still call him mediocre? So what? He could spend his whole life and never catch up to you in business. He can't even see your shadow. That's what talent is. Talent is an insurmountable hurdle. Gaffer's goal was never me. His goal should always be a better version of himself. He doesn't need to chase after me. He lives for himself. Even if he grows slowly. Even if his talent is lacking, Gaffer, who keeps persisting, deserves praise for every bit of progress he makes. In the end, having talent or not is not something one can decide, but hard work is a choice one makes. People should not be looked down upon due to their lack of talent, and those who work hard should never be mocked by so-called geniuses for their efforts being futile. Lin Feng stepped forward, unyielding, his golden eyes fixed on Letitia, and said, you who can't even see this dare to call yourself a genius. What do you know about me? Letitia slammed her hands on the table and rose from her seat. At that moment, Mei stepped between them, trying to soothe the tension. Both of you please calm down. Let's not harm our goodwill. Letitia sat back down with a cold snort. Mei, see him out. Must it come to this, President? See him out. Mei sighed in resignation. Please follow me, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, please don't feel disappointed in the President over this matter. Oh, Lin Feng replied with a hint of irritation. Can you really tolerate it when she calls you mediocre? Mei was not affected by Lin Feng's tone. Instead, she said with a smile, I don't mind because I know the President better than you do, and I understand why she said those words. Lin Feng assumed a posture of attentive listening. Then explain it to me. At that moment, Mei gently waved her hand and said, the President doesn't want me to say more. If she finds out, she'll be upset. Lin Feng looked at Mei, speaking with complete seriousness. Miss Mei, do you know? In my hometown, people who speak in riddles are usually treated as public enemies. It's mainly because if the President finds out, she'll deduct a hefty sum from my salary. What a pragmatically grounded reason. It immediately made Lin Feng empathize with Mei's feeling of helplessness. I misjudged you. Since I was kind enough to give you a heads up, how about giving me an autograph? The clothes you design are all beautiful, well, I'm completely captivated by you. You really know how to live life to the fullest. Lin Feng signed his name for Mei. Mei glanced at it, then smiled and put it away. Thank you. Now I can go back and show this off to my fellow enthusiasts. Oh, are clothes like this popular among many people here? Of course. Everyone is eager to dress differently. There's a saying in Novigrad, since we've finally become wealthy, we should also become more refined. I see. It seemed like a considerable business opportunity. Perhaps he could use this to promote Rosalind and increase her followers. Mr. Lin, are you planning to make a name for yourself here? If so, I can help you. I suspect it'll be difficult given that we just had a quarrel. Don't worry. The President greatly values talent. She's always complaining that her subordinates are a bunch of fools. Now that you've finally emerged as a genius, she won't easily give up on you. As long as you demonstrate your talent, she'll extend an olive branch to you. Forget about cooperation for now. If she dares to touch Gaffer, then everything is off the table. Mei smiled and said, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so protective of his own. Regarding that, you needn't worry. As I said, Letitia values talent. There are few people she truly admires, and Gaffer is one of them. That's good to hear. There's a situation within. Lin Feng frowned slightly, then bid Mei farewell. This is far enough. I know the way back. I have matters to attend to. As you wish, Mr. Lin. I believe we shall meet again before long. Lin Feng didn't reply, turned and walked away, raised a hand in a wave, and left with quick strides. Mei watched Lin Feng's retreating figure and sighed. The President. Isn't she just the very mediocrity she speaks of? Lin Feng hurried along, questioning Rosalind about the situation. It seems there was a conflict with the Knight's Order. But Galahad didn't want to cause trouble for the group, so he left. Is anyone hurt? No, they're at the inn now. Good. Lin Feng soon arrived at the inn, pushed open the door, and saw an in Galahad, and was visibly dejected. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, she opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, glancing at Galahad. Galahad, however, acted as if nothing had happened, looking at Lin Feng. You're back. Did the delivery go smoothly? SOSO. How about you two? Galahad shook his head and said, nothing noteworthy. Lin Feng leaned against the wooden door, arms crossed, staring at Galahad, without a word, simply gazing at him. After a while, Galahad let out a sigh and said with a hint of resignation, you know. Lin Feng smiled and countered, do I look that easy to fool, eh? Even without Rosalind's intel, Lin Feng could sense something amiss from the group's atmosphere at a glance. I guess I can't hide anything from you. Then leaned in, looking at Galahad, and asked tentatively, so can I spill the beans now, eh? Galahad nodded with a helpless expression. Once she got the permission, and immediately opened up, gesticulating as she spoke. Galahad and I were looking for a good place to eat when we passed the knight's order. A squad of knights came out with their apprentices, and they just pointed at Galahad, saying the Dark Knight is a disgrace to knighthood and shouldn't be emulated. I couldn't help but step forward and argue with them. I mentioned that Galahad is Guthrie's disciple, but they said it was all fabricated, insisting Guthrie was a knight who'd entered the Hall of Glory and forbade Galahad from tarnishing his reputation, and was still furious at the memory, puffing with anger. They're the ones who know nothing and are making things up. Why should Galahad have to accept blame for crimes he never committed? It's not fair at all. Through Anne's account, Lin Feng roughly pieced together the whole story. He looked at Galahad and said, Galahad, if you're so full of hesitation when you need me, how can I come to you without reservation when I need your help? Remember just one thing about being in my team, don't sell yourself short. I don't shy away from trouble. Simply put, I don't treat you as an outsider, so don't treat me as one either. Understood? But this is my problem. Galahad still seemed to have some reservations, but Lin Feng interrupted him. Becoming a fallen knight isn't your fault. It's Osiris's fault, and even then it's Griffith's fault. You're also interested in the records about Guthrie in the Knight's Order, aren't you? If we don't resolve this, you'll never see the traces your master left in this world. Is that okay with you? I understand. Alright, let me think about what to do. We can't have you carrying the Fallen Knight label forever. Lin Feng began to ponder, combining all the intelligence he had gathered. The Knight's Order was a problem, constantly bringing up the Fallen Knight matter. It was quite vexing. He needed to find a way to give them a well-deserved slap in the face. The Green Chamber of Commerce seemed to hold a high status in Novigrad. Perhaps he could use that to clarify Galahad's past and clear his name. To achieve that, he first needed to gain Letitia's recognition. From what he had observed, the Green Chamber of Commerce had quite a few problems. The president was a stress ball, the rest hours were unreasonable, and the employees were in poor mental states. It seemed it was only the high salaries that were holding the team together. They also seemed to be facing some commercial difficulties, evident from Letitia's expression. Combined with Gaffer's letter of recommendation, getting into the Green Chamber of Commerce shouldn't be a problem. For Gaffer Sake, he might as well lend a helping hand to the Green Chamber of Commerce. If it went bankrupt, it would have a significant impact on Gaffer as well. As before, various plans began to form and take shape in Lin Feng's mind. Having settled on the general approach, Lin Feng looked up at Anne and Galahad. Have you two found a restaurant yet? Huh. Eating first. Of course. Even a great hero needs to eat. True enough. Anne and I looked around for a while, but nothing felt as good as Fell's house. Alright, let's bring some seasonings and find a Green Chamber of Commerce restaurant. We'll add a little extra flavor to their dishes. The maid outfit was a design from a while back, so it was normal for it to have spread to Novigrad. But the recipe for the seasonings had only been released not long ago, so it hadn't reached here yet. Use this to make the first move, and then let his name spread throughout Novigrad. Much of Lin Feng's approach in Kalen had been adopted by Jaffiel, who, after consulting Lin Feng, incorporated select elements into proposals submitted to the Green Merchant Guild. At Lin Feng's suggestion, Jaffiel also interwove several of Lin Feng's own ideas, effectively turning the guild's headquarters into his personal experimental ground. Thus, barbecue-style dining had also made its way to Novigrad. Though here the ingredients were far more refined meat from one of the few magically bred beasts raised under strict artificial cultivation. Even a simple sprinkle of salt was enough to delight this crowd. Incidentally, upon placing their order, patrons received a compact tabletop grill beneath their seats to keep food warm. Lin Feng chose an ideal spot and settled in, and could not help but remark, it's outrageously expensive. Each skewer costs 3 to 4 times more than in Kalen. After all, it's a metropolis. The customs here inevitably differ from ours. Lin Feng tapped idly on the table, observing fellow diners, while quietly transforming every detail he saw into actionable intelligence. The restaurant's decor was unassuming, yet its patrons dressed with increasing formality, and their conversations grew ever more sophisticated. All spoke of urban development, merchant guild negotiations, and governmental policy reforms. Topics ranged from the Green Merchant Guild's faltering expansion plan and aristocratic dissatisfaction with its new product line to Novigrad's long-awaited territorial expansion, and a recent wave of policies favoring adventurers. Yet their understanding remained superficial. Every discussion skimmed the surface without depth. It was like uttering "chicken you" and having the other immediately reply "so beautiful," while completely ignoring how the phrase originated or what it truly signified. They couldn't even connect the most basic threads of logic. Take for instance the territorial expansion and the pro-adventurer policies. The latter clearly served the former, but why deploy adventurers as vanguards for conquest? That question concealed layers worth probing. Was the city facing unforeseen obstacles? Or was it simply unwilling to commit its own forces, preferring instead to offload perilous tasks onto adventurers? Clearly Novigrad was no tranquil haven. Fascinating, profoundly so. Captain, what are you pondering now? Your skewers have arrived. Anne's voice snapped Lin Feng back to reality. Before him the small grill was already laden with sizzling fare. Lin Feng picked up a skewer and took a bite. The meat was markedly more tender than any beast flesh he'd tasted in Kalen. Seasoned only with salt, it was passable. To those unaccustomed to such delicacy, it would indeed qualify as a delicacy. Yet for Lin Feng and his companions it lacked true distinction. Not quite satisfactory. Lin Feng rose retrieved seasoning, sprinkled it generously over the skewers, then gently rekindled the charcoal beneath with fire affinity magic. He refined the skewers once more, then subtly wove in a whisper of wind affinity magic. Instantly, an intoxicating aroma bloomed across the entire tavern. As the fragrance unfurled, murmurs rippled through the room. What scent is that? Locating its source proved effortless. Lin Feng's table soon drew every eye. Once attention had fully converged, Lin Feng ceased grilling, divided the skewers into 3 portions. One for himself, 2 for Anne and Galahad. All set. Lin Feng bit into a skewer. Just as familiar. Galahad, however, shifted uneasily. Dining under public scrutiny did not suit his nightly reserve. Noticing his discomfort and clapped his shoulder and said, "Relax. Captain's here. Just act as you always do." Galahad looked at and nodded silently, then partially lifted his nightly visor to reveal his mouth before taking a bite. This tasted even finer than the meals prepared at Fail's house. Onlookers watched the trio devour their feast, mouths watering, then glanced down at their own skewers, bewildered. Why did theirs lack such allure? After dinner we'll split up. Galahad, and you head to the Adventurers Guild to gather commission reports, focusing especially on monster-slaying assignments. Galahad nodded. Understood. Captain, won't you join us? Someone will seek me out shortly to discuss matters. I'll remain and speak with them. You two go ahead, or we'll reconvene tonight. Understood. Meanwhile, bewildered patrons summoned waitstaff, protesting perceived inequity and demanding identical service. Their complaints soon escalated into commotion, drawing the restaurant's owner directly to Lin Feng's table. "Sir, might we have the honor of a private word?" By then the 3 had nearly finished eating. Lin Feng turned to Anne and Galahad. "See, he's arrived. Off you go." "Right, we'll meet you tonight." Lin Feng acknowledged them with a nod, then stood and extended his hand toward the middle-aged proprietor. "I am Lin Feng. May I ask your name?" "Hansa Hurleys." The proprietor Hansa led Lin Feng into a private chamber. "Let me speak plainly. I wish to acquire the formula for your seasoning, and I invite you to name your price." "I prefer partnership over outright sale, Master Hansa. What say you? How exactly would you propose we partner?" "I'd like to serve as your establishment's consultant. What do you think?" "This?" Hansa hesitated, then replied, "Sir, please simply state your price. Or better yet, let me offer 15 gold coins for the formula." "Fair." 15 gold represented no trivial sum here, enough to sustain a family of 3 in dignified comfort for months. Lin Feng merely shook his head. Hansa gritted his teeth, preparing to raise his bid, when Lin Feng placed a full pouch of seasoning squarely on the table. "No need to decide hastily. Consider this my gesture of goodwill, a complimentary trial supply. Use it first, then reconsider my proposal." Hansa's merchant instincts flared with caution. Years immersed in transactional logic had taught him never to trust windfalls. "You surely know how to use it. And by the way, this pouch is entirely complimentary." Lin Feng lifted the spice bag, letting it sway gently like a jingling purse, deliberately slowing his speech. "Shall I take that as a refusal?" "I find it difficult to trust you." "Fair enough, I brought a contract." Lin Feng produced parchment and quill with practiced ease, offering a confident smile, sworn before the creator god. Hansa scrutinized the document, closely verifying each clause, only then signing his name. Clutching the spice pouch, Hansa still felt disbelief. Could such a valuable commodity truly be gifted freely? Never mind. With the creator god as witness, it must be legitimate. The divine retribution was no jest. "Well then, farewell. Should you need me, I can be found at." Lin Feng collected the signed contract, left his address, and departed. Before exiting, Lin Feng glanced back at the establishment. Its fortunes would undoubtedly surge in the coming days, surely catching Lady Letizia's attention. Would the proprietor claim sole credit, or honestly attribute the success? Either path would inevitably lead back to Lin Feng. From the outset, Lin Feng had never intended to become the restaurant's consultant. His proposal was merely a calculated maneuver to engineer precisely this outcome. Superficially, the proprietor gained a windfall, but in truth he had become little more than a conduit. A tool manipulated by Lin Feng, using nothing more than inexpensive seasoning to draw Letizia's gaze. Nothing comes free. Everything bears a price. Only some prices remain deliberately obscured. For now, this arrangement requires several days to mature. First, let's resolve the matter with the Knights Association. Lin Feng arrived before its grand statue of Osiris, and chuckled softly. "I wonder, how durable are your knights?" Before the Knight Association stood an imposing statue of Osiris, placed prominently at the entrance. Lin Feng glanced up at the colossal figure, feeling it possessed far more divinity than the one he had encountered before. So this is what it means. Better that a god without humanity should not exist at all. Knightly virtues. Perhaps they were once noble principles, but now they are merely a beautified conformity. After leaving that remark to the statue, Lin Feng stepped into the Knight Association. He went straight to the point, seeking to find any trace Guts had left within these halls. "You mean, you wish to enter the holy sanctum? Is Guts cooked there?" Indeed. Then I must go in. The knight looked at Lin Feng and suddenly burst into laughter. The holy sanctum is not so easily entered. You must at least prove that you are the strongest among knights of your rank. Did Guts accomplish that back then? Yes. He once defeated every knight of the first rank single-handedly. A knight like him should have gone to the royal capital becoming an honorable paladin serving the crown. But instead he chose to become an adventurer. After years of wandering he returned. Now a grandmaster, yet no longer young. His future could only be his own humble hometown. The knight's tone carried deep regret. And what is wrong with such a life? Huh. The knight was taken aback, then said, if he had gone to the royal capital, he could have reached even greater heights and obtained glory that many dream of. Are those not more important than being an adventurer? Lin Feng looked at the knight and let out a laugh as well. Instead of regretting the choice Guts made back, then you might do better to ponder why you are not as strong as he is. What? Lin Feng did not bother to respond, merely walking past him. Wait, what exactly do you mean? What I mean is, Guts is chasing what he desires. Meanwhile you are still chasing what knights desire. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the knight froze in place, no longer pressing him. When he came to his senses, Lin Feng's silhouette had already faded into the distance. Lin Feng pondered how he should challenge the knights of the entire association. One by one. Too troublesome. Besides, since they mocked Galahad first, it's only natural that I as his captain mock them back. Rosalind, is there a knightly virtue that forbids ganging up on a single person? I do not know. Let me ask Galahad. After a moment Rosalind's voice came through. Galahad says that unless facing a clear external enemy, knights typically challenge those they dislike to duels. Generally a duel is one-on-one. I see. Lin Feng suddenly stopped amidst the bustling crowd of knights and took a deep breath. You are not thinking of... Wait. How dare you call yourselves knights? You are a disgrace to Osiris himself. The deafening voice echoed throughout the entire knight association. In an instant countless gazes from knights converged upon Lin Feng. Facing such a multitude of hostile looks, Lin Feng remained completely unruffled, calmly stating, if you disagree, come and fight. You bastard. That single remark was like a drop of water into a boiling cauldron of oil, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The surrounding knights charged at Lin Feng, and the more hot-tempered ones threw punches directly. But because they were under Osiris's watchful gaze, those fists halted abruptly right before Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng showed no fear, not retreating a single step. I challenge you to a duel. Very well, I accept your challenge. The duel arena. Usually there would not be this many spectators here, but this time was entirely different from previous duels. Because Lin Feng had provoked everyone at once, the audience was exceptionally large this time. The dueling platform was a conventional circular arena with designated spectator seats surrounding it, resembling a Roman Colosseum. Upon entering the arena, Lin Feng noticed a weapon rack nearby, stocked entirely with wooden weapons. Of course, duels between knights would never truly be fought to the death. Lin Feng casually picked up a wooden short blade and held it in his hand. His opponent meanwhile chose a wooden shield and a one-handed sword, a fairly standard loadout. After both distanced themselves appropriately, Lin Feng raised his short blade, pointing directly at his opponent, then tilted the blade slightly upward. Even now you still dare to provoke me? The knight let out a fierce roar, raised his shield before him, and charged forward. Lin Feng stood still, maintaining his stance, calmly watching the opponent rush toward him. Just as the opposing knight began to wonder if Lin Feng had been frightened stiff, Lin Feng suddenly released his grip on the weapon, letting it fall. Was he conceding? Before the knight could figure out what was happening, a blur flashed before his eyes, and Lin Feng's figure vanished from sight. Then a sharp pain struck his side. He was kicked squarely, losing his balance completely, his footing thrown into chaos. The knight hastily adjusted his stance, twisting to face Lin Feng with his shield, but Lin Feng's next strike arrived immediately. This time it was a whip kick that struck the wooden shield directly, sending his already unbalanced body crashing to the ground. He fell flat on his back, and before he could react, his weapon hand was stomped on. The pain forced him to release his sword, which Lin Feng kicked away. It was only then that the short blade Lin Feng had dropped finally hit the ground with a soft clatter. Looking down at his disheveled opponent from above, Lin Feng said nothing more, simply stating next. Lin Feng walked back to where his short blade had fallen, picked it up, and drove it directly into the ground. After all, dealing with the first cannon fodder didn't require a weapon. Soon the second challenger stepped onto the dueling platform, but he too carried no weapon. Lin Feng looked at the opponent, who had assumed a bare-handed stance, and broke into a smile. For fairness is it. Even Lin Feng had to admit there was something admirable about the knightly virtues. But honestly, I do wish you all wouldn't be so rigid. I'm not going weaponless because I want to test my fists and feet against yours. It's because none of you are worthy of making me pick up a weapon at all. It seemed that to make these rigid-minded fellows see reality, he would have to knock some sense into them. Lin Feng no longer held back. Any opponent who could be defeated in one move would not receive a second. 3 moves, 2 moves, 2 moves, 2 moves, 4 moves, 1 move. More and more knights were carried off the stage. Just as Lin Feng was beginning to feel somewhat bored with the effortless victories, the first knight, who came armed to challenge him, finally appeared. Finally, someone who breaks the rules has arrived. Hey, have you heard about the fallen knight who appeared recently? Lin Feng looked at him, and for the first time on the dueling platform, spoke unnecessary words. Yes, I've heard. What is your opinion of him? One who abandoned the principles set by the gods, a disgrace to all knights. Is that so? A playful smile curled on Lin Feng's lips. Then why is it that you picked up your weapon, eh? To defeat you. In other words, you had no choice but to take up arms, correct? Lin Feng looked at the knight across from him and asked, what if I told you that the fallen knight once faced the same situation as you? The knight suddenly froze, looking at the weapon in his hand, then back at Lin Feng, his voice tinged with wavering. Could it be? But then his stance steadied once more. Stop trying to shake my conviction. My judgment is sound. Why? Did you witness his crimes with your own eyes? I believe in the god I worship. I believe in Osiris. Believe? So do I. I too have always believed in that fallen knight, my comrade. Lin Feng pulled the short blade from the ground, pointing it at the knight, and declared, then let us fight, for what we each believe in. He often sought out Rosalind for sparring practice, so when facing these third-level knights who could only rely on pure combat techniques, without battle skills, Lin Feng could see through their moves at a single glance. Thus this fight was utterly uninteresting. Lin Feng used his short blade to knock the weapon from his opponent's hand, and took a slight breath. He had been fighting for so long. Why wasn't he being given a tougher challenge? Lin Feng stood still, waiting for the next challenger. But this time he waited for a long while, without anyone stepping forward. He cast a slightly puzzled look around. To the surrounding knights, that gaze seemed to be a provocation. Are you knights out of fighters? Damn it. What is he being so arrogant about? The indignant murmurs of the knights reached Lin Feng's ears. Expressionless, he merely raised his short blade and pointed it at them. Arrogant? Of course I can be arrogant, because every single one of you here is no match for me. Lin Feng turned slightly, aiming the blade at every observing knight. Listen up. That fallen knight you all mock. His name is Galahad, and he is my comrade. None of you who sneer at him can hold a candle to even a tenth of his worth. So what? At least I still have faith in the gods. I am more honorable than he is. Can a knight without honor ever grow as strong as I claim he is? The questioning knight opened his mouth, but found he could not refute. He could not win in a fight, nor in a war of words. Such was the current state of the knights. I will be your opponent. At that moment, a challenger finally stepped onto the dueling platform again. Lin Feng glanced at him and activated his ability to inspect him. He could only see a name and a few sparse tags. That meant he was a second-level knight. Perfect. Let him test whether the power hierarchy of this world was truly so strict. Could pure technique alone win against a knight with a higher rank? He would see. Second-level knight, come on. The opponent was startled that Lin Feng had seen through his strength. But he could not afford to lose. Even if he had to win by using second-level techniques against a third-level adversary, he must not lose. To defend the honor of a knight, the knight took a deep breath, gripped his two-handed sword with both hands, and charged straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched him charge, but did not counter immediately. Instead, he observed intently. Are you looking down on me? The knight tightened his grip on the hilt and swung a powerful strike. Lin Feng calmly retreated 3 steps to evade. This guy? Gritting his teeth, the knight turned his wooden two-handed sword into a blur, launching a flurry of attacks at Lin Feng. Diagonal slashes, circular cuts, upward swipes, downward chops, horizontal strikes, and jumping slashes. Lin Feng's feet moved lightly, his figure weaving through the rain of blades. To the spectators, it seemed he was being suppressed by the knight. The onlookers prematurely celebrated, cheering for the knight. But the challenger himself was drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't land a hit. No matter how he struck, he couldn't land a hit. Even when he abruptly changed his sword path mid-strike, he still couldn't touch him. The blade always remained a finger's width away. Why? Was everything being seen through? Second level. Combat techniques are just this mediocre. No wonder you lose when fighting demons. Lin Feng reversed his grip on the short blade, turning the edge outward and pressing the back of the blade against his arm. Then just before the next slash, he deliberately left a small gap, raised his arm to deflect the force, yet allowed the blade to barely graze his arm. The blade on his arm blocked the attack. The knight's strength was a bit more than Lin Feng had anticipated, forcing him to press down on the blade with his other hand to withstand the blow. The clash of wooden weapons echoed across the dueling ground. When the shock of the impact traveled through the sword to the knight's hand, a gleam of hope flashed across his face, as if he saw a chance to defeat Lin Feng. So he began to press down heavily, trying to exhaust Lin Feng's stamina through a contest of strength, reducing his evasive speed. After that, everything would become easier. But was there really hope? Lin Feng, keeping his posture unchanged, used the two-handed sword as a track and pushed the blade on his arm straight toward the knight. The target was the knight's neck. Lin Feng's movement was swift and fierce, his eyes cold and ruthless. This strike was aimed directly at slitting the knight's throat. There was no time to withdraw the sword and defend. What to do? In that instant, the blade was already at his neck. The knight was forced to let go of his two-handed sword, stepping back to create distance. Just as he was about to use hand-to-hand combat to suppress Lin Feng kicked him square in the chest, throwing him off balance. The knight hurriedly stamped his feet to regain his balance, but as he prepared to counter, he saw the short blade spin in Lin Feng's hand, changing from reverse to forward grip, and slashed out. A chill ran across his neck. No, he was about to be decapitated, but there was no time for any more moves. Lin Feng placed the short blade against his neck. They held that pose for a second, then Lin Feng calmly withdrew the blade. Next, then he turned and walked back to where he had first stood. Behind him came the sound of the knight collapsing to his knees. Lin Feng halted mid-step, turned back to look at the knight with a shattered Dao heart. Stand up. The knight looked up at Lin Feng and saw him frowning. Why was there a hint of anger in his tone? Knights are not for the weak. Get up. Since you call yourself a knight, show me the backbone to match. My comrade the fallen knight in your eyes does not interpret the word knight this way. These words pierced the knight's heart like a blade. He stood up, but his expression grew even more dispirited. He had lost, not only in technique. The knight said nothing more and turned to leave. At that moment the surrounding knights fell silent. Their gazes toward Lin Feng were no longer merely anger from being provoked, because Lin Feng's words and actions made him seem more like a knight than they were. He seemed to understand knighthood. How about ending this here? A dignified voice rang out, drawing Lin Feng's attention. It was the knight who had advised him to stay away from Galahad before entering the city. Caesar walked over step by step. You've had your riot. Stop now. He seemed to have come in a hurry, still wearing his armor. Will you apologize to Galahad? Who is Galahad? That fallen knight. Caesar said nothing, just stared at Lin Feng. Seems like you won't. Then let's continue. You'll eventually lose from exhaustion. What meaning does such a match have? Lin Feng crossed his arms, smiled at him, and said, would I really have lost then? Caesar fell silent again, then sighed. Then how about I be your opponent? Lin Feng used his ability to check his tags. Caesar Charles. Above first level, no upper limit. What is your rank? Grandmaster. Oh, you mean you fully armored and at Grandmaster level are going to be my opponent? I'm truly honored by such authority. You have the nerve to say that. No choice. Caesar's tone carried a hint of helplessness as he stepped onto the dueling platform. No one else here can defeat you in combat technique. Caesar casually picked up a wooden one-handed sword. Will you fight me, or will you give up? Unless you impose no restrictions on me. I don't mind. I think it's fairer this way. Do you accept? Lin Feng did not answer directly but asked, do you know? Galahad has never been a knight in my party. He is Don Quixote. What kind of profession is that? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not a profession. It's someone who charges at windmills. What a strange behavior. What does that have to do with whether you accept my challenge? Lin Feng did not explain. He simply gripped his short blade tighter and silently activated Berserk. His senses strength and the blade itself began to condense magical runes. He gathered all his power into the next strike. Watching Lin Feng prepare to give everything, Caesar understood what he truly meant. You are also one who charges at windmills. Caesar suddenly laughed. I must apologize for what I said earlier. Lin Feng did not reply, only his fighting spirit grew more intense. Caesar's expression turned serious. He raised his one-handed sword, focusing all his attention on the third-level mage before him. Lin Feng's figure blurred into an afterimage, and a sharp, white light flashed. Then Lin Feng appeared behind Caesar, the short blade in his hand broken in two. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing his body to go limp. But he drove the broken half of the blade into the ground to steady himself. He had lost. Of course he would lose. But there is a kind of victory called giving your all. Caesar glanced at the blade mark Lin Feng had left on his armor. Truly, a formidable youth. The side effects of Berserker transformation began to manifest. Without Lin Feng uttering a word, Rosalind's divine power surged into his body, mending his wounds. Though the pain remained, rapid healing was far preferable to prolonged debilitation. Soon thereafter, Lin Feng rose to his feet and turned towards Caesar. The knight gazed back at him, their eyes locking in silent confrontation. Lin Feng casually discarded the broken short blade in his hand and said, well, I lost. Of course I'd lose. How could I possibly face you without tarnishing my dignity? Still, the fact that I had to step in suggests our standard training falls woefully short. As Caesar spoke, he swept his gaze across the assembled knights watching the duel. A sudden chill prickled their spines, and they instinctively hunched their shoulders. Nor can we wholly blame them. It's simply that I am too formidable. I'm genuinely curious, where did your combat prowess originate? Explaining it would be tedious. In short, I am the hero. Caesar nodded with immediate understanding and replied, I see. Now that the duel is over, may I proceed to the Sanctum Hall? The Sanctum Hall. So that was your true objective all along. Seeing Caesar hesitate, Lin Feng addressed him directly. Surely you won't claim I'm unworthy. I've already bested nearly every one of your new generation. You're certainly qualified, but you're not a knight. I'll escort you for a tour, yet your name cannot be inscribed within the Sanctum Hall. Is that acceptable? That's more than enough. Lead the way. Caesar nodded, then began guiding Lin Feng, only to pause midway and turn sharply toward the observing knights. All of you, return to training. Double your regimen, and spare me the shame you've just brought upon knighthood. Yes. A subdued, dispirited chorus echoed from the knights, each lowering his head in silence. Lies wound gently, a truth strikes like a razor-sharp blade. Master your strength before boasting with your tongue. Lin Feng glanced at the sighing knights with quiet wry amusement, then turned and followed Caesar away. Watching Lin Feng and their master recede into the distance, the knights clenched their fists, vowing silently that one day they would catch up and surpass them. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the famed Sanctum Hall. Its massive doors swung open, revealing 6 towering knight statues, each over 4 meters tall, standing sentinel on either side, swords drawn. At the hall's heart rested a colossal stone book mounted upon a pedestal. I assumed every knight deemed worthy would leave behind a life-sized statue here. Great knights live not in stone but in the stories told by those they saved, to future generations. Caesar continued forward. As he neared the stone tome, sensed his presence, and opened itself, its pages turning spontaneously. Though carved entirely from an unknown mineral, each page moved with astonishing lightness. Etched across their stony surfaces shimmered dense, intricate magical runes. The mage who forged this tome possessed extraordinary power. Indeed, it is the magnum opus of the Archmage Guild's Grandmaster. I recall your credentials list you as a mage, correct? Shall I instruct you how to wield it? You remember me, eh? Caesar cast Lin Feng a sidelong glance and replied, logically I shouldn't, but you possess an unforgettable presence. My apologies. By the way, I haven't yet asked your name. Though Lin Feng had already discerned it through his abilities, courtesy dictated, he asked nonetheless. Caesar Charles. Lin Feng nodded once, then turned his gaze back to the monumental stone grimoire. Every knight admitted to the Sanctum Hall may inscribe their mark here, and possesses equal right to examine the marks left by others. I see. Lin Feng extended his hand and channeled his arcane energy into the tome. Instantly, luminous azure glyphs flared across its pages, pulsing with soft, ethereal light. I wish to retrieve the record of Caesar Charles. Wait, hold on. Caesar's voice cracked with alarm, but the grimoire acted with unforgiving speed. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Lin Feng beheld an extravagantly dramatic knightly oath, and suppressed a grin as he turned to Caesar Charles. Caesar met his gaze with a look bordering on supplication. No, please don't. Lin Feng cleared his throat, then recited with theatrical gravitas. My sword's pommel bears the scales of Osiris' judgment. Wherever the dirge of the dead echoes, there lies the sovereign realm of gods. Caesar's stomach twisted violently. O thou whose sins were severed by the moon of shadows, thou shalt be bound forever upon the seventh scale of reincarnation. Caesar's toes curled rigidly, his features contorted in mounting agony. By the star-bleached bones fallen from the hourglass of the river of life. This blade's golden incantation is the final verdict of all realms. No, stop reading. Lin Feng's voice swelled, resonant and unshakable, as if swearing an oath before the heavens, reciting the climactic lines of a legendary knight's cringeworthy declaration. When the guilty cross the threshold of justice, I shall uphold order with the souls of sinners. I am Caesar Charles, the sharpest blade of justice. Even as Lin Feng's booming proclamation reverberated through the sanctum hall, the master knight lay prostrate, defeated not by force, but by his own youthful hubris. Come now, you must admit my delivery carried profound conviction. Lin Feng truly believed his recitation brimmed with emotional authenticity. After all, Rosalind had been laughing without pause since he began, and still hadn't stopped. Caesar staggered upright, flushed with mortification. Just consult what you came for, quickly. Don't mock me further. Fine, fine, the sharpest blade of justice. Yeah. Lin Feng uttered those words with serene indifference, ignoring Caesar, now writhing anew under the weight of his own cringe. Gus Cook. The grimoire's pages fluttered, then settled, revealing Gus Cook's inscription. A knight's gaze must not fixate solely upon royalty. Those he protects are the weak, not lords. May I walk this world with purpose, aiding all who suffer in need. So much time has passed since these words were written. Even among those granted entry to the Sanctum Hall, how few today recall his name or his creed. I wonder, will any who come after know my tale? Will they ever read these lines? Age does this to us. Time slips away so swiftly. I cannot declare whether my youth's choice was righteous or reckless, heretical or faithful to my core. Yet one truth remains absolute. I bear no regret. My life has been spent in service, to protect, to shield, to stand guard. And so I shall surely perish, still standing in defense. Brief though it was, that is the life of Gus Cook Knight. Lin Feng absorbed every word, committing them fully to memory. Then unexpectedly he realized Caesar had appeared silently beside him. I found what I sought. You sought Gus Cook. Did you know him? A friend. We were rivals, divided by ideology. He chose adventure over ambition. I pursued glory in the capital. Where is he now? Lin Feng shook his head. He is gone. As he foretold, he died protecting others. I see. Caesar stared at the inscription, the rarest remnant of his own youth preserved in this world. Curses, in this declaration I've lost to you. He had pondered those words for days. Now they pierced him like a dagger forged from his own past. Galahad was Gus Cook's apprentice. You mean the fallen knight? Much transpired, but I swear to you Galahad's fall stemmed not from moral failure, but from circumstance. You trust your old friend's judgment in choosing disciples, do you not? Lin Feng met Caesar's gaze. Caesar remained silent, only exhaling a long weary sigh. Later Lin Feng returned to the inn, reuniting with and Galahad, and informed Galahad he had read Gus Cook's final testament. Shall I tell you what it said? Galahad paused in silence, then answered with quiet resolve, no. I will see it for myself. For the next few days Lin Feng enjoyed relative tranquility compared to the preceding ones. Fermenting spices required time, and matters concerning the knights had temporarily settled. Lin Feng was currently preparing for the level 2 mage examination. Though his combat prowess far surpassed that of a level 3 mage, nearly invincible below level 1, evenly matched against level 1, with a 6-4 advantage in his favor, and capable of holding his ground while retreating from masters and above, he still lived in a world where official certification mattered. Strength remained invisible, certificates were tangible. Since this city offered the rare opportunity to test for master rank, should he pursue that title before departing? It would depend on circumstances. Though inner virtue deserved priority, one could not deny that many in this world still judged by outward appearances. As for other professions, though Lin Feng possessed the ability to elevate all to level 1 or beyond, doing so would consume excessive time. He resolved to pursue certifications solely in magecraft, acquiring skills elsewhere without formal accreditation. Later he would discreetly acquire techniques from Sir Galahad, pilfer a few from, and eventually gather more from future companions, transforming himself into a walking repository of arcane arts. Galahad now brimmed with determination, ready to challenge the knights and earn entry into the Holy Hall, a path far more arduous for him than for Lin Feng owing to his unique status. Yet Galahad feared no obstacle. With unwavering effort and indomitable will he would cleave through every barrier until he stood before Guts Cook's final testament. And meanwhile prepared for his level 2 assassin examination. As the son of a master, success seemed all but assured. All three pursued distinct goals, and each strove relentlessly toward them. Regarding the monster hunting commission previously assigned to Galahad, and they had indeed returned with abundant valuable intelligence. After careful scrutiny, Lin Feng selected a large-scale expedition scheduled for 1 month hence. Its objective to purge an entire region of all potentially dangerous magical beasts, including several chieftain-tier specimens, though none were expected to rival Fenrir in difficulty. Victory would likely be effortless. Following yesterday's dramatic confrontation at the Knights Guild, Lin Feng had become Novigrad's newest sensation. He stormed the Knights Guild, not for personal glory but to defend his companions, and left its members utterly subdued. Who then possessed such audacity? That was the immediate reaction whenever Novigrad's citizens heard Lin Feng's name. Though none yet knew his face, so even if he stood among them, they remained unaware. Indeed, at that very moment Lin Feng sat within the Mages Guild attending a public lecture delivered by a Grand Mage, though some theoretical explanations proved less intuitive than his own modern reinterpretation of magical principles. The middle-aged Grand Mage, his beard thick and flowing, extended his hand, conjuring a luminous magical sigil from raw mana. All magic originates in sigils. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned several additional sigils, arranging them in a precise line. Each sigil serves a distinct purpose. Subtle variations yield profoundly different effects. A single sigil possesses minimal power. Only when combined do they unlock true potency. Thus Lin Feng viewed magic as a discipline akin to linguistics. This places extraordinary demands upon a mage's memory. For the slightest deviation spells utter failure. To aid retention, our ancestors devised incantations, mnemonic scaffolds guiding the assembly of complex arrays. Precisely, once one grasped the semantic meaning of each sigil, one could freely modulate magical effects at will. Take the water sigil alone, it produced mere droplets, but layered with supplementary sigils it transformed from water into high-pressure hydraulic lance, its destructive force dramatically amplified. Alas, few mages in this world attained Lin Feng's level of mastery. Not even the Grand Mage before him inspired much confidence. The Grand Mage gestured, and the sigils spiraled inward, coalescing into a compact array. Naturally, with sufficient mastery one may cast without incantation, but complexity exponentially increases the difficulty. Then, esteemed master, how is magic classified? This foundational question prompted Lin Feng to turn instinctively toward the speaker. The questioner was a young woman, elegantly dressed, wearing round-framed spectacles, her lustrous green hair cascading beside eyes of vivid violet. Though elementary, and though the hall teemed with students, she asked without hesitation or self-consciousness. A commendable student. Hetty Clark, replied the Grand Mage. Classification is straightforward. Count the concentric rings within a sigil. The number indicates approximate power. 1 ring denotes a single ring spell, 2 rings a double ring spell, and 3 or more constitute multi-ring constructs. So greater complexity implies greater strength. The Grand Mage offered the gentle, indulgent smile, reserved for novices, not necessarily. Increased complexity does not guarantee increased power. Most mages struggle to retain every component of intricate arrays. Eye-chasing complexity often yields only heightened casting difficulty, greater mana expenditure, and diminished returns. Lin Feng rested his chin upon one palm, silently adding his own commentary. A simpler analogy, extending his linguistic metaphor, would be this: your spell resembles verbose, inefficient speech. To transform water into high-pressure hydraulic lance, you might literally intone, "I command water to surge forth with piercing velocity capable of perforating enemy flesh." Which consumes more energy? Which communicates intent more clearly? And what of inevitable grammatical errors or typographical slips? Midcasting. This explained why true masters remained vanishingly rare. Few possessed Lin Feng's conceptual framework, fewer still held eidetic memory, and the learning curve proved prohibitively steep. Mageship demanded exceptional innate talent. Unless he someday compiled a comprehensive textbook, their stagnation seemed inevitable. The weight of the world truly rested upon his shoulders. Lin Feng stifled a yawn. The lecture had grown tedious. It felt like a high school student listening to undergraduates explain basic algebra. He was already exploring three-dimensional spellcraft, while they remained mired in planar fundamentals. How could comparison even be meaningful? If a Grand Mage represented the pinnacle of conventional mastery, his sole advantages being sheer mana reserves and stamina, then pushing his limits just slightly might allow Lin Feng to contend even briefly with a master-tier mage. That said, magic remains rooted in imagination, so we encourage bold exploration into the unknown provided life remains unendangered. Every known spell today originated centuries ago, born from a mage's wildest, most improbable fancy. Hearing those words softened Lin Feng's judgment. Upon reflection, he owed his edge entirely to the privileges of transmigration, hardly grounds for condescension. How dull to dominate primitives. Truly he craved worthy rivals. Very well, let him nudge them forward just a little. Lin Feng raised his hand mid-lecture. Esteemed mage, may I speak? I've long pondered how certain sigils closely resemble one another. Minor modifications could permit substitution. Conceptually simple, yet practically formidable. Difficult, yes, but let us begin with accessible sigils. Consider the transition between water and ice. Lin Feng extended his hand manifesting the water sigil, then layered auxiliary sigils to command its flow. He casually tossed a pen into the air. Imagine wielding such fluid transformation mid-battle. The stream intercepted the spinning pen, enveloping it completely, with yielding adaptive force. Then with focused mana Lin Feng inscribed 2 subtle additions onto the water sigil. Instantly the aqueous conduit crystallized, from Lin Feng's hand to the pen, freezing it solid in an instant. Lin Feng tapped the icy filament with a finger. It fissured then shattered, along with the encased pen, into glittering fragments. The sharp crystalline chime echoed through the hushed chamber. Even when shards struck heads no one stirred, each mage entranced by this revolutionary paradigm. Lin Feng smiled, his voice soft, yet resonating unmistakably in every ear. Might we mages grow stronger, truly stronger. At that moment the Grand Mage harbored but a single thought, incredible. This is genius. Mr. Hart, I have told you many times, I am an adventurer with no intention of staying long. As for being trained as a pillar of the Mage Association, you should look elsewhere. Really, won't you reconsider? Hart clearly did not want to give up. No, I have things I must do. I cannot stay in one city for long. What is it? Tell me. I still have some connections, and perhaps I can help you resolve it. Lin Feng looked somewhat helplessly at this Grand Mage side and said, Mr. Hart, asking further would be impolite. Oh. Hart realized his mistake and let out an awkward laugh. Sorry, I was pushing too hard. But your magical talent is truly extraordinary. You have no idea what your casual remark just now means for the profession of mages. Isn't it just finding a way for mediocre mages to deal damage through mechanisms, potentially reversing the phenomenon of few high-end mages and insufficient low-end combat power in the coming decades? Lin Feng now felt that he could not bring up the concepts of three-dimensional magic and magical runic language. Otherwise the mages here would probably find a way to tie him down and teach him everything they knew. That was just a lucky insight I stumbled upon. Besides, I am only a third-level mage. There is nothing particularly outstanding about me. Why do you care so much about that certificate? It is just a piece of paper. What matters for a mage is imagination. I think it is still important. I must take my leave now. Oh, I need to prepare for the second-level mage exam. Wait, first tell me your name. I am Lin Feng. The one who caused a ruckus at the Night Association. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This Grand Mage was quite well informed. No, it is just a coincidence of names. Hart looked at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng showed no sign of weakness. Can you wait here for a moment? Not really. The second-level mage examination should be presided over by me. All right, now I can wait. Lin Feng found a seat, looked at Hart, and said, Go quickly and return quickly. Although Hart wanted to comment on Lin Feng's swift change of attitude, he went to attend to his business first. Before long, Hart returned bringing someone with him. It was Caesar. Both Lin Feng and Caesar were startled upon seeing each other, then spoke in unison. What are you doing here? Hart smiled with satisfaction and said, I knew it, you were lying. You urgently brought me here from my post just for this. I thought your house was on fire and you needed me to save it. Get out of here. When it comes to firefighting, a grand mage like me is far more useful than a knight like you. You never say anything nice. Hart gave Caesar a punch, then shook his hand, which hurt from the bounce off the armor. Hart roughly explained the situation to Caesar. No wonder you didn't become a knight. Your magical talent is higher. Lin Feng shrugged non-committally, then looked at Hart and asked, You caught me, but what do you want? What do I want? Hart was clearly taken aback, obviously not expecting Lin Feng to ask that. He said with a matter-of-fact expression, Of course, because I was curious whether my guess was correct. Just for that. Caesar sighed and said, Although this guy likes to call it curiosity or a spirit of exploration, I prefer to call it having a loose screw. You are still as blunt as ever. They must be old friends from the same era. If Gus were still alive, he would probably join in too. Why was he sighing so philosophically at such a young age? He was not that idle. Since there is nothing for me here, I will take my leave. This time Hart did not try to persuade him again. I am sorry for taking up so much of your time. If you ever change your mind, feel free to come to me. The treatment we offer will definitely not disappoint you. Changing my mind is unlikely, but cooperation is possible. Hart raised an eyebrow and said, How so? For example, giving lectures or something. After saying this, Lin Feng smiled at Hart and turned to leave. Caesar watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, chuckled, and said, He is still so arrogant. A third-level mage standing on the podium. The audience probably won't buy it. This generation is truly remarkable to have produced someone of this caliber. Caesar looked at Hart with some confusion. I didn't expect you to think so highly of him. Hart looked at Caesar with a half-smile and asked, Don't you think so too? Caesar remained silent. These days Galahad had been putting immense pressure on the Knight Association, coming to challenge them repeatedly, and there were already faint signs of the same situation when Lin Feng had once crushed the Knight Association. Such a good talent. How did he become a fallen knight? Caesar was secretly lamenting when he heard Hart say, Tell me, how can I persuade the president to agree to this? You are actually thinking about it. Traditional notions are not so easily broken. Caesar gave his old friend a speechless look, then waved his hand, and said, "Such troublesome matters, you figure them out yourself? I am still very busy. Now that those brats have been taught a lesson, they finally have a bit of motivation. I need to take this opportunity to train them properly." Hart ignored Caesar. He had already entered a state of deep concentration. Once he entered this state, it was hard to wake him up. Caesar, long accustomed to this, also left. Lin Feng had barely walked out of the Mage Association when he felt someone following him. He stopped in his tracks. "Come out." Very perceptive. As expected of the person who made me wait so long. A figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Hetty, who had asked questions in class earlier. "Is there something you need from me? I want to hire you as my private magic tutor. I am a third-level mage, you know." "So what? I am still a mage apprentice." What is wrong with this world? Are third-level mages now so sought after? Had the abilities of all mages around him decreased 1,000,000 times while he remained the same? Others may judge a person by their certificate, but I do not. The certificate level does not represent one's full strength. I feel you and Hart would get along well. I have tried inviting him to be my teacher, but he brushed me off with it would be better to first get a solid foundation and then come to me. I think he is right. Enough small talk. What do you think of my proposal? No time. No time is just an excuse. As long as the price is high enough, you will naturally have time. Rich lady, show me what you've got. Lin Feng looked at Hetty with interest, curious about what reward she would offer. You can freely browse the magic books at my home. How many magic books do you have at home? Well, slightly fewer than the Mage Association, I suppose. Well, that did tempt Lin Feng. Why do you want to hire me? Because I want to reach the level of first-level mage in a short time. So you intend to apprentice yourself to a third-level mage? Hetty adjusted her glasses and said with an unquestionable tone. Exactly, because of my intuition. In a short time it is quite difficult. I must do it. Why? Because I do not want to get married yet. Lin Feng was taken aback at first, then looked at Hetty and found her still wearing that expression as if saying, "You may find it strange, but I don't see any problem at all." Lin Feng could not help but laugh. After laughing out loud, he said, "All right, I agree. After all long live being single." Hetty nodded, then extended her hand to Lin Feng. Was a handshake a sign of agreement? Lin Feng reached out and shook Hetty's hand, saying, "Pleasure to work with you." But Hetty did not let go. Instead, she tightened her grip on Lin Feng's hand. "Then let's start the lesson immediately." "So urgent." "Of course I am urgent." Hetty glanced at Lin Feng and said, "It's not you who has to get married." This sentence made Lin Feng laugh out loud again. Clark was a prominent family in Novigrad, and within the city, its influence was comparable to the Green family. The current president of the Magic Association was a member of the Clark family. Green hair and violet eyes were the defining traits of this family. Yet given that the Clark family was such a prestigious magical lineage, why was Hetty Clark, the legitimate eldest daughter, still just an apprentice mage? I know what you're thinking. Since you know, why not just tell me the reason? My aspirations lie not in magic. I was born with a passion for studying tools. I find taking them apart, understanding their inner workings, and then reassembling them to be the most fascinating thing in the world. Of course, my family isn't too fond of this hobby of mine. Although my grandfather has spoiled me and allowed me to do as I please up to now, his patience is reaching its limit. If I don't start learning magic soon, I'll be married off. A partner would hinder my hobbies, and that I don't want. So that's the reason you want to become a first-class mage in such a short time. That's one reason. There's another. I want to get back to my research sooner. In simple terms, you're a mechanical structure enthusiast. You're very clear about your interests. You'll go all out for what you want to do, and you'll only do what you don't want to do when absolutely necessary. Hetty, expressionless, clapped her hands for Lin Feng, then praised, "A perfect summary. So what about our deal? It's better to clarify things beforehand. For every magic you teach me, you can learn the next one from our family's treasury. Then you must teach me that magic you've learned, and so on until I become a first-class mage. A mage should have their own specialty. Wouldn't that just make me your clone? I trust in the vision of a smart person. Since you put it that way, I believe we'll have a mutually beneficial partnership. Tell me, where are you in your studies now?" "I've only attended a few lessons. I haven't quite figured out what a mage is yet." A bit of a hiccup, but it's not a problem. Lin Feng found a blank notebook in Hetty's room and tossed it to her. "Forget those few lessons you attended. Follow my methods completely. I'll decide based on the situation myself. Suit yourself. I'll just focus on teaching." Lin Feng shrugged, speaking with indifference. Hetty seemed to appreciate this directness and gave a faint smile. "Please begin, teacher." Most mages nowadays are doing thankless work memorizing magic circles and runes by rote without understanding the why behind them. What I'm going to teach you starts with the most basic magic runes. I'll map the runes to language. Once you know enough words, you'll naturally be able to cast spells. This theory of yours is something I've never heard before. Of course you haven't. You've only just started your lessons. What could you possibly know about magic? Hetty nodded in agreement. True. What do you like most? Tools. Magic can indeed achieve that. Lin Feng opened his hand, forming a magic circle, then used it to manipulate magical energy into a model. He didn't construct anything too complex, just a carriage. Curious, Hetty reached out and touched the wheel of the magical model. Under her touch, the wheel began to spin. It actually turns. Of course, it's all constructed based on reality. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the carriage dispersed into various components hovering in the air before Hetty, each piece separated. As it was a miniature model, every single part seemed to carry an indescribable delicacy. This display seemed to delight Hetty immensely. Her face was filled with rapture, her eyes fixed on the disassembled carriage, as if admiring a work of art. Feeling that if he let her stare any longer, she might see something, she shouldn't. Lin Feng cut off the magical energy supply, and the carriage model vanished. Hetty frowned slightly, looking at Lin Feng with a hint of dissatisfaction. Once you learn it yourself, you can look at it for as long as you like. How long will it take me to reach this level? With hard work, it won't be long. Lin Feng said this with a straight face, though it was a blatant lie. Not a single third-class mage could do what he had just done. A second-class mage with a solid foundation might be able to manage, but only first-class mages and above could do it as effortlessly as Lin Feng. If I had known magic could be used like this, I would have started learning long ago. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Last time I gave you too many choices. Pick an element you like. Wind. Lin Feng didn't say much, simply opening his hand and casually forming the magic rune for wind. This magic rune represents wind in spells. Whenever you see this rune in any magic circle, it signifies wind. Memorize its form and try to construct it with your own magical energy. Time flowed quickly under Lin Feng's instruction, and the entire afternoon passed in a flash. Hetty successfully learned her very first spell, Windblade. So only 3 magic runes are needed to form a Windblade magic circle. Hetty raised her hand, and a green magic circle composed of 3 runes unfolded in her palm. Wind continuously surged from the circle, making her long hair dance wildly. Of course, this is the most optimized, simplified version. If one were to give this magic circle an incantation, it would probably be Gustblade Fire. Yes, 3 runes. Hetty had learned 3 magic runes in a single afternoon. This showed she had a certain aptitude for magic. Now all that was left was for her to gradually build up her vocabulary, and then take the exams. Saying it like that, doesn't magic seem not so hard to learn? This is the importance of mindset. Lin Feng's greatest asset in this world was his unique way of thinking. Without this teaching method, a beginner would be faced with a confusing array of similar-looking, yet distinctly different magic runes, and a multitude of complex magic circles that required rote memorization. Getting started within a year or 2 would be considered good. Magic is truly fascinating. It seems my past belief that I was only interested in tool structures was simply because I had never experienced the true charm of magic. It's all thanks to you. Your lessons are far more comprehensible than those mediocre teachers. Forcing a beginner to memorize an entire magic circle right away is simply unreasonable. You shouldn't call them mediocre. They are simply the ordinary majority of the world. Their methods may seem clumsy, but don't forget that most of the magic we learn today was painstakingly discovered by people like them. Ordinary people are the stepping stones of history. Teacher, that's not quite right. You clearly think their learning methods are inefficient too. Yes, because that's an objective fact, not something subjective emotions can change. If I ever get the chance to push for a reformation among mages, I will seize it. Hetty dismissed the magic circle in her hand, looked at Lin Feng, and said with a smile, interesting. I was right about you. Am I the first step in your reform? You're more of an accident, actually. You can be quite blunt, but you can indeed be considered the first step. Just then the door opened, and a woman who bore a strong resemblance to Hetty but appeared more mature walked in. Mother, let me introduce you. This is the magic tutor I found myself. His name is Lin Feng. He will be teaching me magic from now on. How do you do? Lin Feng bowed gracefully to the noble lady. However, upon hearing Hetty's words, the lady was visibly shocked. Her daughter suddenly interested in magic. She had also made a friend her own age, and this friend was a magic tutor who fit her daughter's standards. How could such good fortune be real? Am I dreaming? She looked at Lin Feng, then at her daughter, and pinched herself. Ouch! She rubbed the pinched spot, confirming she wasn't dreaming, and then without a word cast a powerful purification spell on her daughter. As the white light of the purification spell faded, Hetty looked at her mother helplessly and said, Mother, what are you doing? Lin Feng watched from the sidelines, silently marveling. This family certainly had impeccable execution. Hetty, I would like to have a private word with this gentleman. You can't drive him away. In exchange, you may go dismantle that grandfather clock. Really? Hetty's eyes widened slightly. She stood still for a moment, pondering, then nodded in agreement. As she turned to leave, passing by Lin Feng, she murmured, She won't drive you away. Then Hetty brushed past Lin Feng and closed the door behind her. Lin Feng shrugged. It seems that in Hetty's eyes, my position as her cheap tutor is inferior to that so-called grandfather clock. That grandfather clock is a historical artifact. My grandfather brought it here when Novigrad was first established. She has been pestering me for a long time to take it apart and have a look. You lost to that clock. Honestly, it's not an unfair loss. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, Have you considered the possibility that she might not be able to put it back together after dismantling it? Why do you think I've never let her dismantle it? Grandfather clock. Lin Feng silently mourned the fate of that relic. But now we can afford the best repairman, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Feng looked at the noble woman who exuded a blend of maturity, beauty, and sharpness. It seemed he would need to prepare some reasons to appease this normal mother who had to accept that her daughter had found a third circle mage to teach her how to pass the first circle mage exam. This was far more difficult than teaching Hetty magic. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. Alright, let's set that aside for now. At that moment, Hetty's mother spoke, first revealing a kind smile. My name is Beatrice, and I am Hetty's mother. I am Lin Feng. Oh, the one who had a big quarrel with Letitia, caused a scene at the night association, and then rejected Hart's invitation. You doxed me. Wait, not many people know about the quarrel with Letitia. So, You are a friend of May. Indeed, you are sharp. It seems you are the Lin Feng from the rumors, not a mere adventurer with the same name. Good. 3 sentences, and both had confirmed what they needed to know. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This way he wouldn't need to waste too many words. Tell me, how did you manage it? Do you know how many things I did to spark Hetty's interest in magic? From childhood, I deliberately mentioned magic, even linked it to drinking water, yet she still shows no interest whatsoever. I can understand why she doesn't like magic. Beatrice's expression turned slightly uneasy. Have I been doing something terribly wrong all along? I can sense your intentions were good, but your methods were indeed flawed. However, Hetty seems to have a decent relationship with you, so you are not a complete failure as a parent. You are quite blunt, but that's the truth. Being a parent is indeed the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But forcing her into marriage was a bit much. Oh, that was just an excuse to scare her into learning magic. Beatrice revealed a fox-like smile. But this time I played it especially convincingly. Hetty is at an age where she should learn some magic. As the future heir of the Clark family, knowing no magic at all is ultimately indefensible. Even my own child cannot be allowed to be willful indefinitely. Why are you telling me this? You should realize that you now have only 2 choices. One is to board my ship of schemes and take my benefits. The other is to accept my bribe, keep silent, and leave my daughter alone. Choose for yourself. Lin Feng smiled. A double agent. I like it. Please let me join you in fooling your daughter. Your phrasing is odd, but happy cooperation. The 2 reached an agreement in no time. He would get double the pay, Hetty would be free from marriage pressure, and Beatrice's daughter would become a first circle mage. A win-win-win deal, no need to hesitate. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Offering benefits for no apparent reason likely carried a hint of recruiting. It seemed his reputation had indeed risen considerably, attracting people to invest in him. Good, it would save him a lot of effort. So how exactly did you get Hetty interested in magic? Lin Feng said nothing, but constructed a model of a grandfather clock right before her eyes. Countless components flew from Lin Feng's hands, assembling in midair to gradually form a miniature grandfather clock. Lin Feng presented the tiny clock to Beatrice. Its hour hand was actually turning. In a sense, it's also by virtue of skill. Now I understand why Heart cares so much about you. Of course, it's not just that. Lin Feng roughly explained his magical language theory to Beatrice. This magical theory, born from 21st century ideas, brought immense shock to the mage before him. She was speechless for a long time. Beatrice looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, beginning to wonder if he was even the same species as her. A most basic one-circle spell was composed of dozens or even hundreds of magical runes, identifying the function of a single rune among them. The workload. How could a human possibly accomplish it? It's a stroke of genius. How did you deduce the meanings of these magical runes? Lin Feng smiled and said, talent, effort, sweat supplemented by time. After all, with such a perfect research platform as Rosalind's divine realm, it would be a shame not to use it for research, wouldn't it? Of course, Rosalind was always worried that he would overwork himself. While Lin Feng had to admit that without Rosalind's forced shutdowns, his mental state might really have gone haywire. Beatrice looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. His presence made her feel a hint of fear. Over the years, she herself had been called a genius, but before this man, she clearly realized for the first time that she was merely a slightly clever mortal. What great achievements would such a person accomplish? How fascinating. Let me just watch from the sidelines. I presume you have realized the impact this theory of mine will have on this world. How about it? Interested in joining? Am I qualified to join it? In my plan, everyone has a suitable place, and you are no exception. Quite the bold claim. Though it sounds like a fantasy, something about this young man with golden eyes made it feel achievable. It even stirred a rush of excitement. It had been so long since she felt this way. Ever since she learned to be mature, no longer act on emotion, and consider more and more before acting, she hadn't felt this in a long time. Beatrice savored this thrill. So she still had that passion from when she first stepped into the realm of mages. She had thought she had already become a mature and boring adult. All right. Beatrice looked at Lin Feng. She would join. This time not for the family, not for anyone else, but for the person she used to be. I am actually quite curious to see how much of a shock you can bring to this world. Lin Feng shook his head and said, since you have agreed, it's not about how much of a shock I can bring to this world, but how much we can bring. Lin Feng's days in Novigrad grew increasingly fulfilling. Preparing for his level 2 aptitude examination, instructing Hetty in the arcane arts, and discreetly selecting advanced spells from the Clark family's grimoire. The grimoire housed an astonishing array of esoteric magic spells, enabling one to walk upon water, leap with supernatural height, hover briefly in midair, or conjure shimmering protective shields. Higher-tier incantations included earth-shaking summonings, vortexes that spiraled like dragon's breath, and celestial projectiles hurled from the heavens. Why did these spells bear such blunt literal names? Because Lin Feng, after mastering them, had distilled their essence into plain functional descriptions. Their original titles were far more poetic: Tidewalker, Cloud Falcon's Ascent, Blessing of Drifting Feathers, Prism of Sacred Radiance. Suddenly, they resonated with elegance and depth. Yet in combat, reciting ornate names mattered less than swift, incantation-free execution, striking down an opponent before they could blink. Pragmatism reigned supreme. Though Lin Feng could instantly simplify even the most complex spells upon learning them, those high-tier incantations represented centuries of accumulated wisdom, each refinement born from generations of mages stumbling through trial and error. Within their structures lay invaluable insights, including optimized sequences of magical glyphs. Generation after generation mages had honed spellcraft, refining, pruning, and perfecting. Given enough time, their evolution would inevitably converge upon the theoretical framework Lin Feng had envisioned. Simplicity, efficiency, accessibility. Now that Lin Feng had arrived, that convergence would unfold not over centuries, but swiftly, decisively. Time slipped by like mist. The tavern Lin Feng had gifted with his proprietary spice blend surged in popularity exactly as he'd predicted, crowded beyond capacity for days on end. Lin Feng estimated that at this pace the entire batch would be exhausted within half a fortnight. Such unnatural explosive success could not escape Lady Letizia's notice, and she would certainly dispatch investigators. He wondered whether the tavern owner Hansa would claim sole credit, or speak the truth. Whichever path he chose, the spices would soon run dry. When that day came, either Hansa, or Lady Letizia, would seek him out. Should Hansa arrive first, it would mean he had arrogated all credit to himself, making further cooperation unnecessary. Lin Feng would simply decline and await Letizia's inevitable inquiry into the truth. But if Letizia came herself, it would signal Hansa's integrity and open the door to genuine collaboration. All that remained was patience. Though patience was required, passive waiting was never Lin Feng's way. Investigating the pressing dilemmas facing the Green Guild offered a compelling alternative. After all, he already possessed an ideal source of intelligence: Hetty's mother Beatrice. Lin Feng watched bemused as Beatrice sat beside her daughter, attentive, earnest, wholly absorbed in his lesson. Ever since their conversation about magical linguistics, she had begun attending Hetty's classes uninvited. She even contemplated expanding her audience, and had already begun recruiting others. A level 3 mage lecturing level 1 apprentices. A scenario destined for ridicule, yet here it unfolded undeniably real. Soon her cohort would swell, not just one but a gathering of novices all drawn to this unorthodox classroom. His original plan had been twofold: first, demonstrate rapid mastery, himself ascending to level 1, Hetty achieving the same, thereby building renown. Only then would he introduce his revolutionary theory of magecraft. Now, however, a far more direct path emerged, bypassing the uninitiated entirely, reaching straight for the elite who could instantly grasp the theory's profound value, and letting their endorsement cascade downward. Truth be told, Lin Feng had considered this route, but dismissed it, assuming high-tier mages' pride would resist such radical pedagogy. He had not anticipated Beatrice's remarkable humility. "I wish to ask," Beatrice began, "though we treat magical glyphs as linguistic units, some glyphs possess broad applicability, their effects inherently ambiguous. Take today's newly introduced glyph: placed before water, it yields raging torrent, before fire it transforms into scattering flame. Can such versatility still be anchored to a single fixed semantic unit?" Beatrice, as a level 1 mage, possessed the discernment to probe deeper. Unlike Hetty, who still absorbed knowledge wholesale, she brought her own questions to the lesson. "It appears you've entered a new stage of understanding." Lin Feng nodded approvingly. At the outset, compressing glyphs into single symbolic units aids beginner's comprehension. But as mastery deepens, and more glyphs accumulate, combinatorial complexity emerges. That universal glyph you referenced, its meaning transcends any single word. You're no longer interpreting it literally, you're perceiving its essence, amplification of potency. Beatrice paused in quiet reflection, then raised her hands and wove the glyph for thunder, layering upon it the amplification sigil. Crackling arcs of electricity erupted across her palms, snapping and hissing with intensified vigor. "No matter how many times I witness it, I remain awestruck. Magic rendered so lucid, so elemental." Lin Feng sighed, half amused, half resigned. "That phrase, I've heard it so often my ears have calloused." Beatrice gently dispelled the energy. "The Mage Association ought to erect a statue in your honor. I place no value on such tributes." Lin Feng deflected the compliment effortlessly, and redirected attention to a subtle flaw in Hetty's glyph formation. No wonder Hetty had fallen in love with magic. Lin Feng himself found himself captivated by the sheer intellectual delight of this classroom. Each newly learned glyph invited experimentation, pairing it with prior ones to generate wholly novel effects, each combination yielding a distinct, unpredictable outcome. It was quite simply the most enthralling toy in existence. Whereas conventional magical education remained a soul-crushing regimen of rote memorization. Beatrice glanced at Lin Feng, not with calculation, but with quiet awe. He shared knowledge of extraordinary power, not merely for coin, but with generosity far exceeding its price. "That concludes today's session." "Wonderful." Hetty leapt up, dashed from the room, and resumed her relentless deconstruction of the floor-standing clock. Lin Feng marveled at the clock's ingenious mechanics, capable of holding Hetty's fascination for days on end. Beatrice shook her head, smiling softly. "This child." "Beatrice," Lin Feng said, "today I'd like to discuss something beyond the syllabus." "Oh." Her curiosity flared. Lately Lin Feng had functioned like an impeccable teaching instrument, lecturing with precision, then vanishing into the grimoire. Rarely did he stray beyond arcane theory. Beyond occasional theatrical performances, such as feigning an arranged marriage to startle Hetty, he revealed little of himself. Beatrice longed to know, what did genius do when not illuminating the world? What troubles the Green Guild at present? Beatrice sighed, faintly disappointed. "I'd hoped for lighter conversation." Lin Feng met her gaze and replied, "My patron deity happens to be a devoted cat lover. eyes gleaming at the mere sight of felines. Truly, even divinities are stirred by such charm. Absolutely. There was even a period when dwindling devotion drove him into profound seclusion. Truly, truly. Lin Feng nodded gravely. Indeed. Cease at once. Why must amusing discourse center on my most mortifying chronicles? Lin Feng shrugged. He's asked me to stop. Your deity watches you now. Yes. Beatrice stared utterly stunned. Divine attention rarely strayed beyond the capital, let alone fixated unwaveringly upon a single mortal, even setting aside that constant vigilance. How dared he recount such sacred embarrassments while under divine observation? Either fact alone would stagger the realm. Of course, Lin Feng added warmly, my patron is exceptionally kind, making communion effortless. Let this be the final exception. Lin Feng flashed a mischievous, knowing grin. A soft chuckle escaped Beatrice. What a remarkably charming deity. Were I granted even a single glance from the arcane goddess Hecate, my life would be complete. You shall have that chance. Truly. Lin Feng nodded again, firm and certain. You shall. Then I accept your auspicious words. And now let us return to your original question. The Green Guild's gravest crisis lies in its failure to serve Novigrad's populace. Neither nobles nor commoners find their needs met. Why? That requires tracing Novigrad's history back to its foundations. Under Beatrice's narration, the history of Novigrad gradually unfolds. The origins of Novigrad trace back to a group of people who survived in the cracks of the royal capital. After subduing the remnants of the demonic race in this world, King Tiefeng, guided by the gods, erected towering walls akin to a great mountain range resembling the Great Wall. Beyond the world wall lies what is collectively known as the Inner Wall world. Although the world wall was originally built across a vast expanse, centuries of development caused the population within to swell, intensifying class divisions and territorial conflicts. Against this backdrop, a new wave of pioneers emerged, those who voluntarily ventured beyond the walls, becoming the first adventurers. Thanks to their efforts, cities and villages gradually sprang up near the outer walls. However, haunted by the ever-present threat of demonic forces, adventurers proceeded with extreme caution during each expedition. Thus, only when the established cities became too cramped did people dare to venture outward, cautiously expanding their territory with trembling hearts. Through this slow but steady progression, a ring of settlements gradually formed around the royal capital, constituting the Outer Wall world. To bring the Outer Wall world under governance, the Typhon royal family formally recognized the status of adventurers and established the Adventurers Guild as an official institution, issuing certifications to key regional officials. Various professional guilds also took root in these towns, recruiting talent and funneling it toward the royal capital. Novigrad in this context rose as a major city roughly 70 or 80 years ago, positioned relatively far from the royal capital. In principle, such a city should not have grown so rapidly. The primary reason lies in the hard work of the first 1 or 2 generations of the Clark family, which laid a solid foundation, followed by the arrival of Laetitia from the Green family. The Green family was a renowned military dynasty existing since the ancient era when the myriad races fiercely battled the demonic forces. The Green family was far from comparable to a minor clan like the Clarks. While the Clarks held only local fame in Novigrad, the Greens were celebrated across the entire continent. Although during the Ragnarok event the war god Ares led his followers into the front lines, resulting in massive casualties and his own dissipation, the Green family gradually recovered over the ensuing years. Laetitia, however, was an exceptionally rare strategic mind within this martial family, perhaps the only one in centuries. A natural-born priestess with extraordinary commercial talent, yet for reasons unknown, she was dispatched to the Outer Wall world to develop this region. This proved to be a tremendous boon for Novigrad. With the Green family's prestigious name, Laetitia's business acumen, and a solid foundation, Novigrad experienced rapid rise in recent years. It soon became one of the shining stars of the Outer Wall world. Yet rapid development also brought numerous problems. Now that everyone's financial situation has gradually improved, life feels increasingly monotonous and lacking passion. Everyone expects the Green Chamber of Commerce to produce something satisfying, yet after so much time has passed, they still have offered no satisfactory response. This has led many nobles to question the authority of the Green Chamber of Commerce. Coupled with Laetitia's relentless pursuit of expanding the Chamber's influence, people have begun to wonder whether the Green Chamber intends to abandon Novigrad altogether. Having finished her comprehensive explanation of Novigrad to Beatrice, she felt slightly parched and took a gentle sip from the teacup she had prepared earlier. Lin Feng, seated nearby, listened attentively to Beatrice's narration. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he spoke. So what you're saying is that Novigrad's core issue is that as development has progressed, your spiritual needs have correspondingly grown. Yet the Green Chamber of Commerce, having monopolized commerce, fails to fulfill those needs. They remain fixated on expanding their scale, breeding discontent among the nobility and triggering a crisis of trust. Spiritual needs. Beatrice pondered the phrase carefully, finding it remarkably apt, a precise summary of everything she had described. Even the lingering doubts she had harbored about the current situation seemed to dissolve under the clarity of that single term. In other words, a newcomer to Novigrad who had not personally experienced these events and had only heard her retelling was able to identify the Green Chamber's pain points and articulate the answer to questions that had plagued Laetitia for years. How could such a person exist in this world? What kind of extraordinary being was he? How on earth did his mind work? Even Beatrice, renowned as a genius, felt a trace of jealousy toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, paid no mind to her gaze, and instead focused intently on how to resolve the Green Chamber's predicament. The fundamental problem in Novigrad was the lack of entertainment facilities. After earning wealth, people's leisure time had only deepened their sense of emptiness. Wasn't this simple? The entertainment options Lin Feng could think of were countless. There were leisure activities like poker, mahjong, and billiards. For more lifestyle-oriented pursuits, there were manicures, fashion design, and newspapers. Since the people of this city were already relatively prosperous, the solution was simply to let them experience the joy of a wealthy life. Lin Feng knew precisely how to solve this problem. He could do it, without any difficulty whatsoever. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Beatrice and said, "Thank you. You've provided me with very important intelligence. I don't think I've done anything particularly useful. If you asked any person from Novigrad, they could explain these matters just as well. Even if you've only saved me the time of gathering information, that alone is a significant contribution. You still have such an arrogant tone. After all, I am Lin Feng. Where should he begin?" Lin Feng glanced at Beatrice, strictly speaking at the clothes she was wearing. Beatrice, do you have any connections in the clothing production industry? Oh, you've come to the right person. I know all the finest tailors in Novigrad. At that moment, Beatrice suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was also a fashion designer. Her close friend May had been utterly captivated by a series of shop uniforms and had worn them as daily attire. That black and white maid outfit in particular had become her favorite, worn almost constantly. What do you have in mind? I have quite a few ideas. Why not start with your daughter? I could design a beautiful magical girl outfit for her. Beatrice's expression immediately turned serious. Really? Will it look good? At least far more appealing than the current mage attire. The current mage fashion was utterly plain, just plain robes with nothing but simplicity. It looked bland and uninspired, lacking any design sense whatsoever. That's wonderful. I've long wanted to dress up Hetty, but I lacked proper ideas. If you're the designer, I'm certain Hetty will be satisfied. Don't worry about costs, fabrics, or tailors. Leave everything to me, I'll handle it all. I'll need a few days to deliver something that will impress you. Now I'll finally have something to show off to May. Galahad took a deep breath and raised his gaze toward the statue of Osiris. A sight he had beheld many times before, yet each time stirred within him the searing memory of that incineration. Were it up to him, Galahad would rather not step into the knightly association bearing the tarnished title of a fallen knight. Yet he had no choice. His master's final words, and the traces they left upon this world, compelled him forward. As Gauss's disciple, he knew he must walk this path alone, step by step, until he stood face to face with his master once more. With resolute strides, Galahad entered the knightly association, where countless knights pointed and whispered as he passed. Yet their murmurs were no longer solely scornful or dismissive. Lin Feng's martial prowess had been personally certified by instructor Caesar, unmatched among all masters in the current generation. Moreover, as a third-rank arcanist daring enough to draw sword against a master, Lin Feng had earned begrudging respect from many. After all, when confronted with an opponent who cannot be bested in battle, or even in debate, one can only turn inward and reflect. Lin Feng had also made the affair public knowledge, stripping away the veil of complacency, cloaking recent knightly training, while simultaneously securing Galahad a fair and legitimate challenge. To refuse such a duel on the grounds of Galahad's status as a fallen knight would betray cowardice itself. Knights hold honor sacred, such disgrace would never be tolerated. Even defeat must be borne openly, upholding justice without compromise. Seizing this opportunity, Galahad challenged one first-rank knight after another within the knightly association. In those days of duels, knights on the arena floor could no longer afford their prejudiced glances, and gradually they realized Galahad was perhaps far better than they'd assumed. Each victory was won with unimpeachable fairness. Even when opponents greeted him with hostility before combat, Galahad never delivered contemptuous blows in triumph. Instead, he would extend a hand to lift the fallen, earnestly analyze the strengths of their technique, and offer thoughtful advice drawn from his own experience. At first, the knights rebuffed him, convinced he mocked them with feigned courtesy. But as time wore on, they recognized the truth. His observations were precise, his criticisms valid, his counsel genuinely useful. Thus a quiet tension took root within them. Loathing for the fallen knight warring with growing bewilderment born of what they witnessed firsthand. How could a man like Galahad ever become a fallen knight? Such doubt had already taken root in every knight who truly saw his character. Public perception of Galahad, the fallen knight, had begun shifting, albeit imperceptibly. Yet their unwavering faith in Osiris forbade them from questioning whether the god himself might have erred. Carlyle now stood as the final barrier preventing Galahad's entry into the Sanctum Hall. One prerequisite for admission was proving oneself the strongest among peers of equal rank. Lin Feng had crushed all third-rank knights, defeated a second rank, and even left a scar upon Caesar's blade, thus earning his place in the Sanctum Hall. For Galahad to enter, however, he must defeat every first-rank knight. He had spent days issuing challenges, facing nearly all, leaving only Carlyle untouched. Galahad intended to seek Carlyle first, to issue a formal challenge, before proceeding to the dueling arena. But upon entering the knightly association, a knight approached him. "Carlyle is already waiting for you in the arena." Oh. Galahad blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected any knight to volunteer such news. "Thank you for informing me." The knight offered no reply, only a complex, unreadable expression as he watched Galahad depart, to fulfill his master's last wish, defeating all peers openly and honorably, then entering the Sanctum Hall. And now success was within reach. It was profoundly chivalrous, so deeply so that had Galahad been an ordinary knight this man would already be cheering him on. But Galahad was a fallen knight. How could you be a fallen knight? In the end he said nothing, merely rendered a solemn knight's salute and walked away. Galahad returned the salute with equal gravity, then strode straight toward the dueling arena. As the knight watched his unwavering back recede, the words "go on" nearly escaped his lips. He sighed softly, eyes lifting toward the statue of Osiris. O divine one, since when did knighthood grow so intricate? Galahad arrived at the arena's threshold, his opponent already standing motionless at its center awaiting his arrival. The spectator stands overflowed with onlookers. Even Caesar sat among the crowd. All had gathered to witness the duel's resolution. And thus beneath the watchful eyes of gleaming white-armored knights the black-clad knight stepped onto the arena floor. Galahad met his opponent's gaze. Carlisle Anderson. Galahad Gerard. Their weapons were identical. After exchanging names, both assumed battle stances. Each knew the other was no weakling. For my master. For honor. Defeat was unthinkable. With those convictions blazing through their minds, both knights charged. Unlike Lin Feng's pure technical exchanges, a knight's duel demanded absolute commitment. Full power unleashed without restraint. From the outset, both unleashed their utmost strength. Blades clashing midair in rapid succession, showering sparks like falling stars. After a brief exchange of probing swordplay, Carlisle struck first, blending a slashing technique with a standard swing, launching a sudden upward cut wreathed in golden sword energy. Galahad's combat instincts were peerless. The moment Carlisle initiated the technique, Galahad reacted, shifting his weight, subtly spinning his body to retreat just beyond the arc of the golden energy. Carlisle let out a sharp cry, his blade dissolving into afterimages as dozens of golden slashes converged into an impenetrable net aimed squarely at Galahad. Having just landed, Galahad surveyed the seemingly seamless web, noting instantly that it was merely chaotic quantity over quality aggression. Spotting the flaw, he darted left, sidestepped, ducked low, lunged forward, then leapt aside, all in fluid succession, slipping effortlessly through the gaps between golden blades. Huh! Seeing Galahad within striking distance, Carlisle roared and unleashed a blinding slash. Galahad twisted midair, reconfiguring his stance, coiling momentum into a sweeping horizontal strike. Blade met energy, and the golden slash shattered outright, splintering into radiant fragments. From within the shards burst Galahad, the Black Knight, bearing down with undiminished force. The instant his energy dispersed, Carlisle froze, then recoiled, stepping backward just in time as Galahad's blade scraped across his breastplate, igniting a cascade of sparks. Noticing Galahad's momentarily unbalanced stance, center of gravity still settling, Carlisle's eyes flashed with predatory clarity. An opening. Carlisle landed swiftly, exploiting Galahad's vulnerability after the heavy strike. His figure blurred, splitting into three identical forms, attacking simultaneously from above, left, and right. All three projections moved with flawless realism, each adopting distinct postures, leaving even seasoned knights in the stands unable to discern truth from illusion. Galahad stared, momentarily uncertain which was real. Carlisle timed the illusion perfectly. Galahad could react to only one, and misjudgment meant certain defeat. Galahad slowly closed his eyes, reaching outward with instinct and awareness, then snapped them open, locking onto the true target, the figure on the right. Ignoring the decoys, he crouched slightly, drawing his blade closer and gripping it with both hands, briefly gathering force before thrusting upward, aiming directly for Carlisle's chest. Carlisle hadn't anticipated Galahad's swift identification. He barely parried the thrust, but the desperate defense threw him off balance, stumbling backward. Galahad pressed the advantage, relentless, unbroken. Carlisle scrambled to regain footing, forced into purely defensive maneuvers against the onslaught. After blocking several strikes, his body reached its limit, collapsing backward onto the ground, helplessly watching Galahad's blade descend to rest at his throat. I have lost. Carlisle exhaled, gazing at the cold steel. Truth be told, he'd long foreseen this outcome. He had never claimed to be the strongest first-rank knight, nor imagined he'd become the final gatekeeper. This sudden flood of attention was unprecedented. These past days he'd trained relentlessly, pushing himself to the brink to maximize his strength. I'm sorry, everyone. I've still failed. I truly, desperately wanted to live up to your expectations. As despair deepened, a hand suddenly entered his field of vision. It was Galahad's, his sword sheathed, offering aid. Carlisle looked up and asked, why? An opponent is not an enemy. That is the essence of true contest. And you fought exceptionally well. A worthy adversary. But I lost. Lost. So what? I too have lost before. Defeat is not terrifying. What is terrifying is failing to rise again afterward. Carlisle paused, stunned by Galahad's words. Then with a faint, rueful smile, he accepted Galahad's hand. Just as he had fallen, he rose anew. Conceding fully, yet lingering with quiet curiosity, he murmured, tell me, how did a man like you ever become a fallen knight? Galahad had successfully completed the challenge. It took a total of over half a month, and Caesar witnessed the entire process. There was no issue whatsoever. During that half-month, Caesar had given intensive training to many first-rank knights, maintaining a strict watch. Yet as he himself had said, Galahad defeated all the first-rank knights honorably, without any flaw. Those defeated first-rank knights, though somewhat restless before, had been spurred by Lin Feng, and then subjected to Caesar's training, they had not slackened in the slightest. Compared to half a month ago, they had all improved, and by no small margin. Yet they still lost. What did that signify? It signified that Galahad, in places unseen, had expended far more effort and sweat than the knights of the Novigrad Knight Association. By Osiris above, what is the matter with you? Even Caesar could not help but ask this question inwardly. Galahad was clearly an outstanding knight. So outstanding that even if one tried to label him a fallen knight, the radiance of knighthood shining from him could not be obscured. Moreover, he wielded Jess's sword, which meant Jess had acknowledged him. From Caesar's knowledge of Jess, he would never accept a disciple with a corrupt heart. Could Osiris be wrong? This blasphemous thought emerged in Caesar's mind, causing him to tremble. Even in the outer world, where the gods rarely cast their gaze, such a blasphemous thought should not arise. Yet even Caesar did not know what to do. If such a man was a fallen knight, what then were the knights inferior to him? Jess, truly you are worthy of your reputation. Your disciple is just like you, shattering my perceptions. Caesar sighed, cast aside these distracting thoughts, walked up to Galahad, and said, I will take you to the Holy Hall. Thank you, Senior. Caesar nodded to him, and led the way to the Holy Hall for a fallen knight. Senior Caesar, I have heard that you know my master, is that true? Yes, I know him. I spent some time with him as a companion. In your eyes, what kind of image does my master have? In my eyes. Caesar raised his head slightly, as if recalling. After a shadow of the past flashed through his mind, he gave his assessment. He was a difficult man to understand. His thoughts always differed from ordinary people. Most knights aspire to go to the royal capital, be knighted by the royal family, and become true Templar knights. But when faced with such a rare opportunity, he refused, always clamoring that the world of the royal capital was too small, and that there were people in the world who needed his help more than the royal family. That to sound like master's style. It was utter foolishness. He gave up a brilliant future and handed it over to me. Did he think I would be grateful for that? Is that the reason for the conflict between you and master? Caesar was somewhat surprised and asked, did he tell you about this? Galahad coughed lightly, then imitated Jess's tone. You give him what he wants, and he gets angry. He clearly wanted it so badly. How can there be such a stubborn person in this world? That bastard. Caesar cursed first, then realized that Jess was no longer alive. He sighed and said, at the time I fought him because I felt he was too arrogant, as if he alone was noble. Standing before him, I felt diminished. After the fight, we parted ways, each going our own path. Now that I think about it, Jess probably just didn't care. And as for the nameless anger I felt then, I think I can now articulate it to some extent. Caesar stopped before the gates of the Holy Hall, stood still, and said slowly, it was merely the chagrin of a young man who realized the gap between himself and his companion. I believe, Senior, you were more likely angry because you couldn't persuade Master to continue traveling with you. Caesar was taken aback, then burst into laughter, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. The days spent traveling with Jess might very well have been the purest period of his knighthood. After arriving at the royal capital, the name of a knight was no longer as pure as it had been. Once knighted by the royal family, justice had a stance. But that was the pursuit of generation after generation of knights, wasn't it? Perhaps, but no matter what, it's all in the past. Caesar's tone carried a mix of emotion and bewilderment. Decades had passed in a flash. His former companion was gone, and the rift between them had never been healed. They met, walked together, split, and then each advanced along the path they had chosen. By the time Caesar returned from the royal capital, Jess had already returned to his homeland. It seemed that even if he looked back, he was too late. If only he could meet him, surely many doubts could be resolved. There was no chance left. No, perhaps there was still hope. He had a disciple. To this day, I still cannot understand his thoughts. You are Jess's disciple. Can you tell me why he was so? Caesar turned around and looked at Galahad. When he saw Galahad's pitch-black armor, he suddenly froze. It was a strange phenomenon. A man who could be a model knight had become a fallen knight. After entering the royal capital, justice had a stance. His own doubts about Osiris. Jess's words seemed to echo in his ears. There are people in the world who need my strength more than the royal family. A knight's gaze should not be confined to the royal court. The ones a knight should protect are the weak, not the lords. Was that it? Had you already begun to question Osiris back then? And becoming an adventurer? Was that your answer to the voice within your heart that questioned the divine? Caesar, the old friend of Jess, finally understood him after Jess had left. You truly are remarkable, Jess. Caesar said from the bottom of his heart. He had experienced so much, grown so much stronger than before. Yet when doubt about the divine arose in his heart, he still dared not face his true thoughts, still evaded. But you at that time had already made such a decision. How brave and fearless. Wait, could it be? Galahad, tell me, did you become a fallen knight because you defied the divine? Galahad looked at Caesar and nodded silently. At that moment of Galahad's nod, Caesar suddenly understood so much. He understood why Jess had thought the way he did and why Galahad had become a fallen knight. He also understood what Lin Feng had said to him earlier. Not a knight, but a Don Quixote. One who charges at windmills. The divine is a companion and can only be a companion. Galahad, you are truly worthy of being Jess's disciple. Although he did not know what had happened to Caesar, Galahad was still overjoyed. Nothing could make him happier than knowing he had not failed his master's expectations. Caesar opened the holy hall for Galahad and guided him to open the magic tome. After understanding the procedure, Galahad nodded and said, search for Caesar Charles. Why do all of you think the same? Don't look up my dark history. It did not take long to read the last words of a departed soul, so Galahad soon returned to the inn. He pushed open the wooden door. Lin Feng, who had been drawing something, looked up and smiled at Galahad, saying, "Yo, back already. Did you succeed?" Galahad nodded. "What did you think after seeing it?" "I finally understand why Master chose the path of an adventurer. The road my master could not finish. I shall continue forward." "How passionate. Truly the Don Quixote of my party." Galahad scratched his head sheepishly, though scratching his helmet made the gesture look a bit foolish. Caesar stood beneath the statue of Osiris, gazing up at it. After a long while he spoke, "Lord God, were you wrong?" The statue did not answer, merely stood there. It was man-made, lifeless. Caesar stared at the statue. Beneath his knight's helmet the aging knight's gaze gradually grew resolute. "I'm back." And Lin Feng lifted his head again and gazed at N, who had just pushed open the door. Seeing N's beaming expression, he smiled and asked, "Did something good happen to you too?" "Hee. I passed my level 2 certification, and so quickly. I haven't even begun mine yet. And, while I'm not as busy as Captain Lin, and mage examinations are inherently more demanding and far more taxing on the mind." And pulled up a chair and sat down. "And also, anything else worth celebrating, and my personal objective has likewise been fulfilled." "Then you've already learned what Uncle Guts left behind." And Galahad looked at him and nodded gently with a faint smile. "Congratulations, you've actually defeated all the level 1 knights of Novigrad." Then leaned back against the chair's headrest, gazing idly at the inn's ceiling. "Should I challenge them too?" Lin Feng and Galahad exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter together. "And don't laugh at me. After all, you both have already taken the challenge. Wouldn't it make me seem utterly out of place if I didn't follow suit as a fellow squad member?" "No, we're not mocking you." And Lin Feng waved his hand lightly. "We're simply pitying every level 2 knight in the Knights Guild." Galahad nodded beside him. "And as Lin Feng says, and I see. But do you truly believe I can do it?" Galahad and Lin Feng studied in, outwardly gentle and unassuming, each recalling his battlefield prowess. And Galahad remembered and cleaving Fenrir apart with his great axe. Lin Feng recalled that stealth maneuver. Not even he had sensed it. "And I believe it poses no difficulty. And I hold the same conviction." And Lin Feng and Galahad spoke in unison. "Very well. If you have such faith in me, then I'll accept the challenge." NMR. Brewster's saying, "If you lose I'll step in," is simply unfair. It's bullying. Our comrade is brimming with energy today, and letting him gain real combat experience would be ideal, though the Knights Guild may suffer greatly for it. Our squad is likely the only one treating the Knights Guild as a training dungeon to grind experience points. And they deserve it. After all, they did talk too much before. Since your personality has deviated, brace yourself. These corrective strikes will land firmly. And Lin Feng turned to Galahad and asked, "Galahad, what are your plans next?" "I intend to attempt the Grandmaster certification, an ambitious goal. And I've remained at level 1 for quite some time." Galahad's official rank was level 1, not because his strength was limited to that tier, but because Karen only permitted examinations up to level 1. Yet he stood just shy of Grandmaster, above level 1, yet not quite there. Nah, half-step Grandmaster, confirmed. "And you both have clear goals. I'd better step up my efforts too." As Lin Feng spoke, he stretched languidly. Just then and sidled over, curiously peering at the object in Lin Feng's hands. "Captain, what are you sketching?" "Designing new attire, still as elegant as ever. And it's a commission in truth. I plan to enrich the local populace's leisure life modestly." Leisure life, and, in simple terms, food, drink, merriment. The details, you'll see soon enough, and then I shall await it with anticipation. When Captain Lin acts, purpose always underlies his actions. And so what is his true intent here? And impossible to deduce. "Enough, I'll ask directly." Nan leaned in, slightly eyes alight with curiosity as he asked Lin Feng, "But Captain, why this?" "I took offense at something a certain merchant guildmaster said, and intend to correct her attitude. That's all." And, how pitiful for that guildmaster. And murmured sympathetically, and though he couldn't fathom how improving Novigrad's entertainment landscape might wound that guildmaster. Past experience suggested Captain Lin's methods were invariably soul deep, not merely physical. Concrete examples included Karen merchants forced into fire sale asset liquidations, Griffith meeting death in his deepest fear, and knights reduced to mere XP dungeon fodder. Verifiable records exist. That minimum psychological collapse is guaranteed. And why do you portray me as some demon lord of the abyss? Was I that obvious? And you might as well have pasted "My captain is a master manipulator" across my forehead. My face couldn't possibly fit that many characters. Then touched his cheek, then declared with quiet certainty, "Truly, it won't fit." Lin Feng chuckled softly, rose to his feet, and set aside his sketches. "Everyone's gathered. Shall we go eat?" "Yes, let's eat together. We haven't shared a meal in ages." Then cheered while Galahad gave a quiet nod. Barbecue was a fine choice in Novigrad, but one couldn't live on it forever. And this time Lin Feng decided to pick a random restaurant to gauge the general standard of Novigrad's culinary establishments. They passed the barbecue stall they'd visited earlier, then glanced at the long queue snaking outside, and asked, "Say, ever since we dined their business has exploded. Did you do something, Captain?" "Yes, I did." And Lin Feng nodded frankly. "A minor stratagem aimed at the guildmaster. This is merely one thread in the larger tapestry." "Captain, You truly never rest. And I handled it during lunchtime casually. And Lin Feng shrugged lightly. After so long in Novigrad, Lin Feng usually cooked for himself or dined at Clark's home. This was in truth his first proper meal at an ordinary restaurant. His verdict, unpalatable. And truly unpalatable. Not only the bland intrinsic flavor of the raw ingredients remained, accentuated by their inherent flaws with countless subtle details neglected. The texture was coarse that stirred no appetite within him. And if one word must define it, sustenance ration would be most fitting. Once past mere survival-level sustenance, and with coin to spare, eating such fare daily would inevitably sap one's vitality. And even spending a considerable sum yielded nothing more than unseasoned barbecue. This truly is backward. And Lin Feng frowned and murmured, not very tasty. Nan and Galahad exchanged glances before and finally spoke. Captain, this is our everyday fare. The finer meals. We rarely get to taste them. Galahad nodded silently beside him. And so accustomed have I grown to those delicacies, I'd nearly forgotten the taste of ordinary meals. And Lin Feng watched them, and felt a sudden quiet sorrow. That sorrow was not baseless. And when an individual, or an entire people, declares what you consider the barest threshold of existence to be not bad, even finding joy in it, you cannot help but feel sorrow. Yet compassion alone changes nothing. What matters is action. In another world indeed. And there remains so much, so very much, for me to accomplish here. At the very least, I must teach the people of this world what true flavor means. In next steps, Nas Lin Feng pondered his next move. Rosalind's voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Don't push yourself too hard. Lin Feng paused, then smiled faintly. No need to worry. When pressure mounts, I know precisely how to release it. Pranking, or orchestrating elaborate schemes, is remarkably therapeutic. As Lin Feng had anticipated, the seeds he had sown earlier at Hance's shop were now quietly sprouting, and bearing fruit. Letizia had sent May to invite him to discuss matters at the Green Guild. It appeared Hanse had not claimed credit for the shop's sudden success, but instead spoken truthfully. Since he had chosen honesty, Lin Feng's seasoning, left behind as a gesture, had become a reward for integrity. Had Hanse chosen another path, Lin Feng would have disciplined him severely, forcing him to pay a price far exceeding that modest packet of spices. Fortunately, that proved unnecessary. Long time no see, designer Lin. Your name has been echoing across the city lately. And yet our esteemed Miss Letizia only deigned to seek me out now, didn't she? Lin Feng replied, his tone edged with quiet irony. That's hardly something I can influence, May said, spreading her hands wide with a wry, helpless expression. I've been whispering in the guildmaster's ear ever since you defeated the Knightly Association. Has she finally seen reason? May placed one hand on her hip and nodded. She wishes to speak with you. More like she's rehearsed her lines for round 2 of our argument. Not quite. Recently the guild has taken on numerous new affairs, and the guildmaster herself is exceedingly occupied. Lin Feng let out a soft laugh before continuing. Complaints about inequitable treatment are mounting within the guild. Nobles dissatisfied with the service they receive have begun questioning the Green Guild's leadership. Meanwhile, rival guilds long suppressed have seized the moment to stir restlessly. Yet none of her subordinates possess the competence to shoulder responsibility, compelling her to personally manage every matter just to hold the fragile equilibrium together. I suspect she's nearing her breaking point. May tilted her head slightly, then silently took several steps back. Are you spying on the guildmaster? I failed to detect you at all. But May quickly regained her composure. No, your scent isn't here. You weren't present. Which means, I deduced it myself. May's expression shifted, from shock to calm to resigned acceptance. Whenever I stand beside you both, I'm reminded viscerally that genius is real. Genius certainly exists, but brilliance need not breed arrogance. Those who sneer at others merely because they possess talent require correction, not admiration. My loyalties make this conversation rather awkward. Lately I've designed several garments. Meow. I've heard absolutely nothing since the moment we met. Right. May flashed a playful smile, and winked with her left eye. Clearly the first set must be reserved for her. Lin Feng privately mused, meow. Adorable heh, before accompanying May to the Green Guild and entering the guildmaster's office. Compared to their last visit, Letizia's office now overflowed with documents demanding attention. May, you brought him? Yes, guildmaster. Lin Feng watched as Letizia lifted her gaze from the stacks of paperwork. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, lending her an air of exhaustion, softening the sharp authority she'd once projected. In simple apt terms, she looked utterly worn down. A few days apart, and you've already declined so drastically. Letizia glanced at Lin Feng and asked directly, name your price. What compensation would entice you to join the Green Guild? Do you truly wish to recruit me? Letizia's weary eyes swept over the documents encircling her desk before settling on Lin Feng, silent, yet speaking volumes. A faint mischievous smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Without lifting a finger, Letizia had already reached this state. So what if he chose to intervene covertly, or even serve as chief strategist to the second largest guild? Would the Green Guild not implode? Of course Lin Feng had no intention of doing so, not while Jaffiel remained within the guild. Otherwise he would have long since begun dismantling the entire guild alliance from the ground up. Alliances forged by blood may still fracture. How much more fragile than are those built solely upon profit? My demand is simple, a wager. This time Lin Feng did not fixate solely on Letizia's silver hair. He studied the guildmaster's office in its entirety. Its decor faithfully echoed the Green Guild's ethos, clean, functional, unadorned. Save for a battle-scarred axe mounted prominently on the wall, a stark emblem of the Green family's fierce, indomitable spirit. Letizia rested her left elbow on the desk, propping her head in her palm. What wager? Let us wager whether those deemed talent deficient can surpass you, the guildmaster herself. You're at it again. Letizia massaged her temples and gazed at Lin Feng. Is proving yourself for them truly so vital? It is, profoundly so. Anyone who labors earnestly in the field they love despite modest natural endowment deserves deep respect. Letizia closed her eyes in weary resignation, a woman confronted by unyielding conviction, and sighed deeply. 1,000 years ago, the Green family followed the war god into battle, leading the charge, buying precious time for countless races to retreat. When the war god vanished before our ancestors' eyes, the Greens were shattered, reduced to ashes. Green spent centuries rising anew. Tell me, what rebuilt us? Letizia reached for her staff, her gaze drifting to the priestess robe she wore, her eyes flickering with sorrow. Yet she swiftly suppressed that sorrow, gripped her staff, and struck its tip against the floor, leveraging the impact to rise from her seat. She fixed Lin Feng with a stern, almost admonishing gaze. Talent. Then she advanced step by deliberate step. A family broken by war cannot reclaim the war god's glory, or restore its former splendor, unless every member's talent is pushed to its absolute limit. Personal aspirations. Striving to catch up with prodigies. Do you imagine we possess such luxury? With each step her presence grew heavier, more oppressive. When gods perish and beg other deities for divine revelation, when families crumble and must resurrect themselves, there is no place for a failure who cannot keep pace. And you, an outsider, dare lecture me? Letizia halted mere inches from Lin Feng, close enough to dominate his space. Her crimson eyes and shark-like fangs amplified her intimidation, yet he remained unmoved. He was unmoved. Lin Feng's golden eyes held no fear, only stillness, as he met her gaze unflinchingly. Tell me, are ordinary people rare, or are people like you and I it? Is the Green family truly exceptional? Seeing Letizia fall silent, Lin Feng smiled faintly, stepped aside, walked past her, and approached her seat. With gentle mockery he remarked, you know the truth well enough, don't you? Even the mighty Greens, can every single member be a genius? Letizia frowned, turning to face him. Precisely because geniuses are scarce, we must never squander time on trivial pursuits. Does genius know no limits? Lin Feng had already reached Letizia's seat, his hands plunging casually into the mountain of documents before him, lifting a handful aloft and shaking them lightly. Answer me, Letizia. His amber gold eyes held hers, unblinking, piercing, focusing deliberately on the dark circles beneath her eyes as he repeated softly but insistently, does genius know no limits? What I cannot accomplish well, entrusting to others will only worsen the matter. And you cannot expect everyone beside you to stand at your own level, should my companions fail to keep pace with me. Lin Feng gently set down the documents in his hands. And I will guide them, patiently nurturing their growth until they stand shoulder to shoulder with me. I once squandered much time on this, endless effort yielding nothing until I was forced to resolve it myself. And that is because you do not know how to teach. Lin Feng approached Letizia and stood directly before her. And no more arguments. We shall never convince one another. Why not follow my proposal? Let us wager who prevails. Letizia fell silent for a moment, then asked him, what are the stakes? And ladies first. You name your terms. In a lifetime of unpaid service to my merchant guild. Agreed, without hesitation. And Lin Feng accepted the condition indifferently. And yours, you must publicly apologize to every employee you have ever harshly criticized, and formally endorse my philosophy. Accepted. What specifics? I demand authority equal to yours. Within a short span, I shall resolve all current crises plaguing the Green Merchant Guild, and leave behind a cadre you yourself would deem prodigious. Should I fail, I lose. Humph. And Letizia let out a quiet laugh, baring sharp teeth as she said, if you succeed, does that not prove talent matters most? Letizia, I do not deny talent's importance. What I reject is your doctrine that only those born as geniuses in a given field deserve to strive within it. Letizia paused again in silence. Lin Feng smiled and asked, shall we wager? Yes, but with a time limit. How long? 2 months. Too long. I require only 1 month. Humph. And Letizia smiled faintly, and replied, then 1 month it is. And Lin Feng nodded and extended his hand. Letizia reached out and clasped it firmly. The wager was sealed. And their hands parted instantly. Then spend your time preparing. Once ready, Mei Miao may inform me. Mei tilted her head, glancing at Lin Feng. Mei Miao dislike it. It feels oddly unfamiliar, but no matter. It is hardly an unbearable title. Letizia returned to her seat and settled back into position. Tomorrow I shall fulfill every requirement you have stipulated. Then our wager begins tomorrow. Farewell, ladies. I have matters requiring my attention. Lin Feng bowed respectfully and departed. After Lin Feng left, only Mei and Letizia remained in the guildmaster's chamber. Letizia turned her gaze toward Mei. You seem quite at ease with him. Do I? Not really. Mei feigned ignorance with practiced nonchalance. Letizia made no further remark about her longtime friend's apparent betrayal. She understood its intent. She knew May acted thus to ease her burden, for under Lin Feng's wager Letizia could delegate many tasks she herself dreaded. Letizia rose and gazed at the iron battle-axe mounted upon the wall, a mere ornament now scarred by countless battles. In to challenge my belief. In such defiance. I too have known. She reached out and stroked the axe tenderly, the sole heirloom left by her grandfather. In, had my talent lain not in priesthood. Had I been forged as a warrior instead. In would you have taken pride in me that In may watch Letizia's silhouette in quiet sorrow, and sighed deeply. Lin Feng, hoping to alleviate his friend's anguish, departed the Green Merchant Guild, and proceeded to Hetty's home, to conduct her usual lesson. Under his tutelage Hetty's magical aptitude had steadily ascended. She was no longer the novice who knew nothing of spellcraft. Even aside from Hetty, Beatrice's proficiency had markedly improved. In, with your current strength, passing the third-rank mage examination should pose no obstacle. Truly, that is your rank, master. I still feel leagues away from your mastery. In, Beatrice chuckled softly and added, do you truly believe he's a third-rank mage? Hetty frowned and asked, is he not? In, you'll understand fully once you sit for the third-rank examination. Hetty turned to Lin Feng with questioning eyes, only to find him wearing an expression that silently declared, indeed, I am precisely what I claim to be, a third-rank mage. Lin Feng did not linger on the topic of feigning mediocrity. Instead, he produced the design drafts he'd completed over recent days. At the sight, Beatrice's eyes lit up instantly. Could it be? And they're finished. Hetty may choose whichever ensemble suits her as her official mage attire. And Beatrice took the sketches from Lin Feng's hands and spread them before Hetty and herself. Lin Feng had conceived numerous ensembles, ranging from traditional wizard robes to pragmatic artisan tunics. One design, a sorceress's ensemble, featured a pointed hat, flared skirt, and thigh-high boots rendered predominantly in deep sapphire, emerald, black gold, and pale green. Its aesthetic fused noble ceremonial elegance with Hetty's personal inclinations, subtly embedding gear motifs as decorative flourishes throughout. Since these drafts would soon be handed to tailors for realization, Lin Feng detailed every element meticulously, perhaps even excessively so. Effectively, they formed a bespoke costume compendium modeled entirely on Hetty, valuable enough to sell independently, even disregarding the garments themselves. Beatrice, for instance. This one is exquisite, yet that one equally stunning, and this one too. Oh, and that. How am I to choose? In, Beatrice's expression twisted in agonized indecision. Each design captivated her anew, threatening to shatter her composure entirely. My daughter has but one vow, yet only one garment may be chosen. Lin Feng glanced at Beatrice and couldn't resist dousing her fervor. And calm yourself. The choice isn't yours to make. Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Hetty, only to find her gnawing anxiously at her thumbnail, equally tormented by indecision. So this garment is constructed thus, and worn in this manner. Ah, this delicate embellishment, it's breathtaking. How is it engineered? How does it assemble in reality? May I disassemble it to examine its structure? Lin Feng's lips twitched. He muttered, you two truly are mother and daughter. Knowing their deliberation would last long, Lin Feng shrugged, casually picked up a grimoire, found a comfortable spot, crossed his legs, and immersed himself in study. Though most magical arrays in this world were suboptimal in construction, each still held invaluable insights. Perhaps a novel runic glyph, or a newly discovered, more efficient arrangement of runes. Only through relentless accumulation of such arcane knowledge could one become a mage both formidable and refined. He knew not how much time had passed, but when he finally closed the tome on second circle magic thoroughly mastered, he found the two women still poring over the sketches. This design's greatest distinction lies in its originality. Nothing like it has ever existed before. This one is equally extraordinary, form-fitting throughout, granting unparalleled mobility, devoid of ornate embellishment, yet never appearing austere. This leg adornment, called a garter perhaps, is sheer genius. Utterly arresting. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Go ahead, take your time choosing. I'm leaving. And at that moment both Beatrice and Hetty whirled toward Lin Feng and rushed forward, encircling him. What? Hetty adjusted her round spectacles and spoke with grave seriousness. Master, you bear full responsibility. Beatrice nodded solemnly beside her. Why does this sound as though I've toyed with your affections? What exactly is required? You must choose for us one single ensemble. A trivial matter. Lin Feng scanned the sketches, retrieved them, and declared, why not take them all? We certainly possess the means. May we truly claim them all? Beatrice blinked in surprise. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. When did I forbid it? Designers cherish their creations dearly. Such audacity might offend. Rather than fret over such trifles, simply increase my fee. Hetty and Beatrice exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Hetty took the sketches from Lin Feng's hand, pointed decisively to the sorceress ensemble, and announced, I shall choose this one. She then hummed cheerfully as she departed, presumably straight to the tailor. Beatrice watched Hetty's joyful retreat and smiled tenderly. It's been so long since we shared such light-hearted conversation. I feared such moments would never return. Thank you, Lin Feng. These past days she speaks far more freely, and our bond has grown stronger. You gave us this chance. You two harbor no irreconcilable rift. She knows your love for her. Lin Feng met Beatrice's gaze and added sincerely, yet you must learn sooner rather than later to love her in the way she yearns to be loved. Dixia's speed was indeed remarkable, having completed all of Lin Feng's requirements by the next day. However, she did not directly parachute Lin Feng into the Jilin Chamber of Commerce. Instead, she promoted a former second-in-command of the chamber to a position nearly equal to her own, and then dispatched this person to Lin Feng's side, awaiting his orders. This approach was indeed clever. It avoided the internal conflict that would arise from abruptly inserting a high-ranking newcomer, kept her from directly seizing control of the chamber's power, and also guarded against the possibility of Lin Feng turning against her. Moreover, since this second-in-command had not previously held such a high status, it implied certain deficiencies. Assigning him to Lin Feng would also test the weight of Lin Feng's statement about helping companions grow and keep pace with him. From this arrangement, it was evident that Dixia possessed genuine skill, living up to her reputation as the unifier of all the merchant guilds in New Waijuri. My name is Waylon Owen. Lin Feng glanced at the man selected by Dixia and recognized him as someone he had briefly met before. He was the young man who had emerged from the president's office right before Lin Feng's first visit to it, looking as if he had been severely scolded and on the verge of tears. So his name was Waylon. Waylon, follow me. Lin Feng offered no further explanation, assuming that Dixia had already clarified everything to the man before him, leaving no need for extra words. While carefully observing the cityscape and the citizens of New Waijuri, Lin Feng asked Waylon, who was following him, "What do you think is the most pressing issue facing the Jilin Chamber of Commerce right now?" "Well," Lin Feng smiled and said casually, "I'm not Dixia. Just speak plainly. Even if the Jilin Chamber of Commerce collapses, it's none of my business. I don't want it to fall. At least I don't. I still need this job to support my family." After saying this, Waylon let out a helpless laugh. In Lin Feng's eyes, that smile conveyed the thought, "I've never felt happy at work." It was pitiful, but after that laugh, Waylon visibly relaxed. "I think there's a conflict between the chamber and its customers. The biggest problem is that we still haven't figured out why the customers suddenly became discontented. We've been doing things the same way for years with no changes at all. Why are they now dissatisfied and refusing to buy our goods?" As if recalling a particularly unpleasant work experience, Waylon's face grew even more haggard. "I tried to make changes, but all I got were curses. Then I tried to communicate, and the responses were nothing but biting and sarcastic insults. Maybe I just don't have the talent for this. Is that what you think?" Lin Feng gave him a look. Waylon nodded. Lin Feng said nothing more. He simply took Waylon to visit several places, then sat on a bench in the square and asked, "What did you see?" Waylon pondered for a moment, then ventured, "Well, people living happily." Hearing this answer, Lin Feng laughed. "That's the problem. In your eyes, their lives are happy now, but in their own eyes, it's no longer happiness. People change." Huh. This single sentence gave Waylon a great revelation. The issue that had been troubling him suddenly took on an entirely new perspective. This prompted Waylon to follow this new line of thought, and after a while he suddenly snapped back to reality and looked at Lin Feng. He found Lin Feng reading a book. The moment Waylon turned his head, Lin Feng sensed his gaze, closed the book, and looked back at him. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin Feng. I was lost in thought." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and asked, "So, it feels like a sudden clarity." Waylon offered a bitter smile. A genius truly was a genius. He could see the root of the problem at a glance, while Waylon had been toiling away for so long and discovered nothing. If you work hard, you can do this too. Is this something that can be cultivated through practice? Of course, it's a way of thinking. Lin Feng tucked his magic notebook close to his body, then leaned back comfortably on the bench and said, "I'll guide you through this method of analysis once. I hope you can do it on your own next time." Waylon nodded solemnly. "The reason you think people's lives are happy now is because they have jobs, income, and food, right?" "Yes, I think that's already happiness." "So what do people think about in such an environment?" "It varies from person to person, but generally they want to do something." "Exactly." Lin Feng snapped his fingers and said, "This is what we call leisure. Now let me ask you again, once people have leisure, what can they do?" "What can they do?" Waylon repeated Lin Feng's question, frowning in thought. If he had free time himself, what would he do? He hardly had any free time himself. He was busy every day. For a few seconds, Waylon felt a pang of self-pity, but he quickly composed himself and began to imagine having spare time. What would he do? Drink, dine out, brag with friends, and then what? After racking his brains, Waylon realized there were very few options. Pitifully few. There's very little we can do. Good. Let's continue. If people remain in this state of idleness, what will happen? Waylon fell into thought again, envisioning a life where he finished work early, went home early, and rested early. What a blissful life! It almost made him want to cry. No. Waylon shook his head, casting aside his own thoughts. From an ordinary person's perspective, eating, working, drinking, and wandering around, repeating day after day, they would feel bored and weary. Over time, it could easily breed restlessness. As you say, I call this phenomenon the rise in spiritual needs brought about by an improved standard of living. Waylon savored the phrase, finding it more and more profound. Combining these deductions, the previously incomprehensible actions of the customers now made sense. After organizing his thoughts, he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Is this what you meant by way of thinking?" "Exactly. I hope you'll follow this line of reasoning in the future, conduct your own investigations, hypothesize from multiple angles, and finally identify the core contradiction." "That's a quite remarkable method." But then Waylon asked, "So what should we do?" "An excellent question, Waylon. Once you've identified the problem, it's time to solve it. It's simple. Teach them how to have fun. Find some amusement for their lives, let them burn off the excess energy after eating and drinking so they can lie down and sleep peacefully. I see. I always thought it was a quality issue with the goods. I removed many products which only drew more complaints. Now it's clear, I was heading in entirely the wrong direction. The residents of Nuawaijirui can generally be. Lin Feng sat on the bench and explained a great deal to Waylon, thoroughly dissecting the inner thoughts of Nuawaijirui's citizens from the very foundation. He also outlined the general plans for the near future, establishing a newspaper, releasing entertainment like card games and mahjong, building schools, launching a lottery, creating high-end brands, and a series of other initiatives. Waylon grew increasingly excited as he listened. This could work, it was feasible. Because every step, every reason for doing so was rooted in the needs of Nuawaijirui's residents. This is utterly. Lin Feng watched Waylon struggling to find the right word, guessing he meant to say awesome. I've shown you the path. The rest is up to you to execute. Do you still need my company for this step? No need. If I can't do it after being guided to this extent, I'd be too ashamed. It's good to have confidence. Lin Feng stood up and patted Waylon on the shoulder. Then it's all yours. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, come to me anytime. If you can't find me, you can write to Jia Fei'er and discuss with him. Jia Fei'er, the one who initially performed poorly but has now gained the president's recognition. Yes, that's him. I taught him too. You two should communicate well. I'm sure you'll both gain a lot. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Waylon sat on the bench, stunned by this news for a moment. By the time he came to his senses, Lin Feng had already walked a good distance. He quickly stood up and shouted toward Lin Feng's receding figure. Can a lack of talent really be compensated for by hard work? Lin Feng turned around at the sound, looking at Waylon's eager expression, longing for an answer. Of course. Haven't I already given you two successful examples? 2. One was Jia Fei'er, who was the other? As if reading Waylon's mind, Lin Feng pointed at himself. Then Lin Feng shifted his hand and pointed at Waylon. Will you become the third, eh? Waylon didn't answer, but Lin Feng waved goodbye to him. Work hard, third one. Thanks to Letizia granting Valen considerable authority, Valen executed Lin Feng's arrangements with remarkably few obstacles. The results were striking. First came the promotion of entirely new forms of entertainment, card games, mahjong, billiards, and more. Simple, intuitive, and instantly accessible, these novel amusements struck precisely at the heart of Novigrad's citizens' desires, igniting an immediate sweeping craze. Riding that wave of enthusiasm, the Green Merchant Guild unveiled a series of ambitious initiatives, establishing academies, launching a subscription-based newspaper, and inaugurating a magical radio broadcasting service, among other pioneering ventures. Following these announcements, pilot lottery shops were launched on a modest scale. Like an ancient beast rousing from hibernation, the Green Merchant Guild burst forth with a cascade of captivating news, infusing the entire city with renewed vitality and purpose. Everywhere people spoke of the Green Merchant Guild, opinions flowed freely, debates flourished, and perspectives multiplied. Within the guild itself, Lin Feng enacted sweeping reforms, ensuring Letizia retained her generous compensation while also rationalizing working hours. Yet this transformation was far from seamless. Opposition did arise. How then could efficiency be maintained after shortening work hours? How should the newspaper's layout be designed? What content ought it carry? And how could mass production be achieved? What curriculum should be taught in the new academies, and what knowledge imparted? Magical radio sounded impressive, but how could it possibly be realized? To confront these challenges, Valen frequently sought Lin Feng's counsel, who responded thoughtfully case by case. Where Valen could solve problems independently, Lin Feng withheld direct answers, guiding him instead towards self-directed reasoning and resolution. For those beyond Valen's reach, Lin Feng intervened personally, most notably in developing the newspaper press and broadcast speakers, both demanding his own hands-on invention. Lin Feng brought Hetty along to witness the birth of prototype printing presses and speaker systems firsthand. Rather than unveiling perfected devices, Lin Feng explained their underlying principles to Hetty and constructed deliberately crude functional prototypes. Refinement he entrusted entirely to Hetty, whose enthusiasm made her more than willing. As Lin Feng assembled each prototype by hand, Hetty remained at his side without pause. Whenever structural design entered the discussion, stars seemed to shimmer, genuinely, within her eyes. Clearly she was captivated, truly, deeply enchanted. And so beneath this fresh tide of innovation, the long-stagnant city of Novigrad began moving forward once more. This reawakening manifested everywhere. For ordinary citizens, life regained its promise. Happiness indices rose noticeably. For Letizia, the change was stark. Her workload plummeted. Tasks once piled high upon her desk had vanished, entirely. Silence hung for a moment before Letizia turned to May and asked, "How much time has passed since our wager?" "About 1 week," May replied. 1 week? Could a single week truly reverse fortune, resolving nearly all the Green Merchant Guild's entrenched crises? May, a faint smile playing on her lips, answered, "Madam President, our staff has always worked diligently." "That is a malicious assumption." Letizia gazed at May and sighed. "So, the root cause of that earlier chaos lay in my own incompetence. Has Madam President begun doubting herself? Is that not simply the truth? If Madam President were truly incompetent, countless others would stand humiliated. Rather than incompetence, I prefer to think you merely lacked the right method, or strayed momentarily from the path." Letizia said nothing, only looked steadily at May. Her cat ears twitched as May murmured, "Might Madam President consider consulting Lin Feng, the one who found the right path?" Perhaps the very puzzle that has long troubled you may find its answer in him. You've been waiting to say exactly that since the beginning, haven't you? What on earth is Madam President talking about? I haven't the faintest idea, meow. Letizia watched May feign innocence with practiced charm, and sighed again. Consult him. That sudden unfamiliar sensation of yielding ground. It had been so long since she'd felt it. Was this karmic recompense? It's too early to draw conclusions. Let us observe further. As Madam President wishes. May nodded knowingly, her expression confirming she'd anticipated precisely that response. Lin Feng, the architect behind this cascade of change, though inseparable from every surge of progress, assigned these civic transformations decidedly low priority. His foremost concerns remained the Level 2 Mage examination, and immediately thereafter a large-scale monster hunting commission. These two critical tasks followed one another in rapid succession, leaving scarcely any interval between them. Advancing Novigrad was in essence a fortunate byproduct. Yet it was undeniable even these paramount priorities were continually disrupted by a torrent of peripheral demands. At that very moment, Lin Feng walked alongside Beatrice and Hetty, heading to the workshop of a renowned tailor to collect Hetty's newly finished garments. Lin Feng had initially declined, but Beatrice insisted, as the designer of this garment, you must witness its birth. With such words spoken, refusal became impossible. Along the way, Hetty remained lost in reverie, absorbed in the mechanics of printing presses and speakers, barely glancing at the path ahead, her small hand gripping Lin Feng's sleeve to guide her forward. Beatrice chatted lightly with Lin Feng. Master Sherwood is Novigrad's most masterful tailor, and among the rare few still practicing who apprenticed even before my grandfather's time. Then he belongs to the city's founding generation. Precisely. Beatrice nodded firmly. She crossed her arms, pride gleaming in her eyes. You have no idea how difficult he is to engage. Years ago he suffered a fall, struck his head, and lost his memory for a time. He lost his memory. Has he recovered? Yes, thank the heavens. We nearly lost a peerless artisan. That amnesia transformed him profoundly. Upon regaining his memories, Master Sherwood relocated here. This neighborhood is indeed remote. Secluded from dense settlements, sparsely inhabited. Why withdraw so far from society? Lin Feng sensed a deeper reason hidden beneath the surface. Surely not to cultivate the aura of a reclusive sage, or merely to make me walk farther. If so, I shall certainly take offense. Beatrice stepped forward and tapped gently on the door. Master Sherwood, I've come, as promised, to collect the garment commissioned earlier. A rustle echoed within. The wooden door swung inward, revealing a petite figure through the narrow gap. A girl with sapphire short hair and rose-pink eyes wearing a small white beret. Master Sherwood is expecting you. Hello, Venus. Beatrice reached out to stroke Venus's head, but the girl twisted aside, evoking a wry, resigned smile from Beatrice. I truly am unloved by children. Venus kept a careful distance, watching Beatrice warily, her tiny hands clutching the brim of her beret protectively. I don't dislike you, Miss Beatrice, but if you keep patting my head, I'll never grow tall. Lin Feng couldn't suppress a quiet laugh. A delightfully charming child. Venus. Rosalind's voice resonated softly. What is it? Lin Feng wondered inwardly. Nothing, merely a shared name with an old acquaintance. I wonder whether she still fares well. At that moment, an elderly man emerged, tall, slender, silver-haired, his presence commanding yet gentle. Beatrice, you've arrived. Master Sherwood. Beatrice bowed respectfully. Lin Feng nudged Hetty to attention, and all three offered formal bows to the elder craftsman. Such reverence was due, not merely to age, but to the enduring mastery of a true artist. Elder artists often exude an air of quiet gravitas. In response to the trio's respectful bow, he merely inclined his head slightly. Sherwood departed to retrieve the garment he had tailored for Hetty, while Lin Feng and the others were ushered to their seats by Venus. Lin Feng surveyed the room with curious eyes. Every corner held tools of textile craft, large and small, arranged with deliberate care. Though space was utilized to its utmost limit, the chamber remained uncluttered, a testament to its owner's meticulous, thoughtful arrangement. Moments later, Sherwood returned holding the finished witch's robe. Shall you try it on here? Would that be permissible? Sherwood pointed with a finger toward a corridor. Step inside, turn left, you'll find a small fitting room there. Please make yourself at home. Ah, how splendid. Beatrice seized Hetty's hand, snatched the robe, and strode straight toward the fitting room. Venus. Yes, master. Go assist her. This garment requires another pair of hands to don properly. Understood. Venus nodded, and with quick short steps hurried after them. In an instant, only Sherwood and Lin Feng remained in the room. Sherwood settled beside Lin Feng. Silence descended. An awkward hush, natural between two strangers meeting for the first time, now left alone together. You designed this garment? Lin Feng nodded. I did. Seeing one so young fill that role brings me unexpected ease. A faint smile softened Sherwood's features. At last, a gifted young designer has emerged. What dreadful things passed for design before. They present me with bizarre, pretentious sketches, obscure, self-indulgent, and ask my opinion as if sincerity mattered. Truly. He rubbed his temple wearily. Lin Feng chuckled at Sherwood's pained expression. That sounds rather lived in. No jesting. I am a tailor who reveres beauty, whose such grotesque, soulless designs are a wound to the eye. By the goddess. A shadow crossed Sherwood's face, as if memory had pierced him with sudden sorrow. Yet he swiftly gathered himself, turned to Lin Feng, and smiled warmly. Truth be told, I haven't been stirred by a design in years. When Beatrice brought your sketches, I knew this robe had to be made. It's been ages since I felt such resonance. Ever since I moved here. Did you relocate to escape other designers? One reason among many, Sherwood replied with a wry smile. Some truths cannot be spoken plainly. I've learned to deflect with laughter to smooth over discomfort. But they kept coming, relentlessly. Not only did I nearly suffocate under silence, but the more I humored them, the more those arrogant youths began doubting my worth. If only I were younger. He crossed his arms and gave a low, indignant hum. I'd have scoured those so-called avant-garde designers raw. Indeed, artists possess fierce, unyielding temperaments. I heard you once suffered memory loss. Yes, I fell. Why I no longer recall. In that fall, I lost something vital. By the time memory returned, it was already too late. Sherwood gazed into the distance. Lin Feng followed his line of sight to a portrait hanging upon the wall. It depicted a woman of breathtaking grace, long sapphire hair, rose-pink eyes, and a smile radiant with divine serenity. Her hair and eyes matched Venus's perfectly, prompting Lin Feng to imagine countless tragic tales woven around that forgotten past. Just as Lin Feng prepared to voice his suspicion, Rosalind's voice echoed within his mind, Aphrodite. The sudden intrusion startled him. Yes, that old friend I mentioned. As you know, I've remained dormant for centuries, even I know little of her current state. To see her likeness here, Lin Feng, perhaps Sherwood is her devotee. Would you inquire gently about her fate? Since a deity had spoken, Lin Feng activated his ability to scan Sherwood's identity tags. Immediately a torrent of labels flooded his vision. He sighed inwardly, precisely why he seldom used this power. Sifting meaning from such overwhelming data demanded speed and precision. Linger too long, and suspicion would surely follow. With practiced urgency, Lin Feng combed through the cascade, until at last a name surfaced clearly: Sherwood William. Final devotee of the end, master tailor forged by time, obsessed with elegance, meticulous to a fault, echo of past ages, in the present era, mild obsessive tendencies, regret, grief. Mr. Sherwood, do you serve Aphrodite? Sherwood froze, then slowly turned, eyes wide with disbelief, voice trembling. You know Aphrodite? More accurately, my own deity recognizes her. And thus I do too. I see. Of course. The light in Sherwood's eyes dimmed, fading like embers cooling to ash. She? Lin Feng hesitated. The label final devotee of the end carried a chilling weight. Some wounds he thought were best left unprobed. Sherwood exhaled deeply. The goddess of romance, Aphrodite, is gone. So it was true. And I am her last devotee. Would you care to speak of it? If not, decline freely. I hold no expectation. Sherwood studied Lin Feng's earnest face, then offered a gentle smile. Of course, I cherish such rare moments of remembrance. His gaze drifted back to the portrait, tendrils of nostalgia shimmering in his eyes, as he began softly to tell the story of a fading goddess and her solitary faithful servant. In my childhood, I was not yet her sole devotee. At least my family still knelt before her altar. We dwelled in the capital then, no house of our own. A few tattered cloths and wooden poles formed our humble shelter. Did you eventually leave the capital? Sherwood nodded. My father made that choice. I was too young to remember, but looking back, I believe Aphrodite's will guided his heart. After all, unlike other deities, she championed bold exploration, never fearing the demon clans. Lin Feng fell silent. That very courage, perhaps, was why her worship dwindled until only one remained. As the youngest, I was entrusted to a master upon arriving in Novigrad, and apprenticed under him. My family joined the city's founding, visiting me regularly, though the work was perilous. Sherwood paused, then continued, voice quieter. I eagerly awaited each visit. Once they missed their appointed day, I reassured myself they'll come tomorrow. Tomorrow passed, then the next day, and the next, until the count blurred, until I understood they would never return. Whenever I asked my master about them, he evaded the question. So I turned instead to my goddess. Have my family abandoned me? Aphrodite answered. They journeyed to a place from which no return is possible, and entrusted you to me before departing. Young Sherwood pressed further. What does a place from which no return is possible mean? You will understand, in time. But not yet. As time flowed onward, Sherwood grew, and with each passing year, he came to understand more deeply what the sudden disappearance of his family had truly meant. Humans are fragile creatures, easily taken by a single stroke of misfortune. Even more so in a remote and savage land like this. Accidents during construction, beasts prowling in the wild, and the malice of other humans. Any of these could have been the cause of his family's death. When his family departed, they must have been reluctant to leave this world. And within that reluctance, there must have been a share reserved for him. In their final moments, they must have prayed. They prayed to the goddess they had always believed in, hoping she would take their place and watch over the foolish little boy who waited for a family that would never return. Though at the time, in his ignorance, he had harbored a trace of resentment toward those who had left without a word. Fortunately, Aphrodite had been there to steer his feelings back, preventing him from making a grave mistake. This too was Aphrodite's answer to his family's prayers. Sherwood had grown up having learned nearly all of his master's craft, and had been working as his apprentice for several years. His master, his father's old friend, was a portly, somewhat clumsy man with a thick beard. He had raised Sherwood for years out of a promise, even foregoing starting a family of his own. His name was Maka. When Sherwood came of age, Maka called him into his room with a serious expression. At that moment Sherwood thought Maka had finally found someone and was ready to start a family. But Maka simply told him with a grave face that his family had passed away. Sherwood looked at the round, solemn Maka and felt both amused and moved to tears. What was amusing was that Maka truly believed he had hidden the truth well enough to deceive Sherwood for all these years. What was moving was that he cared so deeply for Sherwood's feelings, clumsily shielding him for so long, only revealing the truth now that he believed Sherwood was ready to accept it. So Sherwood could only offer a helpless smile and tell his master that he had long suspected the truth. Maka was taken aback at first, his expression shifting rapidly through surprise, astonishment, contemplation, and relief, before finally breaking into a smile. Yes. You were bound to figure it out sooner or later. You've always been a clever and resilient child. As if to celebrate, Maka raised his hands joyfully and shouted, "You've grown up? You've become a strong man. That's amazing. I raised you. I'm amazing too. Amazing, truly amazing." I joined in clapping for Maka. Maka stopped waving his arms and looked at me. It was only when our eyes met that I noticed the glimmer of tears in his. It wasn't easy. After uttering those words, Maka finally released the burden his old friend had placed upon him years ago and wept freely. This strong yet clumsy man cried openly in front of Sherwood for the first time, leaving Sherwood at a loss for what to do. "Go. Hug your other father." Aphrodite's voice echoed in Sherwood's ears, snapping him back to the present and guiding his next move. Somewhat awkwardly, Sherwood walked over to Maka and wrapped his arms around him. Maka, still weeping, glanced at Sherwood and returned the embrace. Maka sobbed heavily, as if a great weight had been lifted. Sherwood could feel the dampness of tears falling on his shoulder and the trembling of Maka's back. Sherwood reached out and clumsily patted Maka's back to comfort him. In that moment, Sherwood understood many things. It turned out that he wasn't the only strong one, and it turned out that Maka wasn't the only clumsy one either. After that incident, Sherwood pondered deeply. At night, he climbed onto the roof of the tailor shop, gazing at the budding Novigrad and the vast expanse of stars. He kept growing and Novigrad kept developing. "Aphrodite, what is it?" Aphrodite's gentle voice sounded. "Thank you. You're welcome. After all, I promised my believers I would look after their children. I am not a goddess who breaks her word. I always thought I had matured a great deal, but after today I realize I'm still just a naive child. I think you've grown quite a lot. But it's not enough. Then keep growing. Yes, I will keep growing, becoming more mature and reliable with you by my side, right?" "Yes." For some reason, Aphrodite's reply came after a noticeable pause. But just as Sherwood had said, he was not yet mature enough to notice the goddess's oddity. Time began to flow rapidly once more. Sherwood's skills grew ever more refined, and he became a renowned tailor in the area. With fair prices and high quality, he naturally attracted many customers. As Sherwood continued to grow, Maka continued to age. Gray hair gradually appeared, and his once straight back slowly began to stoop. This made Sherwood realize that his other father was slowly drifting away. One day he too would leave him, just like his other family members had. This thought terrified Sherwood. Whenever he thought of that inevitable day, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Not knowing what to do, he climbed onto the roof of the tailor shop, once more gazing at the developing Novigrad and the starry sky. "Aphrodite, what is it?" "I'm scared." "Of what?" "I'm afraid of Maka leaving me, afraid of losing this last family member. How am I supposed to face this world alone?" "Why not ask Maka how he feels about it? Is it really appropriate to discuss this with him?" "You won't know unless you try." Sherwood lay on the rooftop, gazing at the star-filled sky, gradually making up his mind. "I was wondering why you'd been acting a bit strange lately. Turns out you were worried about that kind of thing, huh?" Maka burst into hearty laughter, making Sherwood rub his nose in embarrassment. "Time flies, doesn't it? Before you know it, you've reached the age of worrying about such things." "Sherwood, this is something everyone must go through. Don't be afraid. Even without me, you'll face this world just fine." Maka wore a carefree smile as he looked at Sherwood and said, "I watched you grow up after all. I have every confidence in you." Sherwood looked at Maka's smile and felt a sense of reassurance. If Maka said it would be fine, then it would certainly be fine. Sherwood smiled gently. Time flew by once more. Maka continued to age, his frame growing thinner and more hunched, until finally, under Sherwood's care, he passed away peacefully, leaving behind a small gravestone. Sherwood was no longer young himself, streaks of gray appearing in his hair. "Aphrodite, what is it?" "Nothing, just checking if you're still here." Sherwood reached out and gently touched the gravestone. "You won't leave. You'll stay with me until the very end. Then let us like companions walk together side by side until the end." For some reason, there was a hint of relief and release in Aphrodite's tone. Sherwood noticed at that time, but couldn't understand why. "Sherwood, what is it?" "Actually, I have another name. Venus. Perhaps you could call me Venus. That other name is far too long. But I've grown used to it." "Is that so? Then keep it as our secret. Not many people know about this." Aphrodite seemed delighted, her tone brimming with amusement. Feeling that trace of joy, Sherwood smiled as well. Decades slipped by in the blink of an eye. Sherwood grew ever more frail. His hair turned whiter, his face deeper with wrinkles. Novigrad transformed from a desolate, death-haunted wilderness into a prosperous city. Sherwood, once an ordinary tailor, rose to renown as a master craftsman. Yet with advancing age came a growing sense of disconnection from the world, from time itself. Familiar faces and customs faded, unfamiliar rhythms and forms multiplied. Young people praised designs he found grotesquely garish, leaving him bewildered and estranged. Garments prized for durability once the standard of elegance vanished from fashion, appearing only on elders like himself. Rumors spoke of a formidable noble family arriving in the city, sure to usher in yet another tide of change. What then would Novigrad become? Sherwood no longer cared. He had grown old. So old that everything once familiar now existed only in memory, and he began to long for an era less prosperous than the present, yet infinitely tender in recollection. He had lived the life he once envied as a child, yet now in its fulfillment, he yearned for childhood itself. Ah, humanity! How strange it is. The aged Sherwood labored up onto the rooftop. Novigrad had drifted far from the city he once knew, but the stars above remained unchanged. Only beneath that eternal sky did past and present feel woven together. Sherwood understood he suffered from the ailment called old age. And here atop the roof he sought its antidote, the elixir of youth. Aphrodite. He tentatively invoked the deity he had long revered, yet received no reply. Somewhere along the way Aphrodite's responses had ceased to be immediate. She often vanished for stretches, returning without warning. Not here again. A flicker of sorrow passed across Sherwood's eyes, but he understood. He was old. Surely the divine now devoted her attention to younger, fresher souls. Such distance was common among worshippers. Indeed, her constant presence in his life had been the anomaly. Aphrodite was gentle and merciful, willing to bestow such profound grace upon him. He ought not to ask for more. It was enough to savor her fleeting return, enough to feel that fragile joy. And yet, loneliness lingered undeniable. His family one by one had all departed. Sherwood turned away from the stars and sat upright. An old man should not linger too long in the cold night air, or his joints would protest. As Sherwood struggled down from the roof, his foot slipped, and his body slid helplessly downward. In panic he grasped wildly, clutching nothing but loose tiles which tumbled after him. Suspended for a breathless moment, he gazed at the star-strewn sky, and smiled wry and self-mocking. Do you still imagine yourself young? An old man ought not mimic his younger self by climbing rooftops. Truly this was a folly born of youth, a habit he'd carried into age. How I wish to speak with you once more. Aphrodite. Sherwood. Agony surged, then darkness swallowed his vision. When consciousness returned, he lay upon a pristine white bed beside a silver-haired girl with crimson eyes. She seemed faintly familiar. Had he seen her somewhere before? A sharp pain lanced through his skull, making him wince and press his hand to his brow. His fingers met bandages. You're awake. Falling from such height at your age, and surviving. A miracle, grandfather. Your constitution is remarkably sturdy. Who are you? I remember nothing. I'm Letizia, a priestess. I revived you. As for your amnesia, it's likely due to head trauma. Then what do I do now, eh? Letizia sighed softly. I don't know. Perhaps revisiting the past might stir your memories. Oh, thank you. No thanks needed. Letizia studied Sherwood intently, her gaze softening with quiet sorrow, as she murmured. It's also a way to mend a regret of my own. What did you say? Nothing. Your name is Sherwood William, a legendary master tailor. Rest here until you recover. Letizia offered a few parting instructions and left servants to attend him. Sherwood stared at his gnarled hands, then traced the deep lines etched across his face. Am I truly this old? You truly remember nothing. A voice, unbidden, disembodied, startled him. He whirled, searching for its source. Who are you? Who speaks? So you truly don't recall. The voice fell silent. Then seconds later a figure materialized before him. She was breathtaking, long sapphire hair, rose-pink eyes, radiant and serene. Sherwood recoiled, then stilled, inexplicably calm. This presence, though sudden, filled him with quiet reassurance. They call me Sherwood William. I remember nothing at all. He gazed at Aphrodite, suddenly impossibly there, and felt only bewilderment. Such strangeness unfolded, and yet fear never touched him. Do I know you? Yes, we've known each other for lifetimes. Yet this is our first true meeting. Strange, isn't it? Sherwood nodded slowly. I'd hoped to walk beside you a little longer, but it seems our farewell can no longer be delayed. What are you saying? Aphrodite said nothing more, only smiled warm and tender as she seated herself beside him and cradled his head in her arms. I am Aphrodite, your goddess, your faith. I arrived just in time for my final awakening, just in time to save you. Had I failed, I would have dissolved in eternal regret. Wait, you. Sherwood had countless questions, but when he lifted his gaze he froze. Her form was already dissolving, shimmering into scattered starlight. Aphrodite smiled gently, speaking her last words. Sherwood William, you must slowly reclaim your memories. Remember your family. Remember Micah. Remember who Aphrodite is. Micah and I trusted you utterly. You will succeed. Farewell, Sherwood, my last believer. Aphrodite faded, not with thunder or flame, but with quiet grace, as her divine essence spent itself entirely. This marked the death of a god. Amnesiac Sherwood did not grasp its weight, yet his body wept before his mind could comprehend. He knew not why, he understood not how, but tears fell unceasingly, and his heart shattered anew again and again. Thereafter Sherwood drifted, numb and hollow. To him home, face, and past were alien, like a newborn soul thrust into an ancient weathered body. Aphrodite's final plea echoed ceaselessly within him, yet he stood helpless before it. The sole solace, his fortune, remained ample, enough to sustain him comfortably. Letizia, the priestess who saved him, visited often. Today, clutching a loaf of bread, Sherwood wandered aimlessly through the city, seeking memory. He moved like a flower severed from its roots, blown wherever the wind carried him, knowing neither origin nor destination. Suddenly the bread was snatched from his hand. Sherwood snapped back to awareness. A grime-streaked girl had seized it. She bore a shock of short cobalt blue hair. He almost let her go, yet at the sight of that hue, he gave chase. He ran with desperate, all-consuming force, ignoring his body's protests, refusing to yield. That fleeting silhouette carried echoes of the past, drawing the hollow shell of a man toward its ghost. At last the girl collapsed, trembling against a wall, hugging the bread clothes, curling into herself as if bracing for punishment. She looked ready to endure any beating rather than surrender that single loaf. Sherwood gasped for breath and sat quietly beside her. Go ahead, eat. I won't strike you. Oh, really? I have no use for that bread. Liar. You chased me like your life depended on it. Sherwood faltered, then chuckled, rueful and resigned. Consider me ill then. The girl studied him, puzzled. What a peculiar man. Sherwood looked upon her and saw eyes the same rose pink as Aphrodite's. Her stomach growled fiercely, so she devoured the bread ravenously, heedless of manners. Where is your home? I have none. Your family. Surely you had kin. I did once. They perished on the road from the capital. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm accustomed to it. What's your name? Venus. Sherwood froze. In that instant the name Venus turned like a key, unlocking memory's vault. His past surged forth, not as fragments, but as a flood. Family. Micah. Aphrodite. Oh. A cry tore from his throat, as if pierced by a blade straight to the heart. Tears spilled anew, unbidden, unstoppable. Only now, long after Aphrodite's departure, did Sherwood grasp what had truly transpired. Aphrodite was gone, forever. Had that final encounter, so tender, so brief, been their last? So much left unsaid, so much love unvoiced, so much. Grandfather, grandfather. Venus's panicked voice broke through his grief, her wide eyes fixed on his tear-streaked face, unsure how to respond. I'm sorry. I didn't know that bread meant so much to you. I'll never steal again. Sherwood ignored her, consumed by sorrow, until Venus' jaw set, reached out, and pulled his head into her embrace. I'm sorry. Sherwood stiffened, then through blurred vision glimpsed Aphrodite's smile once more. He clutched Venus tighter, and wept deeper and more fiercely than before. Moved by his anguish, Venus recalled her own losses, and wept with him, stroking his silver hair with trembling hands. So they wept, together for a long, long while, until silence settled. Venus, I'll adopt you. That's impossible. You cry over a stolen loaf. How could you possibly support me? That was a misunderstanding. I'm quite wealthy. Sherwood produced a handful of silver coins, offering them reverently in both palms. Venus paused, then took one coin, tested its weight and gleam, and broke into a radiant sunlit smile. Sherwood watched, and smiled back for the first time in years. This time, it's my turn to watch you grow. Venus. That is my rendition, painted solely from memory, of the deity I revere, Aphrodite, the divine embodiment of romance. Sherwood gazed softly upon the scroll as he spoke. Aphrodite no longer exists. I apologize. I've unwittingly touched upon your deepest sorrow. Sherwood smiled faintly and waved his hand. No, tragedy does not deepen with retelling. It has simply been a long time since I last spoke of her to anyone. Yet even as he said so, sorrow shimmered in his eyes, eyes that silently pleaded, I still long to see her once more. My deity was her comrade in arms. Perhaps you might speak with him. Truly, a comrade of Aphrodite's. It seems there is much you do not yet know. But this I may tell you, my deity understands the meaning behind the name Venus, and how deeply you yearn to etch her presence upon this world. For I am the last relic she left behind on this earth. Sherwood offered Lin Feng a smile, gentle yet steeped in quiet grief. Upon seeing that sorrow-laced smile, Lin Feng rose from his seat and approached the portrait. Though meticulously preserved, its surface bore the soft, inevitable traces of time. I have a bold hypothesis. What is it? Could the absolute limit of divine blessings even move a god? Your mind teems with audacious notions. Precisely because no one has ever dared attempt it. That is what draws me. Lend me your strength. This will demand immense divine power. Lin Feng summoned his personal interface, fixed his gaze upon the blessing points, and golden divine light began to well forth from his palms. Solemn and silent creator deity, heed my plea, restore Aphrodite, divine embodiment of romance, to life. As Lin Feng's words echoed, the creator deity's bestowed blessing points vanished to zero, while Rosalind's divine energy streamed ceaselessly from his hands, coalescing into a radiant vortex before his chest. Behind Lin Feng, Sherwood's form flickered, tiny motes of light peeling away from his body, drawn irresistibly into the swirling vortex. What's happening? A blinding flash of gold erupted. Then suspended midair before Lin Feng appeared a golden egg. As the sustaining divine energy waned, it began to fall. Lin Feng caught it deftly. Phew, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. That single act drained over half my divine power. I truly feared it would run dry. So what is this thing? Lin Feng raised the golden egg aloft. Surely it cannot be Aphrodite herself. He held the egg beside the portrait, comparing them closely. The resemblance is utterly lacking. Lin Feng, what did you just do? Sherwood stepped forward, eyes locked on the golden egg. And what is this? Ah, I attempted to resurrect a deity using the creator deity's blessing points. Lin Feng studied the luminous egg, its shell woven entirely from condensed divine energy. Did it succeed? Blessing points. Resurrecting a god. Sherwood stood frozen, his mind reeling. Is this even human speech? I scarcely comprehend a word. In that single sentence his entire lifetime's understanding shattered. Someone had willingly expended the creator deity's rarest boon, not for salvation or ascension, but as raw material for an experiment. Most mortals receive but one such blessing in their lifetime. And now, resurrecting a dissolved deity. Such an idea had never crossed mortal minds. Or perhaps it had, only to fail again and again. That golden radiance was unmistakably divine energy, vast, overwhelming. How had he persuaded his own deity to sacrifice such magnitude of power to revive another's lost god? Impossible. This defies reason. How did you accomplish it? Stunned disbelief gave way, suddenly, to a fragile, trembling ember of hope igniting within Sherwood's heart. His eyes fixed upon the golden egg. Perhaps miracles do exist in this world. Then, softly, the egg trembled as if something stirred within. Fine cracks bloomed across its surface, spreading swiftly until the entire shell fractured with a delicate crack, shattering into shimmering dust. Cradled in Lin Feng's palm lay a humanoid sprite. Delicate wings, unfurled skin dappled in soft pink and white. Enormous limpid eyes, plush velvety texture, utterly enchanting. The birth of this new life plunged all three, man, god, and sprite, into profound silence. After a long pause Lin Feng broke it. The color is all wrong, isn't it? Is that truly the crux? Is that truly the crux? Both man and deity groaned in perfect unison exasperation. Then the tiny sprite opened its eyes, deep sapphire blue. Spotting Lin Feng, it beamed eyes crinkling into joyful crescents and chirped. Chiao. Indeed, the hue is wholly mistaken, and it cannot even speak properly. Rosalind had long since abandoned the effort to critique Lin Feng's fixation on such trivialities. Unsure of what had transpired, Lin Feng instinctively activated his ability to perceive the being before him. Aphrodite, the newly awakened sprite. A nascent life born from a fallen god's remains, a near impossible convergence of conditions, a sprite, adorable, fragmented memory inheritance. A failure, yet not a total one. Aphrodite fluttered her tiny wings hovering midair. Gazing at Sherwood, who watched her intently, she tilted her head in gentle confusion, then ventured softly. Chiao, how do you know my name? Chiao, you remember me. Are you truly Aphrodite? The sprite cocked her head, pondered, then nodded once, shook her head once. Chiao, you don't know either. A wry tender smile touched Sherwood's lips. Lin Feng interjected, raising a hand. Sherwood, can you understand what she's saying? You too cannot hear her. Lin Feng shrugged. Whatever she utters I hear only, Chiao, nothing more. How could this be? I suspect it stems from your devotion. You were her faithful worshipper. This sprite is likely the ultimate expression of what blessing points can achieve. Unable to restore a god, they instead forged a new being, a vessel bearing fragments of her essence. Lin Feng extended his palm. The sprite alighted upon it light as breath. You may call her Aphrodite, if your heart accepts her as such. Yet the choice, how to see her, remains yours alone. Go on, what would you say to your deity? Sherwood regarded the little sprite with eyes heavy with layered emotion. Then after a long quiet moment he spoke. Thank you for growing alongside me. Thank you for choosing me as your devotee. And finally, farewell Aphrodite. I shall never forget you. Thank you for having graced this world. The sprite stood motionless, absorbing his words, then blinked slowly, gazing at Sherwood before two glistening tears welled and fell. Chiao, farewell Sherwood. Sherwood looked upon her, and though a tide of memories surged within him, it settled at last into a serene, forgiving smile. Just then the door swung open. First entered Hetty, now clad in fresh attire, followed closely by Beatrice and Venus, their rapport visibly warmer. Hetty wore the weary, hollow-eyed look of one who had endured relentless trials. She fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, and sighed, voice drained. After dressing me in minutes, they spent the rest of the time debating and praising this garment. Amusing. All I see is a broken, despairing mannequin. No wonder it took such a long time. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain. It was enough to let me finish listening to a very long story. I'm sorry. I got too carried away chatting with the little one, because this dress is simply too perfect. Wei Nasi put her hands on her hips with a proud and smug expression, and said, Humph, this is Master Shi Wuda's skill. But then Wei Nasi noticed that elf. What is this thing? Chiao. The little elf seemed to like Wei Nasi very much. The moment it saw her, it flew over and started circling around her. Wei Nasi opened her palm as a platform for the little elf to land. Chiao. So cute. Baitsuesi walked over and asked Lin Feng, what is that? Well, what if I said I just created that creature? Would you believe me? Baitsuesi showed a helpless smile and said, all right, I apologize for making you wait so long. So tell me, what is that, okay? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. I told you the truth, but you wouldn't believe it. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Baitsuesi tentatively asked, you weren't joking just now, were you? Lin Feng nodded. Then Baitsuesi's expression went through a series of changes: surprise, disbelief, trying to understand, failing to comprehend. How did he do it? It's just Lin Feng, never mind. All in a few seconds. It had to be admitted her expressions were quite rich. Lin Feng looked at the little elf getting along happily with Wei Nasi, and said, calling her Cupid doesn't seem quite fitting. Forget it, let's just call her Chiyobai. Lin Feng looked at Shiwuda and asked, is that okay? Shiwuda shook his head and said, I have no objections. Great, then I'll leave her to your care. After all, you're the only one who can understand her. Leave her to me. She is, after all. I created her to make up for your regrets. It's fine to leave her to your care, and she can also grow up with Wei Nasi. How nice. Don't tell me you can't afford to keep her. More than that, I'm worried about whether she can eat human food. Lin Feng thought it was a problem, but he saw that Chiyobai indeed had a mouth. I think it should be fine. Everyone quickly accepted Chiobai's existence and shifted their focus to He Di's witch costume. Upon noticing this, He Di wore a, again, expression of utter resignation. Shiwuda looked at the dress and nodded in satisfaction. The most perfect moment of a garment is when its owner puts it on. Shiwuda said with satisfaction, this is what a dress should be. Both beautiful and durable. It's worthy of being made by me. Lin Feng stood aside watching Shiwuda's genuine happiness and suddenly spoke. Shiwuda, have you ever thought about coming out of retirement? 60 or 70 is exactly the age to strive. At this, Wei Nasi raised her hands in protest. Hey, at least add master. Shiwuda patted Wei Nasi's head and said, given our friendship, that's unnecessary. Wei Nasi looked at Shiwuda in confusion and said, aren't you meeting him for the first time? Shiwuda was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain. Lin Feng casually spoke up to help Shiwuda out. Nonsense, irrelevant. Men's friendship can be built this easily, little girl. Wei Nasi said nothing, just looked at Shiwuda with a questioning gaze. You could say that. Something was strange. Wei Nasi squinted at Shiwuda but then gave up thinking. If Master Shiwuda says it's fine, then it's fine. Seeing that Wei Nasi stopped pressing, Shiwuda looked at Lin Feng and said, what do you mean by coming out of retirement? The Guilin Merchant Guild is about to open a school and needs teachers. I think no one is more suitable than you in the tailoring trade. Shiwuda smiled helplessly, but I'm already out of touch with the times. To be honest, I really can't get into the current popular styles. Lin Feng didn't say much, he just pulled He Di over and asked, do you like this dress I designed? Of course, it's the best one I've seen in recent years. Then you should become this teacher and help me spread my style. My style is the future trend of this world, oh, everything else is heresy. Such an arrogant tone. But there seemed to be no point to refute. Shiwuda, you also said you don't like the current mainstream. Instead of hiding here, criticizing, and keeping to yourself, why not go out and help everyone improve their aesthetic sense? You're not out of touch, it's just that the clothes of this era are disappointing. We should set things right. I have to say you're really good at persuading people. Shiwuda smiled helplessly. What Lin Feng said truly hit the mark on every point. Moreover, he still owed a favor to that young lady from the Guilin Merchant Guild, and furthermore, Lin Feng was willing to use his blessing points for someone he just met. If he didn't respond at all, it would be inexcusable. Alright, I agree. When the school opens, I'd be happy to share some humble opinions. Great. Before Lin Feng could celebrate, Bai Tsuesi cheered first, then cast a questioning glance at He Di beside her. My mother often feels heartache over Master Shiwuda's retirement and would love for him to return. And you might not realize how big a stir this will cause in Novigrad. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and said, overall it's a good thing, isn't it? Then the mission to Shiwuda's place was completed successfully and beyond expectations. Lin Feng went to Waluan's place and told him the news about Shiwuda. Master Shiwuda, he's coming to teach at our school. Really? Is that true? Don't be so loud, okay? Lin Feng looked at the excited Waluan and said calmly, what's the big deal? Getting so worked up over this? Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Waluan took a few deep breaths trying to calm himself, but he couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting, and he chuckled foolishly. Master Shiwuda is coming to teach at our school. It's like a dream. Is his influence really that great? You could say that. Almost the entire fashion design circle recognizes Master Shiwuda's craftsmanship and vision. After he retired, his masterpieces became even more priceless. If he is willing to come, we won't have to worry about enrollment, or just the noble fashion designers alone will overcrowd the school. Compared to Waluan's excitement, Lin Feng's reaction was quite calm. He just listened quietly, and then said, oh, I see. Then he fell into thought. What do you think if we print this news in the newspaper and release it? Will the number of customers skyrocket? Are you a genius? Genius. Not bad. Since you think it's okay, let's do it that way. I have other things to do. The exam for second level mage is coming up in a few days, so I'll leave these matters to you. Good luck with your exam. Same to you. Lin Feng dumped all the work on Waluan in a very casual manner and left. And Waluan, who was being used like a beast of burden, was actually very grateful. Waluan watched Lin Feng's back and couldn't help but sigh. This is a person who can truly achieve great things. Always calm and rational, seemingly doing nothing serious every day, but secretly getting all the important work done. I really want to become someone like you. Come on, me. Finally, the day of the mage rank examination arrived. Although this event seemed trivial among the series of things Lin Feng had done since arriving in Novigrad, it was actually the matter he cared about most. Lin Feng knocked on the wooden door of Hetty's room. She was also going to take the third-level mage examination, so Beatrice had asked Lin Feng to meet them first, and then go together to the Mage Association for the exam. With an indifferent attitude, Lin Feng agreed. Soon Hetty and Beatrice appeared wearing witch hats. Good morning, Master. Good morning, Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, morning, let's go. The three walked together toward the Mage Association. Hetty, listen to me, don't be nervous during the exam. With your current strength, passing is definitely not a problem. Absolutely, don't be careless. Okay, Lin Feng glanced at the mother and daughter. The mother looked much more nervous than the daughter. Hetty noticed Lin Feng's gaze came closer and asked, "Master, about that printing press. Let's talk after the exam. Can we discuss it?" "No." Seeing that Lin Feng was not yielding, Hetty decisively gave up and walked aside, continuing to immerse herself in the mechanical structures in her mind. Lin Feng glanced at Beatrice, who showed a worried expression, sighed, and said, "If you fail even a mere third-level exam, I'll expel you from the sect. Take it seriously." "Hey, don't be like that. Master, don't you know my strength best? Shouldn't you have some confidence in your own student?" This immediately drew protest from Hetty. "It seems expelling from the sect is still not enough punishment. Well, then I'll cancel the mechanical structure interest class as a reward." "I was wrong." Hetty became obedient, temporarily putting aside the mechanical structures in her mind and reviewing the magic runes that might be used in the exam. "Good." Beatrice held her chest, let out a heavy sigh, and said with relief, "Phew. I feel much more at ease now. As expected, your words have the most effect. In a sense, it's quite pathetic. I can't help it." A trace of disappointment flashed across Beatrice's face, and she said, "I failed quite a bit as a parent. Hetty's current state is inseparable from my past parenting methods. I won't run away from that. Compared to those stubborn parents who are dissatisfied with their children and refuse to admit their parenting methods are flawed, you're already quite good. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Feng, you should have no problem at all." Beatrice showed a smile and said, "After all, if I really think about it, I should call you master too." Lin Feng glanced at her and said, "How is it going with recruiting others to attend your lectures?" It did attract many people, and they listened with great interest. But once they heard it was the idea of a third-level mage, immediately, ahem. Beatrice coughed lightly and began to mimic those mages' words, even imitating their expressions perfectly. "What, it's not a grandmaster's idea? Another brat's delusion from a novice. I thought it was impressive at first, but now I feel ridiculous for listening seriously. Beatrice, haven't you gotten over thinking you're a genius who can advance magic?" When she reached the last one, Beatrice's expression grew somewhat displeased, and she said, "Humph. A bunch of self-righteous fools. Might as well not teach them. If they look down on it now, I won't teach them, even if they come later." Lin Feng chuckled and said half-jokingly, "So there are still normal mages in the Mage Association after all. I'm on your side, you know." "I know." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I understand your feelings and I can understand theirs too. It's not strange, but it's normal. Why does everyone start focusing on who proposed the theory? Shouldn't the content be what truly matters? You have to admit, most of the time this kind of prejudice is correct. Maybe if you had claimed the theory as your own work from the start, people would have accepted it more quickly. What do you take me for? I have my own pride as a mage. Taking credit for someone else's theory. What's the difference from stealing someone else's child?" Lin Feng looked at Beatrice, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "So isn't that why I'm here taking the mage exam?" I see. Beatrice suddenly understood many things. "I can't wait to see your brilliant performance in the exam, and then when I tell them that theory was proposed by you, the look on their faces." Just thinking about it made Beatrice unable to suppress her smile. After laughing heartily for a few moments, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "I'll just wait and watch your show. It's bound to be spectacular." Lin Feng didn't reply, only smiled, then shifted his gaze to the Mage Association that was already close at hand. The second-level mage exam. What kind of difficulty would it be? Hart, you'd better come up with some interesting tests. Upon arriving at the exam venue, Beatrice parted ways with Lin Feng. She headed to the audience area to accompany the exam. Then the crowd split into 3 groups, taking the exams in turn. Hetty and Lin Feng also had to separate at this step. "Well then, Master, see you after the exam." Hetty greeted Lin Feng and then walked toward the line of third-level mages. Lin Feng looked at her back and called out, "Hetty, what is it?" Hetty turned back to look at Lin Feng. "Do you want a reward?" Upon hearing this, Hetty stopped rushing to the line, fully turned around, and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "What reward?" "You decide. So I can ask for anything. Don't be too capricious." Lin Feng didn't deny her interpretation. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, a thought formed in Hetty's mind. She had to start with the most outrageous request she could think of. Hetty showed a rather interested smile, one hand on her hip, and said, "What do I need to do?" "You just shine on the stage and make your mother in the audience proud." The requirement is too vague. Of course, rewards aren't easy to earn. Precisely because the requirement is vague, you have to give it your all right. Lin Feng said this with a smile, then turned and walked toward the line of second-level mages, waving his hand behind him and saying, "Good luck." Hetty watched Lin Feng's back and let out a helpless sigh. "I was already planning to perform in front of my mother." Lin Feng entered the waiting area and first observed the third-level mage exam. The assessment to become a third-level mage in Novigrad was the same as when Lin Feng had taken the exam, being able to construct a magic circle. 3 Grandmaster examiners sat on the arena platform, and candidates went up one by one to be assessed. This batch of candidates were all mage apprentices. They were a group of mages who might even fail to cast a spell. Forgetting the incantation due to nervousness, suddenly not recalling the magic runes, making mistakes, releasing spells with insufficient power. These errors seemed laughable to Lin Feng, but this was the reality of mages in this world. Except for Lin Feng, who was a special case, even the simplest magic circle required dozens of magic runes to compose. And with the method Lin Feng had proposed, those dozens of magic runes. Hetty slowly walked onto the arena, received a staff designated for the exam, then signaled to the examiner that she was ready to begin. Hetty closed her eyes, recalling all the magic runes she had learned during this period, then opened her eyes. A sharp gleam flashed through her purple irises. Be enough to unleash dozens of magic circles. 12 magic circles simultaneously materialized around her, forming in an instant. Lin Feng was slightly startled, then a smile appeared on his face. She actually deployed them simultaneously. And 12. Another breakthrough in her maximum number of simultaneous casts. It seems I'll have to prepare a reward after all. Hart stood up from the examiner's seat, losing control of his expression. The other two were similar, but not as excited as Hart. That was because only Hart knew that not long ago Hetty wasn't even a mage apprentice. The other two examiners merely thought they had encountered a rare genius, but Hart understood that Hetty wasn't a genius. There was a method that could turn her into one. Hetty wore an indifferent expression, dismissed the magic circles, and glanced toward the waiting area. Simultaneously casting 12 different magic circles without incantation was her limit. This was her giving it her all. One examiner finally came back to his senses. Hetty Clark passed. Before I step down, I have something to say. Hart nodded and said, please speak. I am Hetty Clark, daughter of Beatrice Clark, and student of 3rd level mage Lin Feng. That is all. After saying this, Hetty bowed and walked off the arena. From the audience, Beatrice's explosive cry rang out. That's my daughter. Hetty's words caught Lin Feng off guard. Yet she had indeed surpassed the task he'd assigned her, truly worthy of his tutelage and deeply satisfying. Lin Feng then closed his eyes to rest, for the trials of the other mage apprentices held no intrigue whatsoever. One apprentice cast a mere fireball, while intoning dramatically, with my fingertip I rend the void, crimson incantations pierce the molten core, wherein the fierce soul of fire trembles and shatters. A blazing arrow cleaves the heavens, its scarlet beam pierces the starry firmament, reducing chaos itself to ash. This was Lin Feng's own translation of the incantation, rendered intelligible for comprehension. The original chant consisted of indecipherable syllables from another world. Not only did they drone on for minutes, but risk forgetting lines or mispronouncing them, ultimately conjuring only a feeble spark-spitting array no larger than a thumbnail. What spectacle could that possibly be? Only Hetty's performance warranted attention. Soon the 3rd rank mage examination concluded. Next came the 2nd rank mage assessment, a trial markedly more demanding than the previous. Candidates were required not only to master spells of 5 or more elemental affinities, but also to wield an advanced variant of at least one such spell, its potency sufficient to breach the defensive wards conjured by examiners. Put plainly, learn 5 elemental basic strikes, then master 1 heavy strike, powerful enough to shatter a shield. One by one mages before Lin Feng advanced or fell, until finally it was his turn. He stepped onto the dueling platform and declared 3rd rank mage Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The two other examiners exchanged glances, recalling Hetty's earlier remarks. Hart cut straight to the point. You trained Hetty. I did. Ignoring his colleague's stunned expression, Hart nodded, as if confirming a long-held suspicion, and vaulted over the desk to stand face-to-face with Lin Feng. How did you teach her? We're in the middle of an exam, instructor. All right. Hart chuckled awkwardly. Old habits die hard. I'll speak with you in depth after the test. Understood. Lin Feng tapped his wand lightly upon the ground. 5 arcane arrays shimmered instantly into being around him. Silent multicasting again. And all are 2nd rank spells. Each draws from a different element. By the arcane goddess, I am witnessing history unfold. Unmoved by the commotion beyond the arena, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Hart, just as the instructor raised his protective barrier and lifted his wand. 2 sigils bloomed instantly at the wand's tip, then ceased forming. Luminous threads of magic wove between them, coalescing into a minuscule 1st rank array. Hart truly lost composure this time, standing behind his barrier, mouth agape. T2 sigils in a single array. The silent casting went unremarked, overshadowed entirely. Around the array, air coalesced, sharpening into an invisible blade-like gust of wind. 1st rank wind blade. It actually works. Then 4 more sigils emerged atop the 1st ring, interlaced once more by magical filaments, to form a 2nd rank array. The wind blade began to warp, twisting gradually into the shape of an arrowhead, 2nd rank spiral arrow. Hart no longer gaped, he analyzed. And within his mind one thought crystallized, pure and absolute. Brilliant. Yet it wasn't over. 6 new sigils shimmered into existence above the 2nd ring, forming a 3rd delicate layer. At the moment the 3rd ring solidified, the spiral arrow's rotation accelerated violently, its howling gale intensifying until Lin Feng's robes flapped wildly. Exquisite. This array is simply exquisite. As Hart marveled, Lin Feng's voice broke through. Here it comes. The vortex detonated, its recoil driving Lin Feng backwards several paces. The spiraling windblade shot forth at staggering velocity, striking Hart's barrier with a thunderous impact. The tangible rotating blade ground relentlessly against the barrier, shattering its surface into glittering fragments that scattered outward as it pressed forward. Forced to reinforce his ward, Hart chanted urgently, O winds of the 4 quarters, shelter your faithful. Gather here, forge thy wall. Chant abridged and repel all invaders. Upon completion, the faltering barrier reformed instantly, then rebounded, hurling the arrow away. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This strike should have breached the ward. Clearly Hart had erected a barrier far exceeding 2nd rank standards. Why? Hart met Lin Feng's questioning gaze with a subtle smile. Unless you show me your full strength, I won't let you pass. Oh, can you shield everyone here? Hart scratched his cheek, flustered. I cannot, but He glanced toward a distant corner of the arena. Today someone capable of shielding them happens to be present. Then I'll play along, at your pace. Do keep your guard up. Hart grinned, brimming with exhilaration. Bring it on. Lin Feng tapped his wand once more. 3 arrays shimmered into being behind him. Hart sighed disappointed. Relying on quantity won't break through, you know. Lin Feng smiled back. Does multiplying numbers inevitably diminish quality? Hart's pupils contracted sharply. 3 third-rank arrays. Just like that. Not a single word. Yet Hart, master mage though he was, spat sparks from sheer verbal exertion, erecting 2 successive barriers within seconds. First an earthen wall rose before the wind barrier. Then vines erupted from the ground, entwining and reinforcing it. Lin Feng's smile never wavered. With a flick of his wand toward Hart, 3 arrows launched in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 deafening impacts, shards of earth and splintered vines flew in all directions. Every eye locked onto Hart's position. Hart stood unmoved, though fine cracks webbed across his barriers swiftly sealed by fresh surges of his mana. Rather than fear, exhilaration surged within him. Again, his anticipation mounted. He craved whatever marvel Lin Feng would unveil next. That was mere play. Now, I fight in earnest. As he spoke, Lin Feng wove protective wards over the audience and fellow candidates alike. Ignoring Hart's astonishment, Lin Feng drew a deep breath, and for the first time began to chant. Flame becomes herald proclaiming the tyrant's decree, transforming into inverted blades poised above the foe. As Lin Feng chanted, a circle of sigils materialized beneath Hart's feet. The sheer number of sigils made Hart's breath catch. Something was profoundly wrong. Ye who gaze upon the sovereigns form weaklings. A second ring. No, it wasn't encircling the first. It hovered above it, layered distinct. A second-tier array. A composite array, multiple tiers fused into one. He'd mastered even that. The herald shall pluck out thine eyes. A third tier began to coalesce. Ye fools who oppose the sovereign's form. A fourth tier formed. The herald shall consume thine flesh. A fifth tier took shape. Ye brave souls who dare defy the sovereign's form. A sixth tier emerged. The king cares not why thou fightest. A seventh tier unfurled. He knows only, thy end hath come. Hart stared at the 7 deep crimson layered arrays pressing down upon him, and offered a rueful smile. He had brought this upon himself. Beatrice rose from the stands incredulous. That is, one of the 3 great composite magics of House Clark, the one that embodies annihilation. Lin Feng swept his wand toward Hart, and named the spell, Explosive Magic. A searing column of fire descended from above, accelerating through each tier of the array like a falling star blazing with incandescent white fury, bearing down upon Hart with cataclysmic intent. Enough of this mischief. You've had your fun, young man. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and dismantled the magic array layer by layer beginning from the 4th tier, leaving Lin Feng's explosive spell to pass through only 3 layers. Its power was drastically diminished. Then the figure reinforced Hart's magical barrier. A thunderous explosion erupted, followed by blinding white light. When the smoke and radiance finally faded, the onlookers opened their eyes and gazed toward the arena. Hart stood motionless. The top of his barrier fissured, then shattered entirely into fragments. So I've passed the trial? Lin Feng asked the enigmatic figure with a smile, and simultaneously activated his own ability. OSS Clark. Indeed, unidentifiable. Before him stood an elderly man, vigorous despite his snow-white hair and beard. One hand stroked his long silvery whiskers as he laughed heartily, the other clapped Lin Feng firmly on the back. Never imagined I'd live to witness a descendant mastering the spell I myself forged. Longevity truly brings blessings. Ha. First Hetty, and now you. The Clark lineage is flourishing indeed. What's your name? Forgive me, I was distracted earlier and scarcely caught it. Age has dulled my senses. I misjudged you utterly. I am Lin Feng, he replied, composed and unassuming. Lin Feng Clark, is that it? Good, I must remember this properly. No Clark surname. Moi. OSS arched a brow and declared. Impossible. Utterly impossible. If you're no Clark, how could you possibly wield explosive spell? I never claimed to be a Clark, Lin Feng answered matter-of-factly. After all, I'm Hetty's magical tutor. Oh, a tutor you say? That explains it. Nonsense. How could mere teaching grant mastery over our clan's supreme art? You'll explain yourself fully, right now. Lin Feng sighed softly and turned his gaze toward Beatrice in the audience. Only she, it seemed, could unravel this knot. Then came the crushing exhaustion of depleted mana, forcing Lin Feng to lean heavily upon his wand for support. Persuaded by Hart, OSS withdrew backstage. The examination resumed, but neither candidates nor examiners could focus properly. After Lin Feng's astonishing display, even those once hailed as prodigies now seemed merely adequate. While the arena exuded post-climax emptiness, the backstage buzzed with lively energy. Hetty and Beatrice had both arrived there, and OSS Clark, the legendary mage who stood at the apex of Novigrad's might, now questioned his daughter intently. In essence, Beatrice bore the brunt of interrogation, while Hetty and Lin Feng sat nearby, observing with quiet amusement. Yes, Hetty had granted Lin Feng full access to the Clark family's arcane archives. Beatrice had consented. Yet neither anticipated that while teaching Hetty foundational spells, Lin Feng would secretly master the most formidable high-tier incantation within the multi-ring system. Explosive spell was so perilous that even seasoned mages grew dizzy after a single glance. It seemed he truly could. Beatrice sighed inwardly. Facing her father's relentless questioning, she began to explain, calmly step by step. Lin Feng and Hetty remained utterly unperturbed by OSS and Beatrice's exchange. Hetty, because she knew precisely how to manage her grandfather Lin Feng, because his student held that same leverage, and thus he felt no fear. Lin Feng's exhaustion had not yet lifted. Seated quietly, he refrained from restoring himself with divine power. Most of it had been expended just moments before. Such energy was too precious to waste. Hetty sat beside him, knees drawn up to her chest, one hand propped beneath her cheek, watching with serene amusement as her grandfather pressed her mother. She pondered when, should her mother falter, she herself would need to step in. Then Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. Your grandfather is truly formidable, isn't he? Otherwise how could I have indulged in such delightful idleness well into adulthood? Hetty replied, turning to face him. Lin Feng glanced at her and smiled. You're remarkably self-aware. I'm hardly foolish. You performed superbly just now. What reward would you like? Hetty's expression tightened. Her carefully reserved reflection time meant to last until the trial's end had vanished entirely. She hadn't even begun to consider it. What should she ask for? Then, a bold idea surfaced. Yet reason whispered it was capricious, an outright provocation. Well, fine. She resolved to begin with the most audacious request. Could you? Her gaze met Lin Feng's. Residual shyness made her hesitate, yet she pressed on. Create within a field I find compelling something of equal magnitude to magical linguistics. This demand was expected to be rejected, then bargained down, yielding the highest possible reward. Magical linguistics represented an epical leap for mages. Matching its significance seemed nearly inconceivable, but rejection never came. Instead, Lin Feng paused, deep in thought. Now it was Hetty's turn to grow anxious. Impossible? Surely not. Could he really? Agreed. We'll introduce mechanics as a new course at the academy. This invention shall serve as its core curriculum. Hetty froze stunned. Was this real? He'd actually agreed. Then, uncontainable joy surged, lifting the corners of her lips into radiant anticipation. How thrilling. What marvel would Lin Feng unveil? Surely something far surpassing the printing press or broadcast device. At the thought her excitement swelled, until she couldn't help but bounce lightly on the spot. Thank you. Watching her expression, Lin Feng murmured. I never knew you could smile so brightly. In reply, a dazzling sunlit grin. Even the heaviest heart would lighten gazing upon such a smile. Lin Feng glanced up as OSS approached. You boy, ugh. OSS began to interrogate, but the instant he saw Hetty's grin he recoiled, struck dumb by sheer overwhelming adorability. Beatrice watched puzzled, then stepped forward to see for herself, and instantly joined her father in being utterly disarmed. Must your family's comedic timing be this impeccable? OSS recovered swiftly from the emotional onslaught and cleared his throat. Ahem, since you're no Clark, mind your own business. Beatrice, less resilient, remained entranced, lost in blissful reverie. My daughter is the world's most adorable being, and embraced Hetty tightly. Hetty, elated, made no move to stop her mother. Grandfather, you mustn't scold my teacher. OSS suppressed his immediate agreement and fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. Beatrice told me the knowledge you imparted to Hetty holds greater value than any magic you learned from the Clarks. What precisely did you teach her? I taught her quite a bit. It would take some time to recount. Humph. OSS conjured a chair with magic and seated himself opposite Lin Feng, looking down imperiously. Let us see what you've taught. Sufficient to earn such praise from my daughter. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and began. At first, OSS interjected constantly. With only 2 magical runes forming a functional circle is virtually impossible. How does one cast? In truth, a single rune suffices. Why cling rigidly to circular formations? Place the rune at the array's center and weave magical filaments around it. What are these magical filaments? A pattern I devised, efficient for channeling mana, analogous to conductive wires. Apologies, that analogy falls short. I'll rephrase. Stop. Don't patronize me. I grasp your meaning perfectly. Seeing OSS's genuine mastery, Lin Feng relaxed his explanations. His shifting attitude was fascinating. From nonsensical drivel, curiously intriguing. What in the blazes? What in the absolute blazes? Then silence. As OSS fell quiet, absorbed, Lin Feng ceased speaking. Not because he'd finished, but because he was simply spent. Wait, why stops? OSS writhed as if abruptly cut off mid-ecstasy. The trial's concluded. I must return. Preparations for first-tier mage certification await. You're a third-tier mage. Lin Feng nodded. Until my second-tier certification arrives, I remain officially third-tier. OSS wrestled with disbelief, then surrendered. Who the hell believes you're third-tier? Lin Feng had ascended to the rank of first-tier mage, a feat largely attributable to OS's decisive intervention. Upon discerning Lin Feng's true aptitude, OS immediately waived the formal examination process and conferred upon him both the insignia and certificate of a first-tier mage. OS withheld the title of Grandmaster Mage not out of reluctance, but because Lin Feng's magical reserves remained insufficient. Though his earlier explosive spell had dazzled onlookers, its practical battlefield utility proved limited. After all, no true combatant would stand still awaiting annihilation. That single strike could indeed wound a Grandmaster. Under divine powers amplification, it might even slay one. Yet theory and reality remained stubbornly distinct. Moreover, casting it drained Lin Feng's entire magical reservoir, plunging him into debilitating exhaustion. If evaded, he would be left utterly defenseless. By sheer volume of magical energy, Lin Feng was still modest, yet his battle intuition and technique were so extraordinarily advanced that they fully compensated for this shortfall. In the wake of this confrontation, Lin Feng's renown in Novigrad soared to such heights that his name echoed across every tongue. Truly, who in the realm had not heard of him? Lin Feng's extraordinary performance had drawn the direct attention of OS, one of the pinnacle mages of the age, thereby elevating Lin Feng's earlier proposal to teach from mere aspiration to official recognition. This time it was no longer merely Beatrice's solitary fantasy. It was the solemn endorsement of a legendary mage. Consequently, nearly every mage in the city regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. Though through their narrow lens, even their highest regard fell far short of his true worth. Seizing this momentum, Lin Feng deliberately promoted the Green Guild, and thus set the venue for his lectures within the academy, soon to be inaugurated by the guild. Suddenly the academy, recently thrust into public discourse by Sherwood's return as lecturer, ignited once more in popularity, presenting Valen with formidable pressure. Soaring expectations demanded exceptional execution. The benefits were immediate and profound, the Green Guild's standing solidified irrevocably. OS's tacit alignment with the guild effectively silenced rival factions whose ambitions had previously lingered in shadow. Valen's path forward grew markedly smoother. Those once obstinate and unyielding now yielded readily, their resistance dissolving like mist at dawn. Valen's admiration for Lin Feng deepened further. This was mastery so absolute that a single individual's prowess radiated outward, transforming an entire guild. Lin Feng now meticulously scheduled his increasingly demanding life. His immediate priorities included coordinating Sherwood's lectures, preparing curricula for fellow mages, instructing Hetty in the explosive spell, fulfilling his promised reward to her, completing the demon-slaying commission flawlessly to establish the Stardust Squad's reputation, and launching the newspaper. Publishing Sir Galahad's story to dispel widespread misconceptions. Galahad's redemption had been central to Lin Feng's original design, the very linchpin of both the squad's rising prestige and the Green Guild's strategic advancement. Fortunately, Galahad himself proved remarkably resilient, gradually reshaping the Knights' Council's perception through sheer personal integrity. All that remained was for Lin Feng to erect the newspaper, thereby anchoring public opinion and truth. Another objective behind elevating the Stardust Squad was to amplify influence. Where reputation precedes arrival, countless obstacles dissolve, prejudice evaporates, and disseminating novel ideas or knowledge becomes effortless. Another relentless day. Master, might you cease your wandering thoughts? Hetty's voice carried quiet exasperation as she stood holding an assortment of tools while nearby rose a crude prototype assembled from scattered mechanical parts. It was a prototype steam engine, indeed Lin Feng's promised reward to Hetty. Lin Feng observed the prototype. Though its core power source had been replaced with a magic stone, its operational logic remained faithful to the original engineering principles. Under Hetty's tireless assembly over recent days, the machine had begun to take coherent shape. Once perfected, it might propel vehicles, enabling the Green Guild to expand road networks, strengthen ties with its far-flung affiliates, and thereby secure vital information streams for the forthcoming newspaper. His mind had once again drifted back into planning. Hetty, it is time you began mastering the explosive spell. So soon. I distinctly recall only just beginning construction of this device. Just now, I recall Beatrice mentioning you've been sequestered in this room for over 2 hours. Epsilon. Hetty sighed resignedly, casting one last wistful glance at the prototype. The sooner you master it, the more time you'll reclaim for pursuits that truly ignite your passion. Leaving aside the spell's inherent difficulty, don't you find it deeply unsettling that I'd study alongside my grandfather and mother? Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly. I'm afraid I have no remedy for that. Ever since Lin Feng delivered his theoretical lecture on magecraft before OS, the legendary mage himself had joined the informal class as an eager auditor. Incidentally, Hart had also enrolled. When Lin Feng taught OS, Hart supervised the mage examinations, and upon returning to learn of this development, he felt the heavens themselves had collapsed. Hart had long wished to attend these sessions, but administrative duties, particularly overseeing the mage certification exams, had prevented him from attending in person. Until now, his understanding relied solely on Beatrice's summaries. While I sat there bored stiff grading exam papers, you were secretly unraveling wonders behind my back. Unfair. It was profoundly unjust. I demand admission too. Thus, on the very second following the conclusion of the mage examinations, Hart resolutely joined the ranks of auditors. Lin Feng, provisional first-tier mage. His disciples include the legendary mage OS, the Grandmaster Mage Hart, Beatrice, and third-tier mage Hetty. Utterly surreal. Though his students' collective prowess had risen dramatically, Lin Feng maintained his original pedagogical rhythm. After all, even the most enthusiastic auditors must never impede the core learner's progress. Having concluded the lesson, Lin Feng departed the Clark family estate, burdened with yet another cascade of urgent tasks. Suddenly, OS's voice sounded behind him. Might you spare a moment for conversation? If you have questions or uncertainties regarding the material, please bring them tomorrow during class. OS fell momentarily speechless. Lin Feng's reply instantly evoked memories of his own stern mentor. It isn't about study. I simply wish to converse. Converse. About what? What is your perspective on the vocation of mage? Do you mean before my arrival, or after? Huh. Arrogance, I adore it. OS laughed heartily, stepping forward to walk beside Lin Feng. Mages have long suffered declining favor owing to the extreme difficulty of magical study. This has held true since my era, and indeed for centuries before that. Lin Feng remained silent, listening intently. The world declares magecraft a dead-end profession, arduous, time-consuming, yielding little reward. They wield phrases like daggers. Magecraft offers neither humble stability nor lofty triumph. Only rare geniuses reach its zenith. What makes you believe you are among them? Such rhetoric deters novices. Yes, this is the mage's immutable reality and objective truth. Yet, it does not prevent certain souls from choosing this arduous path. Despite its constraints, magecraft endures as one of the world's 5 supreme vocations, precisely because men like OS exist. I chafe against this truth, but cannot refute it. Innate talent is indispensable. Without it, or without noble lineage, one's journey inevitably falters. My entire life has been devoted to finding a counter-argument, for myself and for the youth I seek to inspire toward magecraft. Yet even at my utmost exertion, I remain merely an exceptional case, not a paradigm-shifting precedent. I sought justification and found none. Instead, my own existence became a new deterrent. Can you possibly surpass O.S. Clarke in raw talent? O.S. chuckled bitterly. Sometimes I wonder, has magecraft reached its terminus? Is stagnation its final form? The irony. Even I cannot answer that question. Unable to persuade myself to abandon the path, or to persist upon it. This is the paradox beneath the glittering mantle of legend. I lack even the courage to recommend magecraft to young aspirants. I have walked this road myself, though I know its brutal, unrelenting contours. Yet, magic remains profoundly enchanting. Even now I vividly recall the tremor in my chest when my first fireball spell ignited, its warm glow illuminating my face, kindling something sacred within me. One incantation conjures flame, another commands earth. Endless possibilities unfold. Magic's frontiers are boundless. A lifetime suffices not to chart them all. Yet it accommodates only a chosen few. Every high-ranking mage walks alone, a solitary explorer in the vastness of arcane mystery. OS turned to Lin Feng, smiling softly. Thank the stars, you appeared. No matter how far I advance, I merely elevate magecraft's ceiling, rendering it ever more daunting. But you have widened the entire path. You have drastically lowered the threshold for magical study, empowering mages everywhere to finally answer their detractors with conviction. And at last I may stand tall before aspiring youths and declare, without hesitation. OS paused, gazing upward at the azure sky, then raised his hand. Choose this path. Child, mages possess a future no less brilliant, and no less worthy, than any other vocation. The time for the commission was drawing near, and the surrounding discussions about this subjugation mission grew increasingly frequent. Adventurers were abuzz with debate over the subjugation commission. Novigrad had expanded before, but never on such a grand scale. This time the planned area for sweeping out the magical beasts was roughly half the size of Novigrad itself. Once all these beasts were cleared, the expansion would follow. From this it was evident that Novigrad's population was growing quite rapidly. Such a vast sweep must have been inextricably linked to Letitia. Though her methods of handling Novigrad were still somewhat flawed, one could not deny that she had brought the city into a new era. Her ambition was also apparent in her decision to spread the Green Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, a family once renowned across the land could never be content with merely a small city. But ideals are often grand while reality is harsh. Based on Letitia's current performance, she could not realize her ambition. As Lin Feng had observed upon first glimpsing her label, she was a troubled child. For some unknown reason, she loathed her own talent, and as a priestess, she yearned to be a warrior. She resisted her own gift, yet had to obey her family's arrangements, spending each day engaged in work she detested. She was in essence a supreme bundle of contradictions. In order to fight against the demons in the future, the more clever allies the better. Both Letitia personally and the Green family were worthy comrades to win over. However, for the harmony of his own team, he first needed to cure her of her mental exhaustion. But this had to be done step by step. Lin Feng first found Sherwood and commissioned a set of garments. This garment blends the two elements so perfectly. Not only is it beautiful, but it also considers practicality. The wearer's movements are not restricted. This is completely different from the traditional design of such attire. Truly a bold design. Sherwood marveled at the design draft Lin Feng had provided. This outfit is prepared for Letitia, that young lady from the Green family. Sherwood raised an eyebrow, then pictured Letitia wearing the garment in his mind. Because of its perfect suitability, he chuckled and said, it really suits her temperament. I've owed her quite a few favors in the past. I have no choice but to give it my all. Venus. What is it, Mr. Sherwood? Chio. Venus trotted over, and Shiobai flew beside her. These two little ones had become inseparable. Sherwood handed her the design draft, and said, go pick out a batch of fabric according to the colors on this draft. The days ahead are going to be busy. Leave it to me. Venus took the draft and trotted out just as she had come. Shiobai gave Lin Feng a slight nod, waved its little hand, and flew after Venus's retreating figure. They seemed to be getting along well. Yes, having Shiobai as a companion has made Venus much more cheerful. Lin Feng said thoughtfully, logically Shiobai should have some special abilities. Has it shown any remarkable powers recently? Well, Sherwood thought for a moment and finally shook his head. Not really. Does Aphrodite have any combat abilities? Up. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Sherwood's face. I really don't know. Alright, I shouldn't have asked you about that. After all, Sherwood had lived in times of peace, so it was normal that he had never seen a deity in battle. He should ask Rosalind. Lin Feng called out to Rosalind in his heart, and almost immediately she responded. You seek me. Does Aphrodite have any special abilities? Her songs can inspire the heart, and she wields a bow, and she uses it exceptionally well. To receive such praise from Rosalind, Aphrodite's strength must indeed be remarkable. Chio, by having inherited part of Aphrodite's memories, would surely excel in these two areas in the future. With Chiobai's help, Venus would likely achieve something great in the future, perhaps becoming a great spirit envoy or something similar. But all that was in the future. Can you finish it before the Great Sweep, eh? The Great Sweep? Doesn't that mean there's not much time left? Heh. Sherwood looked at Lin Feng's smile and sighed helplessly. If he stayed up a little late and pushed himself, he should be able to make it right. I'll do my best. You can have Rosalind use her divine power to help you. Using divine power for something like this, is that allowed? Of course I approve. Normally shouldn't the deity decide? I have no objection. What a peculiar pair of deity and worshipper. Rather than peculiar, it was more like a normal partnership. Becoming companions with one's own deity. He had once achieved that too. This brought back some fond memories for Sherwood, so he smiled, summoned his fighting spirit, and declared, then it's settled. Lin Feng, after it's done, I'm going to analyze your design in class thoroughly. Let those self-righteous fools see what true beauty really is. Seeing the master tailor so motivated, Lin Feng was naturally delighted. Then go for it. Once it's finished, send it directly to Letitia. She'll love it. And also give her this. Lin Feng handed a letter to Sherwood, stood up, and prepared to leave. Sherwood took the letter and asked, wait, what is this garment called? Name. Lin Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then said Battle Nun. With that, Lin Feng went straight to the Knights Association. Galahad was there preparing for the master rank exam, and was there thrashing the second-rank knights. And the Great Sweep would be led by Caesar. What a coincidence. He didn't even need to go back to the inn of the team, could assemble right here. After a short search, Lin Feng found Caesar. Caesar glanced at Lin Feng, and for some reason his eyes were full of resentment. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't been causing you trouble lately. Oh, you haven't, but your team members show up every day? Where did you find that in? What's wrong? Can't beat him. Don't get upset. This isn't about getting upset. Caesar began to complain. In short, when knights duel, they usually don't use combat skills, only technique. At first, he sparred with 2 daggers, and struggled, sometimes being unable to fight back. This went on for a while until he picked up a wooden hammer. Once he had the wooden hammer, it was pure strength, overwhelming all finesse. 1 hit, 1 knockdown, a 1-strike, total silence. Over the past few days, the second-rank knights of the Knights Association had suffered immensely, as if fighting a boss. Lin Feng couldn't suppress his grin as he listened. Yes, that was in speed, power, and looks. He had it all. Lin Feng was about to ask about Galahad when Galahad's voice came from behind. Lin Feng. Captain. Lin Feng turned around and saw the two approaching side by side. He waved back at them, then looked at Caesar and said, looks like today's dungeon run is over. We're off. While Caesar was still pondering what a dungeon meant, Lin Feng had already joined Galahad and the others, and they walked away chatting and laughing. Captain, I want to commission a set of weapons from the blacksmith. What kind, oi? A great axe. And preferably something nimble. Those two are contradictory. I know. That's why I want a custom-made weapon. Galahad, Captain, both of you give me some ideas. Galahad, what do you think? In my humble opinion. The 3 voices faded into the distance. Caesar watched their retreating figures, maybe recalling some fond memories, and a smile appeared on his face. What a team that works together to trouble others and keeps moving forward. A few days later, Letitia was daydreaming in the president's office. Her bet with Lin Feng. It was now foreseeable that it would end in her crushing defeat. Lin Feng hadn't even focused on the bet. He had simply solved the problem while causing a ruckus at the Magic Association. The insult was immense. Facing such an opponent, Letitia felt for the first time a sense of helplessness, that all her efforts to resist would be futile. President. May came running in excitedly, carrying a bag. Guess what? Letitia rested her chin on one hand and glanced at the excited May. Did Lin Feng drop dead? No. Madam President, can't you try to get along with him? Sure, he shattered your morale, but he's done a ton of good for the Green Chamber, hasn't he? And he even commissioned Master Sherwood to make you a dress. May emphasized, that's Master Sherwood. Do you know how much one of his dresses costs? Why would he send me a dress for no reason? Does he have ulterior motives? Madam President, you'd better keep that speculation to yourself. And there's also a letter. Letitia opened the envelope and read, do me a favor. The dress is a deposit. Name your reward face to face, but at least try it on first. If you don't, you'll break old Master Sherwood's heart. He rushed to finish it for you. This guy. Letitia had intended to refuse outright, but the part about Sherwood hit her right where it mattered. She didn't want to disappoint Sherwood. She sighed and changed into the outfit. The entire outfit was still predominantly white, like a nun's habit, but with red accents. The robe had a very high slit that wouldn't hinder the wearer's movements. Although it was a nun's habit, metal armor had been added to protect vital areas. The originally loose sleeves were replaced by gauntlets, white with blood-red stripes. As the name of the outfit suggested, Battle Nun, it was both practical and stylish. Letitia had to admit compared to her original habit, she was absolutely in love with this one. Today the long-awaited Great Purge had finally arrived. All adventurers gathered in the square of Novigrad. Letitia, just as Lin Feng had predicted, arrived at the square wearing her battle nun's attire. She first scanned the crowd for Lin Feng, then walked toward him with Mei following behind in a maid outfit. Coming for us. And looked at Lin Feng curiously asking, Captain, who is that dashing lady? I found us an outside helper, a priestess named Letitia. Will she join our team? Depends on how she performs. I see. And smiled warmly at Letitia, and said, hello there. Galahad looked Letitia up and down, expressing his doubt. Are you really a priestess and not a warrior? Galahad's words pleased Letitia, who smiled, and said, you can treat me as a warrior. Lin Feng walked over with a mischievous smile. I can't unhear that. I'll actually use you as a warrior, you know. Mei stepped out from behind Letitia, saying, don't you dare send the guild leader to the front lines. That would be settling personal scores. You wouldn't be that petty, would you? Mei, the cat, you came too. The guild leader is going to the battlefield. As her personal guard, how could I neglect my duty? A loyal cat indeed. Let me tease her a bit. See how nice the guild leader's outfit looks. Of course. It perfectly highlights the guild leader's sharp and sacred aura and fits her strong personal style. It's practically a work of art. You must have put a great deal of effort into making it right. So what would happen if this outfit got damaged in battle? Unlike yours, this one can't just be bought again. Mei's previously relaxed cat ears suddenly shot straight up, and she turned to look at Letitia, her expression turning serious as she pondered. Good thing I came along. Now I have no choice but to use my full strength to protect the guild leader. Lin Feng applauded from the side. I'm so glad you're so motivated. Letitia cast a helpless glance at Mei, who was easily manipulated by Lin Feng, and sighed. Mei, I'm not that fragile. Letitia then looked at Lin Feng with serious eyes. Don't hold back. Just tell me what you need me to do. I'm here to help, not to hold you back. Seeing Letitia's drive, Lin Feng nodded. Truly a priestess with a warrior's soul, so energetic about fighting. You seem quite confident. Have you thought about what reward you want? Let's talk about it after everything is over. Very well. And looked at Lin Feng. Captain, what do you need? I've been busy with other things and haven't had time to look into the commission details. I'll go talk to Caesar briefly. You all get to know each other, it starts soon. Never thought the captain would be cramming at the last minute. I'm human too. A human's energy is limited. But this kind of commission is small potatoes. Cramming is more than enough. I'm off now. You all should get along well. Galahad nodded and replied, no problem, Captain. Letitia crossed her arms and simply watched Lin Feng with no response, while Mei gave a gentle wave. Lin Feng turned and left, heading to find the leader Caesar. After he left, a moment of awkwardness fell over the group since Letitia was meeting Galahad, and in for the first time. Let me introduce myself first. I'm in Brewster, a member of the Stardust Squad. Though most people wouldn't say this, I need to emphasize my gender is male. The moment the words were spoken, both Letitia and Mei shot surprised glances at it. One looked at his Adam's apple, while the other turned into a staring cat. And couldn't stand Mei's direct stare, and moved slightly behind Galahad, complaining helplessly, this always sparks a conversation. Galahad laughed. It really is quite surprising. Galahad then looked at Letitia and Mei. I'm Galahad Gerard Achaean. He paused, then continued, a Don Quixote. Stop looking at him like that. He's telling the truth. Ooh, I can vouch for him. Mei couldn't help but sigh. The world truly is full of wonders. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quickly found the night order. He didn't announce himself and simply walked over. No knights stopped him along the way, some even avoided him. Lin Feng had caused quite a stir with his team at the Knight Association. From the lowest third-class knights to the Grandmaster Caesar, almost everyone had been challenged by Lin Feng's team. And if they annoyed him again, he might just bring his team for another round. Remembering the intense training they endured to meet the challenges, the knights couldn't help but shudder. With no one blocking him, Lin Feng quickly found Caesar. Say, your knight's hospitality isn't great. Why does everyone avoid me like the plague? Caesar rolled his eyes. You should look at yourself first. I can't figure it out. Maybe a few more visits to the Knight Association will help me understand. Cut the jokes. If you come again, I won't let him accept your challenges anymore. Moderate setbacks can motivate people, but constant ones will drive them insane. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. Just kidding. What are you here for? Gathering commission intel. Isn't this something you should have done before the commission started? I was busy with other things. With what? Challenging the Knight Association. Caesar looked at Lin Feng, his fist clenched. Are we never going to get past this? Alright, I'm done joking. Just tell me what I need to know. Caesar finally let out a sigh. How come I never noticed before how much you deserve a beating? Back then my stress wasn't high enough. Teasing people is how I release stress now. That's certainly unique. Lin Feng didn't respond, just smiled. The area for this expedition is huge. Caesar took out a simple map and roughly indicated the area. This is the range. Any magical beast within it can be hunted. After hunting, collect items with beast characteristics and bring them to the appraisers sent by the Adventurers Guild. They'll record the team's scores, and when it's all over, rewards will be given based on those scores. What kind of rewards, eh? The rewards are usually funded by the nobility. Following past traditions, they're typically property estates, various valuable magical artifacts, spellbooks, honorary noble titles, and the like. Lin Feng was slightly disappointed. Property could be acquired from the Green Merchant Company estates, could be bought with property. Magical artifacts probably weren't as refined as what he could make himself. Spellbooks could be obtained from the Clark family and honorary noble titles were just empty promises. What boring rewards. That's just for you. Caesar glanced at Lin Feng and continued to mark information on the map. Most people spend their entire lives pursuing these. Those who never attain them are countless. What? Are you saying you're nobler than them? I'm not nobler than them. I just have the ability to live a more exciting life. That's all. It seems this subjugation campaign will last quite a while, as it was issued as a long-term commission. Lin Feng accepted this commission only to raise the fame of the Stardust Squad, and naturally had no intention of spending too much time on it. Where is the most troublesome magical beast? Caesar glanced at Lin Feng, who responded with a smile. Right here. Caesar circled a range on the map, then said, a herd of boar-type magical beasts lives here. Each one is as large as an ox with thick skin and tough flesh and sharp tusks. Ordinary weapons can hardly pierce their hide. At this point Lin Feng interjected, what are these beasts called? Called. They're wild boars. Why would we give them names? Without names, isn't it inconvenient to refer to them? We have plenty to do. Naming wild boars isn't on our agenda. So it's the same as always. It seems this world truly lacks the spirit of summarizing, recording, and exploring the unknown. They can't even be bothered to name things, let alone compile books about them. It was the same when searching for seasoning ingredients. Could it be that all the exploratory drive in this world is concentrated in mages? That thought suddenly explains why mages haven't developed well. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Caesar continued, individually they aren't too powerful, but the tricky part is that they live in herds, have incredible endurance, and hold grudges. Their leader is even more massive, 3 to 4 times the normal size, and the worst part is that it leads the entire herd in a charge. Lin Feng stroked his chin in thought. Just as Caesar assumed he was seriously pondering how to deal with the herd, Lin Feng blurted out, I wonder if they'd make good roast suckling pig or pork cutlets. Caesar nearly slapped himself. How many times? How many times? He thought he could keep up with Lin Feng's train of thought. Why does he keep falling for it every single time? After that, Caesar's gaze toward Lin Feng changed, turning into dead fish eyes. His expression proclaimed that nothing Lin Feng said could surprise him anymore. What a pity the fun was gone. Lin Feng quickly dropped his playful demeanor, stood still for a while, and made up his mind. I'll take this area. No problem. Caesar shrugged nonchalantly and said, no one's going to fight you for it. Nobody would be foolish enough to tackle the hardest spot right off the bat. Then what did you all do before I came? We'd all surround it together, in the end the safest approach. That is indeed a good method. A united enemy must be defeated by unity. With that, Lin Feng left. I never thought Griffith was the mastermind behind it all. I thought he was one of the good guys. Before Lin Feng even reached them, he heard Mei's sigh. Are you already at the stage of confiding in each other? Captain, you're back. And who had been telling the story stood up. All eyes followed Anne's gaze to Lin Feng. We were just getting to the interesting part, Letitia said, looking at Lin Feng with slight displeasure. If you want to hear the rest, come find us after the commission is done. We won't turn you away. On the contrary, I'd love for more people to know this story. Lin Feng walked over to Galahad and knocked on his pitch-black armor, saying, this black armor really does Galahad a disservice. I don't mind it much. If it's not your fault, you shouldn't bear the blame. At this, Mei scratched her head in frustration and said, now I want to know what happens next. I want to know so badly. I shouldn't have listened. If Mei wants to hear it, you can wait until after the commission. Mei's cat ears drooped as she said dejectedly, this commission is going to take forever. No, if things go well, we should finish today. Huh. Mei came over, pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered, you didn't gather intel, did you? This kind of commission usually lasts a long time. I know, but I chose this one with a goal in mind. Once I achieve it, I'll withdraw from the commission. What's your goal, eh? To raise the fame of the Stardust Squad until everyone in Novigrad knows us. Mei was speechless, looking at Lin Feng, who seemed to be speaking nonsense with a straight face, and said, do you hear yourself? That's not something you can do in a short time. If I say it can be done, it can. I have many important things to attend to. Besides, it's not appropriate to keep the head of the Green Chamber of Commerce here for long. Mei scratched her cheek, glanced back at Letitia, then leaned closer to Lin Feng and lowered her voice. You know, thanks to you, the president has been so idle, she's practically growing moss. Lin Feng glanced at Letitia, who was slowly approaching with suspicion, and stifled a laugh as he continued listening to Mei spill secrets about her president. I tell you, earlier the president was in the meeting room, so bored that she... What about me? Letitia's flat voice came from behind, Mei startling her so much, she jumped, then quickly hid behind Lin Feng, poking only her head out to assess the situation. President, I said nothing. Letitia gave Mei a cold look and said, we'll talk about this when we get back. Can we not? Q Omega Q no. Then Letitia looked at Lin Feng, who was grinning, and asked, is it true we'll finish this commission today? Yes. Then let me see if you're telling the truth. What? Lin Feng looked at Letitia with interest, a hint of teasing in his smile. Want to bet with me again? Letitia was silent for a moment, then grabbed Mei and walked away, leaving a final remark, not a chance. As Mei was dragged away by her president, she looked back at Lin Feng with a resentful expression, as if the words, you've ruined me, were written all over her face. Lin Feng smiled, deciding that after this commission, he would ask Sherwood to make a new outfit for Mei. What should it be? She's always in a maid outfit, it's time for a change. A scarf that covers half the face and can double as a mask, form-fitting leather armor that accentuates the figure while being practical for combat, all with a ninja theme. It's decided, Ninja Cat Mei. Of course, Mei has no idea she'll soon receive an outfit that will make her cry on the spot. After the brief interlude, Lin Feng walked back, cleared his throat, and switched to a serious demeanor. Our target is that herd of wild boar beasts. Lin Feng hesitated, but ultimately couldn't resist giving the beasts a temporary name. Let's call them fanged tusks. Why would you give them a name? For convenience, to avoid confusion in commands when there are two or more similar beasts. Could that actually happen? Letitia stroked her chin, pondering. It's quite possible. Anyway, Letitia's thoughts were interrupted by Lin Feng's voice. I have a general idea of the fanged tusk's characteristics. To completely wipe out this herd, we need to make some preparations first. The razor-tusked boar is no domesticated plump farm pig. It is a genuine wild beast, a fearsome magical creature commanding respect in untamed wilderness. Its sovereign, a boar colossal as an elephant, stands supreme in size, and might jet-black lustrous bristles cascade down its broad back, while twin ivory tusks gleam with chilling predatory light. Let us call it the razor-tusk sovereign. It lies at ease upon its sovereign domain. Hunting hour has not yet come. Yet in that instant, a razor-sharp wind blade streaks forth at blinding speed and strikes the sovereign squarely. Boom. The blade impacts, but fails even to breach its hide, dislodging only a few coarse bristles. The razor-tusk sovereign, realizing it has been attacked, it erupts into a piercing, wrathful roar, and whirls its massive head toward the presumptuous foe. Lin Feng watches as the sovereign's gaze locks onto him, then launches several more lethal wind blades in rapid succession. This time the sovereign tilts its head slightly, deflecting each strike with its formidable tusks. Almost simultaneously with the sovereign's roar, every razor-tusk boar turns its eyes upon Lin Feng. Aggro secured. Lin Feng's calm voice drifts to Letitia's ear, standing silently behind him. What kind of captain sends both a priestess and himself as bait? This kind of captain, Lin Feng replies matter-of-factly. You yourself said I could use you as a frontline warrior. Yet Lin Feng had another purpose in keeping Letitia beside him, to test whether she possessed the mettle to join the Stardust Squad. Across the field, the razor-tusk sovereign begins charging, leading its entire herd straight toward Shenyang. Dozens of razor-tusk boars surge forward as one, raising dust clouds like storm fronts, their thunderous advance shaking the earth itself. And the sovereign, its pounding hooves echo like celestial thunderclaps. Lin Feng feels the ground tremble beneath the herd's onslaught, even as he continues launching attacks, goading the sovereign deeper into fury. Let's go. Everything proceeds as planned. Letitia nods wordlessly. In an instant, her divine blessing envelopes both Lin Feng and herself. They break into a sprint, one before the other. Letitia leads, Lin Feng follows. She clears obstacles ahead. He draws the sovereign's undivided attention with relentless provocation. Even as seismic tremors rise from behind, certain death should she be overtaken, her face remains utterly untroubled, untouched by fear. Her custom-crafted staff becomes a spear in her hands, thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, striking. Every obstructing beast falls lifeless, then is trampled under the stampeding herd into crimson pulp. Lin Feng watches impassive as Letitia carves through the chaos like a battlefield commander incarnate. She sprints forward, staff held like a lance, its tips spattered with blood, her own cheeks streaked with crimson droplets. Behind looms mortal peril, ahead monstrous foes. Any misstep spells annihilation. And yet, this is pure exhilarating rapture. Letitia pays no mind to the blood splattering across her face, lets it settle there, then smear into crimson streaks by the sheer velocity of her flight. A slow fierce smile blooms across her lips, revealing teeth sharp and primal by birth. What emerges when one suppresses their true nature for too long? A gentle soul transformed, almost feverish in her fervor. Her face now bears three blazing words: battle, fury, ecstasy. Perhaps stirred by Letitia's wildfire spirit, Lin Feng flashes a grin and fires a searing spellbolt straight at the sovereign's eye. Watching the spell shatter harmlessly against the sovereign's skull, he murmurs, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Keep chasing, else Galahad and the others will miss their chance." Blind to peril, the razor-tusked sovereign surges onward, unaware its own herd is being methodically dismantled from the rear. At the tail end of the charge, Galahad bursts forward, sliding sideways along the herd's flank. Seizing his moment, he cleaves downward with a single devastating stroke. Golden light splits the air, bisecting several boars mid-stride, and halting many more. Some boars halt, yet most remain locked in blind pursuit, driven by the sovereign's frenzy. Galahad surveys the dozen beasts left behind, grips his blade tighter, and charges. As the boar's focus shifts entirely to Galahad, a figure materializes beside one, and appears without warning, and drives a crushing fist straight into the beast's skull. Boom. A detonation-like crack reverberates, and's raw strength actually dents the razor-tusk boar's famously thick armored cranium. But the cost is plain to see, and shakes his crimson-knuckled fist, howling in pain. Ow, 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 ow. Me darts past, and dual blades drawn, body dissolving into afterimages. In a heartbeat, she unleashes dozens of incisive cuts, each slash precise, lethal, radiant. Only when Me reappears behind the boar does its body bloom with the lacerations she dealt moments earlier. No wasted time, we must finish swiftly. Our mission is grave, reduce this herd's numbers at all costs. Indeed. And shakes out his hand, then draws his twin daggers. After wielding that great axe, these daggers feel almost comically small. Hand me one dagger. Me's voice rings out, and a blade arcs through the air toward him. and instantly tosses one dagger upward. There's cross midair, and land perfectly swapped into each other's grasp. Against such beasts, longer weapons prove far more effective, and glances at his newly acquired blade, and in that glance his next strategy crystallizes. First blind the boar with the dagger, then seal its fate with this sword. He flips the blade, lightly gripping it as if holding a dagger, catches it mid-spin, and vanishes. He reappears, already having pierced one boar's eye, then fades again. Re-emerging within its blind spot, he delivers a single fatal stroke. Mi observes the two weaving through the herd like serpents through water. These two are merely squad members, not the captain. She shakes her head, clearing the thought. Now is no time for such questions. The beasts must fall swiftly. With part of the herd severed and dispatched by Galahad's team, only one recourse remains: traps. Sensing the moment ripe, Lin Feng abandons targeting the sovereign alone and unleashes barges upon the entire herd. He ensures each beast fixates solely on him, leaving no mental space for awareness of dwindling numbers. Then, on the outermost edge, a boar's foot strikes ground that suddenly gives way. A concealed pit yawns open, lined with jagged stone spikes. Caught utterly off guard, the boar plummets, impaled by countless sharpened rocks. The trap's design is deceptively simple. Earth magic excavates the pit, shapes lethal spikes at its base, then seals the entrance beneath a thin, seamless layer of compacted soil. To the eye, it is indistinguishable from ordinary terrain. Even a human could walk over it unharmed. But a razor-tusked boar's weight. Oh, in short, it is treachery perfected. The trap zone narrows progressively, like a tightening net drawing the herd inward. Lin Feng sustains relentless magical barrages, holding every boar's focus so tightly they fail to notice their ranks thinning with each passing second. When the herd shrinks to 1/3 its original number, Lin Feng halts his retreat, stands firm, and waits still and silent as the sovereign and its diminished host thunder toward him. His staff taps the earth. A hidden array ignites. White arcane filaments erupt from the ground, coiling around every remaining boar like living restraints. Though I cannot hold you long enough to end you. Lin Feng inhales deeply and begins chanting at blistering speed. Floating runes ignite in midair, coalescing into concentric rings of magic. Arcane threads stitch them together, merging individual circles into one vast luminous array. One of Clark's 3 grand multi-ring spells, Scorching Heaven Rain. Originally it summons endless fire rain, modest per strike, but devastating in duration. Lin Feng watches the sovereign thrash, its death instinct flaring, white filaments straining, snapping one by one. Clearly control is slipping. Evidently this spell is ill-suited to the moment. So Lin Feng augments it, infusing the rain with molten rock, then binding it with a velocity enchantment. Each fiery droplet transforms into a meteor wrapped in roaring flame. Lin Feng gazes upon the struggling boars and intones the final verse. Tears of fallen stars become burning spears. The heavens rift is the god's unhealed wound. Now, I command the falling fire to pierce the eyelid of eternal night. As his voice echoes, meteors blaze forth, streaming like vengeful comets from the array, hurtling toward the sovereign. Dust billows skyward. Shrapnel flies. Fire erupts in all directions. At the instant the first meteor strikes, Letizia erects a shimmering arcane barrier. The bombardment rages, then finally ceases. The immense array dissolves into fading light. Letizia lowers her gaze toward the herd's former position. Where they stood now lies a desolate wasteland. Crimson-hot stones glowing amid smoldering embers, scorched earth cracked and blackened. The razor-tusked sovereign is gone. Only scattered charred fragments remain still aflame. Letizia stares at the lone figure holding his staff, a silhouette etched against the smoke-choked sky. Is this the power of a Tier 1 Arcanist? If she faced him in combat, and he unleashed such a spell upon her, unless blessed by a deity, survival seems unthinkable. But then Lin Feng staggers, his frame swaying. Letizia frowns, stepping forward to steady him. He glances at her and smiles. So you do care about people after all. Am I truly such a terrible, terrible person? Everything ended today, just as Lin Feng had said. When Galahad and the others arrived, what they saw was the fierce-toothed boar king blasted into pieces. In fact, on their way here, they had already witnessed the magnificent fall of a small meteor. Countless crimson meteors shot out in rapid succession from the magic circle, crashing onto the ground with thunderous roars. Even they still rushing over could feel the earth tremble. Such a spectacle alone had already shocked them profoundly. But when they personally witnessed the sheer power of this magic, they were even more awestruck. Truly worthy of our captain. I was regretting missing Lin Feng's mage exam. That legendary explosion magic. Mei crouched down, broke off a piece from the charred remains of the fierce-toothed boar, and gently rubbed it. The piece crumbled instantly, its flesh and blood carbonized. Now Lin Feng has made up for that regret. The terrain nearby had also been altered by the magic. The original vegetation had vanished, forming a clear boundary with the untouched landscape. It was like the boundary between hell and heaven. Though Galahad was momentarily stunned by the scene, he quickly regained his composure and led the way in. First, let's check on Lin Feng and the others. And let out a soft exclamation. I actually forgot about the truly important matters amidst such a sight. I'm still too inexperienced. Then she followed Galahad. That's not fair. Any normal person would freeze for a moment seeing this. What kind of god could accept it with a straight face? Mei grumbled as she also followed. They then saw Lin Feng and Letitia resting on the ground. Letitia looked at them and said, "You're here." May trotted over, circled Letitia, and then said, "Looks like the president is safe and sound too." Lin Feng looked at Galahad, and with a hint of complaint, "I just sat down not long ago, and you're already here. I wanted to rest a bit longer." "Captain, you made such a huge commotion. It's hard not to rush over. Isn't this always my style? Galahad, give me a hand. I've used up all my mana, and I'm completely drained." Galahad chuckled, reached out, and pulled Lin Feng up, saying, "Aren't you afraid a fierce-toothed boar slipped through? That's why I kept Letitia around. If necessary, she can carry me and run." Letitia stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. What exactly did he take her for? The president being bossed around so clearly, that's quite a rare sight. And then Galahad supported Lin Feng on either side. "Did you take care of the trapped fierce-toothed boars?" "We killed them all on the way here. Then the easiest part is over. Now comes the most troublesome part. We go back and leave the cleanup to the knights." And flashed a sly smile. "Hee, I agree." Galahad looked at the two mischief makers and said helplessly, You two. They're actually quite decent people. It's also part of a knight's duty. Besides, you can't expect the five of us to actually handle this entire herd of fierce-toothed boars, can you?" That's true." Letitia watched the three of them chatting and laughing and felt an inexplicable sense of peace. It was hard to believe that just 5 people in less than half a day had wiped out the most dangerous herd of fierce-toothed boars in the vicinity. Without the trio of Galahad and May, who could hold off and quickly eliminate a portion of the boars without her own swift blessing and Lin Feng's magic to draw fire. Without Lin Feng using earth magic to rapidly dig hidden pits, such a feat would have been impossible. Lin Feng had done it. 5 people in one day killed the most troublesome herd of fierce-toothed boars. The key was that Lin Feng actually dared to think that way, even though his plan sounded so absurd. Letitia had to admit that losing to someone like him was nothing to be disheartened about. "By the way, Letitia, and May the cat." Lin Feng's voice pulled Letitia's wandering thoughts back. "What? Well fought." "Oob." May responded with great energy. Letitia paused. Then a faint smile appeared on her face. The 5 of them walked side by side back to Novigrad, found Caesar, and explained the situation. "You're saying you 5 took down that herd of wild boar monsters?" "They're fierce-toothed boars," Lin Feng corrected. Caesar was a bit speechless, then said, "I believe you have the strength. After all, you Galahad and are all very powerful. Miss Letitia is also an excellent priest, and that unknown young lady surely has her own remarkable abilities." May looked heartbroken and leaned toward Letitia. "President, she skipped over me." Letitia patted her head comfortingly. Caesar continued, "But still, taking them down in less than half a day is too absurd. It should have taken at least a month or 2, right?" Lin Feng didn't argue but smiled and asked, "What if I said we really did it?" Caesar looked at Lin Feng's mysterious smile and felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be? No, it can't be. Can anyone actually do that? Caesar wavered, then looked at Letitia and asked, "Miss Letitia, did he really wipe out that herd of wild boar monsters?" Letitia said with some resignation, "If you had told me that before we set out, I wouldn't have believed it either. But now," she made a slight gesture of invitation, "please come with us to collect their remains." Then Letitia paused briefly, "And they are called fierce-toothed boars." Mission accomplished. Lin Feng gave Letitia a satisfied thumbs up. "Finally, I've trained her properly." Caesar had no choice but to believe it now. He gave Lin Feng a helpless look, then turned to Letitia. He scratched his head in irritation, then walked out to summon his men, saying with a self-deprecating tone, Fine, fierce-toothed boars. Fierce-toothed boars, all right. What kind of worthless monster gets taken down in half a day? When I fought them, it wasn't this easy, damn it." After Caesar left, Lin Feng exchanged glances with his companions, and they all burst into laughter. After a flurry of activity, the tally was completed. But when it came to calculating the points, they were stumped. How should this situation be handled? On the first day, giving a single team so many points would raise doubts among the other teams. How should they award them? For a moment, Caesar couldn't decide, so he had to report the situation to the Chamber of Commerce and the higher-ups responsible for the prizes, letting them make the call. Since this was only the first day of the commission, the discussion was quick, and the result came out that same day. The Starfall team was directly designated as the first place in the points ranking, but the announcement would be temporarily withheld. As compensation, they could make any requests which would be fulfilled as appropriate. Caesar relayed this to Lin Feng, who was fairly satisfied with it. The rulers of Novigrad still had some sense. In short, the current situation was we are the champions. But the trophy would arrive later. So what should they ask for as compensation? Various ideas surged through Lin Feng's mind. For the commission's reward, Lin Feng ultimately chose raw materials for forging and axe. His weapon design would be personally crafted by Lin Feng himself. Beyond those materials, Lin Feng restricted the announcement of this commission's outcome exclusively to the Green Guild's newspaper, thereby enriching its content. With this matter settled, nearly all of Lin Feng's time-sensitive obligations had been resolved. The sole remaining urgency was Hetty's pressured marriage, but even that now lingered in profound obscurity, unnoticed by anyone. The 2 publicly acknowledged heads of the Clark family had for the most part fixed their full attention upon Lin Feng's magical theories. Moreover, both OS and Beatrice clearly understood that with Lin Feng as Hetty's mentor, attaining the rank of first-tier magus was merely a matter of time. Perhaps only Lin Feng and Hetty still harbored even a faint concern over the matter. Once resolved, life resumed its quiet, ordinary rhythm. Galahad continued undergoing the Grandmaster Knight's trials at the Knights Association, while ceased accumulating experience there. Instead, upon learning Lin Feng would soon become a first-tier magus, he began preparing for his own first-tier assassin examination. If all my companions are first-tier, second-tier is simply beneath notice. His gaze betrayed unwavering resolve, determination etched into every line of his expression. As for Lin Feng, he too had pressing duties. He was to lecture senior magi. Under Valen's swift coordination, the academy rose with astonishing speed, and its inaugural lesson fell to its very architect, Lin Feng. The academy was vast, housing numerous classrooms. The largest among them, the main lecture hall, stood as a monument of grandeur, a single chamber capable of seating 100 or 200. Precisely because of its scale, Lin Feng was obliged to wear an amplifier. How uncannily reminiscent of an ordinary schoolteacher. Lin Feng murmured a silent quip, then activated the artifact, a microphone-like device inscribed with intricate magical arrays, and cast his gaze across the packed hall. Those assembled ranged from first-tier magi to living legends, yet standing before them on the dais was a magus in waiting. This moment surely would be inscribed forever in Novigrad's annals. Esteemed colleagues, I am Lin Feng. Many of you have likely heard my name, and I suspect many more question why I stand here before you unimpressed, or even indignant. His voice, slightly distorted, yet crystal clear, emanated from the amplifier, reaching every listener without flaw. I declare that every existing magical array as it stands today is bloated, inefficient in both pedagogy and research. The very methodology of magical study has grown archaic and profoundly wasteful. Such a statement, akin to heresy, spilled from Lin Feng's lips, instantly igniting a storm of outrage. One hot-tempered magus leapt to his feet, pointing an accusing finger. You arrogant upstart. Insolent whelp. Bloated. How dare you dismiss the magical arrays refined over generations by masters who devoted their entire lives to this sacred craft? We magi may spend our entire existence reducing but a single glyph within one array. This path is arduous beyond measure. Grueling. Yet our forebears walked it nonetheless. And what we wield today is countless, boundless. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Do you? His eyes bulged with fury, voice erupting like thunder. What sacrifice does this represent? Bloated. You. Lin Feng watched him rage unmoved. Observing the man gasp for breath, choke, and cough violently from sheer emotion. In the silence following his fit, Lin Feng spoke calmly. I believe many among you share his conviction. As he spoke, he raised one hand, whereupon a crimson magical array shimmered into being. This is the fireball array. With a flick of his wrist, he magnified it until it loomed nearly as tall as himself. You know this array intimately. Perhaps it was the very first you mastered upon becoming a magus. Another gesture, and the interconnecting magical filaments dissolved, leaving only the encircling ring of glyphs. This ring, composed solely of glyphs, is the fireball array's essential core. To form it requires precisely 32 glyphs. He extended his other hand, revealing a second array. This too is the fireball array, reconstructed entirely through my own theoretical framework. Again he enlarged it, then stripped away its filaments. This. Impossible. How could this be? Almost instantly most magi rose as one, staring in disbelief at the array before them. Only 3 glyphs. Lin Feng stood motionless between the two arrays, granting his audience time to absorb the revelation. Some hands-on practitioners immediately attempted replication, and stood frozen, fireball blazing in their palms, swallowed by stunned silence. After a long pause, the hall hushed instinctively. Every gaze converged upon Lin Feng. For magi, curiosity burns fiercest, and now it burned with unbearable intensity. Why did he succeed where we failed? Surely you now perceive my words bear no arrogance, no hubris, only truth. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, facing the assembly. These two arrays stand as irrefutable, self-evident proof. His eyes met those of the magus who had risen earlier. The man's face had crumbled, faith shattered beyond repair. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, he collapsed inward, voice breaking. Then, were our ancestors' lifetimes spent in vain? So utterly insignificant. He slumped into his seat, hollowed by existential vertigo. Why such fury? Because he embodied precisely what he had just condemned. A scholar who revered those predecessors who sacrificed lifetimes to eliminate a single glyph, and who had pledged his own life to that same austere pursuit. Colleagues, I honor those ancestors as deeply as you do. Without their explorations, without the vast corpus of magical knowledge they bequeathed, I could never have distilled my theory. My words are not mockery, they are fact. And facts, however piercing, remain facts. Our past was indeed backward. It is precisely this backwardness that blinds magi to the future. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the hall, each phrase rising like a solemn admonition, culminating in a resonant indictment. Do not mourn wasted effort. New knowledge is always born from backwardness. Backwardness is not sin. Sin lies in dwelling in ignorance of it. Confront reality. Acknowledge our past limitations, openly, honestly. Have magi, the very symbol of exploration, lost the courage even to admit it? His voice reverberated, striking awe into every soul present. Fists clenched across the hall. Lin Feng swept his gaze slowly across the assembly, every magus who had come to learn, then asked, Now I shall lead you beyond backwardness. Does anyone object? Silence reigned. A faint knowing smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Excellent. Knowledge is the finest gift, and today I offer it freely to you all. Let us begin. Class is in session. After Lin Feng's successful opening lecture, the academy quickly spread. The second session taught by Sherwood also achieved remarkable results. By analyzing Lin Feng's design, it brought immense shock to the attending designers. For a time, all those with new ideas flocked to this academy, eager to seek a fresh transformation. Valen swiftly seized this opportunity, hiring a large number of experienced practitioners from various industries to serve as instructors. A newly established academy almost instantly gained a foothold and fostered a new ethos. Yes, this was the prototype of a university. After finishing the first lesson, Lin Feng stepped back behind the scenes, entrusting the teaching of magic to OSS Hart and Beatrice. Lin Feng's retreat was not due to laziness. He needed time to concentrate on compiling an introductory textbook. This indeed required time. However, Lin Feng continued to teach Hetty, and the three archmages responsible for teaching magic still came to audit his lessons. Time passed quickly, and Hetty's long-studied printing press was finally completed and ready for production. The other necessary facilities for the newspaper office had long been prepared through Lin Feng and Valen's repeated discussions. Now the last gear in this industrial chain was filled, and it could begin to operate. After a period of waiting, Lin Feng received the first newspaper in this world from Valen. How the demon of Kalen Town was defeated. The birth of a fallen knight. Green Academy officially opened, academic enthusiasm soaring to unprecedented heights. Today's market average price. Faith discount event in full swing. Believe in Rosalind, get a discount. It's free anyway, just believe a little. Master Sherwood angrily criticizes current design styles as more flashy than practical. Many designers bowed their heads in shame. Lin Feng roughly flipped through the content. Aside from major events in Novigrad, the newspaper also featured interesting anecdotes or moving stories. Lin Feng closed the newspaper and looked at the nervous Valen, who swallowed and stammered, How is it? The editor-in-chief of this newspaper was him, trying this novel thing for the first time. He had no idea if he could do it well. Although Lin Feng had given detailed guidance, most of the actual content was written by himself. He contacted Jaffair to inquire about everything that happened in Kalen Town, ran around collecting newsworthy events, all while handling his regular work. These days had exhausted him. If he hadn't been used to such a life before, he might not have been able to endure it. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's very good. Hearing this, Valen felt a great relief, as if the fate of the entire world had been on his shoulders, and now he collapsed. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help teasing. Even if you messed up, I wouldn't scold you. Why so afraid? In doing this work, I met many people. Loving couples, a drunkard telling funny jokes in a tavern, amusing incidents between vendors in the market. Doing this job, I realized how many things in this world are worth sharing. Those who were willing to tell me their stories were expecting me, and I wanted to give them satisfactory results in return. At this point, Valen scratched his head and said sheepishly, after all, I used to mess things up, often disappointing the president. Fortunately, this time it turned out well. You have grown, Valen. Lin Feng looked at him with a hint of satisfaction, then handed the newspaper back, saying, that said, I still have some warnings for you. Oh, wait. Valen hastily fumbled around his body, finally pulled out a small notebook and prepared to take notes. Valen's appearance reminded Lin Feng of Jaffair. He smiled lightly and said, my disciples all like to take notes. I learned this from Senior Jaffair. I must say it's indeed a good habit. Lin Feng knew this, as evidenced by the detailed account of Galahad's story in the newspaper. I hope you understand, Valen, that the newspaper is a highly transmissible medium. Its audience will only grow. I hope you always remember your duty is to convey the truth to every reader. Sensationalism is merely a means to achieve that goal, not the goal itself. Valen recorded these words both in his notebook and in his heart. Because of its strong transmissibility, it can spread truth, but also lies. This is a very sharp, double-edged sword. As the one wielding it, you must take these into account when writing your articles. That is also one of your responsibilities. Valen's expression gradually turned serious. He suddenly realized that the responsibility of this job was far heavier than he had imagined. If he didn't take it more seriously, he couldn't do it well. Finally, because of its strong transmissibility, it will inevitably affect the events or people reported. You must protect those who are willing to share their stories with you. Remember, the things you aspire to will happen, and the things you fear will happen too. Don't rely on luck, be prepared. Lin Feng looked into Valen's eyes and said, if I ever learn that someone was harmed because of your negligence, even if I'm far away, I'll come back and slap you awake. At this moment, the atmosphere had become solemn and grave. But Valen didn't feel much pressure. Instead, he felt that the path he should take had been laid out for him in just a few words by the man before him. This path had only just been opened, yet he could see so far and so clearly. Truly impressive. How fortunate to have such a teacher. Valen smiled and nodded, saying, I understand. You will face many difficulties in the future, but I believe you will overcome them. Lin Feng looked at Valen and smiled. After all, you have become the third one, where I'm still far behind you and Senior Jaffair. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, are you questioning my judgment? Valen thought about it and realized he couldn't argue, so he could only smile helplessly. Valen, what I teach you can teach to anyone. Don't think it's mine and need my permission to pass it on. Lin Feng stood up and patted Valen on the shoulder, saying, I never teach to produce outstanding disciples. Oh, I only hope to have more companions on the road ahead. There is an ancient saying in my homeland, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Coincidentally, we now have 3 people. May you always speak for the truth. Lin Feng lowered his hand and prepared to leave. As he passed by Valen, Valen suddenly called out, wait. Lin Feng turned to look at him. Valen seemed to have a lot to say, but didn't know how to express it. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Thank you." This time Lin Feng didn't refuse. He nodded to accept the sincere gratitude, then smiled, and said, "You're welcome, companion." The first batch of newspapers was released. Thanks to the sustained publicity and affordable price and the novelty of the medium, a considerable number of people placed subscriptions. Although the literacy rate at the time was not particularly high, with most subscribers being nobles, and the wealthy, the Green Academy had established literacy classes. This gave rise to two new professions: newspaper delivery boys and public readers. The emergence of newspapers affected every aspect of Novigrad, and its impact on the Knight Association was equally significant. Caesar set down the newspaper with a heavy heart, gazing at the story of Galahad recorded within. Galahad had been here for some time now, spending most of his days in the Knight Association. To witness his master's final words firsthand, he had openly defeated all the first-rank knights. To become a master knight, he trained here every day, treating others with kindness and generously offering guidance. It could be said that under Galahad's influence alone, the atmosphere within the Knight Association had improved considerably. They had seen a true knight, and subconsciously began to emulate him. Lin Feng had pried open the doors of the Knight Association, forcing it to accept the intrusion of a fallen knight. And after that fallen knight entered, he had conquered the knights of the association through his own strength. Why would such a man become a fallen knight? This question had lingered in the hearts of all the knights ever since they had truly spent time with Galahad. The gods guide us, therefore what the gods say must be right. Yet now a fallen knight had entered their lives, and after days and nights of close contact, they found the truth to be otherwise. When the guidance of the gods deviates from one's own understanding, should one follow their heart or obey the divine command? If we go against our hearts, why do we uphold the knightly virtues? If we forsake the gods, by whose standard should we live? Caesar sighed and walked out. As Caesar had anticipated, all the knights were discussing the newspaper. The content of the newspaper laid bare the conflict between Galahad and Osiris, forcing the knights of Novigrad to make a choice. But how easy was that? The long-held beliefs of the people were not so easily overcome. Caesar looked at the bewildered knights and finally decided to speak with the one who had set this all in motion. Lin Feng was compiling a textbook for mages when Caesar found him. He sat in his chair and looked at Caesar before him. "So, you came to see me?" "Yes." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and remark, "I never expected that the most senior knight of the Knight Association would come to me to discuss the future of knighthood. How interesting." Then Lin Feng's smile faded. He crossed his hands, sat back in his chair, and looked at Caesar with the posture of an inquisitor asking, "Let me ask you, Caesar, did Galahad do wrong?" "No, a knight should be exactly like that." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then with an even sharper gaze fixed on Caesar, he posed a more piercing question. "Let me ask you again, Caesar, did Osiris do wrong?" Caesar remained silent. Lin Feng looked at the silent Caesar and laughed. "This is the crux of the knight's problem today. Your judgment of the god of justice has long become blind obedience, no longer fair." Lin Feng slowly rose from his seat, standing opposite Caesar, and said, "It is precisely this blind obedience that has turned Osiris, the god you once pursued and believed in a symbol of justice, into an unjust deity. Now faced with an unjust god of justice, will you knights do everything in your power to pull him back onto the right path, or will you remain silent and acquiesce to the injustice he has wrought?" Lin Feng's words struck the heart far sharper than any weapon. Caesar merely listened in silence, offering no response. "The decision rests in your hands. No matter how much I say, I cannot make the choice for you. Whatever choice you make, I will find it understandable. But if you ask for my opinion, I will only say this: silence is original sin and compliance is complicity. When you hesitate to choose out of fear or other reasons, remember that the brave have already given their answer." As Lin Feng's voice echoed, two figures emerged in Caesar's mind. One was his old friend Gus Cook. The other was his friend's apprentice Galahad Gerard. After saying this, Lin Feng said no more. He sat back down and continued compiling the textbook. What needed to be said had been said. The final decision could only be made by Caesar himself. Caesar left Lin Feng's room, his mind full of thoughts, and returned to the Knight Association. He then entered the Hall of Glory, a symbol of honor, and opened the magic book that recorded the deeds of outstanding knights. He found the entry for Gus Cook, and as he read the words left by his long-departed friend Caesar, let out a long sigh. "I have never longed to talk with you as much as I do today." What should he do? Deep down, Caesar already knew the answer. But this answer almost negated everything he had pursued in the first half of his life. It was also a path strewn with thorns. Could he still bear such a burden? As Lin Feng had said, what Caesar lacked was precisely courage. He was no longer young. What he had failed to understand in his youth had become clear in old age, but he now lacked the courage of his younger days. Caesar looked at the 6 standing knight statues in the Hall of Glory. What should I do? Should I follow my heart? Knight, where does the future lie? Caesar's voice echoed through the Hall of Glory, but only the reverberation of his own voice answered him. He gave a bitter smile and walked out of the Hall of Glory. Soon after, he encountered Galahad, who had come to seek his special training. "Senior Caesar, what is today's special training?" Ever since reading that newspaper today, he felt as if the entire world had changed. Now suddenly confronted by someone who acted as usual, Caesar's tense nerves relaxed slightly. "Are the things in the newspaper true?" Galahad was momentarily stunned, then replied, "They are true, Senior Caesar." "Why did you do it, even if it meant defying the gods?" Because I am a knight senior. When a knight faces such a situation, isn't this what he should do? Galahad answered without hesitation, but then he corrected himself. I should have said Don Quixote. Because I am a knight. Caesar repeated Galahad's words, recalling the oath he had sworn when he became a knight. A knight resists injustice. A knight protects the weak. A knight fears no strong enemy. Thinking of this, Caesar suddenly laughed in relief, laughing loudly. So he had never truly been a knight. He was merely an old man who called himself a knight, spoke of knightly virtues, but hesitated when it came time to uphold them. When faced with injustice, did he resist? When faced with the weak, did he protect them? When faced with a strong enemy, did he stand fearless? No, no, no. He had blindly followed the injustice of the god of justice, failing to resist true injustice. He had chosen the capital, failing to protect the weak, who truly needed guarding. When faced with potential difficulties, he had not advanced fearlessly, but had hesitated in cowardice. How absurd. Caesar finally made up his mind. All his cowardice, fear, and unease vanished at that moment. If I die because of this, then at least in death I will be worthy of the name of a knight. Caesar summoned all the knights of the association. There were many in Novigrad, and now they all gathered in the square, their eyes fixed on Caesar. Caesar stood on a high place where everyone could see him. He took a deep breath, raised the newspaper, and said with resounding strength, Galahad is no fallen knight. He is a true knight. Our God is wrong. At this moment this knight charged at the windmill in his heart. Novigrad today appears unchanged on the surface. Yet beneath that veneer, everything has transformed. The lives of mages, knights, and common folk alike have been irrevocably reshaped. Mages undergo a technological revolution, and knights experience an awakening of thought. The living standards of ordinary people steadily rise. All traceable to one man, Lin Feng. What then is Lin Feng? The very force who turned Novigrad upside down. Doing at this very moment. He stands now within Rosalind's divine realm, receiving 2 guests. It is widely known that Rosalind's divine realm admits only Lin Feng. Yet today 2 visitors stand within its sacred expanse. 3 deities now gather in that realm, gazing as one upon Lin Feng, the sole mortal among them. Besides Rosalind, they are an unfamiliar goddess and a knight who names himself Don Quixote. Lin Feng studied the knight who claimed the name Don Quixote and sighed inwardly. Osiris, if this is your attempt to toy with me, your disguise is woefully crude. Do you truly believe black armor alone can conceal your identity? No, I am Don Quixote. Lin Feng regarded him with the gaze one reserves for fools, yet seeing his unwavering sincerity, he chose instead to play along. Very well, find your Don Quixote. So why have you come? To declare war, because I led the knightly association's upheaval and tarnished your honor? Or did you adopt this name deliberately to provoke me? Lin Feng's piercing eyes held Don Quixote's unflinchingly, unintimidated by the divinity before him. He had long accepted that his adventures would draw countless enemies, adding one more god changed nothing. Should the conservative faction from the capital march upon Novigrad, Lin Feng saw no reason to pause his ventures. He would fortify the city, forge advanced weaponry, and launch a counteroffensive. No, I did not come to wage war, nor did I assume this name out of whimsy. Undeterred by Lin Feng's hostility, Don Quixote spoke with quiet humility. Recall what I told you before, that the one before you is but the last remnant of Osiris's rational self. Of course I remember. You said you were nearing dissolution. Lin Feng replied lightly, then paused, sensing something amiss. After a moment's silence, he looked intently at Don Quixote and ventured, the tide of thought brought by Novigrad's newspapers and knights has stabilized your rational essence, transforming it into an idealized incarnation, Don Quixote. Is that correct? Precisely. Thus I have come to offer my gratitude. So I've unwittingly saved a god. Well, serendipity blooms where least expected. But there remains one question I must ask you. Speak freely. I will withhold nothing from you. Lin Feng met Don Quixote's gaze with solemn, unwavering focus and asked, do you know your sin? I do. This black armor bears witness to it. At least you bear responsibility. Commendable. Lin Feng's estimation of Osiris rose slightly. At that moment Hecate, who had stood silently beside them observing like an amused spectator, spoke at last. How brilliantly incisive you are, Rosalind. You possess a truly extraordinary hero. She smiled warmly as she gazed upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his questioning glance toward Rosalind. She is Hecate, goddess of arcane arts. Greetings, little one. Hecate wore a resplendent indigo and violet gown embroidered with shimmering arcane sigils. Her beauty was unsurprisingly peerless. Divinities are rarely unremarkable in form. Have you come for that theory? You may say I came for you. What say you? Will you become my hero? Rosalind bristled instantly. Though she voiced no protest, she stepped squarely before Lin Feng, glaring at Hecate with unmistakable displeasure. Lin Feng chuckled softly, moving to stand beside Rosalind. There, no need to rush. I'm not going anywhere. Having gently calmed her, he turned once more to Hecate. I hold no intention of pledging faith to another deity, but rest assured I shall advance the theory across the world step by deliberate step. Are you certain you won't reconsider? Choosing me would serve you far better than the one beside you. My faithful outnumber his, and as a mage you align more naturally with me than with Rosalind, whose dominion is defiance. Objectively speaking, you may be right. Yet a deity who has watched over me since the beginning holds greater worth than one who only now turns their gaze upon me. At that Lin Feng fell silent, sensing that further words might coax tears from Rosalind beside him. Besides, how much better could you possibly be than Rosalind? Consider how mages behaved before my arrival abysmal. Admirable in their spirit of inquiry, yet that alone remained. They pursued magic for centuries, using such clumsy methods. Though I anticipated it, your tongue remains unsparing, a trait perhaps that fuels your brilliance. Seeing Lin Feng's clarity, Hecate ceased her entreaties. To persist would only invite resistance, and undermine her cause entirely. A flicker of regret passed through Hecate's eyes. Why of all deities did Rosalind claim you first? Lin Feng pondered briefly, then said, you need not depart empty-handed. Don Quixote, and Hecate, would you consider forging an alliance with my goddess? Hecate's expression brightened with intrigue. An alliance? Yes, an alliance. You both know Rosalind's ideal, do you not? Don Quixote and Hecate exchanged glances, then turned astonished toward Rosalind. Hecate asked, you still cling to that dream? Rosalind glanced at Lin Feng, then replied simply no. Lin Feng faced the two deities and spoke with measured gravity. The alliance I propose is a pact. Should the day ever arrive when we march against the demon race, I ask that you stand with us. Yet he added swiftly, of course, if I fail to fulfill this vision, consider this conversation void. As recompense, Hecate, I shall propel the mage order forward, nurturing prodigies among them. Don Quixote, I shall reshape this world you despise. In exchange, will you join my goddess in sworn fellowship? Both deities fell into profound silence. Don Quixote broke the stillness first. When I forged this world's order, I believed sacrificing myself, becoming the monarchy's blade of stability, would secure justice for all. But hindsight reveals my error. I oversimplified everything. A second chance, such an opportunity demands no refusal. Lin Feng nodded slowly, then turned to Hecate. And you, why not? Until the moment I must truly act, I risk nothing. Do I? Finally Lin Feng's gaze settled upon Rosalind. I of course accept without hesitation. And so, before Lin Feng's witnessing gaze, the three deities swore their oath before the primordial creator. Silent primordial creator, I Don Quixote, newly awakened god of justice. I Hecate, goddess of arcane arts. I Rosalind, goddess of resistance. Their voices merged as one. When the hour arrives to reclaim our lands from the demon race, we shall unite as allies. Bear witness to this vow. Lin Feng observed the solemn rite, and nodded, deeply satisfied. Thus Rosalind, the goddess, was no longer alone. Upon the oath's completion, Hecate departed first, leaving with the promise to lend her attention to Lin Feng's path. Don Quixote's farewell carried far greater gravity. One day I shall confront my former self, and settle our reckoning. Until then, please continue awakening the knights. Strengthen them for me. You might consider phrasing that more delicately, so those knights open to change feel reassured. Don Quixote reflected, then raised a hand, bestowing upon Lin Feng a sliver of divine power, which coalesced into a badge. Give this emblem to those you trust. Replicate it widely. It shall mark the dawn of transformation. Should any knight prove worthy, like Galahad, wearing this badge will let them sense my presence. Not a bad solution. Lin Feng examined the badge, then secured it away. The royal court may intervene if word spreads, but fortunately they care little for lands beyond the walls. I'll shield your reform of the knighthood, lest the monarchy interfere. I will aid you. I fear no god, nor dread the crown. Don Quixote met Lin Feng's fearless gaze, and laughed softly. Never imagined I'd draw courage from a mortal. That is because I never followed you. I walk beside you. When your steps falter, I do not linger behind, lost and uncertain. I seize your hand, and tell you plainly we cannot stop here. The month-long bet with Lidixia had come to an end. Today the outcome of this wager would finally be decided. Lin Feng once again stood before the gates of the Green Chamber of Commerce, lifting his gaze to take in its facade. Things were vastly different now. Quite a lot had transpired over the past month. Lin Feng stepped into the headquarters of the Green Chamber of Commerce. Good morning, Consultant Lin. The employees of the Green Chamber now greeted him proactively, their spirits noticeably lifted. They knew full well who had pioneered the establishment of the employee welfare system, and thus felt deep gratitude toward this consultant, though he rarely appeared. Lin Feng returned their greetings with a smile as he made his way to the president's office. Wallen happened to step out, and upon seeing Lin Feng, a smile spread across his face. Good morning. Good morning. Routine report. Yes, but this time there were more good news, and at least I didn't get scolded. Not bad. I'll be off now, master. I have matters to attend to. Wallen greeted Lin Feng and hurried away. He appeared genuinely busy. Lin Feng arrived at Lidixia's office as promised, and unsurprisingly she had been waiting there for some time. Yo, the great designer Lin, you're here. Good morning, Mei Miao. After the greetings, Lin Feng noticed that Mei was no longer wearing her maid outfit, but a specially designed ninja cat costume. Seems Sherwood is as fast as ever. Indeed, this is the best gift ever. The back of the outfit even has a slot for my tail. Woo, such thoughtfulness. I no longer have to go back and modify it with scissors myself. Mei then struck a few cool battle poses. It's both beautiful and stylish. Glad you like it. I love it. Now when Beatrice boasts about her daughter getting new clothes, I can fight back. Lin Feng recalled the design book he had given Sherwood, which was filled with outfits for Hetty. In terms of quantity, he would surely lose. Better not tell her about that. With that thought, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Lidixia, a teasing tone in his voice. Time's running out. Lidixia knew exactly what he meant, but what could she do? Was this man any different from someone using a cheat? What difference? How long had he been in Novigrad? 3 months. Every member of his team was exceptional, each capable of sweeping through the night association at least once. The most outrageous was Lin Feng himself. The things he had done in recent days could fill a whole page in Novigrad's history books. How could she win? Lidixia sighed. I lost. I will abide by the bet and apologize to everyone. Acknowledging defeat is one thing, losing is another, and being truly convinced is yet another. Lin Feng looked at Lidixia. Are you convinced now? Lidixia gazed back at him helpless. She couldn't win a bet, couldn't beat him in a fight, and couldn't argue with him. What use was defiance? Lidixia's Tao heart was somewhat shattered. She spoke in a tone of indifference. What's the point of saying it? We always end up arguing here, and neither of us can convince the other. So no more arguing this time. I believe the punishment I've given you is sufficient. Lin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. Now that the lesson is over, it's time for a rational discussion. Tell me, why have you become the way you are? Why should I tell you? Because what you can't understand I can. Instead of being lost in confusion, why not ask me? Lidixia pondered for a moment, then looked at May. May, please step out for a moment. What's wrong with me staying? It's not like I don't know your story. Consider yourself on a day off, starting now. May jolted with excitement. Oh, I suddenly remember I have many things to do. I'll be off. Then she muttered under her breath. If I hurry, I might still catch Sherwood's class. May opened the door, glanced at Lin Feng and Lidixia, and flashed a smile before closing it. You two take your time chatting. Lucky her getting a free day off. As the wooden door closed, only Lin Feng and Lidixia remained in the office. Lin Feng turned his attention back to Lidixia, only to see her take down the decorative axe hanging on the wall. He couldn't help but quip, what? You sent May away just to chop me to death. Lidixia was speechless for a moment, then said, even if I wanted to kill you, I'd choose a weapon I'm skilled with, otherwise I'd be in danger. Lidixia gently caressed the axe in her hand. This axe is the only keepsake of my grandfather's that I have left. As she began to speak, her story unfolded before Lin Feng. Lidixia was born in the royal capital. The moment she entered the world, the harvest goddess had already set her gaze upon her, though as an infant, she could not comprehend the meaning of such divine attention. A newborn life simply wailed relentlessly until it was cradled in the warm embrace of family. First she was placed in her father's arms, then her grandfather's. A granddaughter. After so many grandsons, this is my first granddaughter. Huh, is this my granddaughter? What a loud cry. She'll definitely grow up to be a formidable warrior. Huh. His voice was so robust that Lidixia, who had just stopped crying, burst into wails again. And so in the end she was returned to her mother's arms. Snug in her mother's warmth, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. The Green family. A clan that after the passing of their deity experienced decline, and after 1,000 years of sedimentation, harbored an almost pathological obsession with revival. Every member of the Green family had to bear their share of responsibility. Shortly after childbirth, Lidixia's parents were once again consumed by the struggle for restoration. Thus Lidixia was entrusted to her grandfather's care. A tradition of the Green family, the young dedicate their talents for the family, and the elders nurture the next generation. From the time Lidixia could remember, the ones who accompanied her most aside from her wet nurse were her grandfather. Compared to her grandfather, her parents and siblings seemed like strangers. That was nothing unusual. Everyone grew up that way, and Lidixia saw nothing wrong with it. Her grandfather, a man brimming with the boldness of a warrior, was named Leli Jelen. Leli was the paragon of the Green family. A warrior serving the royal family in his youth, a trainer of warriors in his middle age, and a caretaker of grandchildren in his old age. Lidixia adored her grandfather. He would often recount thrilling battles, some against magical beasts, others against bandits in the royal capital. Whenever she saw her peers marvel at the twists and turns in her grandfather's tales, a flicker of pride stirred deep within Lidixia's heart. It was in those moments that Leli planted the seed of a warrior in Lidixia's heart. As Letitia grew older, she began her training under the Grimm family's regimen. However, due to Riley's status, it was Riley himself who personally oversaw Letitia's training. Letitia had initially wished to wield the great axe, the same weapon her grandfather Riley used. But after all, she was a girl, and the weapon proved far too heavy for her. Letitia brooded over this for a long time, yet Riley paid it no mind, merely laughing heartily to comfort his granddaughter. It doesn't matter. Becoming a warrior has little to do with the weapon you choose. I want to be closer to Grandpa, even if just a little. Alright. You must understand, Grandpa is a good warrior, but he's not the only one. Even if you're different from me, you can still become a great warrior. Riley ruffled his granddaughter's hair. Despite his reassurances, Letitia still felt a pang of disappointment. Letitia's disappointment didn't last long, for Riley had a long spear custom-made for her to use as her weapon. However, that spear was crafted to adult proportions. For now it was only for Letitia to admire. She would have to wait until she grew up before she could wield it in combat. From my observations, you're better suited for the spear. From now on, the spear shall be your weapon of choice. This spear was specially made for you by your grandfather. Work hard now, and when you're grown you can use it. Letitia gazed at the silvery white spear and asked, can I become a great warrior with it? Of course you can. Letitia reached out, running her fingers along the spear's shaft, and said with a smile, if Grandpa says so, then I'm willing to believe it. Riley laughed heartily, patting Letitia's head. Hearing you say that makes me very happy. With a weapon type suited to her, Letitia devoted the following years to relentless training, putting in far more effort than her peers. Letitia gritted her teeth, enduring the hardships of training and the soreness of her muscles. Despite her youth, a layer of calluses had already formed on her hands. The spear gradually transformed from an external tool into an extension of her own being. Her hard work paid off. Letitia excelled among her peers and was hailed as a prodigy by her family. They reserved a spot for her to meet the deity at a young age so that when she came of age, she could receive the divine revelation. And then, surely she would become a great warrior, wouldn't she? On the day she received the nomination, Letitia joyfully shared the news with Riley. Riley was delighted as well, promising her a reward the next day. What reward? What reward? Letitia asked her grandfather with a smile. It wouldn't be fun if I told you in advance. Riley chose to keep it a mystery instead of revealing it. Please tell me. No amount of coaxing will work this time. Riley chuckled, then took Letitia's hand. He opened her palm, gently caressing the roughened skin worn from hours of spear practice. It was nothing like the fair, delicate hands of the crying baby he once held. Riley's smile gradually faded. He looked up at his granddaughter, then smiled once more. Yet even though he was smiling this time, Letitia could sense that her grandfather wasn't truly happy. So she began chattering about her training that day. Surely Grandpa would be pleased to hear how hard she was working, right? That was what Letitia thought, but the more she talked, the more complex Riley's smile became. Finally, Letitia paused, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She tilted her head and looked at her grandfather. Grandpa, why do you seem a little unhappy? Riley was taken aback, then let out a hearty laugh, ruffling Letitia's hair, as he always did. Grandpa's fine. You just look forward to tomorrow. Letitia was still a bit puzzled, but that boisterous laugh sounded just like always. Her grandfather had returned to normal, which made her happy, and so she let the thought go. The next day, Riley led Letitia out of the grim estate and into the streets of the royal capital. There were so many people there, more than Letitia had ever seen in her entire life, more than the entire family gathered together during training. Facing such a crowd, Letitia felt a flicker of fear. She took Riley's hand and timidly hid behind him. Riley patted her head, telling her not to be afraid, then took her hand and led her around. There were so many things here that Letitia had never seen before. Vendors called out their wares, all sorts of people walked by, and in the shops lining the streets, there were sometimes everyday items and sometimes things she had never encountered in her life. Sometimes curiosity would get the better of Letitia. She would point and ask Riley what something was, and Riley would explain with a smile. So this is where these things are bought. So things like this exist in the world. There were also street performers doing flips and somersaults. Nothing particularly impressive, yet it was somehow captivating to watch. This thing called candy was really delicious. Gradually, Letitia's fear melted away. She no longer held her grandfather's hand and began wandering off toward whatever caught her interest. Today was wonderful, filled with things she'd never seen before. Lost in these thoughts, Letitia accidentally bumped into something. Letitia was unharmed, but the person she collided with fell to the ground with a pained yelp. Letitia looked over and saw a young girl about her own age. I'm sorry. Letitia reached out her hand. The girl smiled shyly, shook her head, and said it was all right. Two hands of the same age clasped together, yet both girls felt a flicker of confusion. Why was her hand so rough, so delicate? The other girl didn't think much of it. She bid a brief farewell and ran back to her parents. Letitia returned to Riley's side and asked, am I different from them? Facing this question, Riley let out a sigh. He watched the young girl's retreating figure with her parents, then said, that's because your name is Grim. I see. Letitia also watched the girls departing back, then said, good thing my name is Grim. Riley was stunned, then asked why. Because it's Grandpa's name. Letitia looked up at Riley, her face devoid of any envy, instead beaming with an energetic smile. A warmth surged in Riley's heart. He reached out and ruffled Letitia's hair, then extended his hand to her. Letitia took her grandfather's hand. This pair of grandfather and granddaughter, both bearing the name Grim, walked hand in hand through streets filled with people of every surname, savoring a warmth that others took for granted, but was almost non-existent within the Grim family. There was no training that day. Riley simply spent an ordinary day with Letitia. But for Letitia, it was an absolute delight. I'll work even harder and become a warrior just like Grandpa. I'm getting more and more excited for the divine revelation. They say everyone who receives it becomes a truly remarkable warrior. If that happens, Grandpa will surely be pleased, won't he? Having played all day, Letitia lay in bed, her consciousness slowly fading. In a daze, she seemed to hear a pleasant voice. Do you want to become a warrior that badly? Why, yes. On the verge of falling asleep, Letitia unconsciously mumbled a response to the voice. After hearing this response, the god of harvest fell silent for a long time. Finally, a soft sigh echoed through Letitia's room. He could roughly foresee the outcome of the divine revelation. After all, this girl's talent was extraordinarily powerful. She had caught his attention the moment she was born. In the end, the result of the divine revelation would deviate from what this girl hoped for. But Letitia had already drifted into slumber, unable to hear the sigh uttered for her fate. As Letitia grew, the day of divine revelation drew ever closer. Time always presents the inevitable plainly before a child still young. The child grew, and the elder aged. Raleigh, who once led Letitia forward, now needed her to guide his steps. Raleigh did not fear death. All that one does in life is to face death with a clear conscience when it arrives. And everything he had done in life had already earned him that peace. He simply could not bear to see Letitia endure such a parting. Raleigh had trained successors for the Green family before, but Letitia was special. Not only because she was his only granddaughter, but because she was the only one who would have to experience such a wrenching farewell before even reaching adulthood. How to face parting is one of life's most crucial lessons, and someone must teach her. But if he had any choice, Raleigh genuinely wished it didn't have to be him. Yet as a warrior, Raleigh knew his body's decline better than anyone. The hidden injuries of youth now exacted a painful toll in his weakening old age. If Raleigh had once been an aging warrior, now that title had been stripped away, he was simply an old man. Raleigh watched Letitia, who held his hand and led him forward. Looking at her now, he saw all the echoes of who she used to be. That little child had grown so much. Oh gods, grant me your blessing, let me hold on just a little longer. I want to keep watching over this child. Grandfather, do you remember this place? Letitia's voice pulled Raleigh back from his reverie, yet as he took in his surroundings, he sank into another wave of memories. A smile spread across Raleigh's face as he said, "Of course I remember. This is where I brought you to play after you earned your place in the divine revelation." "That's right, grandfather. This was your reward for me." Letitia released his hand and turned to face him. "After I receive the divine revelation, you must bring me here again. After I come of age, you must bring me here again. After I become a great warrior, you must bring me here too. Letitia looked at Raleigh earnestly and said, "We've made a pact." "Huh, very well." Raleigh laughed heartily in agreement. Watching his laughter, Letitia felt the unease within her ease slightly. Raleigh had grown over the years too. He had learned to hide all his sorrow in his eyes, and whenever he laughed heartily, he would squint them shut. "See, hidden well, isn't it? My granddaughter hasn't noticed a thing. Grit your teeth and hold on, Raleigh. At least hold on until she receives the divine revelation. You are a warrior." Indeed, Raleigh desperately wanted to live. But life and death are not decided by will alone. No matter how fiercely one clings to life, when the body reaches its limit it falls, and often without warning. Raleigh was walking as usual when a sudden wave of weakness overcame him. He collapsed and never rose again. In his final moments lying in bed, he felt his life force ebbing away with painful clarity. Many people gathered around, familiar faces all gazing at him with grief or sorrow. Though the atmosphere was heavy with sadness, Raleigh himself felt surprisingly little grief. For this room full of people mourning his departure was proof that his life had not been lived in vain. His consciousness began to blur as if sinking into darkness. Drowsiness washed over him relentlessly while fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. Am I dying? It seems so. At this moment, Raleigh's life flashed before his eyes, reaching its final chapter. Grandfather. The adorable image of Letitia babbling her first words appeared in his mind. Not yet. I can't leave like this. I haven't even seen Letitia one last time. Raleigh's hazy eyes snapped open with sudden determination. Grandfather. A voice frantic and nearly breaking called out. Raleigh turned to see tear-streaked Letitia pushing through the crowd and rushing to his side. In that moment, his heart clenched with pain. So there truly are regrets after all. I'm useless. I couldn't hold on any longer. In just 3 months, Letitia was to receive the divine revelation. I haven't even accomplished a single thing that would make you proud, and you're leaving me like this. Letitia walked step by step to Raleigh's side, her tears falling endlessly beside him. Do something. Your granddaughter is crying, isn't she? Raleigh's weakened body found strength from somewhere unknown as he struggled to sit up in bed. Then looking at his granddaughter, he let out the last hearty laugh of his life. He reached out and gently touched her head. Don't cry. My granddaughter. Even when I'm no longer here, I know you will make me proud. Letitia could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into Raleigh's arms. Don't go. Don't go. Stay with me a little longer, please. Take me to that place once more, please. This time you take me. You take me. Raleigh smiled helplessly, stroking his granddaughter's head again and again, each touch growing more labored. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision beyond his control. This time he had truly reached his limit. Grandfather wants to accompany you. One more time. His stroking hands still resting atop Letitia's head. The light in his eyes faded, and he passed away seated upright. No matter how Letitia wailed, he could no longer respond. Raleigh had given everything he had. Grandfather was gone. It took Letitia a very long time to gradually accept this reality. Even now she lacked the courage to visit her grandfather's grave. But eventually she came to a realization and threw herself even more fiercely into her training. After all, the only thing left in this world that connected her to her grandfather was the dream of becoming a warrior. Letitia set a new goal for herself after receiving the divine revelation and becoming a great warrior. She would go to her grandfather's grave, apologize sincerely for not visiting sooner, and share this wonderful news with him. In the blink of an eye, the day of divine revelation arrived. Letitia entered the royal palace of Typhon and stepped into a grand and sacred hall. The ceiling frescoes of the sanctuary depicted the likenesses of the gods. Letitia knelt, bowing her head in prayer to the deities, awaiting the descent of the divine revelation. A beam of holy radiance descended from the frescoes, bathing Letitia in its glow. A wave of warmth washed over her, and the divine revelation concluded. Letitia called upon the silent creator god and summoned her personal status panel, gazing at the talent section. Chosen cleric. Cleric. No, that's wrong. Completely wrong. Utterly wrong. It should not be a cleric. It should not be a cleric. Letitia felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her eyes lost their light, and her body went limp as she collapsed to the ground. Slowly she raised her head and looked at the frescoes of the gods. What is this? What is this? Grandfather's death, all my years of effort. What do they even mean? A boundless rage ignited within Letitia. She roared at the frescoes of the gods. It should have been a warrior. It should have been a warrior. Why? Why? Do not show disrespect to the gods. Why? What? I just wanted to make my grandfather proud. Temple knights clad in gold-trimmed armor surged forward and dragged Letitia out of the sanctuary. Her anguished cries echoed endlessly through the hall. Then slowly silence reclaimed the space. A divine awakening qualification. How extraordinarily precious it was. How much effort had she poured into securing it? Yet this awakened ability was not the warrior lineage her family most coveted, but a priestess, a role never before seen in their bloodline. The Green family regarded the outcome with surprise, but not disappointment. After all, it was still a gift of talent, one that could serve the family's purpose. But Letitia's heart had died. Nothing mattered anymore. From the moment of her birth, she had striven toward a singular goal. Now it receded farther and farther from her grasp. After returning from the royal divine awakening ceremony, Letitia withdrew into silence for a long time. Each time she recalled that day, the world seemed to lose all color, all meaning. Perhaps the divine awakening fulfilled the family's expectations, but it betrayed Letitia and betrayed the hopes of her grandfather most of all. Why had she awakened this talent? Bitter resentment sealed her forever within that fateful day of awakening. Even in dreams, she could only briefly forget, only to relive the journey to the royal court, the ceremony itself, and the shattering revelation of her ability. Yet in the dream, her grandfather still lived. In that dream, Layli watched her return, his brow furrowed, his gaze heavy with disillusionment. Ignoring her pallor, he declared, "Letitia, you have disappointed me beyond measure. You are unworthy to be my granddaughter." She jolted upright in bed, breath, ragged eyes scanning the familiar walls of her chamber. Through the gauzy window curtain, darkness stretched endlessly beyond. She sat up, slowly wiping her forehead, drenched in cold sweat from the nightmare. Memories of the dream flooded back. At least, in the dream, grandfather still lives. At the thought of him, sorrow welled uncontrollably. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "I'm sorry, truly deeply sorry." She whispered the apology into the empty room, her fingers brushing away tears again and again. The tears would not cease. This blow left her adrift in grief. For months, she could not find her way out. Yet at last she emerged. Not through grace, but through sheer will, forged in relentless, self-agonizing reflection. No amount of resentment could alter reality. Even without the warrior's gift, she could train, strive, and become one, ultimately honoring her grandfather's faith in her. There remained hope. There remained chance. Had she not excelled, even before the awakening? Was that not why she earned the right to attend? Just as Letitia gathered the faintest spark of resolve, the family issued its decree: "You shall no longer train as a warrior. From today onward, you will master the arts of the priestess, and devote yourself wholly to that path." Staring at her father, the messenger of the family's command, Letitia cried out in disbelief. What of grandfather's final wish? What of my will? Without innate talent, no amount of effort can close the gap. Those who awakened alongside you will pull further ahead, each day widening the chasm. Her father met her gaze with an expressionless face, cold, alien, like a stranger. Rather than waste years chasing impossibility, surrender now. Letitia clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened. "I will not." Her father's composure finally cracked. He frowned sharply and rebuked her. "Your talent, your body, your very life belong to the family. You owe it everything." Letitia said nothing, only stared at him, resolute and unyielding. "The family will punish you." He offered no further words, turned, and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Letitia felt a strange disorientation. So even kinship meant nothing within the Green family. Only duty, only cold calculation. The next day, punishment arrived, as promised. Once again, her father delivered it. He came to take her grandfather's spear. Letitia fought with every fiber of her being, but against a man in his prime, her youth was no match. Again and again she was struck down, each time rising, each time falling, each time rising again. Finally spent and broken, she collapsed at her father's feet and reached out, grasping his ankle. She surrendered her pride. Tears streamed unchecked as she pleaded, "Please. I have nothing left but this. I was wrong." Her father looked down. His eyes flickered with something unreadable, almost tender. He too had once defied the family. To fulfill their mandate, he joined a small unit and found in them warmth he'd never known at home. Years passed, until that unit became part of his very flesh and bone. Then the family ordered him to abandon them. He and his comrades vowed to resist. Yet some faltered for gold, others cowered under threat, and one held fast. That steadfast comrade was shattered before his eyes, beaten, broken, left ruined. And still in the end he had no choice but to leave. If only he'd fled from the beginning, perhaps that home-like haven would still exist, just without him. This was the price of defiance. He drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when they opened again, all warmth had vanished. The family grants no second chances. This spear belongs to one more worthy. Obey, or lose far more. You shame your grandfather, Layli Green. You stand unworthy before him. He wrenched his foot free, seized the silver-white spear, and strode out, without looking back. Letitia stretched her hand toward his fading silhouette. "Give it back. Give it back. It's mine. Grandfather gave it to me." Shattered by repeated blows, she collapsed into unconsciousness. When she awoke, she lay not on stone, but in her bed. Beside her stood a being neither wholly human nor beast, a torso of elegant humanity crowned with antlers, the lower body that of a stag, graceful, ancient, and otherworldly. Letitia recognized her instantly, the goddess Demeter, patron of harvest and priests, whose likeness she'd glimpsed during the divine awakening. Her battle wounds had nearly healed, but Laetitia felt no relief. Did the family send you? I knew you long before your family ever noticed you. What do you want? To apologize? Laetitia froze, staring at the deity. Why? I sensed your priestess aptitude early. I intended to reveal it when you matured, but your ambition formed too soon. Demeter sighed, gazing upon Laetitia lying in bed. Had I not hesitated, had I spared your dreams by speaking truth sooner, perhaps none of this would have come to pass. Enough. I am exhausted, beyond exhaustion. If this is my fate, so be it. Laetitia looked at her hands, smooth, unblemished, her calluses earned through years of relentless training erased by divine healing. Her palms were soft once more. Had she lost even this, the proof of her devotion? I accept my fate. I accept the family's will. I regret what has transpired. Still, I urge you visit your grandfather's grave. Surely that much is due. As Demeter spoke, her form dissolved into shimmering light and vanished. Laetitia sat in silence. A fierce wind rose, sweeping away one of the Green family's emblems, a maple leaf still unripe, torn from the branch before it could turn gold. The leaf drifted before Laetitia. She smoothed her wind-tousled hair and searched. Among countless weathered tombstones, she found the one inscribed with Laylee Green. She stood before the stone voice, trembling. Grandfather. Words failed her. Only tears fell. Hello, I'm May Griffin. You must be the new partner the Jellin family assigned to me. May leaned in, scrutinizing Laetitia from head to toe, then drew close to sniff her scent before nodding in approval. A priestess. This time you might live a bit longer. Dressed in a spotless white clerical robe, Laetitia gave a curt nod, her expression devoid of emotion. You're so cold. Why is the gem on your staff so sharp? It looks like a spear. I lost my original one. This is a substitute. Seems you have quite a story to tell. Hope you live long enough to share it with me. Laetitia gazed at May's smile and gave a slight nod. All right. Why are you as stiff as a log? And so this mismatched pair was forcibly formed by the Jellin family. Through repeated collaborations, they gradually grew familiar, their coordination becoming seamless. After saving each other's lives several times, Laetitia finally opened her heart to May. How tragic. May held Laetitia, rubbing her face against her and weeping. No wonder you've become what you are now. Stop rubbing, or I'll hit you. I won't let go. You're my partner. If they don't cherish you, I will. Laetitia raised her hand, hesitated, then slowly lowered it. The corners of her mouth curled upward into a helpless smile. Besides going on missions with May, Laetitia was also responsible for treating the Jellin family's wounded. Because of her exceptional talent, she was assigned many patients. While purchasing medicine, she was meticulous and thrifty, gradually revealing her commercial acumen and catching the attention of the higher-ups. The higher-ups provided Laetitia with a sum of funds, demanding she repay it after a certain period. After Laetitia returned the funds, which others deemed an impossible challenge, the higher-ups recognized her talent, deemed her worthy of important tasks, and decided to let her establish a business association under the Jellin name. However, within the royal capital, the commercial landscape had long been carved up, leaving no room for a new association. Thus the Jellin family turned their gaze to the world beyond the walls. That's why I have to leave. After receiving the assignment, Laetitia came to bid farewell to her partner. They say the Jellin family are disloyal companions who always withdraw suddenly, without giving a chance to hold on. I never imagined it was true. Laetitia offered no defense. She simply turned and walked away in silence. The next day, Laetitia packed a sum of funds, a letter of recommendation, and the family's reward. Raleigh's legacy, the battle axe he had used in life. With a simple arrangement, she prepared to embark on her journey. The moment she picked up the axe, though alone, she felt an unexpected sense of peace. When she opened the door, she found May also packed and ready, standing before her. Yo! Laetitia tilted her head in confusion, looking at her friend, unable to comprehend what this was about. What's with that expression? May flashed a smile at Laetitia and began to explain, a business association needs employees, right? Why bother looking for more? I could be your first employee. Sounds pretty good. This time you can't let me down. I quit my job to follow you, you better treat me well. Laetitia looked at May, a slow smile spreading across her face. Let's go together. Roger that, President. After some time they arrived in Novigrad. There Laetitia began to display her talents. Leveraging the Jellin family's prestige, she rallied small traders, planned development routes, and rose rapidly. Though she detested this kind of work, she had to admit she was exceptionally good at it. Yet stress has a threshold. Whenever the pressure reached its limit, Laetitia would go out and stroll along the streets, just as Raleigh had once rewarded her. One day while relaxing, she sensed a surge of divine power. Driven by curiosity, she went to investigate and discovered Sherwood, who had fallen from a rooftop. Although the height wasn't great, Sherwood was no longer young. The fall had inflicted considerable damage. If left unattended, his life might be in danger. Gazing at Sherwood's white hair, Laetitia was reminded of her grandfather. Perhaps this talent of mine has some uses that aren't entirely hateful. Thinking this, Laetitia saved Sherwood. Under her care, Sherwood gradually regained consciousness. Though he had lost his memory, at least his life was spared. Watching him recover, Laetitia murmured to herself, at least it makes up for some of my regrets. Time passed. Novigrad continued to develop, and the Jellin Business Association expanded steadily. One problem after another began to surface. The burden on Laetitia grew heavier, yet few around her could share the load. Over time, her temper became somewhat irritable. Moreover, she directly applied the Jellin family's management model to the association. Although the pay was sufficient, the benefits and welfare were clearly lacking. And that's how you ended up here. Laetixia looked at Lin Feng, before her a hint of resignation in her voice. You solved all my problems and forced me to apologize. Lin Feng listened intently to her story, then raised 2 fingers. First, you deserve to apologize. Second, you really are quite pitiful. Pitiful? That's quite a blunt description. Laetixia smiled wryly. After all she had been through, she had long accepted reality. She had been hurt far too many times. But if I were you, Lin Feng continued, his words not ceasing, I would use this talent I dislike, treat the association as an opportunity, develop it into my own power, and force those people in the family to look me in the eye, return my spear, and respect my wishes. Laetixia opened her mouth to retort, but then closed it. She knew Lin Feng wasn't rambling, he truly would do that. But the most important thing you need to correct is not revenge. Laetixia looked at him in confusion. If not that, then what? Lin Feng gazed at her earnestly. Do you think your grandfather loved you, or a warrior? My grandfather loved a warrior. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. The old man who comforted her and crafted her weapon. My grandfather. The old man who caressed the calluses on her hands. He loved the old man who on his deathbed laughed and stroked her head. In that moment, countless memories of her grandfather flooded her mind, from her earliest recollections to his passing. All of them converged into Raleigh's image, smiling at her with loving eyes. Grandfather had never said it outright, but he had shown it through his actions all along. Laetixia, grandfather loves you. At that instant, she finally realized that his love was not for a so-called warrior, but for her, Laetixia Jellin. Not a single word, not a single person could be different. Laetixia's eyes grew moist. My grandfather loved me. With Lin Feng standing before her, unwilling to lose composure, she gritted her teeth and fought to hold back tears. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then turned open the door and left the room to Laetixia alone. A wooden door could not fully muffle the sound of sobbing, but it allowed a person to release their emotions freely. All resolved, May's voice suddenly came from beside him. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise and asked with a smile, didn't you have Sherwood's class? I can attend Master Sherwood's class next time, but I can't miss the president's matters. Lin Feng smiled at May, whose eyes were also red-rimmed. Leaning against the wooden door, he said, so many people are crying today. Cry, have a good cry. Then face tomorrow with a smile. Lin Feng waited outside the door for a while, allowing Laetixia ample time to vent her emotions. Judging she had calmed sufficiently, he turned to May and asked, will you go in? No need. I suspect the guild master is feeling rather embarrassed right now, so I'll skip it. At last this matter has reached its conclusion, and I truly deserve a celebration. I'll visit the guild master later. Well then, farewell. This time I'm truly off. With a playful smile, May winked at Lin Feng before activating stealth and vanishing into thin air. Majestic cat. Rosalind's sudden remark made Lin Feng chuckle softly. He pushed open the wooden door and stepped once more into the guildmaster's chamber. Laetixia's eyes remained faintly reddened, evidence of a recent heartfelt sob, but her composure had largely steadied. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Laetixia flushed with embarrassment at her discomposed appearance, subtly turning her face away and letting a delicate blush rise across her cheeks. Lin Feng was mildly surprised. This unexpectedly tender youthful demeanor from Laetixia felt unfamiliar, yet upon reflection entirely natural. After all, she was likely no older than himself. It felt strangely enchanting, like a cat that had long hissed at you suddenly purring contentedly in your lap. Though admittedly Laetixia had never hissed at him in the first place. Honestly, I'm not quite accustomed to seeing you like this. Whose fault do you think that is, eh? Lin Feng sighed faintly and smiled wryly. Fine, I'll admit partial responsibility. But surely you can't lay it all on me. Laetixia studied him silently, then burst into laughter. Now I understand how you lead your companions forward. You genuinely help your friends grow. After all, I am a hero. I must undertake deeds worthy of that title. I've decided. As she spoke, Laetixia's bearing shifted. Her rare moment of shyness receded, replaced once more by the commanding presence of the guild master of the Green Guild. I will continue expanding the Green Guild, but no longer for the sake of the Green family. From now on I do it for myself, Laetixia Green. I will strengthen the Green Guild relentlessly. Then reclaim my dream from the Green family, reclaim my spear, reclaim everything that is mine. Watching Laetixia regain her resolve, and brimming with renewed vigor, Lin Feng nodded in quiet satisfaction. And then, there's more. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what she might say next. Laetixia pointed her staff directly at him and declared, I will defeat you. In commerce. At least once. Lin Feng blinked, then offered a candid, almost cutting smile. Better not overreach, just yet. First saturate this entire world with your guild, then consider challenging me. Humph. I will succeed. Laetixia lowered her staff. Though they had just declared rivalry, tension dissolved, replaced instead by an unexpected harmony. Join my party, Laetixia. I won't remain in this city for long. Without joining me, you may spend considerable time tracking me down. You're inviting me, eh? Of course, not just any priestess becomes the chosen of Demeter, goddess of harvest. By joining me, you'll also accelerate your path toward the ultimate goal of challenging me. I speak sincerely, this is no jest. How audacious. Yet that was precisely who Lin Feng was, unchanged since their very first meeting. Very well, I accept your invitation. Excellent. You'll need to obtain your adventurer's license first, otherwise I cannot officially register you in my party. I hadn't expected you to be so scrupulously rule-abiding. What makes you picture me as some lawless demon lord? I hold great respect for rules that serve purpose. Lin Feng smiled, then turned to leave, his hand resting on the doorknob, when he recalled their wager and paused. Oh, by the terms of our bet, don't forget to apologize to those you've wronged. The Green Guild is yours after all. Don't let my reputation eclipse yours. You despise the Green family, yet govern your guild with their very methods. Isn't that ironic? Resolve this swiftly, or they may soon crown me as their new guild master. Understood, I'll handle it. Lin Feng nodded, opened the wooden door, and departed. Stepping out of the Green Guild, he glanced back at its facade. Letizia's matter was now fully settled. Lin Feng did not pause for rest. He headed straight for the Clark family residence, ready to begin Healthy's lesson. From the outset, Lin Feng had pledged that every spell he learned from the Clark family would be taught in full to Healthy. The Clark family's 3 signature multi-circle spells, Blast Magic Rain of Fire, and the untested Blast Surge Magic, had all been mastered by Lin Feng. In truth, Lin Feng had already absorbed nearly the entirety of the Clark family's spell repository. What remained unlearned fell into 2 categories: spells either replaceable by existing techniques, or ones he could derive improved variants of independently. One could fairly describe Lin Feng as a walking armory. Given sufficient mana reserves, he alone could unleash the overwhelming force of an entire battalion. Yet multi-circle magic remained demanding. Healthy, having embraced Lin Feng's theoretical framework, hit her first major obstacle while attempting blast magic. Teaching her proved unexpectedly difficult. Even dedicating every moment of instruction to this single technique yielded no breakthrough. But Lin Feng's classroom had long ceased to serve Healthy alone. This reality subtly intensified her pressure. That pressure manifested visibly. She attended lessons with sharper focus, and after class abandoned much of her mechanical research, replacing it with extended self-study sessions under Lin Feng's guidance. Still, despite such diligence, progress remained painfully slow. She had yet to master blast magic. At least that was how it appeared to her. In truth, each attempt brought incremental advancement. Yet under self-imposed strain, she overlooked these gains, fixating solely on the absence of success. Put simply, having sailed smoothly through prior studies, this sudden resistance caught Healthy utterly off guard, plunging her into obsessive self-doubt. Lin Feng chose not to intervene. Such trials were vital for Healthy to clarify her true relationship with magecraft. Was her pursuit of magic merely a reluctant rebellion against an arranged marriage, or had she long since fallen in love with its wonders unaware? Only through such hardship could she discern the answer herself. After another grueling day of study, Healthy slumped lifelessly onto the wooden desk. Lin Feng watched her, and couldn't suppress a gentle, knowing smile. It reminded him of his own youth tormented by textbooks. Though agonizing then, those memories now evoked only warm nostalgia. Humans excel at preserving beauty in memory. Master, if magic is so arduous, how did you persevere? Healthy's voice pulled Lin Feng back to the present. Their eyes met across the table. Many reasons magic fascinates me. Busyness helped me forget certain things, or perhaps it stems from my nature. I strive for excellence in everything I undertake. Doesn't that make life exhausting? Lin Feng shrugged noncommittally. Such a path holds both virtues and burdens. With talent like yours, could anyone possibly surpass you? Certainly. Consider your grandfather. Without my methodology, he became a legendary mage, and even invented blast magic, didn't he? Grandfather told me it wasn't his achievement alone. So what? Lin Feng gazed at Healthy and replied with a soft smile. Nor is my theory solely my own. It rests upon the shoulders of giants. Upon the shoulders of giants. Healthy savored the phrase, then asked quietly, Master, do you have masters of your own? Every master has their own masters. Truly, I'd love to meet them, to witness the brilliance of those who shaped you. They, Lin Feng's expression grew complex, and he whispered, they are not here. None of them remain here. A hush of sorrow settled between them. Healthy looked at Lin Feng, and understood at last what he had sought to forget. She realized too late that she had spoken unwisely. She resolved to atone. Would mastering blast magic bring you joy? The question startled Lin Feng, yet after a thoughtful pause he smiled warmly. Yes, I believe it would. Master, I will master blast magic. Lin Feng nodded. Good. It is widely known that the Knights Association is undergoing a gradual intellectual liberation. Ever since Caesar publicly declared that Osiris had aired, debate within the association on this matter has never ceased. Naturally, the membership has splintered into distinct factions: the conservative faction loyal to the deities, the neutral faction withholding judgment, and the supportive faction championing Galahad. Each faction in turn fractures further into subgroups. For instance, even among the conservatives, not all are rigid traditionalists. A cohort of knights skeptical of reports published by the Green Merchant Guild's newspaper leans cautiously toward divine authority. These knights engage in fierce, impassioned debates over the moral validity of Galahad's actions. Yet nightly quarrels hold little dramatic appeal, and utterly fail to reconcile ideological rifts, so duels among knights have surged markedly in recent days. Internal affairs within the Knights Association have grown exceedingly complex, leaving Caesar overwhelmed and harried. What else could he do? He had chosen this path himself. Caesar offered a wry, self-deprecating smile at his own self-inflicted hardship. Regret? Not in the slightest. At this moment more than ever in his life, Caesar felt authentically like a knight, evoking memories of his earliest days as a squire. Well now, you've been quite busy lately. A voice broke through shifting Caesar's expression subtly. It was Lin Feng's voice. One could fairly say this man was the very architect of the chaos unfolding. If not for you, I wouldn't be buried under this workload. Oh, don't take such a grim view. It's the necessary growing pain on the path to a stronger, wiser Knights Association. That's easy for you to say. Mishandle this, and the association may fracture beyond repair. I know, which is precisely why I'm here, to help you. As Lin Feng spoke, he tossed a golden insignia towards Caesar. Caesar caught it midair, held it in his palm, and asked, "What is this?" "Clasp it tightly, and feel with your heart. A surprise awaits." Caesar frowned, studying Lin Feng. "Since when did you turn into a mystic?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and asked, "Even if I were a mystic, would you believe me?" Truth be told, he would believe. After all, Lin Feng had repeatedly accomplished feats that defied reason. Still, what marvel could a mere insignia possibly hold? Caesar closed his eyes, cradling the insignia in his hand, sinking into quiet focus. Lin Feng watched him, already anticipating what would unfold, and nearly laughed aloud. Caesar's first act upon opening his eyes would surely be stunned silence, followed by an incredulous, breathless, "Damn." A cry that echoed Lin Feng's inner monologue perfectly before Caesar gaped at him, disbelief etched across his face. His composure shattered, he stammered incoherently, Good heavens. To witness a seasoned, composed knight so utterly undone was truly rare. Yet it was entirely understandable. After all, he had just beheld the deity he had long revered. Yes, that is indeed him, the one you imagined. And every word he spoke to you is true. Now, you understand what must be done, do you not? Caesar stood motionless, drawing slow, deep breaths, taking considerable time before his pulse steadied and his mind settled. Good heavens. Enough. Must you behave like some wide-eyed novice? You're trembling at the sight of a god, but I meet him daily face to face and find nothing extraordinary about it. You're bluffing. Caesar began, yet reason intervened. This insignia came from Lin Feng, meaning he likely had stood before Osiris. He swallowed the rest of his retort. Nothing. Ah, so you have matured. At least this time you've learned discretion. Caesar shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance, decidedly unwilling to continue the conversation. Fine. Enough teasing. Beyond this insignia, I have other matters to attend to. You're still meddling with the Knights Association. Lin Feng couldn't suppress a chuckle. Looks like I've pushed you all a bit too hard lately. You know it. You insufferable brat. All right. The arrogance you committed against Galahad ends today. From this moment forth the debt is cleared. So long as you leave me be, I shall no longer intervene. Only now does it end. I assume the matter had long passed. Galahad's already forged friendships with many knights. With stubborn souls like you, one must strike hard. Or how will you ever learn it? Enough. Let's speak plainly. Hearing this, Lin Feng dropped all pretense and asked, how is Galahad's trial progressing? Given his strength, passing the trial poses no difficulty, though he requires time to refine himself. Understood. Caesar, listen carefully. This is counsel I offer you, and your order. Caesar straightened, fully attentive. Galahad's transformation into a black knight was an error, yes. But my punishment was not for your prejudice against fallen knights. It was for your haste, your refusal to investigate before passing judgment. I do not wish my lesson to instill blind reverence for fallen knights, but rather to cultivate discernment when encountering one. Seek truth before condemnation. One individual cannot validate an entire group, nor can one condemn it. Remember those words, for if you merely swing from one extreme to another, my discipline loses all meaning. Caesar fell silent in contemplation, then met Lin Feng's gaze, nodded solemnly, and said, I understand. I hope you uphold it. Should you fail, I'll conclude my measures were too lenient. If. Lin Feng stood still, his expression unreadable. A sudden chill seized Caesar's spine, yet Lin Feng swiftly softened his face with a warm smile. But with him watching over you, you'll hardly stray so far. That concludes my business. I'm off. With a casual wave, Lin Feng turned and strode away with effortless grace. Watching his retreating figure, Caesar knew, without doubt, that Lin Feng's current restraint was deliberate, measured, and profound. That remark meant violence would follow if they failed to reform. Truly, a double-edged blade. Its gleaming edge pressed firmly against every back, compelling forward motion. Was this perhaps a blessing in disguise? Caesar glanced down at the insignia in his hand. No matter. First he needed to oversee mass replication of its copies. Many duties awaited this veteran knight. Come to think of it, hadn't he personally dismantled his own peaceful, leisurely retirement? Caesar looked again at the insignia. Well, it was worth it. After exiting the Knights Association, Lin Feng first inquired after Rosalind's location, then sought out and accompanied him to retrieve the weapon he had designed for him. Blinked in surprise. Oh, already completed. I kept quiet while you focused on your rank trial. If Captain designed it, there's no issue. Mr. Brewster, please stop complaining. Even without consulting us, we trust Captain implicitly. Lin Feng didn't need to guess. Old Brewster was already sowing discord, and glanced at Lin Feng utterly unfazed. Unlike the captain he knew. Usually by now he'd be trading barbs with Mr. Brewster. Was he simply in unusually high spirits today? Soon the two arrived at a magical artificer's workshop. The final step in forging the weapon involved inscribing arcane runes, so it awaited collection here. It was a long-hafted, square-headed axe, so massive only someone blessed with innate prodigious strength like him could lift it effortlessly. Unlike conventional axes, its squared head bore a secondary grip on the reverse side, and its haft terminated in a sharply tapered point. Moreover, a band of arcane runes spiraled around its shaft, integrated with a concealed mechanism, rendering the weapon distinctly unconventional. Under the awestruck gaze of the workshop staff, and lifted the colossal axe with one hand and hoisted it onto his shoulder. "Let's go, Captain. You'll explain the new weapon, won't you?" "Of course," Lin Feng shrugged, adding, "and frankly, I couldn't carry it alone." That admission drew genuine laughter from it. Lin Feng led him beyond the city walls to a broad, open field, and there began explaining the axe's design. Beyond its function as a full-sized axe, a hidden mechanism at its midpoint allowed it to transform, twist the haft, and it separated into a short-handled axe and a compact spear. The auxiliary grip on the axe's reverse was engineered specifically for wielding the shortened version, and when needed could serve as a shield grip. The spear required no elaboration. Most crucially, the separation joint bore inscribed thread magic runes. Once activated, ethereal filaments would surge forth, weaving themselves into chains tethered to the axe head. Thus transformed, the weapon became a flail, designed expressly to harmonize N's raw titanic strength with the unpredictable fluid tactics of an assassin. And nodded approvingly. "See, Captain's reliability is unmatched. This weapon is magnificent." Lin Feng fixed him with a serious gaze, and addressed the spirit within him, "Old Brewster, still planning to complain? How does this brat hold grudges so fiercely?" Brewster paused, then burst into laughter. His earlier nonchalance had been feigned. Now that was the captain he knew. In the blink of an eye, the time for the third magic rank assessment arrived. Why the third? Because when Hetty took the second-class mage exam, Lin Feng hadn't gone to watch her at all. A mere second-class assessment. Wasn't that a walk in the park? That time Lin Feng had gone to watch the rank assessments of N and Galahad. When N strode onto the arena carrying a massive battle axe, the opposing assassin examiner was utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, how did you even lift that? And more importantly, what kind of assassin is this, eh? Since when does an assassin use a giant battle axe as a weapon? How could such a clumsy weapon be associated with an assassin?" The examiner even asked N if she had come to the wrong examination hall. After receiving a definitive reply, the examiner, somewhat bewildered, began the assessment. In truth, at that moment, the examiner had no idea what he was about to face. He only thought it would be much easier. Against such a heavy weapon, an assassin would have a much easier time. After all, once stealth was activated, the opponent couldn't see them, and candidates participating in the assessment were often not strong enough to detect the examiner's position. If they lacked quick adaptability, they would be toyed with by the examiner's assassin tactics until eliminated. If their fundamentals were solid, they could sense the examiner's attack the moment he became visible and react in time to block it. But N completely defied expectations. Stealth before her was as if it hadn't been activated at all. The instant the examiner activated stealth and charged forward with her battle axe, hoisted it high, and swung it down directly at his head. In that moment, the examiner truly felt the threat of death. An aggressive attacking style wasn't something the examiner hadn't encountered before, but this reaction was far too swift and precise. Yet the examiner was no pushover. He made a split-second decision and dodged the strike. With a resounding boom, the arena floor cracked from the impact. But the examiner was no ordinary figure. He instantly seized the huge opening left by the weapon's swing and launched an attack at it. Unexpectedly, and twisted the handle of the battle axe, splitting it apart, and the part in her hand transformed into a short spear. Then, with zero frame of delay, she executed a sudden thrust back at the examiner, forcing him to switch from offense to defense. After this failed strike, the examiner re-entered stealth, biding his time, only to find that it seemed to know exactly where he was, and continued to press him. He was forced to keep clashing swords with her. By this point, not only the examiner, but also the audience realized something was off. Only Lin Feng had known Anne's intentions from the start. The assessment was merely a side benefit. The real purpose was to test new weapons. Whether it was the long-handled axe, short-handled axe, short spear, or meteor hammer, and took them all out for a spin. She even tried to use the chain connecting the short spear and short-handled axe to bind the examiner. Poor first-class assassin examiner. Thus, he faced an opponent who flexibly changed attack patterns, possessed innate monstrous strength, and had extremely high assassin talent. When the assessment came to an end, Anne's face was slightly flushed. She had just finished warming up, while the opposite examiner was drenched in sweat, looking utterly spent. As the sound of the assessment ending rang out, the examiner collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were clear, yet filled with confusion and bewilderment. Who was assessing whom? Compared to Anne's assessment, Galahad's was far more monotonous and dull. As expected, his examiner was Caesar. Because at the Grandmaster level, battles were simply too fast. From the audience's perspective, it was nothing but a blur of clashing sword lights and shadows. Those of ordinary strength couldn't even make out the figures. This greatly diminished the spectacle, and Lin Feng stopped watching after a while. First, because by then he could already foresee the outcome. The two were evenly matched in strength, but Galahad was far younger than Caesar. In a prolonged battle, Galahad was sure to win. Second, watching such a match was exhausting. Just keeping up with their speed was mentally draining, let alone discerning every move and technique. In any case, both of them passed the assessment. Now Lin Feng's team, including the newly joined Letitia, had all reached first class or above. The certificates and badges had been issued and the Adventurers Guild had completed the identity registration. When they first arrived here, Lin Feng's team was unremarkable, but now though not yet the world's top adventurer squad, they were enough to be taken seriously. And now the third rank assessment Lin Feng had encountered since arriving in Novigrad officially began. Since Lin Feng had been directly issued a first-class certificate by OSS, he didn't participate in either the second or this assessment. As for the Grandmaster Mage assessment, Lin Feng had no intention of taking it. Just as OSS's reason for not directly granting Grandmaster certification, he truly hadn't met the stringent requirements for a Grandmaster Mage. His mana reserve was still far below that of the top-tier mages, and this was something that couldn't be caught up with through effort alone. It could only be accumulated slowly over time. However, being a first-class mage was already sufficient. Lin Feng sat in the audience. Beside him was Beatrice, who was staring intently at her daughter. Although Hetty had already taken the assessment 3 times, this mother was still more nervous than her daughter. This tension even affected Lin Feng a little. To preserve a good memory, he decided to ease Beatrice's nerves with conversation, so he spoke. Once she passes the first-class mage exam, that engagement will be void, you know. Beatrice first looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Engagement? She thought back carefully, then recalled the reason, and said with a look of sudden realization, "Oh, the engagement. There's still that matter. You had forgotten about it yourself. What can I do? The recent events have been one more important than the next. Compared to them, this matter seems less significant. And besides..." Beatrice looked at Hetty, who was stepping onto the arena, her purple eyes revealing a hint of tenderness and pride. "I've already achieved my goal. The engagement doesn't matter anymore. Let's just end it properly. A good ending is best for everyone." This is also why Hetty truly set foot on the path of a mage. Although I can't fully agree with the methods, by a stroke of luck it still turned out to be a decent outcome. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that's indeed the right thing to do. I still have so much to learn in teaching and nurturing. Beatrice sighed, looking at Hetty standing calmly on the arena, already exuding the aura of a great mage. She couldn't help but sigh again. I haven't even learned how to be a good mother, and Hetty has already grown up. Time really does fly. Why are you speaking like an old man? Beatrice glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. I didn't mean that. I'm not admitting I'm old. I'm still young. Heh. Lin Feng let out a soft laugh and focused his gaze on the arena. The examiner was still hard, but this time his opponent was Hetty. Hetty began chanting a spell, and several familiar magic circles started interlocking. Hart smiled bitterly, watching the young girl before him cast an explosion magic. What could he say? There was no sense of surprise at all. As if a voice told him that his disciple was supposed to be like this. But this time I've grown a lot too. Hart waved his hand, and several defensive barriers instantly unfolded. He looked up at the oppressive magic circle above. This time I can withstand it on my own. With a soft shout after Hetty finished her incantation, the dazzling explosion magic descended, striking Hart directly. After the violent explosion and searing white light faded, Hart's coughing voice came through as he waved to disperse the smoke. Covered in dust with a patch of hair singed black, he looked utterly disheveled, yet he laughed heartily. He had withstood it. Across from him, Hetty couldn't help but cheer. She had succeeded. She had actually pulled it off. She had learned it. But the success rate of casting it was still low. Fortunately, this time she had gambled and won. Hetty turned around, looked toward Lin Feng and Beatrice in the audience, placed her hands on her hips, and flashed a smug smile. My daughter is both adorable and cool. Beatrice burst out, stood up, and waved to interact with Hetty. Lin Feng, though calmer, also smiled and waved at Hetty. After holding it in for so long, this moment was finally a release. Hetty turned back to look at Hart. Then Hart nodded and announced, Hetty Clark, first class mage rank assessment pass. The assessment concluded, and the impatient Beatrice immediately found Hetty, then pulled her daughter into a tight embrace, expressing her joy without restraint. Then, remembering what Lin Feng had said, Beatrice released Hetty and looked at her seriously. As agreed, the engagement is off. Oh, that's truly wonderful. Lin Feng gave a rather perfunctory cheer and applause beside them, his tone flat and robotic, making both Beatrice and Hetty burst into laughter. Beatrice smiled and said, Why are you so half-hearted? Lin Feng put one hand on his hip and replied with a grin, Because I can. Beatrice shook her head helplessly, but she thought that giving this matter a proper end was not bad after all. By the way, Hetty. Lin Feng looked at Hetty and smiled. Congratulations on passing. Your teacher is very happy. Hetty nodded slightly. It's nice to be praised for mage stuff once in a while. Beatrice looked at her daughter and felt a genuine sense of relief. Now that her relationship with Hetty had improved and Hetty's attitude toward being a mage had changed, everything was wonderful. In truth, she had never really intended to force Hetty into marriage. But looking back now, she had been too impatient back then, and that decision had been far too arbitrary. If Lin Feng hadn't intervened, her relationship with Hetty would likely have hit rock bottom. Some results might have been achieved, but Hetty would have grown to loathe the profession of mage entirely. Why had she done that in the first place? Beatrice remembered the reason. She had convinced herself at the time she had to force Hetty to learn magic for her future happiness. Now she realized that happiness, after all, had to be obtained by one's own efforts. No matter how much she gave Hetty thinking it would make her happy, it only backfired. As a mother, she must remember this well. Beatrice reached out and gently touched Hetty's cheek, smiling. I wish you eternal happiness, not one that depends on anything else to attain. Today, Novigrad announced the rankings for its sweep commission, a list long anticipated. As early as yesterday, the Green Press had already predicted the order of the Hunt Ledger, and its forecast for first place ignited fierce debate across the city. For the top spot was not occupied by any of the widely favored champion-tier adventuring squads. Instead, it bore the name of an utterly unknown team, Stardust Squad, unknown to nearly everyone. Driven by intense curiosity, citizens eagerly awaited the official unveiling. When the curtain lifted from the leaderboard, the name, Stardust, stood boldly at the summit. In that instant, Novigrad fell into stunned silence, and voices rose in unison. Who are the Stardust adventurers? Simultaneously, many suspected foul play and rushed to the Adventurers Guild to verify Stardust credentials. Upon investigation, all doubts dissolved into knowing smiles, acceptance, even reverence, for this squad was composed entirely of luminaries. Lin Feng, a rank 1 mage, hailed as the brightest new star among mages. Though not yet a grandmaster, he already commands spells reserved for grandmasters, and most mages believe his ascension to legendary mage is only a matter of time. He single-handedly spearheaded reform across commerce, magecraft, knighthood, design, education, and entertainment, each field's practitioners unanimously calling him a genius. Galahad, a grandmaster knight. Not merely a knight, but a Don Quixote who insists upon this distinction with such frequency that he corrects others every time it arises. Though branded a fallen knight, he earned the respect of most knights through sheer martial prowess, shattering the ranks of all Tier 1 knights in the Knights Association, then engaging the venerable Grandmaster Caesar in a protracted duel, until Caesar, exhausted, conceded defeat and granted Galahad full recognition. And a rank 1 assassin demonstrated extraordinary stealth and perceptual acuity during her Tier 2 assessment, then revealed a terrifyingly ferocious side in her Tier 1 trial, subjecting her examiners to brutal psychological torment, thereby forging an entirely new path for assassins. Rumors also claim she possesses an endearingly innocent appearance, deceptively charming, masking a combat power so overwhelming it defies expectation. Letizia, a novice adventurer whose professional certification remains pending, yet no one dares underestimate her, for she bears 2 irrefutable titles, chosen of the Harvest Goddess and President of the Green Commerce Guild. Even setting aside her masterful application of enhancement, purification, and healing arts, the guild's formidable logistical and material support alone renders her indispensable. Had any other squad claimed first place, dissent might have lingered, but with this assembly of individuals, objection simply evaporates. After all, excluding Letizia, who serves no direct combat role, the rest could each unaided dismantle an entire adventuring squad. The Green Press's accurate prediction of first place dramatically elevated its credibility, and subscription orders surged accordingly. Shrewd observers read Novigrad's elite endorsement in that report, spotted opportunity, and swiftly purchased subscriptions, investing not just in news but in influence. Now at the very center of public discourse, the Stardust Squad, Lin Feng, Galahad, and stand at the city gates preparing to depart. They had resided in Novigrad for several months. All tasks here were complete. It was time to resume their journey. Unlike their quiet arrival, their departure drew a crowd. Lin Feng deliberately lingered to bid farewell to those who had gathered. Galahad stood encircled by knights, men transformed by recent upheaval, now listening inward rather than judging outward. They no longer fixated on the black armor he wore, but saw instead the true knight it concealed. Karl bowed deeply, then said, Galahad, I too shall soon set out. My first destination, your homeland, Karen. This time I will see for myself, think for myself, seek the truth. Everything we hear is but one perspective, not fact. Everything we see is but one angle, not truth. To rely solely on others' words is to surrender our ability to discern right from wrong. That is what I learned from you. Galahad looked momentarily surprised, then quietly pleased. He smiled, returned the bow, and replied, May your journey be safe and swift, and greet my friends on my behalf. As for, and she was still straining to deflect her mentor's earnest plea to remain. Truly you won't reconsider. I can even recommend you to the imperial capital. Master, you're truly kind, but I have reasons I must continue traveling. Not even the slightest room for negotiation. Master, you are an exceptional mentor, but... Meanwhile, Lin Feng's well-wishers multiplied. First came Sherwood, accompanied by Venus and Chibi. Remember to send design sketches regularly, or I'll run out of things to say in class. Novigrad has many talented designers. Surely someone worthy of anticipation, yes. Lin Feng glanced toward Venus. Sherwood chuckled softly, that may take some time, but yes, it is worth waiting for. Shoo. Chibi bounded forward. Lin Feng laughed and gently stroked her head. Stay with them as they grow, this time growing together. Shoo. Lin Feng turned to Sherwood, the master tailor fluent in Chibi speak, who translated, she says she doesn't fully understand your words, but she'll try her best. Chibi nodded emphatically beside him. She'll understand, just not yet. Huh. Yes, someday she surely will. Sherwood nodded, then withdrew with Venus. Next came the entire Clark family. Seeing them rush forward, Lin Feng quipped, Are you running a relay race? Beatrice retorted dryly, Whose fault is that? You've grown far too famous. Busy man. Oswald nodded gravely, Precisely. For decades others queued to see me. This is the first time I've ever queued to see someone else. Lin Feng shrugged, My fault. Happy now. Enough jesting. Since you're leaving, there's one question I must ask. Oswald fixed Lin Feng with solemn eyes. How could you bear to share your discoveries, freely without reservation, with every mage? Lin Feng smiled gently, No grand reason. Only that the soul of magecraft is inscribed with curiosity and generosity. Oswald blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Huh, you suit me perfectly. Finally Lin Feng turned to Hecate and asked my student, what would you say to me before I go? Master, a voice echoes in my mind. It calls itself the arcane goddess and declares it wishes to make me its chosen. Have I gone mad from studying magic too long? Well, though improbable, it may well speak truth. It rests with you. If you wish to accept, then do so. Hecate paused in thought, then said, so long as it doesn't interfere with my passions. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Hecate indeed lacked dignity. Master, may I still attend your lessons? You may seek instruction anytime, so long as you trust Rosalind. Why does it feel increasingly like a messenger? Lin Feng replied inwardly, you don't just feel it. You are it. Hecate smiled faintly. I will bring questions to you, even when you're far away. Of course, welcome always. Students who ask questions are every teacher's delight. Then, until next time, Master. Hecate nodded, then departed with her family. Hardly had Hecate vanished when May arrived, teasing, still as busy as ever designer Lin. Then Letizia and May stepped into Lin Feng's view. Though I've joined your squad, I cannot accompany you, as expected. But I swear, wherever you go, the Green Commerce Guild follows, supplying your every need. And should you ever require me, directly summon me. I'll arrive without delay. Excellent. Exactly what Lin Feng needed, no more concern over provisions. Then you'd better run fast, or risk falling behind. Letizia folded her arms and smiled lightly. I won't be left behind so easily. If I can't even keep pace with you, how could I hope to surpass you? Then strive diligently. Letizia turned to May. Come May, we have much to attend to. That's it. We waited so long, and I expected something profoundly moving. Say no more. Yes. Lin Feng watched their retreating figures and smiled. Everyone carried their own duties, missions waiting beyond the horizon. Yet someday their paths would converge again. Lin Feng turned and rejoined his companions, who had long since bid farewell to their friends and now waited patiently for him. He walked briskly to their side, then led them through Novigrad's great gate. After walking some distance, he paused and looked back at the city, now distant and hazy in the horizon. So much has transpired. Still a little reluctant, aren't you? Of course, it is farewell. Yet instantly he turned forward once more. But I will not grieve, for I know with certainty we will meet again. It had been 10 or 20 days since their departure from Novigrad. The trio, having traveled for a full day, now sat around a crackling campfire. This life, compared to their days in Novigrad, felt undeniably monotonous. And yawned, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye as he gazed into the flames. This is the first time we've gone so long without reaching a town to rest. Galahad stirred the fire with a wooden stick and replied, we've truly entered remote lands now. Distances between towns will only grow greater henceforth. And scratched his cheek, embarrassed. I feel rather guilty, dragging everyone all this way just for my sake. Lin Feng spread his hands wide, sighing helplessly. There's no alternative. Those who dwell as non-humans and elves reside far beyond the royal capital's frontier, precisely where the world wall was erected millennia ago. Their migration stemmed from fundamental differences in lifespan and lifestyle. Before other continents fell, their natural habitats were utterly distinct from ours. During the campaign against the demonic hordes here, they began seeking lands suited to their existence, and settled wherever they found sanctuary. Logically, such dispersion should have bred fragmented sovereignties, but the presence of divinity enabled unprecedented unity across vast, inaccessible distances, forging enduring stability. Honestly, what have these people been doing for 1,000 years? Roads remain unbuilt as technological progress lies dormant. Travel today differs little from travel a millennium ago. Their pace was no leisurely stroll. They moved at a swift, near-supernatural gait, far outstripping ordinary travelers. Thus 10 or 20 days passed without sighting the next town. Beyond the wall, population density declined steadily with increasing distance from the capital, a sharp, unwavering downward slope. Fools abound in this world, both mortal and divine. Fortunately, my companions are not among them. I find such days quite agreeable. Tranquility holds its own virtue. With the divine one's aid linking me to my friends, even this journey feels anything but dull. Come to think of it, we're fortunate indeed to have the divine one. In nearby regions, one could still commission messengers through posted quests, but out here towns themselves are scarce, let alone adventurers willing to accept such tasks. Thanks to the Divine One's connection with Sister Xia, Green Commerce Guild has taken charge of our correspondence. You're relatively unburdened, but lately I've been overwhelmed. Lin Feng chuckled faintly, recalling recent trials. Jaffiel, Valen, and Letizia frequently visited him with questions on commercial development. Even as he yearned to delegate entirely, reality proved that responsibility follows ambition wherever one stands. Hetty too often sought him out, sometimes with genuine magical inquiries, sometimes with flights of fancy, presenting whimsical mechanical concepts, and asking whether he could engineer devices fulfilling those functions. Lin Feng usually answered, but occasionally turned the question back to Hetty. Why not consult the arcane goddess herself about magic? Hetty's reply ran thus: the arcane goddess simply lacked Lin Feng's clarity, and possessed no understanding whatsoever of mechanics. That response shattered Hecate's composure, prompting her to descend immediately for a philosophical duel. Yet she soon confirmed Hetty's words as truth, shattering her resolve anew. Speaking of Hecate, the arcane goddess demands deeper reflection, for she lay at the heart of Lin Feng's recent exhaustion. Mages remained few in number, and even Lin Feng's simplified theoretical frameworks proved indecipherable to ordinary folk. The intellectual current born from mages in Novigrad studying Lin Feng's theories affected Hecate less dramatically than Don Quixote's delusions once did. She merely became aware of its existence, and drawn by curiosity cast a glance toward Novigrad, only to discover something profoundly intriguing unfolding there. Yet the current was faint, drowned amid older dominant schools of thought, reaching Hecate only as fragmented whispers. She grasped neither its substance nor its structure, yet observed unmistakably how mages embracing Lin Feng's teachings manifested spells with markedly superior speed and precision. That ignited her fervent desire to select Lin Feng as her champion and learn directly from him. When he declined, she chose Hedi instead, the optimal choice after Lin Feng himself, yet fatally flawed. Hedi possessed no aptitude for teaching, nor did she harbor deep passion for magic or strong devotion to her faith. She approached instruction with utter indifference, even lacing her words with subtle disdain. You, an arcane goddess, don't know this. For a deity consumed by insatiable curiosity, such torment rivaled any physical agony. Hecate then pursued Lin Feng, relentlessly demanding tutelage. He handed her his pre-written textbook and instructed her to study independently, granting him only 3 days of peace. Each day brought either demands for the next volume or relentless questioning, until Lin Feng, thoroughly exasperated, relented no further. Though eager to share knowledge with any mage, he refused coercion. Compiling a foundational mage textbook was no trivial task. It demanded iteration, refinement, patience. Rushing it was impossible, and certainly no amount of nagging would accelerate creation, unless of course one brought worthy offerings in exchange. What treasures Hecate possessed Lin Feng knew not. Information asymmetry obscured her holdings. Yet Rosalind, as a fellow deity, surely held far greater insight. Therefore he declared, go pester. Ahem, consult Rosalind. Barter for what she deems fair. If she consents, so shall I. With that, Lin Feng deftly offloaded the burden onto Rosalind, confident she'd emerge unscathed from the negotiation. For several days Rosalind and Hecate engaged in tense, intricate bargaining, leaving Lin Feng blessedly undisturbed. How exquisite, freedom from divine scrutiny. By the way, we're drawing near the Elven Kingdom, aren't we? After the next town we'll cross into Elven territory. Are there any particulars worth noting about that settlement? Worth noting? And rubbed his chin in thought. If memory serves, it's called Cliffside. Lin Feng couldn't resist a wry remark, truly named so casually. Galahad chuckled softly. It clings to the mountainside, and its modest scale befits its unpretentious name. The town appears to subsist on mining, yet establishing any settlement this far into the wilds suggests trade, likely exchanging minerals for essential supplies with the elves. Lin Feng pondered the explanation, then asked curiously, then, does it host an adventurers' guild? It does, Captain, indeed it does. Otherwise how else would we obtain such intelligence? A wave of quiet admiration rose within Lin Feng. To sustain an adventurers' guild even here spoke volumes about territorial sovereignty, a fixation he likened to a certain genius who levied tariffs upon penguins. In sheer unwavering dedication to one principle, they bore striking resemblance. Galahad added quietly, though, the guild employs but a single staff member. Lin Feng fell silent, then murmured, remarkably authentic. When a low wall appeared at the edge of his vision, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we've reached the next town. Huh, really? You can see it? And scurried over, stood on tiptoes and strained to look into the distance. Soon he said in a delighted voice, it's true, it's true. I can see it too. Galahad also looked into the distance and said with a slight smile, at last we can lie on a real bed and rest for a while. Yeah, how long have we been sleeping in tents? Lin Feng shrugged and said, I don't remember. I didn't count. And said while warming up, I thought the captain would keep track. Well, I'm not a notebook, I don't memorize everything. And jumped in place a few times, finished his warm-up, and finally tightened his backpack. For the last stretch, how about we race to the wall? Galahad didn't reply, just silently assumed a sprinting stance. But the truly clever one had already dashed off. Lin Feng shot ahead like a lone rider speeding forward. Captain, that's cheating. Lin Feng chuckled at Anne's exasperated shout. Hey, you're still too greenin'. Remember this valuable lesson well. The real competition starts before the whistle blows. Then footsteps sounded beside him. He turned his head and found Galahad had caught up to him. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Galahad gave a small salute, touching his forehead with his index and middle fingers. A little flashy move, if you will. Lin Feng looked at Galahad and felt a strong urge to stick out his foot and trip him. Honestly, when it comes to anything competitive, all the captain cares about is winning, came Anne's voice from the other side, tinged with complaint. Though all three carried hefty backpacks, it didn't slow them down one bit. Well, who else would I compete against? Look at that. The time gap doesn't matter, you've already caught up now, haven't you? Even so, Captain, there you go again. Seizing the moment, Wallen was distracted. Lin Feng surged ahead once more and turned to look at Galahad. Galahad tilted his head slightly and spread his hands in a helpless gesture and narrowed his eyes. Even though Galahad wore a helmet and could clearly see hints of amusement peeking through the helmet's slit, now he had to give it his absolute all, and focused his gaze ahead, gave a sharp burst of speed, and chased after Lin Feng, with Galahad close behind. Lin Feng glanced back to see who was catching up, but instead of it was Brewster. Brewster gave Lin Feng a thumbs up with a speechless expression, saying, "You had the kid call me out just for this. Really? Lin Feng said nothing, simply accelerated. The three of them grew faster and faster. The guard standing by the cliff wall stared blankly at the three blurry figures hurtling toward him. What the hell is that? He snapped out of his daze, grabbed his weapon, and shouted, "Unknown objects approaching. Alert! Alert! Alert!" As his shouts spread, the previously lazy group began to gather, clutching their weapons in confusion, staring at the three nearly indistinguishable shapes. What are those things? Never seen monsters like that before. No idea. We've never seen beasts this fast and this big before. Are we doomed? The guard who first noticed the anomaly gripped his spear, sweating profusely, and forced himself to say, "Don't worry. Don't panic. We'll think of something. I'll take the lead." At that speed and that size, if they pounced, he'd be done for, wouldn't he? The guard swallowed hard, his body trembling, but he didn't retreat, facing the rare enemy head-on. The moment the blur reached him, the young soldier stepped forward and, trembling, thrust his spear at the enemy. Lin Feng casually swatted away the spear, which had lost its aim due to fear. "Hey buddy, is this how you welcome guests?" "Huh." The young guard froze, then slumped in relief, saying, "Not monsters. Thank goodness. Captain, we ran too fast and scared them," and said, having regained control. Considering that monsters did roam around here, and these people might never have seen someone of the first rank, Lin Feng decided to let it slide for now. He wasn't unreasonable. Lin Feng crouched down, looking at the guard, and said, "We're adventurers out on an expedition. You should recognize this, right?" Lin Feng pointed to the token on his person. The patterns on the token emitted a soft glow. "You're first rank. Seems you're not too out of touch. I'm Lin Feng, captain of the Starfall squad, a first-rank mage." Lin Feng extended his hand toward In and said, "This isn't a first-rank assassin, and this is Galahad, a master Quixote," and smiled kindly while activating his badge, saying, "Next time don't be so quick to point your spear at people." What a beautiful person, the young guard thought. The young guard's face flushed slightly, and he stammered, "Sorry. I'd advise you not to develop feelings for him. He's a guy." Lin Feng's words nipped any strange notions in the bud. "Huh." The guard looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng responded with a solemn expression that said, "I understand how you feel, but I'm not lying," and added from the side, "The captain is telling the truth." Then, ignoring the still dazed guard, Lin Feng continued, "This is Galahad, a master." Galahad turned to look at Lin Feng. "Quixote." Galahad nodded in satisfaction. "A master? Wait, Quixote. What's that?" The guard was first amazed by Galahad's rank, then puzzled by his profession. "A Quixote is just a Quixote," Lin Feng explained, but that only confused the guard further. Galahad also brought out his own token. The guard swallowed hard and said, "This is the first time I've seen a master's token. So that's what it looks like. Alright, I've introduced us. Now it's your turn. You the one who thrust his spear at me, what's your name?" I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were some kind of high-speed monster. My name is Fink Beta. I know you might look down on me, but I'll find a way to make up for my rudeness." Fink's composed, unassuming attitude piqued Lin Feng's interest. So he smiled, stood up, and extended a hand to Fink, saying, "Perfect. We need a guide. We need lodging and food, and we'll be staying for a while. You can handle all that for us as compensation. How about it?" Fink cautiously took Lin Feng's hand and said, "If that'll make up for my earlier rudeness, of course. Of course we'll pay you properly. Don't worry, we're not bad people. We're quite reasonable." Lin Feng pulled him up from the ground. "Also, I have to say you're the bravest among these guards. My comrades aren't bad either. We've fought off many monster invasions together, but..." Fink recalled the three-way race just now and gave a wry smile, saying, "We've just never seen anything like that. Friend, you should know that bored adventurers will do all sorts of things. By the way, I heard you have an adventurers guild here. I'll lead the way." Fink turned and led Lin Feng and the others toward the adventurers guild in the town. As he followed Fink toward the adventurers guild, Lin Feng was also taking in the town known as Qiaobi. Though the level of development here was clearly modest, the dwellings were oddly beautiful, most of them two-storied structures, exquisitely crafted, like charming little villas. Moreover, these houses had a distinct treehouse feel to them, possessing outward appearances of ordinary homes, while carrying traces of nature everywhere. Bark-like textures unique to trees, green leaves adorning the rooftops, and decorative branches gracing the windowsills. Ornaments that neither obstructed the view nor failed to add to their aesthetic appeal. This was not the sort of housing one would expect from a remote border region. It seemed to be the handiwork of elves. Then another cluster of buildings appeared, their craftsmanship noticeably cruder, which perfectly confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. Elven dwellings. They appeared to use no nails or any fasteners, nor were there any signs of timber assembly. How on earth were these buildings constructed? Magic. The world was vast and full of wonders. Our town is in a remote location, and we've always relied on the nearby mines and bartering with the elves for supplies to survive. Oh, how do you trade with them? The elves used to come by regularly, and we would simply have the minerals ready for them. However, it's been a long time since the elves last visited. We've had to find our own ways to survive here. But we're still mining, waiting for the next time they come so we can trade for enough supplies." And pondered for a moment, curiosity in his voice. "What do elves look like?" "Physically, they're not too different from us, just with slightly longer ears. But one look at their aura, and you can tell they're elves. They carry an air of nobility and elegance about them." Lin Feng pointed at the cluster of houses and asked, "Did the elves build these houses too?" "Yes, they were one of the goods traded for our minerals. We call these homes Lingting. You might not believe it, but according to our elders, these houses were no more than saplings before they grew. Unfortunately, the intervals between the elves' visits have grown longer over the years, from once every few months at first to once every few decades now. I've never even seen an elf in my lifetime. Galahad pondered for a moment, then touched his mast helm, and said, "You mean, a sapling grows into a house that can be lived in?" I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I've spoken with someone who has. They described it in great detail, so I believe it to be true. Fascinating, isn't it? Elven magic is truly amazing, isn't it? Lin Feng found this kind of magic extremely intriguing. Once learned, he would no longer have to sleep in tents, able to build a house anywhere at any time. Must have it. This magic absolutely must be acquired. He needed to find a way to learn it. Then Lin Feng noticed the blue ore piled up in the town, emitting a brilliant luster. One could hardly blame anyone for calling these gems. This blue ore is what we supply to the elves. We don't know what it's used for, but we rely on these to exchange for resources to sustain our lives. After all, we're far too distant from other towns, let alone the royal capital. Then why did you settle and open up this land so far out? Fink was silent for a moment before speaking. I was born here. As for the reasons our ancestors first settled here, I don't know. I only know that we've been here for a very long time, but... As he spoke, Fink looked up and saw the Adventurers Guild building clearly built in the elven Lingting style. He stopped at the entrance and turned to face Lin Feng. His role as guide ended here, but his words were not yet finished. The reason our ancestors came here is probably not unlike the reason you all have come here. So, I'd like to ask you, why have you come to this place? Well, our reasons for coming here are each quite different. Galahad came to follow in the footsteps of Gus to inherit his will and to uphold the true spirit of knighthood. And Brewster came to resolve the condition of dual souls in one body and to find the hidden culprit behind it. As for himself, he came to overturn the fate of the people pinned down on the last remaining continent by the demon horde, to save the world. But in essence, all their reasons could be summed up in a single sentence. We all encountered something we wish to resist with all our might, and advancing toward the unknown is our way of resisting. Honestly, I don't quite understand. But I respect your decision. Well then, the Adventurers Guild is right here. I won't accompany you through the rest of the formalities. You should be more familiar with those than I am. I'll go and arrange your lodging for tonight as promised. Once everything is settled, come find me at my post, and I'll take you to where you'll be staying. Thank you. It's nothing. I wish you all the best. Fink gave Lin Feng a bow, then took his leave. These people are rather nice. Galahad, what's your read on him? Galahad watched Fink's retreating figure and said, he possesses the courage befitting a knight. It's just that his current strength still needs refinement. It seems there's no professional guild here. Galahad was somewhat surprised. Not even a professional guild. And scratched his head, thinking hard. Seems. That's right. Galahad stared at Fink's back, falling into a silent contemplation, lost in thought. Of course, Lin Feng could tell exactly what Galahad was thinking. A grandmaster is more than qualified to take on a disciple. This path is not an easy one. I'm not sure whether it's for the better or worse to set him on it. I don't know what he thinks, but here's what I believe: even in confusion, one must keep moving forward. With that, Lin Feng pushed open the doors of the Adventurers Guild. And besides, I am never lost. Galahad's face remained hidden beneath his dark armor, unseen by all. What he would ultimately do, let us wait and see. The wooden door swung open, revealing the interior of the Adventurers Guild. It resembled a library more than a guild. Books stacked everywhere, encircling a single adventurer's counter at the center. At the counter, a young woman lay sleeping soundly, sprawled atop the desk. The sound of Lin Feng pushing open the door rang harshly through the quiet guild hall. Eek! The girl sleeping at the counter was startled awake, bolting upright, not even having time to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. She had brown hair with faint freckles, wore round-framed glasses, and was dressed in the official uniform of the Adventurers Guild. Now still frozen in her startled expression, she stared at Lin Feng and the other two. For a moment the silence was rather awkward. And then Galahad both turned to Lin Feng, who had pushed open the door, silently asking him with their eyes what they should do next. A faint smile crossed Lin Feng's face. With both hands he grabbed the two halves of the door and slowly began to close the Adventurers Guild doors. We opened it wrong. Let's try again. The wooden door clicked shut softly. This time Lin Feng knocked politely and asked, anyone here? See, come in. This time when the door opened, the young woman was sitting properly behind the counter. At that moment the same thought surfaced in both Galahad's and Anne's minds. So that's how you handle it, huh? As expected of the captain. But, can it really be like that? Never happened. And cast a slightly worried glance at the brown-haired girl. Then he noticed she seemed perfectly fine. Maybe it really works after all. Just as Anne was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the girl's face visibly flush red. In the end, she could no longer hold it in and covered her face with both hands. Please, forget what you just saw. She lowered her hands, slightly looking at them with her brown eyes, tears welling up from sheer embarrassment, and pleaded with a hint of desperation, please. So she was just putting up a front. What do we do now? And looked at Lin Feng, who tilted his head in confusion, and said, what just now? Quick on the uptake, already forgotten, pretend. Then he looked at Galahad. This one didn't see anything either. Galahad strained with every ounce of his being to get the lie out. Now it was his turn. What should he do? What should he do? Mr. Brewster, come out and help me. Brewster, this kid's reasons for summoning me are getting more and more absurd lately. What should he do? Caught between the disorientation of being abruptly pulled out and a frantic mental scramble that yielded nothing, Brewster ultimately settled on a gentle smile. At times like this, all one needs to do is smile. Truly remarkable. This smile even carries a hint of divine compassion within it. A level 1 mage and assassin, and even a grandmaster knight. A startled cry rang out from Nora, the young woman standing within the Adventurers Guild, where only 4 mortals, 1 deity, and 1 spirit were present. Immediately following came Galahad's calm correction. Not a knight. A Don Quixote. Huh. Not a knight. Huh. Nora blinked in surprise, then glanced down at the document in her hands. Indeed, it says Don Quixote. Adjusting her glasses, she turned to Lin Feng and asked, I have a question for all of you. What is it? Why did you come here? After all this place? A flicker of anxiety crossed her cheeks. Surely nothing monstrous is about to arrive. This place has always been. Seeing Nora's growing misapprehension and hastily waved her hands. No, we're merely passing through. Ah, I see. Phew. Nora exhaled in relief, then turned curiously toward Galahad and asked, what exactly is a Don Quixote? Galahad paused thoughtfully, then looked toward Lin Feng. Though he had already begun to grasp the meaning behind the term, he still wished to hear Lin Feng explain it himself. A Knight Pro Max, Pure Edition. Oh, Nora understood nothing, but offered a polite, courteous smile in response. Galahad tilted his head slightly as he gazed at Lin Feng and asked, what does Pro Max Pure Edition mean? I want to know that too. Beneath the counter, Nora gave Galahad a discreet thumbs up. Lin Feng glanced at Galahad and replied matter-of-factly, it refers to Galahad Jace. That's quite the evasive answer. Evasiveness aside, a profession is defined not by its title, but by the deeds of those who embody it. And nobility resides not in occupation, but in the soul of the person who bears it. After speaking these words, Lin Feng turned to Nora and asked, our primary purpose in coming here is to seek out elves. If you possess any information concerning them, please withhold nothing. Let me think. While Nora pondered and began wandering through this unusual Adventurers Guild. After all, previous guilds had always been bustling hubs run collectively. Yet this one bore an entirely distinct aesthetic, housed shockingly few people, and even, there's no commission board. Ah yes. Nora smiled sheepishly upon hearing, and's muttering, then admitted with embarrassment. The commission board collapsed recently, due to age and neglect. Huh. Then how do you manage your work? I keep it all in my memory. Really? There must be countless commissions. Can you truly remember them all? Since childhood I've possessed an exceptional memory. It remains one of my few true strengths. Nora adjusted her spectacles, concealing her eyes entirely behind their reflective surface. Her earlier flustered demeanor, still wiping saliva from her lip, had vanished completely. With quiet fascination, Lin Feng asked, the White Dragon. This colossal dragon appears without warning, launching brutal raids upon settlements. Its most devastating assault struck the royal capital itself, prompting the crown to issue a high-reward extermination decree which ignited a wave of fervent pursuit. Though no confirmed sightings have been recorded in the past 50 years, and though public enthusiasm has long since faded, the decree remains undiminished and unchallenged, the single, most perilous extermination mandate ever issued. Kaelin's Black Demon Wolf. Known as Finra, this black demon wolf has plagued Kaelin for generations, a massive intelligent predator famed for its extraordinary regenerative capacity. It hunts by night, leading packs in coordinated assaults against towns, and the guild continues to solicit adventurers capable of ending its reign. Nora recited the commission details flawlessly, as if a well-prepared student suddenly called upon by her teacher. So you truly memorized them all. These are merely outdated reports. I'm unaware of many recent developments. Even so, that is remarkable. Thank you. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng cut straight to the matter at hand. Regarding elves, how much do you know? Elves? Nora stroked her chin in contemplation, then dashed to a bookshelf and reached for the volume atop its highest shelf. Yet even rising onto her tiptoes left her fingers just short. Galahad stepped forward, retrieved the tome, and asked, is this the one? Yes, thank you. Nora returned to the counter, opened the book, and began. According to our records, elves established contact with us several centuries ago. You've dwelled here for centuries? Indeed. Though many remain ignorant of this fact, you'll find it documented right here. She pointed firmly at the text with her index finger and declared solemnly to Lin Feng, whether acknowledged or ignored, we have without question resided here for hundreds of years. Lin Feng stepped forward and glanced at the page. It read, centuries after the twilight of the gods, followed by the era name of the ruling Typhon royal dynasty. Yet no precise dates were given. Likely because even the author could not determine the exact year, settling instead for an approximate chronology. Flipping to the final page revealed the author's name, Henrietta Campbell. People who settled here centuries ago. You predate Novigrad by far, yet exploration beyond the wall has only recently resumed. Confronted by this contradiction, Lin Feng turned inward to consult his ancient divine companion. People who settled here centuries ago. Rosalind sounded astonished. Such enduring presence beyond the wall was extraordinarily rare, let alone survival across centuries. Let me examine that book. Lin Feng carefully turned each page, allowing Rosalind to perceive the contents through his eyes. The earliest reference marks the eradication of demonic forces in this world and the founding of the Typhon dynasty, the latest several centuries thereafter. Thus these people are likely descendants, or devoted followers, of my comrades. In that era, only we and our allies chose this land as a stronghold. Where is the temple? It should lie nearby. I wish to verify whose stronghold this once was. Lin Feng turned to Nora and asked, "Is there a temple nearby?" "A temple?" Nora paused, closed her eyes to recall, then opened them and said, "Yes, one does exist nearby, though it lies abandoned now. No one visits it, so I know little of its current state." "I see. Abandoned. My comrades are long gone." Rosalind's voice carried profound sorrow. A ruined temple almost certainly signified the departure, or demise, of its deity. Though solitude had been her constant companion for eons, witnessing the fading traces of former allies felt akin to standing before their gravestones, evoking deep, unshakable grief. "Lin Feng, I wish to visit that temple. I will take you there." Lin Feng looked to Nora and asked, "Can you provide a map to the temple, or at least point us in the right direction?" "I can assist, but I'll need time to draft one." "Thank you. What compensation would you require?" Nora looked puzzled. May I even ask for payment?" Lin Feng regarded Nora, hesitated, then gazed at her with quiet compassion. "Miss Nora, have you never received remuneration for your labor? Allow me to set things right." No, you misunderstand." Nora waved her hands emphatically. "Everyone treats me kindly. I help others with chores in exchange for essentials. I do accept payment. It's simply that I've never encountered, or even heard of, an adventurer who pays the guild. Usually it's quite the opposite." Lin Feng smiled, his tone unwavering. "Labor deserves reward. Without it, justice ceases to exist. The compilation of information about elves is entrusted to you, Nualan. As for the reward, you can tell us after you've thought it through, no problem." "Alright, I am quite confident in doing this kind of thing," and was cheering for Nualan on the side, saying with a serious expression, "Come on. Miss Nualan, this matter is very important to me, so please don't be polite about the reward you want. I will definitely find a way to help you solve it." It was fine at first, but after and said that Nualan visibly became nervous. I will do my best." Jia Lahad noticed Nualan's nervousness and comforted, "Please don't be nervous, we are all very kind." Watching Jia Lahad, and in talk, Nualan became more and more nervous. Lin Feng pulled the two aside. "Alright, rather than comforting, leaving without further words is a sign of trust, isn't it?" Jia Lahad and an exchanged glances and finally concluded, "Follow Lin Feng." After saying this, Lin Feng looked at Nualan and said, "It's up to you." Then without further words, Lin Feng led Jia Lahad and out of the Adventurers Guild. Watching them leave and the place returning to its familiar quiet, Nualan let out a sigh of relief. Although she wasn't very good at dealing with them, she could tell they were good people, and they were even willing to offer a reward. What reward should I ask for? No, the matter hasn't even started yet. Thinking about how to spend the reward is a very bad habit. I must quickly organize the materials related to elves. I remember the relevant records. Here and there. Nualan's small figure kept moving among the bookshelves, and soon a small mountain of books piled up on the counter of the Adventurers Guild. He closed the door of the Adventurers Guild. Leaving the door closed after use is a good habit. Lin Feng stretched and said, "The most important thing has been settled. Now we can move freely. What do you all want to do?" And thought for a moment and said, "Everyone came here for my sake. I'll take care of contacting Fenku and handling the luggage and such. Then it's up to you." Lin Feng took off his backpack and handed it to him. Watching him carry the luggage with bags big and small, he was almost buried inside. It looked like a pile of luggage sprouting two legs. To outsiders it seemed as if Lin Feng was exploiting labor. Although it looked exaggerated, it was actually just a piece of cake for him. Lin Feng reminded, "Don't push yourself too hard. After settling in, remember to reward yourself." A vigorous hand emerged from the pile of luggage, accompanied by an energetic response. "Oh, this scene is really quite amusing." Lin Feng then looked at Jia Lahad and asked, "Jia Lahad, what about you?" "I plan to go find Fenku. From what he said just now, it seems there are some dangerous magical beasts here. By finding Fenku, I should be able to learn about the distribution of magical beasts and help them clear out the nearby ones a bit." Jia Lahad said it as if it were nothing, but from the perspective of the magical beasts lurking nearby, it was no different from a level 20 to 30 grinding area, suddenly having a level 80 pitch-black world-class boss that strikes ruthlessly. Recalling the way Jia Lahad fought Fenanir, full of oppressive pressure, leaving a whole corpse was a good end. As expected of Jesai's disciple, helping others is ingrained in his bones. Jia Lahad chuckled lightly in response. "I am very interested in those crystal blue ores. The elves are also very interested in them, so they must have something extraordinary. I need to figure out what they are used for. The captain still likes to study these things as always." The luggage said, "After all, I am a mage, a curiosity and love for research can't be stopped." Jia Lahad nodded in deep agreement, chiming in, "Fits my stereotype of mages." Just as the three were about to split up, Lin Feng noticed two people walking towards them from afar. One was Fenku and the other was a girl with silver-white long hair and blue-violet eyes. The girl had a calm expression, wearing a robe that didn't fit quite right, her body completely covered by it. The sleeves were also long with a fair amount of extra length. Apart from her face, her entire body was tightly wrapped. On the white robe, blue-violet stripes decorated like a spider web spread across the entire garment, making it less monotonous. Watching Fenku lead the girl, it seemed she was not simple. "Looks like they're looking for us. This saves Jia Lahad some trouble." Jia Lahad, with a questioning tone of "Should I celebrate now?" tentatively said, "Hooray." Lin Feng couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Then in the blink of an eye, Fenku and the mysterious girl walked up to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I've prepared your accommodation. I can take you there later." As Fenku spoke, his attention was drawn to Lin, who was laden with backpacks. "Is he okay?" "Absolutely fine. You go ahead with your business, don't mind me. Although Fenku was still puzzled since and said so, he figured that experts must have their reasons which a small fry like him couldn't understand. Lin Feng looked at the girl behind Fenku and asked, and this is A. Oh, this is the saint of our town, Lady Kadi Kanbayer. She wants to meet you. Saint. Lin Feng was slightly puzzled, then looked at the girl with interest. It seemed this town had more interesting things than just those mysterious ores. Kadi stepped forward and said with a smile, welcome to Cliff Town. I can't remember how many years it's been since I last saw someone of your caliber. Why did that sound so old? The girl in front of him looked about the same age as Fenku. This girl was not simple. Lin Feng used his ability to inspect the girl's tags. Instantly a flood of tags poured out and Lin Feng quickly picked out useful information. Name Kadi Kanbayer. Girl live and die together, immortal anchor, symbiotic entity, silver hair sensitive, to age passionate, expressionless spiderkin, awakener, cliffs, alarm priest. Indeed, this girl was not simple. Just the immortal anchor and the spider girl were worth investigating. Whose anchor is the immortal anchor? Is the robe worn to hide her spider features? Lady Kadi has been blessed by a deity. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance at her actual age is. Before Fenku could finish, Kadi quickly gave him an elbow jab with a blank expression. I just lived a bit longer. Blessed by a deity. False, there is no divine power on her. Miss Kadi. Lin Feng paused and asked, is it okay to call you that? Kadi nodded. Which deity blessed you? My father told me that a deity named Themis blessed me. Themis. I remember that deity is one who is passionate about doing good and some priests believe in him. But I am certain that the girl in front of me has not been blessed by a deity. Rosalind suddenly let out a puzzled and then said she awakened on her own without being blessed by a deity. This is truly interesting. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious girl who would elbow others. Although Lin Feng was quite intrigued by the young woman before him, and had already gleaned much information about her through his abilities that others would never know, directly bombarding her with questions would hardly serve his investigation. The best approach was to earn each other's trust first before asking anything deeper. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, Lin Feng asked, Miss Kotei, is there something you need from us? Then I won't waste words. I'm sure Fink has already told you. Our town has always relied on trading minerals with the elves to sustain ourselves. Lately the elves have been visiting us far less frequently. We've had to stockpile a large amount of minerals so that we can exchange them all at once for enough supplies to last until their next visit. It seemed this town was in a precarious situation. A remote settlement plagued by magical beasts from the surrounding wilds, and now their lifeline of trade with the elves had grown unstable for reasons unknown. The elves' gradual withdrawal like a dull knife slowly cutting away would deal a heavy blow to the town with each lengthening interval between visits. Moreover, many essential supplies could not be preserved for long periods and could only be obtained through the elves. Figuring out how to overcome this dilemma would likely trouble the town for quite some time. So what exactly can we do to help you? To gather a sufficient quantity of minerals, we've had to extend our mining hours. However, a spider-type magical beast haunting the mine shafts has been causing us endless trouble. You want us to hunt down that beast? Yes. Although we're poor and have little to offer, we'll find a way to pay you. Please, we need your help. I don't want to see anyone else die in that mine again, their body becoming a breeding ground for the beast's offspring. Kotei bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Though this young woman, before him, was shrouded in mystery, she didn't seem to be a malicious person. The tags he saw through his ability revealed no signs of hypocrisy or deception. She could be trusted. Having made his judgment, Lin Feng helped Kotei up and said, understood. We accept your commission. As for payment, I'd like you to worship my deity Rosalind. Kotei looked up at Lin Feng, her expression unchanged, but her voice carried surprise. That's all you asked for? Yes. Lin Feng glanced at Galahad and smiled. Even if you hadn't commissioned us, my companion here would have come on his own to deal with that beast for you. Why? Because I'm a hero and my party is composed of the most selfless and noble-hearted people you'll ever meet. Galahad and Nin quietly huddled together. The captain's praising us again. He does this every chance he gets. Fink watched the exchange, marveling at the harmony within this group. Kotei turned her blue-violet eyes toward Lin Feng, her voice tinged with delight. You've also been blessed by a deity. Yes. This is the first time I've met someone else blessed by a deity. Having found a kindred spirit, Kotei's excitement was evident through her subtle movements, even though her facial expression remained stoic. She circled around Lin Feng with quick, curious steps, eager to see if being blessed by a deity had brought about any visible changes in his appearance. She raised her hand, the long sleeve of her white robe draping over it. Even as she lifted it, her hand remained hidden, revealing only a vague outline. From the silhouette, Kotei extended her index finger and poked Lin Feng twice. Lin Feng. Ah, how rude of me. Kotei quickly caught herself and withdrew her hand. Meeting someone like me for the first time got me a little too excited. You've just arrived, so you should go rest. I shouldn't keep you here lingering with me. Fink, please escort our guests to their quarters. She then glanced at Nin, who was piled high with backpacks, and hesitated before adding, if our guests need, perhaps help them with their luggage. No need, I'm perfectly fine carrying these. Don't believe me. Look. To prove his ease, and bounced a few times and placed light as a feather. After all, his thunderbolt meniscus wasn't just for show. It's not about whether you can carry them or not. Fink said, seriously, taking a backpack from it. It's that watching you carry them is genuinely painful for me. Exactly. Kotei nodded in agreement from the side. Is that so? Galahad then retrieved his own backpack from it. Galahad, why did you take yours back too? I had entrusted my luggage to you because our paths diverged. Galahad glanced at Fink, then continued, now that our paths align again, I can't let you bear the burden alone. All right then, and tilted his head thoughtfully. So all that carrying was for nothing. Well, whatever, it wasn't heavy anyway. Captain, are you coming with us? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I'll pass. The luggage is in your hands. I'm going to gather some information. See you later. By the sound of it, you have your own plans. I originally intended to study the ores you mine. Now I have an additional goal gathering intel on our target. If you're willing to guide me, that would be perfect. Sure, I'd like to chat with you more as well. The group split into two parties, Lin Feng and Koti, and the rest. Lin Feng decided to head directly to the mining site to survey it, achieving two goals at once. I've been meaning to ask, why is your robe so ill-fitting? Drawing upon the tags he had seen earlier, Lin Feng had formed his own hypothesis regarding the oversized robe. It was to conceal parts of her body that bore spider-like traits. After all, every demi-human he had encountered before had distinct animal characteristics. Kotei's face appeared no different from a normal human's, so the spider-like features must be elsewhere on her body. It could be her skin or perhaps long spider legs, though judging by the outline of her robe, long legs seemed unlikely. His question wasn't asked out of ignorance. He simply wanted to naturally prompt Kotei to bring up the subject herself. But Kotei's answer caught Lin Feng completely off guard. Kotei raised her hand, pulling her sleeve down to reveal her fair, delicate arm. Because I just revived not long ago, so I'm only this big now. This is clothes from before my last death. We don't have the means to make new ones, so I'm making do with these for now. Even Lin Feng nearly felt his brain short-circuit from her words, but he managed to hold it together and quickly tried to process what she had said. Revival. Growing up. Return to youth after death, live life anew, repeating the cycle to achieve immortality. What's wrong? You look puzzled. Isn't that how it works for everyone blessed by a deity? The people I've met who are blessed by a deity, only you are like this. Huh. Kotei stopped walking and looked at Lin Feng, her face still expressionless, but her eyes brimming with disbelief. Huh. So not everyone blessed by a deity dies and then grows up from childhood again. You're the strange one for thinking that. Lin Feng retorted. This is the first I've heard of it. My father was also blessed, and his blessing was the same as mine. Your father? Where is he? Judging by Kotei's demeanor, she probably knew less about her own ability than Lin Feng did. Questioning her father might yield more information. Father? He's gone. Kotei shook her head. He went down into the mine one day and never returned. I suspect he was devoured by the beasts down there. Then the beasts in the mine must be dealt with. I've been troubled by this for years. If I could rely on your strength, perhaps. Kotei was interrupted by a child's voice. Miss Saintus. A few small children came running over, and Kotei crouched down to greet them. Though her expression remained unchanged, there was warmth in her eyes. What brings you kids here? We caught some really strange-looking bugs. See, aren't they weird-looking? Oh my, they really are ugly. Right. Lin Feng watched Kotei, who despite her flat expression was fully engaged with the children. She might have a face that showed nothing, but she has eyes that speak volumes. Sister, I still have things to do. You go play by yourselves first. Saint Sister, you go ahead. The children glanced at Lin Feng, once more politely greeted him, and then left. Kodi watched the children run away, then stood up. I must cherish this time. When they grow older, they probably won't call me sister anymore. What exactly do you mean by resurrection? What kind of resurrection? There is a dedicated resurrection temple here. Whenever I die, they send my body to that temple, and then I wake up there, my body restored to the state of a 7 or 8-year-old. Truly amazing. Not only you, even I find it amazing. Kodi spread her hands and said, that's all I know about my immortality. If my father were still alive, he could explain more to you, but he passed away before he could tell me everything. Because many years had passed, Kodi's tone was calm. Lin Feng pondered. Since the robe was just a makeshift due to lack of supplies, his previous deduction was probably wrong. Is there anything special about your body? My body. Apart from this immortality, I'm no different from ordinary people. Good afternoon, Saint. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, a passerby greeted Kodi. Kodi nodded and said, good afternoon. It seems you have quite a reputation here. After all, I am the saint here, and I can foresee danger. Oh, Lin Feng was very interested. How does this foresight work? Simply put, it relies on intuition. Whenever I feel a sense of dread, the spider monsters in the mind become restless. I don't know why, but this ability has saved many lives. However, I can't control it. If I could, I would have saved more people. Kodi looked at Lin Feng and said, but now that you're here with your strength, you can surely defeat that spider monster. I remember you must have met adventurers of our level before. Why didn't you entrust them? Because at that time the troublesome spider monster hadn't appeared yet, and they probably wouldn't have accepted the commission. That's true. This commission is quite thankless, neither in terms of reward nor reputation enhancement. Tell me about that monster. It's entirely black, covered with a black carapace-like armor. Ordinary weapons can hardly penetrate it. Its features include silver-white patterns, purple eyes, 6 eyes, and 8 legs. Individuals vary with different abilities. Smaller ones are fast and spit venom, which varies. Some corrode the body, some cause a day-long coma, some spin webs, others have sharper shells, and they show a certain degree of cooperation. Inside the mind there is a leader, the largest and most versatile, possessing all the above abilities, making it the most troublesome. Lin Feng listened carefully, roughly estimating the difficulty of the commission. After a few field investigations, it should be manageable. It can't be harder than Fenrir, can it? You have quite comprehensive information on this monster. After all, we've tried to hunt them many times, but never successfully. Despite many sacrifices, we've never defeated the spider leader. We're quite strong. Just leave that monster to us. Then I'll leave it to you. If we can eliminate the leader, perhaps we can eradicate these spider monsters. They didn't exist before. I don't know when they started appearing. Lin Feng looked at Kudi, squinting his eyes. Combining the mini tags he had seen earlier with his ability, he couldn't help but suspect that Kudi had some connection with the spider monster. But if there is a connection in Kudi's memory, there is a blank period when the spider monsters didn't exist, which doesn't add up. After this understanding, there are more doubts. Let's make a bold assumption. Assume that Kudi is indeed connected to the spider monster. Then the most suspicious point is that immortality anchor. Assume that Kudi is the immortality anchor of the spider monster. The verification method is simple: kill the spider monster once, and see if it continues to revive. Decided. Chatting with Kudi all the way, they finally arrived at the entrance of the mine. The town of Cliff is called Cliff because there is a cliff near the town, and at that cliff there is a cave entrance. Is this the entrance? Yes, we usually enter the mining area from here. Don't be fooled by the small entrance inside, it's a labyrinth. Do you have a map? Oh wait, we have a hand-drawn map. Good. Do you have any means of lighting? There are some lighting tools provided by the elves inside, but the monster is deeper and those devices are no longer available. That's not good. Lighting inside must be poor and torches would cause suffocation. Looks like I'll need to spend some time making a few magical lanterns. Or I could call Liatixia and have her send some. This place looks a bit familiar, Lin Feng. Can you step back a few steps? I want to see the whole mountain. No problem. Under Kudi's confused gaze, Lin Feng kept stepping back until Rosalind called stop. This silhouette. Rosalind fell into thought. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Oh, I'm communicating with my deity. You can communicate with your deity. How nice. My deity never responded to me, even though they blessed me, they never spoke to me once. That's probably because you were never blessed at all. Although Lin Feng knew why he didn't intend to tell Kudi directly, because she always believed she was blessed by a deity. Even if he told her the truth, now she wouldn't believe it. Better not bring it up until we find solid evidence. I remember. This is my territory. It's only been a few hundred years, but I didn't expect such big changes. Even the town's location is far from my memory. If not for this mountain, I wouldn't have remembered. No wonder. This explains why this town could exist here so early. But I don't remember this mine, nor this little girl named Kudi. It seems these happened after Rosalind sealed herself. Kudi, there should be a temple nearby. Do you know how to get there? I know. The temple of the order goddess Themis, right? Lin Feng frowned, looking at Kudi. Shouldn't it be the temple of Rosalind? I've been silent for so long, it's not surprising that a temple was taken over by another deity. I see. Shall we still go see it? Let's go after we finish our business. Even though it has a new master, I still want to see it. Alright, after everything settles, I'll take you there. Then Lin Feng looked at Kudi, who was squatting nearby watching ants out of boredom, and said, I'm done here. Oh. Kudi moved her gaze from the little black ants carrying things, stood up, and said, regarding the darkness inside the mining area, we have a solution. What solution? We have a special mage here proficient in all lighting magic, and he also knows more about that temple. Such a talent exists. Don't get too excited, he has a flaw. What flaw? Although he's a mage, he has no credentials, and he only knows lighting magic. Such a mage exists in the world, and his eyesight is poor, he's basically blind. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, did he blind himself by playing with lighting magic? No, not that. In the tavern, a wolfkin sat alone at a small wooden table, his eyes tightly shut, his silver upright wolf ears twitching from time to time. His name was Pate-like Saishir, a freelancer whose life was somewhat difficult due to his blindness. The wooden door of the inn creaked open. The chatter inside the tavern momentarily ceased. Presumably the patrons were drawn by the sound, and curiously peered to see who the newcomer was. A face I've never seen before. Is he an adventurer? How rare. In this backwater place, an adventurer actually shows up. Hey, we'd all leave if we could, but we're stuck in this godforsaken hole. Yeah, we're old now, not like the young folks. I heard recently a few youngsters left the town heading toward the royal capital. Hope they make it. Hey, I wonder if they've arrived yet. After all these years, only one person who's seen the world has come back. Pate-like curled his lips. These people talked about the same things every day, he was sick of hearing it. If it weren't for the fact that this place had the best intelligence and opportunities to earn money, Pate-like wouldn't have come to listen to their depressing chatter. The sound of new footsteps kept echoing, entering the inn, and the direction seemed aimed at him. No, perhaps it was just a coincidence. Only when the footsteps stopped right across from him and the sound of a chair being pulled out and someone sitting down reached his ears did Pate-like confirm that the visitor was indeed here for him. Hello, my name is Lin Feng, a first-class magister. First-class magister? Pate-like was somewhat surprised. Ha, I don't believe it. Want me to conjure a magic circle for you? Or show you my badge? Pate-like opened his eyes, which were clouded over like a layer of white mist, a murky white. Are you here to mock me? Turn your head a little to the left. I'm not over there. Pate-like was taken aback, but he still turned his head slightly. Hey, that's right, now you're looking at me. I'm sorry, I forgot about your eyes. It's just that too many people have said the same thing, so I instinctively wanted to prove it. No offense intended. Pate-like broke into a smile and said, you're quite an interesting person. Your closed eyes remind me of a saying. What saying? Lin Feng glanced at the tag that was constantly glowing among Pate-like's many tags. A 1 in a 10,000 magic prodigy, and a natural awakener. The former was a golden tag, the latter surprisingly a dazzling tag. This was an unexpected discovery. He had to find a way to get him into the team. The ones with half-closed eyes are all monsters. Of course monster here refers to strength. Pate-like was silent for a moment. Where did you see that? Instinct. Then your instinct is way off. Pate-like closed his eyes, spread his hands slightly, and said in a self-deprecating tone, which expert would bring his own empty cup to a corner of a tavern, eavesdrop on others, just to find a job to pay for today's meal? For an expert, such a life would be too shabby. There were indeed experts who liked to pretend to be poor. But Lin Feng could tell that this man was genuinely poor, not pretending. Coming up with the trick of bringing his own cup to pose as a customer. That was a genius move. I have a commission. Will you take it? Yes. Any kind. You should have said you're the boss earlier. I believe you, I totally believe you. I'd even say you're the greatest magister in the world. Watching Pate-like change his attitude as quickly as Ao, Chu Mia Luo Fu, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Let's talk about the commission. Do you drink? I'll treat you. I don't like alcohol. My father told me never to touch it. Then I'll get some juice instead. Thanks, boss. Pate-like cheerfully put away his broken cup, sat down, and waited for Lin Feng. Boss, give me a dozen glasses of juice. Jeff, the tavern owner, was taken aback. He had never seen such an order. Getting that many glasses at once is hard to carry. Our waiter didn't come today, and I can't leave the counter. How about I pour a few for you now? Just pour them, I'll figure out how to carry them. If you insist, all right. Jeff nimbly poured a dozen glasses of juice. His glasses were generous, each holding a lot, and a dozen glasses filled the entire table. Lin Feng stretched out both hands, palms open, and tiny magical runes appeared one after another in front of his hands, eventually forming two small magic circles. From the magic circles, magical threads surged out, hooked onto the handles of the glasses, and lifted them. Magic can be used like this. Jeff's eyes lit up at the efficiency, and he eagerly asked Lin Feng if he would like to work as a waiter at the inn, offering a higher salary. No, I don't have any plans for that right now. Lin Feng politely declined, using the magical threads to carry the dozen glasses over to Pate-like. It seems the boss really is a first-class magister. Lin Feng manipulated the magical threads to set down the glasses one by one. What makes you say that? Not everyone can use magic so freely, especially without following the fixed patterns of magic circles. You can actually see that. To be precise. Pate-like pointed to his upright wolf ears and said, it's a mix of hearing and guessing. The magical thread handed a glass to Pate-like, who took it and gulped down a big mouthful. Awesome. I haven't had this in days. A sip like this is really. Seeing Pate-like struggling to find the words, Lin Feng chimed in, this is the real deal. Yes, that's exactly it. That's what I meant. My goodness, how did you come up with that? You're a genius. Pate-like raised his glass with a smile, wanting to clink with Lin Feng. Although his hand was aimed wrong, objectively he was toasting the air, it didn't matter much. Lin Feng shifted slightly and clinked glasses with him. Now let's talk business. Go ahead, boss. I heard you're proficient in light-related magic. Oh, that's what you mean. I only know this one spell. I can't demonstrate it here, but I can do things like flashing at a certain frequency, marking, adjusting brightness, changing color, radiating light in all directions, or focusing it into a beam. He would be perfect as a mood setter. With him, parties would be so much easier. Just hang him up in the air, and he'd glow and sync with the music. Energy cost one meal plus a few glasses of juice every 8 hours. A veritable human disco ball. You have quite a few tricks. Well, this is the only spell I know. It's the only one I can cast without magical runes. Oh, I'd seen incantationless magic before, but magic without runes. That seemed impossible. I don't believe it. Really, I'm not lying. I've been blind since I was little. How could I possibly learn magic the normal way? That was true. The mainstream method for learning magic was basically rote memorization. How could someone blind from birth learn magic that way? This 1 in a 10,000 magical talent residing in a blind person who couldn't learn magical runes could only go to waste. But casting magic without runes. What was that? An awakener? Could it be his awakened ability? That was hard to judge. Self-awakened individuals were extremely rare among all races. So rare that Luo Shaolin had only seen a few. But if his awakened ability was only illumination, that was somewhat a pity. His thoughts were wandering too far. Lin Feng kicked away his random musings, looked at Pate-like, and continued, my team is planning to go down a mine to hunt monsters. I hope you can help. Were you sent by Miss Kadi? You've taken this kind of commission before. Yes, I've been here for a while. Those hunting commissions you mentioned, I've been on them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Quite a few times. The results weren't good before. In recent years, no one has come to me for this kind of job. I kind of miss it. But fair warning, it's not safe. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Pate-like. After failing so many times, are you scared? Scared? Ha ha ha. Pate-like laughed heartily. I am scared, but not of monsters. I'm scared of the days with no commissions to take. So boss, you'd better be careful. If something feels wrong, run immediately. I want to have a long-term partnership with you. Don't worry, we're a lot stronger than the previous teams. That sounds reliable. I'm Pate-like Saishir. Boss, pleasure working with you. Pleasure's all mine. Now let's talk about your payment. What do you want as compensation? Let me think. A magic spell, I don't know. If that's not enough, a long-term meal ticket works too. Of course, both would be best. I can understand the meal ticket, but what do you need a magic spell for? Even if he got it, he couldn't learn it, could he? I'm a magister, even if I don't have a license. It's only natural for a magister to pursue magic, right? I know quite a lot of spells, so satisfying the first condition won't be easy. Then tell me the spell for fireball. No problem. Pate-like immediately launched into a torrent of words reciting by heart every magical rune and their arrangement in the magic circle required for the fireball spell. Lin Feng was deeply impressed. It was like a student who knew nothing of English using Chinese pinyin pronunciation, memorizing an entire English essay by rote, and flawlessly writing it out in an exam. This level of difficulty was several times greater than actually learning the spell, let alone with such fluency. Could it be that this guy had turned himself into a walking repository of magical knowledge? Even Lin Feng was stunned by Pate-like's approach because this path was fraught with thorns and yielded minimal results for twice the effort, even if learn the spell couldn't be cast. After Pate-like finished reciting, he fell silent. Lin Feng, still shocked, said nothing either. Thus an awkward silence settled between them until Pate-like's voice broke it as he looked around and asked Boss. Boss, are you still there? I'm here, just a bit stunned. Oh, it's nothing special. I just memorized this stuff when I had nothing else to do. I'm very idle with no other things to occupy myself. I owe you an apology, Pate-like. Earlier, I thought it was such a waste that your magical talent was tied to you. Lin Feng looked at Pate-like with a serious expression. But now, I've changed my mind. You are a true magister. The effort you've put in is worthy of your talent. You completely deserve your gift. It would be strange if someone like you didn't become a magister. You are remarkable. Faced with Lin Feng's recognition and praise, Pate-like was silent for a moment, then said, Thank you, Lin Feng. Pate-like opened his eyes again, revealing those murky orbs. This time, because Lin Feng had just spoken, he didn't look in the wrong direction. He looked at Lin Feng with those sightless eyes, and said, You are the second person to affirm my decision to become a magister. I thought there would be no one else like that in this world. I thought my persistence was just self-comfort, meaningless self-amusement that no one in this world cared about. People would just say, that's amazing, but what's the use? And then use my story as dinner table gossip. Little do they know. Pate-like showed a smile, his eyes slightly reddened as he struggled to hold back tears, his voice choked. It wasn't as simple as I made it sound, even if only one person cared about it. My persistence wasn't just self-amusement. Thank you. Really thank you. After meeting with Patrick, Lin Feng could finally take a break. Having only been in this town for a day, he had already taken on 2 tasks, hunting the spider demon and investigating the temple. And he had been busy with that until now. Cody had arranged a magnificent room for Lin Feng and his companions, the spirit court provided by the elves. The interior of this mysterious elven creation piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. The floor was bark, yet perfectly smooth. The entire room was seamlessly integrated but not monotonous. Some branches seemed like intentional decorations growing in every corner, adorning the room with twigs and green leaves. Coupled with some exquisitely carved furniture, at first glance it seemed to possess a natural, unpolished beauty, yet upon closer inspection every detail revealed deliberate ingenuity. Those without discernment would only feel the room was comfortable at a glance, yet be unable to articulate why. This was likely the designer's intention. The designer was a proud artist seeking a kindred spirit in their own way. Heaven knows how much time it took to design this. Only the long-lived elves could afford such effort. Nonetheless, achieving this level truly merited being called a genius. Summarizing these unexpected discoveries, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and let out a comfortable sigh. Finally, he could lie down and rest for a while. Tomorrow he would hunt the demon spider, then explore the temple, and wait for Nolan to finish organizing the information about the elves. Then Lin Feng took out a piece of or fragment that the elves wanted and examined it in bed. Crystal blue, or appearing pure and translucent. It could even pass for a gemstone. This was a sample Lin Feng had collected when he and Cody went to inspect the ore. What function did this mineral possess that made the elves covet it for so many years? The last time such a crystalline creation, a crystal with memory ability, had brought him considerable surprise. Would this crystal bring the same level of surprise? Truly something to look forward to. With this thought, Lin Feng gripped the crystal in his hand and drifted into slumber. Yet he did not fall asleep directly. Instead, he arrived at Rosaliнд's divine realm. Let the body rest, the mind could work a little longer, though usually not for too long. If it went on too long, Rosalind would start clamoring for him to rest, and dealing with her in that state was more exhausting than the work itself. Lin Feng walked toward the thing he had been busy with in the divine realm, Jellyfeezy's machine. After so much time, Lin Feng had nearly finished modifying it. First, the appearance. Jellyfeezy's machine looked like a crude, shoddy product. It was a heap of parts forcibly cobbled together, and by some accident it could run. Moreover, it had been using flesh and human souls as raw materials, causing the entire machine, both inside and out, to exude a sinister, demonic aura. To give a rough analogy, it resembled a creation from some Warhammer 40k. As for the version in Lin Feng's hands, he had deduced it by studying those notes and consulting Rosalind for some characteristics of demonkind. Now it was nearly complete. Although its performance couldn't compare to the destroyed prototype in terms of aesthetic appearance and rational internal circuit design, Lin Feng's machine had completely surpassed the original. Once finished, it could even be mass-produced directly. Jellyfeezy's bizarre machine, in essence, was a potion-making device. And Finier was the demon wolf enhanced by the potion. Naturally, Lin Feng could not use humans as raw materials like Jellyfeezy did. So after the machine was completed, what to use as raw materials remained to be determined. It was estimated that after replacing the materials, the potion's effects would diminish. However, since Fenrir had received such a massive boost, even if the new potion was reduced to only 1%, it was still worth looking forward to. But now he was stuck at a technical bottleneck. When the potion reached the final fusion step, problems always arose. This technical bottleneck had been solved by Jellifizi by chance, because Lin Feng had searched through that book thoroughly and found no related records. Even Jellifizi probably didn't know about this trick. Sigh. Research that has no precedent and no successors is truly torturous. Luo Shaolin's voice came. You're pondering that machine again. Maybe you should ask Hetty to help. She'd be happy to. No, she has her own matters to attend to. Besides, this thing has a certain safety risk. There have been examples of it exploding here, haven't there? Yes, that startled me. Good thing I was quick and shielded you behind me. And then you got your face blackened by the explosion. That was to save you. I saved you, and this is what you remember. Lin Feng looked at the pouting Luo Shaolin and chuckled. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I haven't forgotten a single bit of Lady Luo Shaolin's kindness. Lin Feng, stop fiddling with that machine. Come discuss something more important. Hecate walked over at this moment. Seeing Hecate, Lin Feng shuddered, recalling the hard times when he was pestered by her. He grabbed Luo Shaolin and pulled her in front of himself as a shield. Didn't we agree to leave it all to Luo Shaolin? Go talk to her. Hecate looked at Lin Feng's attitude and felt quite displeased. She, a deity with followers everywhere, was actually being treated like a sticky plaster and despised. What was so special about him? Once I've learned everything, even if you beg me, I won't come. Lin Feng, I've already negotiated with her. Already negotiated? That's good. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind Luo Shaolin. So what's the result of the negotiation? With my efforts, Hecate has agreed that for every new piece of knowledge she learns from you, she will, as per your request, help you find the magic you need. After all, no one in this world knows magic better than Hecate. Mid-sentence, Luo Shaolin glanced at Lin Feng. Hiss. Actually, there is, her own champion. So Luo Shaolin immediately corrected herself. No one knows more magic than Hecate. After saying this, Luo Shaolin nodded with satisfaction. I am so precise. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with this result, as he didn't have to waste time and effort negotiating. Impressive, well done, Lady Deity. Let me applaud you. Why do I feel both happy and embarrassed? I'm clapping very seriously. Lin Feng clapped for Luo Shaolin with a sense of conviction. Soon Luo Shaolin surrendered, waving her hands repeatedly. Enough, it's definitely more embarrassing. Stop, stop, stop. Don't clap anymore, it feels so shameful. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Without Luo Shaolin, how would he relax his weary mind after a long day? Hecate stood aside, her mood complicated. She had never felt so out of place. Her current feelings could be summed up in 6 words, I don't want to be here. Lin Feng looked at the self-doubting Hecate and asked, since we've already negotiated, what do you want to learn? Hecate nearly shed tears. After persisting so long, she was finally about to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I want to learn the ideas and methods for reducing magical inscriptions within magic circles. As expected of a deity, she immediately grasped the essence. But there was no such shortcut. I can simplify magic circles in this world only because I have mastered a sufficient number of magical inscriptions. I can teach you, but it requires time and accumulation. There is no shortcut in this matter. Even if you are a deity, you must start slowly, step by step, like your followers. Hecate stood silent for a moment, then smiled and said, walking alongside my followers isn't such a bad thing. Please teach me from the beginning. 1 hour a day. No more, no less. Be punctual. No makeup sessions. Starting tomorrow, 5 days a week. No extra days. Can it be longer? Before Lin Feng could speak, Luo Shaolin said resolutely, no. My champion needs to rest. It would affect his rest. Can't he use divine power to relieve fatigue? A person is not a machine. Some fatigue can only be recovered by a good night's sleep, right, Lin Feng? Absolutely right, Luo Shaolin. Sleeping in is the best thing in the world. After a restful night, Lin Feng led his team to the entrance of the mine shaft, where the familiar white robes soon came into view. A crowd had already gathered before the mine entrance, yet inexplicably they formed a tight circle. At the periphery of the circle, Patrick twitched his nose and flicked his ears, then turned toward Lin Feng and waved amiably, good morning. Boss. Good morning, Patrick. Arriving so early. This commission has been long overdue. How could I afford to slack? Patrick tapped his wooden staff against the ground as he approached Lin Feng step by step. These two are my companions, Sir Galahad and Miss and... Waving a hand dismissively, Patrick added, no need for formal introductions, boss. I've already heard all about you from Kati. A pleasure to meet you both. I'm Patrick Cecil. And smiled wryly. Actually, we're right here. Terribly sorry. I have poor eyesight, I can only roughly gauge direction. Galahad stepped forward and clasped Patrick's hand firmly. I am Galahad Gerard. And I am in Brewster. The two exchanged handshakes with Patrick in turn. Each time, he subtly inhaled their scent, imprinting their presence in memory. As he caught and sent Patrick's brow furrowed faintly. Brother. He paused, sniffed again, then remarked, you smell remarkably fragrant. Have you carried flowers with you? Do I? And frowned, lifting her wrist to inhale. I don't think so. Could you be mistaken? Never question my senses, friend. I am certain. This aroma emanates solely from you. If you doubt me, ask your companion to verify. And glanced at Galahad, who shook his head. I respectfully decline. It would simply be too strange. Lin Feng couldn't suppress a chuckle. Well, it's not exactly unpleasant. Certainly no cause for alarm. And pondered briefly, then sighed. Fine, let it be. So long as it isn't foul, I'll let it pass. Once pleasantries concluded, Lin Feng gestured toward the encircling crowd and asked, "What's happening over there? Are they debating the route into the mine?" "No. If that were the case, wouldn't I have joined them?" Patrick shook his head, his expression clouding with quiet complexity. "Someone has come to halt this expedition. Kati is trying to reason with them. Oh, who dares obstruct the Saintess's mission? The one who stands before us indeed possesses legitimacy. He survived our last commission." Intrigued, Lin Feng strode forward, parted the crowd, and sought to glimpse the figure blocking their path. Yet the sight defied expectation. An elderly man with snow-white hair stood firm, dressed as a seasoned hunter, bearing a wooden bow and quiver of arrows upon his back. The old man addressed the young Kati gently. "Sister Kati, please do not go further. Only more lives will be lost. Brooke this time is truly different." Brooke waved his hand impatiently. "Different, always different. But when precisely has it ever been different? When has any attempt succeeded? Sister Kati, I accompanied you down this mine over a dozen times in my youth. We entered with 15 or 20 souls, and returned with barely 7 or 8. Do you remember how they died? Poisoned, torn apart by a single bite, pierced through the chest by a spider's leg." Brooke's face contorted in anguish as memory resurrected decades-old horror. Fear transcending time, seizing his limbs with uncontrollable tremors. To perish instantly was mercy. Others were devoured alive. The beasts cared not whether their prey still drew breath. Screaming, they reached out to me for salvation, and I could do nothing. 50 years without returning, and yet I lived just fine. Then why dredge up this agony now? Brooke, how many have died to monsters in these 50 years? Can you call that living well? Elves arrive less and less frequently. We cannot predict if the next visit will be our final chance. We must stockpile sufficient minerals to barter for essential supplies. Thus mining hours must extend, and unless that monster is slain, casualties will mount relentlessly. Facing her former comrades' resistance, Kati stood resolute. Moreover, not everyone endures such relentless pressure underground. Some even froze to death where they stood. Shall we cower before this monstrous spider forever? Then cease mining altogether? Why tether our hopes to elves whose whims dictate arrival? We can cultivate crops, hunt game. Have we not striven to do so for years? You are naive. Do you imagine that beast will remain confined within the mine? With our current stores, migration is impossible. If we miss this opportunity to destroy it, truly we may never get another. This time I will stake everything." Brooke opened his mouth to protest, but met Kati's unyielding gaze and fell silent. His eyes then drifted across her assembled company. All were young, yet each bore the same unwavering certainty, standing steadfast behind Kati. For a moment Brooke faltered, seeing in them the reflection of himself and his comrades half a century past. He knew they had steeled themselves for death, just as he once had. And who could guarantee they would not become the next Brooke? The thought that their fate might mirror his own, and that he remained powerless to prevent it, washed over him like icy despair. Why did we ever settle in this accursed land? Isolated, barren, swarming with monsters. How many youths have perished here? How many have been broken, forged into beings like me? Why must we endure such suffering? Why root ourselves here? Why? Lin Feng broke his silence and stepped forward, directly before Brooke. Their settlement began as a vanguard against the demon clan, but time eroded even their own memory of that purpose. Without meaning, effort becomes torment, and Brooke embodied that torment. Yet even revealing the truth now would bring him no solace. Lin Feng crouched low and pointed to the wooden bow slung across Brooke's back. "After abandoning the hunt for monsters, you did not succumb to despair. You chose to hunt game instead. Why? Because we wish to survive. Yes, to survive. No matter the circumstance, survival remains our primal instinct. You chose hunting, it was adaptation. But adaptation is not the sole path. Some choose instead to reshape their world." Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Kati, and to the youthful company assembled behind her. To change rather than adapt exacts far greater sacrifice. Yet still generation after generation people rise to undertake it. Why? I do not know. Indeed, you no longer recall. But once you understood. Comfortable worlds are never inherited. They are forged one life at a time by those who came before you, and by those standing here now. Our deaths today pave the way for a better tomorrow. Life ultimately triumphs over suffering. Civilization has walked this path since its dawn. Perhaps you have grown afraid, but the civilization you represent has not. They are its living proof. Lin Feng subtly shifted aside, allowing Brooke a clear view of the young cohort. "So please, step aside. Let civilization advance." Brooke at last chose to trust, once. Before departure he fixed Lin Feng with a steady look. "I do not fully believe you. Not yet. But I will watch. Prove yourself right for me. Of course, persuading men like you is part of what makes a hero." The formation was led by Galahad, with Lin Feng positioned at the center, and in bringing up the rear, ensuring protection for every flank. Meanwhile, the volunteers recruited by Kati huddled tightly together, shielding their most vital asset, Kati himself. "To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised you'd venture here in person. Wouldn't it be wiser for the Saintess to remain safely at the rear?" "Lin Feng, I am called Saintess because I am useful, not useful because I am called Saintess. Though I cannot explain why I sense danger approaching. Vague, instinctive, yet undeniably real. Even if its onset is unpredictable, my presence does lend us a measure of safety." A precognitive ability, akin to a spider's sixth sense. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with an elf-like being who appeared entirely human in form, yet possessed extraordinary innate talents. Having a teammate reminiscent of Spider-Man was all things considered a distinct advantage. Lin Feng then turned his gaze toward the source of illumination within the mine shaft. Along the walls of the excavated tunnel stood elegant elven-style lanterns, delicate artifacts that cast a steady ambient light. Kadi explained beside him. These are elven inventions known as ever-burning flames, crafted and installed by elves themselves. Once affixed to the wall they glow perpetually, but if removed they extinguish instantly, and will never reignite even if reinstalled. So, you've tried removing them. Yes, as I said, they become nothing more than ornamental statues utterly inert once detached. We rely on their light for mining operations, so none of us dare disturb them now. Understood. Bring me one of the ones you previously removed. I may uncover something meaningful upon examination. Moreover, I can replicate devices functionally identical to these ever-burning flames. You mean, your craftsmanship rivals that of the elves? That was never my claim. Lin Feng continued observing the mine's environment, his eyes scanning methodically. I surpassed them by far. Patrick, walking beside Lin Feng, tapped the ground rhythmically with his wooden staff as he spoke. No wonder you're my boss. Confidence rolls off you like breath. Perhaps you doubt me, but this is truth, not boast, not conjecture. I see no need to prove myself. Time itself will bear witness. How fortuitous. We elves have time in abundance. The mine exuded the heavy, close air characteristic of sealed caverns, its walls scarred by iron pickaxes. Unlike the crystalline azure or ubiquitous in Cliffside Town, this excavation site yielded barely any intact mineral deposits. Only scattered shards were visible, though elsewhere the rock face bore no trace of or whatsoever. This place had been nearly stripped bare. That wooden staff in your hand, it's no ordinary piece. Oh, you actually discerned its uniqueness. Though not forged from rare materials, its craftsmanship reveals deep intention. It's an exceptional wand core, but why leave it uncharged? Why omit the mana crystal? It was fitted, but I requested its removal. After all, I never needed it, did I? Mana crystals cost a fortune. Better to spend that coin on a proper meal than keep a decorative paperweight. Look, Patrick flipped the staff end over end mid-sentence and tapped the ground with its opposite tip, grinning. 2 functional ends, 1 tool, double the utility. Truly carefree of you. Kadi chuckled softly nearby. This is the first time I've ever felt such ease upon entering this mine. Usually, he glanced toward Fink, who advanced ahead, weapon-drawn, muscles taut, flinching at every pebble kicked loose by another's boot. That tense, hyper-vigilant posture was the norm for first-timers. Even here in the shallowest tier, bathed in the gentle radiance of ever-burning flames far removed from the unlit depths they aimed to explore. Tales of terror told since childhood, 10 out of 10 rooted in this very mine, had seeped into the town's marrow, forging an ancestral dread. Who could say how Fink would fare in the absolute blackness of the deeper tiers where no ever-burning flame dared burn? If necessity demanded, turning Fink back here would be acceptable. The very reason he'd been brought along was to temper his spirit through trial. Fink was terrified. As a child, whenever he misbehaved, elders warned when midnight hushed the world, cave-dwelling shadow spiders would creep forth, seeking only disobedient children like him. They'd settle silently upon his sleeping face and begin their feast with his eyes. Suddenly something struck Fink's shoulder. Fink jolted violently, nearly shrieking, then whirled around to find Galahad. I meant no fright, my apologies. Fink's face paled to ashy, tears welled. I know, but you nearly killed me. My sincerest regrets. After several steadying breaths, Fink's pallor receded slightly. How do you train normally? Why ask that now? Perhaps I might refine your regimen, help you grow stronger. Truly. Each morning I rise and first, Galahad and Fink began exchanging training routines. Conversation eased Fink's frayed nerves. His posture relaxed, shedding the brittle tension of a startled bird. Kadi watched, eyes crinkling with quiet warmth. You humans truly are remarkable. I'll gladly hear that again. I hold the same view. Their pace remained brisk, and soon they reached the boundary line, beyond which the elves' ever-burning flames ceased entirely. Time to bring forth the light crown. Light crown, another elven invention. Lin Feng tilted his head curiously, only to watch Kadi rummage through his pack and retrieve a crown. Why carry crowns into a mine? Only after Kadi explained its purpose did Lin Feng grasp the truth. It was a head-mounted lamp. So that was the meaning of light crown. Yet, if we possess these, why include Patrick in the party? At once sensing his role questioned, Patrick bristled. Boss, I outperformed this contraption hands down. Light crowns degrade over time. After extended use, certain components must be replaced to sustain function, and we lack the means to perform those replacements. This light crown is simply inferior. I emit brilliant sustained light for an entire day, no enchantments required. Just feed me a decent meal. In both practicality and endurance, I win outright. Patrick speaks truthfully. Furthermore, our stock of light crowns grows scarce. Distributing them now serves only one purpose: preventing isolation. Wearing a light crown, while separated, grants at least a sliver of hope. Without one, to wander lost here is to become prey, for shadow spiders hunger endlessly. They'd engineered not just lamps, but batteries too. Seeking the elves promised rich dividends indeed. Lin Feng secured the light crown upon his brow, then turned his gaze to Patrick. Parker, It's your turn to shine. Patrick blinked startled. Parker, a spontaneous nickname. Born from Lin Feng's fleeting association, Cody's spider sense evoked Spider-Man. Oh, Patrick's name echoed Peter Parker's. Together, they were Spider-Man incarnate, though Lin Feng kept that thought strictly to himself. Just a shortened form of your name. Surely that's permissible. Patrick waved a dismissive hand. Call it a nickname. Hardly offensive. And isn't mutual familiarity the hallmark of trust? Looks like our partnership has longevity written all over it. Lin Feng smiled faintly at the polished diplomacy, a smooth operator. I'd even offered extra compensation if you objected. Turns out I underestimated your grace. Truthfully, boss, I do care deeply about it. Enough banter. Work first. Excellence guarantees reward. Understood. Patrick stepped forward. Lin Feng watched rapt, eager to witness raw magic in action unbound by incantations or runes. Patrick spread his palms, and without warning a sphere of pure light coalesced midair above them. No chant, no sigils. Only will made manifest. Not a flicker of preparation. With a gentle upward toss, the orb floated weightlessly, like a captured starlet suspended in void. Too bright. Shall I dim it? No, this intensity is perfect. Lin Feng studied the hovering luminescence, musing, push this power to its zenith. Could one forge a miniature sun? After all, laser beams are light, aren't they? As they ventured deeper, the mine shaft grew increasingly damp and shadowed while traces of the demon spiders multiplied. Pale spiderwebs clung to the walls, small indentations, pierced into the floor by sharp objects, dotted the ground. Oh, and skeletal remains lay motionless, buried in silence for who knew how long. The skeleton was incomplete, missing one hand and one foot, their fate unknown, while the remaining bones lay scattered haphazardly across the stone floor. The manner of its dispersal spoke volumes about the agony endured before death. Cody reacted most strongly, standing before the skull of a former comrade. Her expressionless face betrayed no emotion, yet her eyes, luminous and raw, conveyed sorrow beyond words. To Lin Feng and the others, newcomers to this place, the bones were merely relics, evoking little more than fleeting sympathy for the fallen. But for Cody, they embodied a companion from decades, or perhaps a century, past, one who had once shared perilous quests at her side. They had come here with resolve to eradicate the demon spiders, and yet though he perished long ago, she endured. And still the spiders plagued the town. Shame for failing her comrades' trust. Guilt. Grief for those gone, leaving her utterly alone. A storm of emotions churned within her gaze. Her eyes reddened faintly, then she drew a quiet breath. Now was not the time to weep. She knelt, gathering the scattered bones with swift, reverent hands, piling them neatly in a corner, then lifted the skull and placed it gently atop the mound. With those eloquent eyes fixed upon the remains, she whispered, "We have not given up." Then she rose, turning slowly to meet each companion's gaze, as if offering silent gratitude. The party had paused long, mindful of her grief. Let us move on. Under the silent watch of that ancient skull, the expedition pressed deeper into the darkness. At this depth, creatures seldom seen elsewhere began to emerge. Rats, armored beetles, and other denizens of the subterranean world. This was, after all, a foreign realm. Insects here twisted into grotesque, mind-bending forms, no less unsettling than cockroaches, though harmless, their appearances terrifyingly alien. And the rats, each as large as a small dog, defied all reason. These creatures likely formed the spider's primary prey. Without such a food chain, far more humans would have become victims. Startled by sudden light, a rat froze, then bolted, vanishing into the gloom with panicked speed. Though dog-sized, it moved with astonishing swiftness, disappearing into shadow in an instant. A creature that large, and still so fast. Lin Feng teased lightly, until moments later a shrill, agonized squeal pierced the unlit recesses ahead. His smile vanished, his gaze locked onto the impenetrable blackness, where only faint cerulean ore light had flickered before. 6 deep purple compound eyes now glowed, then dozens, then hundreds, filling the tunnel's mouth with a living constellation of violet fire. Parker, light the way ahead. Understood. Patrick conjured a radiant orb and hurled it forward. Illumination flooded the passage, revealing the demon spiders in full horror. Black carapaces clung to walls and floor alike. 8 limbs ending in needle-sharp points, 6 eyes crowning bulbous heads, 8 deep violet sigils tracing their chitinous hides. I'll take the ceiling, Galahad, and clear the floor. Everyone else guard Cody. Understood. Yes, Captain. Blinded by the glare, the spiders surged forward en masse. The party formed a tight circle, shielding Cody at its heart, spears trembling in nervous hands. So many. Can we survive this? Lin Feng raised his wand, glyphs flared into existence, coalescing into an azure frost circle aimed skyward at the ascending horde. A barrage of ice spears erupted, machine gun precise, shattering the spiders clinging to the vaulted ceiling. What kind of magic is that? Galahad said nothing, only wrapped his blade in golden light and cleaved forward. A crescent of radiant force surged forth, bisecting wave after wave of onrushing spiders. Smaller ones fell cleanly split, larger ones lost limbs or suffered grievous wounds, collapsing with shrieks of torment. Lin Feng ceased casting. The entire ceiling bristled with ice spikes, glacial blue, densely packed, shimmering like frozen stars. Dozens of spiders hung impaled overhead, others crashed down, skewered midair. In just 2 exchanges, the teeming swarm had been reduced to ruin. Only one spider survived Galahad's strike, A colossal beast over 2 meters tall, its armored hide thick enough to withstand the blow, though a deep gash marred its carapace. It glanced once at Galahad, then fled, 8 legs a blur of motion, and unslung her poleaxe, disassembling it into a short spear and a compact battle axe. Assuming a javelin stance, she hurled the spear, its whistle piercing the air, as it blurred toward the fleeing monster and punched clean through its abdomen. As the spider shrieked, magical filaments unfurled from the spear's rear, entethering it to Anne's axe. Ugly thing, you think you can run? She yanked hard. The filament tautened, wrenching the spider off its feet, all 6 limbs flailing helplessly, and charged, dragging her axe behind her, sparks erupting from its edge, closing the distance in seconds. She leapt, swung upward in a rising arc, and cleaved the descending spider vertically. The razor-edged blade split the titan cleanly down its center, midair, and twisted to stabilize herself, then reeled back the spear with a sharp tug. Guided by enchanted threads, the spear snapped back into place, rejoining the axe head to reform the full-length weapon, and landed. The massive axe struck the floor with a thunderous clang, just as the 2 halves of the spider crashed behind her. Blood splattered across the stone. Every last monster lay dead, yet silence held heavy and absolute. Lin Feng's team remained vigilant, scanning for survivors. Cody and the volunteers stood speechless. Was it truly that simple? Had the monsters they'd feared for years been eradicated in moments? Fink, emboldened, approached a corpse and thrust his spear. Clang. A metallic ring echoed, leaving only a faint scratch on the chitin. He looked from Galahad's effortlessly bisected spider to his own shallow mark, then tightened his grip on the spear, knuckles white. It was not the spiders who were weak. It was them. I must grow stronger. Only then can I survive here. Patrick could bear the eerie stillness no longer. He still hadn't grasped who'd won. What happened? What happened? Speak up, speak up. You're killing me. Amidst the tension, that outburst broke the spell. Lin Feng burst into laughter. He cleared his throat and addressed Galahad, and all clear, no movement left. Only then did their shoulders relax. His voice carried a note of dismay. That spider's blood soaked my back. I'll be scrubbing for days. Truly, let me see, indeed. Sticky and foul-smelling. Best endure it for now. Galahad and rejoined the ranks. Lin Feng counted heads, obstruction eliminated. All allies intact. Excellent. Forward. We press onward until we find the alpha spider. Thereafter the party encountered numerous waves of demonic spiders, each swiftly and cleanly eliminated by Lin Feng, just as before. The group pressed steadily forward, venturing deeper than any had ever dared, into uncharted territory. Exhaustion soon weighed upon many, prompting Lin Feng to call a temporary halt for rest. Lin Feng erected a protective barrier. Within its shimmering confines, everyone relaxed and broke out rations. He used hydromagic to cleanse Anne's body of congealed blood, then ignited a gentle flame to dry her garments. Thank you, Captain. I feel much better. In a small matter. Rest well. And having finished, Lin Feng approached Cody, who sat expressionless, chewing silently on hardtack, and settled beside her. Sensing someone nearby, Cody turned her head. Recognizing Lin Feng, she wordlessly offered him another portion of the ration, in Hungary. And Lin Feng glanced at the dense, unidentifiable grain-based loaf, paused thoughtfully, and accepted it. And much appreciated. And he took a bite. Dry, hard, bland, coarse in texture, and better than nothing. And how is it? And, if you insist on asking, and leaning back against the tunnel wall, Cody gazed upward at the vaulted ceiling and murmured, it feels like this long ordeal is finally nearing its end. And such faith in us, and I've never witnessed power like yours. If even you cannot overcome this creature, then our quest to slay that sovereign spider may remain forever unfulfilled. And, given how arduous your advance has been, how did you come to know such a formidable spider dwells here? And, these spiders weren't always so numerous, or so strong. In the beginning we could still reach the sovereign spider's lair. And yet you survived your defeat, Howie. And, I fell unconscious, gravely wounded. A comrade, also grievously injured, carried me out. According to those who found us, he staggered all the way to the mine entrance, then collapsed there, barely breathing. Only I lived. Always. Only I remain. After so many failed attempts, comrades fallen one by one, I alone remained trapped, until now. At last I am stepping beyond this prison. A flicker of liberation softened Cody's eyes. Then she drifted into quiet reverie, envisioning the future after the spider's fall. Once this monstrous threat is gone, miners can labor in peace. And Brooke was right. We must build places where life grows richer, not merely endures. Only recently have we begun mastering rudimentary agriculture, learning which seeds take root, which yield harvest. We will learn to weave cloth till fields forge tools, until one day we stand self-reliant upon this remote land, no longer dependent on the elves. Lin Feng watched Cody speak, her voice alight with vision, and smiled gently as he added, perhaps even found a guild, draw merchants from afar. And yes, such a day will come, and I will see it. Even immortality yields rare, radiant moments. And Cody spoke with quiet mirth, when Galahad approached, and said, Lin Feng, I sense something amiss. What is it? Lin Feng felt Galahad's unease, and rose instantly. Galahad led Lin Feng to the barrier's edge and pointed into the distance. Since a short while ago a spider has been scouting that direction, repeatedly. Scouting, Lin Feng followed Galahad's gaze, and only upon close scrutiny discerned a spider concealed deep within the shadows. One truly must look closely to spot it. Na spider observing in secret, in coupled with earlier large spiders that fled rather than fight. These beasts possess no trivial intellect, and now they conduct reconnaissance. And could there exist a high cognition variant among them? Is a mutated commander directing them? And Lin Feng pondered, and assumes such a variant exists. Its tactic dispatching an inconspicuous scout, gathering intelligence with holding full assault. Reverse engineering the logic. The commander judges their forces insufficient to breach this barrier, and waits gathering strength. If such an intelligent variant truly commands them, then even now, beyond sight, a vast army must be assembling in silence. Parker, you're needed, and boss you called, in, your ability is required. Lin Feng grasped Patrick's hand and guided his finger toward the scout's last known position. Can you hold this stance and illuminate that direction? As far as possible. Understood. Patrick raised his palm. A light erupted, not diffuse but a razor-straight beam piercing the gloom ahead. Far away, stretching endlessly beyond sight, marched a legion of demonic spiders, turning as one toward the light, their countless eyes locking onto the barrier. Amidst the swarm stood one spider apart, larger, leaner, its compound eyes elongated and unervingly narrow. Clearly no ordinary specimen. So an intelligent variant does exist, even accounting for how its eyes might betray it in darkness. At that instant the spider host surged forward, different from any wave before. Stronger individuals abounded, and several entirely new variants advanced. Though defeat remained unlikely, direct confrontation would inevitably claim lives. And outside awaited an elder who wished to test Lin Feng's true mettle. He refused to submit a disappointing report. They had to eliminate this force before encirclement, and if an intelligent variant commanded them, then decapitation was the only answer. Parker, hold your pose. Maintain illumination. What is it, Captain? Lin Feng pointed toward the variant commanding the rear. And eliminate it. Can you do it? A long-awaited assassin's assignment. Then set aside her massive axe, drew twin daggers, and dissolved into shadow. Leave it to me. And vanished. Lin Feng turned to Galahad. We'll draw fire together. Cover N's approach. Galahad said nothing, only unsheathed his blade. Remember, an intelligent variant leads them. Their tactics may shift. Stay vigilant. Keep close. Coordinate every move. Understood. Be careful. Na whisper drifted through the air. Acknowledged. Lin Feng and Galahad exchanged a glance, and charged forth from the barrier as one. Galahad led the charge. Lin Feng followed close behind. From above several spiders descended. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a volley of ice spears erupted, felling them midair. But the swarm adapted swiftly. Colossal spiders became living shields, advancing while protecting smaller kin beneath their armored carapaces. Shielded by the giant's bulk, several smaller spiders breached the upper flank and spat viscous silk downward at Galahad. Galahad slashed at the strands, yet his keen blade failed to sever them. Instead, the silk adhered tightly to the steel. This silk is adhesive. It seeks to constrict our mobility. We must avoid contact at all costs. Galahad swung his sword wildly, ensnaring every strand before it could touch his armor. Having discharged their silk, the spiders atop reoriented, mouths opening wide, and expelled toxic mist toward Galahad. The venomous vapor billowed downward, but Lin Feng instantly wove a wind-warding array, reversing its course and driving it straight back into the smaller spiders' ranks. Instantly, hissing corrosion and agonized shrieks filled the air as charred, dissolving corpses rained down from the tunnel ceiling. Galahad glanced at his blade, now swaddled in sticky silk, and at the colossal spiders surging toward him. He raised his sword, not retreating but lowering his head and darting beneath the beast. Then driving upward with the unwrapped tip of his blade, he pierced the spider's massive abdomen, thrusting clean through its back. The pressure of the wound forced the clinging silk outward, freeing the blade, whereupon Galahad drove forward, cleaving the giant spider cleanly in two. Acrid black blood drenched Galahad, but he paid it no mind. With bare hands he tore a slab of steaming flesh from the corpse, used it as a glove to strip the silk from his sword, and flung both away. Two more titanic spiders lunged, one from each side, only to explode mid-leap under twin spiraling stone drills hurled by Lin Feng. Galahad nodded gratefully toward Lin Feng, then surged ahead once more, his blade wreathed in golden aura, carving through spiders with surgical precision and unrelenting ferocity. Countless splatters of ichor stained Galahad's obsidian armor, but his blade never faltered, never hesitated, not for a single heartbeat. Behind him, Lin Feng moved with panoramic awareness. Layered arcane arrays bloomed around him in shifting hues, striking descending spiders, deflecting missed attacks, and hurling barrages of elemental fury into the onrushing horde. Two warriors, standing as one unbreakable line, held the tide of spiders at bay before the shimmering barrier. Inside the barrier, Cody stared, eyes wide. Unbelievable. Patrick held up his arm, listening to the thunderous clash beyond. If my sight were whole, this battle would be breathtaking. But alas, I am blind. All I feel now is exhaustion in my arm. Let me help you hold it. Cody slipped beneath Patrick's arm and lifted her hands to support his trembling forearm. Thank you. I feel much steadier now. You're welcome. Cody kept her hands raised and returned her gaze to the front. And the pile of spider corpses around Lin Feng and Galahad grew ever higher. None had breached their dual-line defense. Suddenly the entire swarm recoiled, then surged forward anew, a cohort of unnaturally small spiders, swollen abdomens pulsing, moving with terrifying speed. A variant never before seen. Had the sovereign spider birthed yet another mutation? In Cody's pulse spiked. She cried out, "In beware!" In with explosive leaps the tiny spiders soared toward Lin Feng and Galahad, their distended bellies rippling violently. Boom, boom, boom. In they detonated, shattering into gore and spewing virulent clouds of toxin. In wave after wave of concussive blasts swallowed Lin Feng and Galahad whole, vanishing them within the churning lethal fog. Lin Feng, Galahad. Cody's eyes flew open as she lunged forward, but Patrick calmly extended a hand and grasped her ill-fitting robe. "What are you doing? If you rush out now, you'll only be throwing your life away." But Lin Feng and the others. "Don't let panic cloud your judgment. This barrier was woven by the boss's magic. Its persistence means he's still alive." Patrick turned to Cody, his face calm as he spoke. "Do you truly believe someone like the boss would perish so easily?" Cody stared at the face Patrick had mistaken for a different direction and gradually steadied herself. Yes, a man of such immense power could not be felled so readily. At that moment, a colossal golden sword light cleaved through the toxic mist, splitting the swirling haze and severing several demon spiders in one stroke. The poisonous mist slowly dissipated, revealing a cocoon, a white orb, that had been bisected by the sword aura. It crumbled and vanished. It had been a shield woven from magical threads. Both Lin Feng and Galahad were unharmed. Lin Feng surveyed the surrounding mist, then casually cast a purification spell upon himself, and Galahad alleviating the toxins within. His purification skill was not high level, it could only ease the symptoms. He would manage for now and have Cody detoxify them later. By his estimate, and should be about. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the position of the intelligent variant. The intelligent variant remained stationed at the rear, motionless, as if it too were gazing at Lin Feng. The eyes of the man and the spider met in the air, like two commanders of opposing armies locked in a silent duel of wits. Suddenly, its figure materialized beneath the creature. Twin daggers gleamed with cold menace. In a flash of light, all 8 joints of the demon spider's legs were severed, and its massive body began to plummet. And sidestepped, nimbly dodging the falling carcass, then cleanly decapitated it before vanishing into stealth. When the swarm finally reacted, all that remained was the dismembered corpse of their strategist. Watching the variant die, Lin Feng allowed a faint smile to surface. It seems In's assassination skills haven't dulled. His speed is even faster than before. He must have trained relentlessly at the Assassin's Guild in Novigrad. Lin Feng turned to the demon spiders. With their commander beheaded, they should descend into chaos. The anticipated rout did not occur. The demon spiders continued to advance in a remarkably organized assault. Strange. That intelligent variant should have been dead. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw another identical intelligent variant emerge from beside the corpse of the first. Most intriguingly, the demon spider began to sway rhythmically from side to side, as if it were dancing to mock Lin Feng. Seeing the bizarre dance, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. Using a decoy, who would have thought? Captain, and appeared beside Lin Feng, her face solemn as she watched the dancing spider. Should I go kill it again? No need. That one is a fake. The real intelligent variant is hidden somewhere. Let's retreat to the barrier first. Galahad and I are poisoned. We need to detoxify before the symptoms worsen. After issuing the order, the 3 figures withdrew swiftly and retreated within the barrier. Lin Feng immediately called for Cody to help with the detoxification. Cody raised her hands and a white glow emanated from between them, then a similar light shone upon Lin Feng. A cool sensation washed over him and all the discomfort in his body dissipated. As expected of a professional priest. The spider venom is completely cleansed. It's nothing special, Cody said as she began detoxifying Galahad, her gaze fixed on the demon spiders encircling the barrier. Aren't we in a terrible situation? They can't break this barrier. It'll just take some time to find the real variant commanding the swarm. Lin Feng looked at the demon spiders battering the barrier from outside, then turned back to the adventurers Cody had brought. To be honest, this group had been utterly useless so far. Pure deadweight. Harsh as it sounded, it was the truth. You there? Do you want to test your courage? Fink fell silent for a moment, then made up his mind. He stood, picked up his spear, and walked toward Lin Feng, asking, "How do we test it?" "How? It's simple." Lin Feng enchanted Fink's spear, allowing it to pass through the barrier in one direction. Then he gripped Fink's shoulders and yanked him to the edge of the barrier, pressing his face almost against the transparent wall, nearly smashing it into the demon spider outside. Fink clearly saw the spider's venomous fangs, the bristles matching the color of its carapace, the malevolent gleam in its compound eyes, the unknown liquid dripping from its mouth, and the arachnid face that was far too terrifying by human standards. Sudden thrust, so close Fink shuddered, then froze in place. Lin Feng released his grip, and Fink collapsed backward, uncontrollably pale and drenched in cold sweat. He sat on the ground retching, then choked on his own saliva, coughing violently until tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. After a while, Fink finally recovered. He sat there staring blankly at the spear that had fallen from his hand, an expression of deep desolation on his face. He had flinched in battle. To be so terrified by a magical beast. I. Fink clenched his fists tightly. I am so useless. Galahad leaned against the barrier, arms crossed, looking at the fallen Fink. Get up, Fink. You haven't lost yet, so don't speak such defeatist words. Fink lifted his head, meeting Galahad's gaze. Tears are proof of fear. Surrender is the mark of cowardice. Before becoming strong, you must fall many times. The measure of a strong person is not that they never fall, but that they rise again. Get up, Fink. Seeing Fink still frozen, Galahad's tone grew stern. I said get up. Fink Beta. Hearing his full name, a surge of courage welled up within Fink. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his spear and stood. He clenched his jaw, facing the demon spider that had terrified him despite his fear. The spider's visage remained horrifying. Fink would likely never forget that monstrous face for the rest of his life. He would probably have nightmares for days after returning. But a man must not yield to fear. Fink let out a roar, aimed his spear at the demon spider, and as it opened its mouth parts, he thrust the spear into its soft oral cavity straight through its brain. Then he twisted viciously, turning its brain into mush, and withdrew the spear before being dragged out of the barrier. Fink retrieved his spear, looked at the brain tissue fragments clinging to it, and couldn't help retching again. The dry rations he had just eaten were now mostly vomited. But this time the young man used the spear as a support and did not fall again. Fink wiped his mouth, gazed at the mass of demon spiders beyond the barrier, and raised his spear. Fuck. Damn it. Come on. Not bad, quite a momentum. Lin Feng remarked inwardly, then turned to knock some sense into the other adventurers, but they had already gathered around him before he could speak. A middle-aged man handed his spear to Lin Feng. Please enchant our spears. We are all afraid, but none of us are cowards. Looking at these people, Lin Feng allowed a smile to spread across his face. That smile meant, now you are no longer burdens holding me back, but companions with equal courage. The adventurers' squad, shielded within the barrier, relentlessly struck down the monstrous spiders lurking beyond its edge. Lin Feng led Galahad aside and began cleansing the bloodstains from his armor with hydrokinetic magic. Lin Feng, what is your true intent in directing them this way, beyond merely pressuring them into action? As Lin Feng rinsed the crimson grime from Galahad's armor with flowing water, his gaze remained fixed upon the swarm of spiders beyond the barrier. You witnessed it yourself just now, the spiders' strange dancing movements. Their true commander hides somewhere in the shadows, mocking me even now. His eyes swept methodically across the spider horde, searching for any anomaly in posture or motion. That means this beast comprehends human emotion. I am contemplating whether to exploit that very faculty, to weaponize the mounting anxiety born of our prolonged stalemate, forcing it to betray itself. Once the blood had been thoroughly washed away, Lin Feng activated 2 arcane arrays, summoning gentle warming breezes that dried the residual moisture clinging to Galahad's armor. If all else fails, I shall resort to metamorphic magic, assuming the form of several spiders myself, and lead a dance of mockery, matching its own grotesque rhythm in hopes of provoking it into revealing itself. Galahad briefly imagined Lin Feng dancing at the center of a macabre troupe, flanked by 2 real spiders as his attendants. Why did he suddenly picture him executing that performance with such effortless grace? Why did part of him yearn to witness it? No time for such thoughts now. At that moment, Patrick approached, tapping his wooden staff against the stone floor. Boss, I've made an observation I'd like to share. Oh, what have you found? Though these spiders emit sharp hisses while attacking, they move in utter silence, except for one. Even when motionless and stationed deep in the rear, that one continues hissing incessantly. Given your earlier deduction about a hidden command variant, I suspect that is the one. An unexpected breakthrough, indeed. Worth testing. If you're right, your pay increases. Thank you, boss. It's over there. Patrick raised his hand, pointing toward a pitch-black expanse beyond the barrier. Parker, I can't see it. Oh, nearly forgot. You see differently than I do. Patrick suddenly slapped his own forehead in realization. I navigate and perceive the world through sound and scent alone. That spider believes itself concealed within shadow, invisible to my eyes. But to my senses, its constant hissing renders it as luminous and exposed as a beacon in the dark. Patrick crouched low and slammed his palm onto the ground. A pulse of white light surged from his arm into the earth, rippling outward across the surface. The radiant wave expanded swiftly from Patrick's position, racing toward the direction he had indicated moments before. I must find a way to make it visible to you, boss. At last, as the ripple reached its furthest extent, Patrick broke into a quiet smile. Found you. Far in the distance, where darkness had reigned absolute, a sudden brilliant light flared into existence. That light emanated not from any external source, but from a seemingly ordinary spider, indistinguishable from its kin, yet radiating an eerie self-luminous white glow across its chitinous carapace. The instant its body ignited with light, the creature recoiled, glancing left and right in bewildered confusion. Though intelligent, it could not fathom why it had suddenly become a beacon of incandescence. Yet comprehension dawned swiftly. Its concealment was shattered. Raising one leg, it prepared to retreat into the safety of the swarm. But before the limb fully lifted, a razor-sharp wind blade streaked forth, striking the uplifted leg with surgical precision. SSS. SSS. HSSSS. A tremulous, disoriented cry escaped its maw as nearby spiders surged toward it, forming a protective cordon for its withdrawal. Before they could converge, a golden blade slashed through the air, unstoppable, radiant, cleaving through countless bodies, hurtling straight toward the commander. In an instant the spider deployed its remaining 5 legs, executing a tight acrobatic leap, just evading the descending arc of light. Glancing back it beheld the black-armored executioner, eyes blazing with lethal intent, plowing through the encircling horde bearing down upon it without hesitation. Terror flooded its mind, a primal suffocating dread. It shrieked orders commanding every spider to halt the knight's advance at any cost, then whirled to flee. But the moment it shifted weight to run, magical barges sealed every possible escape route. Lin Feng had anticipated each evasion, each trajectory blocked by precise long-range spells pinning the creature in place. As Galahad drew nearer the commander screamed again, spiders scurrying up the tunnel ceiling unleashing thick strands of silk that veiled the barrier, blinding Lin Feng's line of sight. With vision obscured the commander seized its fleeting chance to flee, only to pivot and find a silent figure already standing before it, and regarded the unremarkable-looking spider with impassive stillness. Who would have guessed this unassuming creature was the strategic mind behind the entire host? Her dagger blurred, shattering the spider into fragments in less than a heartbeat, then vanished into the shadows before the surrounding horde could close in. With the death of the command variant, the disciplined assault collapsed instantly, devolving into chaotic, instinct-driven frenzy. So, it seems we truly eliminated the right target. Just as Lin Feng allowed himself a breath of relief, a deafening, mournful shriek echoed from deep within the tunnel. Cody clutched her ears and dropped to her knees, face contorted in agony. After several pained groans, she forced her eyes open and met Lin Feng's gaze. It's enraged. As the wail reverberated, the entire spider horde erupted into frenzied berserk violence. Rage without power is the herald of defeat, and has gone to reinforce Galahad. She instructed you to bring him his great axe. Understood. Rosalind's voice carried clearly. Lin Feng nodded once. He lowered his grand staff, drew his novice wand from his belt, cast a strength enhancement enchantment upon himself, and hefted his massive axe bursting forth from the barrier. Sparks flew as the colossal axe dragged behind him across the stone. Dozens of maddened spiders lunged toward him. Lin Feng raised his short wand, unleashing a torrent of spellcraft cast without incantation. Icicles, lightning strikes, wind blades, rock drills. Every spell unsuited for confined tunnel spaces was withheld, all others were unleashed without restraint. Yet even spellcraft without incantation demanded microsecond intervals, gaps inevitable and fatal. At last a spider breached his arcane barrage and closed in. Its barbed leg loomed mere inches from Lin Feng's throat, but his focus did not rest on the imminent threat. Instead his gaze pierced past it, toward Galahad and beyond. Lin Feng glanced ahead, wherein had just joined Galahad, coordinating flawless strikes against the swarm. At this range, yes, the throw would land. He tilted his head just slightly, the razor-sharp limb slicing past his cheek, carving a thin crimson line. Lin Feng drove the novice wand entirely into the monster's flesh. Unflinching, he met the snapping mandibles head-on, even finding room to erect a shimmering magical barrier to deflect the acidic spray before it could strike his face. Then with a thought he detonated a fireball deep within the creature's body. Its form swelled grotesquely, bulging eyes straining outward from its rupturing shell. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore the spider apart, scattering charred pulpy remains across the chamber. Lin Feng withdrew his wand slick with viscous ichor, then gripped the great axe, spinning it twice to build momentum, before hurling it toward him. And catch the axe. The spinning weapon carved through the air, cleaving multiple spiders en route. Hearing the cry and turned, saw the gleaming arc, and sprinted forward, dagger holstered, arms outstretched. At the perfect moment, she seized the axe's haft mid-air, rising onto her toes, pivoting her entire body as the weapon's momentum transferred seamlessly into controlled rotation, its blade grazing the ground to bleed off kinetic force. Like a master dancer, and guided the axe's tip across the stone floor, sparking a luminous, flawless arc, effortlessly dissipating its raw energy. Once stilled, she hoisted the axe onto her shoulder and surveyed the teeming mass of spiders. Now, I can cut them down far faster. Driven by immense strength, the great axe moved with sweeping, unrestrained power, smashing, cleaving, and splitting with devastating finality. Each swing reduced spiders to ruin. Against mindless charging beasts, brute force, unrefined, overwhelming, proved precisely the right art. Lin Feng drew the short blade from his hip, darted through the chaos, and arrived beside Galahad. How long do you estimate until it clears them all? I believe 5 minutes. Lin Feng watched En's earth-shaking blows and smiled. You're being far too conservative. And stood amidst the piled corpses of the demon spiders, setting down his great axe and letting out a long breath. Finally finished killing them all, I'm exhausted. Lin Feng flicked the short blade, shaking off the blood and flesh clinging to it, then performed a graceful flourish before sheathing it back into the scabbard at his waist. This group seems larger than the previous ones. Then Lin Feng glanced at Galahad beside him. You're covered in filth again. You'll have to wash it all over. Lin Feng looked down at his own garment, equally splattered with gore, and sighed. What a tragedy. This time, even I'm drenched in it. It can't be helped. You can't worry about such things in the middle of battle. Galahad casually wiped the blood off his sword onto the spider corpse. En's voice came with a hint of disgust. Captain, it stinks so much worse than before. He was dragging his great axe with both hands as he walked over. You could let old Deng out and have him endure it for you. And tilted his head slightly, as if discovering a new world. Can I do that? Then Bulisside's voice inside his body came loudly accusing Lin Feng, causing him to burst into laughter. Captain Mr. Bulicide has quite a lot to say about you. Lin Feng made a funny face. Who cares about him? Let him come out and hit me. After another round of cleaning the blood and flesh, and squinted in refreshing comfort. Now this feels much better. Gialahade, however, didn't seem so pleased. What if we get dirty again in the next fight? And waved his hand nonchalantly. No worries, the captain is still here. Wash again, that's all. Gialahade paused for a moment, then said, that makes sense. Lin Feng's mouth twitched after hearing that. I can't hold it together anymore. How do you feel? I ask you, how do you feel? Every day, I'm just a messenger. Now you understand my feeling. If I don't let you do it, you'll be unhappy. Lin Feng dealt a fatal blow. Pate-like stood aside, his wooden staff, upright hands folded over it, like an old farmer after a day's work, smiling. I feel that long-term cooperation with the boss will be a very pleasant thing. Remember to give a good review. A good review. Yes, just give a thumbs up. Oh, I see. Pate-like immediately gave a thumbs up, though the direction was slightly off. Parker, he did his best. Now gather around. I have something to say. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, everyone crowded in. By now everyone had tacitly accepted Lin Feng as their leader. Lin Feng first looked at Kadi. Can you locate that demon spider based on the sound we heard? I don't know why, but I can indeed sense its presence. Kadi looked in a direction that was pitch black, yet she had an inexplicable intuition that it was there. Lin Feng nodded, then swept his gaze over the entire team. Does any of you worship a deity that demands purity of faith? Everyone shook their heads. Feng even said with a hint of self-deprecation, living in a place like this, we don't even know how many gods there are. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. The upcoming battle will be far more difficult than the previous ones. For your safety, I hope you can be blessed by my deity. With her divine protection, your chances of survival will greatly increase. If we pray to her, will she really answer? Lin Feng, tell him I will. I will never neglect my believers again. Lin Feng agreed inwardly with Rosalind, then looked at everyone present, hands on his hips. She says it's guaranteed. Would a deity speak so casually? No. Lin Feng shook his head, then said matter-of-factly, but I do. So everyone join the faith. I promise you won't regret it, and you'll get plenty of benefits when shopping in the future. Believe in Rosalind, get discounts. Pate-like scratched his cheek. I don't know what you mean, but for the sake of my life, I agree to join. Feng followed suit, hugging his spear. I agree too. I believe you won't hurt me. Kadi, however, hesitated. In her understanding, she was someone blessed by a deity, turning to worship another. Would the deity I follow mind? Lin Feng looked at the conflicted Kadi. There was no divine power on her. Her immortality was not from any deity's blessing. Her worry was entirely unnecessary. The reason for Kadi's immortality could be explored later. For now, the priority was to find a suitable excuse to ease her concerns. Lin Feng thought for a moment. I'll have my deity ask yours. Kadi looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes slightly widening. Can you do that? Easy. Lin Feng closed his eyes, pretending to commune with the divine, fooling everyone into a daze. I didn't know you were so good at playing the prophet. What prophet? I'm the real deal. After putting on an act for a while, Lin Feng opened his eyes. For realism, he asked Rosalind for some divine power and let it flicker around him. Then Lin Feng raised his hand slightly and made an okay gesture at Kadi. She says no objections. Kadi let out a sigh of relief and mimicked Lin Feng's gesture, also making an okay sign. Thank you, divine lady. Clearly, Kadi had a wonderfully mistaken impression of Lin Feng's mysterious hand gesture. Kadi turned the middle finger into a greeting and sign of friendship. Lin Feng imagined waking up in the morning seeing and who cheerfully smiled and waved, raising both hands with middle fingers, saying, Good morning, Captain. Middle finger, middle finger. Then Gialahade stood beside him, nodding slightly, and raised a single middle finger at him. Then Lin Feng, with a mysterious smile, responded, Good morning, you two. It's another energetic day. Middle finger, middle finger. The image was so absurd that Lin Feng almost lost his composure. Luckily, he was a professional and managed to hold it together. Lin Feng closed his eyes, erasing that image from his mind. Then he looked at Kadi and explained, That's a special gesture in our church, meaning everything is going well, not used for prayer. Is that so? Our church has many unique gestures. Lin Feng made a V sign with one hand. This means victory, and there's also a gesture for celebration. Lin Feng made a fist and gestured to Wen, and instantly understood, bumped fists with him, and then exuded a sense of pride from their connection. Got it, Kadi and the group, including Gialahade, listened attentively. Everyone looked as if they had gained new knowledge, except Kadi, who had a blank expression, but she conveyed it through her eyes. In the end, everyone successfully joined the faith, becoming shallow believers of Rosalind. Though the divine power would suffer considerable loss when working through such believers, if everyone survived and spread the word, they might bring the entire town into the faith. It was a worthwhile investment. Then, Lin Feng looked into the dark distance. Time to face the final demon beast. As the party advanced, spiderwebs grew increasingly dense, slowing their progress. Kadi repeatedly foresaw swarms of spiders and issued timely warnings, significantly easing the burden on Lin Feng and his companions. Cutting and fighting their way forward, they penetrated deep into the monstrous spider's lair, a place Kadi had once entered years ago with his comrades, only to suffer total annihilation. After so many years, the cavern bore little resemblance to his memory, or rather, his recollection itself had long since faded, eroded by the passage of time. So much had blurred with the years. Yet one sensation remained piercingly vivid, the soul-rending agony he felt upon learning his companions had perished while he alone survived. They were drawing closer. He could feel it. Cody pressed a hand to his chest, gazing ahead into the unbroken darkness. There it was. Galahad drove a powerful kick into the monstrous spider, launching it violently against the stone wall. Its supple body struck the unyielding surface with a sickening burst of gore before collapsing lifelessly. Galahad then swept his gaze across the chamber. No more spiders stirred. With a sharp flick of his blade, he shook off the blood clinging to its edge. Clear. We may proceed. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Truly worthy of the deep zone. The frequency of spider assaults grows ever more relentless. Indeed. This time we'll need to properly maintain our weapons upon returning, said in gripping his massive axe in both hands. Cody watched Lin Feng and his two companions, the vanguard who carried the entire party forward. Though bitter resentment churned within him, he knew his role was limited, to guide them. Can you still hold on? The great spider lies just ahead. Is that so? Lin Feng paused thoughtfully, then silently addressed Rosalind. Rosalind, lend us your divine power to restore our stamina. Very well. A golden radiance shimmered over each of them simultaneously, swiftly dispelling the weariness accumulated along their arduous path. Their bodies surged back to peak condition, yet the mental exhaustion born of this journey remained untouched by divine energy. A true miracle. Praise be to Lady Rosalind. None among the adventurers had ever been thus graced by a deity, and their devotion to Rosalind deepened instantly profoundly. Having made these preparations, Lin Feng led the way forward. The oppressive narrowness vanished abruptly. The endless tunnel suddenly opened wide. The sudden vastness was overwhelming, the most immediate impression upon entering. Even Patrick's illumination ability could not instantly reveal the chamber's boundaries. Spiderwebs now blanketed every surface, thick, pervasive, inescapable. Countless egg sacs, each tightly enshrouded in glistening silk, littered the cavern floor. Clearly this was the monstrous spider's hatching sanctum. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than shrieking spiders surged forth from all sides. Yet these creatures were plainly non-combatants. No need for Galahad or his allies to intervene. The adventurers dispatched them effortlessly. They appeared to be caretakers, nurturing the young. Still no sign of the spider matriarch emerged. Lin Feng glanced at Cody, who solemnly shook his head. In my time this cavern did not exist. No such immense mine shaft. His earlier strong premonition had now faded entirely upon arrival. Something was amiss. Logically, a queen like an ant sovereign should remain near her brood. Moreover, the sheer scale of this space clearly served the spider matriarch alone. Patrick, unleash full illumination. Light up the path ahead. Understood, boss. Patrick raised his arm, transforming it into a living high-intensity lamp, and cast a brilliant beam. Lin Feng steadied the limbs, sweeping light across every quadrant. The chamber revealed itself as a colossal circular void crisscrossed by numerous branching tunnels leading outward in all directions. They scanned every corner, still no trace of the matriarch. Only distant fleshy variants, nurse spiders, raced toward them at terrifying speed. Two anomalies stood out. First, the queen's whereabouts. Second, why were her forces so scarce? Had their relentless advance already eradicated her elite warriors? Unlikely. Lin Feng suspected the remaining spiders were elsewhere, still en route. But more pressing, where was the queen? She should be here. Then Lin Feng recalled one place left unexamined. He lifted Patrick's arm and directed the beam upward. Lin Feng froze in place. Suspended overhead, held aloft by a labyrinth of interwoven webs, hung a monstrous spider, nearly half the cavern's width, its massive head pointed downward toward them. 6 violet crystal-like compound eyes, each the size of a grown man, locked onto them with chilling, unwavering focus. Its 8 legs resembled colossal tree trunks, while its immense body loomed like a crushing boulder, pressing down upon both the silken strands and Lin Feng's very spirit. What a titan of a beast, as if forged to battle giants of light. Realizing her concealment shattered, the spider matriarch abandoned stealth. Her movements erupted into furious speed. Her colossal leg, already raised for a killing strike, descended with deafening force and hurricane pressure. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. No time to shout a warning. He instantly summoned arcane threads binding every member of the party, then activated 2 massive magical arrays that blasted forth in unison. A torrent of raw kinetic force erupted, launching them all skyward just before the titanic leg crashed down, narrowly evading annihilation. Dazed and disoriented, the party soared helplessly through the air, then guided by Lin Feng's precise control landed squarely atop the fragile white silk-wrapped egg sacs. The matriarch's legs slammed into the ground, triggering a seismic upheaval that shook the entire cavern violently. Lin Feng and his group, barely settled, were hurled airborne once more. From the impact point, fissures raced outward across the floor like cracks in ancient ice. Egg sacs launched skyward, bursting open midair, their contents splattering across the stone in viscous, pulpy ruin. Galahad drove his blade deep into the trembling earth to anchor himself, then stared incredulously at the Leviathan. What in blazes is that? Shall we engage it? Lin Feng studied the colossal monstrosity, his expression tightening. This will prove exceedingly difficult. He turned to the adventurers, paralyzed with terror, unable even to stand. Facing such a creature was sheer primal horror. Spit! 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 Patrick propped himself upright with a wooden staff, spitting out debris that had sprayed into his mouth. I've no idea what just happened, but this feels deeply wrong. Wrong. It was calamitous. Yet Lin Feng remained unshaken, his composure unbroken despite the mounting dread. His eyes tracked the matriarch slowly extracting her leg from the fractured floor, and swiftly discerned her critical weakness. Her immense size rendered her agonizingly slow. Moreover, this cavern constrained her movement. Perhaps victory was possible. But first, Lin Feng rushed to Patrick's side, seized his radiant arm, and aimed the searing beam directly into the matriarch's eyes, swiveling and pulsing it relentlessly to blind and disrupt her vision. Seizing the precious seconds of visual chaos, Lin Feng roared, "Everyone, rise." His voice echoed through the cavern, instilling an inexplicable sense of safety amid the panic. "Run, back through the tunnel we came. If your legs fail you, Rosalind's divine power will sustain you. So long as you choose to stand, you will stand. Now run." He then turned to Patrick. "Generate as many luminous orbs as possible. Hurl them skyward, scatter them wildly, everywhere." "More, faster." Patrick, sensing urgency in Lin Feng's tone, nodded sharply. His free hand began rapidly conjuring radiant orbs, flinging them chaotically into the vaulted darkness, flooding the abyssal cavern with light. Galvanized by Lin Feng's command, the terrified adventurers snapped back to awareness. Fink stared at his trembling, useless legs, then gritted his teeth and struck them hard with his fist. It hurt, excruciatingly, yet through that pain control returned. Shaking, Fink forced himself upright. He knew hesitation meant death. Leaving his weapon behind, he hoisted his stricken comrades, stripped off his pack, and sprinted toward the tunnel entrance, obeying Lin Feng without question. Kadi turned to Lin Feng. "We must flee too." Lin Feng glanced at the colossal matriarch and replied, "Have you forgotten why we came? Take this. If things turn dire, Rosalind will signal you. Pull, with all your strength." Lin Feng wove arcane threads around Galahad's uns and his own waist, then braided 3 long resilient cords, tossing them to Kadi. He gently pressed Patrick's still glowing arm backward, guiding him to Kadi's side. "Enough. You go with Kadi." Kadi clutched the coiled magical ropes, eyes wide with disbelief. "You actually intend to slay that abomination?" "It's impossible, run." Lin Feng and Galahad stood shoulder to shoulder before the matriarch, weapons drawn unflinching before the behemoth. Lin Feng's voice rang out from the front, "Let us try." And those 3 silhouettes, how impossibly tall they stood. Kadi clenched his jaw, seized Patrick's hand, and sprinted toward the tunnel, ropes clutched tight. "You must return, alive. Boss, retreat if things go south." "Hey, slow down, slow down. I'll sprain my ankle." Lin Feng instructed Rosalind to erect a divine barrier around the fleeing party. With that, every lingering doubt dissolved. The spider matriarch had fully pivoted, facing them head-on. "Are you afraid? Both of you?" And then Galahad exchanged a quiet, knowing laugh. "Captain, how shall we fight? Though it looks terrifying, you must have noticed that it's not very agile. For a creature of its size, our smallness might not be a disadvantage. If we can climb onto its body, it should be difficult for it to attack us. So we need to find a way to get onto this monster. Then how do we win? We must target its weakest points like the joints and its eyes." Lin Feng raised his hand and hurled several magic missiles toward the Spider Queen's eyes. The Spider Queen turned its head, letting the missiles strike its face instead. 2 observations. First, the evasion confirms a weakness. Second, its body defense is formidable. The magic missiles dealt no damage at all. Troublesome. The Spider Queen began to lift its massive legs, no longer moving slowly to conceal its presence, and its speed increased dramatically. The 3 exchanged glances and scattered to dodge. The enormous black legs slammed down, shattering the ground, and sending debris and egg sacs flying. The blue crystal or nearby was also shattered by the shockwave. The powerful impact sent Lin Feng flying. Midair, he cast a wind spell toward the ground, using the recoil to regain his balance and land steadily. Lin Feng deployed a magic barrier to block the flying debris, then turned to look at where the spider had landed. Its leg loomed like a black tree, the bristles and ridges starkly visible. Soon the leg stirred again, pulling itself from the ground. The upward force tore up rocks, flipping the earth, and the debris was carried up only to fall back down under gravity. The Spider Queen's entire body moved along the web in midair, clearly adjusting its position toward Lin Feng. "How dare you face me directly?" Seeing this, Lin Feng began to condense magic runes, forming a multi-ring magic array. The scattered rubble from the spider's impact gathered, forming a rock drill. Its tip began to glow red with heat, then spun rapidly. The spinning rock drill launched, streaking like a blur toward the Spider Queen. This time both speed and power far exceeded the casually thrown magic missiles. The Spider Queen again chose to shift slightly and take the hit. The spinning drill collided with its face, sparking and scraping before the rock drill shattered. Hiss! A roar of anger filled the entire mine. Lin Feng smiled faintly, how it seemed he had heard it. Then doubled down. For more multi-ring magic arrays formed before him, bringing the total to 5. Lin Feng stood his ground, and the 5 arrays fired rock drills in staggered intervals, all aimed at the Spider Queen's eyes. For a moment, he suppressed the Spider Queen. But Lin Feng felt no great joy from this. On the surface, it seemed he had the upper hand, but in reality, it was like a mosquito continuously charging at your eyeball. You have to turn your head away. It posed a certain threat, but the actual damage was minimal. The mana consumption was also draining. The only reason for this tactic was to draw attention. They've already climbed up. As expected, they understood instantly what I wanted them to do. But how did they get up there? And drove a short spear into the spider's body and climbed up using a chain formed from magic threads. Galahad, on the other hand, scaled the wall by stepping on protrusions, then leaped up. The walls are rough. This mine probably wasn't natural. It was dug out by the spider itself. Rather than how the mine formed, I'm more curious how such a massive creature survives here. Even the largest rats wouldn't be enough to feed something this size. As Lin Feng spoke, the spider queen swung its huge leg at him in a sweeping arc, smashing countless egg sacs in its path. Lin Feng formed a magic array beneath his feet, creating a wind current that lifted him away from the sweep. Before the gust from the spider's leg could blow him away, he used magic threads to grab onto the spider's bristles. The combined force of motion and wind carried him forward, his body flailing in the air like a kite caught in a gale. Lin Feng remained calm. He opened numerous small magic arrays around him, jetting air to adjust his posture. Then, pulling the magic thread, he descended onto the spider's leg, gripping its bristles to stabilize himself. Each black bristle was as thick as a small forest, reaching up to Lin Feng's chest. Sensing all three intruders on its body, the spider queen began to shake its leg violently. A powerful sense of imbalance struck, but Lin Feng quickly wrapped multiple magic threads around his body, anchoring himself firmly. Suddenly, a massive sword light flashed from a nearby leg, striking toward the spider queen's eye. The light was swift and fierce, crossing the distance in an instant. Blood splattered as one of the spider queen's eyes was blinded by the sword light. With one eye lost, the spider's field of vision had a blind spot, and then began to act. He had already reached the spider's joint and raised his massive axe. Not enough, Mr. Brewster. At that moment, Brewster's power surged. Muscles bulged, a phantom of ox horns appeared, and a white light began to gather on the axe blade. En's heterochromatic eyes glowed, and then his axe fell, cleaving into the softest part of the spider's joint. The axe, light far larger than the weapon itself, sliced deep into the spider's leg. A torrent of blood sprayed from the powerful blow, and the entire joint was cut through a layer. Again, and prepared to strike again. But a stream of venom shot from the spider's mouth, spreading rapidly like a sudden thick fog. The three had no time to dodge, and were engulfed by the poisonous mist. Damn! And lowered his axe, covering his mouth and nose to minimize inhalation. Galahad too reacted instantly, holding his breath. Poison. Cody isn't here. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Rosalind. Understood. Lin Feng cast purification at full power. Golden divine power poured into Lin Feng's magic array. With the aid of the divine power, the pure white magic array began to expand larger and larger, until it covered the entire area of the poisonous mist. Then a flash of holy light banished all the venom, instantly curing the three of their poisoned state. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his mana drained. But soon, replenished by divine power, he recovered rapidly. After a brief daze, Galahad recovered and unleashed another golden sword light at the spider's injured leg. The spider's body structure was too rigid to dodge effectively. The golden sword light deepened the wound at the joint, and followed up, striking hard at the other side. After this blow, the severed part of the leg was larger than the remaining connection, and it could no longer hold, snapping off. With a shriek of agony, one of the spider's legs fell to the ground, crashing with a deafening roar. Before the leg fell, and disassembled his axe, swinging the head like a flail, then hurled it toward Galahad's leg. The massive axe head, like an anchor, fell from the other side of the leg, and grabbed the short spear that had become the other end of the axe, swinging himself like a pendulum. But the axe was too heavy to support a person against gravity, so the side hanging on the leg rose rapidly, while inside plummeted. Informed by Rosalind of Anne's situation, Galahad immediately slashed away the obstructive bristles, spotting the rapidly sliding magic thread. Galahad sprinted, reaching the sliding thread in an instant. He drove his sword into the spider's leg for stability, grabbed the sliding thread with his other hand, and halted En's descent. Then, with a firm step and a strong pull, he hauled it up. Galahad's pull was so forceful that En's ascent even exceeded the height of the leg, and released the short spear midair and executed a graceful backflip landing. Thanks, Galahad. You're welcome. After a brief exchange, and quickly reassembled his weapon. When the two came to their senses, they found the spider queen's head aimed at them, its remaining 5 eyes fixed on them, the massive skull looming above with an indescribable pressure. But then a massive ice spike seized the opportunity, piercing the spider from the other side, blinding another eye. Lin Feng lowered his wand expressionlessly. Did you think you could ignore me just because I'm alone, eh? Although the spider had 8 legs, severing the front 4 would largely cripple its mobility. And now you only have 3 left. The joints could indeed be severed, but relying solely on cold weapons would be too slow, and the monstrous spider queen continued to thrash violently. A strategy was needed to lower the difficulty. Lin Feng struck the spider queen's leg with his magic staff. Instantly, a colossal azure magical array coalesced around the impact point, from which 3 torrents of water surged forth, winding tightly around the joints of the queen's front legs. Lin Feng tapped the magical array once more with his staff. The arcane inscriptions subtly shifted, and the water encircling the queen's leg joints froze instantaneously, sprouting jagged ice spikes that drove deep into the joints. This freezing successfully immobilized the queen's 4 foremost legs, effectively locking her frontal limbs in place. HSSSS. The rapid construction, adaptation, and deployment of the grand magical array swiftly drained Lin Feng's mental energy. Sharp stabbing pains pulsed relentlessly through his skull, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. At that very moment, a sudden sensation of plummeting seized him. With lightning reflexes, Lin Feng seized a tuft of coarse hair clinging to the Spider Queen's leg and hung suspended there. The Spider Queen tilted her massive body, her hind legs remained anchored to the web above, while her two longest forelegs touched down upon the ground, piercing deep into the earth. Then she opened her maw wide and unleashed a deafening guttural roar. The roar reverberated throughout the mine cavern, only to be answered by another wave of shrill, overlapping shrieks matching its intensity and ferocity. Lin Feng glanced downward. The queen's two foremost legs now bridged the chasm between her body and the floor, and from every branching tunnel of the mine, countless monstrous spiders surged forth like a tide of the undead converging upon their sovereign, attempting to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Troublesome. Originally, I'd avoided fire-based spells within this confined, airless cavern, but now is no time for such restraint. A single second's hesitation could cost my companions their lives. Lin Feng raised his staff and aimed it at the fourth leg, a crimson fire-based magical array blazing into existence before him. From the array erupted a serpentine torrent of flame, roaring forward like a living predator toward the targeted leg. The moment the fiery serpent made contact, it coiled around the leg like a hunter seizing its prey. The coarse hairs ignited instantly, and within seconds the entire limb was engulfed in roaring flames. The Spider Queen shrieked in agony as the burning leg convulsed violently. Even as blood spurted from the ruptured joint, she ignored it utterly. The sickening tearing sounds of flesh parting mingled with the sharp, brittle shattering of ice. Ultimately, the joint, strained beyond endurance by such self-destructive force, shattered completely. The blazing leg crashed to the ground instantly, igniting clusters of egg sacs scattered across the floor, and the fire spread with terrifying speed, consuming scores of lesser spiders. Yet under the queen's command, swarms of tiny self-detonating spiders swiftly reached designated positions and exploded. Within a blink, they formed a containment barrier, arresting the fire's advance. Two remain. Lin Feng did not spare another glance at the fallen limb. He swept his gaze upward, noting the horde of spiders already scrambling up the queen's remaining legs. They ascended en masse like an ant colony relocating, dense, relentless, moving with terrifying speed, so thick and unnerving that even the faintest hint of entomophobia would send one reeling. He had to accelerate his pace. Lin Feng lifted his head, eyes locking onto the frozen joint he had earlier sealed. The other leg would fall to Galahad, and they would surely prevail. His focus must remain singular, to sever this one leg. After a brief calculation, Lin Feng released his grip on the spider's coarse hair with his left hand and leveled his staff downward with his right. An emerald wind-based magical array unfurled, and a gale erupted, propelling Lin Feng skyward toward the frozen joint. His body shot upward at breakneck speed. Silently counting in his mind, he calculated precisely. This velocity would bring him to the target in mere instants. 4, 3, 2, 1 now. At the exact apex above the frozen joint, Lin Feng drew his novice staff with his left hand, aiming upward, while simultaneously directing his great staff downward straight at the joint. Two magical arrays materialized in unison. The novice staff conjured a wind-based array, blasting a controlled jet of air that, via reactive force, stabilized Lin Feng's hovering position directly above the frozen joint. Then before his great staff, a searing crimson array blazed forth. Ultra-simplified explosive spell, triple overcharged. The countless flames ignited moments earlier surged upward from the floor, converging upon the array to form a blinding white-hot fireball. Then, guided by Lin Feng's will, it hurled itself into the frozen joint. A flash of searing white light, then a cataclysmic detonation. Flesh, bone, and splintered ice vaporized into crimson mist and icy spray. An instant before the blast, Lin Feng erected a magical barrier at the limit of his control, absorbing the brunt of the explosion and hurling him backward into safety. The Spider Queen screamed anew, another of her forelegs destroyed. With that limb gone, her colossal frame lost balance and began to topple sideways. The silk strands anchoring her stretched taut. Her body sagged perilously close to the ground, until with a final desperate lunge her tail shot forth, a strand of silk adhering firmly to the cavern wall and arresting her collapse. Galahad and still clung to the queen's legs. Witnessing Lin Feng single-handedly sever two limbs, they exchanged a swift, knowing glance, and forged their plan in silence. Galahad gripped the shortened end of Anne's axe, now disassembled, reversed in his fist, while a cord of enchanted thread linked the other half, the heavy blade, to Anne's hand. Ready, and nodded resolutely, then released his grip on the coarse hair, plunging downward with the short-handled axe in hand. Galahad felt the sudden crushing weight on the short spear, and gritted his teeth, holding fast. Lady Rosalind, grant me strength. A shimmer of golden divine power enveloped Galahad, lightening his burden instantly. Then, gripping the spider's hair with both hands, he began swinging himself back and forth with all his might. With each oscillation, momentum built. Anne's arc widened, his swing growing ever more violent. 3, 2, 1. Fly high. And at last, after gathering every ounce of power, Galahad launched in skyward with explosive force. Empowered by divine strength and amplified by inertia, and soared effortlessly past Galahad, reaching the precise height above the frozen joint. As he arced upward in unstable flight and kept his gaze locked, not on the shifting cavern walls, but unwaveringly upon the frozen joint. Lady Rosalind, Master Bruster, we bear the weight of this moment. Golden divine power flared alongside the spectral silhouette of ram horns. Its heterochromatic eyes blazed with unprecedented radiance. Clutching the short-handled axe, he harnessed his ascent's momentum spinning midair to coil his full might, then cleaved forward in a devastating horizontal strike. That axe blade wreathed in golden divinity slammed with cataclysmic force into the frozen joint. As it spun to gather momentum, the enchanted thread linking axe and spear snapped taut. Galahad felt the jolt transmit through the spear, prompting him to release his grip on the spider's hair and launch skyward. The enchanted thread traced a graceful parabolic arc, swinging Galahad upward, sweeping past and then settling beside him. On the right side of the injured leg, Galahad aligned his aim and unleashed a sword beam rivaling the golden axe blade in brilliance, striking left and right, converging upon the same wounded joint. Boom! Amidst the thunderous detonation, the final supporting leg shattered, and the Spider Queen's immense body along with its severed limb plummeted toward the earth. The massive body of the Spider Queen, propelled by the 4 hind legs attached to its rear, hurtled toward one direction. Then it slammed heavily into the wall of the vast mine shaft. Instantly, the entire mine shaft shook violently. Countless pieces of rubble began to fall under the impact. However, Galahad and Ian had no time to pay attention to the Spider Queen. Having lost their support, they were rapidly falling through the air, pondering how to land. Moreover, Galahad saw the dense swarm of spider demons at the landing spot. They also had to consider how to face those ferocious spider demons after landing. Just as Ian and Galahad were both thinking of becoming a cushion to lessen the other's injury, 2 magical threads flew from the air, bound them, and quickly pulled them aside. Lin Feng watched as he pulled Galahad and Ian over, and at their landing point, he used magic to create a wind field, completely cushioning the force of their fall. Galahad and Ian landed beside Lin Feng. "Thanks, Captain. It's good to see you safe as well." Closing the quote, Lin Feng gave them a quick scan, confirming they were only tired and not seriously injured, then looked at the spider demon swarm gradually surrounding them, and said, "Now we need to think about how to deal with these scum. Usually no matter how many come, it doesn't matter. But now there's a big trouble hanging in the sky, and if we deal with this swarm, we won't be able to finish off the Spider Queen. Actually, I have an idea, but after using it." HSS. A sharp pain shot through Lin Feng's mind, making him groan involuntarily. "Lin Feng, are you alright?" Galahad extended a hand to steady Lin Feng, who was swaying slightly. Lin Feng rubbed his head slightly and said, "I'm fine, just overusing my energy and mana. I can hold on," and shot a worried glance at Lin Feng and said, "Captain, how about we retreat temporarily?" Lin Feng shook his head, rejecting an suggestion. "No, we can't retreat. This demonic beast is very abnormal. If it can heal itself like fennel, then all our efforts will be in vain." Lin Feng straightened up. Countless spider demons were surging toward them, leaving little time. "And Galahad, listen. I have a way to end the Spider Queen's life. You need to buy me time to cast the spell, and after using that magic, I'll lose combat ability for a while. I don't know if the spider swarm will flee or go berserk after we defeat the queen, so then you'll have to adapt on the spot." Lin Feng first handed his magic wand to the magical threads to hold for him, then extended both hands and patted their shoulders. "When I'm done, I'll leave the rest to you." And hearing these words that sounded like entrusting his legacy, panicked on the spot. Galahad, on the other hand, began to think about how to knock Lin Feng unconscious and escape with him. Lin Feng saw through their thoughts, chuckled, and explained, "I know what you're worried about. The side effects aren't that severe. I'll just be weakened for a while, but it won't endanger my life." After hearing Lin Feng's last words, the two visibly sighed in relief, then exchanged a glance, and said in unison, "Leave it to us." Lin Feng nodded reassuringly, and retrieved his magic wand. He didn't waste more time explaining his plan to Galahad and Ian. What he promised he would definitely accomplish. They just needed to do what he assigned them. Galahad and Ian turned to face the surrounding spider demon swarm. "You won't break through even one." One of Novigrad's 3 great multi-magic spells, the Dome of Radiance finale. The most powerful magic he possessed. Explosion magic and small meteorite spells can't be used here. Only this last multi-magic can be used. Although the name sounds grand, it's actually just a super powerful concentrated magical energy blast. Now its only drawback, easily missing, has been alleviated by crippling the Spider Queen. Now, just as the name Dome of Radiance finale suggests, it's time for the finale. Just as Lin Feng was about to begin chanting, the Spider Queen used its remaining spider legs to kick off the wall, pushing its body free from the wall. Then it curled up, its remaining legs swinging through the mine shaft by the silk from its abdomen. The silk swung the massive spider body around the entire mine shaft, making the shot much harder. TSK. Saving Galahad and Ian and briefly explaining the plan. Did that waste too much time? No choice, I have to be careful. The Spider Queen swung back and forth on the silk from its abdomen. Lin Feng watched for a few moments and immediately calculated its swinging trajectory. He raised his wand and began to chant. "The radiance of the dome forges my arrowhead star marrow, as the string's sacred covenant, in my eyes 1,000 realms light, here converges into a spear." As Lin Feng chanted, sacred white magic circles unfolded before his wand. At that moment, the Spider Queen reached its closest position according to Lin Feng's calculated trajectory. Just as Lin Feng was about to chant the final prayer to complete the magic and pierce the Spider Queen, the Spider Queen suddenly opened its maw toward them. Streams of venomous mist burst from its mouth, rushing directly at them. Showing no concern for its own demonic kin, The instant the Spider Queen spat the venom, Lin Feng stopped chanting, forcibly opened a magic barrier to block the poison gas outside. But since it was an abrupt change, he was a bit slow, and some poison seeped into the barrier, instantly poisoning them. Lin Feng coughed up blood from forcibly stopping the chant, but ignoring his injury, he immediately cast divine purification to forcibly detoxify. Because Lin Feng saw that the spider demons that touched the venom died in an instant. This was a fast-acting lethal poison. If he didn't detoxify immediately, but waited for divine power to slowly remove it, who knows what aftereffects there might be. Such continuous casting further degraded Lin Feng's condition. He inserted his wand into the ground to support himself. Suppressing the discomfort from the poison, he wiped the blood from his mouth with one hand, watching the Spider Queen still swinging wildly in the air. You really are troublesome. You demonic beast. Do you think you can avoid death like this? Naive. Do you think I, the proud bravery warrior, would fear a coma from mere mana depletion? I have the most reliable companions in the world by my side. Come. Lin Feng raised his wand and aimed it at the Spider Queen again. The radiance of the dome forges my arrowhead. Several platinum white magic core runes emerged. Star Marrow as the string's sacred covenant in my eyes. The core runes were interconnected by magical patterns, forming platinum white magic circles. 1,000 realms light here converges into a spear. Lin Feng squeezed every bit of mana from his body, and then poured the divine power bestowed by Rosalind into the magic circle without regard for cost. Energy continuously gathered before the wand, condensing into a violent, unstable mass with a flowing surface. Let this holy light guide you to the path of death. Galahad and Anon stood frozen. They saw a huge phantom figure appear behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng had told them that this was Rosalind's ally, the arcane goddess Hecate. Hecate watched Lin Feng, who was fully focused on chanting magic, completely unaware of her arrival. She had watched the entire battle. Previously, she thought Lin Feng was just a talented but arrogant mage. Now, after witnessing this battle, Hecate's opinion completely changed, and the admiration in her eyes was almost overflowing. Well fought. I acknowledge you, Lin Feng. If mages need a role model from now on, no one is more suitable than you. Lin Feng, whether you like it or not, I bestow upon you the title of Arcane Chosen. Hecate behind Lin Feng also raised her wand and made the exact same gesture as Lin Feng. Then she slightly adjusted the trajectory, correcting the originally deviating spell path to aim directly at the forehead. Fierce gold-white energy burst forth, expanding with each magic circle it passed through. The immense force pushed Lin Feng's body back a bit. Lin Feng immediately opened 2 wind magic circles behind him, providing wind propulsion to counteract the recoil. The roaring torrent of gold-white energy crashed into the Spider Queen, hitting it and pinning it firmly against the wall. Amid the Spider Queen's screams, the energy torrent pierced through its abdomen, reducing all its internal organs to dust, then broke through the mine rocks, boring through the entire mountain, and vanished into the sky. A skylight was opened in the sealed mine shaft. Warm light shone down through it, and as this light arrived, the Spider Queen's corpse slowly fell from the wall and crashed heavily onto the ground. The Spider Queen fell. Lin Feng fell as well. Hecate stretched out her hand, caught Lin Feng, and gently set him down. Captain, Lin Feng. Galahad and Anon rushed over immediately. Hecate pressed her index finger to her lips, signaling them to be quiet. He's fine, just exhausted his mana and fainted. When he wakes up, he'll have a hard time. Hearing the arcane goddess's words, Galahad and Anon felt somewhat relieved. Hecate glanced at the unconscious Lin Feng. What a remarkable mage. After leaving these words, Hecate's phantom figure faded away. Let's first take the captain to a safe place. And said, then picked up the unconscious Lin Feng and prepared to carry him to safety. Galahad indeed reached out to stop him and said, wait, don't move yet. Then he looked outside through the barrier. Although this barrier was initially erected by Lin Feng, it was now Luo Shalinda who was providing divine power to maintain it, otherwise it would have dissipated when Lin Feng fell unconscious. The toxic gas within the barrier had been purified by Lin Feng's enhanced purification spell using divine power, but it was uncertain outside the barrier. Lin Feng had opened a skylight in the mine cave, so staying inside the barrier and waiting for the gas to disperse was the safest course. Let's wait for the poison gas to completely dissipate before leaving the barrier. That's true. I was too hasty. It's the first time I've seen the captain like this. An adjusted Lin Feng's posture, making him sit at the edge of the barrier with his back against it, then sat down beside Lin Feng. Galahad, you should rest too. It's all over. All right. Galahad sat on the other side of Lin Feng and casually placed his sword aside. At this moment, the Don Quixote finally let out a relieved sigh and looked at the silent mine cave. It's too quiet. So quiet it's almost terrifying. The toxicity is clearly strong. Galahad's gaze swept over the numerous demon spider corpses around, none of which had survived the poison gas sprayed by the demon spider queen. The poison was so potent that even the same species could not resist it, and she was willing to sacrifice her own offspring to achieve this. It seemed we had indeed driven this magical beast to its last resort. The once perilous demon spider lair was now incredibly silent to the point of stillness. It felt as if the only life remaining was the 3 within the barrier. The light orb thrown by Pate-like and the skylight blasted by Lin Feng's magic illuminated the once dark mine cave, revealing the chaotic aftermath of the battle. Countless demon spider corpses lay in various postures, motionless in the mine cave like statues. Among the pile of corpses, the most conspicuous was the massive corpse of the demon spider queen, whose abdomen had been pierced through with most of its internal organs destroyed by that single strike. After the corpse fell, the remaining organs gushed out from the abdominal wound, splattering all over the ground, a far from pleasant sight. Its 4 enormous spider legs also lay scattered around the mine cave, the flames on one burning leg extinguished by the gust from the magical impact, leaving only a charred leg. We had won. 3 people, 1 ghost, and 1 god had defeated an army of demon spiders. It was an absurd commission, and the most absurd part was that Lin Feng and his team had actually won. But now the 3 who had completed the commission paid no heed to that fact. Lin Feng was unconscious and was silently enduring the weakness from overusing Bulicite's power, and Jialahade was also feeling the fatigue of body and mind. Leaning against the barrier to rest, they felt Luo Shalinda's divine power, silently nourishing their bodies, slowly restoring their exhaustion. Suddenly a sound came. Jialahade immediately locked onto the source's hand, already gripping the hilt of his sword ready to charge at any moment. On the other side, and was likewise prepared, hands already on his twin daggers ready to stealthily strike. Boss, are you still alive? If you're alive, make a sound. I can't see anything. The whole place stinks of corpses, I can't distinguish your scent. Hearing Pate Like's voice, Jialahade and relaxed their tense bodies. Cootie's voice followed immediately, say something auspicious. The commotion was so loud no one knows how they're doing. And stood up and shouted, we're over here. Kudi heard the voice, and surprise flickered in her eyes. She led the team and ran toward the location of Lin and the others. Jialahade then said to Luo Shalinda, Lady Luo Shalinda, please lower the barrier. The poison gas should have completely dissipated. Conserve some divine power. You must have expended quite a bit in this battle, right? That divine power is nothing. I wish my power could specialize in healing. The golden barrier gradually faded with Luo Shalinda's voice, and Kudi's figure appeared in Jialahade's view. Soon the 2 groups converged and exchanged information. Upon learning of Lin Feng's condition, Kudi immediately began treating him. Lin Feng soon regained consciousness. When he woke up, a crowd of people was staring at him, reminding him of the famous meme, you're awake. The surgery was successful, you're a girl now. Then came the weakness from overusing magic and the piercing pain of mental exhaustion. Despite the divine power nourishing him, the feeling was still unpleasant. Is the demon spider queen confirmed dead? And teased from the side, Captain, you blew a hole through its belly. Expecting it to still be alive is a bit much, don't you think? Lin Feng glanced at the distant corpse of the demon spider queen and said, it's okay. The worst case scenario I considered was that the demon spider queen had self-healing abilities and I'd wake up to you all still fighting. Jialahade gave a helpless laugh and said, you're still that optimistic. Considering everything is what makes one reliable. Seeing that the demon spider queen had not revived, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been quite worried that Kudi's undying anchor might be connected to this demon spider queen. Now he could be a little more at ease. Lin Feng tried to stand up, but as soon as he rose slightly, he sank back down due to weakness. It's rare to see the captain like this. And crouched down and helped Lin Feng up. This is where I shine. Not only is our captain reliable, but we team members are also incredibly reliable. En's words drew a round of laughter. Under the weakened Lin Feng's direction, people began cleaning up the battlefield, gathering all the demon spider corpses and egg sacs to burn them all. With the demon spider queen dead, after burning these, the threat of demon spiders to Cliff Town would be no more. Moreover, Lin Feng's earlier strike had conveniently opened a skylight, so there was no worry about the gases from the fire not being able to escape and hindering future mining. With only a dozen people, it was impossible to move all the demon spider corpses together. So Lin Feng had everyone gather spider silk on site to ensure all the corpses would be set alight by the burning silk. Kudi gazed at the massive corpse of the demon spider queen, filled with infinite emotion. She couldn't recall how many years of effort she had put in for this day. It was finally over. She could now face the bones of the comrades who had fallen along the way. This time back, she would take them all back and give them a proper burial, wishing them peace in the place they had protected. But this demon spider queen was really huge. Unable to resist, Kudi reached out and touched the corpse of the demon spider queen. Then a shock-like sensation shot through her hand. Suddenly memories flooded into her mind. A man dressed in a white robe was weeping bitterly here, seemingly begging for something. When the man's face became clear in the memory, Kudi stood frozen. Because the man in the white robe was none other than her own father, Henrietta Campbell. Then, that memory told Kudi that her father Henrietta had been eaten. And he was the first to be eaten. Seeing such a horrifying memory, Kudi's expression did not change, but her face turned pale as she fell to the ground. She looked up at the massive corpse of the demon spider queen, countless questions rising in her heart. Why was her father eaten here? How did he manage to break in here? Why could she see the demon spider queen's memories? Why did her father look so relieved when he was eaten? Countless questions surfaced but remained unanswered. Just then Kudi noticed a small detail in the memory. When her father was eaten, his notebook fell to the ground. Her father loved recording things, on many of the existing books in Clifftown were written by him. According to the memory, the place where the book fell was right there. Following the fragmented memory, Kudi went to find the book her father had dropped. Time had passed, and the place was now covered in spider webs. Kudi reached out and kept pulling away the layers of silk. Then she knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the dusty, worn, and web-covered book. The memory was real. Then, what exactly am I? Lady Kadi, what's wrong? Funku's voice came from behind, startling her. She quickly tucked the book into her long sleeve. I just felt sick and scared looking at those corpses, so I came here to rest. Funku glanced at her pale face and expressionless features, believing her explanation. Lady Kadi, don't push yourself. Rest will leave the rest to us. Okay. Funku left. Kadi breathed a sigh of relief, but then thought of the series of mysteries. Under her white robe, her hand gripping the old book tightened a little. Finally, everything was ready. Gialahade threw down a torch, igniting the demon spider corpses, and the fire spread rapidly. The team then left the place. Finally over. Let's go home and have a big celebration. Unlike the cheerful crowd, Kadi was burdened with worries. Only because she had a blank expression did nothing show on the surface. Only Lin Feng looked slightly puzzled, noticing the new worry tag in Kadi's tag group. He had only wanted to check if the undying anchor had disappeared, but instead saw this new tag. What was she worried about? He would talk to her later. Behind the team, a great fire blazed. The flames consumed the many demon spider corpses, using them as fuel, growing fiercer. Soon it would devour the demon spider corpses completely. But deep within the mine cave tunnel beyond the raging fire, an egg stuck to the ceiling by spider webs began to show bulges on its surface, as if something inside was about to break out. Finally, a sharp spider leg stabbed out, tearing through the silk of the egg sac. Hiss! The hiss of the demon spider queen echoed through the damp mine tunnel. Earlier, the huge commotion caused by Lin Feng's multiple magic strikes against the demon spider queen had already stirred up considerable unrest. Now thick smoke billowed from the mine entrance, making many people's hearts leap into their throats. The people of Clifftown had never seen such a situation, and they didn't know if everything was going smoothly. Everyone was watching the mine entrance, waiting for a result. Finally, under the eager gaze of many, Lin Feng was the first to walk out from the mine entrance. Then came Gialahade and Kadi Funku. People counted, not a single one missing. Not a single one. People raised their hands to celebrate each other, and cheers echoed throughout Clifftown. Thick smoke from the burning mine shaft continued to coil skyward. Perhaps it would take hours before the monstrous spider's corpse was utterly consumed by flame. At last, the people of Cliffside Town could step free from the shadow of the spider. Mining would resume, but Lin Feng advised waiting some time before re-entering the shaft. The monstrous spider had been slain by Lin Feng. The commission was complete. Yet for Cliffside Town, liberation from the spider's lingering dread had only just begun. Much remained to be done. Cliffside Town faced far more than the spider alone, though it had been the most fearsome threat. With that menace extinguished, the town's immediate priority shifted to foundational infrastructure. For years, the townsfolk had relied heavily on elven aid, leaving their mining skills honed to perfection while all other crafts languished unpracticed. Had the elves not drastically reduced their visits and forced the town to produce its own supplies, Cliffside might not have possessed a single hunter or tailor among its inhabitants. Urgently, the town must cultivate artisans, weavers, farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, learning to clothe, feed, arm, and shelter themselves. Yet this too posed a dilemma. In this remote wilderness, no master came to teach them. Given enough time, they might have gradually discovered these arts themselves. But for generations, elven provision had satisfied all production needs, diverting every hand toward the mines. Thus, the vital accumulation of practical experience had never occurred. Now they must begin anew, and navigating this painful transition would prove decisive. Before mastering farming or weaving, what would the townsfolk eat? What would they wear? They did not even know whether mastery was possible. Hence they clung wholly to the elves, for without that slender hope, despair would have swallowed them whole. Fortunately, figures like Brooke still walked among them, and taught the townsfolk how to till the soil, clearing land with steady hands, while Galahad began drilling the town's fledgling defense force. Fink had matured greatly during the expedition, but such growth was inward, temperamental. True strength demanded relentless training, no shortcut existed. His comrades were already lending hands to the town, so Lin Feng, as their captain, ought now to act. Lin Feng resolved to guide Cliffside Town through a gradual transformation, elevating daily life and devising solutions for their critical shortage of tools and craftsmanship. All these efforts served one ultimate aim: to turn every soul in the town into a devoted follower of Rosalind. The spider-slaying commission had drained considerable divine power. Recouping that investment was imperative. But first, he needed a compelling, legitimate pretext to intervene in the town's affairs. He could simply consult Cody and proceed directly, but securing a plausible justification would spare him needless friction and misunderstanding. Lin Feng raised his gaze toward the Adventurers Guild Hall and realized he'd long prepared his rationale. He extended his hand to push open the door. Then, recalling their awkward first meeting, he withdrew his hand and knocked instead. Norlon, I've come for your elven intelligence summary. After several knocks, no reply came. He knocked harder, still silence. Was she sleeping so deeply? Or? Lin Feng pushed firmly against the door, only to meet stubborn resistance. It was locked. Remarkable, no external lock was visible. How then had it been secured? Another of the elves' enigmatic minor arts. No matter, pondering it would yield no answers. Better to locate Norlon first. Lin Feng hailed a passerby. Do you know where Norlon of the Adventurers Guild has gone? Ah, the hero. Norlon is working, most likely. Working? Norlon had indeed mentioned taking employment. You seek her? Her workplace is easy to find. The tavern right here in town. I see. Then I'll take my leave. Farewell, hero. The townsman bowed deeply reverently. Word of Lin Feng's slaying of the spiders spread swiftly, and eyewitness accounts of the Stardust Squad's brutal, breathtaking assault surpassed even legend in vividness. The Stardust Squad's renown surged meteorically. Lin Feng pushed open the tavern's heavy oak door. "Welcome, traveler. Please choose a seat." A familiar voice greeted him. Lin Feng looked up, and there stood Norlin clad as a server balancing a tray laden with brimming goblets, as she wove deftly between rough-hewn tables. Her movements were lithe precise. She gestured Lin Feng to a seat, but her eyes remained fixed ahead, delivering drinks with effortless dual focus. Clearly this young woman possessed remarkable mastery within her chosen craft. In brief, the maiden labored diligently. Lin Feng scanned the room. No sign of the tavern's proprietor Jeff. His whereabouts remained unknown. Nearly every seat was occupied, few spaces left vacant. "Boss, over here." A familiar voice rang out. Patrick's. He still claimed his small wooden table, his personal cup before him. This time filled not with ale, but with amber juice. "Your nose remains as keen as ever." "Naturally, I know the heroes scent well. So do you sniff every new acquaintance." "If I could avoid it, I would. Unseemly with women, unsettling with men. Yet I have no choice. Once my eyes open, they understand why." "What would you drink, boss?" "My treat." Lin Feng teased, already flaunting newfound wealth. "If gold sits idle, it's no different from having none." Fair point. Since you're offering, bring me juice then." "Right away, boss." "Miss Norlon, more juice please." From across the room, Norlon called back, "Coming shortly. Just a moment, Mr. Patrick." As they waited, Lin Feng studied Patrick. "Parker, were your eyes afflicted at birth or later?" "These eyes? An accident in childhood. Back then I could glimpse shadows, now nothing at all." "And your blessing point, does it remain?" Patrick spread his hands helplessly. "Boss, I'm blind. I can't even perceive the Creator's blessing." "I see. It's likely gone. Had it persisted, I'd have used it to heal my sight long ago. Since my eyes remain unhealed, either the blessing point lacks curative power, or I spend it elsewhere. I chose something far more vital than sight. And perhaps that was wise." Patrick laughed, a warm, unburdened laugh, and raised his wooden cup in salute before taking a slow sip. This man carried himself with rare grace. Whether the blessing point could restore his vision remained uncertain, but recruiting such a talent would be an unparalleled gain. "Parker, would you join my squad? I'll use my blessing point to attempt healing your eyes." Patrick choked mid-sip. Juice sprang from his mouth. Mercifully none struck Lin Feng. "Cough. Boss, did you say what I think you said?" Lin Feng folded his arms, calm and certain. "I'm inviting you to join us." Patrick opened his clouded eyes, and for once gazed unerringly at Lin Feng. "Why?" Lin Feng met those milky orbs with unwavering resolve. "Instinct." Patrick fell silent. "So, will you join my squad?" I have reasons I must stay here." "So." He glanced away abashed. To receive such an extraordinary offer, and decline, left him flustered. Lin Feng felt faint surprise. In his view, Patrick had no rational grounds to refuse. Still, refusal implied deeper cause. "One more appeal." "I see. May I ask why?" "This is where I grew up." "You were raised here?" "Strictly speaking, nearby. I was raised in a sacred temple." Lin Feng chuckled softly. How fortuitous. He too planned to visit that very temple, and urgently needed intelligence. He opened his mouth, when Norlin's voice interrupted. "Mr. Patrick, your juice." She placed several brimming goblets upon the table with practiced ease. "Enjoy." Then Norlon noticed Lin Feng. "Ah, you're here too, Mr. Lin Feng. I've come for you." Norlon clutched her tray to her chest, flustered. "I'm so sorry. I didn't flee here to avoid you. I was meant to work yesterday, but I've been overwhelmed. Overslept, missed my shift, so I'm making it up today. Please forgive me. May I deliver it after I finish?" Lin Feng smiled gently. "No rush, I understand. Finish your work first. Thank you for your understanding." Norlon bowed, repeatedly retreating backward until she vanished from sight, still bowing. Lin Feng sighed. "That's excessive. Focus on your work." "Ah, sorry." Startled, she straightened, then paradoxically worked with newfound concentration. Did she harbor a faint masochistic streak? Once the minor distraction passed, Lin Feng turned back to Patrick, resuming their earlier conversation. "Parker, don't feel pressured to decide about joining us yet. Regarding that temple you mentioned, I need to visit it for reasons of my own. Would you accept another commission? This isn't a hastily invented pretext to sway me." "No." "Very well. I'll be candid, that temple may once have belonged to the deity I serve. Rosalind, not Themis." "Precisely. She was its original sovereign." Patrick remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Feng's words, yet Lin Feng did not seem like someone who would speak idly. It had indeed been a long time since he had last returned. Rather than saying he hadn't returned, it was more accurate to say he couldn't bring himself to go back. "It seems we'll be working together for a while longer, boss." "Ah, pleasure working with you." Lin Feng raised his glass and clinked it against Patrick's, taking a small sip, though both of them were drinking juice. Before long, Jeff pushed over a small cart laden with several large barrels of ale. Eager to let Nolan off work early, Lin Feng rose to help, using magical threads to bind the barrels and assist in carrying them. "Much obliged, brave one. You've been a great help. If only I could use such a trick, it would save me no small amount of effort. I could teach you." "I'll pass. I'm long past the age of absorbing new knowledge. A learning now would yield far poorer results." Lin Feng helped Jeff carry the filled barrels to the counter, where Jeff would take them and place them on the shelves behind. Then Jeff took out a wooden mallet and a faucet-like contraption, deftly hammering the spigot into the barrel. Afterwards, he grabbed an empty glass and drew a cup from it. Brave one, care for a drink? No, I'm fine. Then I'll enjoy the first cup from this new barrel myself. Jeff raised his glass. Gulp gulp, his Adam's apple bobbed a few times. In no time he had drained the cup in one go. Jeff slammed the glass onto the counter with a thud, foam still clinging to his lips. Ah, delightful. Huh. The first taste is always the finest. Lin Feng watched him savor the moment with a smile, then asked, "Did you brew this wine yourselves?" "Hey, brew? No, though I'm the tavern owner, I haven't the faintest idea how to brew. I only know how to preserve the ale the elves have made for long periods. These drinks, if I hadn't told you, would you have guessed they've been aged for decades? I haven't the slightest idea how they manage it. Magic is truly a wondrous thing." A trace of nostalgia flickered in Jeff's eyes. In his youth he too had harbored a fervent dream of becoming a mage. But he never had the chance. As time passed, he ultimately took over his father's trade, becoming the keeper of a tavern in a remote region. Just as his forebears had done. His grandfather, his father, and now himself. I never had a choice, did I? Brave one, you mentioned earlier that you could teach me magic like that, correct? Indeed. Count me out. My path is set for life. The one you should teach is over there. Jeff raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Lin Feng followed his gaze and spotted a familiar young woman's figure. Jeff was pointing at Nolan. Nolan, you agree she's more suited for this opportunity than I am, don't you? Nolan, she's someone who left this place and came back, you know. That's remarkable. Many have left, but she's the only one who returned. You feel sorry for her. Yes, it's such a pity. Staying in a place like this is a real waste. Jeff sighed, then turned to Lin Feng and said, "By the way, you came here to find her too, didn't you?" Lin Feng nodded. Upon receiving his confirmation, Jeff immediately called out, "Nolan, come here." Nolan quickly walked back over, tray in hand, and asked with a puzzled look, "What's the matter, Uncle Jeff?" "I'm back now. No need for you to keep watch here. Go attend to the brave one's business." "I can't, Uncle Jeff. I already feel terrible for forgetting my shift today and making you come find me personally." Enough. You can work here whenever you like, but the brave one won't always be around." As he spoke, Jeff took the serving tray from Nolan's hands. "But this is my job. Go on, Nolan. Don't miss this chance." Jeff looked at Nolan, a faint smile spreading across his face. Nolan looked back at his smile, feeling a hint of helplessness. Everyone was like this, always saying this is an opportunity that is an opportunity, as if seizing everything and escaping this place were the right thing to do. Why does everyone want me to leave? I don't want to leave home. Someone has to come back here, right? There was a stubbornness in Nolan's eyes. Though not assertive by nature, she held an unyielding resolve on this particular belief. Nolan lifted her head and said, "Uncle Jeff, once I'm done I'll come back here to continue working. Let's go, brave one." With that, Nolan grabbed Lin Feng's hand and dashed out. Lin Feng glanced at Nolan's hand gripping his. She really must be in a hurry. He offered Jeff a brief smile, then turned and followed Nolan's pace. Jeff watched their retreating figures and let out a soft chuckle. "Jeff, another round." "Oh, coming right up. Just tapped a fresh barrel, tastes great. Cheers." Nolan kept pulling Lin Feng along at a run, as if to vent her pent-up frustrations. Only when she was breathless and they reached the entrance of the Adventurers Guild did she realize what she had done. She withdrew her hand as if shocked, her face instantly flushing crimson, and bowed repeatedly in apology to Lin Feng. I'm so sorry. I was just so focused on hurrying back that I'm truly sorry. Forgive me." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right. It's not like I'm at a loss." Then looking at the guild door that was clearly unlocked yet secured, he asked, "Forget that. What I really want to know is how did you manage to lock this door?" "You're asking about that?" The topic change eased Nolan's embarrassment somewhat. "To open it you need to speak in Elvish." Nolan closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths to steady herself, then opened them, and parted her lips, uttering a few obscure melodic syllables that sounded almost like song. As she sang those syllables, the door of the Adventurers Guild before them emitted the sound of gears turning before finally settling with a precise click. "It's unlocked." A fully automatic voice-activated lock. Just how advanced was the elven technology tree? He was growing more and more eager to visit the elves. Elven craftsmanship is truly ingenious. That's exactly what I thought when I first encountered these things. I didn't expect you to speak Elvish. Just a few short phrases, really. Nolan pushed open the door as she spoke. These phrases have been passed down through generations. We don't understand the exact meaning of the syllables. They roughly correspond to open and close, I suppose. That's rather interesting. Nolan hurried into the Adventurers Guild and began rummaging behind the counter. Before long, she emerged with a small notebook. "This is everything I've compiled." Lin Feng flipped through it briefly and found the notes remarkably thorough. It covered the name of the Elven Kingdom, its constituent races, inventions and creations, and certain aspects of their customs. Every piece of information was annotated with its source, and speculative points were clearly marked. One could tell at a glance that it was made with great care. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and tucked the notebook away. "Now, as promised, it's my turn to repay you. What do you want?" "I don't know what I want, so I don't know what to ask of you either." "That can't be right, can it? There must be something you want to do." Lin Feng smiled at Nolan. "Nolan, after seeing the splendor beyond, why did you choose to come back here? Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Nolan was puzzled by the sudden question. She looked at Lin Feng only to find his expression utterly serious. She fell silent for a moment. So many people had told her it was a shame she returned, that she should have stayed abroad. her companions who set out together, the kind shopkeeper who gave her work. Everyone said the same thing, as if her staying was a mistake. But, if no one ever came back, what would you all do, the ones who call me a waste? Did you go through all the trouble of sending me out just so I could abandon you? That's not right. None of this is right. I went out too. Nolan lifted her head, meeting Lin Feng's gaze directly, and declared in a voice louder than she had ever used, I left to lift my hometown out of poverty, not to escape a poverty-stricken hometown. Uttering those words nearly drained every ounce of Nolan's courage. Facing the young woman who had summoned such resolve to voice her convictions, Lin Feng snapped his fingers, pointed at her, and said with a smile, your request I accept. Huh, I merely summarized some materials for you, and you think that warrants such a grand favor in return? Indeed it does. Nolan looked at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. Compiling that intelligence, while rather tedious, was far too trivial compared to the request she had made. The effort and the reward were completely disproportionate. No matter how you see it, in my eyes this is a fair trade. But if you truly can't convince yourself, then just think of me as an exceptionally generous soul. Lin Feng said this in a half-joking tone. Nolan stood there pondering for a while, then pinched her own cheek. She pinched hard enough to let out a yelp of pain. Then, while holding the sore spot, she said through the sting, that hurts. So it's not a dream. You'd rather believe you're still asleep than believe I'm an exceptionally generous soul. No, it's just, it feels a bit surreal. I've heard tales of your prowess. To be able to eradicate such a terrifying swarm of demon spiders, you must be formidable figures even in the outside world. For someone like that to be willing to help me achieve what seems like an impossible dream. It's just too much like a beautiful dream. If I didn't do this and I were to wake up the next moment, I would be truly heartbroken. Are you convinced now? With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, a healing spell soothed away Nolan's pain. She really had gone all out with that pinch. Lin Feng waved the compiled intelligence Nolan had put together, saying, thanks for your help, you've saved me a lot of trouble. Now we both have things to do. You still have your part-time job, right? With everything that's happened, I almost forgot. You go on ahead. Oh, I've already taken up too much of your time. Well then, I'll be off now. Nolan waved goodbye to Lin Feng. It wasn't until his figure had vanished into the distance that she finally lowered her hand. Slowly her open hand clenched into a fist, and the excitement she had been holding back could no longer be suppressed. There's hope now. My hometown finally has hope. This was truly unable to contain her joy any longer. Nolan leaped into the air, a radiant smile blooming across her face. This is amazing. Nolan bounced up and down on the spot, but as soon as she stopped, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. No one saw that, right? Nolan nervously glanced towards the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. The door was tightly shut. No one had suddenly barged in to witness her unguarded moment. Good. Nolan breathed a sigh of relief. Then a sudden realization struck her. Oh no, my job. I need to hurry back right away. With the celebration of the demon spider's eradication, there have been many customers these past few days. Uncle Jeff's back can't handle such intense work. Nolan quickly locked the door and rushed off towards the tavern. While Nolan hurried back to the tavern, Lin Feng made his way towards Cody's residence. He had already formulated a plan to convert all the residents here into followers of Rosalind, and to have the Green Chamber of Commerce establish a branch here, serving as a foothold for future trade with the elves. To achieve all this, Cody's help was indispensable. With the assistance of this saintess, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Moreover, when she walked out of the mine earlier, her mood seemed off. This visit could be a chance to get to the bottom of it. Although the Demon Spider Queen was dead, the mysteries surrounding the demon spiders were not yet fully unraveled. Discussing it with Cody might yield some unexpected insights. After all, no one in this town had lived longer than she had. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at Cody's residence. Despite being the saintess of Cliffside Town, she lived not in an elven sanctuary, but in a simple rustic wooden cabin. This certainly matched the approachable impression she had given Lin Feng. Lin Feng knocked on the door and then waited outside for Cody to answer. During this brief wait, Lin Feng began to ponder. What Cliffside Town needed most right now were individuals with practical life skill expertise. This wasn't difficult to achieve. By using Rosalind to get in touch with Letitia, they could establish a branch of the Green Chamber of Commerce here. By offering some favorable benefits, talent would naturally flock to the town. The key issue, however, was how to transport people here, and once the outpost was established, how to ensure the steady flow of supplies. Making the journey from Novigrad to this place was no easy feat. If a round trip took too long, the establishment of the chamber would become exceedingly difficult. Just then the wooden door in front of him made a sound, and slowly opened, revealing Cody's small figure. Good morning. Lin Feng looked at Cody and noticed she seemed haggard with dark circles under her eyes. Doesn't look like it's going well. Cody looked up at Lin Feng, her voice laced with exhaustion, and said, Oh, Lin Feng, I'm sorry you have to see me in such a state. I haven't been able to rest well lately, and there's a pile of work to do every morning. I suppose this is the burden that comes with being the saintess. If you're just busy, shouldn't you be sleeping well at night? Lin Feng reached out and gently guided Cody back into the house, then stepped inside himself and closed the door. Due to her overly large robes, when Lin Feng gave her a gentle nudge, she ended up stepping on her own hem, repeatedly, nearly tripping. Cody's eyes widened as she flailed her arms several times to finally steady herself. She then looked back at Lin Feng, who had closed the door. Somewhat bewildered, she asked, What are you doing? Because what we're about to discuss isn't suitable for open ears. Lin Feng looked at Cody, his golden eyes seeming to see right through her. Your sleeplessness. It's related to the demon spiders, isn't it? How did you know? Cody's gaze gradually grew hollow as she stared back at him. Just as I suspected. It seems the demon spider problem wasn't so easily resolved after all. Cody looked at Lin Feng, her eyes a whirlwind of complex emotions, fear, unease, dread, despair, and even a faint but profound sense of relief. So someone finally found out. I can be released from this at last. Cody spread her arms wide as if bracing herself for death. What are you doing? Lin Feng shot her a puzzled glance, then casually pulled a chair from her home and sat down. Adopting a relaxed posture, he said, "Come on, tell me what's wrong. Let's see how I can help you. You've discovered my connection to the demon spiders. Why haven't you killed me? Why would I kill you? Aren't we comrades who fought the demon spiders together?" Cody stood frozen in place after hearing those words. Then her eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and she burst into loud sobbing cries. Her sudden outburst caught Lin Feng off guard. Even he couldn't understand why she was crying. But he couldn't just let her cry forever. Lin Feng rose from his seat, gently embracing the small Cody. He softly stroked her head and murmured, There. Don't cry. I'll help you. I truly don't know what to do. Ever since I came back from that day, I keep seeing the memories of the demon spider queen. Whenever Cody closed her eyes these past few days, she would be plunged into dreams seen through the first-person perspective of the demon spider queen. In her dreams, she would be in that pitch-black mine shaft devouring rats, raw laying eggs, spinning webs to trap prey. She could taste the blood and flesh of the rats, feel the sensation of silk being drawn from her own abdomen, and the peculiar texture of spider legs walking across a web. At first she thought the dreams were just a result of trauma. But as they grew increasingly vivid and realistic, she began to suspect she had been cursed by the demon spider queen. Because she had vanquished it, the queen was forcing her to live the life of a demon spider in her dreams, tormenting her as retribution. Cody had resolved that even if this was a curse, as long as it brought a brighter future for everyone else, she would silently endure it. In a world where everyone else lived happily, she could accept bearing this small misfortune. But if it were a curse, why did everything that happened in her cursed dreams correspond perfectly with reality? If all of this was real, then what was she who could see all of this? What exactly was she? A monster? Nothing is more terrifying than discovering that you might be a monster. Even knowing that the truth might lie within the books left by her father, Cody lacked the courage to open them. She was too afraid that she was the very culprit who had allowed the demon spider to wreak havoc here for so long, and even more afraid that she was not human at all, but a demon spider wearing human skin. Would she transform into a demonic creature? Had she ever eaten human flesh? Had she devoured the very companions who had joined her in hunting the demon spiders? Could she still be called human? What would everyone think of her if they knew? After dreaming of turning into a demon spider and devouring humans, Cody would recall that sensation every time she saw a living person. Even though the nauseating memory of flesh and blood lingered in her mind, she had to force herself to appear normal and greet everyone. What is the truth? What should I do? What can I do? What else can I possibly do? All the pressure weighed down on Cody, and she had no one to confide in. Under such strain, she was gradually approaching the brink of collapse. Surrounded by those close to her, yet unable to seek help from any of them. Who will help me? Tell me what's wrong so I can see how to help you. Are we not companions who hunted the demon spider together? She had not cried in a long time. After living for so long, many things could stir Cody's sorrow, but none were enough to make her shed tears. But this time was different. The one who could save her had appeared. How could this person's embrace be so reassuring? Lin Feng spent some time fully comforting Cody. Looking at Cody, who was still sobbing, Lin Feng smiled. With that pitiful look, when she cried, you would never guess she was an immortal who had lived for ages. Who says immortals can't cry? I didn't say that, but if you cry, I'll come and comfort you, even if it's a bit troublesome. Why do you talk as if I'm a crybaby? You said that yourself. Then you tell me, what do you think of me, eh? A cat slave. That matter should have been over long ago. A cat slave goddess. I'm ignoring you. Rosalind's voice ceased and Cody's emotions had mostly calmed down. So what exactly did you see? After crying freely and releasing the suppressed emotions, Cody's mental state improved significantly. I saw how the demon spider queen developed step by step into what she is now. At first she was no larger than a normal demon spider, but she kept growing until she became this huge. Their lair was not natural either. That enormous mine was excavated by the demon spider queen herself to accommodate her growing size. No wonder the walls of that mine were so rough. It would be a waste of time for you to recount all the memories orally. Just tell me the parts you find suspicious. Cody nodded and said, I think there are two suspicious points. First, where did the demon spider queen as a mother come from? I didn't see that in my memories. Second, in the memories I saw, my father appeared many times. I suspect that both my father and I are connected to the demon spider queen, but I don't know what that connection is. Lin Feng had a rough guess about the connection between Cody and the demon spider. After all, the mark of the undying anchor was right there, impossible to ignore. This meant that the demon spider queen might revive and start over. However, considering Cody's immortality method, the demon spider queen would certainly not be as powerful as before after resurrection. After all, her original powerful body should now be reduced to ashes in the raging fire. Lin Feng did not believe that the demon spider queen could grow back to that size in a few days. Impossible from every aspect. It seemed he would have to have Galahad keep an eye on the mine. Oh, and there was another point that puzzled him earlier. Kadi, in the memories you saw, is there anything that proves what the demon spider queen ate to become so large? Well, it seemed to be those ores. Recalling the extremely gritty texture of the ore in her dream, Kadi couldn't help touching her mouth. Phantom pain. Those blue ores. It seemed highly likely that this blue mineral was a type of crystal that stored some kind of energy. Moreover, it was extremely stable. Even a massive fire in the mine had not caused an explosion. Lin Feng, what should we do? Should I tell everyone about this? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, we won't tell them. But what if the demon spider queen revives because of this? Even if you tell them, what can they do to stop her revival? Kadi thought about it and realized that was true. Even if the demon spider queen revives, it's fine. We defeated her once and we can defeat her again. Leave this to us. Since the demon spider queen could revive, the mine could not be reopened even after the fire ceased. They needed a reason. Kadi, how much, or have you mined so far? We've accumulated decades worth of mined, or a huge amount. But since the elves don't know when they'll come next, we originally planned to keep mining until their next visit. Of course, the main reason is that mining is all we know. If we stop, many people would suddenly have nothing to do, and without a solution, they would become restless. So even here there was unemployment anxiety. These matters were easy to resolve, but it would take time. The Green Chamber of Commerce needed time to arrive. Before they did, what event could be big enough to divert everyone's attention from mining? He would establish a professional guild from scratch here. Use the excuse of talent testing to gather everyone together. And as a condition for the talent test, he would fabricate a requirement that everyone must believe in Rosalind. Then add some unnecessary ceremonial rituals to stall for time, keeping them busy until the Green Chamber of Commerce arrived. Now there's one last question I want to ask you, Kadi. How do you revive? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Every time I die, everyone sends my body to the temple, and I wake up there. It's always the same. This procedure was set by my father. The temple itself and the rule that no one may be present during my rebirth were all established by him. My father said it was a divine decree. I'll be direct with you, Kadi. There is not a trace of divine power in you. Your immortality is not a blessing from the gods, but comes from another cause. I should have realized it earlier, but at that time I hadn't met you, nor had I seen what true divine power looked like. Besides, I thought such an ability to cheat death could only be achieved by a god. Looking back now, there are many suspicious points. The most questionable is my father. Kadi rummaged through her room and pulled out her father's notebook, which she had carefully hidden. Originally, she had been so terrified of this book that she had to avoid it at all costs. But now, Kadi glanced at Lin Feng. She had companions now, and such a powerful one at that. She no longer had to face these things alone. The fear of the truth had diminished considerably. Kadi took a deep breath and finally opened the old ancient book. Kadi rubbed her eyes, looked at the book several times, then scratched her head awkwardly. She took the book and ran to Lin Feng, holding it open for him to see. Can you read this? Lin Feng glanced at the strange scrawling symbols on the page, and a question mark gradually formed in his mind. What kind of writing was this? I didn't expect to see this kind of script here. You can read it. I can't. This was a common script in my era. Lin Feng looked at Kadi and said, I need to take this book to study it. May I? Of course. It's useless to me here since I can't understand it anyway. I just hope that after you've studied it you can tell me what my father wrote in it. Of course. Lin Feng smiled and put the book away. Now let's talk about other important matters. How to develop Cliff Town. Preparing for the arrival of the Green Chamber of Commerce branch, building a professional guild, talent testing, opening up farmland. Lin Feng laid out the plans one after another like pouring beads. In Lin Feng's mind, he could already see what the future of Cliff Town would look like. The development of Cliff Town was about to accelerate. Lin Feng laid everything out plainly before Cody, putting her mind at ease. The anxieties she had harbored about her own identity and the dread of the Spider Queen's resurrection were greatly relieved by the countermeasures he proposed. Though she could not fathom why, Lin Feng, upon learning that the Spider Queen might rise again, showed no sign of concern, instead wearing an expression that suggested he had expected as much all along. Yet facing this undying monstrosity, Lin Feng swiftly devised a solution. Since it would resurrect, then sever all its spider legs, beat it within an inch of its life, and leave it barely clinging to a thread of existence. This approach was very much in keeping with how Lin Feng had dealt with the spider demons during their battle in the mines. With someone sharing the burden, Cody felt considerably lighter. Seeing the visible improvement in Cody's demeanor, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as well. It was fortunate that he had come to speak with her. Cody had long been unable to accept the possibility that she might be a monster evading the truth and hiding from herself. Yet the sense of responsibility she bore as a saint made her dread that continuing to conceal it would cost innocent lives. Compounded by sleepless nights haunted by the spider demon's leg memories, and with no one to confide in, no one could say what would become of Cody if she endured such mental torment for much longer. In short, just focus your energy on the development of Cliffside Town. You need not worry about the rest. I will handle it. Alright, I understand. As for your nightmares, perhaps you could try praying to Rosalind. Her divine power might help ease some of your suffering. Cody pondered for a moment, then said, the nightmares. I will find my own way to endure them. No need to use divine power. It is quite precious, isn't it? Besides, delving into these memories might yield clues about the truth. It is no easy thing to be a spider demon, especially when your senses are linked to it in your dreams. If there is hope of escaping all this, then I can bear it. I must contribute in some way. Hearing such resolute words, Lin Feng looked into Cody's eyes, and found as expected nothing but unyielding strength within them. At times like this, forcing her to relent would likely prove futile. Do not push yourself too hard. Time is of the essence. I will go study your father's book. I will inform you of any findings. Lin Feng rose from his chair preparing to leave. He had barely turned around when Cody's voice reached him. Thank you for giving me the hope to keep going. Lin Feng looked back at Cody. Though her face remained expressionless, her eyes smiled, curving into a graceful arc. After all, I cannot let the descendant of my goddess's very first follower die before my eyes. Having spoken these words, which seemed to Cody like nothing but a riddle, Lin Feng departed. Cody tilted her head, pondering the meaning of his words, but in the end she could not decipher them. Never mind. At least she knew Lin Feng was a good person and a remarkably reliable one at that. Then, unable to suppress it any longer, Cody yawned. Perhaps she should sleep for a while. Though she knew what she would dream if she was no longer so afraid. Because she was no longer facing these things alone. Upon returning, Lin Feng wasted no time. He opened the notebook left behind by Cody's father, a man named Henrietta. The yellowed pages were covered in writing that he could not comprehend. It looked as though someone had stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning, then endured an early morning study session, and while half asleep, had let their hand wander across the notebook in a sprawling, unsteady scrawl. Lin Feng decided to invest considerable time in painstakingly replicating the entire notebook into the divine realm, entrusting the task of translation to Rosalind, who resided there. Rosalind, you may turn the next page. I have already replicated this one. Lin Feng laughed softly. His companion was truly dependable, so he did not need to manage every detail himself. Lin Feng turned to the next page, allowing Rosalind to transcribe its contents into the divine realm. It felt oddly reminiscent of copying someone else's homework. Is Hecate still in your divine realm? Why do you ask about her? Today is not the day you teach her, is it? You can turn the next page. After all, she helped us in the mine last time, didn't she? I should at least thank her. That time. Indeed, a deity's descent into the mortal world consumes an immense amount of divine power. I never expected her to expend so much of it for you. It seems my charm is rather impressive. I can easily capture the attention of other gods. If my divine power were not so limited, how would it ever have been her turn to save you? And she made you her chosen, without even obtaining my consent. How utterly impolite. It is not exactly a bad thing, is it? For you it is indeed not a bad thing. When you cast spells in the future, you may even receive some amplification. But for me it is hardly a good thing. A hint of curiosity stirring, Lin Feng asked. After Hecate made me her chosen, has the faith power I provide you decreased? No, I simply feel that you have been defiled. Lin Feng froze, then fought back laughter until his shoulders trembled. In the end he could not hold it in. He burst out laughing. For a moment the entire room echoed with Lin Feng's joyful laughter. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he said, "Ha ha. So, by your reasoning, does that make me tainted now? I am being perfectly serious here. Why are you laughing so merrily? Come on, this is genuinely hilarious." Lin Feng composed himself. In all seriousness, after being chosen by her, has the faith power I provide you decreased at all? I know it is permissible to believe in multiple deities, but whether serving as the chosen of 2 gods simultaneously causes any issues, that remains uncertain. If it has decreased, there would be no harm in asking her to revoke the designation. No need. Multiple divine recognitions do not inherently conflict. It entirely depends on each deity's requirements for their followers. Since it benefits you, simply keep it. Rosalind paused, then spoke in a teasing tone. You may be tainted, but I can still wash you clean and love you. That is rather disgusting. I am deeply hurt by you. While idly chatting with Rosalind, he finished replicating the entire contents of the notebook into the divine realm. The notebook was quite thick, and it took a considerable amount of time. Finally, Lin Feng closed the book, rose from his seat, and stretched his body. Well, I have finally read it all. The rest is up to you, Rosalind. Leave it to me. Oh, there is one more matter I need your help with. What is it? I need to contact Letitia. Actually, I will just go to the divine realm for this. With that, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. In Rosalind's divine realm, Lin Feng opened his eyes and found Rosalind organizing the loose pages. Since they had been replicated one by one, they lay scattered about. She looked up at Lin Feng and said, "You came so quickly." "Of course. I simply closed my eyes and arrived." "Hold on a moment." Rosalind casually conjured a table in the divine realm, placed the pages upon it, and freed her hands. "Next, just pretend that what I say is Letitia speaking." "Understood." Rosalind closed her eyes. After a moment she spoke. "What do you need from me?" "I have found a location suitable for a branch of the Green Chamber of Commerce." "You." Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Letitia replied, "Where?" "You agreed far too quickly. I have not even finished speaking. Where is your merchant's composure? If there were no profit to be made, would you have brought it up? Just so you know, it is very far away, and the initial investment will be substantial." "I understand. So where is it?" It seemed there was no need to devise a strategy to convince Letitia to establish a branch here. Lin Feng reported the location of Cliffside Town to Letitia. "It is indeed a bit far. What do you need? This place lacks everything." Seeing Letitia fall silent, Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh and teased, "Does it feel like you have boarded a pirate ship? That is what happens when you rush to a decision. No backing out now. I am willing to stake my bet on you. I will arrange everything." "That is settled." Rosalind opened her eyes and said, "Letitia still as decisive and swift as ever." Lin Feng shrugged. Now the pressure was on his shoulders. His companions trusted him so deeply. If he failed, it would be utterly disgraceful.